The first thing you did after being reborn before the apocalypse was to trick your good buddy out of his Sss-Level superpower using a 3-yuan bottle of soda. However, he wasn't even the slightest bit angry. Instead, he bowed and acknowledged you as his adoptive father. This was because in the last life, he lacked the ability to absorb forces, which helped him become a ruler in the apocalypse. But at the moment he reached the top, he chopped off your limbs and threw you into a horde of zombies. You were torn apart and killed by countless zombies. Now that you are reborn, you must make him pay a bloody price. At this moment, you are standing in a renovated room, watching countless meteor showers strike the earth, igniting the entire city. Countless people are running, screaming, and crying out in despair. The cruelty of the apocalypse from your last life is replaying, yet you feel no ripple in your heart. Instead, you gaze thoughtfully at the meteorites on the ground. You know that the meteors contain blood-colored heart crystals, and each heart crystal can yield items needed after the apocalypse, which could be extraordinary materials, equipment, weapons, or even abilities that transcend the mundane. Your good brother Lin Shui, who caused your death, obtained his Sss-Level superpower from these crystals. Suddenly, there was a hurried knocking at the door, and someone shouted, "Open the door quickly and let me in." Hearing this, you frowned, recalling a past event from your previous life. Outside was the community security guard, Zhao Si, who was on duty in the underground parking lot, having survived the first few hours of the apocalypse. In your last life, you let Zhao Si in, and he was extremely grateful at first. But as food became scarcer, Zhao Si showed his true colors, using his strong physique to dominate, and by the end of the meteor shower a month later, you were too weak from hunger to search for supplies. Seeing that there was no response inside, Zhao Si started to impatiently shout, "Gutian, I know you're in there. Open the door, or I'll break it down." You sneered coldly, grabbed your bone-cutting knife, and opened the small window of the door, asking, "Is that you, Brother Dong? Come closer so I can see you clearly. What if a bad guy shows up?" Seeing this, Zhao Si immediately leaned closer to the small window, saying, "It's me, Zhao Si. Gutian, brother, just save me, and I'll do anything you ask." But as he got closer, a bone-cutting knife suddenly thrust out from the window, piercing his eye socket. You pulled the knife back inside and quickly sealed the window. After doing all this, you acted as if nothing had happened and leisurely made yourself a cup of coffee. In the days that followed, no one disturbed you again. Before you knew it, it was the 30th day after the apocalypse began. The rain had stopped, and thin smoke was rising throughout the city. Wearing a gas mask, you packed some food and water in your backpack and headed straight for the family quarters of Guangzhou No. 2 High School, carrying your bone-cutting knife. Along the way, there were corpses everywhere. However, these bodies had not decayed due to the heat. You knew that in the early hours of the night, all the dead would rise, devouring flesh and blood, transforming into the nightmares of the survivors. Suddenly, you halted in your tracks, noticing a faint red light shimmering in a nearby meteor crater. You quickly jumped down into the crater. You began to dig with your bone-cutting knife. Moments later, you held a blood-colored crystal in your hand, surprised to have found the first heart crystal so quickly. Only at the beginning of the apocalypse did heart crystals exist on the surface. As the zombie outbreak began in the early hours of the night, all the heart crystals on the surface were devoured by zombies. To obtain heart crystals, one could only kill zombies and extract them from their bodies. You then placed the heart crystal on a piece of concrete, raised your bone-cutting knife, and struck it down hard. With a crack, several fissures appeared on the heart crystal. Immediately, a burst of white light emerged, revealing a green military jacket that appeared on the ground. It turned out to be equipment. Although it was only F-level, its durability was extraordinary. Seeing this, a glimmer of joy crossed your eyes. You immediately put on the military jacket, feeling a sense of safety wash over you. Then, carrying your bone-cutting knife, you headed to Lin Su's building. According to the timing, today was when Lin Su would receive the contract soul, and you should be able to make it. At this moment, Lin Su was holding a kitchen knife, staring blankly at the chaotic world around him. His white t-shirt was stained with fresh blood. He looked at the apocalypse before him and suddenly shouted frantically, "Fuck you." Then, mustering his courage, he cautiously moved forward. His bravery in stepping outside wasn't out of courage, but rather because he would starve if he didn't eat soon. Suddenly, a cry for help came from a nearby ruin. Upon hearing this, Lin Su's dazed expression cleared a bit, and he stepped over. It was a collapsed apartment building, and the sound was coming from the lowest floor. Lin Su hoarsely asked, "Is there anything to eat? Everything edible is gone. Once I get out, I'll definitely treat you to a feast at Fuluan building." The woman's voice couldn't hide her excitement. A self-deprecating smile appeared at the corner of Lin Su's mouth as he turned to leave. Without food, why would he expend energy to save someone? Seeing this, the woman inside became anxious, pleading, "Please, save my child." Hearing this, a smile appeared on Lin Su's face. The woman's voice was strong, indicating she hadn't suffered much from hunger. As he cleared away chunks of concrete, inside was an undamaged kitchen, where a dirty woman was sitting on the ground, holding a baby. Before the woman could express her gratitude, Lin Su hurriedly crawled inside, frantically searching. After confirming there was no food, her eyes turned blood red. He looked at the woman, questioning why she hadn't left any food behind. The woman instinctively shrank back, and the baby in her arms began to wail. "Isn't it possible for you to get out? What do you want to eat? I'll treat you," he said upon seeing this. Lin Su's gaze grew colder as he looked at the baby in her arms and asked, "Where's the baby's formula?" "The formula is in the bedroom, but it's long since collapsed. The child survived because of me," the woman stammered, facing Lin Su's gaze. At this moment, Lin Su's gaze shifted downward, and he suddenly understood something. He swallowed hard and stepped directly toward the woman. "Big brother, save me!" In the midst of the woman's terrified screams, Lin Su snatched the baby from her arms and threw it to the ground, ripping the woman's clothes apart. After a few minutes, he stood up, feeling much more energized after having his fill. Once released, the woman crawled toward the baby on the ground, only to find it had already lost its breath, and she began to wail in heart-wrenching grief. Lin Su shouted, "Stop fucking crying. The child's death is a release. You should thank me." The woman trembled all over, slowly lifted her head to look at Lin Su, her clear eyes filled with resentment. Seeing this, Lin Su slapped him across the face. "Do you want to die? How dare you look at me like that? From now on, you're my food supply." After saying this, Lin Su bound his hands and dragged him out. The woman remained silent and did not resist, numbly walking forward. At this moment, you took out a pack of instant noodles from your backpack and started eating it with a bottle of soda. Suddenly, your expression changed. You saw Lin Su pick up a blood-red crystal from the meteorite pit, his face full of confusion, as if he sensed something extraordinary about this crystal. Seeing this, someone quickly got up and called out from behind him, "Mr. Lin, is it you?" Hearing the voice, Lin Su turned around and looked at you with a smile. Then, he instinctively glanced at the long bone knife in your hand. A gentle smile appeared on his face. You smiled and replied, "I have a niece who is your student. We met during the parent-teacher conference." "Oh, it's you," Lin Su sighed with relief. In fact, he couldn't quite remember who you were, but as long as you weren't here to steal his food supply, it was fine. At this moment, you pretended to sigh casually, pointing at the star stem in Lin Su's hand, and asked, "What is this?" Lin Su quickly put the star stem into his pocket and chuckled, "Just a little trinket I found, keeping it as a souvenir." Hearing this, you laughed and raised the soda in your hand. "Even during the apocalypse, Mr. Lin is still interested in trinkets. Truly a scholar." With that, you turned to walk away. Seeing this, Lin Su realized you actually had a drink. He hurriedly called out, "Hey, wait a minute. Since you're interested in this thing, how about we trade for the drink in your hand?" To his surprise, you looked at him with an unimpressed expression. "Do you think I'm stupid? Trading a useless item for this?" Upon hearing this, Lin Su nearly pleaded, "Come on, give me that drink, and you'll be my big brother from now on. Plus, you must have plenty of food in your backpack." He glanced at your bag. His eyes were filled with greed. Seeing this, you understood that the time was right. Since Mr. Lin wanted it so badly, you decided to trade. Seeing you agree so readily, his greed intensified. He then handed over the Heart Sutra. "Big brother, can we go together? More people means more safety." You casually tossed him the drink, put the Heart Sutra in your pocket, and said, "I don't like being called Big Brother." After that, you turned to leave. Now, whenever you heard your neighbor call you Big Brother, you felt like tearing him apart, but you weren't sure if this Heart Sutra was indeed the soul of the contract. So we still need to spare his dog's life first. After arriving at a broken-armed corner, you directly smashed open the heart stem. This time, what emerged was not white light, but golden light, which lasted for a full minute before dissipating, and a small golden bottle appeared in its place. You quickly picked it up and opened the bottle cap. The moment it was opened, you felt your soul tremble. It was a terrifying aura that could only be felt in SSS-level superpowered individuals. Even with a strong will, you couldn't help but start trembling. Directly tilting your head back to drink the golden liquid, a wave of coolness instantly spreads throughout your body, and your mind gradually becomes clear. The tiny grains of sand hundreds of meters away become incredibly clear at this moment, and within a kilometer, no movement of wind or grass can escape your perception. This is just the effect that comes with the soul of the contract. The true ability is sufficient to dominate any life form other than humans, and it is not restricted by level or quantity. As long as the strength is strong enough, it can completely form a legion of strange beasts, to push through the apocalypse. The drawback is that before the contract with the mutated beast, it was just an ordinary person, just like Lin Su in the previous life, who almost got crushed by a wall even after becoming an SSS level ability user. The next thing I need to do is find enough Heart Sutras to enhance my strength, and then look for contracts to subdue mutated beasts. Of course, there is one more important thing to take care of, which is to kill Lin Su. On the other side, Lin Su was sitting on a piece of concrete, tearing the woman's clothes and gulping down, when suddenly a pig-killing knife was placed on his neck, and he stopped eating upon hearing that. Lin Su immediately stiffened all over and hurriedly shouted, "Big brother, I haven't offended you, right? We have no grievances or enmity." Seeing this, Yu sneered and stabbed 2 knives into his shoulder blades. Lin Su, who was in pain, immediately cursed his brother, "Damn it, my grass mud horse." The heart-wrenching pain twisted his face. You are pulling his hair and looking at him indifferently. Does it hurt? It should hurt, and it will hurt more next. What the hell do you want to do? If you want this woman, just take her. Lin Su gritted his teeth and cursed, "I only want your life." After saying that, he stabbed a knife into Lin Su's jaw, and with a forceful kick, violently cut off his tongue. Lin Su's face was filled with terror. He wanted to open his mouth to beg for mercy, but not a word could come out. He could only bow his head repeatedly to plead for mercy, and after a few times, he broke his forehead. Seeing this, Yu coldly said to Lin Su, "I have sworn to tear you into pieces." After saying that, Yu quickly made your move, slashing his eyes with a knife, followed by another knife, and another, until you were exhausted and out of breath. Suddenly, you noticed the woman beside you had a face full of pleasure, and you also wanted to make a move. The woman quickly nodded, and a crazy look appeared on Zhang Cici's face, and as a result, the pig-killing knife rushed up. And you sit on a piece of rotten concrete, light a cigarette, and quietly watch. A few minutes later, Lin Su had been chopped into minced meat, and that woman had long since collapsed in tears, still slowly chopping away, piece by piece. You took a look and it was about the same, stepped forward to take back the knife, ignored the woman and turned to leave. After avenging the great hatred, it seemed as if some kind of shackles had been unlocked in the dark, and you felt much lighter overall. At this time, there are only about 10 hours left until the zombie outbreak, and it is necessary to find more star crystals before the outbreak. However, it was not until dark that 5 pieces of crystals were found, 3 of which were living supplies. Fortunately, a butterfly knife was produced, although it's only F-class, but the blade can easily cut through meteorites. The last item that will surprise you is actually a pair of black fishnet stockings. Does this make a dignified 7-foot man wear this? Even if bitten by a zombie, he would never wear such a thing. You raised your hand and threw the fishnet stockings several meters away. Although it looks beyond level F, safety has an extra layer of guarantee. Why not try wearing it once? As I thought about it, I found myself in front of the discarded fishnet stockings, picked them up with a face full of disdain, and quickly put on the fishnet stockings. In my previous life, you had never seen such fishnet stockings, and without the B-level ability of the real eye from my previous life, I could only try it to know the effect. Then you exert a slight force with your feet, and your whole body instantly shoots out nearly 100 meters. This effect makes you feel immensely pleased. In fact, as long as you wear it, no one will know. This is definitely top-tier equipment. Next, it is no longer wise to blindly search for the Heart Sutra. The B-level ability of the previous life, the Eye of Truth, is ready to be reclaimed. That place is the site of an old zoo, and I still remember the exact location, about 10 kilometers away from here. Additionally, there is a mutated monkey there, so the purpose of this trip is twofold, to retrieve the Eye of Truth and to make a contract. The first mutated beast, relying on the speed bonus of the fishnet stockings, arrived at the zoo for treatment in 20 minutes. At this moment, the zoo was eerily silent, with corpses of both people and animals everywhere. The cunning of that monkey is unimaginable. In your previous life, you exhausted all your efforts to help Lin Su catch him, but failed several times. Finally, you spent a large sum to acquire a trapping net, which allowed you to capture him. His growth talent was extraordinarily amazing, but unfortunately, he died in the second year of the apocalypse while trying to save Lin Su. The top priority is to first obtain the Eye of Truth, which is an inconspicuous meteorite crater. Once you arrive, you quickly jump down, but the next moment your expression is anonymous. The place that should have contained the Heart Sutra is completely empty. You can't believe it and desperately start digging with the bone-cutting knife. The result is that even digging 3 feet into the ground, there is no trace of the Heart Sutra. How is this possible? You stared wide-eyed, dazed for a while. In the last life, it came 3 months later, but the Heart Sutra was still not taken away. Now, most of the survivors are still trembling in fear. Who would come to take it away? You suddenly became very angry. From start to finish, the true sight I was part of your plan and absolutely cannot be taken away by anyone. Whoever takes it will die. You immediately exerted all your strength to listen carefully, and soon you made a discovery. There were faint footsteps 1,500 meters away. You suddenly opened your eyes, your body shot out in an instant, and in less than a minute, you appeared there, with a figure waiting behind you. You clearly saw that figure and were shocked. It was just a grain depot. You stared at that frail figure and finally understood everything. The woman who should have died at Lin Su's hands is the one who survived, so you deviated from the timeline you knew. At this moment, her footsteps gave in, her dirty face was filled with terror, as if she heard the footsteps behind her. He slowly turned around and, upon seeing you, his face immediately showed surprise. I was just about to look for you. Seeing you frown, he opened his dirty palms. I saw you searching for him everywhere, he must be very important to you. Coincidentally, there was nothing good to thank you for, so I just helped you look around a bit. I'm sorry, I only found these 3. Although the granary speaks lightly, you know how difficult it is for him to reach here with his physical condition. You suddenly find it hard to understand this woman. Now it's the end of the world. Even if he doesn't know the true value of the star whale, he should know that this thing is extremely precious. At this moment, he suddenly grabs your hand, puts the star whale in your palm, and then he turns around and limps away. You stare blankly at his thin figure. After 7 years of the apocalypse, you still haven't turned into a beast. Shen lets out a and shouts to find a safe place to hide. Shake my head and stop thinking, then knock open the 3 star stems. The first star stem produced a red pill, unable to recognize its effect. Then, after knocking open the second star stem, a white light dissipated, and a bronze ring appeared before your eyes. You were instantly stunned, as it turned out to be a space ring. In the ever-changing apocalypse, a space ring is like a second life. You hurriedly put the space ring on your hand. Then he knocked open the third star stem, and after the white light, a bottle of blue potion appeared, B-level ability, True Vision Eye. It was precisely because of this ability in the last life that he survived until the 7th year. Although it was only B-level, it could see through the information of all things. You put away the distractions in your heart and turned to walk towards the zoo. Ahead was the absorption of B-grade ability potions, which was very painful and lasted for 3 hours. During this time, you had to find a safe place. When you arrived next to the old zoo site, you first built a temporary shelter, then took out the awakening potion and without hesitation drank it down. Instantly, a burning sensation swept over your entire body, but there was no expression on your face. Before the zombies erupted, you already possessed 2 abilities. In this life, who can compare to you? I don't know how long it has been, but I hear bursts of roaring sounds in my ears. You slowly awaken, take out the flashlight from the space ring, and your gaze falls on the space ring on your hand. Suddenly, a string of information appears in your mind. The space ring is of level 1, containing 10 cubic meters of space. Then you look at your own body, a human male ability awakener, strength 7, agility 8, stamina 6, spirit 12. Everything hasn't changed much from your previous life. Then take out the previously opened pill from the space ring, a powerful memory-dulling incense that can confuse any life form at or below level F, lasting for 10 minutes. This simple introduction makes you feel invigorated. Previously, you were still troubled about how to capture that mutated monkey, but with this pill, it will be easy to catch. You let out a cold laugh, bent down and crawled out, and before you had time to get up, a nearby zombie lunged at you with a roar. You raise the bone-cutting knife and stab upwards, the knife instantly piercing through the side of the zombie's mouth and out the back of its head. You wipe the blood off the knife. In the apocalypse, zombies are always the greatest threat to survivors. They are numerous and have astonishing growth potential. The only ones capable of dealing with them are those with extraordinary abilities. Seeing this, you know that the true apocalypse has begun. A few nearby zombies heard the noise and surrounded them. They hadn't had time to evolve yet, although their strength was greater than when they were alive. Their stiff bodies made them much slower. Seeing this, you took the initiative to rush up, relying on the speed boost from the fishnet stockings to break through the encirclement, quickly resolving all these zombies. With your current stamina, killing 8 ordinary zombies has left you panting and breathless. After catching your breath, you ran wildly towards the area where monkeys are kept, encountering no human zombies along the way, but there were quite a few animal zombies. You avoid everything with speed. Not long after, not far ahead, a small and thin monkey stood there shivering, surrounded by horrifying zombies, and the monkey looked at the entire group's demise, as if it were crying with human-like emotions. Seeing this, you took out the mesmerizing incense and slowly approached. When the little monkey smelled a strange fragrance, it immediately felt a wave of dizziness and fainted. You grabbed the little monkey's tail and lifted up, striding away, growing into a level 7 mutated beast of the 5-rank realm, strength 14, agility 17, stamina 9, spirit 7, bloodline. Exaggerated talk of immense talent. Not long after, the little monkey woke up, and just as it was about to move, it found itself tightly bound. At this moment, you take out a salt-baked chicken leg and ask with a smile, "Do you want to eat it?" The little monkey looked at the chicken leg with wide eyes, and the mutated beast in the bedroom has been hungry for too long. "My name is Gutian, and I am your future master. Next, I will make a contract with you, and from now on, you will follow me to enjoy a good life." After saying this, you place one hand on the little monkey's head, releasing your supernatural ability, the soul of the contract. Instantly, an invisible chain forcibly penetrates the little monkey's head. This is the power of an Sss-Level supernatural ability. As long as I give you 1 minute, no matter how powerful the mutated beast is, it will have to obediently become your contracted beast. Not long after, the chains formed by the soul of the contract disappeared within the little monkey. You then felt his presence, and immediately heard the little monkey's inner voice, "When will this pig-faced monster finally be defeated?" Seeing this, you slapped the little monkey on the head, "And from now on I am your master." Remember the little monkey covering its head with both hands, instinctively wanting to glare at the guy who hit him, but when he looked up and met your gaze, all the anger in his heart instantly disappeared. A kind of heartfelt respect naturally arises. At this moment, he feels that the guy in front of him is the person closest to him, someone he needs to protect for a lifetime. Immediately trying to please the master, "I'm hungry," the little monkey looks at you with a pitiful expression. Seeing your face color finally ease up, I directly threw the chicken leg to him. When I saw him finish it quickly, he again fantasized about you. Helplessly, I took out the stuffed bread from Shinjin that can restore injuries, "Eat it, and after finishing, go work with you." The little monkey grabbed the bread and took a bite, its eyes instantly widened at the extraordinary food from Shinjin. It's not the food before the end of the world that can compare. When the little monkey finishes the bread, the wounds on the body suddenly became visibly healed. Seeing this, you picked up the slaughter knife and handed it to the little monkey. "From now on, you are not allowed to put it down without my command. In the apocalypse, the knife is your life." The little monkey immediately obeyed and picked it up, following you behind. Along the way, we encountered a few scattered zombies. With the reward of food, the little monkey's courage gradually grew. Sometimes even take the initiative to charge forward and kill. 2 hours later, we finally took a detour back to the community. Next, during the day, I took the little monkey to kill zombies and search for star whales. Nowadays, all the star whales on the surface have been devoured by zombies, and the only way to obtain them is to extract them from the bodies of the zombies. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, and we obtained a total of 9 pieces of star whale. The previous 7 pieces of star whale turned out to be all level F food and water. At this moment, you hold today's 2 star whales that you just obtained. If only you could produce a purification potion. You casually knock open 1 piece of star stem in your hand, and a black potion appears. Your star lock instantly activates, and the evolution potion is of grade F. After consumption, it unlocks human evolution genes, transforming you into a new human. Whatever you think comes true. You excitedly said while picking it up, "The monkey will give you 2 more pieces of bread today. When you become an evolved one, go kill more zombies and get extraordinary food. I will definitely let you eat first." The little monkey looks at you with a ghostly gaze. Then take out nearly 100 pounds of ordinary food from the spatial ring and place it in front of you for later use. Next, you drink the purification potion, and intense pain rapidly spreads throughout your body, as if every muscle is being crushed and restructured, your whole body covered in red spots, black stains oozing out through your pores. You grit your teeth, unable to suppress the muffled groans coming from your mouth and nose, trembling as you grab the mineral water in front of you and drink it all, then immediately trembling as you tear open the packaging of the spoiled food. An hour later, you finally stop trembling, and the pain begins to subside. 3.5 hours later, all the food weighing over 100 pounds was eaten, and you directly lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. During the stupor, the little monkey squatted in front of the bed holding a cleaver, looking as obedient as a child. The next morning, you wake up leisurely, clench your fist, and a surge of power flows within you. The feeling of being an evolved being from your past life has returned. Seeing you wake up, the little monkey jumped up and down happily. "The master is not dead. Great, there will be food to eat again later." When yen, you slapped the little monkey on the head. At first, you felt quite pleased to hear his first half of the sentence, thinking at least there was a monkey that cared about you. After hearing the second half, you really wanted to slap him to death, but considering his diligent guarding, you casually took 2 sausages and gave them to him. Then, no longer paying attention to the small things, the monkey opened its true eye, observing its evolved self. A human male ability awakener, F-class evolver, strength 15, agility 17, stamina 13, spirit 24. You nodded in satisfaction, then turned around to start packing things up. Pots, pans, clothes, and blankets, everything that could be taken was packed into the space ring. Next, you didn't plan to come back, as the nearby zombies that had devoured the star whale were basically all killed. If you wanted to continue searching for the star whale, you would have to go further out. Just as I walked out of the villa, several zombies that had wandered over immediately charged at me. You tightened your grip on the palm bone knife in your hand and suddenly charged forward. Your physique, twice that of an ordinary person, gave you incredible explosive power. With your already fast speed, combined with the enhancement of a fishnet stocking, your figure became so fast that it seemed to evolve. Several zombies hadn't reacted yet before their heads were smashed to pieces. You put away the bone-cutting knife and stand there, a surge of heroism arises. In your past life, when you obtained the evolution potion, the zombies had already evolved to be much stronger, and you could only cautiously seek survival. Now, with your F-level evolution as strength, facing the unevolved zombies is completely a crushing victory. The little monkey behind was stunned at this scene. Its master has been living in fear of death these past few days. Why has it suddenly become so fierce? Suddenly I remember that the master can hear my heart's voice, and when I look up, I happen to meet your unkind gaze. You ignored this chatterbox monkey and stepped forward to pick up a crystal the size of a peanut from your brain. Indeed, some zombies have already evolved into the Book of Songs. Those zombies that have devoured the Heart Sutra, at this moment, what level should they evolve to? Seeing this, you recalled that in your previous life there was a type of zombie that had devoured more than one piece of the Heart Sutra, completely beyond the capability of any survivor at that time to handle. The survivors referred to them as the Zombie King. You directly crushed the Book of Songs in your hand, and a surge of energy drills into your body from your palm. The evolution level increased by this ordinary Book of Songs is pitifully small. To become a first-level evolver, 10,000 ordinary books of songs are needed. But if it is changed to F-level Scavenging, only 100 are needed. For each level increase in Scavenging, there is a 100-fold energy boost. The evolution speed of these zombies is incredibly frightening. It won't be long before all zombies evolve into Scavenging, and there may even be F-level ones. Not long after, you arrive at an old site of a school, where thousands of zombies are densely packed, stretching as far as the eye can see. You are suddenly startled and initially plan to go around with the little monkey, but suddenly you stop, looking at a female zombie in a school uniform, a female zombie with a non-ranked evolution level of 198, strength 18, agility 11, and spirit. This is actually a zombie that is about to evolve to F-level. This zombie is evolving so quickly that it must have star stems inside, and there is also a corpse stem that is about to reach F-level, both of which I currently need. Immediately, you pointed ahead. The female zombie looked at the monkey and quietly asked the monkey if it wanted to eat extraordinary food. You go distract the other zombies, and I will kill that zombie, if what comes out is food. Share half with you. Hearing this, the little monkey's eyes immediately brightened, but instinctively felt that the opposite was a tough nut to crack. After thinking for a while, the little monkey swallowed and said, "Master, what if I get caught by a zombie? You have to save me." Seeing you nod seriously, the little monkey's legs quickly swelled up, instantly bursting out and swiftly running wildly around the outskirts of the zombie horde. The noise instantly attracted all the zombies, crazily chasing after the little monkey, but the female zombie did not move. It had just devoured the Heart Sutra not long ago, and the energy within it was still in a saturated state, temporarily lacking the desire for flesh and blood. "Help me, master." The little monkey is so scared that it keeps screaming. It occasionally turns around to shoot down one, and then quickly flees. You ignored the little monkey, and in an instant, Z unfolded his form, raising the bone-slicing knife to strike at the female zombie's head. The female zombie seemed to sense something and slowly raised her head. Her dead fish-like eyes were devoid of emotion, and she instinctively raised her hand to grab. Suddenly, there was a crunching sound, and the female zombie's right wrist was severed. Her body was suddenly thrown out under the intense force. As you land, you bounce back up and strike fiercely, simultaneously pulling out the butterfly knife from the space ring. Due to the speed boost from the fishnet stockings, you flash to the back of the female zombie, and the butterfly knife easily cuts through her neck like tofu. Immediately after, you grab the female zombie's hair and take her head off, then shouted loudly, "Monkey, hurry back." The little monkey in the distance was trembling on its two legs. There are countless zombies beside him, and in just a few minutes, he has almost exhausted all the energy in his body. Seeing the head held by his master, the little monkey excitedly turned around and ran over here. Only after running 5 kilometers do you feel a sense of security. Throwing the head of the female zombie to the ground, you sit down heavily on it, gasping for breath, looking at the monkey in front of the mirror with blood flowing from its chest, suddenly feeling a bit guilty in your heart. "You've worked hard, little monkey. I've decided to reward you. Then you swing the bone-cutting knife with force and smash it onto a piece of meteorite on the ground. With a clang, the bone-cutting knife immediately fell off the handle, handing the 1.5-meter long threaded steel handle to the little monkey, your new weapon. The little monkey took the rebar and jumped back and forth excitedly. The pig-killing knife had already curled up, and it couldn't be used after just one battle. At this moment, you kicked the female zombie's head to the little monkey's feet. With a powerful blow, it made a crisp sound, and the female zombie's head exploded like a watermelon. You stepped forward and took out 2 crystals from your brain, one of which was a test gold that was just 1 line away from F level, and the other was, of course, star gold. Seeing this, you planned to give this test gold to the little monkey, as it might allow him to evolve from level 5 to F level. A level 5 little monkey already had attributes comparable to an F level evolver. If he evolved to F level, he could definitely fight against a level 1 zombie. You see, the little monkey was carefully wiping the steel rod. I told the little monkey that as long as he worked hard, he would be richly rewarded. You held the little monkey, and suddenly tears filled your eyes, both a weapon and startled, quickly clasped your hands together and bowed. Don't rush to absorb it, I'll build a shelter for you. After that, you can use the space ring to collect the concrete, set up a grave fortress, grab the little monkey by the neck and throw it in, then seal off the entrance and exit. That way, even if there is some noise, it won't disturb the nearby zombies. Next, you grasp the heart stem, suddenly exert force, and a green pill appears in your palm. The effect of the talent pill grade secret technique is enhanced and strengthened. One type of talent is actually a dense pill. You quickly stuff it into your mouth, and a sweet taste instantly dissolves in your mouth. In the next moment, an indescribable haze emerges in your mind, unexpectedly increasing your shooting talent. At this moment, you feel that whether it is a firearm or a bow, you can operate it skillfully. Now there is an impulse to immediately get a ranged weapon, but currently, it is still difficult to realize getting it from the star whale, so I can only start with ordinary weapons. Soon you remember in your past life, you casually heard someone mention that there was a shooting range in Gwangju, where the owner collected a sniper rifle during his lifetime. With my current design talent, I can easily handle it. Suddenly, the grave mound behind me shook, and a fist the size of a sandpot violently knocked a piece of concrete flying. Immediately after, a terrifying figure slowly crawled out. He was at least 2 meters tall, his muscles like the gnarled roots of an old tree. One of his arms was as thick as your waist, a mature macaque, an F-grade mutated beast. Strength 28, Agility 36, Stamina 24, Spirit 9, Bloodline, Talent Giantization. The yellowing really didn't disappoint you. Apart from mental strength, other attributes are almost double yours. I saw the little monkey shake vigorously, and all the sand immediately scattered all over you. Seeing this, you suddenly jumped up and slapped the little monkey on the head, thinking that just because it evolved, it no longer regards me as anything. The monkey quickly shrank back to its original form. Sorry master, it's too dark inside, I'm afraid of you. Looking at the little monkey that has grown a circle bigger than before evolution, I nodded in satisfaction and said, let's go kill zombies and try out your new abilities. But I didn't walk far before seeing a dark tide of corpses ahead, chasing a boy, densely packed with at least 5 or 6,000. Seeing this, you couldn't help but curse, quickly taking the little monkey to hide, but it seemed that the young man intended to lure the zombies away. You became even more confused. Was he crazy, or did he want to play a thrilling game in his final moments? After the young man took the corpse tied far away, you took a detour to the basement entrance of the venue, took out a butterfly knife to cut the spring of the electronic lock, and after opening the door, you stepped in with a flashlight in hand. Eyes swept across the entire darkroom. Various antiques and paintings filled 3 full rows of shelves. A delicate long wooden box was placed on the most accessible tabletop. Approaching to open the wooden box, inside were the components of the M821 sniper rifle, and beside it were 60 large-caliber armor-piercing bullets. You smiled faintly, picked up the parts and assembled them. Soon, a formidable sniper rifle was completed. This type of gun is generally used by the military, mostly equipped on small ships or armed helicopters, with astonishing power. As an F-level evolver now, you can easily hold it in your hands, bracing against the recoil, using the sniper rifle like an ordinary assault rifle. Then I went to the armory at the shooting range, where I found 3 complete composite bows, 12 revolvers, and 1,600 rounds of ammunition. I put all the weapons into my space, leaving only 1 composite bow and 50 arrows behind. Just as I was about to head for the exit, I suddenly heard voices. One was a man and the other a young girl. I was initially planning to take the weapons and leave, thinking the rest was none of my business, but I unexpectedly heard the name of the woman who had risked her life to save me in my previous life. So, I stopped and slowly approached the source of the voice. This is a man's voice, fierce and menacing. Song Xiaodao, hurry up and get this done for me, otherwise I'll break your legs. I don't want it, so disgusting. The little girl's voice is full of fear. Brother Quan, please let me go. You promised me that you would take good care of me. How can you not keep your word? When Yen let out a cold laugh and said, this is the end of the world, what use is that thing? I'm not lying to him, he would willingly go to his death. After speaking, Wang Quan stood up and walked towards the trembling Song Xiaodao, but suddenly tripped over the cement and fell headfirst. The girl who had always been timid suddenly stood up and smashed a stone on Wang Quan's head. Wang Quan only felt a sharp pain, and then fiercely stared at the girl. You dare to hit me? Go die. Wang Quan went crazy, slapping Song Xiaodao's face again and again. Without me, you would have died a long time ago, how dare you resist? After saying this, he prepared to slap again, but this time, his hand was suddenly grabbed by a large hand. Wang Quan's arm stiffened, and he turned his head to look, then trembled all over, only to see a terrifying giant beast standing beside him, its golden eyes radiating coldness, looking down at him. The little monkey let out a loud roar, and the sound waves distorted Wang Quan's face. Don't kill me, Wang Quan directly scared the little monkey to pee. With a strong throw, Z threw Wang Quan out 5 or 6 meters, crashing into the wall and bleeding from the head. You stepped up to Song Xiaodao and asked if his name was Song Xiaodao. Seeing him nod in fear, let me see the classical Chinese. Song Xiaodao stepped back in fear. Uncle, what do you want to do? You impatiently grabbed his ponytail, directly flipping his body over. At his waist, you saw a butterfly-shaped pink birthmark. Damn it, it's really you. Cursing, you released your grip. He is that Song Xiaodao, who was already an adult when you met him in your previous life, and now you have been reborn 7 years back. The current Song Xiaodao is only 12 years old. Looking at the little girl in front of you, you felt a bit annoyed. Are you raising her like a daughter? Then, you took out a white t-shirt from your space ring and threw it to her. Song Xiaodao finds your actions somewhat baffling, but still takes the t-shirt and puts it on. Do I know you, uncle? Song Xiaodao is completely confused. You didn't answer, but looked at the group of dogs lying on the ground wailing, and asked how you plan to deal with this person. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaodao bit his lip and asked, Uncle, can you help me kill him? Who would have thought you would directly stab the tang knife into the ground, coldly asking if you had no hands or no knife? Song Xiaodao's face instantly turned pale. For a 12-year-old child, killing was too far away from him. You stared intently at Song Xiaodao. I won't help you kill. If you don't dare to kill, let him go. Even if Song Xiaodao is a burden, he must be a useful burden. This person will be the first soul under his knife. Seeing this, Wang Quan lay on the ground and cried out loudly, Brother, I will give you whatever you want, please don't let him kill me. At this moment, Song Xiaodao seemed to have made up his mind, gripping the knife handle with both hands, and slowly walked towards Wang Quan. Brother Wang Quan regarded you as a benefactor. To save you, we almost got bitten to death by zombies, but you still want to harm me. Brother Xiaodao, Brother Wang was wrong. It was just a moment of confusion earlier. Wang Quan still wanted to continue pleading, but Song Xiaodao directly struck his thigh with a knife. Wang Quan immediately let out a scream like a slaughtered pig, and then Song Xiaodao stabbed down again. Damn you, if you have the guts, just kill me. Wang Quan cursed loudly. Song Xiaodao raised the knife again to strike, but his strength was too weak to take Wang Quan's life directly, causing Wang Quan to howl in agony with each stab, and finally, his will collapsed. Xiaodao, I beg you, just kill me. I beg you. At this moment, Song Xiaodao is exhausted, standing there gasping for breath. Then he turns to look at the uncle, who forced my brother to divert the zombies. I want to throw him to feed the zombies, and the zombies respond. A flash of appreciation passed through your eyes, finally feeling that this deadweight wasn't so useless after all. The monkey brought him along. The little monkey grabbed Wang Quan's leg and dragged him out. Outside the shooting range, scattered zombies wandered over, and the smell of blood on Wang Quan made them rush over without hesitation. The little monkey threw Wang Quan on the ground and slowly retreated behind the gate. You glanced back at Song Xiaodao. Unlike the other survivors who were terrified and vomiting, he had tears in his eyes but a smile at the corner of his mouth. Such an expression was quite to your liking, and you waved your hand and patted his head, saying, Let's go. There's a zombie in front of you, uncle. Aren't you going to avoid it? Song Xiaodao saw you walking straight towards the zombie and couldn't help but remind you. But as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly saw a compound bow in your hand. With two whooshing sounds, the heads of the two zombies that were gnawing were instantly blown apart like watermelons, and the little monkey next to him immediately rushed over, skillfully prying open the zombie's head. But you stopped the little monkey's actions and turned to the little knife, coldly saying that in the future, such things will be left to you to dig out the brains of the zombies. I won't keep useless people around me. If you don't want to do it, that's fine. Go wherever you want. Song Xiaodao's expression changed wildly, although his temperament far surpassed that of his peers. While searching for something in the zombie's brain matter, Song Xiaodao lowered his head and responded, "Uncle, I can do anything you ask me to." After saying this, tears flowed from his swollen cheeks. Perhaps this was too cruel for a 12-year-old girl, but at this moment, in the apocalypse, no one could be a little princess anymore. At this moment, the recently deceased Wang Quan let out a roar from his mouth, and then stood up in a strange posture. Uncle Ha, he lived, and Song Xiaodao was instantly filled with horror. He just turned into a zombie. You take out the butterfly knife and hand it to Song Xiaodao. You go kill him. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaodao instantly froze there. The newly awakened zombie moved very stiffly, just right for you to practice. This way, when you face zombies alone in the future, you'll have life-saving experience. Seeing the undeniable determination in your eyes, Song Xiaodao gritted his teeth and took the butterfly knife, charging at Wang Quan, who had turned into a zombie. Wang Quan let out a roar and lunged at Song Xiaodao, but most of his muscles and tendons had been eaten away, so his speed was not much faster than a snail. Taking advantage of his small size, Song Xiaodao circled behind him and thrust the knife in. The butterfly knife, sharp enough to slice through iron, went straight into the back of the zombie's head. Immediately after, Wang Quan fell headfirst. Song Xiaodao stared blankly at the scene before him, seemingly unable to believe that he had killed a terrifying zombie. He then bent over and began to vomit. Not far away, 3 more zombies were wandering around. With a few swift sword strikes, the 3 zombies were shot in the head. As soon as Song Xiaodao thought about going to scoop out their brains, he vomited even more violently, but while vomiting, he walked towards the zombies. His thin body trembled as he dug out 3 wet wipes. Is this what the uncle meant? You hand over a rag, and clean it before giving it to me again. Song Xiaodao pouted and asked, Uncle, did you see a boy when you came? He is about as tall as me, looks around 16 or 17 years old, and is my brother Song Xiaojian. Wen Yan, you immediately think of that brave young man who moved the shadowy corpse group. He died. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaodao's tears instantly welled up in his eyes. Although he was already mentally prepared, intense sadness quickly filled his heart. Song Xiaojian died for him, and from then on, he no longer had an older brother. Then you touched your stubble, and with a gloomy expression, I'm just in my early 20s, don't call me uncle from now on, my name is Gutian. After saying that, you stepped forward. Remembering the past life, in the southern suburbs there was a mutated chestnut tree, and it wasn't until deep into the night that I left the city. At the end of the fields appeared a ruin, a well-preserved small Western-style building standing in the middle of the ruins. From a distance, I could see in front of the small building a towering tree swaying in the wind, and the nearby air seemed to have become much fresher. One day there was a house over there, and Song Xiaodao immediately pointed at the small Western-style building and said, You also have a smile on your face, and there is food over there. The little girl and the monkey heard there was food, and they all trembled with excitement, quickly following along. When they arrived in front of the villa, you suddenly paused, grabbing the little monkey that was rushing ahead. Wait, the little monkey was grabbed by the tail and pulled back, looking up at you in confusion. At that moment, the quiet world suddenly boiled over, countless roars echoed, and dozens of zombies rushed out from the gate in an instant. Run, you shouted loudly. At the same time, he drew his bow and shot the heads of the few zombies in front of him, but the zombies behind seemed endless. From the not-so-large small Western-style building, 100 or 200 zombies actually surged out, and these zombies all had levels of evolution, with 2 of them already reaching F grade, their speed not much slower than yours. You don't have time to think about why these zombies are evolving so quickly. After shooting a few arrows, you turn and run wildly. If you get surrounded by this group of zombies, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to escape. Song Xiaodao's little short legs can't run fast at all, and he is so scared that he cries out loud. But the more he cries, the more zombies are attracted. At this moment, the little monkey grabs Song Xiaodao and pulls him forward at a frantic pace. The monkey lets go of Song Xiaodao to take down those 2 F-level zombies. You shout while turning around to start shooting arrows. The 3 zombies in front are accurately shot in the head, but those 2 F-level zombies seem to have awakened some intelligence and quickly burrow into the horde to hide. You don't dare to linger and turn to continue running forward. The little monkey threw away Song Xiaodao and quickly expanded in size, transforming in the blink of an eye into a huge creature covered in golden fur, suddenly charging forward with great strides. When the lion pride saw a bloody and living creature charging towards them, they immediately abandoned the chase and turned to surround the little monkey. You turned around to look, and the giant little monkey was already trapped in the encirclement. He swung the steel pipe in his hand, and with each strike, a zombie fell to the ground, but there were simply too many zombies, countless hands grabbing the thick fur of the little monkey. The zombie opened its mouth to bite, and soon the little monkey was covered in blood. And those 2F-level zombies seemed to know the horror of their same-level mutated beasts, and actually charged at you while the other zombies were surrounding the little monkey. Seeing this, you narrowed your eyes, treating me like a soft persimmon. You immediately put away your bow and arrows, and before long, a revolver appeared in your hand. The two zombies had no idea what that black lump was. After seeing you put away your bow and arrows, they moved even faster. The gun's muzzle spat out dazzling sparks, and both zombies had a bullet hole in their foreheads, then fell straight down. You put away the handgun, took out the bow and arrows, and kept maneuvering, relying on your long-range advantage. A few minutes later, the little monkey smashed the last zombie's head, and its huge body quickly shrank, turning into that small monkey standing there, panting heavily, as the recent battle had almost drained all its strength. You reached out and patted his head. Well done. The little monkey Vimi's expression instantly perked up, chattering non-stop about how brave he just was, all to protect his master. You took out 20 pieces of compressed biscuits for him to eat as a reward. The little monkey happily spun around several times while holding the biscuit, and its owner said, "I will work even harder in the future." Song Xiaodao widened his eyes, staring at the little monkey without blinking, the compressed biscuit in his hand, a strong sense of hunger almost occupying every part of his body. You pointed at those 2F-level zombies and said, "I'll handle these two myself, and you take care of the other zombies. After finishing the work, I'll give you something to eat." Song Xiaodao also knows that in this team of 2 people and 1 beast, he is the most useless one, but he still can't help but say if they can finish eating before doing work. You can't just refuse outright, and then, like cutting a watermelon, cut open the heads of 2F-level zombies, quickly finding 2 wet wipes and 2 star stems. Unable to help but smile, you crush the first star stem, and after the white light dissipates, a bottle of iced red tea appears. Evaluating the F-level effect, attributes double within an hour. Finally, you pull out the second type of drink besides mineral water, and its effect is also good, which can be very useful at critical moments. You put away the iced red tea, crush the second star stem, and as the light fades, a piece of clothing appears in your hand. Your face immediately darkens. It's yet another women's outfit, a white dress with cartoon patterns. Is this trying to force yourself to become a cross-dressing master? The dress is top-tier F-level defensive equipment, with 15 strength and an additional effect of +8 charm. Seeing the attribute made my heart skip a beat. It actually increased by 8 points of strength. How did that happen? Should I wear it or not? For a moment I was caught in a dilemma. The fishnet stockings dress just needs a pair of high heels. When Song Xiaodao saw the dress, his eyes immediately lit up, as if he had seen something on a foggy day. You directly cut off his desires, quickly get to work, then swiftly put the dress into the space ring, and then looked at the eager little monkey. Say that you go and pick all the chestnuts above. The little monkey heard about climbing trees and immediately became excited. With a whoosh, it dashed up to the chestnut squirrel, waving a steel rod, bang bang bang. After more than 10 minutes, all the chestnut balls were knocked down. You counted the squirrels and found there were as many as 303, each of which could yield about 10 pounds of mutated chestnuts. The fruits produced by the plants are not easily rotten and contain energy that is more than 10 times that of similar fruits before the apocalypse. Long-term consumption can also improve physical fitness. It has already been 2 hours since 300 chestnut balls were peeled. At this time, Song Xiaodao also finished collecting the wet wipes. You raised your hand to take the wet wipes and absorbed them directly. A few minutes later, the purification level reached 10,010.09, and there was still 1/10 left to advance to the next level. This improvement speed is something you could never have imagined in your past life, but you are not satisfied now because there are still many things waiting to be done, such as quickly going to Yangqing to find that mutated flying white tiger, or going to the Dawa Mountains to search for the SS-level life space pendant. But for now, you need to ensure your own safety and have enough supplies to survive. After having dinner, you prepared to tidy up the room and take a shower to rest well. You walked into the small Western-style building, and upon entering the tomb, there were 2 human skeletons, which should have just been gnawed on by zombies not long ago. No wonder there are 100 or 200 zombies gathered here. You walked into the kitchen. I gathered some wood, then carried 2 buckets of water to the rooftop. Song Xiaodao and the little monkey were lying on the rooftop with their feet in the air, staring blankly at the dark sky. You took out a dozen or so fist-sized chestnuts and tossed them into the fire, which soon emitted a pleasant aroma. The little monkey suddenly jumped up, chirping and running over. Master, is it time to eat? Song Xiaodao sniffed and asked in surprise, what is making such a noise? The mutated chestnut, split open to reveal the burnt outer skin, instantly shows the golden yellow chestnut meat, and the aroma in the air becomes even more intense. Come over and eat together. The little monkey is not afraid of the heat. It grabs a chestnut and can eat it. This meal is enough for several people to be full. You brought the boiling water to the well, took out the soap from the space ring to wash your body, feeling the disgusting zombie aura on you gradually disappear. Only then did you feel like you were still a normal person. Suddenly, you remembered that newly opened dress, and as you held it in your hand, you fell into hesitation again, wondering whether to wear it or not. After much hesitation, you decided to wear it. As long as you didn't actively take off your outer clothes, no one would know you were wearing a dress. Zhao returned to the rooftop feeling refreshed, casually bringing 2 buckets of clean water, preparing to boil it so that Song Xiaodao and the little monkey could wash up as well. At this moment, Song Xiaodao had stopped crying and was stuffing the remaining half of a chestnut into her mouth, like a starving ghost. Zhao dropped the buckets and instructed, "Finish eating and boil the water for a bath." Song Xiaodao nodded, opened her collar, and carefully placed the remaining small piece of chestnut inside her clothes. She had no pockets, and for her, such delicious food was safest kept close to her body. Immediately after, Song Xiaodao huffed and puffed as she went to boil water, while Zhao took out a tent from his space ring and set it up by the campfire, laying down a moisture-proof mat and bedding inside. Song Xiaodao was just an ordinary person, exhausted from a day of intense labor, so tonight she would get a good rest. The little monkey, having been injured, also needed to rest and recover. "Zhao, do you have any clean clothes? I can't wear this anymore," Song Xiaodao suddenly asked after boiling the water. Her white t-shirt and the exposed part of her thighs were smeared with dark brown zombie brain matter. Zhao glanced back. If it weren't for her 2 small buns slightly bulging in her chest, it would be hard to tell if she was male or female due to the dirt. He tossed a t-shirt to Song Xiaodao, saying, "Wear this one, don't throw away the one you're wearing, wash it, and you can wear it again tomorrow." After a moment's thought, he added, "By the way, the clothes I just changed out of are by the well, you might as well wash those too." "Is there any laundry detergent?" Song Xiaodao asked. "No, just rub it well with hot water," Zhao replied, then directly grabbed the little monkey. The little monkey, still half asleep, squeaked in dissatisfaction, "Master, do I have to work again?" "Bath time." Zhao tossed the little monkey into a bucket of cold water, while Song Xiaodao huffed and puffed as she carried the hot water down from the rooftop. She was going to take a bath. The little monkey was instantly awakened by the cold water and instinctively tried to climb out, but Zhao pressed it back down, saying, "If you don't wash up tonight, you can't eat chestnuts tomorrow." "Master, I don't want to take a bath. I'll still be dirty tomorrow when we kill zombies, why wash?" "We'll talk about being dirty tomorrow. From now on, you must wash whenever you have the chance," Zhao said sternly. He knew very well that no matter how clean they got tonight, they would still smell of corpses tomorrow. It was also likely they wouldn't find any spring water. But whether in this life or the last, Zhao didn't want to forget that he was still a normal person. As long as there was a chance, he would clean himself up, even if it was just for 1 second of being a normal person, that would be enough. If he was clean, then this lazy monkey had to wash too. Under Zhao coercion, the clear water in the bucket quickly became murky. When Zhao saw that the little monkey was almost done washing, he pulled it out of the bucket. At that moment, Zhao suddenly thought of something. He realized that he had contracted this little monkey for some time now and still didn't know if it was male or female. He grabbed the little monkey's legs and forcibly spread them apart. Instantly, familiar physiological features were exposed before his eyes. It was a little toothpick, accompanied by 2 quail eggs. At that moment, Zhao inexplicably felt a sense of relief. The little monkey didn't understand what shame was. Seeing that the master liked to look, it actively spread its legs, saying, "Master, keep looking, don't you like to see? I like to see your ass." Zhao slapped it. The little monkey, confused by the slap, quickly dodged to the side. Squeak! Help! Just then, a sharp scream suddenly came from downstairs. It was Song Xiaodao's voice. Zhao was startled and quickly ran downstairs. When he arrived, he saw Song Xiaodao sitting in a bucket full of hot water, looking terrified at a certain direction. "Zhao, what is that thing?" Zhao turned his head to look, and at that moment, under the chestnut tree stood a massive creature, chewing on the branches and leaves that had just been knocked down by a little monkey. Its gaze towards Zhao was tinged with indifference and disdain. Adult water buffalo, E-level mutated beast, strength 42, agility 39, stamina 50, defense 63, spirit 8, bloodline talent, giant strength, iron armor. Zhao gasped in shock. This buffalo had actually evolved to E-level, its overall strength far surpassing that of the little monkey, several times Zhao Yin's own. Any mutated beast that reaches E-level experiences a significant enhancement in physical attributes, gaining an additional defense attribute. And the defense of this E-level mutated buffalo was an astonishing 63 points. Ever since Zhao contracted the little monkey, he hadn't encountered any mutated beasts, and deep down, he had been looking forward to this moment. But now that it had come, Zhao couldn't feel happy. He was uncertain whether he would be gored to death by this buffalo. What puzzled Zhao was why this buffalo had evolved so quickly, reaching E-level in just a few days. Zhao dared not move, one hand quietly signaling Song Xiaodao to hurry upstairs to call the little monkey, while the other hand tightly gripped the hilt of his knife at his waist. Song Xiaodao didn't bother to put on clothes and ran upstairs in the nude. Zhao forced a smile at the water buffalo from a distance. "Brother buffalo, heh, hoo. The water buffalo snorted loudly, withdrawing its gaze from Zhao as if it found him beneath contempt, then lowered its head to continue eating leaves. Zhao breathed a sigh of relief and quickly calmed down. He realized that with his current abilities, no matter what means he employed, it would be difficult to exert overwhelming influence over this buffalo. Fortunately, the buffalo did not seem to have any intention of attacking him. Soon, the little monkey came down from upstairs. Upon seeing the water buffalo, its golden fur bristled, and its body rapidly expanded, activating its giant transformation ability in the blink of an eye. It could sense that this buffalo was not to be trifled with. The little monkey did not take the initiative to attack but stood in front of Zhao, gripping a steel rod tightly, using its body to shield its master. "Master, where did this buffalo come from?" The little monkey communicated, its inner fear still palpable to Zhao. "Heaven knows how there could be an E-level mutated beast. Let me think of a way to deal with it," Zhao replied mentally. He wasn't ready to fight for his life yet. At that moment, the water buffalo seemed to have eaten its fill, lifted its head to glance at Zhao and the little monkey, flicked its tail, and slowly turned to leave. Its size was more than 5 times that of an ordinary water buffalo, and its 4 legs moved through the ruins as if walking on flat ground. Cold sweat dripped from Zhao Yin's forehead, and he could clearly feel the deeper disdain in its eyes. Just as the water buffalo was about to disappear, Zhao Yin mentally instructed, "Monkey, quietly follow it and see where it goes." The little monkey's massive body immediately shrank, stealthily trailing behind. "Wait," Zhao Yin called it back, quickly removing his pants, then tearing off the fishnet stockings. "Its speed is a notch above yours. Wearing this will allow you to be faster than it. Remember, do not engage it in conflict." This buffalo's abilities were giant strength and iron armor. These 2 abilities were not particularly rare among human ability users, but in a water buffalo, they were especially terrifying. The little monkey immediately put on the fishnet stockings, its golden fur instantly restrained, making it look slimmer as it quickly chased after the direction the buffalo had disappeared. Zhao also put on his pants, turned, and prepared to go upstairs, only to suddenly see Song Xiaodao looking at him with a strange expression. The fishnet stockings are equipment from the star crystal, not what you think," Zhao explained expressionlessly. "What about that cartoon pattern dress? Did you wear that too?" Song Xiaodao asked. She had been waiting for Zhao to give her the dress, not expecting that he would wear it himself. "The equipment produced by the star crystal comes with powerful attributes that can increase my combat power," Zhao explained seriously. "I absolutely do not have that kind of fetish." "Oh, I see." Song Xiaodao nodded. She suddenly turned around and pulled something out of the pocket of the pants Zhao had just changed out of. "Zhao, what is this?" Zhao was quite satisfied with his previous explanation, but when he saw what Song Xiaodao was holding, he was taken aback. It was half a box of unused condoms. He vaguely remembered that he had accidentally taken them from a hotel when he had just been reborn. He hadn't noticed them for over a month. Zhao quickly stepped forward and snatched them away, directly putting them into his space ring. "Adults' things shouldn't be touched by children." After saying that, he turned and went up to the rooftop. Song Xiaodao looked at him with a strange expression. Modern girls often have access to the internet and understand many things early on. Until Zhao Yin's figure disappeared, she withdrew her gaze and continued washing clothes, a smirk of triumph tugging at the corners of her mouth. At that moment, Zhao Yin felt a bit hot in the face, so he decided not to think too much about it. He added a handful of firewood to the bonfire and sat quietly by the fire, waiting for the little monkey's return. He didn't plan to risk his life for a contracted beast, but he needed to figure out the water buffalo's range of activity. When his strength increased in the future, or when he obtained trapping tools, he could come back to find it. Half an hour later, Song Xiaodao returned. She hung the washed clothes by the bonfire and crawled into the tent to sleep soundly. The little monkey didn't come back until 3 hours later. It was holding a steel rod covered in zombie blood and brain matter, its lower body still clad in fishnet stockings, and it had several new wounds. After asking, Zhao Yin learned that these injuries were not from fighting the water buffalo. The water buffalo had gone mad. After leaving the area, it had run all the way to the industrial park in the western suburbs of Guangzhou. That place was the most densely populated area in Guangzhou, which had become a gathering place for zombies after the apocalypse broke out. Zhao Yin had been too afraid to go there recently. The water buffalo charged into the industrial park like a mad bull, crashing through everything in its path, not knowing how many zombies it had killed along the way. even taking down 5 or 6 F-level zombies. It wasn't until a particularly terrifying zombie appeared, of which the little monkey didn't know the level, that it was able to overpower the water buffalo. A fierce battle ensued between the zombie and the buffalo, and in the end, the terrifying water buffalo was actually defeated and fled with injuries. The little monkey, having followed the buffalo deep into the industrial park, was caught in a horde of zombies and barely managed to escape by using its abilities. I was scared to death at that time, I couldn't follow it any longer, the little monkey said sheepishly, looking at Zhao. It was the first time it hadn't completed the task Zhao had assigned. Zhao took out a few chestnuts and tossed them into the bonfire, then reached out to pat the little monkey's head. No wonder you, after you finish these chestnuts, go rest. The little monkey was taken aback, not expecting its master to give it something to eat. It looked eager to please. Master, if I encounter that buffalo again, I'll kill it for you and bring back beef. Zhao frowned. That was a mad buffalo. If he couldn't capture it in the end, he would have to find a way to kill it for meat. Eat. Zhao dug out the half-cooked chestnuts from the fire, rolling them one by one in front of the little monkey. It picked them up and devoured them hungrily. In just a few minutes, it finished them off, its previously flat belly now round again. Go to sleep, there are still 2 hours until dawn, Zhao said, looking up at the sky. Master, I can also keep watch. The little monkey communicated telepathically. Under the control of the contracted spirit, the mutated beast had an instinct to protect its master. Go to sleep, stop nagging, Zhao ordered. The little monkey still needed rest to recover from its injuries. After dawn, Zhao would continue to hunt zombies, and it would still be the main force. Now, with only this one contracted beast, there were many dangerous tasks that Zhao was unwilling to do himself, all of which had to be entrusted to this monkey. The little monkey was moved to tears and climbed into the tent, where a few seconds later, the sound of snoring could be heard. After the intense battle, it was exhausted. Zhao heard the snoring and also crawled into the tent, quickly yanking off the fishing net stockings from the little monkey's legs. The life-saving items were, of course, most important for him to wear himself. As he left the tent, Zhao glanced at Song Xiaodao beside him and was surprised to see that the bruises on her face, which should have taken a few more days to fade, had already disappeared. At this moment, her facial features were not much different from her previous life, just a bit too youthful. Woo, brother, don't leave me. Perhaps in her dreams, she saw her brother again, tightly hugging one of the little monkey's legs, with crystal-clear tears streaming down the corners of her eyes. Zhao took a look and exited the tent, sitting by the fire to rest his eyes. He absorbed all the sounds within a kilometer radius. There were no zombies left in the village, but there were scattered zombies wandering in the fields. However, the firelight would not attract them. The sky gradually brightened. Zhao went to the ancient well again and took out the 20 or so empty pure water barrels from his space ring. Each barrel could hold about 20 liters of water, and once filled, it would last for quite some time if only for drinking. After securing the water, Zhao used a wooden bucket from the kitchen to fetch water to boil on the rooftop, using half to wash his face with hot water and adding some salt and a few chestnuts to cook. Soon, the aroma of boiling chestnuts wafted through the air. Just as Zhao was about to wake up Song Xiaodao and the little monkey, he suddenly heard a heavy sound of footsteps nearby. Thud, thud, thud. Zhao hurried to the edge of the rooftop, and at the end of his line of sight, he saw the water buffalo from last night. Its glossy black hide had many places rolled up, revealing horrifying wounds, and one eyelid drooped down, blood covering the eyeball. The water buffalo galloped straight to the villa where Zhao was, panting heavily before lowering its head to eat the chestnut leaves left on the ground from last night. There weren't many leaves left, and it quickly finished them off, even rolling a thumb-thick branch into its mouth with a crunch. At that moment, a miraculous scene occurred. The visible wounds on the water buffalo began to stop bleeding and heal. Zhao Yin's eyes widened in shock. He knew that some mutated plants could heal injuries, but he had no idea that the leaves from this chestnut tree had such effects. In his previous life, many people knew about chestnuts, but no one knew that the leaves were the real treasure. At that moment, Zhao understood everything. No wonder the water buffalo came to eat the leaves last night. No wonder Song Xiaodao's injuries healed so quickly. That greedy girl must have secretly eaten the leaves. In fact, it was not Zhao Yin's fault for only discovering the leaves' effects now. In his previous life for 7 years, he had never heard of any mutated plants that could serve two purposes at once. This chestnut tree exceeded Zhao Yin's understanding of mutated plants from both lives. Zhao Yin took out a chestnut and activated his true sight to examine it. Chestnut, F-grade mutated plant fruit, rich in nutrients, leaves, F-grade medicinal mutated crop, quickly restores injuries when consumed. There really was a mutated plant that could produce crops with two effects at the same time. At that moment, Zhao Yin felt a pang of regret. The leaves the little monkey had gathered last night weighed at least several hundred pounds, and now they were wasted by this buffalo. At this time, the water buffalo finished eating the branches on the ground and circled around the chestnut tree, looking up at the leaves above with longing in its eyes. Unfortunately, this chestnut tree was over 30 meters tall, and the buffalo couldn't climb trees. Finally, the water buffalo suddenly charged at the trunk. Bang! A loud crash echoed, and the massive chestnut tree shook violently, causing a few leaves to fall to the ground. The water buffalo let out an excited low grunt and quickly wagged its tail to pick up and eat the fallen leaves. Zhao Yin's breath hitched again. Those were his chestnut leaves. How could he let this bull continue to eat? With these chestnut tree leaves, he would no longer fear for the little monkey's safety. Once he tamed other contract beasts in the future, he didn't know how many casualties could be reduced. The star crystal could produce food that healed injuries, but it all depended on luck. At that moment, the chestnut tree leaves were particularly important to Zhao Yin. There were still several thousand pounds of leaves on the tree. How many injuries could they heal? Zhao Yin immediately decided that, no matter what, he had to protect this chestnut tree. At that moment, the water buffalo charged again, shaking down large patches of leaves. Zhao Yin could no longer hold back. He took out his sniper rifle from his spatial ring, not caring about conserving bullets. He loaded a round and aimed directly at the water buffalo. Bang! Zhao Yin pulled the trigger without hesitation. He didn't expect to kill this mutated beast with iron armor. He only wanted to drive it away. The water buffalo quickly reacted, tilting its head, and the armor-piercing round that could easily penetrate armor struck its horn, sparking a shower of sparks. The bullet shattered upon impact, but the buffalo's horn remained unscathed. The buffalo's single eye glared back at him, stirred up by its temper, and it let out a roar, charging towards the villa with all four hooves. Zhao Yin continued to pull the trigger. Bang! 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 He no longer aimed for the buffalo's head but shot at the neck, the area with the least defense. The first bullet pierced through the buffalo's neck, splattering blood. But this level of injury was far from enough to take down an E-rank mutated beast like the water buffalo. The buffalo, in pain, became even angrier. In the next moment, a layer of fish scale-like armor rapidly grew on its hide, covering its entire body in the blink of an eye. Superpower, iron armor. Its terrifying muscles suddenly swelled, its already massive body becoming several times larger, filled with explosive power. Superpower, giant strength. At this point, Zhao Yin's bullets could at most tear through the armor, ultimately getting stuck in the buffalo's hide. Boom! The water buffalo crashed into the villa's wall. The entire wall collapsed instantly, and the rooftop beneath Zhao Yin shook violently. Monkey, get up! Zhao Yin shouted. In fact, the little monkey had already emerged from the tent, holding an iron rod and glaring at the water buffalo below, its eyes bulging. It was only an F-rank mutated beast, far inferior to the strength of this water buffalo. Activate your superpower, take Song Xiaodao, and run. Just as Zhao Yin finished speaking, boom! The water buffalo crashed into another load-bearing wall, causing the entire villa to tilt. Zhao Yin jumped off the rooftop with his sniper rifle, not caring about the little monkey and Song Xiaodao behind him. He ran several hundred meters before turning back to look. The villa had completely collapsed, and the enlarged little monkey was holding Song Xiaodao, trailing far behind. Zhao Yin paused. His agility was 17 points, and with the enhancement from the fishnet stockings, he could outrun the water buffalo. He turned his gun back towards the buffalo. You dead bull, come here. Bang! A shot hit the buffalo's front shoulder, causing minimal damage but was highly insulting. The buffalo, with its one red eye, charged over rapidly. The poor little monkey, even with its giantization ability activated, was still slightly slower than the buffalo and much slower than Zhao Yin. Its furry legs left after images as the buffalo continued to chase its rear. Master, it's going to ram my butt. Didn't you say last night to help me kill this water buffalo for meat? Zhao Yin scolded angrily. This monkey, aside from its giantization ability, also had a frenzy ability, but it could only be activated upon reaching E rank. The frenzy ability consumed too much energy, and its small body couldn't handle it yet. In fact, the little monkey's potential was not inferior to that of the water buffalo. Why is the dead bull back? The little monkey still looked confused, completely unaware of what was happening. Get it far away from that chestnut tree, Zhao Yin commanded. Bang! Zhao Yin fired another shot, momentarily blocking the water buffalo, then turned and continued to flee forward. Fortunately, the little monkey was more agile than the water buffalo. Although its speed was not as fast, it could perfectly dodge each impending collision with a quick twist of its red bottom. Poor Song Xiaodao was jolted and vomited, splattering the little monkey with bile. 10 minutes later, the collapsed villa and chestnut trees were no longer in sight. Zhao Yin fired several shots to fend off the water buffalo and communicated with the little monkey and thought, Monkey, I'll hold it off, you take Xiaodao and run first. Remember to take a detour back to the chestnut trees. Once I shake off the water buffalo, I'll go collect the chestnut leaves. Master, you must be careful. After exchanging thoughts, The little monkey didn't wait for Zhao Yun to speak, grabbing Song Xiaodao and turning to leave. Just then, roar, roar, roar. The deafening sound of zombie roars came densely from behind. Zhao Yun suddenly turned around and saw, 1,000 meters away, a massive zombie over 2 meters tall, charging towards them, followed by more than 20 ordinary-sized zombies. Male zombie, E rank, evolution level 100 to 79, strength 61, agility 36, defense 72, spirit 7. Male zombie, F rank, evolution level 100 to 5, strength 23, agility 15, spirit 2. 7. Female zombie, F rank, evolution level 100 to 71, strength 26, agility 17, spirit 3. 3. Male zombie, F rank, evolution level 100/19, strength 25, agility 16, spirit 2. 8. Male zombie, F rank. A total of 27 zombies, the lowest being F rank. The towering zombie at the front had even reached E rank. Master, it's that zombie. The little monkey pointed at the tall zombie, its fur standing on end, no longer caring about its own escape, and quickly positioned itself to shield Zhao Yun. Even the water buffalo behind them stopped its pursuit of Zhao Yun and the little monkey, its single eye blood red, letting out a loud roar as it charged towards the tall zombie. Zhao Yun instantly understood. This was the zombie that had fought the water buffalo last night. He had seen such a massive zombie's power only 6 months into the apocalypse in his past life, and he had never heard of such a terrifying zombie appearing in Guangzhou so early. If the abilities of mutated beasts corresponded to the powers of the survivors, then the abilities of zombies corresponded to those of the evolved. And this tall zombie clearly surpassed ordinary evolved beings, even able to crush those of the same level. Therefore, there was only one possibility. The title that sent shivers down everyone's spine in his past life appeared in Zhao Yun's mind. Zombie King. A zombie king that had devoured several star crystals at the very beginning of the apocalypse. Zhao Yun had no time to think further. He raised his sniper rifle and attempted to fire a shot in that direction. The armor-piercing round hit the zombie king's chest, nearly breaking the skin before being deflected. The terrifying 72 points of defense made it difficult for even higher-level D-rank zombies to compete. This was the horror of the zombie king. Each zombie king could almost crush any equal opponent, not to mention it was one level higher than Zhao Yun, making it impossible to fight. Zhao Yun directly put away the sniper rifle and shouted loudly to the monkey, "Let's go collect the leaves and leave Guangzhou." A water buffalo that shouldn't have appeared was already hard for him to deal with, and now an even stronger zombie king had emerged. The only thing Zhao Yun could do now was to avoid its edge. The soul of the contract was not much help to him now. After all, Zhao Yun was just an F-rank evolved being. Even with the little monkey, they would only be delivering food to that zombie. A zombie king, with over 60 points of strength, over 70 points of defense, and possibly other abilities that the Eye of True Sight couldn't detect. Unless Zhao Yun had lost his mind, he would not stay behind. Taking advantage of the water buffalo being entangled with the group of zombies, Zhao Yun led the little monkey and Zhao Xiaodao back to the chestnut tree, directly handing the tang knife to the little monkey and instructing it to chop down all the leaves along with the thin branches. The little monkey grunted as it chopped, large branches falling to the ground, while Song Xiaodao gathered the leaves together, and Zhao Yun used his spatial ring to store them. When Zhao Yun had collected more than half of the leaves, the spatial ring was already full. He simply took out and discarded all his clothes and bedding, continuing to gather leaves. However, the spatial ring only had 10 cubic meters. It had already stored over 3,000 pounds of chestnuts, hundreds of pounds of spiky shells, as well as weapons, food, and other supplies, yet it still couldn't accommodate nearly 2,000 pounds of leaves. In the end, Zhao Yun discarded all the spoiled food from before the apocalypse, toiletries. Anything of little value was thrown away, including 10 barrels of well water. Zhao Yun, you threw away all the food. What are we going to eat in the future? Song Xiaodao hurriedly went to pick up the food. From now on, we'll eat chestnuts. The remaining water is enough for us to drink for over 10 days, Zhao Yun said. But what if we run out of chestnuts in the future? What use are these leaves? Song Xiaodao still couldn't bear to part with the most precious food in the apocalypse, her hands full of sour ham sausages and salt-baked chicken that had already turned white and rotten. I won't let you go hungry. Zhao Yun didn't explain much. After collecting all the leaves, there was hardly any space left in the ring. He looked up at the bare tree trunk. Chestnut tree, F-class mutated plant, a simple introduction, and beyond that, there was no useful information. This was also one of the reasons Zhao Yun hadn't carefully examined the leaves last night. The trunk had no special effects, so Zhao Yun didn't plan to cut it down, leaving it here to wait until he could obtain a life space in the future, when he could come back to dig up this precious chestnut tree. Just then, a commotion came from behind. The water buffalo was more severely injured, its armor in tatters, bleeding, with one horn broken in half, and it was charging this way. The zombie king, along with the remaining 12 F-class zombies, was chasing closely from a distance. "Run!" Zhao shouted, pulling his legs to run. The little monkey quickly activated its giantization ability, scooping up Song Xiaodao and swiftly moving its feet. By now, the little monkey had become accustomed to its master's rule of fleeing at the first sign of danger. "My food!" Song Xiaodao screamed. The little monkey was too forceful, causing most of the food in her arms to fly out. But she knew she couldn't let the little monkey stop now, only able to watch with a pained expression as the food drifted further away from her. After running several hundred meters, Zhao Yun looked back. The zombie king had chased the water buffalo into the village, while the water buffalo had reached under the chestnut tree, staring blankly at the bare trunk. Zhao Yun understood. The dead buffalo was indeed fixated on his chestnut leaves. "Now it's gone, right?" Zhao Yun sneered inwardly. "Zhao Yun, that buffalo is so powerful, look, the big zombie got hurt by it," Song Xiaodao suddenly shouted. Hearing this, Zhao Yun looked over and saw that a broken piece of buffalo horn was lodged in the right shoulder of the zombie king, black blood flowing from it, one arm hanging limply, with only the fascia still attached to the shoulder, swaying back and forth as it ran. The zombie king also had a large, transparent hole in its waist, and even its running speed had slowed down a bit. Zhao Yun immediately perked up. "Monkey, follow me around." "Master, are we going to take down that zombie and the dead buffalo?" the little monkey asked in thought. "What are we going to do? The injured zombie king is not something we can deal with right now. We're going to collect star crystals," Zhao Yun said. With the zombie king's strength greatly diminished, Zhao Yun felt a bit safer, and his thoughts became more agile. He remembered clearly that there were a total of 26 F-level zombies following the zombie king. Now only 12 remained, indicating that the other 14 had been taken down by the water buffalo. The place where the water buffalo had just fought the zombie king was not far from here. Zhao Yun could reach it in just a minute or two. He ran headlong and soon arrived at the scene, where the previously uneven farmland was now a complete mess, with freshly turned soil everywhere, as if it had experienced a magnitude 10 earthquake. Dozens of F-level zombies lay there, their bodies crushed by the iron hooves of the water buffalo. Among them, a few had their bodies mangled beyond recognition, with only their intact heads remaining, gaping at Zhao Yun as he approached. If Zhao Yun hadn't come, within a day or two, their decayed bodies would have been repaired by some unknown energy. But clearly, these zombies no longer had that chance. Without needing Zhao Yun's command, the little monkey immediately released Song Xiaodao, and the two of them, along with the beast, began to pound the zombies' heads. Soon, 14 star crystals and corpse crystals appeared in Zhao Yun's hands. He collected them directly and shouted to the little monkey, "Let's go." But before he could take a step, hurried footsteps sounded behind him. The water buffalo, blood flowing from its mouth and nose, had a large hole in its belly, with intestines spilling out. In the blink of an eye, it charged over from hundreds of meters away, followed by the zombie king, but the 12 F-level zombies were nowhere to be seen. The water buffalo, with its single red eye, glared at Zhao Yun with a face full of resentment, as if it had realized that the leaves that could have healed its wounds had been taken away by this human. It was this human who had harmed it. So, since it couldn't take down the zombie king, it would take down Zhao Yun before it died. Zhao Yun realized it was too late to escape. The water buffalo unleashed its final life potential, moving too fast. Without any hesitation, Zhao Yun took out his sniper rifle and fired. The bullet struck the broken scale on the water buffalo's head, penetrating directly into its skull. With a loud crash, the water buffalo and Zhao Yun brushed past each other, and then the buffalo collapsed to the ground. If Zhao Yun had been even 0.1 second slower, he would have been trampled to death by the water buffalo. Before Zhao Yun could breathe a sigh of relief, the zombie king arrived, and without the distraction of the water buffalo, it let out a furious roar and charged at Zhao Yun. Bang! 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 Zhao Yun fired several shots, all hitting the place where the zombie king's arm had been severed. The little bit of fascia that had been clinging there was instantly shattered, and the severed arm fell to the ground. The zombie king stumbled as well. "Run, run, run!" Zhao Yun shouted, putting away his sniper rifle and sprinting away. However, the zombie king was now completely enraged, and the worst had happened. The already massive body of the zombie king suddenly swelled even more, and its running speed increased dramatically. Neither Zhao Yun nor the little monkey had seen this ability of the zombie king before. Its speed even surpassed Zhao Yun's, who was wearing fishnet stockings, as its large hand with long, pitch-black nails reached out to grab Zhao Yun's back. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Zhao Yun. For the first time since the apocalypse, he felt such an intense life and death crisis. Bang! Zhao Yun was directly slapped away, his body hurtling forward, while the F-level military uniform on his back was torn by the zombie king's claws. He tumbled out into the mud over 20 meters away, rolling several times before finally coming to a stop. Zhao Yun opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his internal organs had shifted, his face turning pale in an instant. If it weren't for the extraordinary equipment protecting him from that blow, he would have already been pierced through by the Zombie King. Gritting his teeth and enduring the excruciating pain, he raised his gun and continued shooting. Bang, bang, bang. The armor-piercing rounds struck the Zombie King, sparking as they hit, but they could only slow its advance. Soon, the Zombie King, bearing the tremendous impact of the armor-piercing bullets, took a few steps and stood right in front of Zhao Yun, raising its foot to stomp down on his head. Zhao Yun had long anticipated this. He rolled to the side to dodge, shooting to slow the Zombie King's speed while quickly moving his body to create distance. However, the gap in strength between them was too great. The fishnet stockings only enhanced Zhao Yun's movement speed, but in terms of agility, the Zombie King had a staggering 36 points, more than double Zhao Yun's. With a swift turn, it grabbed Zhao Yun by the collar and lifted him up effortlessly. Roar! The Zombie King glared at Zhao Yun and roared in anger, as if accusing this little ant of daring to break its arm. Zhao Yun found himself suspended in midair, never imagining that one day he would be lifted like a chick by a Zombie King. The gaping maw before him exuded a foul stench, and he could see its rotten teeth up close. Roar! Another roar came from behind the Zombie King. The little monkey had already reacted, but the Zombie King was too fast, and it was only now that it charged over. The little monkey activated its giantization ability with all its might, swinging an iron rod down onto the Zombie King's head. With a loud bang, the rebar twisted and deformed, getting stuck on the Zombie King's head. The Zombie King paid no mind, slowly turning its head to look at the little monkey. Perhaps to it, the humans and monkeys before it were nothing but a joke. Bang! In the next moment, the little monkey was kicked away, its massive body crashing down like a meteor. Zhao Yun remained remarkably calm. The Zombie King had almost no weaknesses, possessing extreme speed, terrifying strength, and impenetrable defense. The only weakness was the damage inflicted by the water buffalo earlier. Yes, its weakness was the damage caused by the water buffalo. Zhao Yun thrust the sniper rifle into the large wound in the Zombie King's abdomen and pulled the trigger at close range. Bang! 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 The armor-piercing rounds wreaked havoc inside the Zombie King, tearing apart its internal organs. At that moment, the Zombie King trembled all over. A torrent of black blood mixed with chunks of internal organs flowed out from the gaping hole in its abdomen. Despite this, the Zombie King still did not die. It gripped Zhao Yun with its one arm and suddenly threw him away. Zhao Yun felt as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer in the chest. He was still in the air when he spat out another mouthful of blood, rolling several times before crashing heavily to the ground. He wanted to get up immediately but found that he had been drained of all his strength. With every breath, he felt sharp pain in his chest. Clatter! The sniper rifle slipped from the Zombie King's abdomen and fell to the ground. Roar! It charged angrily at Zhao Yun, seemingly intent on completely eliminating this little ant that had harmed it. At that moment, the little monkey was too far away to help. Zhao Yun, get up! Song Xiaodao's youthful face was filled with fear as she hugged the Zombie King's leg, stabbing with the butterfly knife in her hand. Clang! Even with a supernatural weapon, she could only cut through a bit of skin on the Zombie King's leg. Song Xiaodao was simply too weak. Under the Zombie King's formidable defense, she couldn't even inflict real harm. At that moment, the Zombie King was enraged by this even weaker ant and turned to kick out. Ah! Zhao Yun! Song Xiaodao's petite body spun in the air, flying 20 to 30 meters before landing in the distant mud, motionless, uncertain of her fate. It was precisely this obstruction by Song Xiaodao that allowed the little monkey to charge back in. The steel rod in its hand had long since been lost. The giant little monkey suddenly jumped onto the Zombie King's head, crouching on its shoulder, its long nails digging into the Zombie King's eye sockets. Bang! The Zombie King swung its one arm, slapping the little monkey on the head. Half of the little monkey's face immediately deformed, yet it clung tightly to the Zombie King's head, desperately trying to gouge out its eyes. Bang! 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 The Zombie King struck down on the little monkey again and again, each hit spraying blood. The thick monkey skin could not withstand it, tearing apart to reveal veins and bones. Master, get up and run. The little monkey's heart trembled, its bloodied face contorted in pain, and its eyes dimmed. With two soft sounds, the Zombie King's eyes were finally gouged out. A howl erupted from the Zombie King, its voice turning mournful as its claws suddenly pierced the little monkey's abdomen, yanking its belly forward with a fierce pull. The already exhausted little monkey convulsed as if dying, thrown aside by the Zombie King, rolling in the mud and twitching before falling still. At that moment, Zhao Yun staggered to stand upright, stuffing a handful of chestnut leaves into his mouth, feeling slightly better. He gazed at the little monkey, whose fate was uncertain, and Song Xiaodao, his heart remaining unusually calm as he pondered where the path to survival lay. The E-level Zombie King loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain, unshakable and unyielding. The frailty of the human body was laid bare, after just 2 blows, Zhao Yun could barely lift his tang knife. The little monkey had fallen. The sniper rifle lay at the feet of the zombie king. He had lost his 2 greatest supports. What could he use to fight this zombie king now? At that moment, the zombie king, having lost its 2 eyes, swayed unsteadily, and Zhao Yun suddenly realized that this zombie king had evolved to possess sight, relying on its remaining eyes to perceive the world. Without its eyeballs, the zombie king stumbled toward Zhao Yun like a blind survivor. Even if the zombie king was blind, even if it stood still, he currently had no ability to kill it. 1,000 thoughts flashed through Zhao Yun's mind, connecting all possible outcomes. Ultimately, the only thing he could think of was those 14 star crystals. Although the chance was slim, it was Zhao Yun's only hope at that moment. If he could summon powerful equipment, he might have a chance to survive. Without hesitation, Zhao Yun took out the 14 star crystals and crushed them all at once. Farmer Spring, Grade F, extraordinary beverage, replenishes 24 hours of water consumption after consumption. Stuffed bread, Grade F, extraordinary food, replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption after consumption, with healing effects. Farmer Spring. Farmer Spring, compressed biscuits, Grade F, extraordinary food, replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption after consumption, with effects of increased vitality for 24 hours. Instant noodles, Grade F, extraordinary food, replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption after consumption, with effects of resisting cold for 24 hours. Tunikin, Grade F, extraordinary food, replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption after consumption, with effects of immunity to B-level viruses for 24 hours. Iced red tea, Grade F, extraordinary beverage, replenishes 24 hours of water consumption after consumption, with effects of doubling physical attributes for 1 hour. Wolf Tooth Club, Grade D, extraordinary weapon, durability 54, attack 52, with effects of strength plus 20. Women's suit, Grade E, defensive equipment, durability 31, agility 28, with effects of charm plus 5. Farmer Spring, Farmer Spring, Farmer Spring, stuffed bread. As the white light faded, items fell from Zhao Yun's hands to the ground. When he finally saw the Wolf Tooth Club, he became excited. It had actually produced life-saving equipment. A D-level extraordinary weapon, with an attack of 52 points and an additional strength of 20, combined with Zhao Yun's own 15 points of strength. Crushing the E-level zombie king before him was completely within reach. Zhao Yun stuffed another handful of chestnut leaves into his mouth, then without hesitation tore off a piece of healing stuffed bread and chewed it down. But that wasn't all. He opened a bottle of iced red tea and gulped it down. The stuffed bread, once in his stomach, was several times more effective than the chestnut leaves, and a warm sensation instantly spread throughout his body. The numbness and excruciating pain in his limbs were rapidly fading. At the same time, the attribute doubling effect from the iced red tea erupted, a tremendous power spreading within Zhao Yun's body. In that moment, Zhao Yun smiled, his eyes a blood red. He bent down and grasped the spiked club, lifting it directly. The zombie king is impressive. Today, I'm going to slay a zombie king. I almost died, just a little bit away, you bastard. Go die. At that moment, the zombie king approached with heavy strides, its one arm clenched into a fist, smashing down towards Zhao Yun. This time, Zhao Yun did not dodge. His body suddenly soared into the air, the spiked club in his hand swinging fiercely towards the zombie king. Bang! The fist and the spiked club collided, creating a sonic boom in the air. Immediately after, the sound of bones cracking echoed. The zombie king's fist was deformed from the impact. Its terrifying face showed no expression, but it was clearly taken aback. Zhao Yun landed on his feet, his body bouncing back up for another heavy strike. Crack! The zombie king instinctively raised its one arm to block, but its forearm bone was shattered. The zombie king roared in anger, instinctively trying to raise its hand to kill Zhao Yun, but its one arm hung limply, unable to swing. At that moment, the spiked club came crashing down again, aimed at the zombie king's head. The zombie king quickly dodged, but the blow landed directly on its neck, rumbling. The massive figure of the zombie king fell to the ground. Damn you! Zhao Yun stepped on the zombie king's chest, smashing down with the club again and again, blow after blow, until the zombie king's head was crushed, no longer moving. Zhao Yun confirmed it was dead beyond any doubt before stopping. Exhausted, Zhao Yun gasped heavily, the spiked club weighing 300 to 400 pounds dropping to the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up at the little monkey and Zhao Xiaodao. In the mud, the two small figures lay still, like clay dolls. Xiaodao, monkey, Zhao Yun called out. Neither responded. Zhao Yun recalled the scene where they had fought desperately to save him, and a sharp pain pierced his hardened heart. Are you dead? Ignoring his exhaustion, Zhao Yun struggled to walk over. The little monkey's skull was cracked, exposing its brain, and its fur was missing patches from the zombie king's claws. The large hole in its belly was similar to that of the previous water buffalo, with intestines spilling out. Meanwhile, Song Xiaodao's chest had completely caved in, blood still spraying from its mouth and nose, unconscious. Fortunately, both still had a breath left. Zhao Ying quickly took out a handful of chestnut leaves and stuffed them into the little monkey's mouth, only to find it had no strength to chew. After a moment's thought, he chewed the chestnut leaves himself until they were mushy, then pried open the little monkey's mouth. Pooh! Zhao Ying spat the mixture directly into the little monkey's mouth, then poured water down its throat. After finishing with the little monkey, Zhao Ying used the same method to feed Song Xiaodao. After consuming the chestnut leaves, the wounds on both began to stop bleeding and slowly heal, their life force gradually strengthening. But the injuries were too severe. One handful of chestnut leaves was simply not enough. Zhao Ying took out 10 kilograms, chewing vigorously to feed them. In fact, there was still a piece of the sandwich he had just opened left, but that restored injuries faster and was more effective during battle than the chestnut leaves, so he didn't use it. His jaw was cramping from chewing, but the little monkey's skull and belly finally healed, slowly sprouting golden fur. Song Xiaodao's caved-in chest also began to swell, no longer bleeding from its mouth and nose. After chewing a few more chestnut leaves, the little monkey was the first to awaken. "Master, what about that big zombie?" It opened its eyes and instantly sprang up from the ground, but upon seeing the zombie king's corpse, it froze in place. "Dead? How did it die?" Zhao Ying was still chewing on tree leaves as he pried open Song Xiaodao's mouth, and with a puff, he skillfully spat into her mouth, giving her water. Only then did Zhao Ying calmly say, "Of course, I had to risk my life to save you all in order to kill it." The little monkey's eyes widened, and it immediately jumped to Zhao Yin's feet, hugging his leg. "Master, you were so good to me and Xiaodao. You are the best master in the world, the most powerful master, really amazing, so amazing, incredibly amazing." Zhao Ying enjoyed the little monkey's flattery and stuffed another handful of leaves into his mouth, chewing as he said, "I spent 10 kilograms of precious chestnut tree leaves to heal you, my teeth are worn down." The little monkey's eyes welled up with tears, not minding Zhao Yin's treatment method, pressing its monkey face against Zhao Yin's thigh, affectionately rubbing, its heart full of guilt. "Master, it's all my fault for not being able to protect you." Zhao Ying rubbed the little monkey's head. "You didn't perform too well today, but it was passable, so I decided to reward you." The little monkey suddenly looked up, eyes wide with anticipation. "Is it extraordinary food?" Zhao Ying took out the last bottle of iced tea and handed it to the little monkey. "This is an extraordinary drink that can double your attributes for an hour. You can't drink it now, you can only drink it when you encounter the same danger next time." The little monkey excitedly took it, stroking the extraordinary food it had been longing for. In fact, Zhao Ying had already thought about it. He needed to find a way to equip the little monkey and Song Xiaodao as soon as possible. Such a crisis must not happen again. The habits formed in his past life made him constantly think about his own safety, neglecting the overall combat power. Now that he was the master of the contract, he should hide and let his subordinates fight. If the little monkey and Song Xiaodao were weak, he would end up like today, a lone commander. "Go, there are 12 F-level zombies by the chestnut tree, they should have been taken down by the water buffalo. Cut off their heads and bring them back here." Zhao Ying handed the tang knife to the little monkey. "Got it, master, thank you." The little monkey was still thanking him for the iced tea. After taking the tang knife, it bounced away. Zhao Ying was about to clean up the battlefield when Song Xiaodao suddenly opened her eyes. "Zhao Ying, are we dead?" "Yes, we are dead. This is the underworld," Zhao Ying replied. Song Xiaodao did not panic as he had imagined. Instead, her expression seemed to show sudden relief, and then she closed her eyes. "Oh, what is this taste in my mouth?" "Chestnut tree leaves, used to heal your wounds," Zhao Ying said. "But I thought I was dead. Why are you still treating my wounds?" Song Xiaodao seemed to suddenly understand something, sitting up abruptly and looking around. Soon, she spotted the dead zombie king. "I'm not dead. You killed the big zombie?" Zhao Ying calmly said, "Since it's all fine now, get up and get to work. Go dissect the dead buffalo, we will have beef tonight." Song Xiaodao was still puzzled but did not dare to ask further. She picked up the butterfly knife that had fallen into the mud, wiped it off simply, and walked towards the water buffalo. Zhao Ying also got up and moved forward, picking up his sniper rifle. He found that it was not damaged and directly stored it in his spatial ring. Although the sniper rifle had not played much of a role today, it would definitely be effective against ordinary zombies and survivors. Unfortunately, he had used up half of the armor-piercing rounds today. "Zhao Ying, it's..." Suddenly, Song Xiaodao's scream came from behind. "What happened?" Zhao Ying turned back and asked, "Don't you want to eat beef anymore?" "No, Zhao Ying, come quick, this buffalo is still alive." Song Xiaodao, holding the butterfly knife, retreated a distance away, looking at the corpse of the water buffalo in terror. She still felt apprehensive about the strength of this water buffalo. Zhao Yin's body trembled, and he walked over in disbelief, only to see the water buffalo's eyelids slightly open, glaring at him with hatred. "Wasn't it supposed to be dead? How is it still alive?" Zhao Yin was astonished. it had sustained such severe injuries and yet had not died. The vitality of this buffalo was unprecedented. Why don't we just kill it from a distance? Song Xiaodao suggested. Zhao Yin quickly took out some chestnut leaves and piled them in front of the water buffalo. Zhao Yin, what are you doing? Wasting chestnut leaves to treat it? Song Xiaodao asked in shock. If it weren't for this buffalo seeking revenge, they wouldn't have fought desperately against the zombie king and nearly died. Zhao Yin remained silent. Of course, he had to treat it. The strength of this water buffalo was undeniable, and he was currently in need of such a powerful contracted beast. No more beef? Song Xiaodao said in disappointment, whispering, what good will it do to heal it? Aren't you afraid it will seek revenge on you? In her understanding, Zhao Yin wasn't exactly bad, but he was definitely not a soft-hearted good person. Cold sweat broke out on Zhao Yin's forehead. The water buffalo could die at any moment. He quickly grabbed a handful of leaves and began chewing them, then pried open the buffalo's mouth and spat the chewed leaves inside. Song Xiaodao's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched Zhao Yin open a bucket of water and pour it into the buffalo's mouth, continuing to chew the chestnut leaves, green juice dripping from the corner of his mouth. She felt her stomach churn and bent over to vomit. Thus, Song Xiaodao saw what she had vomited, clear water mixed with the chewed-up chestnut leaves, making her vomit even more violently. Zhao Yin, how can you do this? Ugh, Song Xiaodao questioned with red eyes. Zhao Yin seemed not to hear her and continued chewing the leaves. After chewing about 2 kilograms of leaves, the life force of the water buffalo finally increased significantly. Its eyes slowly widened, still glaring at Zhao Yin with hatred. Bang! Zhao Yin decisively kicked it, causing the buffalo's head to tilt. I saved your life, and you dare to glare at me? Zhao Yin scolded. Gurgle! The buffalo let out a weak sound from its throat, still glaring at Zhao Yin, showing no gratitude. Zhao Yin raised his foot again but ultimately did not kick it again. What was the point of arguing with a stubborn buffalo? As long as he contracted it, the soul of the contract would naturally change its mindset. He stopped feeding it leaves, worried about being counterattacked by the buffalo. Placing one hand on the buffalo's head, he directly summoned the soul of the contract from his mind and activated the power of the contract. A faint golden light slowly formed into a chain, which entered the buffalo's forehead from Zhao Yin's palm. Immediately, the buffalo began to tremble violently, and then, as if it understood something, it struggled fiercely. Unlike the little monkey from before, the buffalo was an E-level mutated beast, 1 level higher than Zhao Yin himself, and its mental power crashed against the chain formed by the soul of the contract. But it was all in vain. Zhao Yin climbed onto the buffalo's head and pressed it down with his weight. In the face of the soul of the contract, all the buffalo's resistance was ineffective. The chain instantly disappeared from its mind, and then its massive body collapsed, slowly closing its eyes. Zhao Yin stood up and turned to look at Song Xiaodao. Are you sick? If I hadn't chewed the leaves to feed you, where would you have gotten the life to vomit here? Who are you, disgusting? Song Xiaodao was already quite afraid of Zhao Yin and understood that he was speaking the truth. She wiped her tears and did not dare to retort. However, the emotions in her heart could not be calmed no matter what. No one feels good after swallowing someone else's saliva. Come here. Zhao Yin beckoned her with his finger. Song Xiaodao slowly moved her feet and approached him. What is it? Slap. Zhao Yin gave her a hard knock on the top of her head. Do you want to tear down the house? Song Xiaodao covered her head with both hands, looked up at Zhao Yin, and tears of grievance fell down. Did you brush your teeth this morning? Brush teeth? Clean water was incredibly precious in the apocalypse. If it weren't for being here, Zhao Yin wouldn't have even washed last night. He didn't even bring a toothbrush when he went out. What was he supposed to brush with? He remembered the last time he brushed his teeth was during a meteor shower outside, and since then, he hadn't brushed again. Aren't you the same? I brushed last week. My mouth is cleaner than yours. Zhao Yin argued stubbornly. Song Xiaodao was momentarily speechless. She hadn't brushed her teeth in over a month, and even drinking a sip of water was difficult, so she completely forgot about it. Why should she look down on others? Is there a problem? Zhao Yin said, if there's no problem, chew on some leaves with me. These leaves have antibacterial effects. Consider it brushing your teeth. By the way, you can rinse your mouth with clean water. The mouthwash is for the dead cow. Chewing leaves is really the same as brushing teeth? Song Xiaodao asked innocently. You'll know if you try it, Zhao Yin replied, then turned around and grabbed a handful of leaves, chewing them in his mouth. Then, Song Xiaodao saw him skillfully pry open the mouth of the water buffalo. Put! Song Xiaodao hurriedly stepped forward, grabbed a handful of leaves, and stuffed them into her mouth, her cheeks bulging, the bitterness making her frown. After a round of chewing, Song Xiaodao also put. By the time the two of them had chewed through about 5 kilograms of leaves, the little monkey returned, having found a piece of grass rope somewhere, strung with 12 zombie heads. So, the three of them began to chew on leaves. Put. Monkey, be careful, you sprayed it all over me. Eek eek, ha ha. Hee hee. The dead cow lying on the ground was being fed with a gurgling sound, its life force growing stronger. After pouring down about 100 pounds of leaves in 3 large buckets of water, all its wounds finally healed. Only the blind eye and the broken horn remained unrepaired. To regenerate severed limbs, a higher-level medicine from star crystals was needed. For now, this was all they could do. Soon, the water buffalo opened its single eye and rolled over to get up. The little monkey looked indifferent, but Song Xiaodao was startled and quickly dropped the leaves in her hand, retreating. Jiaoyin, what now? Jiaoyin bent down to pick up the scattered leaves, calmly saying, "It's fine, from now on, it will be our partner." At that moment, a voice echoed in Zhao Yin's heart, "Master." The water buffalo came before Zhao Yin, its anthropomorphic front limbs kneeling, bowing its head to him. Song Xiaodao stared in shock at this scene, fixating on the water buffalo and Zhao Yin, then glancing at the little monkey. In an instant, she seemed to understand something. Zhao Yin, the little monkey, came the same way? She had seen Zhao Yin sign the contract just now, finally realizing what he was doing at that time. In Song Xiaodao's eyes, the man before her became increasingly mysterious. He must be hiding countless secrets. Zhao Yin nodded, not explaining further, only saying lightly, "It's different. I saved the little monkey. We never had any unpleasantness." Eek eek. The little monkey immediately echoed in agreement. Unfortunately, Song Xiaodao couldn't understand what it was saying. Zhao Yin kicked the water buffalo. "Go find some grass to eat. Without my command, you are not allowed to leave, or I'll break your legs." "Yes, master," came the water buffalo's voice. Unlike the little monkey, it sounded a bit clumsy. It got up and went to one side, nibbling on the newly sprouted green shoots in the field. Zhao Yin collected everything back into his space ring, walked over to retrieve the wolf fawn club, and pointed at the 14 heads the little monkey brought back, instructing Song Xiaodao, "Go clean this up." Song Xiaodao responded and skillfully walked over to start cutting the watermelon. Zhao Yin finally arrived beside the corpse of the zombie king. At this moment, the zombie king's head had already been smashed to bits, and Zhao Yin used his wolf fawn club to stir through the brain matter. Soon, 3 star crystals and 1 E-level corpse crystal rolled out. Zhao Yin looked at the 3 star crystals in shock. No wonder this E-level zombie was so powerful, it was indeed a zombie king. In his previous life, he had only heard of such a thing and would immediately lead Lin Tianfeng and the others to flee upon hearing any rumors, never having truly encountered one. If this zombie king had not met Zhao Yin, it would have quickly grown to D-level, rapidly dominating Guangzhou City, controlling all the zombies within its territory, and even occupying Jiangnan province, unstoppable. But unfortunately, that possibility was gone. Zhao Yin did not understand whether it was because he had changed the timeline that this zombie king, which had not been heard of in his previous life, appeared, or if it had existed all along but had gone elsewhere, leading him to be unaware of its existence. But now was not the time to consider these things. Zhao Yin's gaze on the E-level corpse crystal was even more eager than when he saw the star crystals. Zhao Yin directly crushed the E-level corpse crystal, and a surge of pure energy instantly flowed into his body, the familiar feeling of evolution spreading throughout him once again. Human male, ability awakener, E-level evolver, evolution degree 100 to 0. 16, strength 31, agility 35, stamina 25, spirit 48, talent B-level shooting, life countdown, 59,963 days, all attributes had doubled, and even his lifespan had increased by 30,000 days. This meant that, barring any accidents, Zhao Yin could live for another 160 years. At that moment, Zhao Yin's entire aura changed, becoming more vibrant and energetic. "Zhao Yin, you." Zhao Xiaodao held a pile of corpse crystals and star crystals, staring blankly at Zhao Yin. "What's wrong with me?" Zhao Yin turned to ask. And nothing. Song Xiaodao came back to her senses and quickly shook her head. She just felt that Zhao Yin had changed, but she couldn't pinpoint how. "Here, the corpse crystals and star crystals are all here." Zhao Yin took the corpse crystals and stored them in his space ring, then piled all the star crystals in front of him. Among them, 3 were from the zombie king, and 12 were from 12 F-level zombies. In total, there were 15, forming a small mountain. At this moment, Zhao Yin's vision and hearing could reach a radius of 2 kilometers. Apart from a few scattered zombies, there were no other life forms in sight. Zhao Yin sat in the mud, opening the star crystals one by one. Nongfu Spring, F-level, extraordinary beverage, replenishes 24 hours of water consumption after consumption. Sure enough, it started with Nongfu Spring. Stuffed bread, F-level, extraordinary food, replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption after consumption, with the added effect of healing injuries. Compressed biscuit, F-level, extraordinary food, replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption after consumption, with the added effect of invigorating energy, lasting 24 hours. Nongfu Spring. Instant noodles. Zhao Yin opened 11 star crystals in a row, obtaining 3 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 2 pieces of stuffed bread, 3 compressed biscuits, 1 bottle of iced tea, 1 piece of instant noodles, and 1 military jacket. Only 1 piece of F-level equipment was produced. The rest were one-time consumable extraordinary food and drinks. Coincidentally, the military jacket he was wearing had been torn apart by the Zombie King, so this new one was just what he needed. There were still 4 star crystals left in front of Zhaoyin, apart from the last one that dropped from an F-level zombie. The remaining 3 were all from the Zombie King. He remembered a rumor from his previous life that the star crystals dropped from the Zombie King had a much higher chance of yielding top-tier items. Regardless of whether this rumor was true or not, Zhaoyin decided to save these 3-star crystals for last. He wanted to surprise himself. Picking up the last F-grade star crystal dropped by a zombie, Zhaoyin applied slight pressure with his fingers, and with a crack, the star crystal instantly transformed into white light. Soon, the white light dissipated, revealing a small vial in the palm of his hand. Evolution Potion, Grade F, type of primary potion. After consumption, it unlocks human evolution genes, becoming a new human. The Evolution Potion is a drug that unlocks the potential of evolutionists, and Zhaoyin no longer needs F-grade. Only an E-grade evolution potion can further enhance Zhaoyin's E-grade evolution potential. Of course, if Zhaoyin cannot obtain an E-grade evolution potion, he can still step into D-grade with the help of the corpse crystal. But if the E-grade potential is not developed, then the evolution attribute will be halved. Zhaoyin instinctively glanced at Song Xiaodao beside him. As a mutated beast, this little monkey could only be a bargain for this little girl. At this moment, Song Xiaodao sensed Zhao Yin's gaze and looked at the small vial in his hand with confusion. Although Zhaoyin had not explained the knowledge of the apocalypse to Song Xiaodao, over the past 2 days, she had vaguely understood from Zhao Yin's actions that star crystals could yield very precious materials and equipment, space rings could store items, corpse crystals could make Zhaoyin stronger, and also, Zhaoyin had the ability to form contracts with mutated beasts. Zhaoyin, what is this? Is it for me? Song Xiaodao asked eagerly. Zhaoyin raised his hand and tossed the evolution potion to her. Hold it, you can only use it when I allow it. Song Xiaodao joyfully caught the vial, holding it in her palm like a treasure. Thank you, Zhaoyin. Although she didn't know what was in the vial, the expression on Zhao Yin's face indicated it must be something of great value. In fact, Song Xiaodao was unaware that a vial of evolution potion could be worth the lives of hundreds or thousands of people in the apocalypse. Zhaoyin no longer paid attention to Song Xiaodao, gripping 3 star crystals dropped by the Zombie King, taking a few deep breaths, and then crushing them all at once. Mountain Cleaving Blade, Grade D, Type, Extraordinary Weapon, Durability 50, Attack 54, Additional Effect, Blade Speed plus 15, Heavy Armor, Grade D, Type, Extraordinary Defensive Equipment, Durability 60, Attack 39, Additional Effect, Stamina plus 20, Invisibility Tent, Grade A, Type, Extraordinary Mobile Shelter, Durability 430, Attack 0, Additional Effect, Invisibility. The 3 clusters of white light dissipated, and Zhao Yin's breathing quickened. All 3 star crystals yielded good items, 2 pieces of D-grade weapons and defensive equipment, and 1 A-grade mobile shelter. The rumors from his past life were indeed true. The star crystals nurtured the Zombie King, and then the unknown energy within the Zombie King further enhanced the quality of the items within the star crystals. An E-grade Zombie King produced an A-grade item. What could a higher grade Zombie King star crystal yield? S-grade? SS grade? Soon, Zhaoyin dismissed this thought. Encountering a Zombie King had nearly cost him his life. Who knew what abilities a more powerful Zombie King possessed? As long as he was alive, Zhaoyin firmly believed that with the memories of his past life and the SSS grade ability he had already obtained, he would eventually get everything he wanted. Next, Zhaoyin directly stored all the items away and was about to leave when suddenly, he caught sight of a horn glinting coldly in the mud not far away. Zhaoyin glanced at the remaining horn of the water buffalo nearby and quietly collected the broken horn. Although this buffalo horn was not an extraordinary weapon produced by a star crystal, in terms of hardness and sharpness, it was comparable to the D-grade weapon in Zhao Yin's hand, capable of piercing a large hole in the abdomen of a Zombie King. Zhaoyin had no use for it now, but how could a good item be wasted here? Zhaoyin, where are we going next? The house is gone. Song Xiaodao pointed to the collapsed rural villa in the distance where they had stayed last night, her eyes filled with reluctance. Don't worry, there's a place to stay, Zhaoyin said. He looked up at the sky. After this battle, it was already noon. Having just eaten a piece of filled bread and some extraordinary iced tea, he didn't feel hungry, but Song Xiaodao and the little monkey must be starving. Zhaoyin didn't start a fire to cook chestnuts on the spot. He took the little monkey and Song Xiaodao, called for the water buffalo, and returned to the village. Crack! Zhaoyin took out the newly acquired D-grade weapon, the mountain-cutting knife, and with one stroke, the chestnut tree was severed at the roots. The bare trunk crashed down with a thud. Zhaoyin, why did you cut it down? Song Xiaodao asked in shock. dig out the roots, Zhao Yin commanded. Monkey, activate your powers. Earlier, the space in the spatial ring was insufficient, and Zhao Yin hadn't thought about taking the chestnut tree with him, but now that he had contracted the water buffalo, its massive size was like a living truck. The little monkey immediately activated its giantization ability, and with its large hands, it quickly began to dig, its speed comparable to excavators from before the apocalypse. A few minutes later, it unearthed a large root ball over 3 meters in diameter. The little monkey struggled to move the root out of the pit, and Zhao Yin snapped his fingers. Old bull. The water buffalo hurried over, its single eye looking at Zhao Yin with affection. From now on, wherever we go, you must carry this root. You are not allowed to put it down without my command, Zhao Yin said solemnly. The water buffalo nodded obediently, communicating in a deep voice, understood, master. Zhao Yin used the mountain-cutting knife to chop off a useless section of the chestnut tree trunk, shaping one side to fit the buffalo's shoulder and flattening the other side, then secured it to the buffalo's shoulder. He then stripped tattered clothes from a zombie, tearing them into strips to make ropes, and secured the trunk to the buffalo's front elbow, creating a stable support. Finally, Zhao Yin instructed the little monkey to place the root onto the support and secured it with ropes. From then on, every 2 or 3 days, as long as he poured a bottle of extraordinary farmer's spring water onto the root, he could ensure it wouldn't die for half a year. Once he had a living space, he could plant it. After finishing everything, Zhao Yin found an empty spot and took out the invisibility tent. Looking at this newly acquired A-grade item, a glimmer of anticipation appeared in Zhao Yin's eyes. He couldn't wait to test its effects. In Zhao Yin's hands, the invisibility tent resembled a palm-sized thin veil. With a thought, the tent quickly floated up and then rapidly expanded. It covered an area of 300 square meters before slowly descending. In an instant, it enveloped Zhao Yin, Song Xiaodao, and the 2 mutated beasts. The 2 mutated beasts and Song Xiaodao looked at Zhao Yin's actions, all with expressions of shock. Zhao Yin felt as if he were inside a giant yurt, with exquisite fabric, a blue ceiling embroidered with the sun, moon, and stars, and round fabric walls embroidered with mountains, rivers, flowers, birds, fish, and insects. Even the uneven ruins outside transformed into a smooth wool carpet. Zhao Yin, is this something you just created? Song Xiaodao couldn't help but ask. Zhao Yin nodded. This is called an invisibility tent, with over 400 points of defense. Currently, in this apocalypse, nothing can break through it, adding another layer of security for us. Zhao Yin was in a great mood. After speaking, he stepped outside the tent. Song Xiaodao quickly followed, the little monkey hurried behind, and finally, the water buffalo felt it couldn't be left out and moved its hooves to join them. Zhao Yin arrived outside the tent, turned back to look, and saw the same ruins as before. Then, a small figure appeared out of nowhere. It was Song Xiaodao, who had just stepped out of the tent, followed by the little monkey and the water buffalo. If it weren't for the tent that Zhao Yin had personally set up, even his powerful mental strength wouldn't have been able to detect its presence. Old bull, charge forward with all your strength, Zhao Yin instructed, pointing at the tent. The water buffalo was taken aback, looking at the empty space before it. Although it had many questions, it still activated its immense strength ability. The water buffalo suddenly charged forward. The master said to use all its strength, so it had to prove just how strong it was. With a loud crash, the water buffalo hit what felt like an air wall and fell straight to the ground from the recoil. Carrying several tons of weight, it took a while to slowly get back up. The little monkey watched the water buffalo with glee, while Song Xiaodao stared wide-eyed at the air wall in front of him. A smile appeared at the corner of Zhao Yin's mouth as he brandished a mountain-cutting knife and swung it forward with force. Bang! He put all his strength into it, causing his arm to tingle, nearly losing grip on the knife. In his perception, there wasn't even a scratch on the invisible tent above. Indeed, the A-grade item was still that powerful. After testing the tent's defensive capabilities, Zhao Yin took Song Xiaodao and the 2 mutated beasts back inside the tent. It's time to eat, Zhao Yin said. The 2 beasts and Song Xiaodao immediately gathered around, all looking eagerly at Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin took out 30 raw chestnuts, too lazy to roast them, and directly tossed 20 to the little monkey, but only gave the water buffalo 10. There was a clear distinction in treatment. Thank you, my great, handsome, invincible, and most beloved master, the little monkey exclaimed, seeing that the water buffalo had half as many chestnuts as he did, happily bouncing around Zhao Yin. Monkeys are known for holding grudges. The little monkey hadn't forgotten how the water buffalo nearly harmed the master. The water buffalo looked at the little monkey's chestnuts, then at its own, and its expression immediately fell. In its heart, it thought, the master is biased, little cow is very unhappy. If you want to be like the monkey, then work hard for me in the future, Zhao Yin scolded. And stop calling yourself little cow. Take a good look at how big you are. From now on, you'll be called old cow, got it? The water buffalo lowered its head, not daring to speak. Zhao Yin, what about mine? Song Xiaodao quickly asked from the side. why didn't you give me any chestnuts? The two mutated beasts had chestnuts, and it seemed Xiaoyin had forgotten her. Song Xiaodao instinctively placed her hand on her chest, where she had hidden a small piece of roasted chestnut from last night. Xiaoyin reached to wipe her waist, where she had tied a butterfly knife with a ragged cloth strip. He snatched it away and sat down on the wool carpet. Xiaoyin took out a pile of chestnuts and placed them in front of him, slicing through the chestnut shells with the knife, creating an opening. With a gentle rub of his fingers, the shells fell away, revealing the golden chestnut meat inside. A few minutes later, Xiaoyin had peeled a dozen or so and finally looked up at Song Xiaodao. These chestnuts are all for you. All for me? Song Xiaodao's spirit instantly lifted. What mattered to her wasn't how many chestnuts Xiaoyin gave her, but that he personally helped her peel them. After the apocalypse, aside from her brother, no one had ever treated her this well. Xiaoyin didn't notice the look in the little girl's eyes and calmly said, before eating the chestnuts, drink the potion I gave you. Okay. In her happiness, she didn't ask what the potion was and took it straight to her mouth. Gulp! Song Xiaodao smacked her lips and exclaimed, Xiaoyin, it's delicious. Yes, it's sweet and sour. Xiaoyin nodded. The next moment, Song Xiaodao's face suddenly turned red, her eyes wide as she stared at Xiaoyin. Wait, my stomach hurts. Xiaoyin, what exactly is this potion? It's an F-grade evolution potion that can unlock the hidden evolutionary genes in your body. If you can endure it, you'll gain strength like mine. If you can't, you'll either die or become an idiot. Xiaoyin spoke calmly. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Song Xiaodao complained, her complexion changing from red to white, then from white to green in just a few seconds. Soon, sweat soaked her hair at the front, and her white t-shirt became drenched, clinging tightly to her immature body. Song Xiaodao visibly began to lose weight. Xiaoyin understood the pain of taking the evolution potion and picked up a chestnut. Do you want me to feed you? Song Xiaodao was about to nod in agreement when she suddenly remembered the scene of Xiaoyin feeding her leaves. She endured the pain and took the chestnut, biting into it hungrily. Xiaoyin continued to peel chestnuts, eating one himself in the process. It was crisp, sweet, and delicious. He calmly watched Song Xiaodao. In her past life, she remained an ordinary person until her last moments. In this life, Xiaoyin had given her this opportunity. In this lifetime, he would not keep idle people by his side. Even if he felt grateful for her sacrifice in the past, that was all there was to it. He had given her the best he could offer. Whether she could seize it depended on her. She would either become his powerful ally or die. Song Xiaodao gnawed on the chestnut, her small body trembling more violently, occasionally letting out muffled groans from her nose, but she did not stop eating. As long as she couldn't bear the pain and stopped, even for a minute, she would starve to death. Xiaoyin glanced at the remaining dozen or so chestnuts in front of him and stopped peeling. That was enough for Song Xiaodao to last until the evolution was complete. He began to sort through the extraordinary supplies in his spatial ring. Today, he had killed 26 F-level zombies and 1 E-level zombie king, which was quite a haul. 9 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 2 packs of instant noodles for warmth, 3 pieces of healing sandwich bread, 3 pieces of energy-boosting compressed biscuits, 2 cans of tuna to resist F-level viruses, and only 1 bottle of iced tea that doubled attributes within an hour was left. There was still 1 bottle of iced tea with the little monkey. His original military jacket was already damaged, and today he had obtained a new one. Additionally, there was a wolf fawn club and a mountain cutting knife, each one new, and an E-level women's suit. Xiaoyin did not plan to easily use the extraordinary food and water. If it hadn't been for the lack of food to support his evolution last time, he wouldn't have been willing to eat even a bite. After putting away all the extraordinary food, he began to organize his equipment. First was the wolf fawn club that had killed the zombie king, which was definitely for the little monkey. This thing was too heavy. Xiaoyin had been able to smash the zombie king because he had the doubled power effect from drinking iced tea. Although the little monkey's strength couldn't compare to Zhao Yin's current level, after activating the giantization ability, her strength would double, and she would have no problem wielding it. The D-level mountain cutting knife was not inferior to the wolf fawn club in attributes but was much lighter, so Xiaoyin planned to keep it for himself. This way, the tang knife was naturally eliminated by Xiaoyin and left for the evolved Song Xiaodao. The butterfly knife was also left for Song Xiaodao, allowing her to continue using the watermelon cutter. Xiaoyin himself did not like close combat. As for firearms and bows, Xiaoyin chose the best-maintained handgun, paired with 100 rounds of ammunition, also prepared for Song Xiaodao, while putting away the rest. Next, there were D-level heavy armor, E-level women's suits, F-level military jackets, and F-level dresses to distribute. As for the fishnet stockings, Xiaoyin didn't even consider distributing them. They were essential for his escape and survival. How could he give them to others? The heavy armor looked like it belonged to the Qin and Han dynasties, made of a pitch-black extraordinary metal, and Xiaoyin estimated it weighed at least 100 or 200 pounds. He could wear it, but it would be very strenuous, actually reducing his combat effectiveness, so he also planned to give it to the little monkey. One could imagine the scene of the little monkey, after activating her giantization ability, wearing indestructible armor, wielding the wolf fawn club, rampaging through the zombie horde, effortlessly slaying powerful zombies and collecting star crystals. Zhao wiped his mouth, finally remembering that he should give the dress to Song Xiaodao. He could wear at most 2 tops, wearing more would hinder his movement. The military jacket had to be worn on the outside, and the newly acquired E-level women's suit had attributes that were completely incomparable to the dress. So, the dress was prepared for the long-desired Song Xiaodao. After Zhao figured out how to allocate the equipment, he turned to look at Song Xiaodao's side. The freshly peeled chestnuts had all been eaten by her, and she had already fallen into a coma, needing at least 5 or 6 hours to wake up. He changed into the equipment he needed and divided the gear prepared for the little monkey and Song Xiaodao into 2 piles. Then Zhao called the little monkey over. "Monkey, this heavy armor and wolf fawn club are both D-grade, the best equipment I have. I originally planned to keep them for myself to stay alive, but then I thought about how I raised you from a helpless little thing, so I'm giving them all to you." The little monkey's eyes widened in surprise, staring blankly at the heavy armor and wolf fawn club Zhao was pointing at. It clearly remembered that the terrifying zombie king was defeated by its master using the wolf fawn club. It never expected that its usually stingy master would give it such a powerful weapon. This heavy armor is the real treasure. Defensive gear is rarer than weapons. With 60 points of sturdiness, it's only slightly inferior to that zombie king. Wearing it, even armor-piercing bullets would struggle to hurt you, Zhao added. The little monkey looked up at Zhao, tears welling in its eyes. "Master, you are too good to me. You should wear this heavy armor yourself." It looked at its master, who was only wearing a military jacket over a pink women's suit, nearly crying. "I said it's for you, so wear it. Go out and kill zombies now, and don't come back until before dark." A stern expression appeared on Zhao Yin's face, righteous and imposing. "Bring back all the star crystals and corpse crystals." How could he let the little monkey rest before Song Xiaodao woke up? With this D-grade equipment, every moment for the little monkey was a chance to collect corpse crystals and star crystals. As the little monkey was about to leave, Zhao thought for a moment and gave it 30 chestnuts, a bottle of Nongfu Spring, and a sandwich. Zhao instructed, "You can eat the chestnuts if you're hungry. This bottle of Nongfu Spring is enough for your water consumption for a day, so you don't need to bring any other supplies. However, the sandwich and the bottle of iced tea I gave you are both life-saving items. Don't use them casually unless it's critical." The little monkey nodded repeatedly. Although it craved extraordinary food, it had also been influenced by Zhao and understood the preciousness of such food, so it would save it if possible. Extraordinary defensive equipment could change size according to the wearer's body. After putting on the heavy armor, the little monkey, who had not yet activated its powers, found it quite difficult to move, dragging the wolf fawn club as it stumbled out of the tent. The inside of the invisibility tent fell silent. Only Zhao, the unconscious Song Xiaodao, and the old cow remained. "Master, I want to make a contribution too." The old cow's deep voice echoed in its mind. As another of Zhao Yin's contracted beasts, the little monkey had the wolf fawn club, heavy armor, and extraordinary food and water. The old cow was envious. "Do you also want to earn star crystals and corpse crystals for me?" Zhao turned to ask. The old cow looked down at its front hooves. It could certainly kill zombies, but even if it did, it had no hands to help dig out the corpse crystals and star crystals. "Master, the old cow is willing to kill zombies for you, but the old cow has a big secret to tell you," the water buffalo thought. Zhao was slightly surprised. A big secret? It seemed that this water buffalo really hid a secret. Just a few days after the mass mutation of animals, it had evolved to E-grade, even faster than the little monkey following Zhao, which was definitely suspicious. Earlier, the old cow almost caused you trouble because of this secret. The story starts with how I became enemies with that group of zombies. This water buffalo was not the plow cow Zhao had imagined. It hadn't lived in this village before the apocalypse. It was just a meat cow purchased from a slaughterhouse in Guangzhou, which had been artificially accelerated to maturity in a cattle farm, and was actually just over a year old. At the slaughterhouse, it witnessed its companions being killed, their skins cut open while still alive, water injected into their muscles, ultimately turned into various beef products. That scene made it live in terror every day, its heart filled with hatred for humans, yet it felt helpless. Finally, over a month ago, in the dead of night, it was also led into the production workshop, thinking it was about to die. But unexpectedly, a meteor shower descended. The production workshop collapsed, and the water buffalo was trapped under the rubble. Fortunately, there was a slaughter frame supporting it, leaving some space for survival, and nearby, several cows that had been slaughtered left behind their stomachs, containing remnants of grass and moisture. The water buffalo struggled to survive for a month, and just a few days ago, when it was on the brink of death, it suddenly regained strength and broke through the ceiling of the workshop. It stepped into this apocalyptic world. At first glance, the water buffalo saw those butchers from the past, each one transformed, wandering among the ruins of the slaughterhouse. The water buffalo did not understand what was happening. In its anger, it charged at them, knocking them all down, trampling them into a pulp with its iron hooves. It discovered its strength was absurdly great, and in a frenzy of slaughter, it slowly realized that those humans seemed to have turned into another kind of monster, and their power was gradually increasing. Gradually, as the water buffalo continued its rampage, it began to get injured. When encountering large groups of zombies, it could only avoid them, seeking dirty water to drink when thirsty, and eating the newly sprouted grass when hungry. Until 2 days ago, the water buffalo accidentally stumbled into an industrial park and discovered a shrub bearing 2 bright red fruits. From a distance, it caught a whiff of a fragrant aroma. That strange scent captivated the water buffalo. At that time, it only ate 1 fruit, and intense pain coursed through its body, causing it to collapse unconscious. When it woke up, it found its strength had greatly increased, and it had gained a kind of armored ability. The water buffalo became confident again, preparing to eat the remaining fruit, but unexpectedly, the zombie king, the overlord of the industrial park, suddenly appeared. Thus began a battle between 1 buffalo and 1 zombie, and in the end, the water buffalo was injured and fled to the outskirts, where it encountered Zhaoyin last night. At that time, the water buffalo had come from afar, drawn by the leaves of a chestnut tree, feeling that the leaves of the chestnut tree were somewhat similar to those of the shrub, so it began to eat, discovering that it could actually heal its wounds. The water buffalo knew that the leaves had been brought down by Zhaoyin, and therefore, it ultimately chose not to kill Zhaoyin. After healing its injuries, it left, planning to return to the industrial park to seize the remaining fruit. The subsequent events were witnessed by the little monkey, who also told Zhaoyin, "Are the leaves of that shrub needle-like, with colorful branches, and covered in a layer of golden fluff, with the fruits being bright red and faintly revealing golden threads?" Zhaoyin asked. The old buffalo's eyes showed astonishment. "Master, how did you know?" Zhaoyin's breath became slightly heavy, and in an instant, he understood. He was all too familiar with that fruit, having picked it for Lin Tianfeng in his previous life. However, that was 3 years after the apocalypse. Lin Tianfeng's rise during the apocalypse, overpowering other SSS-level ability users, was closely related to those 3 fruits. In his previous life, when Zhaoyin first obtained this kind of fruit, Lin Tianfeng gratefully asked him to name it, and Zhaoyin called it Golden Thread Fruit. The Golden Thread Fruit allows mutated beasts below D level to directly advance 1 level, but its greatest effect is to directly activate a kind of ability in mutated beasts. It is known that most mutated beasts only possess 1 ability, and the reason Zhaoyin had a deep impression of the little monkey was that it had 2 abilities. Moreover, all mutated beasts' abilities are innate, and very few can change. Each additional ability can double the strength of a mutated beast of the same level, even leading to overwhelming power. In his previous life, over 7 years, Zhaoyin had only seen the Golden Thread Fruit, which could increase the abilities of mutated beasts. Unfortunately, the quantity of such rare items is too small to cultivate. A fruit tree can produce at most 2 fruits, and most of the time just 1, and once the fruit ripens, it withers and dies. Zhaoyin never expected that in the small city of Guangzhou, not only had a zombie king appeared, but there was also a golden silk fruit. Slap! Zhaoyin slapped the old cow on the head. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" To the old cow, this slap felt like a mere tickle, but it pretended to be in great pain. "I'm sorry, master, my memory isn't very good." In fact, the old cow had only been Zhaoyin's mutated beast for less than 3 hours, and Zhaoyin had been busy, leaving it no opportunity to inform him. Zhaoyin changed the subject. "If you make a mistake, you must admit it. I won't erase your contributions. If we get that golden silk fruit, you can choose any 3 extraordinary foods, and I'll also reward you with 100 chestnuts." The old cow immediately expressed its gratitude. It had never eaten extraordinary food, but seeing how eager the little monkey was earlier, it thought it must taste amazing. At this moment, Song Xiaodao had not yet awakened, and Zhaoyin could not take her to search for the golden silk fruit. The journey was too unsafe. Zhaoyin also could not split his living power between 2 places. His principle in the apocalypse was always to prioritize safety. So, Zhaoyin decided to wait for Song Xiaodao to wake up before going to pick that golden silk fruit. That place was an industrial park, the area with the highest concentration of zombies in Guangzhou, making it unlikely for anyone else or mutated beasts to pick the golden silk fruit ahead of them. Zhaoyin stepped out of the invisibility tent, and the old cow hurriedly followed, like the most loyal bodyguard. Then, Zhaoyin used his spatial ring to clear the sight of the small villa. The old cow, not knowing what Zhaoyin was doing, was too scared to even breathe. It still remembered that it had caused the collapse of the small villa. Eventually, Zhaoyin found a deformed tent in the ruins and continued to search, quickly uncovering a deformed hanging pot with a few half-cooked chestnuts inside. When the old cow had crashed into the small villa that morning, Jiaoyin had instructed the little monkey to grab Song Xiaodao and run, leaving these items buried here. Jiaoyin casually knocked on the deformed hanging pot, and it didn't look so bad anymore, so he stored it in the spatial ring. Next, he went to the place where he had discarded food and daily necessities. After half a day, the discarded food had lost the protection of the spatial ring and had deteriorated even further. The self-heating rice and instant noodles had grown a layer of green mold, and the salted chicken, cooked beef, marinated eggs, and ham sausages had all rotted and smelled foul. Jiaoyin took a glance and ignored it. He packed up the daily necessities he had previously discarded, along with the 10 buckets of well water. Then, Jiaoyin made a wooden frame to secure all the retrieved supplies onto the old cow's back. With this beef truck, how could Jiaoyin not make use of it? The old cow was panting heavily, its back loaded with a huge tree root, and with these supplies, it felt like carrying a small mountain. Jiaoyin nodded in satisfaction. Work hard, I won't forget your contributions. When the opportunity arises in the future, I will make you a more powerful mutated beast. Thank you, master. Keep it up. Jiaoyin patted the old cow's head, looking like a pyramid scheme leader. He casually tossed the few half-cooked chestnuts covered in mud to the old cow. The old cow didn't mind and chewed them down in a few bites, feeling refreshed as it followed Jiaoyin into the tent. 3 hours later, as the sun set in the west, the little monkey returned. Clad in armor that clinked, it held a blood-soaked wolf's tooth club in one hand and a bundle made of tattered cloth in the other. Master, I got 3-star crystals, 3 F-grade corpse crystals, and 536 unranked corpse crystals, the little monkey said, seeking praise. Which zombie group did you wipe out? Jiaoyin asked in surprise. He never expected the little monkey to be so brave. It must have killed at least 500 or 600 zombies, including 3 of F-grade. The little monkey proudly communicated, it's that school. Yesterday, the zombies there dared to scratch my butt, and today I've wiped out more than half of them. Jiaoyin immediately recalled the school where he encountered the female zombie. He remembered that he had let the little monkey distract the horde, and when it returned, its butt had indeed been injured. A day had passed, and now the little monkey could single-handedly eliminate half of a zombie horde. You weren't hurt, right? Have some chestnuts and rest well, Jiaoyin said as he took out 10 chestnuts and accepted the package the little monkey handed over. The little monkey had finished all the chestnuts it brought and had already drunk the bottle of Nongfu Spring. Wearing heavy armor and dragging a few hundred pounds of Wolf Fang Club, its stamina was greatly depleted. The little monkey continued to take credit. Master, if I hadn't been reluctant to drink the iced tea, I could have wiped out the entire horde. It's not worth wasting extraordinary food on ordinary zombies. You did well, monkey, Jiaoyin continued to brainwash. No, I mean praise. Then he turned to look at the old cow. Did you see that? Learn from it in the future. The old cow looked at the little monkey enviously, nodding repeatedly. It thought about how the master would reward it more after picking the golden silk fruit and couldn't wait any longer. After sending off the little monkey and giving the old cow a little encouragement, Jiaoyin opened the package. More than 500 unranked zombie crystals contained energy equivalent to about 5 F-rank zombie crystals. Along with 3 F-rank zombie crystals, Jiaoyin's evolution level rose to 100 to 0. 26. This growth rate seemed slow, but it was the fastest way for an evolver to increase their strength. In fact, if this speed of obtaining zombie crystals had been applied to the previous Jiaoyin, he would have been incredibly shocked. To quickly enhance evolution speed, one could only kill zombies of the same level or higher, but how easy was that to accomplish? After using the zombie crystals, Jiaoyin took out 3-star crystals and opened them directly. Nongfu Spring. Again, it started with the most useless Nongfu Spring. Jiaoyin had gotten used to it and then pinched open the 2nd-star crystal. Beefken Food, E-rank, type extraordinary food, restores energy consumption for 24 hours after consumption, with the effect of permanently increasing strength by +1. Finally, it was no longer a one-time consumable food of F rank, and Jiaoyin felt a surge of joy. Although it only added 1 point of strength, Jiaoyin understood that there was no upper limit to this. In his previous life, Lin Tianfeng had eaten more than 1,000 cans of this kind of canned food, and with just strength, he could crush evolvers of the same level. Jiaoyin planned to eat it when he was alone, as his image in front of his little brothers had always been one of frugality and setting an example. He absolutely couldn't let a few gluttons see it. Jiaoyin pinched open the 3rd-star crystal. Glutinous rice wine, F rank, type extraordinary alcoholic beverage, increases strength by +80 within 10 minutes after drinking, with the side effect of confusion for 3 hours. Jiaoyin looked at the transparent glass bottle in his hand with a complex expression. The liquid inside presented a charming amber color. Within 10 minutes, strength would increase by a full 80 points, and combined with Jiaoyin's own strength attributes and the attack bonuses from his equipment, he would be confident in taking down a D-rank zombie. But the side effects were too severe, 3 hours of confusion. In the pre-apocalypse world, that wouldn't have been much. But in this apocalypse, not to mention 3 hours, even 3 minutes could cost him his life. Zhao hadn't figured out how to use this thing in the future, so he stored it in his space ring. At that moment, Song Xiaodao finally opened her eyes. Zhao. The little girl was still a bit dazed and called out his name. Zhao turned to look, activating his true vision. Human female, F-rank evolver, evolution level 100 to 0, strength 16, agility 17, stamina 12, spirit 11, life countdown, 31,057 days. Her attributes were not much different from Zhao Yin's at F-rank, except she hadn't activated her abilities and her mental strength was reduced by more than half. Zhao, I'm hungry. Song Xiaodao saw Zhao lost in thought and reminded him again. She quickly got up from the ground, squatted down beside Zhao and, with her hands hugging her shoulders in a playful manner, asked, "Is there anything to eat?" Zhao took out 3 chestnuts and handed them to her, pointing at the pile of dresses, tang knives, butterfly knives, as well as a handgun and 100 rounds of ammunition beside him. "These supplies are yours. From today on, you will also join me in killing zombies." After saying that, Zhao fixed his gaze on Song Xiaodao's expression. Upon hearing that she also had to kill zombies, she immediately shook her head vigorously, even refusing to take the chestnuts Zhao offered. "Zhao, I'd rather help you cut off heads. After all, you need someone to collect star crystals and corpse crystals. Those fighting and killing things, isn't that still for the little monkey? In the apocalypse, killing is the fundamental way to survive. What if I die in the future? How will you survive?" Zhao interrupted Song Xiaodao's words, speaking with righteous conviction. "Young people should learn more. Relying on others is ultimately inferior. Only what you learn is truly yours, and that's how you can face any crisis." It was then that Song Xiaodao realized that Zhao was actually considering her. It turned out this guy cared about her so much. At that moment, Song Xiaodao felt that Zhao Yin's figure grew taller, gradually overlapping with the image of her brother in her heart. Her eyes grew warm, and she took the chestnuts from Zhao Yin's hand, whispering, "I understand, Zhao Yin." Zhao Yin sighed, silently turned to leave the invisible tent, his voice slightly hoarse. "Xiaodao, from now on, I will try to handle the head cutting myself. Everything else can wait until I've trained you up." With that, Zhao Yin's tall figure disappeared outside the tent, his voice continuing to come through. "The dress you like, I've given it to you. Change into it. A girl should look pretty." He was the master of the contract, meant to stay behind the scenes while his subordinates did the fighting. Walking along the riverbank, who wouldn't get their shoes wet? Today's zombie king reminded Zhao that he should try to avoid personally engaging in life and death struggles in the future. Song Xiaodao's eyes became moist, and she was lost in thought for a long time. She tightened her grip on the chestnuts, her small hands turning pale from the pressure. "Mom and Dad, brother, do you know? I met a good person." Song Xiaodao changed into the dress, and like Zhao she strapped the butterfly knife to her arm, hanging the tang knife and handgun on either side of her waist, wrapping the extra bullets in a rag and stuffing them in her chest. She quickly finished the 3 chestnuts, and the light in front of her suddenly brightened as Zhao put away the invisible tent. "Zhao, where are we going next?" At that moment, Song Xiaodao felt that as long as this man was here, any place in this apocalypse was her home. Back to Guangzhou, to kill zombies. At some point, the desolate world began to wind, making Zhao Yin's short hair even messier. He was also looking at Song Xiaodao. The little girl seemed to have grown a bit taller after her evolution, and that dress fit her well, showing off her curves. However, she was still barefoot, standing in the mud. Zhao looked down at his own sneakers, which exposed his toes, and sighed inwardly. There were quite a few pieces of equipment obtained from the star crystals, but why were there no pants or shoes? "Monkey, old bull, are you full? If you are, it's time to work." After Zhao finished speaking, he raised his hand and pointed towards Guangzhou City, target the industrial park. "Monkey leads the way, Xiaodao provides cover, and old bull stays by my side to protect me." Squeak! Who? Little monkey and old bull both perked up. Even Song Xiaodao had a solemn expression on her face. Immediately, little monkey dragged his wolf fawn club and charged ahead, with Song Xiaodao quickly following, while Zhao walked at the back with old bull. The 2 people and 2 beasts gradually walked further away. The howling wind roared, the stars and moon rose, and the world was shrouded in gloom. Zhao suddenly recalled a survivor from his past life who had said on his deathbed in their camp, "This world was supposed to belong to humans during the day and to other animals at night, but humans occupied both day and night, so punishment descended upon the world. People turned into zombies, endlessly wandering." Now, without the constraints of social frameworks and the hardships of survival from his past life, Zhao suddenly felt that the apocalypse wasn't so bad after all. At least Song Xiaodao was free from the academic pressure of endless studying, homework, research, and extra classes. Ordinary people no longer had to struggle to pay off mortgages and car loans, nor face workplace competition, fake smiles, or tears for anyone. The little monkey was no longer imprisoned in a zoo, waiting to die. The old cow would no longer be turned into beef products. As Zhaoyin pondered, they soon arrived in the urban area of Guangzhou. The scene was filled with collapsed ruins, broken roads, car wrecks, and aimlessly wandering zombies. This time, Zhaoyin chose not to use the ruins for cover and directly let the little monkey lead the way on the dilapidated road. Roar! A zombie immediately spotted Zhaoyin and his group, staggering towards the little monkey at the front. In the blink of an eye, dozens of zombie roars echoed nearby, and zombies from all directions surged over. Squeak, squeak, squeak! Roar! The little monkey activated its powers, its frail body rapidly swelling. Its monkey face twisted into a fierce expression, and as it grew larger, its squeaks transformed into terrifying roars. In an instant, the little monkey transformed into a 2-meter-tall giant beast, swinging its wolf-toothed club wildly. Bang, bang, bang! The 3 zombies charging forward were instantly smashed, their heads exploding. Following that, the little monkey charged into the horde of zombies, each swing knocking several zombies to the ground. The zombies clawing at the little monkey's heavy armor couldn't shake it at all. At that moment, it was like a meat grinder, leaving a trail of black blood in its wake. The old cow also breathed heavily. Master, I want to go too. Go ahead, compete with the monkey and see who can kill faster and more. Zhaoyin stood on tiptoe and patted the old cow's rear. The old cow perked up. After all, it was an E-class mutated beast. How could it let a monkey outdo it? It unleashed both of its powers, its 2-meter-tall frame swelling even more, muscles bursting with explosive strength, and then it charged out. In the next moment, the area to the right of the little monkey, where the zombies were most concentrated, was smashed apart by the terrifying figure of the old cow, scattering the zombies in all directions. Among them, a severed arm from an unknown zombie fell with a thud at Zhaoyin's feet. Zhaoyin looked down, wiping a drop of black blood from his face. In terms of combat awareness, the old cow was stronger than the little monkey. After all, it had been wandering in the industrial park since its mutation, not knowing how many zombies it had killed. At this moment, before the zombies could gather in groups, more than half had already been cleared away by the 2 mutated beasts. Song Xiaodao had thought it would be a life-and-death battle, but unexpectedly, not a single zombie managed to reach her. She stared at the imposing 2 mutated beasts, momentarily stunned. Go help out. If you don't kill 10 zombies today, you won't get any late-night snacks tonight. Zhaoyin's voice came from behind. 10? Song Xiaodao turned to look at Zhaoyin, pouting, but I'm still a child. Can I kill fewer? She hesitated, pondering how to kill a zombie to report back to Zhaoyin, just to get it over with. In the apocalypse, there are no children, only life and death. If you lack the ability, you will die. Those who can survive are the strong. Zhaoyin said loudly, you are now an evolver, stronger than most survivors. I give you 1 minute to kill the first zombie. If you can't, tonight I'll make you take the monkey's place as the vanguard. Song Xiaodao's legs went weak. Let her be the vanguard? Wouldn't that mean certain death? She drew her tang knife, mustering her courage, and took small steps toward the horde of zombies that were fighting with the little monkey. Song Xiaodao had planned to sneak attack a zombie that was distracted, but as soon as she got close, that zombie abandoned its assault on the little monkey and lunged directly at her. Terrified, she frantically swung her tang knife. Thud! The zombie's shoulder was severed cleanly, yet it seemed completely unfazed, continuing to reach for her with its one remaining arm. At that moment, Song Xiaodao realized she couldn't react in time and fell to the ground, shouting, Zhaoyin, save me! Zhaoyin had anticipated this, stepping forward to kick the one-armed zombie over, then swung his knife to decapitate it and pulled her up from the ground. To kill a zombie, you must chop off its head. Remember to swing your knife fiercely. You can't let the skull trap your blade, and you mustn't get scratched or bitten, or you'll end up like them, one of the zombies. Zhaoyin instructed sternly. Still shaken, Song Xiaodao pressed her trembling body against Zhaoyin, her voice quivering as she said, Can you not make me kill zombies? I can work for you. You have to work, and you have to kill zombies. I told you from the start, since you chose to follow me, your life is mine. If you try to leave, I will kill you. Zhaoyin pushed Song Xiaodao away, pointing at the nearby zombies. Go kill again, this is your only way out. He himself had experienced all of this in his past life. The first time he killed a zombie, many people couldn't even lift their weapons and ended up being torn apart while wetting their pants. Song Xiaodao was still a child, at least she hadn't wet her pants yet. Tears streamed down her face as she glared at Zhaoyin, the fondness she had felt earlier evaporating in an instant. At that moment, the nearby zombies had mostly been killed by the little monkey and the old cow, and Song Xiaodao, not daring to disobey Zhao Yin's orders, quickly raised her tang knife and charged forward. A zombie let out a roar and charged at Song Xiaodao. She swung her knife down onto the zombie's head. The strength of an F-level evolver was not something an ordinary zombie could withstand. Because she swung too hard, the zombie was split in two, its black and green entrails spilling out onto the ground, accompanied by a foul stench. At this point, the nearby zombies had all been dealt with by the old cow and the little monkey, and Song Xiaodao stared blankly at the corpse she had just killed. Since the outbreak of zombies, in her mind, zombies were the most terrifying species in the world. Later, when she saw Zhao Yin easily slaughtering zombies, she had marveled at his prowess. She never expected that now she had done it too. Had she really killed this zombie? Song Xiaodao felt as if she were dreaming. Suddenly, a warm hand gently stroked the top of her head, and she heard Zhao Yin's voice beside her. Well done. A strange warmth rose in Song Xiaodao's heart. After all, she was still just a child and didn't hold grudges. Zhao Yin, shouldn't you think I'm useless? What I said earlier was a bit hurtful, but I need to make it clear to you, people must grow. Sometimes, if we don't push ourselves a little, how will we know just how much potential we have? Zhao Yin rubbed Song Xiaodao's hair with one hand while the other was behind his back, tilting his head up at a 45-degree angle to gaze at the night sky, his jawline defined by stubble. At that moment, Song Xiaodao looked into his eyes, which sparkled. I'm sorry, Zhao Yin. It's all my fault for being too timid and disappointing you. Zhao Yin didn't respond but instructed, go to work. Dig up all the corpse crystals and bring them back to me. After saying that, he personally bent down to dig into the head of a corpse in front of him, quickly retrieving a star crystal of no grade. He couldn't even be bothered to wipe it clean, directly crushing it and absorbing it. Song Xiaodao hurriedly put away her tang knife and took out her butterfly knife to get back to her old routine. Old cow, go crush all the intact heads. Monkey, you go dig for corpse crystals too. Zhao Yin raised his head and commanded. His master was working personally, while the two mutated beasts just stood by and watched. Was there still a distinction between high and low? The two mutated beasts had just finished a fight and quickly retracted their abilities upon hearing this. The little monkey smashed the head of a nearby corpse with a stick, directly reaching in to extract the crystal, while the old bull, lacking hands, still helped Song Xiaodao crush the skull. All Song Xiaodao needed to do was retrieve the star crystal. In just a few minutes, 157 unranked corpse crystals were absorbed by Zhao Yin, increasing his evolution percentage by 0.0157. Next, the two humans and two beasts continued towards the industrial park, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake. All the F-level zombies in Guangzhou City had been summoned by the Zombie King and were mostly slaughtered by Zhao Yin this morning in the southern suburbs. Therefore, they encountered no ranked zombies along the way. The group gradually approached the industrial park. Ahead, among the ruins, dozens of zombies appeared again, but this time they were all lying on the ground, completely motionless. These zombies were in tatters. Zhao Yin, are those zombies sleeping? Song Xiaodao asked. Zombies don't need to sleep. Zhao Yin frowned. These zombies were clearly killed by someone. Just as he wondered who would dare come here to kill zombies, the little monkey thought, Master, it was the old bull last night. Zhao Yin suddenly understood and ordered the two beasts and Song Xiaodao to open the skulls and extract the corpse crystals. Soon, they encountered several more bodies taken down by the old bull and finally discovered one F-level zombie among them, with both the star crystal and corpse crystal intact. Zhao Yin directly opened the star crystal. Farmer Spring. He smacked his lips and stored it in his space ring. At this point, his evolution level rose to 100 to 0.3215. The zombies ahead gradually became denser, and occasionally large groups of thousands appeared. After several hours of intense fighting, the little monkey and the old bull were panting heavily. Zhao Yin had to let them stop and rest to regain their energy before continuing forward, but he no longer allowed them to actively kill zombies. If they were surrounded by a large horde here, even the old bull and the little monkey would die. As they delved deeper into the industrial park, the zombies became increasingly dense, almost to the point where movement was nearly impossible, and Zhao Yin dared not make a sound. After asking the old bull, he learned that since the Zombie King appeared, the number of zombies here had been increasing, and it had been a long time since he had ventured deep into this area. The industrial park wasn't large, yet it had been summoned with nearly 100,000 zombies by the Zombie King. Even a D-level mutated beast would find it hard to escape if surrounded. Mutated beasts were merely flesh and blood. Once their abilities were exhausted, they would be buried under the horde. As they ventured deeper into the industrial park, zombies wandered everywhere, with no end in sight, densely packed like a temple fair before the apocalypse. Zhao Yin and the others stopped under a broken thermal tile. Old bull, how much further? Zhao Yin dared not speak aloud and asked telepathically. Just over that concrete pile ahead, the old bull replied mentally. At this point, Zhao Yun could clearly see the area where the golden silk fruit was located. That area was not the most densely populated by zombies, and there was quite a bit of vegetation nearby. The wild grass and shrubs after the apocalypse had rooted themselves directly in the concrete. With Zhao Yun's size and agility, it wouldn't be difficult to sneak through the gaps in the ruins and the cover of the vegetation to pick the golden silk fruit. I'll go pick the golden silk fruit. You all stay here and wait for me, Zhao Yun said in a low voice. Zhao Yun. Song Xiaodao grabbed the corner of Zhao Yun's clothes, her little face full of worry, pouting as she said, I want to go with you. No, if we disturb the zombies here, I won't be able to protect you, Zhao Yun said sternly. If he was discovered by the zombies alone, he might still escape, but bringing Song Xiaodao along would be no different from seeking death. Old bull, monkey, if there's danger, I'll escape alone first. You two hide here with little knife and wait for the zombie horde to calm down before returning the way we came. After we get out, we'll meet up in the previous village. Zhao Yun made these arrangements, then took out all the energy-restoring compressed biscuits, a total of 3 pieces. For that golden silk fruit, he had indeed bled quite a bit. Little monkey gets 2 pieces, old bull gets 1. If you two are discovered by zombies and your abilities are exhausted, eat 1 piece to replenish your energy. Remember, you must protect little knife. The 2 mutated beasts nodded. They could sense that this was Zhao Yun's command, with no room for discussion. After giving all the instructions, Zhao Yun turned and walked forward. In truth, all these arrangements stemmed from Zhao Yun's cautious nature, just in case. He was confident he could easily pick the golden silk fruit. Traversing this distance wasn't difficult. Moreover, there was vegetation for cover. Zhao Yun chose to walk through the gaps in the concrete, making no sound at all. When there was no cover, he would crouch and crawl through the underbrush. After a dozen minutes, Zhao Yun successfully crossed the concrete pile that Old Bull had mentioned. Ahead lay a large open space, and he could see a small shrub swaying in the night breeze about 30 meters away. A fruit hung from it. The bright red skin faintly revealed golden threads. The golden silk fruit. Zhao Yun took a breath. The nearby zombies seemed uninterested in the golden silk fruit. Even when they wandered close to the tree, they ignored it. Zhao Yun crawled into the grass, carefully moving forward 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters. Suddenly, a zombie slowly drifted toward Zhao Yun. In the grass, he could see that it had once been a young man, its tattered clothes faintly displaying the logo of a tire factory. This zombie's body had fully recovered. It wouldn't be long before it evolved to F-level. The veins beneath its pale skin showed a disgusting black-purple color, crawling across its face like worms, with murky, viscous liquid dripping from its mouth. Drip! Drip! As the zombie approached, a drop of saliva fell onto Zhao Yun's eyelid, and he dared not move. Fortunately, he had bathed last night, so the smell of sweat wasn't too strong, and with the wind blowing, the scent was diluted. The zombie did not detect him. The zombie slowly passed in front of Zhao Yun and gradually walked away. Zhao Yun wiped the saliva from his eyelid and continued to crawl forward, quickly reaching the base of the golden silk fruit tree. He did not immediately pick the fruit but remained hidden in the grass, cautiously observing his surroundings. Until within 10 meters, all the zombies turned their backs. In that instant, Zhao Yun suddenly leaped up. He accurately grabbed the golden silk fruit and, as he fell, yanked the fruit from the tree. Immediately after, Zhao Yun's body fell back into the grass. He completed all of this in less than 2 seconds. Not a single zombie noticed. Zhao Yun looked at the golden silk fruit in his hand, barely having time to feel happy when suddenly, a loud shout came from not far away. "There's someone there, help! Nest!" Zhao Yun cursed under his breath, realizing it was a middle-aged bald man in a dirty suit, holding a 5- or 6-year-old boy in his arms, crawling out from a crack that was barely recognizable as a former sewer opening. "Finally, someone has come. Help! Save my son!" The man shouted as he quickly ran toward Zhao Yun. Roar! 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 The nearby zombies instantly stirred. If one were to look from above, they would see that what was once a silent industrial park now resembled a swarming ant nest. Countless zombies gathered frantically around the man in Zhao Yun. At that moment, Zhao Yun hesitated not at all. He got up and ran. If he were surrounded, even if his current strength multiplied several times, he would likely be finished. When the zombies surrounded him, the grass could no longer hide his figure. At that point, escaping would be difficult. The only thing Zhao Yun could do then was to release the invisibility tent to hide. These ordinary zombies could not break through the tent's defenses, but doing so would only cause more zombies to gather outside, ultimately trapping him here. Brother, you are the first person I've encountered in over a month. Please don't run. I beg you, save my son." The man shouted behind him, his voice trembling increasingly. Zhao Yun cursed under his breath, not expecting that in this industrial park with no survival space, there would still be someone who had managed to survive until now. This father and son had somehow evaded his perception, and they must have used the same method to escape the zombie's awareness. Zhao had no time to figure out how they did it. The man behind him was shouting louder, the horde was quickly closing in, and Zhao had also become a target attracting the zombies. He directly took out the last bottle of iced tea from his space ring and gulped it down. Without saying a word, Zhao Yin's speed increased significantly as he chose the weakest direction in the horde and ran for his life, his pants nearly falling off. Bastard, how can you stand by and do nothing? I can die, but why won't you save my son? The horde had already surrounded the man and the little boy, countless hands reaching out towards them. The little boy was crying loudly. In the next moment, the horde instantly engulfed the father and son, hands grabbing at them, feet clawing, fighting to tear and bite. The man desperately tried to protect the little boy in his arms, but suddenly, with a snap, a zombie tore off the boy's head, blood gushing forth, and the nearby zombies became even more excited. Son, son, the man screamed in agony. In the end, the man was also pinned to the ground by the zombies, and in an instant, his flesh was bitten away, still desperately holding onto the headless body of his son in the pool of blood. Son, our food is gone, there's no water, Daddy doesn't know how to save you. Soon, the man was torn to pieces by the horde, not even leaving behind bones. Until the very end, he never saw that guy turn back. Throughout it all, Zhao Yun said not a word, not a glance, only focused on saving himself. Zhao Yun was still surrounded by the horde. Despite using all his strength to escape, he had reached the edge of the industrial park. But in front of him, the zombies had formed a wall, leaving no gaps. Thud! Zhao Yun drew his machete and chopped down 4 or 5 zombies in front of him. Before the horde could close in, he quickly stepped forward, swinging his blade. This high-intensity slaughter allowed him to slowly move out of the industrial park. Countless zombies' sharp nails scratched at him, although ordinary zombies could not break through the defenses of his military uniform and fishnet stockings. The exposed skin of Zhao Yun was already covered in numerous wounds. He quickly killed the zombies beside him and took out a can of tuna to resist the virus, opening the lid and shoving it into his mouth. After this delay, several zombies had bitten his arms, thighs, and chest. While they couldn't tear through his clothing, the bites were painful. If he hadn't dodged in time, his neck would have already been bitten through by a zombie. Zhao Yun was furious and swung his machete fiercely. The bloody scent left by the bald man and his son lingered in the air. Even though they had been devoured to the point of not leaving a single bone fragment, countless zombies rushed towards that direction, falling over each other. Usually, the zombies wandered aimlessly, turning around obstacles, but now the allure of flesh had driven the horde into madness. This caused several zombies climbing over the broken wall to fall into the crevice where Song Xiaodao and the 2 beasts were hiding. Bang bang bang! The little monkey swung the wolf-toothed club and quickly dealt with the few zombies, which attracted the attention of other nearby zombies. Roar, roar, roar! In an instant, a chain reaction occurred, and countless zombies rushed towards the gap. Song Xiaodao's face turned pale, and his hand holding the tang knife began to tremble. The little monkey deeply remembered Zhao Yun's instructions before leaving and immediately ate a piece of compressed biscuit. Its energy quickly returned to full. Squeak, 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 roar! It activated its giant transformation ability, tossing Song Xiaodao onto its shoulder and leaping out of the gap. Before them, the zombies were endless. Calling it a wall of corpses was no longer sufficient. It should be called a mountain of zombies. The little monkey charged into the horde, and countless zombies instantly engulfed it. Its heavy armor was scratched by the zombies' sharp claws, creating sparks, and the wolf-toothed club swung with relentless force. With each strike, several zombies were directly smashed to pieces. Boom! A loud crash sounded beside them as Old Bull rushed in, scattering a pile of zombies next to the little monkey, instantly relieving some of its pressure. For a moment, the 2 beasts looked incredibly fierce, turning countless zombies into mush with their cooperation. In just over 10 minutes, the 2 beasts had slaughtered thousands of zombies. But there were simply too many corpses. The 2 beasts had hardly moved a few meters, and as time passed, their stamina was rapidly depleting. First, it was the little monkey. Its speed in swinging the wolf-toothed club began to slow down. Thud! A zombie with a broken leg crawled to the little monkey's feet and bit down on its calf, where there was no heavy armor protection. At that moment, the little monkey was busy smashing the zombies in front of it, and with a slight delay in reaction, a large chunk of flesh was torn from its leg by this zombie. Blood gushed out instantly, and soon, all the surrounding zombies pounced on the little monkey's legs, drawn by the scent of blood. They were merely following their instincts to bite, but they happened to find the weak spots in the heavy armor defense. In the blink of an eye, the little monkey's legs were covered in zombies, blood-soaked, with many areas of flesh eaten raw, exposing its white bones, making it unsteady on its feet. Roar! Pain appeared on the little monkey's twisted face, but more than that, it was anger. It swung the club fiercely, smashing all the zombies beneath it. In the next moment, it no longer cared. It took off the iced red tea, sandwich bread, and a second piece of compressed biscuit that Jiaoyin had given it. "Little monkey, I'm here to help you," Song Xiaodao, who was riding on the little monkey's neck, said. The little monkey immediately handed the supplies to her and continued to smash the approaching horde of zombies. Song Xiaodao quickly tore open the sandwich bread and stuffed it into the little monkey's big mouth. Next came the compressed biscuit and iced red tea. The little monkey swallowed all the food in one gulp, not having time to savor it, and in the next moment, the wounds on its legs visibly stopped bleeding, healed, and grew new flesh. Its energy quickly returned to full, and then, a tremendous power surged from within, doubling its attributes. At that moment, its strength directly surpassed that of Old Bull, the E-level mutated beast. The monkey's face twisted, and its body began to swell again, muscles rapidly bulging. Roar! Roar! It seemed to be enduring intense pain, and after several roars, its height had increased by more than 3 meters, with one arm as thick as a barrel. Its golden fur grew wildly, soon reaching half a foot in length, dancing wildly in the night wind. Superpower! Frenzy! Finally, this monkey activated its second superpower for the first time in its life. Even Jiaoyin had never seen the little monkey activate its second ability in this life. It was supposed to be unlocked when it reached E-level. However, with the little monkey's strength skyrocketing and its inner rage, it directly went into a frenzy. Boom! The terrifying figure suddenly swung the wolf-toothed club, creating a terrifying sonic boom. The wall of corpses in front of him was instantly blown away, sending a large number of bodies flying, which in turn knocked down many more, breaking the bones of numerous zombies. The terrifying monkey, clad in heavy armor, stepped forward, crossing 30 to 40 meters in the blink of an eye, its spiked club relentlessly smashing forward. Mangled bodies flew in all directions, creating a bloody path. The old bull behind him also perked up, not expecting that this monkey actually had a second ability, which seemed even stronger than his own second ability, iron armor. Then the old bull reacted quickly and followed in the monkey's footsteps. Jiaoyin lay in the crevice of the ruins, his face a bloody mess, his features unrecognizable. The back of his left hand revealed stark white bones, and there was a large hole in his neck, blood gushing out. He gasped for breath, struggling to take out a piece of sandwich bread and swallow it, then closed his eyes. After more than 10 minutes, Zhao Yin's injuries finally began to heal, but he had lost too much blood, and his face remained pale. He opened a bottle of Nongfu Spring, drank more than half of it, then stuffed a handful of chestnut leaves into his mouth, chewing as he crawled out of the crevice of the ruins. Jiaoyin climbed to the highest broken wall nearby and looked towards the industrial park. There, a tide of corpses was surging wildly, suggesting that the little monkey and the others had fallen into a heavy encirclement. The monkey has a bottle of iced red tea, and both it and the old bull have compressed biscuits. They should be able to break through, right? The old bull's horn is comparable to a D-class weapon. Its overall strength is greater than mine, which is also E-class. After drinking the iced red tea, the little monkey's strength surpassed mine. If they can't break through, then my attempt to save them would only cost me my life. Who in the apocalypse can be safe forever? To survive, many times one must fight desperately. They do so, and so must I. Jiaoyin could only comfort himself this way. Thus, he quickly brushed away the guilt in his heart. After orienting himself, he realized he had deviated from his intended direction, so he picked up his mountain knife and headed south. At dawn, Jiaoyin finally returned to the old site of the village in the southern suburbs. He did not set up a camouflage tent. Instead, he lit a bonfire among the ruins, set up a hanging pot, and threw several chestnuts into the pot to cook. He tossed another 70 or 80 chestnuts into the fire. Gradually, the aroma of food wafted through the air, and the roasted chestnuts smelled incredibly tempting. Yet, Jiaoyin did not take a single bite. He himself did not know if he was waiting for Xiao Dao and the two beasts to return. Suddenly, Jiaoyin felt a wave of emptiness and loneliness. For the first time since his rebirth, he regretted it. He should not have been greedy for that golden silk fruit and taken them to the industrial park for an adventure. An hour later, the little monkey and the others had not returned. 2 hours later, they still had not returned. The firelight flickered on Zhao Yin's face, casting shadows, as the wind blew away sparks, drifting past the edge of his clothes, his pale face showing no expression. They had not returned. Were they dead? He told himself that he had already tried hard for Song Xiaodao, and if she died, it was just her bad luck. But that monkey and that bull, those two dual-ability mutated beasts, were rare. Without them, he, as their contract master, would become a mere figurehead. Zhao Yin's thoughts began to calculate where to find his next contract beast. At that moment, footsteps suddenly echoed from afar. The old bull was still carrying the supplies tied to its body, its hide covered in wounds, blood flowing, and a short figure followed beside it. Song Xiaodao's hair was a mess like a bird's nest, disheveled in the wind, but she seemed not too injured, with tear stains on her face. "You're back. Are you all okay?" Zhao stood up, revealing a smile. Looking behind the old bull and Song Xiaodao, he asked, "Where's the monkey?" "Woo woo." Before Zhao could finish his sentence, Song Xiaodao pouted and began to cry. "The little monkey. The little monkey is dead. Woo woo woo." Beside them, the old cow wore a face full of sorrow, its spirit engulfed in a dead silence. "You're not dead. How could the monkey be dead?" Zhao asked loudly. The words were harsh, but they were his most genuine thoughts at that moment. "Woo woo. Little monkey. The little monkey was protecting me. Woo woo." Song Xiaodao saw Zhao and seemed to find support, crying so hard that she could barely catch her breath. "Master, there were too many zombies. We almost couldn't make it back." It was the monkey that activated its berserk ability, leading us to the edge of the industrial park, but it exhausted itself to divert the horde. The old cow's voice was filled with despair. He hadn't expected the monkey to have such a spirit of sacrifice. "Did you see it die?" "No, I didn't see it." Song Xiaodao quickly shook her head. "Master, although I didn't see it either, at that time the monkey had run out of supplies. It was just a monkey, blocking the horde alone. It would be very hard for it to survive." Zhao calmed down and suddenly thought of something. He closed his eyes, sensing the contract spirit in his mind. After a while, Zhao opened his eyes and said with certainty, "The monkey is not dead." The trace of the little monkey's aura was still there in his mind. In his previous life, Lin Tianfeng had mentioned to Zhao that the contract master and the contracted beast could sense each other's life and death. It was just that so much time had passed that Zhao almost forgot, and he hadn't paid attention to this aspect recently. "Really?" Song Xiaodao immediately stopped crying, her tear-streaked face brightening. The old cow also perked up, looking at Zhao. Although they hadn't spent much time with the little monkey, they had experienced life and death together. Nothing could strengthen bonds more than sharing life and death. "Everyone, eat something. Once the old cow's injuries recover, we'll go find the monkey," Zhao said. A few hours passed. Since the little monkey wasn't dead, it should have already left the horde. Currently, the only strong combat power beside Zhao was the old cow, and it hadn't recovered from its injuries, so approaching the horde recklessly was very dangerous. Zhao took out some chestnut leaves and piled them in front of the old cow, which immediately lowered its head to eat. The chestnuts in the pot had already turned into a mush. Zhao found 2 large bowls from the old cow's back and filled one for Song Xiaodao. "Eat." Song Xiaodao wiped her tears, took the bowl, but stared blankly at the fire, not taking a bite. Zhao filled a bowl for himself, leaving the rest of the chestnut mush for the old cow. The 70 or 80 roasted chestnuts were already fully cooked. Zhao gave 3 to Song Xiaodao, kept 5 for himself, and divided the rest into 2 portions, giving half to the old cow and the other half he left for the little monkey. E-grade mutated beasts have a large appetite. I wonder if that monkey is hungry, Zhao muttered to himself. Shaking his head, he lowered his head to eat. "Zhao, I can't eat," Song Xiaodao said after a while. "If you can't eat, then don't. If we get surrounded by zombies later and you have no strength to run, don't expect me to save you," Zhao said, mumbling with his mouth full of chestnut mush. "If we encounter danger again, will you still leave us behind and run away alone?" Song Xiaodao asked with a hint of complaint. "Do you want me to die with you?" Zhao replied. Song Xiaodao fell silent and began to drink the chestnut mush. After the meal, the old cow's injuries had mostly healed. Although the effect of the chestnut leaves wasn't as good as the sandwich bread, the old cow's injuries were not fatal. Zhao still had a piece of sandwich bread, but he planned to save it for the little monkey. "Let's go, back to the industrial park," Zhao said, not intending to rest, even though he hadn't slept for 2 days and nights. 3 hours ago. In the endless tide of zombies, the little monkey watched the old cow carrying Song Xiaodao leave, a trace of human-like sadness appearing on its monkey face. A zombie bit into the little monkey's neck, tearing away a large chunk of flesh. It let out a painful roar towards the sky, squeezing out the last bit of potential to maintain its frenzied powers, swinging its club to smash all the zombies beside it. Amidst the black rain of blood, the enormous monkey trembled all over. After a brief gasp, the horde of corpses closed in again. With the scent of blood emanating from the monkey, all the zombies became even more frenzied. At this moment, the little monkey had just enough energy left to swing the wolf-toothed club a few more times. Boom! The nearby horde was once again sent flying. The little monkey trembled even more violently. It no longer dared to hope for escape, only wishing to hold on for a few more minutes. It was just an F-class mutated beast, and the frenzied powers that exceeded its limits were devouring and shrinking its internal organs, constantly draining its life force. Just when the little monkey thought it was about to die, suddenly, all the zombies around it fell silent. At that moment, the entire world seemed to freeze. All the zombies stood still, as if turned to stone. The little monkey didn't understand what was happening, and just then, a hoarse and unpleasant voice reached its ears. "Aren't you leaving?" The little monkey turned to look. Surrounded by zombies, where could there be any human figure? At that moment, the voice became urgent. "Go, quickly." The little monkey dared not hesitate any longer. It took off with its long legs, leaping 7 or 8 meters in a single bound, desperately rushing towards the industrial park's exit. Without the hindrance of zombies, in less than a minute, the little monkey burst out of the industrial park. At this point, its last bit of potential was finally exhausted, and in the next moment, its massive form rapidly shrank. Its originally small body, forced to activate its second power, became even thinner, looking from a distance like a blood-soaked child's skeleton. The little monkey could no longer lift the wolf-toothed club. The heavy armor felt like a mountain pressing down on it. Roar! At that moment, the horde behind it suddenly moved again. It was as if they had just woken from a nap. In an instant, every breath of air was filled with a terrifying and oppressive aura. The little monkey turned back to see the zombies rushing towards it like a swarm of ants. It steeled itself, immediately dropping the wolf-toothed club and shedding its heavy armor, struggling to move its short legs and run forward desperately. In its panic, it lost track of direction. The zombies were already a considerable distance away from the little monkey. The slower zombies gradually lost its scent, and with the little monkey's small size, it often slipped through the gaps in the ruins. As the little monkey fled forward, the pursuing zombies gradually fell behind, until only a dozen or so zombies were left trailing behind. The little monkey didn't know how long it had been running. It squinted wearily, wanting to keep moving, when suddenly everything went dark. Thud! The little monkey collapsed to the ground. By now, the sky had brightened, but its vision was still blurry. In this desolate world, it didn't know where the only human it could rely on was at that moment. It lay on the ground, still bleeding, vaguely aware that it was about to die. The little monkey turned its face, wanting to take another look at this world, but a piece of meteorite on the ground blocked its view. It suddenly missed Jiaoyin. In the depths of its being, the little monkey could sense that its master was still alive. He was still alive. That was wonderful. The little monkey slowly closed its eyes. Look, what is that thing up ahead? At some point, a few people had arrived not far from the little monkey, 4 men and 1 woman, all in tattered clothes, their faces covered in dirt, making it hard to discern their age and appearance. It's a child. No, it's a monkey. It really is a monkey. How did it survive that meteor shower? Don't worry about how it survived, just bring it back. Great. It's been over a month since we had meat. Even though this monkey is thin, a piece of meat each will be enough. Can monkeys eat too? I feel like they're just like humans, the woman said. One of the middle-aged men stepped forward, grabbing the little monkey by its tail and lifting it up, saying, "If you're too scared to eat it, we'll just share it. In this apocalypse, don't say it's just a monkey. Even if it were a child, I dare to eat it." The woman suddenly laughed. Jiaoyin arrived outside the industrial park, where the crowd of corpses had thinned significantly, returning to a state of aimless wandering. "Old Nyo, is this where you separated from the monkey?" Jiaoyin asked in his mind. "Master, it was inside the industrial park ahead," Old Nyo replied mentally. Jiaoyin did not immediately enter the industrial park. Instead, he hid with Old Nyo and Song Xiaodao among the ruins, looking up to observe the movements of the nearby corpses. If the little monkey had left the industrial park, it would definitely have left traces. After a while, his heart sank as he spotted 3 F-level zombies wandering deep within the industrial park. He remembered that all the F-level zombies had been taken to the southern suburbs by the Zombie King, so these must have just evolved. Clearly, the flesh and blood of the bald man and his son had catalyzed their evolution. Jiaoyin quickly withdrew his gaze and continued to observe. A few minutes later, he finally discovered that from within the industrial park, heading north, the crowd of corpses was particularly dense. It must be where the little monkey attracted them when it left. "Let's go to the northernmost part of the industrial park." Jiaoyin immediately took the lead, walking briskly. "Jiaoyin, why are we going north?" "We separated in the southeast direction," Song Xiaodao whispered. "I didn't ask you to speak. Keep your mouth shut." Jiaoyin appeared quite irritable at that moment. After circling around the industrial park for a while, Jiaoyin finally arrived at the northern edge of the industrial park. At this point, the density of zombies within 500 meters outside the industrial park was almost comparable to that inside. The entire crowd of corpses resembled a tail sprouting from the industrial park. Jiaoyin, along with Song Xiaodao and Old Nyo, used the ruins to conceal their figures as they moved toward the tip of the tail. Half an hour later, the crowd of corpses finally began to thin out. Jiaoyin took out his machete, stepped out from the hiding place among the ruins, and charged directly into the crowd of corpses. Thud! A zombie didn't react in time and was directly split in half by Zhao Yin's blade. As the nearby zombies began to react, Zhao struck again, instantly killing 7 or 8 zombies. He wielded the machete stained with black blood, striding forward to kill. Old Nyo and Song Xiaodao widened their eyes. They rarely saw Zhao so fierce. He didn't even let Old Nyo clear the way, nor did he ask Song Xiaodao to cut watermelons. At that moment, it seemed that in Zhao Yin's eyes, the zombie crystals were worthless. Dark brown blood splattered across his head, face, military jacket, pants, and shoes. He looked sticky all over, like a killing machine. By the time Old Nyo and Song Xiaodao caught up, Zhao Yin had already slaughtered all the zombies at the tip of the tail. He leaned on his knife, standing there in the howling wind, a dirty face breaking into a smile. "Monkey, the zombies beat you, and I helped you beat them back." At that moment, Song Xiaodao and Old Nyo realized he just wanted to help the little monkey vent its anger. Song Xiaodao stared blankly at Zhao Yin. This guy was sometimes really hard to understand. "Zhao Yin, take a break. I'll go help you collect the zombie crystals," Song Xiaodao said, looking at the corpses scattered on the ground. Zhao Yin waved his hand. The monkey is more important. He hadn't slept for 2 days and nights, and the continuous fighting had left him exhausted, yet he continued to lead with the machete. Suddenly, Zhao Yin quickened his pace, arriving at a pile of sticky things. Song Xiaodao hurriedly followed and discovered it was a heavy armor and a wolf-tooth club. It was chased by the crowd of corpses. "These things are just burdens." Zhao Yin understood something and quickly stored the 2 pieces of equipment in his spatial ring, growing even more sullen. The little monkey had lost both its heavy armor and wolf fawn club, so one can imagine its predicament at that moment. From here, a trail of colorful blood began to spread northward into the distance, the dark red blood a sign of normal life left just a few hours ago. Zhao Yin, accompanied by Old Nyo and Song Xiaodao, followed the direction of the blood trail. This was a road from before the apocalypse, with collapsed ruins on either side. Soon, Zhao Yin discovered a small pool of blood among the debris. The previously scattered drops of blood came to an abrupt stop here. "Where's the monkey? Where did it go?" Zhao Yin asked angrily, glaring at Song Xiaodao beside him. Song Xiaodao looked at the bloodshot eyes of Zhao Yin and suddenly felt a wave of fear rise within her, stammering, I don't know. It must have fallen here, and with no one to help, where else could it go?" Zhao Yin glared at her and shouted, "Hurry up and find it." Okay, I'll look." Song Xiaodao dared not argue and quickly began searching nearby. Zhao Yin, however, stood still. In fact, with his powerful perception, if the little monkey were still nearby, he would have sensed it already. The little monkey was not here, which left one possibility: it had been taken away by zombies, mutated beasts, or by humans. The chance of it being eaten by zombies was minimal. It was impossible for not even a single hair to be left behind. So, it could only be a mutated beast or a person. "Zhao Yin, come look." At that moment, Song Xiaodao suddenly called out. Zhao Yin hurried over, and Song Xiaodao was holding something familiar to him. A piece of corn husk. Fresh corn could only be produced by mutated plants after the apocalypse. Mutated beasts would eat corn but would not carry it. Therefore, only humans could have brought this corn husk here. They took the monkey. Zhao Yin clenched his fists. Great! Someone actually saved the little monkey, Song Xiaodao said with a happy smile. Zhao Yin shot her a look as if she were an idiot, and Song Xiaodao immediately covered her mouth. She vaguely understood that she had said the wrong thing. Zhao Yin slowly closed his eyes, fully activating his hearing. Within a 2-kilometer radius, amidst the howling wind, there were numerous footsteps, most of which sounded unsteady, likely zombies. There were no heartbeats or breathing sounds. "They've taken the monkey far away." Zhao Yin calmed down at this point, frowning as he said, "They should still be within 10 kilometers, they can't have gone too far." In this apocalypse, evolved beings had already appeared, and there might also be supernatural beings rising. But the meteor shower had only just stopped a few days ago, and Zhao Yin did not believe that anyone besides himself had reached E-level strength. Even if there were, they would be extremely rare, and the little monkey was almost impossible to encounter. As long as the opponent's strength had not reached E-level, in this world filled with zombies, it was impossible to have traveled too far in just a few hours. Zhao Yin jumped into the crevice, carefully identifying any clues left behind. A strong wind had blown last night, and the desolate world was filled with sand, erasing all footprints. But as long as someone had passed through, there would definitely be some traces left. Soon, Zhao Yin found a drop of blood, fallen on a broken wall not far from the crevice. Because the wall was vertical, the drop of blood had not been covered by the wind and sand. They went north. Zhao Yin looked up, gazing toward the north with a murderous intent. One could imagine that someone had stuffed the little monkey into a sack or some other container, preventing its blood from dripping, but one drop had seeped out. The other party showed no concern for the little monkey's life. Clearly, in their eyes, it was just food. "How do you know that?" Song Xiaodao asked. Zhao Yin pointed at the drop of blood. "Survivors are all starving. When they get a wounded monkey, their first thought is to eat meat. It's not safe to cook outside, so they would definitely return to their previous shelter. Zhaoying continued, the cornhusk is where they rested earlier, about 10 meters from here. There are blood drops on the way back, which must be the direction they left. Song Xiaodao listened, feeling a bit confused. Just as she was about to ask again, Zhaoying suddenly picked her up. Zhaoying, what? What are you doing? Song Xiaodao was startled. Zhaoying directly tossed her onto the back of the old cow. Sit still and shut your mouth. With that, he strode northward. After 50 meters, Zhaoying indeed found another drop of blood, confirming his suspicions. Along the way, there were blood traces left at intervals. Sometimes there was a drop every 20 or 30 meters, and other times it was several hundred meters apart. Not every drop of blood could be preserved. The other party was clearly very familiar with the surrounding environment, choosing paths that avoided zombies, so Zhao Yin and his group moved smoothly. Half an hour later, Zhao Yin closed his eyes to listen, then opened them, his gaze filled with murderous intent. Zhao Yin, did you find the little monkey? Song Xiaodao couldn't help but ask. I heard a group of people. It should be them. Zhao Yin said coldly. What if they really hurt the little monkey? What will you do? Song Xiaodao asked. If the monkey loses even a single hair because of them, I will kill them all, Zhao Yin declared. Although Song Xiaodao already knew Zhao Yin's temperament, she still couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine upon hearing this. This was a low mountain, and when the meteor shower hit, the entire mountaintop was pockmarked, and the trees on the mountain caught fire, burning the surface soil into a hard crust. Just a few days after the meteor shower ended, half-human highweeds had already grown back. The resilience of plant life after the apocalypse was astonishing, with some taking root in the rocks. At the foot of the low mountain, there was an unfinished road, with a tunnel dug straight into the mountain, which had collapsed for the most part but still left a considerable space. Finally back. 4 men and 1 woman returned to the tunnel entrance. A man carrying a cement bag smiled and said, "We're safe." The sight of the tunnel gave them a sense of security, and their voices grew louder. "I'm hungry. When are we going to skin the monkey?" Another man said eagerly. "Who isn't hungry? The corn has only produced 1 ear, and recently we've been making soup with rotten flour. It all stinks," the woman said. The man with the cement bag replied, "First, boil some water, scald the monkey to pluck its fur directly. The monkey's skin is also edible. Skinning it would be too wasteful. Just scald it alive. Killing it will make it bleed, and the blood can be eaten," a previously silent man joked. "Right, we need to save food," the woman echoed. The 4 men were originally high-ranking members of the tunnel construction unit. On the night of the meteor shower, the workers had taken a break and gone to a rest area a kilometer away. The 4, seeking excitement, had driven a woman from a KTV into the tunnel to play. Thus, they had escaped a catastrophic disaster. At this moment, as they entered the tunnel, a small, thin figure immediately walked out. "Did you find anything to eat?" "Found you, damn it. All you think about is eating. Can't you ask if we're in danger?" The man with the cement bag scolded the approaching woman. This woman was equally dirty. After the apocalypse, they all conserved their drinking water, but she had still managed to wash her legs very white, wearing torn stockings. However, at this moment, none of the 4 men paid her any attention. They were all waiting to eat meat. Someone went to fetch some wood to light a fire. Someone else took out the inner pot of a rice cooker and went to a nearby puddle, which was their source of drinking water. Water dripped down from the top of the tunnel from time to time, accumulating about 7 or 8 liters of clean water. The man carefully filled half a pot and returned to the fire to start boiling it. The man carrying the cement bag finally set it down with a thud, and a bloody little monkey fell to the ground, motionless. The woman in stockings immediately widened her eyes. "What kind of animal is this? Is there meat to eat?" The men remained silent, and the woman who had gone out with them to gather supplies said, "Even though you didn't do much, you won't be left out. How about you eat the monkey's tail? What meat is there on a monkey's tail?" The woman in stockings immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. "How come I didn't contribute? Didn't I stay behind to guard old Sheen for you? It was Manager Wei who insisted that someone had to stay. I went into the zombie pile to look for food. Why should you be enjoying yourself here?" The woman searching for supplies shouted. The 2 women had worked at the same KTV before the apocalypse, but after the world ended, they often competed with each other. They both understood that only by sticking with the men could they survive. But to use them, they had to rely on their looks, so they viewed each other as rivals. "Old Sheen hasn't run away, has he?" At that moment, the man who had returned carrying the monkey, the Manager Wei the 2 women referred to, interrupted their argument. The woman in stockings immediately put on a smile. "He hasn't run away. Brother Wei, I will do my best to handle what you instructed. Bring him out. Let him pluck the monkey's fur," Manager Wei ordered. Soon, a frail man was pulled out by the woman in stockings, about in his 40s, with his hands bound behind his back, walking weakly. "What use is this waste?" the woman in stockings complained. Keeping him doesn't cost much, just give him some urine to drink, and he can eat the maggots off the rotten meat. He can also do some work for us and entertain us when there's nothing to do, Manager Wei said with a smile. If one day a zombie breaks in, we can use him to attract its attention. The other men burst into laughter. The man called Old Sheen had a numb expression on his face, and when he saw the little monkey on the ground still breathing, a hint of pity flashed in his eyes. He and this monkey shared the same fate. Both were meat on someone else's chopping board. Before the apocalypse, Old Sheen was a cook on a construction site, waking up early every day to prepare breakfast for the workers, so he lived in the tunnel. When the meteor shower struck, the unfinished tunnel became the best shelter. He had a large stockpile of food, and naturally, he was sought after by Manager Wei and the others, who usually didn't even look at him. At first, everyone thought this was just a normal natural disaster, and once it passed, everything would return to normal. At that time, everyone was still laughing and joking, and Manager Wei promised Old Sheen that once the rescue team arrived, he would give him a raise. For that, Old Sheen tried every means to cook delicious food to please them. Just a few days ago, the meteor shower stopped, and everything changed. All the stored food spoiled overnight. Only a few bags of flour could resist decay. Although they also became moldy and stinky, they could barely be swallowed when cooked. When food drastically shrank, Manager Wei went out and discovered the zombie outbreak. So, they imprisoned Old Sheen, giving him only urine to drink every day. Old Sheen knew that, like this monkey, he would eventually die in the hands of these beasts. Brother Wei, look how obedient I am. Can you give me a monkey leg later? No, a monkey head would be fine too. The woman in stockings stepped forward, coming in front of Manager Wei, lifting her dirty short skirt, revealing that she wasn't even wearing underwear. She slowly raised one leg, rubbing her thigh against the zipper of Manager Wei's pants. Brother Wei, if a girl gets too thin from hunger, she won't look good. Get away! Manager Wei pushed the woman in stockings away. I haven't had a full meal in days. I don't have the energy for that. The smile on the woman's face froze, and a hint of hatred flickered in her eyes. Another woman, however, burst into laughter. Is the water boiling yet? Manager Wei turned to another man and asked, is it boiling yet? The man stared at the pot in the fire, licking his cracked lips. Water that has been heated over monkey fur can be filtered and still drinkable, so don't waste it, Manager Wei instructed. This also served as a warning to the man not to sneak a drink while boiling water. After speaking, Manager Wei walked deeper into the tunnel. Leave Old Sheen and Yu Donghai here to pluck the monkey fur. The rest of you come with me to check on that corn. Yu Donghai was the man boiling water. He nodded, and the others followed Manager Wei deeper into the tunnel. Before the apocalypse, Manager Wei held one of the highest positions among them, and even after the apocalypse, he still commanded respect, mainly because he was fair in his dealings and never kept things to himself. Taking everyone to see the corn was equivalent to telling them he wouldn't hoard it, and they could supervise each other. 2 days ago, they had intended to find more water sources and ventured into the collapsed parts of the tunnel, inadvertently discovering the suddenly sprouted corn. The corn was as tall as a 5-story building and had produced 49 ears. That morning, before they set out to look for supplies, they found that one ear had ripened, so they picked it to share on the way, only to discover that a few kernels each could fill them up, revitalizing their energy. They had already realized that this was a mutated crop after the apocalypse, containing far more nutrients than before. Therefore, after arranging matters regarding the monkey meat, Manager Wei came to check on the corn first. At that moment, Zhaoyin had already seen the tunnel beneath the low mountain. The water is boiling, go get a big basin, the survivor named Yu Donghai instructed Old Sheen, who was standing nearby, staring at the bubbling water in the pot. Old Sheen numbly walked aside, using his bound hands to pick up the large iron basin usually used for kneading dough, and clanged it down beside the fire. Yu Donghai directly grabbed the little monkey by its tail and tossed it into the basin, then ordered, go, pour the boiling water from the pot over the monkey. How am I supposed to move the pot with these hands? Old Sheen finally spoke, his voice dry and hoarse. Yu Donghai glanced at the rope around his wrist and sneered, you think I'm going to untie you? Old Sheen looked at him in silence. Don't think I don't know, you're a retired soldier who trained at Shaolin for 7 years. After I untie you, we won't be enough to handle you alone, Yu Donghai mocked. I've been starving for 3 days. I don't have the strength. You're overthinking it, Old Sheen rasped. Forget about being untied, maybe in your next life. After saying this, Yu Donghai walked over, picked up a cloth, and wrapped it around the rice cooker pot before lifting it. Just as he was about to pour it over the little monkey, Old Sheen suddenly lunged at him. Clang! What the hell? The pot tipped over onto Yu Donghai, scalding hot water splashed all over him as he screamed in agony, tearing at his clothes. In just a moment, a horrifying layer of blisters formed on Yu Donghai's reddened face. Help! Old Sheen showed no expression, coldly watching him without attempting to escape. At that moment, Manager Wei and the others, who hadn't yet ventured deep into the tunnel, heard the commotion and quickly ran back. Seeing the ghostly figure of Yu Donghai and Old Sheen standing there with a smile, they immediately understood what had happened. Old Yu is done for, the woman in stockings said with a grin. Many survivors after the apocalypse had become somewhat neurotic. In such harsh conditions, no one could save Yu Donghai from such burns. Once he died, there would be one less person to share the corn and monkey meat. Everyone calmly watched as Yu Donghai writhed in agony. Even Manager Wei only showed a symbolic hint of anger but had no intention of helping Yu Donghai, loudly scolding Old Sheen. Was it you who did this? It was me, Old Sheen said numbly. Slap. A man stepped forward and slapped Old Sheen across the face. If something happens to brother you, I'll take your life. Old Sheen was already weak, swaying slightly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Bang! Another man picked up a rolling pin and smashed it down on Old Sheen from behind, knocking him to the ground. I'll kill you. Immediately, the two men began to punch and kick Old Sheen. At that moment, Manager Wei suddenly spoke up. Stop hitting him, Yu Donghai is beyond saving, and we still need Old Sheen to dig a grave later. His tone was so flat, it was as if he didn't care about the life or death of his companion. The two men stopped, looking up at him. One of them said, Manager Wei is right. The other immediately agreed, that's right, he still has his uses. He. Old Sheen, covered in blood, suddenly started to laugh. What are you laughing at? Manager Wei said coldly. He. I'm laughing at you leaving me behind. Sooner or later, you'll end up killing another one. Won't that mean one less person to share the corn? Old Sheen laughed. Everyone knew what Manager Wei was planning. But as Old Sheen said this, everyone turned to look at Manager Wei. Looking for death? Ha! Manager Wei instantly exploded in anger. He stepped forward and kicked Old Sheen, who was trying to get up, back to the ground, then pulled out a dagger from his waist and stabbed it fiercely into Old Sheen's thigh. He. Old Sheen continued to laugh, as if that wasn't even his thigh. Wei Gu, kill him, said the woman in stockings. Another woman also rarely agreed with the woman in stockings, nodding, Wei Gu, let Shaoli dig the grave later. It seems Old Sheen can't be left alive. They both knew that facing Old Sheen, a ticking time bomb, they were the most vulnerable. If anyone was going to be killed by Old Sheen, it would definitely be them. Manager Wei's thoughts were exposed, and to prove his innocence to everyone, he could only kill Old Sheen. This seemed to be what Old Sheen wanted to see as well. Sooner or later, it would be death. He wanted a quick end. Go ahead and kill me. Otherwise, if I get the chance, I will definitely kill you, Old Sheen said. Manager Wei pulled out the dagger, his eyes filled with ferocity, and plunged it toward Old Sheen's neck. Just then, bang! A gunshot echoed in the tunnel. A little girl walked in from outside, holding a gun, the barrel still smoking. Everyone looked at Song Xiaodao, their expressions filled with shock. In this apocalypse, besides them, there were actually other living people who could reach here. Soon, everyone relaxed. After all, she was just an 11 or 12-year-old girl. Even if she had a gun, did she really have the guts to kill? Manager Wei hid his dagger behind him, smiling. Little sister, that toy in your hand isn't fun at all. Put it down. Song Xiaodao indeed put down the gun, and at that moment, everyone saw a tall man walk in from outside, followed by an incredibly strong water buffalo. Did you all see that? Zhao Yin said. I'm sorry, Zhao Yin. From now on, I will listen to you, Song Xiaodao said softly. She had previously thought that not everyone here deserved to die, so after Zhao Yin arrived and confirmed that the little monkey wouldn't die for a while, she let her take a look outside. Children always need to grow. At this moment, everyone in the tunnel was sizing up Zhao Yin. Seeing that he wasn't carrying any weapons, everyone relaxed, and then all eyes turned to the water buffalo, looking like starving ghosts. How many meals could be had from such a big cow? Brother, is this cow for sale? Manager Wei asked instinctively. Zhao Yin countered, can you afford it? I can't afford it. Manager Wei really couldn't think of what he could use to buy such a large cow in the apocalypse. He then chuckled and directly tried to ease the tension. Brother, you came here to seek refuge, right? Since you're here, you're one of us. Zhao Yin didn't even glance at him and walked straight towards the little monkey. Manager Wei's smile froze for a moment, and he subtly signaled to the woman in stockings beside him. The woman immediately approached Song Xiaodao silently, her peripheral vision keeping an eye on the gun in Song Xiaodao's hand. Little sister, can I see your toy? Go away. Song Xiaodao glared at her and said directly, I don't talk to dead people. They wanted to kill the little monkey, and Zhao Yin had said he would take care of everyone here. So in Song Xiaodao's eyes, they were all already dead. Dead people? The woman in stockings was taken aback for a moment, then a flash of resentment crossed her eyes as she laughed. Little sister really knows how to joke. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman in stockings quickly grabbed the hand that Song Xiaodao was holding the gun with, trying to seize the pistol. You're asking for it. At that moment, Manager Wei and the others all held their breath. Then, in the next moment, everyone was shocked to see the little girl suddenly struggle, her slender arms smashing into the woman's chest. The latter let out a terrible scream and was sent flying, landing right into a nearby fire pit. She should have rolled and screamed, but at that moment, the woman in stockings lay motionless in the fire, letting the flames consume her, as if she were sleeping on the softest bed before the apocalypse. She was dead. She had died before falling into the fire. Everyone was stunned, and the silence in the room was so profound that a pin drop could be heard. Soon, a burnt meat smell wafted through the tunnel. Ugh! Song Xiaodao was the first to bend over and vomit. Manager Wei and the others felt a chill run down their spines. They couldn't understand where the little girl got such strength. In fact, they hadn't even seen clearly what had happened. Brother, my woman was just curious about that pistol. She meant no harm. Manager Wei hurriedly stammered an explanation to Zhaoyin beside him. At this point, Zhaoyin had already reached the little monkey, not even glancing at Song Xiaodao. He bent down carefully and lifted the blood-soaked little monkey out of the basin. Holding it in his arms, he looked at the little monkey's tightly closed eyes, and at that moment, Zhaoyin's heart, which had long been cold, suddenly felt a slight sting. In his past life, he had trusted Lin Tianfeng, Zhang Dongliang, and many so-called close friends and confidants, only to end up with a tragic fate of destruction and loss. In this life, since the meteor shower had stopped, Zhaoyin had been with this little monkey. It wasn't very bright, loves to eat, but it was a truly trustworthy companion. This time, Zhaoyin generously took out a bottle of Nongfu Spring and the last piece of sandwich bread. He carefully tore the sandwich into pieces, soaked it in the Nongfu Spring, and fed it to the little monkey. Old Qin stood up and looked at Zhaoyin, who was holding the monkey. He had a feeling that the man in front of him was definitely stronger than that little girl. Old Qin could sense that this man cared deeply about the monkey they had just intended to eat. Old Qin quietly waited, waiting for the outcome of Manager Wei and the others. Hee, brother, this monkey is yours, right? We rescued it, Manager Wei said, realizing something, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Is that so? Zhaoyin finally spoke. Weren't you just preparing to boil water and pluck its fur? Manager Wei forced a smile. How could we? Monkeys are primates. We wouldn't dare eat them. He quietly approached Zhaoyin, coming up behind him, and suddenly pulled out a dagger hidden behind him, thrusting it towards Zhaoyin's neck. At that moment, Manager Wei seemed to envision that once he captured this man, that terrifyingly strong little girl would immediately surrender, allowing them to toy with her. At this moment, Zhaoyin was still crouching there, holding the little monkey, seemingly oblivious to everything. Until a dagger was pressed against his neck, he slowly raised his head and looked calmly at Manager Wei. You want to kill me? Zhaoyin asked. Don't move, quickly make that girl hand over the gun. Manager Wei's face showed excitement as he shouted loudly. Zhao Yin's gaze grew colder, and in the next moment, a flash of the knife appeared. Manager Wei and the others didn't have time to see how a knife had suddenly appeared in his hand or how he had drawn it. Thud! Manager Wei's right hand fell to the ground at shoulder height, the dagger rolling to his feet. Everything happened too quickly, blood gushed out like a fountain, and only then did a scream escape from Manager Wei's mouth. Zhaoyin coldly said 3 words, kill them all. The remaining people turned and ran. No one had ever seen someone like Zhaoyin, who felt more terrifying than those zombies. In the next moment, the water buffalo they had been worried about suddenly moved, its massive body blocking the tunnel entrance. With a sudden thrust of its horn, the man running in front was pierced through the abdomen. Ah, help me! The man screamed, the sharp horn protruding from his back, his whole body hanging helplessly as he reached out to his companions. But who was there to save him? The old buffalo shook its head, the sharp horn cutting the man in half, his body flung away, and in the next moment, the old buffalo charged at the second man. Bang! Song Xiaodao shot and took down a man beside him, and Zhaoyin immediately changed his pretentious demeanor, shouting loudly with a pained expression, save bullets, save bullets. Their lives aren't worth as much as my bullets. Oh! Song Xiaodao, who had been ready to play the female warrior in a cop and robber movie, had her dream instantly extinguished by Zhaoyin, and could only draw her tang knife, slashing at a fleeing woman. Within a few seconds, all 4 men and 2 women were dead, including Yu Donghai, who had been scalded by boiling water. His head was crushed by the old buffalo's hoof. Only Old Qin stood there, his eyes shining with astonishment, his horizons broadened. After a while, he still hadn't seen the buffalo or the little girl come to kill him, and Old Qin asked in confusion, aren't you going to kill me? But no one paid him any attention. Even the old buffalo looked at him with disdain, as if to say, do you deserve it? Earlier, when Yu Donghai was about to scald the little monkey with boiling water, it was Old Qin who intervened to stop him, something both Song Xiaodao and the old buffalo had witnessed. So Zhaoyin didn't speak, and they didn't take action against Old Chin. At this moment, Zhao fed an entire piece of sandwich bread into the little monkey's mouth. Soon, countless wounds on the little monkey began to glow with white light, gradually stopping the bleeding and healing. The little monkey opened its eyes and saw Zhao Yin's face first. In its dark eyes, a hint of confusion appeared, quickly turning into joy. Eek eek. Master, I thought I would never see you again, eek eek eek. It happily jumped down from Zhao Yin's arms, bouncing around him in a circle, then suddenly fell to the ground with a thud. Zhao Yin picked up the little monkey, saying, "Your injuries aren't fully healed yet, stay here properly." Saying this, Zhao Yin cradled the little monkey in his arms like a son, a smile appearing on his face. He took out a few roasted chestnuts he had saved earlier, peeled them by hand, and fed them to the little monkey. The little monkey had never felt such warmth before, chewing on the chestnuts, tears of gratitude welling up. "Master, you are so good to me. Look at you, almost dead. It's one thing for the zombies to almost take your life, but even a few trash were about to treat you like a snack," Zhao Yin said with a look of disdain. Trash? The little monkey's eyes were filled with confusion. Soon, it noticed several corpses in the tunnel, vaguely remembering that it seemed to have heard human voices before losing consciousness. At that time, it had thought it was the person who had immobilized the zombies and saved it from the industrial park. The little monkey then conveyed everything happening in the industrial park to Zhao Yin through thought. "All the zombies have stopped moving?" Zhao Yin asked in surprise. The little monkey nodded and thought, "Not only have the zombies stopped, but even the wind has ceased." However, that person's voice sounded very anxious, as if it was quite a struggle to keep the zombies still. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yin furrowed his brows. Not only could one stop the zombies, but also the wind? In his memory, only two types of ability users could achieve that. One was a space ability user, and the other was a time ability user. Both types of abilities were extremely rare. In his past life, after 7 years in the apocalypse, Zhao Yin had only encountered a few individuals with such rare abilities. Although the abilities they possessed varied in strength, the lowest was still S-class. Now, Zhao Yin hadn't even seen a single evolved being, yet there was actually an S-class or higher ability user right in Guangzhou. Everything in that industrial park felt like a mystery, different from what he had known in his past life. What did the person look like? "Did you see clearly?" Zhao Yin asked. The little monkey shook its head. "I didn't see, there were zombies everywhere, and I didn't have time to observe." "Was it a man or a woman?" "You must know that much," Zhao Yin said. The little monkey shook its head again. "I couldn't tell." Zhao Yin raised his hand to hit it, but after a moment's thought, he withdrew his hand and cursed, "Idiot." He didn't understand why that person would help the monkey. Was it a chance encounter, or did they come specifically for it? If it was the latter, what were they plotting? In the industrial park, there was an E-class water buffalo, a zombie king that had devoured 3 star crystals, and that pair of father and son who had been eaten by zombies. Although they had no abilities and weren't even evolved beings, they had somehow evaded Zhao Yin's hearing. In retrospect, everything was far from simple. When the opportunity arises, I'll go back to that industrial park and take a look, Zhao Yin thought to himself. Soon, he finished feeding all the chestnuts in his hand, and the little monkey's injuries had mostly healed under the treatment of the sandwich. Zhao Yin turned and walked towards the body of Manager Wei. Old Chin looked at Zhao Yin in confusion, feeling that he had just been talking to a monkey, but strangely, that monkey seemed to really be able to communicate with him. The mystery surrounding this man piqued Old Chin's curiosity. Zhao Yin bent down and took off the sneakers from Manager Wei's feet, discovering they were actually a limited edition pair of Jordans, which had been hyped up to 5,000 or 6,000 before the apocalypse. This grandson is really rich. Zhao Yin kicked the corpse. Then Old Chin saw Zhao Yin take off his own hole-ridden shoes, revealing his filthy, blackened feet, and directly put on the new shoes. Zhao Yin grinned, a bit tight, but they'll stretch out after a few days. Next to him, Song Xiaodao imitated him and took off the sneakers from a female corpse's feet. Song Xiaodao had been barefoot all this time, and after walking for several days, her small feet were covered in blisters. After putting on the shoes, her face lit up with a happy smile, just like Zhao Yin's. "Go, strip all their pants off for me," Zhao Yin commanded the little monkey, who had just finished the chestnuts. The little monkey immediately bent over, completely unashamed, and started pulling off the pants with great effort. Soon, the lower halves of several men's corpses were completely bare. Old Chin was dumbfounded, wondering what kind of people these were. They didn't even spare the pants of the dead? When he looked at the little girl again, he saw she had also stripped 2 female corpses completely. Old Chin's eyes nearly popped out. Bandits. This was definitely a group of bandits. That was Old Chin's first thought. At that moment, Song Xiaodao was holding 2 bras, frowning at Zhao Yin and saying, "They're too big, I can't wear them now." "Why do they have to be so big?" "It's not that they're big, it's that you're too small." Zhao Yin glanced at the makeshift airport. "Oh right, I'm too young. When I grow up, I can wear such beautiful bras. Song Xiaodao completely misunderstood Zhao Yin's words and immediately shouted, Zhao Yin, quickly help me put these clothes into your space ring. Recently, none of the star crystals had produced any pants, as if Zhao Yin was destined to be without them. Every day, Zhao Yin's pants and shoes suffered damage, and there were hardly any left. He looked at the pile of pants and shoes on the ground, satisfied as he collected them all, then said to Song Xiaodao, go find old Nyo, let him carry your things. No way, old Nyo has to fight zombies. What if he gets damaged? Song Xiaodao clutched the 2 bras she cared about most and a pair of ripped stockings. The other clothes were piled on the ground. You want this stuff? Zhao Yin glanced at her chest. What's the use? Song Xiaodao's little face immediately flushed red, and she said unhappily, I'm turning 12 soon. I'll grow up quickly. Are you going to help me or not? The little girl was not prepared to compromise with Zhao Yin on this matter. Zhao Yin shook his head, too lazy to argue with her. He walked over and helped her collect everything. Then, his gaze fell on a large iron basin on the ground perfect for bathing the little monkey and Song Xiaodao. He also spotted the rice cooker pot, picked it up, and held it up to his head. It would make a nice helmet. However, wearing it would cover his eyes, so he took out his machete and carved out a face opening in the pot before putting it on his head. Not bad, right? Zhao Yin asked Song Xiaodao. Song Xiaodao immediately nodded, very cool. A handsome person looks good in any helmet. Zhao Yin nodded. The little monkey and old Neo also nodded in agreement. This pot helmet would definitely block attacks from ordinary zombies. If he had had this helmet last night, Zhao Yin wouldn't have been so badly injured. There was nothing else Zhao Yin needed in the tunnel. He surveyed the area and finally fixed his gaze on old Qin's face, his expression darkening immediately. Where's the corn? What? Old Qin was momentarily taken aback by the sudden question. The corn, the food you usually eat? Zhao Yin asked. They only give me urine to drink. I eat the maggots on the rotten meat. Oh, there is indeed corn in the tunnel. A corn tree. Old Qin stammered. He was no longer afraid of death, but for some reason, he felt a bit nervous in front of this man. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yin turned and walked deeper into the tunnel, with the little monkey and old Neo quickly following. Zhao Yin, wait for me. Song Xiaodao also followed. Only old Qin was left standing there in a daze, hesitating whether to follow. But he wasn't familiar with the other party, and that man looked hard to approach. What if the other party thought he had ulterior motives? But if he didn't follow, where else could he go? Zhao Yin soon found the corn, or rather, it should be called a corn tree. The main stalk was thicker than a bucket and stood as tall as a 5-story building. Its branches and leaves were dense, resembling a towering tree that reached the top of the tunnel. Zhao Yin counted, there were a total of 48 ears of corn on the tree. There was a spot that showed signs of being picked, and Zhao Yin guessed it was related to the corn husks discarded by Manager Wei and the others. He used his true sight eye to inspect the corn tree from top to root. Corn, F-grade mutated crop, rich in nutrients. 52 hours until maturity. Corn, F-grade mutated crop, rich in nutrients. 61 hours until maturity. Corn, 49 hours until maturity. Corn stalk, F-grade mutated plant. This corn tree did not produce 2 types of effective crops like the chestnut tree. However, that was normal. In his 2 lifetimes, Zhao Yin had only seen the chestnut tree as particularly unique. At this moment, the little monkey excitedly tilted its head back, staring at the corn cobs above, drooling and eager to climb up. Wait! Zhao Yin called out to stop it. These corns aren't ripe yet. We need to wait a few more days. The little monkey could only climb down in disappointment, occasionally looking up, its eyes fixed on the corn cobs above. Zhao Yin, are we going to wait here for a few days? Song Xiaodao asked. The latest corn cobs would take 3 days to mature, and during these 3 days, the 2 mutated beasts would consume more chestnuts than the value of 48 corn cobs. Corn isn't for eating. Once it's ripe, it's seeds, Zhao Yin explained. He wasn't lacking food now. What he lacked was variety. We'll wait 3 days and rest here. After saying that, Zhao Yin led everyone out of the tunnel, preparing to find a spacious place to set up a camouflage tent. As they passed the tunnel entrance, Zhao Yin saw old Qin still standing there. You haven't left? Zhao Yin asked in surprise. Old Qin felt a bit awkward in front of Zhao Yin, instinctively bending slightly like before the apocalypse. Little brother, I don't know where else to go. Can you let me? No. Zhao Yin interrupted before old Qin could finish, firmly refusing. He had seen many people like this in his past life, countless survivors who couldn't survive. Often, when they encountered the strong, they would cling to them like a dog, hoping to find a place to shelter from the storm. but when faced with danger, they would run faster than anyone else. Upon hearing this, Old Sheen's face instantly turned a shade of ashen gray. After a moment, he nodded, "I understand." With that, he didn't linger and turned to leave. "You're just going to leave like that?" Zhao asked, slightly surprised. Old Sheen turned back and asked, "Little brother, is there anything else you need? Your pants and shoes are good, take them off," Zhao ordered directly. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Old Sheen's forehead. Then, Old Sheen forced a bitter smile, not understanding why such a powerful person was so fixated on pants. But he could only comply and take off his pants and shoes. After receiving them, Zhao waved his hand, "Go." These were a pair of old liberation shoes, and the size seemed to fit Zhao well. In the apocalypse, such durable shoes were more practical than ordinary sports shoes. Zhao had killed Manager Wei and the others, occupying the tunnel. According to the rules, Old Sheen was his captive, including the clothes on his back. Old Sheen slowly walked out of the tunnel. He felt little gratitude towards Zhao, nor could he say he hated him. A pair of pants and shoes in exchange for a life that Old Sheen himself didn't think was worth much. Of course, Zhao wasn't saving him out of kindness. He had just happened to kill his enemy. When Old Sheen reached the tunnel entrance, he saw the place where he used to cook and pointed to a kitchen knife. "Can I take this with me?" Zhao remained silent and nodded. Old Sheen grabbed the kitchen knife and stepped out of the tunnel slowly. Under the dim sunlight, he was only wearing a pair of briefs, and his legs were very pale. Squeak squeak. "Master, he's a good person. I want to share some of my chestnuts with him." The little monkey suddenly tugged at Zhao Yin's clothes. "You don't even have enough chestnuts for yourself, and you want to give him some?" Zhao Yin frowned and asked. "Give it to him. He helped me," the little monkey insisted. Although the little monkey had fallen into a coma when Old Sheen helped it, its powerful perception as a mutated beast still allowed it to sense some things. In fact, Zhao Yin didn't intend to occupy this tunnel, nor did he necessarily want to drive Old Sheen away. He was mainly worried that an outsider might steal his corn. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Yin took out 5 chestnuts, a handgun, and 50 rounds of ammunition, handing them to Song Xiaodao. "Give these to him and tell him the gun is for dealing with survivors. Shooting randomly will attract zombies." Song Xiaodao took the items and rushed outside. Zhao Yin chose a flat spot at the tunnel entrance and raised his hand to release the camouflage tent. Immediately, he took out the golden silk fruit. "Monkey, this time you protected Old Bull and Little Knife. This is your reward." The little monkey remembered clearly that its master had risked his life to venture deep into the industrial park for this fruit. Holding the golden silk fruit given to it by Zhao Yin, it asked in disbelief, "Master, is this really for me?" "Of course, I would never shortchange a hero," Zhao Yin replied. Old Bull, standing nearby, immediately looked over, his eyes filled with envy. This golden silk fruit had been on his mind for a long time. Now it had fallen into the hands of that monkey. However, remembering how the little monkey had risked its life to save him, Old Bull felt too embarrassed to compete for it. Each mutated beast can only consume 1 golden silk fruit in its lifetime. Eating more is useless, Zhao Yin said, directly dispelling Old Bull's hopes. The little monkey wanted to flatter its master and express its gratitude, but Zhao Yin shot at a glare and interrupted. "Aren't you going to eat?" The little monkey dared not hesitate any longer, fearing the duck that was about to fly away. It immediately stuffed the golden silk fruit into its mouth and began to chew with puffed cheeks. Moments later, the little monkey suddenly collapsed on the ground, convulsing. Old Bull looked on with a gleeful expression. He had experience with eating golden silk fruits. Last time, he had endured immense pain until he fainted. Fortunately, the zombie king was not present then. However, if we talk about experience, Zhao Yin knew more about the golden silk fruit than anyone else. The golden silk fruit could directly elevate a mutated beast by 1 level and grant an additional ability. Such a perverse effect would surely come with significant pain. But the monkey would definitely be fine. Zhao Yin simply took out a blanket, spread it on the carpet, lit a cigarette, and slowly fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already 5 hours later, and the sky had darkened. Song Xiaodao had returned at some point, curled up beside Zhao Yin, who had been severely injured the night before. Although he had healed his wounds with sandwich bread, his body, still drained from blood loss, had not fully recovered, causing him to sleep deeply. The little monkey and Old Bull stared at each other, both in a daze. Zhao Yin activated the true sight eye for the little monkey. Growth stage macaque, E-level mutated beast, strength 40, agility 42, stamina 48, defense 32, spirit 15, bloodline talent, enlargement, berserk, fire control. Mutated beasts, like zombies, gain an additional defense attribute after evolving to E-level. What Zhao Yin truly cared about was that this time the little monkey had evolved the talent ability of fire control. Fire abilities are definitely among the top in all combat abilities. Zhao Yin had previously worried that the little monkey would evolve a useless ability. He never expected it to be fire-related. "Monkey, activate your fire control ability and see." "Wait, do it outside the tent," Zhao Yin said, fearing the little monkey would burn the tent. The little monkey, seeing Zhao awake, was also very excited, communicating in a tone that seemed to show off, "Master, I feel really strong now." No kidding, evolving to E-level, of course, it was stronger than before. Zhao took the little monkey out of the tent, sat down on a plastic chair, lit a cigarette, and quietly waited for the monkey's performance. He was filled with anticipation. The little monkey, also afraid of burning its master, stood about 20 meters away from Zhao, its gaze suddenly sharp, slowly raising its hand towards a pile of wood not far away. Poof! A small flame ignited between its fingers, barely larger than a soybean, but it extinguished within less than a second. The little monkey's eyes widened in shock, frozen in place. Zhao was also dumbfounded. Was this its fire ability? "Master, I didn't eat enough. I don't have the strength to activate my ability." The little monkey communicated awkwardly. Zhao frowned. In his previous life, when he found the golden silk fruit for Lin Tianfeng, the little monkey had already died. Dual ability mutated beasts were incredibly rare. Even Lin Tianfeng at that time had only unlocked a second ability for his contracted beast. As for the third ability, it only exists theoretically. First, one must find a double ability mutated beast, and then, with the help of the golden silk fruit, it might be possible to achieve it. In fact, Zhao had never seen one himself. Could it be that the limit of mutated beasts is just double abilities? Zhao couldn't know the truth. He stared at the little monkey, whose expression was calm, but inside, he was secretly lamenting the golden silk fruit. "Master, can you give me some extraordinary food? If I eat enough, I can show you my flames," the little monkey thought. "No need, I don't want to see," Zhao replied as he stood up and walked towards the invisible tent. His heart was bleeding. A golden silk fruit. "Master, chestnuts are fine too. Just let me eat enough, and I'll show you." The little monkey followed closely behind Zhao, tugging at his clothes. "Wait until Xiao Dao wakes up, then we can eat together," Zhao said. For the next 2 days, Zhao rested in the tunnel with Song Xiao Dao and the two beasts until the morning of the third day when he went alone to the depths of the tunnel. The corn trees had gradually withered, and the leaves were starting to turn yellow. Zhao broke off the last corn cob, stored it in his space ring, and called for Song Xiao Dao and the two beasts to get ready to set off. He had no plans to return to Guangzhou City. His destination was set for the Dawei mountain range. In his previous life, during the second year of the apocalypse, Zhao was in the Dawei mountain range, helping Lin Tianfeng set traps to capture what was then a sea-level mutated beast, the flying white tiger. Later, that mutated beast grew to the royal level. In this life, he wanted to live better. Not only did he need to enhance his strength, but he also needed to continuously gather supplies. What Zhao lacked the most right now was a life space. He vaguely remembered that in the fourth year of the apocalypse, a life space had appeared in the Dawei mountain range, and it was obtained by a powerful ability user. When this news reached Zhao Yin's ears, it was in the fifth year of the apocalypse. The most circulated rumor was that the powerful ability user had teamed up with more than a dozen A-level evolvers to slay a zombie king. In the end, only that ability user survived and, after obtaining the star crystal, produced an SS-level treasure. An SS-level treasure. It was enough to make anyone in the apocalypse fight desperately for it, leading to a bloody storm at the time, with even SSS-level ability users getting involved. The one who obtained the life space ultimately bled to death in the mountains. Zhao Ying packed up the invisible tent and walked out of the tunnel with Song Xiao Dao and the two beasts. "Zhao Ying, look, what is that?" Suddenly, Song Xiao Dao pointed in a certain direction. Hoo! Old Qin ran wildly, the air in his lungs pumping like a bellows, with a dozen zombies relentlessly pursuing him from behind. As he ran in a panic, more and more zombies were drawn to him, quickly gathering into hundreds chasing after him. "Oh heavens, since you let me live, why do you treat me like this?" Old Qin lamented in his heart. He knew that if this continued, he would soon die. At that moment, Old Qin remembered many things, those old friends, those stories, everything was gone, and in the desolate world, he was left alone, struggling to survive. It was actually quite meaningless. Dying wouldn't be so bad. He had been an orphan since childhood, not knowing what his parents looked like. A veteran of the war had adopted him. When he grew up, Old Qin also responded to the call and joined the army, spending 10 years in the military. Once, when he returned home to visit, someone blinded his adoptive father's eye. That person had a powerful background, and his adoptive father could only endure it. In a fit of rage, Old Qin took a knife and killed him. Thus, he ruined his military prospects and was sentenced to 15 years of hard labor. After he got out, his adoptive father was left with only a desolate grave. He had wasted half his life like this, not even marrying a wife. In middle age, burdened with the label of a convict, he couldn't find a decent job and could only come to this construction site to work as a cook. He never expected the apocalypse to arrive. Old Qin gripped the kitchen knife tightly and ran wildly with his long, pale legs. Suddenly, on the only road ahead, more than a dozen zombies appeared, completely blocking the way. Old Sheen turned back to look, a dark mass of zombies, all attracted by his panicked flight. He couldn't tell how many there were. He fell to the ground, gasping for breath. At that moment, the panic in his eyes slowly dissipated, gradually replaced by despair, and then calmness. He had no strength left to kill even a single zombie. It was impossible to do so among the horde, so he would just die quietly. Ideally, he would be eaten clean by the zombies, leaving no bones behind, because he didn't want to become a zombie after death, nor did he want to lie dead and alone in the wilderness. Clang! Old Sheen dropped the kitchen knife, watching as the horde drew closer. Come on, eat me. If you don't finish me off, you're the grandson. Old Sheen laughed loudly, cursing as he struggled to get up, actively approaching the horde. He limped forward, instantly engulfed by the mass of corpses, the air filled with the stench of decay, countless hands reaching out to him. The nearest zombie had already opened its mouth, aiming for his neck. At that moment, Old Sheen closed his eyes, his expression tightening again. He wanted to make his death as dignified as possible, but he couldn't help feeling terrified. It turned out, he was still afraid of death. However, Old Sheen did not feel the pain on his neck. Instead, he opened his eyes to see all the zombies frozen in place, as if in an instant, they had all turned into wooden sculptures. At that moment, even the wind had stilled. Old Sheen saw the fine sand lifted by the wind, suspended in the air, as if time had stopped, and the years had frozen. Go! A cold little hand grabbed Old Sheen's wrist, pulling him out from the pile of corpses. Old Sheen came to his senses and saw a short woman, wearing only a bra on her upper body and dirty jeans on her lower body, pulling him forward, leaving only her thin back for him to see. Instantly, Old Sheen felt strength return to his body, his long legs moving forward. In the swirling sandstorm, the man was bare from the waist down, and the woman was bare from the waist up, running for their lives. Until they were completely away from the horde, the woman let go of his hand, turned back to look at Old Sheen, her gaze sharp as she scrutinized him. Thank you, Old Sheen said. He then noticed that although the woman's face was dirty, she was quite beautiful. She looked to be in her early 20s, somewhat resembling a star from before the apocalypse. At that moment, the woman put a fist-sized small copper lamp into her pocket, licked her cracked lips, and said hoarsely, "You don't need to thank me, you should thank him." Him? Old Sheen was puzzled. "He didn't kill you, gave you food and a gun, which means you are worth saving," the woman said. Hearing this, Old Sheen thought of Xiaoyin. Was it because of that man that she saved him? The woman continued, "I need a partner to do things for me. He showed me through his actions that you are the right person. Are you interested?" Old Sheen immediately nodded. "No matter what, you are my savior. I will do anything you ask." He had seen the woman's abilities. She could freeze those terrifying zombies. Following someone like her, he could not only repay his debt but also live longer. After all, he had nowhere else to go. Why not work for her? Suddenly, the woman swayed, almost stumbling. Old Sheen quickly supported her. "Are you hurt?" I'm fine," the woman steadied herself, shaking her head. She found a large meteorite to sit on, pulled out a handful of red berries from her pocket, shared half with Old Sheen, and slowly ate the other half. Yet, her other hand remained tightly gripping the copper lamp in her pocket. Old Sheen did not see it. Her hand had only 4 fingers, and drops of fresh blood were slowly flowing into the lampshade. Xiaoyin looked in the direction that Song Xiaodao was pointing. Under the dim sunlight, a bottle of potion was steadily placed on a piece of meteorite. Healing potion, grade D, effect, heals injuries, any life form below grade D, taking it will immediately regenerate severed limbs. Xiaoyin was momentarily lost in thought. How could there be a bottle of grade D healing potion here? Since the apocalypse began, Xiaoyin had never come across such a truly life-saving treasure. In his previous life, any potion capable of regenerating severed limbs sold for sky-high prices, even rivaling the prices of evolution potions of the same grade. Xiaoyin was puzzled. There were not many people who knew the secret of the star crystal nowadays, and even if someone found a treasure, they would likely keep it for themselves. Who would casually leave it here? Could it be that a certain zombie lost its nature, chose not to devour the star crystal, and took it as a marble, accidentally breaking the star crystal and producing this bottle of evolution potion? How could that be possible? Xiaoyin found the thought amusing. "Xiaoyin, look, there are words here," Song Xiaodao said, pointing to a spot on the meteorite. Xiaoyin had been focused on the healing potion and had not noticed it earlier. There, in crooked charcoal ash, were written 3 words, "I'm sorry." It was written by a person. What unspeakable thing did that person do? Xiaoyin murmured. "Who knows? Maybe there are other survivors here," Song Xiaodao said, puzzled. Xiaoyin had been busy breaking corn earlier and had not paid attention to the sounds outside. Now, with his hearing fully alert, he noticed that the wind was stronger today, making it impossible for him to discern whether there were any living beings' breaths or footsteps within 2 kilometers. Since he couldn't find a reason, Zhao decided not to think too much about it. Even if there were survivors, anything that entered his spatial ring could never be taken out again. Let's go, Zhao said. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly left, as if he were a thief. Song Xiaodao and the two beasts hurriedly followed. After running for 2 kilometers, Zhao finally slowed down. Song Xiaodao, with her short legs, followed him, already panting heavily. Zhao, could it be that someone is apologizing to you? Impossible. Besides you, I don't know any other survivors, Zhao replied. Seeing Zhao Yin's certainty, Song Xiaodao stopped speaking. Zhao noticed that the vegetation on both sides of the broken highway was even more lush than 2 days ago. Although these ordinary plants were not mutated, they had a stronger vitality than the vegetation before the apocalypse. In many ruins, weeds and vines had taken root directly in the concrete, and countless concrete blocks had developed cracks. Zhao knew that it wouldn't be long before these ruins disappeared, all decomposed by the vegetation. Years later, people might not even remember what their homes once looked like. The world at that time would be like a reboot, entering a cycle, returning to primitive times. Once, Zhao had read a news article where someone boldly hypothesized that there had been countless civilizations' destruction and rebooting before humanity ruled this world. No one knew why civilizations were destroyed or when they were born. Perhaps that news was not a hypothesis but a fact. The current apocalypse was experiencing the destruction of technological civilization and the rise of extraordinary civilization. Zhao just didn't know what role the last humans would ultimately play. Would all the zombies evolve intelligence and replace human rule? Or would humans eventually eliminate all zombies? But all of this had nothing to do with Zhao. What he was doing now was to collect as many resources as possible and strengthen himself. He would no longer create any camps, nor would he get lost in power. He just needed to have enough resources, be strong enough, and then live well with the people and beasts he cared about the most. At that moment, a fierce wind blew towards him, howling and wailing. The wind tousled Song Xiaodao's long hair and clung her dress tightly to her body, outlining the youthful figure of the girl. Guangzhou City was about 500 kilometers away from the Dawei mountain range, requiring a journey northward. Zhao chose a shortcut, gradually entering the once lush forest. As they moved further from Guangzhou City, the scattered zombies on the road gradually disappeared from sight. After the apocalypse, all the forests had been destroyed, with only a few mutated trees having grown overnight. Most places were still just overrun with weeds. It hadn't rained since the end of the world, and the wind and sand were fierce. Zhao took out 2 gas masks and handed one to Song Xiaodao. As for old Niu and the little monkey, let them be. 3 days later, Zhao and his group had gradually entered the Dawei mountain range. Zhao, we can't get around ahead, there are zombies blocking the road. Song Xiaodao pointed ahead. This was once a tourist area, and finally, zombies appeared in sight. Monkey, go take care of them, Zhao ordered directly. In front of them, on the only path they could take, lay a flipped minibus, with 20 zombies wandering nearby. Among them, 3 were actually F-level. Upon hearing Zhao command, the monkey's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. It was no longer the timid level 0 mutated beast it once was. Recently, it hadn't killed many zombies and was worried about losing its presence in front of its master. The little monkey brandished its wolf-toothed club and charged at the 20 zombies. Roar! The zombies immediately noticed the little monkey and surged toward it. 2 F-level zombies were the fastest, quickly leaving the ordinary zombies behind. Unfortunately for them, they were up against an E-level mutated beast. Roar! As the little monkey ran, it let out a loud roar, its body rapidly swelling, the heavy armor clanging, its speed suddenly doubling, its massive figure turning into a whirlwind. Bang! 1 F-level zombie hadn't even gotten close to the little monkey before it was smashed in the head with a single blow. The mangled corpse splattered black-brown blood, flying out rapidly. The second F-level zombie had reached the little monkey, opening its mouth to bite, but the little monkey swiftly turned. Slap! The edge of its heavy armor struck the zombie's face, and while it was still dazed, the little monkey brought down its wolf-toothed club with force. In 3 seconds, it had taken down 2 F-level zombies. The rest was simple. The remaining 10 or so ordinary zombies couldn't even get close to the little monkey and were quickly slaughtered. The little monkey put away its wolf-toothed club, its form shrinking back to normal size, and scampered back to Zhao, hugging his knee. Master, I'm done killing. Well done. Zhao patted the little monkey's head and rewarded it with a chestnut. Reflecting on a few days prior, when Zhao first arrived at Nanjiao village, those 2 F-level zombies had given him quite a bit of trouble, even requiring the use of a handgun. Zhao, I'm going to cut some watermelon, Song Xiaodao said proactively. In fact, even if she hadn't said anything, Zhao would have instructed her. With such little work to do, would he really have to do it himself? She took out a butterfly knife and walked over to the nearest F-level zombie's corpse, reaching in to poke at the foul-smelling, blackened brain matter. quickly finding an F-level corpse crystal. Song Xiaodao skillfully wiped it clean and bent down to continue searching for Zhao Yin's favorite star crystal. However, after rummaging for a long time, nearly every drop of brain matter and every piece of skull had been cut open for inspection. There was not a trace of a star crystal to be found. Zhao Yin, this is bad. Someone stole a star crystal from this zombie. Song Xiaodao shouted anxiously. Zhao Yin stepped over. What's going on? I can't find the star crystal. Song Xiaodao felt useless, unable to handle such a small task. Zhao Yin took out his machete, made a few cuts, and then walked over to another F-level zombie's corpse. He, like the previous Song Xiaodao, searched every corner seriously, but the result was still only 2 F-level corpse crystals. No star crystals. Little monkey, did you use too much strength and send the star crystals flying? Song Xiaodao complained to the little monkey. The little monkey looked confused. It had always done this when killing zombies. How could they have flown away? Both Song Xiaodao and the little monkey began searching nearby. No need to look anymore, Zhao Yin said, putting away his mountain-cutting knife. Aren't we going to get the star crystals? Song Xiaodao asked anxiously. This is just an ordinary F-level zombie. It has never devoured star crystals, Zhao Yin replied. Calculating the time, nearly half a month had passed since the zombie outbreak, and ordinary zombies should have evolved to F-level days ago. It was just that Zhao Yin and his group had not encountered any in the forest. Nowadays, most of the zombies that had devoured star crystals should have evolved to E-level, and there might even be some D-level ones. Zombies that haven't devoured star crystals can still evolve? Song Xiaodao's expression changed. Zhao Yin said, not only can they evolve, but they will continue to evolve. Although Song Xiaodao didn't know how Zhao Yin knew this, she believed his words without doubt. Now, even though she had become an evolver by following Zhao Yin, she still felt a bit scared at the thought of facing F-level zombies alone. One could imagine how difficult the situation was for those ordinary survivors. She couldn't imagine what her life would be like if she hadn't met Zhao Yin back then. Would she have been eaten by zombies directly? Or sold by Wang Quan to some people, ultimately living like that old Sheen? Song Xiaodao dared not think further. Suddenly, she rushed into Zhao Yin's arms, tightly hugging his waist, her small body trembling uncontrollably. Zhao Yin was taken aback. What are you acting crazy for again? I'm fine, Song Xiaodao said with a pale face. I just want to hug you, Zhao Yin. Can I hold you for a while? Zhao Yin stood there, feeling the warmth of her small body pressed against him, and surprisingly had a physiological reaction. He thought for a moment but still couldn't push her away. Zhao Yin, Song Xiaodao buried her face in front of him. If we encounter danger again, will you still leave me and the little monkey behind? I will try my best to protect you, but if I encounter a crisis that I can't handle, I will leave alone. Zhao Yin hesitated slightly and said seriously, so, you need to become stronger. Song Xiaodao slowly raised her head, pouted, and looked at Zhao Yin, saying, can't you say something nice, even if it's just to deceive me? You like being deceived? Zhao Yin looked down, staring into the little girl's clear yet somewhat naive eyes. Song Xiaodao buried her face in Zhao Yin's chest again. Actually, I prefer the honest you. Didn't you say that in 7 years I would be your woman? When I grow up, I'll marry you. So Zhao Yin, you need to protect your fiancé well. Zhao Yin didn't expect this girl to say such things. He raised his hand to push her away from his embrace, scolding, get to work. Song Xiaodao stood in front of him, wide-eyed, asking, Zhao Yin, will you marry me in the future? Zhao Yin turned away. Monkey, go take off her gear so she can see how much she weighs. You bastard! Song Xiaodao immediately screamed, covering herself with her hands, can't I just go to work? After saying that, she went to cut watermelons with a wronged expression. After Zhao Yin collected all the corpse crystals, he set off to continue their journey. Along the way, Song Xiaodao kept her head down and stopped talking. At some point, the yellow sun in the sky disappeared, slowly covered by dark clouds, and soon, thunder rumbled, and large raindrops began to fall. The wind grew stronger, carrying raindrops that pattered against Zhao Yin's face. Chilly! The F-evolvers were not oblivious to the cold, and Song Xiaodao shivered from the cold but still did not speak to Zhao Yin. The two mutated beasts seemed unconcerned. The little monkey frolicked in the rain, running a distance before returning, then running forward again and back, as if it found this amusing. The old cow diligently followed behind Zhao Yin, occasionally taking the opportunity to nibble on the grass by the roadside, its mouth slowly chewing. We'll rest here tonight, Zhao Yin said. He found a clearing, threw out the invisibility tent, and Song Xiaodao quickly crawled inside, taking the initiative to start a fire and cook. Zhao Yin sat by the fire, reminiscing about his past life. After the first rain in the post-apocalyptic world, all the plants would erupt in growth, and the variety of mutated crops would increase. Many survivors who had struggled for a month and a half would find relief from this rain. At the same time, the surviving animals would gradually become active. The jungle was their paradise. They would kill zombies and devour star crystals or catch live prey for meat, rapidly increasing their strength, leading to the emergence of many pseudo-mutated beasts. In short, this rain injected nutrients into this broken, ruined world. All life, except for zombies, finally had a chance to survive. Zhao Yun thought of many things, and before he knew it, it was deep into the night. Suddenly, he heard a rapid footfall mixed with the sound of rain, approaching quickly. Zhao Yun immediately discerned that it was the footsteps of humans and turned to take a look. Song Xiaodao was already fast asleep, while the little monkey and the old cow opened their eyes, both showing signs of alertness. Old cow, stay in the tent. Monkey, come with me to take a look. After finishing his mental communication, Zhao Yun stepped out of the invisibility tent with the little monkey. Thunder rumbled. The sky erupted with rain, soaking Zhao Yun in an instant. The little monkey's iron armor glistened with water. Zhao Yun squinted ahead. In the pitch-black night, 4 figures were sprinting, about 300 to 400 meters away from him. 2 men and 2 women, all appearing to be young, with the 2 women empty-handed, while 1 man carried a shovel and the other a crowbar. They looked panicked, occasionally tripping over vines, only to be quickly helped up by their companions. The direction they were running towards was Zhao Yun's location. There are zombies ahead. As they got closer, a girl with disheveled hair and black-framed glasses pointed at Zhao Yun and the little monkey, shouting, "Quick, take a detour." Another short-haired girl said in a panic, "No, the ground is too slippery, this is the only flat stretch. Otherwise, if Team Wang can't hold on, we can't outrun those damned rats." A tall young man said, then turned anxiously to another young man with a buzz cut, "Xiaohong, we need to take down those 2 zombies." Kill zombies? The buzzcut young man asked, his voice trembling. "There's no time, hurry." The glasses girl urged, "Hong Xiaotian, are you still a man? Didn't you say you'd protect us?" Upon hearing this, the buzzcut young man gritted his teeth, his expression no longer hesitant. He grabbed the shovel and followed the tall young man as they quickly ran towards Zhao Yun. As the 2 approached, Zhao Yun gradually saw their faces growing pale. Their clothes were tattered, but the rain had washed them clean, clinging to their bodies. Squeak! The little monkey seemed to sense a threat and became agitated. Zhao Yun raised his hand and patted its head. "Don't be anxious." The 2 young men were momentarily stunned, stopping in their tracks. "Why you? Are you human?" the buzzcut young man asked. In the dark, rainy night, they could not see Zhao Yun's face clearly. "What is it that makes you so afraid? Is it zombies?" Zhao Yun asked. They confirmed that Zhao Yun was not a zombie, and it seemed like everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Hong Xiaotian put down the iron shovel in his hand and said anxiously, "Bro, hurry up and run, a bunch of rats are chasing us." "Rats?" Zhao Yun's eyes lit up. "Bro, these aren't ordinary rats, they're the size of dogs." Before Hong Xiaotian could finish his sentence, a rumble came from behind, drowning out the sound of the rain, like 1,000 horses galloping. "Xiao Hong, stop talking and run." A tall young man pulled Hong Xiaotian, while the 2 girls behind them had already passed them and were running ahead. The group didn't notice Zhao Yun's invisible tent. After running for a dozen meters, Hong Xiaotian looked back and saw that the person was still standing in place, with that strangely dressed child behind him. At this moment, Zhao Yun focused his vision and could clearly see the group of rats. There were about 300 to 400 of them, each the size of a medium-sized dog, trampling all the wild grass and vines in their path. "Bro, run! What are you standing there for?" Hong Xiaotian had already run a few hundred meters away and shouted back at Zhao Yun, "Why care about him? If he wants to die, who can he blame?" said the girl with glasses. "Team Wang and the others are probably already sacrificed. If no one holds back the rat swarm for us, we won't be able to escape back to the shelter." "Let him delay them a bit," said the tall young man. The short-haired girl frowned but didn't speak, though her pace quickened to keep up with the 3. Soon, the 4 disappeared into the rain. Rats, rank F, strength 25, agility 36, stamina 12, spirit 2, mutated by zombie virus infection. Rats, rank F, strength 24, agility 35, stamina 13, spirit 1, mutated by zombie virus infection. Rats, rank F. Zhao Yun activated his true vision and found that they were indeed a group of pseudo-mutated beasts. The difference between pseudo-mutated beasts and mutated beasts is that mutated beasts are naturally mutated and possess special abilities, while pseudo-mutated beasts' mutations come from the zombie virus and have no special abilities. Pseudo-mutated beasts are still living beings, and Zhao Yun could also form a contract with them. Zhao Yun immediately rushed into the invisible tent and lifted the sleeping Song Xiaodao. "Zhao Yun, what are you doing?" Song Xiaodao asked. In the next moment, Zhao Yun dashed out of the invisible tent, and the rain instantly woke Song Xiaodao up. Old Neo followed, looking up at the rat swarm across from them. At this point, the rat swarm was less than 300 meters away from Zhao Yun, startling both Song Xiaodao and Old Neo. Master, should we run? Old Nyo's inner voice was surprisingly timid. These were hundreds of F-rank pseudo-mutated beasts, not just a few hundred zombies. Aside from lacking special abilities, they were not much different from mutated beasts. Jiaoyin said nothing and directly took out all the chestnut-spiked balls from his spatial ring, loudly instructing, "Let's move together and spread out the spiked balls." Song Xiaodao immediately understood Zhao Yin's intention, setting a trap? Hurry! A mountain-cutting knife appeared in Zhao Yin's hand, and with a powerful swing, the blade pushed through the pile of spiked balls, sending countless spiked balls flying out onto the path of the rat swarm. When the little monkey picked chestnuts, it accidentally touched one and got injured by the spiked ball, showing the power of this mutated plant. Otherwise, Zhao Yin wouldn't have let them occupy his space. Song Xiaodao also took out a tang knife, mimicking Zhao Yin's actions to strike the spiked balls beside him. But the fastest was still the little monkey. After activating its giantization ability, every swing of its wolf-toothed club sent out hundreds of pounds of spiked balls. Old Nyo used its horns and hooves, getting pricked by the spiked balls, causing it to breathe heavily in pain. After a few seconds, Zhao Yin shouted, "Retreat!" The spiked balls were all set up, and the rat swarm had arrived. Zhao Yin led Song Xiaodao and the two beasts back to the side of the invisible tent. 300 to 400 mice, about the size of dogs, swarmed across the mountains and fields, all with blood-red eyes, filled with madness, their sharp claws trampling through the mud as they rushed forward. Squeak! The first mouse in the lead instantly stepped onto a spike ball set by Zhao Yin, letting out a sharp cry of pain, instinctively leaping high to avoid it, but the next moment, its body fell onto several other spike balls, convulsing all over. Following that, all the mice in the front stepped onto the spike balls, and the earlier scene repeated itself. In an instant, the squeaking filled the air, piercing Zhao Yin's eardrums. Prepare! After the mouse swarm passes the traps, try to knock them all out. If that doesn't work, then kill them. Zhao Yin shouted loudly in the pouring rain. Thousands of pounds of spike balls could almost hang a few on each mouse. Although not fatal, their agility was greatly reduced, and their speed gradually slowed down. Finally, the first mouse broke through the trap, its body covered in over a dozen spike balls, blood flowing, charging towards Zhao Yin's team with red eyes. Then came the second, the third. It seemed they also knew that those spike balls were set by the few guys in front of them. The blood-red eyes were filled with hatred. Zhao Yin took out his compound bow and shot an arrow. Thud! The closest mouse was immediately pierced through one of its hind legs by the arrow, its body swaying, and it continued to charge over, limping towards Zhao Yin's team, met by Zhao Yin's second arrow. The other hind leg of that mouse was also instantly pierced by the arrow, no longer posing a threat to Zhao Yin's team. Zhao Yin ignored it and aimed at another mouse. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows shot out like a string of beads, and in the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 mice were struggling to crawl on the ground with their front legs. Hoo! The old bull snorted loudly. This time, it activated its ability before the little monkey, its muscles bulging, fish scale-like armor quickly covering its entire hide. The old bull trampled through the mud, charging directly into the swarm of mice, sending one mouse flying. After hitting the ground, the mouse's innards spilled out. "Damn it, be gentler. I told you not to kill them." Zhao Yin cursed loudly. Those were the foundation of his contracted beast army. Losing even one was a huge loss. The old bull hadn't done much lately and wanted to show off. "Master, I was holding back, but I didn't expect to still kill one." A sheepish expression appeared on the bull's face. The little monkey beside it, seeing this, immediately gloatingly grinned and shouted, "Master, watch me." It swung its wolf-toothed club, and with a bang, smashed down on a mouse. The mouse was instantly knocked over, its head bursting open, brain matter spilling out, lying on the ground with its limbs twitching uncontrollably. "I can't believe this." Zhao Yin jumped up in anger. Were these two bastards doing this on purpose? The little monkey also looked confused. Was it really that fragile? Now that it had evolved to E rank, it completely forgot that its basic strength had doubled. Zhao Yin's heart bled as he turned to look at Song Xiaodao's side. She had already knocked out 2 mice with her sheathed tang knife. Zhao Yin finally felt a bit better. Pay attention, learn from Song Xiaodao, or else you won't have food to eat tomorrow. At this moment, over 100 mice had already rushed out of the trap, and Zhao Yin couldn't care less about the 2 beasts, continuing to draw his bow and shoot arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Yin shot through the hind legs of 15 or 16 mice, while the little monkey also smashed a large group, finally not hitting any heads. As for whether they lived or died, who knows? The old bull's method remained brutal, directly knocking the mice over with its head, then raising its iron hooves to trample. Many mice had their limbs crushed under its feet. Soon, even Song Xiaodao had knocked over her 5th mouse. At this point, nearly all of the 100 that had rushed out were wiped out, with not a single one able to approach Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao. Suddenly, Zhao Yin let out a loud roar. Not good, they want to escape. At that moment, all the rats in the trap, along with those that had rushed out and couldn't be controlled, turned around and ran back the way they came. Quick, Song Xiaodao, go back to the tent. Monkey, old Nyo, come with me to chase. Zhao Yin commanded directly. These were all his contracted beasts, the power that formed the contracted beast army. Just a few days ago, Zhao Yin had dreamed of encountering such a group of not-so-strong but numerous mutated beasts, even if they were just a group of pseudo-mutated beasts. Now that the trap was dug, and the spike balls had pierced them, they were just a step away from victory. How could they escape like this? Zhao Yin quickly stowed his compound bow and took out his mountain cutting knife, rushing forward to chase. Roar! The little monkey finally went into a frenzy, its massive form rising even higher, its long legs striding forward, surprisingly outpacing Zhao Yin, kicking up a whirlwind as it charged ahead. Master, I, the monkey, will always be your most capable aide, always your vanguard. Don't hit their heads, Zhao Yin shouted loudly from behind. Old Nyo's eyes were also bloodshot, but its dual abilities didn't enhance agility, so it could only lag far behind. Soon, Zhao Yin and the two beasts disappeared from Song Xiaodao's sight. Song Xiaodao knew her speed was far inferior to those rats, going would only be a burden. Back in the tent, she clenched her small fists. I want to evolve to E-level. I want to evolve to E-level. At this moment, the two men and two women who had fled earlier suddenly stopped. 70 meters ahead of them stood a giant rat, several times larger than the previous ones, quietly in the pouring rain. Its green eyes fixed on the four, filled with mockery. The four faced the giant rat, their legs went weak, and they trembled all over. So big. I'm out of strength, I can't escape. It's over. The faces of the four turned pale. The giant rat didn't seem in a hurry to attack them. It swayed its 2-meter-long tail and approached slowly with a condescending gaze. Squeak! A piercing scream erupted from its mouth, shattering their eardrums, and the tightly wound nerves of the four instantly collapsed. Two girls fell to the ground with a thud. Woo-woo! I don't want to die, Wu Hao. Hong Xiaotian, didn't you say you would protect me? The girl with glasses began to cry. Shut up! The tall young man Wu Hao scolded. It's the apocalypse, we're all going to die. What can we use to protect you? At that moment, among the four, the usually timid Hong Xiaotian suddenly gritted his teeth and spoke. Wu Hao, you take Tang Ting and Pang Jinjin and go first. I'll hold off this rat. The girl with glasses immediately stopped crying. The short-haired girl also looked at Hong Xiaotian. Wu Hao asked in disbelief, Xiao Hong, are you sure? You'll die. If I die, then so be it. Hong Xiaotian trembled all over and said, if no one holds it off, in the end, no one can escape. One person dying is better than all of us dying. He suddenly looked at the girl with glasses, his eyes gradually softening. Jinjin, do you know? Back in high school, I liked you, but I knew I wasn't your type. I'm from the countryside, my parents divorced when I was young, I can't compare to most of my classmates' family backgrounds, I'm introverted, my grades aren't good, I'm not worthy of you. Originally, I planned to keep this secret forever, but now that I'm about to die, I want to know, all these years, did you ever? No, did you ever consider me a friend? The girl with glasses wiped her tears, immediately stood up, and said without thinking, Xiao Hong, how could you be so silly? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Actually, before I dated those 6 ex-boyfriends, I liked you. Really? Hong Xiaotian smiled. We've been classmates for so many years, from elementary school to university, and even during our internship, you entered the same company as me. Would I still lie to you? Said the girl with glasses. Hearing this, Hong Xiaotian smiled even brighter, as if he had just heard the happiest news in the world. In the rainy night, he revealed a set of white teeth. Thank you. He turned around with satisfaction, calmly facing the giant rat, stepping forward steadily and confidently. It was as if he had never been the timid Hong Xiaotian. He was a hero, ready to die for the girl he loved and his closest companions. Run! The girl with glasses pulled the short-haired girl up and changed direction to run wildly, while Wu Hao took one last look at Hong Xiaotian's back. Xiao Hong, take care of yourself. With that, Wu Hao turned and ran. Hong Xiaotian slowly opened his arms, a smile plastered on his face, but the wetness at the corners of his eyes was indistinguishable between rain and tears. Jinjin, thank you for still being willing to lie to me in the end, he murmured softly. In the next moment, facing the giant rat, Hong Xiaotian shouted loudly, come on, come eat me. His voice echoed through the rain. In the distance, Pang Jinjin heard him but did not turn back. The giant rat's green, oily eyes suddenly revealed a human-like anger, as if it were furious that this human had disrupted its game. It suddenly accelerated, biting down on Hong Xiaotian's shoulder, and with a shake of its head, Hong Xiaotian's body flew out like a kite with a broken string. The giant rat did not turn back to eat Hong Xiaotian as expected. Instead, it sped up, transforming into a streak of black lightning, instantly chasing after the 3 fleeing figures. A few seconds later, in a nearby hollow, the sounds of a woman's cries and a man's screams echoed. At this moment, two shadows quickly emerged from the nearby grass, approaching the spot where Hong Xiaotian lay. In the darkness, only two figures, one tall and one short, could be seen. The tall figure bent down to check Hong Xiaotian's life signs. "He's still breathing," came the voice of a middle-aged man. "Carry him on your back, hurry," said a young woman's voice. The man bent down and lifted Hong Xiaotian onto his back, and the three quickly disappeared into the rain. Moments later, the giant rat returned, its belly round and bulging, clearly indicating that Wu Hao and Pang Xinjin had already become its meal. Squeak! After discovering that Hong Xiaotian had vanished, the giant rat let out an angry roar to the sky, then sniffed the air, instantly locking onto the direction in which the tall and short shadows had left. But it didn't have time to pursue. Squeak! Suddenly, a louder rat squeak came from the distance. The giant rat immediately halted its charge, quickly turning back and running at lightning speed. At this moment, the rat swarm in front of Zhaoyin had dwindled to just over 200. Including the nearly 100 that had been trapped and killed earlier, almost half had been eliminated. At this moment, Zhaoyin and the two beasts left behind 100 or 200 injured rats. The remaining rat swarm consisted of those with lighter injuries, moving faster. Just then, a large patch of bushes appeared ahead, and the rat swarm seemed to see a savior, quickly burrowing in and disappearing from Zhao Yin's sight in the blink of an eye. "Monkey, old bull, split up and encircle them, catch as many as you can." After communicating with the two beasts, Zhao Yin quickly dove into the bushes. The two beasts immediately sprang into action, each entering from different directions. Bang bang bang! Soon, another dozen rats were knocked unconscious by Zhao Yin. Just then, squeak! A rat squeak sounded, and before Zhao Yin could react, everything went dark in front of him, and he was suddenly thrown out. He tumbled to the ground outside the bushes, feeling dizzy, with a dull pain in his chest, as if he had been hit by a train. The bushes shook, and then a giant rat, the size of a calf, emerged. All the previous mice were gray, but this giant rat was pitch black and shiny. Not even a drop of rain could leave a mark on it. Its blood-red eyes fixed intently on Zhao Yin, filled with bloodlust and cruelty. As the giant rat screeched, it revealed two tusks over a foot long, dripping with venom. This was enough to startle Zhao Yin, but then his expression changed drastically. The bushes shook violently, and soon another identical black giant rat emerged, followed by a second, a third, a fourth. 12 black giant rats burst forth in one breath. Mouse, Grade E, Strength 36, Agility 44, Stamina 27, Spirit 9, mutated by zombie virus infection. Mouse, Grade E, Strength 39, Agility 43, Stamina 31, Spirit 8, mutated by zombie virus infection. Mouse. All 12 were E-grade pseudo-mutated beasts. The giant rat that had just knocked Zhao Yin over had an agility of 44 points, even surpassing the speed of an old bull. "Monkey, old bull, come save me." Without a second thought, Zhao Yin called out to his bodyguards. Boom! Old bull, closer to Zhao Yin, was the first to charge out of the bushes, slamming into a giant rat near Zhao Yin. The bull's horn tore a large hole in the rat's abdomen. After all, it was an E-grade pseudo-mutated beast. Instead of retreating from its injury, it became enraged and bit down on Old Bull's front hoof. Unfortunately, Old Bull had already activated his armored ability, and the rat's teeth scraped against the scales, creating sparks but failing to inflict any damage. With the boost from his immense strength ability, Old Bull flicked his hoof, sending the injured giant rat flying, knocking out one of its tusks. Squeak squeak squeak! All the giant rats were enraged, instantly surrounding Old Bull. The rats seemed to have intelligence on par with humans. They had seen Old Bull's armored ability earlier, and none dared to attack recklessly. Instead, they circled around Old Bull, using their speed to evade his attacks while searching for weak points. Old Bull charged wildly, but he couldn't even touch a single rat hair, panting heavily in frustration. Suddenly, one giant rat took advantage of Old Bull's momentary distraction, its claws reaching for Old Bull's single eye. In the next moment, Old Bull closed his eyes, the scales on his eyelids blocking the rat's claws, sending sparks flying. The giant rat retreated after its failed strike, and as Old Bull charged in anger, it had already circled behind him. Then, another giant rat seized the opportunity to claw at Old Bull's rear. Old Bull's single eye significantly affected his perception, and he remained oblivious, still charging at another giant rat. "Old Bull, be careful." Zhao Yin quickly transmitted his thoughts while leaping forward. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, but unfortunately, Zhao Yin was a step too late. Blood splattered instantly, and Old Bull was drenched in blood in an instant. Zhao Yin felt his heart twitch, and without time to mourn for Old Bull, he suppressed the pain in his chest and swung his mountain-cleaving knife down. Crack! The rat's claw that had reached for Old Bull's rear was cut down by Zhao Yin's blade before it could make a second strike. Immediately after, Zhao Yin found himself surrounded by the swarm of rats. He could only swing his mountain-cleaving knife in a tight defense. Compared to Old Bull's armored ability, Zhao Yin was in even greater danger. At that moment, the little monkey finally rushed back from 100 meters away, spotting its master in a fierce battle. Roar! The little monkey's eyes turned red in an instant. Master, I'm here. Where the hell have you been? You finally decided to come back? Zhao Yin scolded. The little monkey didn't dare to explain much. In fact, only a few seconds had passed since Zhao Yin was knocked away by the giant rat and Old Bull charged out to get injured. Unlike Old Bull, the little monkey had two abilities that enhanced its speed, and in just a few steps, it caught up to a giant rat, filled with rage, and smashed its head in with a single strike. Zhao Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief, deliberately using his body to shield the old cow's rear, just about to instruct the little monkey to go easy. The next moment, boom! The little monkey's massive body was instantly sent flying. Squeak! That one mouse-like cry was enough to shatter the eardrums of an ordinary person. The entire forest trembled, the roar echoing endlessly in Zhao Yin's ears. A larger, snow-white giant rat, nearly 2 meters tall and 7 to 8 meters long including its head and tail, stood where it had sent the little monkey flying. At the same time, the remaining 11 black giant rats halted their assault, quickly forming a protective circle around the snow-white giant rat. The expression on the snow-white giant rat's face was akin to that of an ancient emperor on a procession. Arrogant, disdainful, cold, and imperious. Rat King, D-Class Mutated Beast, Strength 74, Agility 89, Stamina 57, Defense 82, Spirit 12, Bloodline Talent, Rapid. Upon seeing the Rat King's attributes, Zhao Yin's face turned pale. Is this bastard going to let anyone live? This Rat King was no mere pseudo-mutated beast, but a genuine D-Class mutated beast with special abilities. Even without mentioning its abilities, with a defense of 82 points, Zhao Yin could barely scratch its surface with his mountain-splitting knife. After being sent flying, the little monkey quickly got back up, shook off the heavy armor on its body, and flames of anger ignited in its eyes. Master, it ambushed me, the little monkey complained telepathically to Zhao Yin. I want to smash it. Don't be impulsive, that's a D-Class Rat King, Zhao Yin hurriedly warned. Given Zhao Yin and the old cow's speed, they probably couldn't even touch a hair on the Rat King's body, only able to eat its dust. Currently, the only one capable of fighting the Rat King was the little monkey with all its abilities unleashed. But that was only under the condition that the Rat King did not activate its rapid ability. Once the Rat King activated its abilities, how fast could it go? Zhao Yin speculated. Even the little monkey with dual abilities would be left in the dust. What to do now? Zhao Yin's mind raced. If only he had a bottle of iced red tea, the little monkey could match the Rat King. Unfortunately, the iced red tea had long been consumed, and he hadn't obtained any star crystals recently. In his spatial ring, the only remaining extraordinary food and drink that could enhance strength was a bottle of glutinous rice wine. But that was a double-edged sword. It could increase strength by 80 points for 10 minutes but would leave one disoriented for 3 hours afterward. Moreover, in dealing with the Rat King, what they lacked was not strength, but speed. Was he really going to die today after living again? At that moment, the Rat King's gaze turned towards the direction Zhao Yin had come from. Once it saw the ratlings that had been knocked unconscious by Zhao Yin and the two beasts, the severed limbs, it let out an enraged roar. Squeak! The 11 black giant rats beside the Rat King instantly charged out. Bang bang bang! The dozen or so grey rats that Zhao Yin had just knocked out had their heads smashed by sharp claws. They weren't there to rescue but to kill. It was as if an emperor was dealing with defeated generals. At this point, Zhao Yin could no longer care about any contracted beast army. He only wanted to figure out how to survive. The only hope now lay in that invisible tent. As long as Zhao Yin could hide inside, he would be temporarily safe. The invisible tent had hundreds of points of defense, and the current Rat King couldn't break through it. But the problem was, they had chased the rat horde for nearly 2 kilometers. How easy would it be to return under the Rat King's watchful gaze? Boom! At that moment, the Rat King suddenly charged at Zhao Yin, having realized that the human before it was the leader of this team. Master, be careful! At that moment, the old cow quickly turned around, its massive body blocking Zhao Yin, and charged at the incoming Rat King with its horn. A loud crash echoed, the old cow staggered slightly, but the Rat King was sent flying. This clash was merely a test from the Rat King. It was astonished to find that this E-class old cow surpassed it in strength by a whole level. The Mouse King's form spun awkwardly in the air, and after stumbling to the ground, it shook its head, its gaze towards the water buffalo now tinged with caution. It had previously underestimated the 2 mutated beasts in front of Zhao Yin, not expecting them to both possess dual abilities. In the next moment, the Mouse King charged again, activating its powers, moving so fast it was almost invisible, like a flash of white lightning. Retreat! Back to the tent! Zhao Yin immediately communicated telepathically. He shrank behind the 2 mutated beasts, slowly backing away. The old buffalo had no time to retreat and could only prepare to charge again. Boom! Crack! This time, the old buffalo charged at nothing, as the Mouse King nimbly dodged by spinning away, its sharp claws slashing through the scales on the buffalo's neck. If it weren't for the buffalo's iron armor ability, its head would have already been severed by this D-class Mouse King. The little monkey wanted to help but also missed, angrily chasing forward, only for the Mouse King to circle behind it in the next second, claws slashing out, ripping a large gash in the monkey's heavy armor, blood gushing out in an instant. The little monkey swung backward with a stick without looking, but the Mouse King's figure vanished again. The next moment, it appeared right in front of Jiaoyin. Jiaoyin even saw a hint of mockery in the Mouse King's eyes and quickly raised his mountain-splitting knife. The knife had a built-in speed boost, allowing Jiaoyin to barely catch the Mouse King's claws. Bang! The Mouse King's claws struck the blade, sending sparks flying. At that moment, the little monkey and the old buffalo turned to charge, but the Mouse King instantly disappeared from Jiaoyin's sight. It did not continue to attack but instead stood on a nearby boulder, looking down at Jiaoyin and the two beasts, as if toying with its prey. Jiaoyin's hands went numb from the impact, glancing at the little monkey's torn armor and then at the mountain-splitting knife with a missing notch, his expression growing darker. The Mouse King's claws clearly surpassed D-class equipment, reaching C-class or even higher. With such an exceptional weapon and a strength of 74 points, Jiaoyin realized that the power he had painstakingly built up over the past half-month was pitifully weak. Form a triangular formation and move quickly towards the tent. The monkey's dual abilities are both strength enhancers, so it will cover the rear, and the buffalo will be on my right. Hurry! Jiaoyin communicated telepathically. Both contracted beasts understood his intent immediately and reacted swiftly. In an instant, a triangular battle formation was formed. The Mouse King on the boulder was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting Jiaoyin to have such a tactic, feeling an instant sense of being unable to attack. No matter where it attacked from, it would have to face either a mutated beast or Jiaoyin, making a sneak attack from behind impossible. Then, its eyes turned sharp, and in a flash, it reappeared in front of the battle formation. The monkey's spiked club swung violently towards the approaching Mouse King. Bang! Clanged the claws and the spiked club collided, causing the Mouse King to be thrown back, its left foreleg trembling, clearly having taken a significant hit. Jiaoyin quickly moved with the two contracted beasts towards the distant hidden tent. In the next moment, the Mouse King rapidly circled to the other side of the triangular formation, swinging its claws at Jiaoyin. Jiaoyin could only raise the mountain-splitting knife to meet the Mouse King's strike again. Boom! After a loud crash, Jiaoyin was sent flying. The little monkey caught him. Jiaoyin steadied himself, his chest feeling like it was about to explode with pain. Damn it! Jiaoyin cursed. In the next moment, he took out a bottle of glutinous rice wine and tilted his head back to drink it down. 10 minutes, I only have 10 minutes, I must get back to the hidden tent, Jiaoyin said, his face flushed. Monkey, later I will fall into a state of confusion, remember to tie me up, I won't hit you afterward. The little monkey nodded repeatedly, and Jiaoyin raised the mountain-splitting knife once more. In the next moment, he felt the pain in his chest rapidly dissipate, replaced by a burning sensation like a ball of fire, and the mountain-cutting knife in his hand felt as light as a feather. At that moment, the Rat King had just landed a successful blow, tasting victory, and charged at Jiaoyin again, its sharp claws swiftly reaching for his chest. Jiaoyin let out a furious roar, and the mountain-cutting knife in his hand suddenly swung forward. Bang! After a violent collision, the Rat King was sent tumbling away. Jiaoyin was finally able to push the Rat King back with his strength, but with Zhao Yin's keen eyesight, he could see that it had not sustained serious injuries. Run! Jiaoyin shouted. The triangular formation immediately moved forward, with Old Bull and Jiaoyin clearing the way on the left and right, while the little monkey retreated, protecting their backs. Blood from Old Bull and the little monkey dripped along the way, quickly washed away by the rain. The Rat King took a while to rise from the ground, its snow-white fur covered in mud, and its forelimb trembled even more violently. Yet it remained calm, looking at Jiaoyin with confusion, seemingly unable to understand how this human strength had suddenly increased. The Rat King soon made a decision and rushed toward the triangular formation again. This time, it chose the slowest Old Bull as its target. The agility of bovine animals was far inferior to that of primates, and restricted by the formation. When the Rat King's claws came swinging, Old Bull still charged forward to collide. However, the Rat King easily dodged its horns. With a tearing sound, the claws sliced through the scales on Old Bull's head. A large chunk of flesh was directly taken away by the Rat King's claws. Old Bull let out a muffled grunt of pain, blood flowing from its scalp into its single eye. Finally, the Rat King had found the weak point of this triangular formation. Jiaoyin turned to look, and the Rat King was stuffing the piece of beef with skin into its mouth, its cheeks rapidly bulging, and then it gulped it down. Jiaoyin felt no anger left, only a surge of fury in his heart, deeply pained for his contracted beast. Monkey, do your best to help Old Bull defend, but the formation must not be disrupted. Zhao Yun shouted, "Speed up." The three of them understood that the longer they delayed, the greater the danger to Old Bull. Once Old Bull fell, they would lose a line of defense, and the formation would collapse. In the pouring rain, the triangular formation moved forward with great difficulty, while the Rat King continuously launched attacks on Old Bull. Sometimes the little monkey and Zhao Yun could manage to help block, but at other times, Old Bull was directly sliced, and right before their eyes, the meat became the Rat King's meal. Soon, Old Bull's head and neck revealed stark white bones, and its steps slowed down. If it weren't for being a mutated beast, it would have died countless times by now. 5 minutes later, they were less than 500 meters from the invisible tent. "Just hold on a little longer, we're almost there," Zhao Yun said, his eyes red. In the next moment, the Rat King charged again, and Zhao Yun swung the mountain-cutting knife, but it merely grazed the Rat King's fur as it cut through the air. The little monkey also swung its wolf-toothed club, intending to block the Rat King's attack on Old Bull, but unexpectedly. Bang! This time, the Rat King did not dodge, taking the blow directly with one forelimb, while the other swiftly reached out, its sharp claw piercing into Old Bull's single eye. It directly hooked out the eyeball. After landing a successful hit, the Rat King withdrew, standing 30 meters away from the triangular formation. The Rat King stood on its hind legs, seemingly taunting, and roared. Ignoring the blood streaming from its right forelimb, which had been smashed by the little monkey, it used its left claw to pop Old Bull's eyeball into its mouth, its cheeks slowly bulging as if savoring the taste. Old Bull, having lost its eye, could only let out a muffled grunt. It was already numb from the pain, weakly gasping as it transmitted its thoughts to Zhao Yun. "Master, Old Bull may no longer be able to follow you." It was completely blind, and the triangular formation could no longer defend. Just when Zhao Yun thought he had reached a dead end, he suddenly heard a cry from over 400 meters away. It was Song Xiaodao. "Ah, help! A huge rat! Zhao Yun, where are you?" He turned back and vaguely saw through the rain curtain, in front of the invisible tent, a black giant rat, about the same size as the White Rat King, standing there, frantically attacking the invisible tent. The gray rats that Zhao Yun had previously controlled were now all crushed to death. 11 smaller giant rats were guarding the black giant rat, also attacking the invisible tent. Rat King, D-class mutated beast, strength 75, agility 87, stamina 58, defense 84, spirit 10, bloodline talent, earth escape, another Rat King. Zhao Yun's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. He couldn't handle one White Rat King, and now there was a D-class one. The only consolation was that this Black Rat King's ability was not combat-related. If it were up against the little monkey, it could easily crush it with its dual combat abilities. However, with the White Rat King around, Zhao Yun could only think about it. The current situation was like adding insult to injury, with no way back. At this moment, there was no method to resolve the crisis before him. Zhao Yun had thought he would die in the apocalypse, but he never expected it to be so soon. These two Rat Kings were supplied by countless subordinates, which allowed them to reach D-class in just half a month. Even the resources Zhao Yun provided to the two beasts couldn't compare. Zhao Yun never expected to encounter them at this time. Damn it! In despair, Zhao Yun's ferocity was ignited, and he shouted loudly at the little monkey, "No more formations, go kill that Black Rat King for me. Since the White Rat King wants us dead, I'll take out its husband before I die." With that, Zhao Yun raised his mountain-splitting knife and charged towards the White Rat King. The little monkey, with determination in its eyes, glanced at the severely injured old cow beside it and directly removed its tattered heavy armor. Its dual abilities were pushed to the limit as it rushed towards the Black Rat King. The White Rat King was momentarily stunned to see Zhao Yun charging at it. Did this human want to seek death? Suddenly, it noticed the little monkey's actions and immediately understood, panic flashing in its rat-like eyes. Having just experienced the strength of this E-class monkey, it knew that the opponent's dual combat abilities would definitely surpass the Black Rat King. Squeak! The White Rat King immediately alerted the Black Rat King and quickly made a decision, abandoning Zhao Yun and rushing towards the little monkey. "Damn it! Why are you running?" Zhao Yun threw the mountain-splitting knife with all his might. Whoosh! The knife made a sound as it cut through the air, but unfortunately, it couldn't catch up to the White Rat King's speed, flying nearly 100 meters before embedding itself in a large rock. The White Rat King didn't look back, instantly appearing behind the little monkey, its sharp claws lunging towards its back. The little monkey knew it couldn't dodge this strike, so it simply let the claws land on it, the heavy armor and a piece of monkey skin being torn off in an instant. The little monkey's body, using the force of the impact, surged forward rapidly, crossing 300 meters in the blink of an eye, already close to the Black Rat King. Zhao Yun hesitated slightly, then immediately turned around, once again abandoning the little monkey, and began to run wildly. If he could leave this place, he could survive alone. He didn't want to think about how the little monkey would die or whether Song Xiaodao and the tent would ultimately be surrounded. In the apocalypse, everyone's goal was singular. Survival was the only way. Along the way, countless thoughts flashed through Zhao Yin's mind. He felt guilt and reluctance, but soon he cast them aside. The most important thing was to survive. But did such survival really have meaning? Zhao Yin's steps slowed a bit, but soon he found his answer. Of course, it had meaning. As long as the Green Mountains remained, one need not fear the lack of firewood. He would have more contract beasts and more women in the future. He is the Lord of Contracts, and in the future, he will definitely come to avenge the little monkeys against the Mouse King. Little did he know, 8 minutes had already passed, and the side effects of the glutinous rice wine were gradually manifesting, causing Zhao Yin's chaotic thoughts to be influenced. His head grew heavier, and the conviction he had just settled upon began to waver. Zhao Yin thought of the little monkey from his previous life, who died fighting for Lin Tianfeng, and now in this life, the little monkey died for him. Wasn't that too unfortunate? He also thought of Song Xiaodao, whom he failed to protect in his past life, and now allowed to die just like that in this life. And then there was old Niu, who had never received any nurturing from him, and even at the moment of death, felt guilty for not having protected his master well. Zhao Yin's eyes slowly turned red, and something that had long been extinguished, seemingly called conscience, began to awaken in his heart. His killing intent gradually boiled, the effects of the wine filling his chest, and at that moment, Zhao Yin seemed to fear nothing. If I die, then so be it. Zhao Yin roared, when a person dies, the bird's nest falls from the sky. If I don't die, it will be for 10,000 years. He suddenly turned around and charged back the way he came. The ordinary grey rat group had already shed their spiny balls and were all gathered outside the thicket, waiting for the Mouse King's command. When they saw Zhao Yin rushing over, all the grey rats began to squeak. The two Mouse Kings were fully engaged with the little monkey, completely forgetting about these grey rats. A sniper rifle appeared in Zhao Yin's hands, and with bloodshot eyes, he crazily fired, reloaded, and shot again. With each shot, a grey rat fell dead. The discipline of the grey rats exceeded imagination. Even when they saw their companions being killed, without the Mouse King's command, they still foolishly remained in place. Soon, Zhao Yin finished all the sniper rifle bullets, and only 30 or 40 grey rats were left, anxiously squeaking, "Shut up and go die." At this moment, the little monkey's skin was completely torn, its left arm broken, yet it still stubbornly swung its wolf fang club, forcing the Black Mouse King to not dare approach. Only the White Mouse King could rely on speed, and each attack caused the little monkey to lose large chunks of flesh. In fact, the White Mouse King could have killed the little monkey long ago, but it wanted to torture it bit by bit, a reflection of the cruel and vicious nature of rodents. Finally, the White Mouse King noticed Zhao Yin, who was now holding a cow horn and had killed almost all the grey rats. Squeak! The White Mouse King instantly erupted in fury. Those grey rats were the source of resources for the two Mouse Kings. How could there be so few left? It directly abandoned the little monkey and charged towards Zhao Yin, whose actions had completely enraged it, causing it to lose all rationality. At this moment, Zhao Yin was still oblivious, with only 1 minute left of the glutinous rice wine's effect, and his thoughts were already a tangled mess. The killing intent occupied his entire body. Thud! The cow horn in his hand pierced into the last grey rat's head, pulling it out with brain matter. Zhao Yin continued to search for the next grey rat like a machine, only to find that there were none left. The White Mouse King was about to approach Zhao Yin, but before it could extend its claws, Zhao Yin suddenly turned around, his blood-red eyes fixed on the White Mouse King. The White Mouse King was momentarily stunned. This human was not afraid upon seeing it, and that gaze was like staring at its prey. Strangely, the White Mouse King suddenly felt a bit alarmed, and thus, the speed of its claw strike slowed slightly. It tore a large piece of flesh from Zhao Yin's shoulder, but Zhao Yin instinctively grabbed its forelimb. The White Mouse King instinctively tried to retract its claws, but felt Zhao Yin's incredible strength. His right hand thrust the cow horn forward, and the powerful force instantly pierced through the Mouse King's forelimb. Squeak! For the first time since the apocalypse, the White Mouse King suffered such a severe injury, letting out a scream like an ordinary rat in pain, and in a fit of rage, it pierced through Zhao Yin's chest with a claw. Zhao Yin's sternum was sliced open, and his heart was exposed, beating wildly. But he felt nothing at all, the bullhorn still piercing into the forelimb of the White Mouse King, tightly controlling its form. With his other hand, he grabbed the White Mouse King's scalp and pressed it down, and in the next moment, he pulled out the bullhorn and stabbed down again, thrust. The White Mouse King's neck was pierced by the bullhorn. At this moment, the Black Mouse King was not far from Zhao Yin. Upon seeing how severely the White Mouse King was injured by Zhao Yin, it let out a mournful cry. Its figure transformed into a flash of black lightning, instantly arriving behind Zhao Yin and the White Mouse King. However, at this time, the White Mouse King had completely lost its rationality. Feeling that Zhao Yun had threatened its life, it suddenly unleashed its rapid abilities and charged forward. The White Mouse King attempted to shake off Zhao Yun, but Zhao Yun took the opportunity to wrap his arms around its neck and directly mounted it. Thrust. The bullhorn stabbed down again. The White Mouse King's neck was pierced a second time. Blood gushed forth like a spring, and in pain, it moved even faster. Ha ha! Die! Zhao Yun laughed maniacally. The poor Black Mouse King roared anxiously, but could only follow behind, helpless. It wanted to help the White Mouse King, but the White Mouse King was bringing about its own demise, leaving it with no choice. At this moment, the little monkey also came over, witnessing its master's valor once again. Squeak! Master is awesome! It dragged the wolf fawn club, and although it had only one arm left, it still excitedly shouted, "Master is so awesome! Master is the most awesome master in the world!" Immediately after, the little monkey forcibly boosted its energy, activating its dual abilities to the extreme, and quickly chased after the Black Mouse King. The Black Mouse King's agility was 87 points, while the little monkey's base agility was 40 points. However, its giantization ability doubled its base agility, and the frenzy ability doubled it again, allowing it to surpass the Black Mouse King, a D-class mutated beast. In terms of strength, the Black Mouse King was no match for the little monkey. This was the might of a dual ability mutated beast. If it weren't for encountering the White Mouse King, which just happened to restrain the little monkey's abilities, Zhao Yun and his group would never have been so embarrassed. Seeing the little monkey chasing after it, the Black Mouse King revealed fear in its eyes. At this moment, if it used its Earth Escape ability to flee, no one could stop it. But it was concerned about the White Mouse King, and did not use Earth Escape. It completely ignored the little monkey that was gradually closing in and desperately chased after the White Mouse King. At this time, Zhao Yun stabilized himself on the White Mouse King, pulled out the bullhorn from the Black Mouse King's neck, and blindly stabbed in a frenzy. Thrust, 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 one after another. In his mind, only slaughter remained. When the last sound of bones and flesh breaking came, Zhao Yun directly stabbed the bullhorn into the White Mouse King's brain. The White Mouse King's form continued to charge forward, but its body became rigid. It then rolled and crashed into a large patch of bushes. Boom! At the same time, Zhao Yun was also thrown away, landing in the thicket. Ha ha! Ha ha! Blood continued to flow from Zhao Yun's chest, yet he lay on the ground laughing. His chaotic thoughts left him unaware of the time or place. He didn't know why he was laughing, but he was just very happy. While Zhao Yun was foolishly laughing, the Black Mouse King suddenly stopped, staring at the corpse of the White Mouse King. It could feel that its mate had lost all signs of life. The Black Mouse King was momentarily stunned, and in the next moment, bang! A wolf fawn club fell on the Black Mouse King's head, and it lost consciousness. After knocking out the Black Mouse King, the little monkey wanted to check on its master's injuries but paused. The battle in front of them was not over yet. The remaining 11 giant rats in the distance, sensing the disappearance of the White Mouse King's life force, all abandoned their attack on the invisible tent and charged madly toward this side. Roar! The little monkey, covered in blood, threw its head back and roared at the sky, venting the pent-up anger in its chest, dragging the wolf fawn club, its form turning into a whirlwind as it charged toward the swarm of giant rats. At this moment, the one-armed little monkey resembled a god of slaughter. The 11 giant rats moved at varying speeds, driven mad by the death of their king, and they didn't even initiate their usual combined attack, scattering instantly before the little monkey. Bang, bang, bang! The little monkey knocked them down one by one, quickly bringing them all to the ground. At that moment, the little monkey also fell to the ground, gasping for breath, struggling to turn around. Zhao Yun was still grinning foolishly. Ha! The little monkey opened its mouth and mimicked a silly laugh. In the pouring rain, the little monkey gasped for a long time, the liquid dripping from its fur indistinguishable as blood or rainwater. It struggled to lean on its wolf fawn club and slowly stood up, its form rapidly shrinking uncontrollably. Once it relaxed, its powers could no longer hold out. Soon, it transformed back into that dry and thin little monkey. But at this moment, it was covered in blood, the wound where its left arm was missing exposing stark white bone. It trudged painfully toward Zhao Yun. Woo woo! At that moment, a cry came from behind. Zhao Yun, Zhao Yun. So many big rats, where are you? I'm so scared. Woo woo! In the next moment, Song Xiaodao stopped crying. She saw the one-armed little monkey and the corpses of the rats scattered on the ground. Even the cold air was mixed with the smell of blood. Song Xiaodao caught up with the little monkey, just about to say something, when she saw the dying old cow on the ground. Nyo, what's wrong, Zhao Yun, where is he? Song Xiaodao's face turned pale instantly as she grabbed the little monkey's one arm. The little monkey pointed toward the distant bushes. Only then did Song Xiaodao hear Zhao Yun's laughter mixed in with the sound of the rain. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Zhao Yun was still laughing, the pouring rain washing over his face, carrying away all the blood. His chest was filled with rainwater, but the tenacious vitality of the evolved still kept him from dying. However, Zhao Yin's laughter had weakened significantly. Song Xiaodao hurriedly ran over, and when she saw the fatal wound on Zhao Yin's chest, she pouted and began to cry, "Woo! Zhao Yin, you can't die. What's wrong with you? Why don't you treat your wounds? He. At that moment, Zhao Yin seemed only capable of silly laughter. Ji. The little monkey swayed over, pointing at the space ring on Zhao Yin's hand. It couldn't communicate with Song Xiaodao verbally, only gesturing. All the healing items were inside the space ring. Usually, Zhao Yin wouldn't even let Song Xiaodao touch his space ring. But at this moment, Song Xiaodao couldn't care less. She felt that something was wrong with Zhao Yin's head, and only the items inside the space ring could save his life. She took the space ring off Zhao Yin's hand but had no idea how to use it. "Little monkey, do you know how to use it?" Song Xiaodao asked. Ji. The little monkey shook its head. In fact, all the space equipment produced by the star crystal could only be used by humans. With no other choice, Song Xiaodao could only imitate Zhao Yin and put the ring on her hand. The next moment, she immediately felt all the items inside. A large batch of chestnuts, chestnut leaves, 48 corns, a pile of corpse crystals, 3 bottles of Nongfu spring left. For nearly 7 days, she had consumed 1 bottle daily to protect the chestnut tree's roots. 1 can of beef, 2 packs of instant noodles, 2 cans of tuna left. The rest were a pile of firearms and ammunition, as well as ordinary supplies that Zhao Yin valued. Finally, Song Xiaodao found that bottle of D-grade healing potion. She took it out and was about to pour it into Zhao Yin's mouth. Jijit suddenly, the little monkey grabbed Song Xiaodao, gesturing with its one arm. Song Xiaodao understood. It wanted her to feed Zhao Yin chestnut leaves. Then the little monkey pointed at the old cow in the distance, rolling its eyes and sticking out its tongue. Song Xiaodao understood again, meaning the old cow was dying and needed that 1 D-grade healing potion to survive. Zhao Yin is so severely injured. This bottle of potion originally belongs to him. What if the chestnut leaves can't heal his wounds? Song Xiaodao's small face was dark. In Song Xiaodao's eyes, nothing was more important than Zhao Yin's life. Even a tiny bit of risk that he shouldn't bear was unacceptable. The little monkey made a sad expression, mimicking Zhao Yin's sorrowful look. After thinking for a moment, Song Xiaodao didn't dare to delay too long and ultimately agreed to feed Zhao Yin the chestnut leaves, but insisted that they must wait until his condition stabilized before using the healing potion on the old cow. Song Xiaodao took out a pile of chestnut leaves and both he and the little monkey grabbed a handful to chew. The little monkey chewed them up first, then pried open Zhao Yin's mouth to spit it in, but Song Xiaodao quickly pulled it back, rolling his eyes. "You treat your own wounds, let me take care of Zhao Yin's." The little monkey didn't understand why humans were superstitious about this, but after thinking for a moment, it still spit the leaves into Zhao Yin's mouth. Song Xiaodao wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Zhao Yin, with the rainwater, smacked his lips a few times and swallowed it down. "Little monkey, you bastard, just wait, Zhao Yin will deal with you." The little monkey, however, didn't care, grinning and mocking Song Xiaodao's surprise, as if to prove something, and chewed another mouthful of leaves to spit into Zhao Yin's mouth. Gulp! Zhao Yin swallowed it directly, his eyes glazed over, and he let out a silly laugh. Song Xiaodao glared at the little monkey, noticing its severed arm was still bleeding, and thought of how it had saved his life several times. At this moment, it should also be eating leaves to heal itself, yet it was enduring the pain to feed Zhao Yin. In the end, Song Xiaodao said nothing more, chewed the leaves in his mouth, pried open Zhao Yin's mouth, and spat it in. Zhao Yin smacked his lips, and after swallowing, seemed to still be savoring it. Soon, the large hole in his chest began to slowly stop bleeding and heal. Although the injury wasn't completely healed, it had stabilized. It would only take some time to be fully fine. Only then did the little monkey eat the leaves to treat its own wounds. Song Xiaodao took the healing potion and walked towards the old cow, seeing many places on the old cow's body exposed white bones, both eyes blinded, and suddenly felt a wave of guilt. "Nyo, I'm sorry, I was only thinking about Zhao Yin earlier and almost wasted this bottle of potion." The effect of the chestnut leaves was already difficult to heal the old cow. The old cow was panting heavily, only its ears moved. Song Xiaodao bent down, pried open the old cow's mouth, and poured the healing potion down. In the next moment, a faint white light rose from the old cow's body, the white bones sprouted flesh, and then cowhide grew out. Even the blinded eyes rapidly grew eyeballs and eyelids. Finally, even the eyelashes on the eyelids grew out. A bump formed on the top of the old cow's head, and then a shiny black horn emerged. The severed limb was reborn. Song Xiaodao covered her mouth in surprise. Zhao Yin had only said this was a healing potion, but had never mentioned it could actually regenerate severed limbs. Soon, the old cow flipped over and got up from the ground, all its old ailments healed. It nodded in thanks to Song Xiaodao and then quickly walked towards Zhao Yin. "Master, it's all my fault for being useless," the old cow's thoughts echoed. Unfortunately, Zhao Yin couldn't hear it at that moment. The old cow's expression didn't show excitement from recovering from its old ailments. Instead, it was extremely low-spirited. Today it realized that it was the most useless one. All along, it had been taking hits while the master and the little monkey protected it. As Zhao Yin's body recovered, his spirit also improved. Mom and Dad, you're back? Zhao Yin suddenly sat up, speaking to the air. In his mind, it seemed he saw his parents who died in a car accident when he was 15. He saw the prosperity before the apocalypse, saw the bustling streets, saw the tall buildings, saw various delicacies, saw various beauties. I thought I could never go back again. I didn't expect that the apocalypse was just my illusion. Zhao Yin said with a silly smile, suddenly shouting, Boss, bring me another dozen beers, 10 skewers of grilled kidneys, 50 meat skewers, a grilled fish, and 1 grilled eggplant, with extra chili. Immediately after, he grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground and started munching on it. So delicious. Zhao Yin's thoughts were jumping wildly, as if the chaos was the only reality. Those unfulfilled wishes, those unrepaired regrets, all appeared before him. Mom and Dad, I don't want any compensation, just come back. Dad, Mom, woo woo. Zhao Yin suddenly hugged his head and cried. Tears mixed with rainwater poured down. Some obsessions are hard to erase, even after 2 lifetimes. Then he laughed again. You're back. I will definitely be a good kid from now on. I won't go to nightclubs anymore. I won't buy lottery tickets. I will study hard. Su Huan, do you know? I fell in love with you when I was 16. Why did you go with that foreigner? He's as dark as a pile of dog poop. Are you going to Africa to feed mosquitoes with him? Or do you like his big cucumber? From now on, I won't love anymore. I, Zhao Yin, have money and looks. Life is short, happiness is what matters. I want to sleep with all the women in Jiangzhou nightclubs. Ha ha, ha ha. Zhao Yin laughed loudly, suddenly rolling over and getting up from the ground, directly tearing off the tattered women's suit and military jacket he was wearing. Then, he took off his pants as well. Zhao Yin was only wearing a pair of fishnet stockings as he ran into the storm, leaping and bounding. Soon, he stopped, twisting his hips, dancing gracefully in the muddy ground. At that moment, Song Xiaodao's mouth dropped open. At that moment, old Niel was also dumbfounded. At that moment, the little monkey finally remembered Zhao Yin's earlier words. After my thoughts become chaotic, remember to tie me up. The little monkey ran forward, grabbed a vine, and quickly came behind Zhao Yin, binding his hands and feet. But Zhao Yin was an E-level evolver. Even without the power boost from glutinous rice wine, he was not something a vine could restrain. Bang! As soon as the little monkey let go, Zhao Yin broke free from the vine and punched the little monkey. Kid, do you want to compete with me for women? Zhao Yin scolded with a sideways glance. The little monkey's small body was knocked over, and then Song Xiaodao and old Niel rushed up together, pinning Zhao Yin to the ground. Bang! A sheathed tang knife struck Zhao Yin's back of the head accurately. Zhao Yin passed out immediately. Zhao Yin, I did it for your reputation. You're not even wearing pants. What if someone sees you? I'm sorry, Zhao Yin. After saying this, Song Xiaodao chewed a handful of chestnut leaves and fed them into Zhao Yin's mouth, fearing that the previous blow had harmed him. Next, Song Xiaodao carried Zhao Yin into the invisibility tent, dressed him in clothes from the spatial ring, and then began to clean up the battlefield with the 2 beasts. Zhao Yin's mountain-cutting knife was still stuck in the mud. After Song Xiaodao picked it up, she found dozens of nicks densely covering the entire blade. One could imagine how brutal the previous battle was. The little monkey's heavy armor was also ruined, and the wolf fawn club was somewhat deformed, covered in scars left by the Rat King's claws. However, it could still be used with some effort. Among the gear of 1 person and 1 beast, only the cow horn remained intact. Song Xiaodao glanced at old Niel, who had regrown its horns, and didn't plan to return it to Zhao Yin. Suddenly, from the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the Black Rat King not far away. Then, Song Xiaodao pointed at the Black Rat King and shouted, It's still alive! The little monkey, who was sorting out his heavy armor with a pained expression, immediately looked up at the sound. At this moment, the Black Rat King lay there, its shiny black fur covered in mud, completely motionless. However, its lower abdomen was slightly bulging, breathing weakly. In fact, when the little monkey had attacked earlier, it had intentionally held back some strength, unsure if the Black Rat King was truly dead. It immediately went to check the E-level giant rats and discovered that there were still 6 of them with faint signs of life. The little monkey was instantly excited, thinking, squeak. When the master wakes up and finds out I've accomplished such a great feat, he should reward me. Song Xiaodao was also very excited. Great. When Zhao Yin wakes up, he will definitely reward us. The little monkey was taken aback. What did she have to do with it? The rats were all caught by itself. This girl only knew how to cry. How could she possibly get a reward? Take them back, and when Zhao Yin wakes up, contract them all as contract beasts. Song Xiaodao exclaimed excitedly. The little monkey immediately hoisted the Black Rat King onto its back and strode toward the invisible tent. Song Xiaodao tied the tails of the 6 giant rats with vines, letting the old cow drag them toward the tent. Soon, the Black Rat King and the 6 giant rats were all brought outside the tent. Song Xiaodao took out a bucket, collected rainwater, and washed all 7 rats clean, then stood guard with the 2 beasts. Whenever one of the rats showed signs of weakening life force, it would immediately supplement it with a few chestnut leaves, and if the life force became too strong, the little monkey would quickly step forward and give it a whack. Zhao Yin had a very long dream. In the dream, his parents had returned, and every day he could eat the hot meals his mother made, and at night he could hear his father's goodnight. It turned out that he could also enjoy the love of his parents like those people, that when he was cold, someone would nag him to put on clothes, and when he was lonely, someone would put down their work to accompany him. He was no longer alone, forced to sever ties one by one as relatives were concerned about inheritance, including his grandparents. He was no longer the child who had been ungoverned since the age of 15, no longer the one who, in loneliness and lack of love, gradually let himself go, becoming a carefree playboy, as others described him, no longer the one who lingered in nightclubs every day, waking up in the morning with a strange woman by his side, never knowing their names. Zhao Yin dreamed of being 22, in a world where the apocalypse had not yet come. He married a woman named Su Huan, and after marriage, Su Huan bore him a pair of children. He also dreamed of himself in middle age, successful in his career, becoming a well-known entrepreneur in Guangzhou, and like most successful people, he had 3 female secretaries in his office, Jiang Xiner, Ningyu, and Song Xiaodao. He had once bought a monkey at the zoo and a water buffalo at the slaughterhouse. These 2 animals were Zhao's most beloved pets. Hee hee. 3 hours later, Zhao Yin finally woke up with a silly smile. Opening his eyes, he saw the familiar blue ceiling, a look of confusion appearing in his eyes. A pain shot through the back of his head. It turned out to be just a dream. Zhao Yin smiled bitterly, and in an instant, he accepted reality, turning over to sit up. He vaguely remembered the scene after the side effects of the glutinous rice wine kicked in. Zhao Yin looked down and saw that the scar on his chest had not completely disappeared. He had not died. It must have been the monkey and Song Xiaodao who saved him. As Zhao Yin stepped out of the tent, he saw the old cow standing in the pouring rain, while Song Xiaodao and the little monkey were crouched under the old cow's belly, using its massive body to shield themselves from the wind and rain. A row of giant rats lay quietly there. Squeak! The little monkey was the most perceptive, instantly spotting Zhao Yin and immediately bouncing in front of him. Master, you finally woke up. Zhao Yin, woo. Song Xiaodao also crawled out from under the old cow and suddenly leaped into Zhao Yin's arms. You stupid Zhao Yin, why did you do this to yourself? Do you know you just scared me to death? Woo. She swung her small fist and struck Zhao Yin's chest, perhaps just wanting to act cute, or maybe she only understood the fear now. Zhao Yin, holding Song Xiaodao, asked, why didn't you go inside to avoid the rain? It was rare for Song Xiaodao to hear Zhao Yin speak so normally. She looked up at him, momentarily dazed. Master, these mice are still alive, I caught them. The little monkey pointed at the 7 mice and thought. Song Xiaodao released Zhao Yin, brushed her damp hair from her forehead, wiped the tears from her face, and said, I was worried about accidents, so I didn't bring the mice into the tent. I stayed outside with the little monkey and Nyonyo to guard them. Only then did Zhao Yin carefully survey the surroundings, where mouse corpses were scattered everywhere. Among them were the bodies of 6 E-class giant rats and that of the White Rat King, and the little monkey was left with only one arm. Zhao Yin reached out and patted the little monkey's head. Next time, when I create a healing potion, I'll treat you. The little monkey bounced around Zhao Yin, happily flattering him. Master will definitely create a healing potion, Master is the best. Zhao Yin's gaze fell on the old cow, and seeing its eyes and horn restored to their original state, he understood that his D-class potion was probably gone. But he said nothing. The fact that this cow survived was more important than that bottle of healing potion. He approached the Black Rat King, slowly squatting down, and pressed his hand on the Black Rat King's head, directly activating the contract. After a while, Zhao Yin sensed the Black Rat King's weak life force within his mind. The contract was successful. This Rat King possessed the ability of Earth Escape. Although its combat power was far inferior to the deceased White Rat King, it could allow Zhao Yin to live longer. One could say that the value of this Black Rat King was even above that of the White Rat King for Zhao Yin. If it weren't for the Black Rat King's deep concern for the White Rat King's life and death, 100 little monkeys wouldn't have been able to catch it. Next, Zhao Yin planned to treat the Black Rat King's injuries and reached for his ring, only to find his fingers empty. Zhao Yin, this is your space ring. Song Xiaodao took the ring off her hand and handed it to Zhao Yin, explaining, earlier, you fainted, and the little monkeys were too injured, so I could only. Zhao Yin waved his hand, interrupting, you did well. When I create the next space ring, it will be a reward for you. Song Xiaodao immediately excitedly hugged his arm. Really? Then you should create it soon. Such things can only depend on fate. Perhaps you should pray to the Bodhisattva more often. Zhao Yin changed the subject. Song Xiaodao immediately released Zhao Yin's arm, clasped her hands together, knelt on the ground, and closed her eyes, not knowing how she was praying. Zhao Yin smiled and instructed, "Monkey, go drag that white rat king's corpse over here." The meat of high-level mutated beasts has the same effect on low-level mutated beasts as evolution potions do for human evolvers, capable of unlocking potential genes within the body and increasing strength based on level. The only drawback is that it requires long-term, large quantities of consumption, not as quick as evolution potions for developing human potential. Zhao Yin remembered the Black Rat King's deep feelings for the White Rat King. Now that it had become his contracted beast, it was better not to skin and dissect it in front of it. The little monkey squeaked twice and ran over there. Soon, the nearly 2-ton White Rat King was dragged back by the little monkey by its tail. Zhao Yin quickly took out his mountain-cutting knife and began to dissect it on the spot, first following the joints to remove the White Rat King's 4 sharp claws. The sharpness of the Rat King's claws could directly tear through D-class heavy armor, even nearly destroying Zhao Yin's mountain-cutting knife. At least it was comparable to a C-class weapon. Zhao Yin solemnly stored it in the space ring and then began to skin it. The White Rat King's defense reached 82 points, all contained in this rat skin. One should know that the little monkey's heavy armor defense was only 60 points, not even on the same level. Zhao Yin skinned carefully, completely removing the entire piece of rat skin. The pure white rat skin measured nearly 8 meters long, the widest part close to 5 meters, and the narrowest part was the tail fur, which was also over a foot wide. The most useful body skin was 4 meters long and 3 meters wide, resembling a giant blanket. It was more than enough for Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao, allowing each to make 2 or 3 sets of leather armor, with plenty left over. After putting away the rat skin, Zhao Yin began to cut the rat meat into pieces, dismantling the bones and storing them in his spatial ring. Even the internal organs were processed by Zhao Yin and tossed into the invisible tent, preparing to be cooked into a stew at dawn. Once the White Rat King was dismembered, the space in the ring was quickly filled again. Only then did Zhao Yin take out chestnut leaves and ask Song Xiaodao to help feed them to the Black Rat King, while he approached the 6 E-class giant rats, one by one, to form contracts. Soon, 6 weak breaths appeared in his mind. Zhao Yin took a pile of chestnut leaves, chopped them with a mountain-cutting knife, and mixed them with rainwater to pour into the mouths of the 6 giant rats. Half an hour later, the sky was already dimly bright. The Black Rat King and the 6 pseudo-mutated giant rats all woke up. "Master! Master! Master! Master!" Voices echoed in Zhao Yin's mind. A smile finally broke out on Zhao Yin's face. His grand dream of a legion had taken a big step forward. All losses were worth it. "Xiaodao, monkey, old bull, take them to clean the battlefield and bring back all my rat meat," Zhao Yin commanded. Dawn had arrived, and the heavy rain that had fallen all night had finally stopped. The wild grass had thickened a bit more, and many low saplings had grown half a foot taller overnight. Zhao Yin stood in front of the tent, gazing at the mountain of rat corpses. A total of 396 gray rats, each the size of a medium dog, could yield about 20 pounds of fresh meat each, roughly totaling 8,000 pounds. The 6 dead giant rats could yield about 300 pounds of rat meat each, amounting to 1,800 pounds. In total, nearly 10,000 pounds of rat meat could be obtained. It was just a pity that all of this was pseudo-mutated beast meat, which could not enhance the strength of mutated beasts. However, even pseudo-mutated beast meat was incomparable to any meat from before the apocalypse. Black Rat King. Zhao Yin began to speak but quickly stopped, changing his tone sharply. "From now on, your name is Old Black. Old Black, you take the 6 E-class giant rats and strip all this rat skin for me, removing the bones and internal organs. Monkey, you are responsible for cutting off all the rat paws, collecting them together and sending them into the tent. Song Xiaodao and Old Bull, go gather firewood. I want 50,000 pounds of firewood ready before dark." Zhao Yin issued a series of commands. It is worth mentioning that after the Black Rat King woke up, it went to the place where the White Rat King had died, but unfortunately, it didn't see a single hair of the rat and had been quite unhappy. At this moment, upon receiving Zhao Yin's orders, hesitation appeared in the Black Rat King's eyes. Those gray rats were once its subordinates, and the giant rats were its offspring with the White Rat King. Bang! Zhao Yin kicked the Black Rat King in the rear, causing it to stumble. "Have you woken up or not?" The Black Rat King jolted and quickly prostrated itself at Zhao Yin's feet, trembling all over. After becoming Zhao Yin's contracted beast, it still retained its memories, but its feelings for its master far exceeded those it had for the White Rat King. "From now on, I strip you of your identity as rats. You are not allowed to think of kinship anymore. Your only identity is as my Zhao Yin's contracted beasts and servants. As Zhao Yin finished speaking, the Black Rat King and the 6 giant rats all let out miserable cries, rolling on the ground. The collar formed by the soul of the contract in their minds slowly tightened around their souls, bursting into flames and burning fiercely. At that moment, their understanding of their race gradually faded from their memories. For them, Zhao Yin's words were a divine punishment. After a while, once the understanding of their race dissipated, the soul of the contract returned to normal. The 7 rats lay prostrate on the ground. Master, I know I was wrong, please forgive me. I begged the great master for forgiveness. The little monkey and the old cow beside them trembled at this scene, secretly relieved that they had not resisted their master in the past. In fact, it is difficult for a contracted beast bound by the soul of the contract to develop thoughts of defiance against its master. Only a being like the Black Rat King, with such deep obsessions, could barely question the master's orders, but Zhao Yin only needed a thought to strip it of everything. The other 6 giant rats were simply unfortunate to follow the Black Rat King. Be obedient, work hard with me, and in the future, you will definitely become the most powerful mutant. Zhao Yin was about to paint a grand picture for the Black Rat King when he suddenly caught sight of the little monkey and the old cow, recalling that he seemed to have said the same thing to them before. He changed his words, "You will become the most awesome rat." As a contracted beast, the Black Rat King had no doubt about its master's words and immediately became excited. "Master, Old Black will work hard, and now I'll go cut rat meat." Zhao Yin nodded in satisfaction. "Go ahead." The Black Rat King and the 6 giant rats had extremely sharp claws, and in just a few moves, they opened up the belly of a gray rat, pulled out its entrails, and with a few swipes, exposed the skeleton. Finally, they tore off the skin, resulting in a complete piece of rat meat, and even the gray rat's sharp claws were simply yanked off and tossed aside without the little monkey needing to cut them. The skill was far beyond what Zhao Yin had before. Seeing this, Zhao Yin felt completely at ease and simply ordered the little monkey to follow the old cow and Song Shoutao to gather firewood. Zhao Yin returned to the tent himself. He was not idle either, lighting the wood to set up a hanging pot, then chopping the entrails of the White Rat King, tossing them into the pot with water and salt. Often, high-end ingredients only require the simplest cooking methods. Soon, a rich meaty aroma wafted through the air. Outside the tent, dawn had already appeared, and the damp earth soon showed signs of drying. Many craters had been filled with mud washed away by the rain, and the world still looked desolate, but it had become much more level. At least it no longer looked like it was riddled with holes. Song Shoutao bounced back, followed by the transformed little monkey and old cow, both dragging thousands of pounds of freshly cut wood. "Yikes, what smells so good?" Song Shoutao sniffed. Zhao Yin had not concealed the invisibility tent, and the aroma spread out. Squeak! The little monkey swallowed, pointing at the tent to remind Song Shoutao, who immediately dashed toward the tent, with the little monkey quickly following after dropping the wood. Only the old cow remained indifferent, but thinking about it, no one helped it load firewood on its back, so it simply shook off the wood on its back and followed into the invisibility tent. At this moment, Zhao Yin was holding a mountain knife, shaping a huge wooden stump into a low wooden table, while beside him, the large iron basin usually used to bathe Song Shoutao was filled with a big bowl of mixed soup, and the hanging pot was still simmering, bubbling with steam. "Zhao Yin, what is this?" Song Shoutao's eyes widened, swallowing hard. "How much firewood did you gather?" Zhao Yin asked. "About 3,000 or 4,000 pounds, Song Shoutao replied. "Eat the mixed soup first." Zhao Yin slowly placed the finished dining table next to the fire, setting out 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, and 2 wash basins. "I'll serve the food." Song Shoutao quickly picked up the wooden spoon from the iron basin, filled a large bowl, placed it in front of Zhao Yin, and then served a large basin for the old cow and the little monkey each. Finally, she filled a large bowl for herself. The wooden spoon was also roughly made by Zhao Yin just now. "Everyone, let's eat," Zhao Yin said. He had not been so particular before, perhaps because of the dream from last night. Zhao Yin's thoughts had changed in some way. Song Shoutao and the little monkey stepped forward and immediately began to wolf down their food. They hadn't eaten fresh meat in so long. Including Zhao Yin, he almost wished he could swallow his own tongue. Zhao Yin suddenly caught sight of the old cow still standing there and remembered that it was a herbivore. "Old cow, why not try eating meat from now on?" Zhao Yin said casually. The old cow looked bewildered. "Eat meat?" But it still dared not disobey Zhao Yin's command and slowly walked over, lowering its head to take a sip of the mixed soup. In the next moment, the old cow instinctively wanted to gag, but then it widened its eyes in surprise. Zhao Yin chuckled. "Who said herbivores can't eat meat?" Before the apocalypse, many unscrupulous farmers fed their cows and sheep with kitchen scraps. You just lack adaptation. Besides, you are a mutated beast. Your digestive system is not comparable to those cows and sheep. This is your best supplement. Understood, master. The old cow seemed to finally grasp something. "Eat up." Zhao Yin waved his hand. Soon, the old cow began to devour its food just like the little monkey. Seeing this, Song Xiaodao hurriedly tried to snatch food from the two beasts, but unfortunately, she was still too slow, and the large iron basin of mixed soup quickly ran low. She only managed to grab 2 bowls. Zhaoyin, they are bullying me. Song Xiaodao pointed at the two beasts, dissatisfied. This girl was being protective of her food again. In fact, Zhaoyin was only half full. The two mutated beasts could really eat a lot. He added more firewood to the fire and handed the mountain knife to Song Xiaodao. If you want to eat, go cook it yourself, the ingredients are right there. After processing the Rat King's entrails, there were about 200 to 300 pounds, but Zhaoyin had only cooked less than 30 pounds earlier. Since the space ring couldn't hold anymore, he planned to finish it all in the next few days. Song Xiaodao directly placed the large iron basin over the fire, added water, and cut nearly 30 pounds of entrails, making over 100 pounds of mixed soup with both meat and broth. Zhaoyin added salt, and the two of them, along with the beasts, started eating again. Soon, Zhaoyin and Song Xiaodao could no longer eat, but the two beasts were still going. They continued until the mixed soup was completely devoured, and the little monkey still looked at Zhaoyin with lingering desire. Alright, take a break and then get to work. We can eat again tonight. Even though they were now wealthy, there was no mine to exploit, so how could they keep eating? The old cow immediately shifted its gaze and lay down to rest, and even the usually lively little monkey seemed to suddenly feel sleepy, closing its eyes to doze off. After about 10 minutes, their visibly full bellies shrank. Zhaoyin, Song Xiaodao pointed at the two beasts in surprise. Zhaoyin raised his hand slightly to stop her from continuing, activating his true sight. Growth stage macaque, E-level mutated beast, strength 42, agility 47, stamina 48, defense 35, spirit 15, bloodline talent, giantization, berserk, fire control, adult water buffalo, E-level mutated beast, strength 45, agility 44, stamina 50, defense 66, spirit 8, bloodline talent, great strength, iron armor. A meal of high-quality mutated beast mixed soup allowed both beasts to increase their agility by 5 points, strength by 2 points, and defense by 3 points. Indeed, the fastest way for mutated beasts to grow was to consume high-quality mutated beast meat. If they finished consuming the entire Rat King's meat in the future, it would likely be enough to develop their E-level potential to its peak. Zhaoyin then used his true sight to look at Song Xiaodao. Her attributes had not changed at all. Everything was still the same as in her previous life. Humans consuming mutated beast meat did not lead to a rapid increase in attributes. Half an hour later, both beasts woke up. Let's get to work, Zhaoyin instructed. They quickly got up and followed Song Xiaodao to continue chopping wood. Only Zhaoyin remained alone in the tent, and he suddenly remembered that he still had a can of beef. So, Zhaoyin took it out. Now that they no longer lacked meat, there was no need to keep this can of beef any longer. He opened it, finished it, and then checked his attributes. His strength had indeed increased a little. Immediately after, Zhaoyin cleaned up the dishes and took out the pelt of the White Mouse King, cutting it into pieces and hanging them inside the tent to dry in the shade, preparing to make leather armor after processing. In just one morning, the bodies of 400 gray mice and 6 giant mice were cleaned up by a few other mice. Lao He entered the invisibility tent and transmitted his thoughts. Master, the work is done. Zhaoyin responded with a sound, focused on cutting the mouse skin. Lao He recognized that what he held in his hands was indeed the skin of his wife, and he was momentarily stunned, but his emotions did not fluctuate much. The obsession that once belonged to him had been completely stripped away by Zhaoyin. Take me to have a look, Zhaoyin said, stepping out of the invisibility tent. Nearly 10,000 pounds of mouse meat piled up like a small mountain, resting on banana leaves washed by rain. Beside it was a larger pile of mouse bones, along with a heap of mouse skins and sharp claws. Master, the meat, skin, and claws of those 6 giant mice are all here. Lao He gestured for Zhaoyin to walk over the mountain of mouse meat. Behind it was a pile of disassembled E-grade giant mouse corpses. Well done, Zhaoyin praised, taking out 30 chestnuts from his space ring and tossing them to Lao He, saying, "Take these and share them with them." Lao He immediately became excited. Since the apocalypse, there had been no food, and even as the Mouse King, the supplies he usually enjoyed were mostly just zombie flesh and corpse crystals. It had been a long time since he had eaten such food. Lao He picked up a chestnut, skin and all, and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing a few times before swallowing, squinting in enjoyment. He devoured 6 in one go, leaving the remaining 24 for the 6 giant mice to share. All the mice conveyed their gratitude to Zhaoyin. After waiting for them to finish eating, Zhaoyin directly ordered, "Once you're done, get back to work. Slice all the gray mouse meat and hang it in that higher grove. Don't let it get dirty. Clean the entrails, slice them, and hang them separately from the mouse meat. Hang the mouse skins in the bushes on the other side. Remember to dry them in a cool place, no direct sunlight." Nowadays, there wasn't enough salt for curing, so Xiaoying planned to smoke the mouse meat and entrails into jerky for easier storage. The mouse skins were also important supplies. Even if Xiaoying didn't need them for now, they could be traded for necessary materials in the future, or even cooked as food for contract beasts in critical times. After giving his orders, Xiaoying turned and went to the other side. After a morning, Song Xiaodao and the two beasts had chopped nearly 30,000 pounds of firewood. Xiaoying ordered them to move it all to the grove of tall trees and spread it out according to the indicated positions. Once this wetwood was ignited, the entire forest would be filled with thick smoke, and the temperature would rise. The combination of smoke and heat would quickly decontaminate and dehydrate the mouse meat. By nightfall, 50,000 pounds of wood had been arranged. However, with nearly 10,000 pounds of mouse meat, cutting it all into slices and hanging it up was still a big project at the speed of 7 mice. According to Zhao Yin's requirements, the meat of each gray mouse had to be cut into hundreds of slices. Additionally, hanging them was a troublesome task. They needed to climb trees to cut off small branches and then thread the mouse meat slices onto the broken branches. If it wasn't finished by the afternoon, they would have to work through the night. That night, Xiaoying slept alone in the tent. Even Song Xiaodao had been sent out by him to help hang the mouse meat. The next morning, when Xiaoying got up, he found that the tall grove had already been set on fire, thick smoke blocking out the sun. To prevent the fire from getting too big and igniting the entire grove, Xiaoying called Lao Hei and the 6 giant mice, instructing, "Keep an eye on the fire. If the grove burns down and ruins my jerky, I'll use your meat to fill the void." Upon hearing this, the 7 large mice trembled all over and quickly burrowed into the forest. Smoking the jerky was a lengthy process, and Xiaoying looked at the pile of mouse bones. There were still remnants of meat scraps, tendons, marrow, and brittle bones on the bones. These things could not possibly be consumed entirely before they spoiled. But if you smoke it like jerky, the dehydrated bones are hardly worth chewing on. Although I'm no longer short on food, I can't just watch it rot. How many people in the apocalypse have nothing to eat? Xiaoying called over Song Xiaodao, Little Monkey, and Old Niu. "Since you have nothing to do, move all the bones to the tall woods and smoke them together." By the morning of the third day, the rat skins had dried out, and the jerky was almost done smoking. Xiaoying had all the contracted beasts collect the rat skins and rat meat while he sat inside the tent with Song Xiaodao, removing the rat king's skin. Xiaoying cut out 2 sets of armor pieces, one large and one small, then took a small piece from the tail skin and cut it into leather thread. Song Xiaodao used the rat king's claws to poke small holes in the armor pieces, then threaded them together with the leather, tightening and securing it, creating a complete set of leather armor. Although it looked a bit rough, in terms of defensive strength, it definitely surpassed the average D-grade defensive equipment. After making the 2 sets of armor, only a third of the rat king's skin was used. Xiaoying thought for a moment and called Little Monkey over, having it activate its dual abilities, and tailored a huge set of armor for it as well. In the end, only some scraps of the rat king's skin remained. Xiaoying simply had Song Xiaodao piece them together and made a large pocket on the front of Little Monkey's armor, creating a backpack for Song Xiaodao. This would make it much more convenient for them to collect corpse crystals and star crystals, and easier to carry supplies during battles. Next, he took out all the rat king's claws and, after some research, found that although the 2 hind claws were quite hard, they weren't sharp enough. He hadn't figured out how to use them yet. But the 2 front claws were definitely deadly weapons. Each of the 8 claw blades was 2 feet long, glinting coldly, like 8 short knives. Xiaoying directly disassembled the 8 claw blades from the 2 front claws, giving one to Song Xiaodao and one to Little Monkey as future melee weapons, and he found 2 sections of the rat king's foreleg bones to attach to the other 2 claw blades. They transformed into long knives, and Xiaoying also gave one to Little Monkey and one to Song Xiaodao. The Wolf Fong Club and the Chip Tang knife were confiscated. Immediately after, Xiaoying made 2 long knives for himself as backups, and the remaining 2 rat king claw blades were used as short knives. "Alright, go help collect the rat meat." Xiaoying waved his hand. After Little Monkey shrank its body, it took off the new leather armor and carefully bundled it with a leather strap, treating it like a treasure, strapping it to its back, with the short rat king claw tucked into its belt and the long rat king claw held in its hand. It then bounced out following Song Xiaodao. After a busy morning, Xiaoying was about to rest when suddenly Song Xiaodao ran back. Xiaoying, Old Black and the others caught a few thieves. "Who dares to steal my things, human or beast?" Xiaoying asked. "It's a few people," Song Xiaodao replied. Xiaoying quickly put away the rat king claws and followed Song Xiaodao out of the invisibility tent. From a distance, he saw 3 men squatting beside the tall woods, hands on their heads, surrounded by a group of contracted beasts, all trembling in fear. Xiaoying walked over slowly. "Master, they just ate a lot of jerky and were about to pack it up to take away." Old Niu transmitted his thoughts as soon as he saw Xiaoying arrive. Xiaoying kicked one man to the ground, smack, then followed it up with a slap to the face. Damn it, the rat horde I risked my life to kill is for you to eat? Jiaoyin scolded. In his 2 lifetimes, aside from his little life and little brother-in-law, he hated thieves the most. The man covered his swollen, red face and looked up at Jiaoyin. Seeing he was human, his fear lessened a bit. I'm sorry, brother, we really didn't know this jerky was yours. Didn't know? Just because you didn't know, you can eat it freely? Do you think jerky grows on trees? Jiaoyin raised his foot to kick again. Crack! A few of the man's ribs were directly kicked in. Tell me, how did you get here? Jiaoyin scolded. His ferocity was not an act, but a habit formed over 7 years in his past life. In the apocalypse, humans could sometimes be more terrifying than most zombies. Nearly 10,000 pounds of fresh meat turned into jerky was enough to drive anyone, any faction, to desperate measures. We live in a cave a kilometer away. Earlier, our boss saw smoke rising here and sent us to check it out. Please, don't hit me, we didn't mean to steal anything, we were just too hungry, the man said, gritting his teeth against the pain. Are there others? Jiaoyin asked. There are some more. The man seemed to be hiding something. How many more? Jiaoyin bent down and grabbed his ear, applying slight pressure, causing the man's ear to tear, and he screamed in agony. Don't hit me, I beg you, big brother, grandpa, I'll tell you everything. Jiaoyin released his grip and instructed Song Xiaodao, take the other 2 away, interrogate them separately. Whoever lies will be turned into jerky to feed the rats. The 3 men turned to look at Old Black and the others, trembling even more violently. After Song Xiaodao had the little monkey help take the 2 men away, Jiaoyin found a rock to sit on, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff. Speak! The man no longer dared to play tricks and revealed everything. Before the apocalypse, they were employees of a lending company, and on the day the disaster struck, they were on a team-building trip to Dawa Mountain. When the meteor shower erupted, the hotel they were staying at was not far from a natural cave, and ultimately, most of the company was killed by the meteor shower, leaving only 45 young people who managed to escape and take refuge in the cave. Inside the cave, there was a small pond with many ornamental fish, so the group of young people managed to survive. Recently, they had eaten all the ornamental fish, and they didn't dare to venture too far, as zombies were everywhere. Coincidentally, this morning, their boss saw smoke rising from this area and guessed that it couldn't be a forest fire since it had rained heavily a few days ago. So, he assumed it was likely humans and sent them to investigate. Thus, the theft incident occurred. We were just too hungry, big brother. Please spare us this time, let us go. The man knelt on the ground, clutching his ribs in pain, his face twisted. Jiaoyin sneered inwardly and said, if I hadn't caught you, would you have gone back to report? Then your boss would come to visit me? And my jerky? The man, realizing his truth had been exposed, changed his expression and quickly protested, big brother, you misunderstood. We were just trying to catch a breeze. We wouldn't dare to be greedy. Jiaoyin merely smiled and turned to walk toward the hidden tent. At this moment, Song Xiaodao had finished interrogating the other 2 men, and their accounts were basically consistent with what Jiaoyin had learned. Jiaoyin, how should we deal with these 3? Should we turn them into jerky for Old Black? Song Xiaodao asked. They still have over 40 people. They probably already know about the jerky. Leaving them is ultimately a future problem. Jiaoyin narrowed his eyes and said, have the monkey and Old Black pack all the jerky, entrails, and bones and rat skins and carry them. We'll rest in their cave tonight. But the news hasn't been sent back yet, has it? Song Xiaodao asked. Do you really believe everything these 3 said? Jiaoyin countered. Song Xiaodao immediately understood. Perhaps they had already prepared for capture before being caught, sending news back in advance and agreeing on a consistent testimony. A smile appeared on her face. Jiaoyin, do you think there will be girls in that cave? Do they have pretty clothes? They just said there are 45 men, but that can't be fully trusted either. I'll have the contract beasts pack up the supplies right now. After Song Xiaodao finished speaking, he ran out. After the fresh meat shrank, it probably produced about 4,000 pounds of jerky, and the offal made another 300 to 400 pounds of jerky. It's worth mentioning that pile of bones. When fresh, there was still some meat and sinew on them, but after drying, the edible parts shrank significantly, looking almost indistinguishable from bare bones. Jiaoyin found a leg bone to crack open, and the marrow inside had turned into a thin layer of fat. As expected, everything was as anticipated. If we boil it a bit longer, the meat and sinew should rehydrate, and the marrow is still edible. My future contract beast army needs food. Jiaoyin instructed the contract beasts to pack all this garbage in rat skins, rat bones, rat jerky, dried offal, and all the rat paws totaled about 8,000 pounds. Jiaoyin had Old Black carry 2,000 pounds, with each of the 6 giant rats carrying 800 pounds. At this moment, each rat was surrounded by mountains of supplies, with bundles of rat skins pressing down on their necks and heads. Even Old Black had 200 pounds of rat bones tied to his tail. If it weren't for Jiaoyin worrying that he might urinate, that black charcoal stick would have suffered too. In the end, there were still over 1,300 pounds of the least valuable rat bones left. Jiaoyin looked at Old Bull and directly instructed the little monkey to load it onto his back. Old Bull kept complaining, "Master, I've already carried several thousand pounds of supplies. If I carry any more, it will affect my movement." "Old Bull, you need to understand that once my contract beast army is established, you will be the greatest contributor. Not only will all the contract beasts thank you, calling you big brother and recognizing you as a foster father, but I'll directly appoint you as the commander of the army." Jiaoyin painted a grand picture. Old Bull believed it wholeheartedly, glaring with his cow eyes. "I'll give it my all, master, I can carry more." Until another 500 pounds were added to Old Bull's back, and 300 pounds were tied to his tail, Jiaoyin finally told the monkey to stop. At this point, about 500 pounds of rat bones remained. Finally, Jiaoyin called over the 3 men he had just captured and instructed each to carry 100 pounds, with Song Xiaodao carrying 150 pounds. As for the last 50 pounds, Jiaoyin certainly couldn't carry it himself. As the primary combat force, the little monkey couldn't maintain its transformation all the time, and with its size, it couldn't carry much. So, the last 50 pounds were left for the monkey, which was only slightly taller than an E. After everything was packed up, Jiaoyin had the 3 men lead the way, heading in the direction they had come from. At this moment, 1 kilometer away, a man dressed relatively cleanly stood guard in front of a cave, one hand resting on the holster of his handgun, the other holding a lighter. He had half a cigarette in his mouth, reluctant to light it for a long time. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps approached. The man immediately became alert, quickly putting the cigarette and lighter into his shirt pocket, drawing his handgun, and aiming at the only muddy path leading to the cave. At that moment, a small figure appeared in his line of sight. "Monkey, why are you running so fast? You scared me." The man sighed in relief, putting away his gun and chuckling. "Huff huff. Young Shan. Huff huff. Where's the boss?" The young man, referred to as Monkey, was panting heavily. "The boss just went to the big cave over there." "What exactly did you and Huang Si discover? Are there really people there? Is there food?" Yang Shan asked. "Huff huff. A lot of jerky, just hanging in the woods. Someone is smoking meat there. Huang Si and the others went to check it out, and I was sent back to report." Huff huff. "Stop wasting time. When is the boss coming back?" Monkey asked. "You still don't know? That group of people in the cave has been on our boss's mind for a long time. I heard that the soldier leading them took all the able-bodied men out a few days ago to look for supplies and hasn't returned for days. Something must have happened." "Great. If that soldier dies, the people in the cave will become a pile of loose sand. We can just kill all their men. I remember there are quite a few female students living there, and some of them are even school beauty level." Before the monkey could finish, Yang Shan interrupted with a laugh. "Even if we take the cave, the female students will be enjoyed by the boss first, then it will be the turn of a few leaders. Don't even think about it. By the time it's your turn, it will have already been ruined." The monkey's breath gradually steadied, and he laughed as well. "True, we only deserve to drink the leftover water from the boss's pot. We should focus more on the jerky we just discovered. Let's wait until the boss comes back to discuss everything. Jiaoyin, can't you help me carry a little?" Song Xiaodao was now an F-level evolver, her strength comparable to that of 2 strong men. But at this moment, she pouted, putting on a struggling expression. "If I help you carry it, I have to help old Neo and the others too. How can I be biased? I might crush myself." Jiaoyin chewed on a piece of jerky, walking at the back of the line. "I'm your future wife. How can you compare me to old Neo and the others?" Song Xiaodao said unhappily. "Future wife? Did I agree to that?" Jiaoyin rolled his eyes. "Are you looking down on me?" Song Xiaodao directly dropped the backpack on her back, gripping the long-handled Rat King claw in one hand and placing her other hand on her hip, glaring at Jiaoyin. Jiaoyin stepped forward, took the backpack back for her, and patted her chest, saying, "Look, even a man would find that unappealing." Song Xiaodao's little face instantly flushed red, biting her small teeth. "Jiaoyin, when I become stronger in the future, I will definitely beat you until your bud blooms." Jiaoyin couldn't be bothered with the increasingly audacious girl in front of him. He quickened his pace to the front of the line and kicked the man who had already broken his ribs and was now carrying over 100 pounds of weight on his back, saying, "Hurry up, what are you dawdling for?" The man stumbled but didn't dare to resist, a hint of hatred hidden in his eyes. He seemed to think of something, quietly glancing back at Song Xiaodao behind the line, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. After the team had walked for more than 10 minutes, suddenly, 3 men neatly dropped their backpacks and quickly ran towards a muddy path beside them. As they ran, someone shouted loudly, "Boss, boss, help! We brought your jerky!" Jiaoyin, they They are lying to us. Song Xiaodao hurriedly chased after them, angrily pointing at their backs. They're just doing what everyone would do in the apocalypse. To be precise, they want to trick us. Zhao Yin's face remained calm. After saying this, Zhao Yin turned around and took the backpack from the little monkey, narrowing his eyes. Killed him. Squeak! The little monkey instantly activated its giant transformation ability, taking long strides forward to chase after them. Zhao Yin, if you kill them, who will lead us? Song Xiaodao asked. Zhao Yin extended 2 fingers, slightly bent, and tapped them on Song Xiaodao's head, making a crisp sound. Idiot, didn't you hear them calling for the boss? Their cave is right over there. Song Xiaodao covered her head, as if she finally understood something. The man with the broken ribs ran the slowest. Suddenly hearing footsteps behind him, he turned around abruptly, and then he felt a chill run down his spine, his legs going weak as he fell to the ground. It was a giant monkey, 2 meters tall, covered in long hair, holding a rat king claw in one arm, running towards him at a speed of 5 to 6 meters per step. Was this the little monkey from before? Although the thought was absurd, at that moment, apart from its enormous size and different fur color, the little monkey looked no different from that skinny little monkey. I won't run anymore. Please don't kill me. The man knelt on the ground, banging his head hard. If he had known this monkey could transform, he wouldn't have dared to run away like this. Previously, it was thought that Zhao Yin was a performer who ran a circus before the apocalypse, and that these animals were his trained actors. Unexpectedly, an unimaginable scene unfolded. Bang! The little monkey swung a wolf-toothed club and smashed it into his head, followed by a gust of wind that chased after the other 2 men. Bang! Bang! With almost no effort, the 2 men fell alongside the corpse of the man on his knees. At this moment, Zhao Yin led the group slowly forward and kicked the kneeling man's corpse away. Don't block the way. 100 meters away, Yang Shan had just lit half a cigarette, but as his lips trembled, the cigarette fell onto his pants. Until the fire burned through his underwear, a burnt smell wafted up, and he waved his hand in a flurry. Damn it, how can I be dreaming in broad daylight? Your dream has just begun. Zhao Yin stepped forward. The terrifying monkey followed closely behind him, and then, around the corner of the road, a little girl appeared, followed by a water buffalo as big as a small mountain. Next, giant beasts that looked like rats came into Yang Shan's view. Slap! Yang Shan slapped himself hard on the face. How can I still not be awake? Tell your leader to come out. Zhao Yin finally stood in front of Yang Shan, pausing his steps, calmly looking at him. Damn it! Yang Shan cursed, directly drawing his pistol from his waist. But the next moment, he suddenly felt empty in his hand. He didn't even see how Zhao Yin made his move, and the gun was already in the other's hand. Zhao Yin glanced at the gun in his hand, a piece of junk homemade gun that could only fire single iron pellets. Any gun in the space ring was better than this. He turned the gun around, slowly pointing it at Yang Shan's head. I'll say it one more time, tell your leader to come out. Thud! Yang Shan knelt on the ground, forcefully bowing his head to Zhao Yin, breaking the skin on his forehead and bleeding. Brother, please don't kill me. I didn't mean to offend earlier. Our boss really isn't home. Yang Shan, can you have a bit of backbone? At this moment, people in the cave heard the commotion and rushed out in droves, all young men in their 20s. Some carried steel pipes, some held shovels, but no one had a gun. The leader, dressed the cleanest in a slightly worn suit, shouted loudly before he could even see clearly. Who dares to cause trouble here? Let them know who I am, Zhao Yin said softly. As he spoke, he took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and lit it with a lighter. Song Xiaodao put down her bag and rushed towards the crowd with the little monkey. The people across finally saw clearly the 8 terrifying beasts beside Zhao Yin, all of them turning pale. The young leader shouted in panic, "Don't! Wait!" The next moment, the little monkey charged into the crowd, slapping the young leader away. It didn't even use the wolf-toothed club, rampaging through, and in the blink of an eye, more than half of the people were knocked dead, some with their chests caved in and others with half their bodies smashed. In the end, only 5 people remained. The little monkey sensed Zhao Yin's intent and stopped killing. With a few slaps, some had broken hands, some broken feet. By the time Song Xiaodao rushed over, everyone was already lying on the ground. She pouted in dissatisfaction. I rushed out. Can't you leave one for me? The little monkey shrank its body, scratching its head in embarrassment, squeaking a few times. Zhao Yin, with a cigarette in his mouth, yanked up the kneeling Yang Shan. You should know what I want to hear. Yang Shan's pants were wet, dripping a light yellow liquid, his whole body trembling like a sieve. BB brother, which side are you on? How many sides are there? Zhao Yin was slightly taken aback. Soon, with Yang Shan's explanation, he understood everything. There were several smaller caves near this cave, where survivors had taken refuge after the apocalypse. After the meteor shower ceased, Yang Shan and his group killed the men in several caves to search for supplies, while the women were captured and tortured. They were all strong young men, and with their humanity extinguished, the women could hardly withstand the torment, and soon most of them died. However, a few women managed to escape to a large cave 5 kilometers away. Yangshan's leader, Luo Chang, upon discovering this, prepared to take control of the area, but before he could get close, he was driven back by a retired soldier leading hundreds of young men. At that moment, Yangshan's leader realized that there were actually 700 or 800 survivors gathered inside the large cave. The 2 retired soldiers in charge knew how to make firearms. The gun in Yangshan's hand was picked up from a corpse on the opposing side during the skirmish. Luo Chang had been fixated on the supplies in the cave. To sustain 700 or 800 people was incredibly tempting, but unfortunately, he had never found an opportunity. Just last night, a few of his underlings went out to look for supplies and captured a survivor from the large cave. After some questioning, they learned that 3 days ago, the leading retired soldier had taken all the young men out, claiming they were going to bring back some meat to nourish everyone, but they never returned. This morning, when Luo Chang was preparing to lead people to the large cave, he noticed smoke rising from the forest where Zhaoyin was located, so he instructed a few men to go check it out. And that's how Zhaoyin arrived. Big brother, those things in the past were all done by the boss. No, it was all Luo Chang and them. I was just a gatekeeper, it really has nothing to do with me. I beg you. Woo woo, Yangshan said, bursting into tears. I don't care what you did, but your people ate my jerky, so you have to pay. Zhaoyin replied. Yangshan looked at Zhaoyin in shock, seeing no remorse or anger on his face, just a calmness as if he were hearing about someone else having a meal or using the restroom. The man before him was unlike most he had encountered. He seemed even more devoid of humanity than they were. Yangshan's heart trembled. Be big brother, just say what you want. As long as it's here, take it. At that moment, he only wanted to survive. He no longer cared about how Luo Chang would deal with him upon discovering the lost supplies. That depends on what you can offer. Zhaoyin exhaled a puff of smoke. Upon hearing this, Yangshan froze. In the past few days, there was nothing to eat in the cave, only the rags and some clothing that Luo Chang had looted. He glanced at the jerky and roasted bones carried by the 7 large rats behind Zhaoyin, then looked at the pristine animal skins worn by Zhaoyin and Song Xiaodao, as well as the mountain of supplies on the back of the old cow. They wouldn't even look at those rags. Big brother, there's water, there's a small pond in the cave, take as much as you want. Yangshan could only force himself to say, it rained 3 days ago, do you think I lack water? Zhaoyin finally grew impatient and shouted, whoever can present me with satisfactory supplies will live today. Among the fallen group, those who weren't killed by the little monkey had been wailing, but upon hearing this, they all fell silent. Big brother, spare us. There are still plenty of clothes in the cave. Big brother, I know Luo Chang is hiding 2 fish, although they've gone a bit bad, they're still edible. Big brother, there are 2 taels of salt and half a bucket of vegetable oil in the kitchen. Several people spoke up, as if playing a rapid-fire answering game, but none of their offerings were to Zhao Yin's liking. Zhaoyin turned to Song Xiaodao. These people are worthless, kill them. Song Xiaodao understood and approached the few remaining people with the Rat King's claw, lightly swinging it, and a head was instantly severed. With the sharpness of the Rat King's claw, it was faster than cutting tofu with an ordinary knife. Song Xiaodao's eyes immediately squinted with joy, feeling it was much more useful than that broken tang knife, and then she swung it repeatedly, quickly dismembering several people. Zhaoyin felt a sense of relief upon seeing this. The child had finally grown up. Killing had become much more efficient. In the end, Song Xiaodao walked towards Yangshan and said to Zhaoyin, please step aside, I'm about to spray blood all over you. Zhaoyin took a step back, shaking off the dust from his pristine white mouse fur. Although it would get dirty sooner or later, a new outfit could stay clean for a day. Wait, I just remembered, there's one more thing. Yangshan suddenly shouted. Song Xiaodao's Mouse King claw had already swung down, and in the next moment, everything blurred before Zhaoyin grabbed her slender wrist, coldly saying to Yangshan, you'd better not lie to me. Yangshan felt as if he had locked eyes with the Grim Reaper. This group was a bunch of perverted beasts, a twisted little girl, and the man before him was the leader of the perverts, the old pervert. His heart was pounding, and he honestly didn't know if that thing would even catch the other party's interest. Be brother, please follow me. After saying this, Yangshan stood up, trembling as he stepped through the steaming blood, entering the cave. Zhaoyin did not follow him in, instructing Song Xiaodao, you and the little monkey go inside. Song Xiaodao rolled his eyes. He was an E-level evolver and could easily wipe out everyone here. Did he really need to be so cautious? Zhaoyin stood there, watching Song Xiaodao and the little monkey enter the cave. The cigarette in his hand had burned down to the butt, which he tossed to the ground and extinguished with his shoe. Soon, Yangshan emerged, holding a tattered cloth bundle, with the little monkey and Song Xiaodao closely behind him. Brother, the thing is here. Yangshan forced a smile, handing the bundle to Zhaoyin. Open it, Zhaoyin said softly. Yangshan immediately understood that the other party was worried he had set a trap, and hurriedly placed the bundle on the ground, layer by layer unwrapping it. As he opened layer after layer, the bundle shrank down to the size of a human head. Finally, only a walnut-sized object remained, wrapped in a layer of tissue paper. Zhao Yun slowly frowned, while Yangshan's legs trembled. In the end, he didn't dare to peel off that layer of tissue paper. Brother, this is the only thing I can present. Open it, Zhao Yun urged. Yangshan could only grit his teeth and unwrap the tissue paper, revealing a blood-red crystal, exposed to the sunlight. Zhao Yun's gaze sharpened. A star crystal. I found this when the meteor shower hit, right in front of the cave, mixed in with those meteors. Yangshan, fearing Zhao Yun wouldn't believe him, earnestly said, I saw it fall from the sky with my own eyes. It's definitely not some craft. You don't know what this is? After Zhao Yun asked, he directly grabbed the star crystal in his hand. Brother, although I don't know what this thing does, Luo Chang said it must be an incredible treasure, possibly related to the apocalypse. Yangshan said with great effort. Hearing this, Zhao Yun nodded slightly. They still didn't know the secret of the star crystal. After a moment, Zhao Yun asked again, do you know where that cave is? The one named Luo Chang had been able to command a group of people at the beginning of the apocalypse and dealt with matters ruthlessly. Zhao Yun wouldn't feel at ease until he was dealt with. Yangshan quickly nodded. I know, brother, if you want to go, I'll lead the way. Lead the way. Zhao Yun led the group directly towards the large cave, and on the way, he squeezed the star crystal. A bottle of iced red tea appeared. If he had been able to give the little monkey a bottle of all attribute doubling iced red tea when dealing with the mouse horde the other day, perhaps Zhao Yun would have had an additional White Mouse King contract beast. Unfortunately, time could not be turned back. At this moment, 5 kilometers away, outside a massive natural cave, Sss-Level was crouched on a stone wall, shouting down at the 30 or so armed men below. Lao Luo, last time you begged on your knees, our Captain Wang let you off. Now where do you get the guts to come back and seek death? Luo Chang, standing at a height of 1 meter 90, appeared quite robust compared to the surrounding emaciated men. At this moment, Luo Chang stood in the middle of the crowd, smiling as he said, Brother Xia, I specifically came to thank Team Leader Wang for sparing my life last time. Where is Team Leader Wang? Why doesn't he come out to meet me? Our Team Leader Wang is too busy to see you. Hurry up and leave, or even if Team Leader Wang has a good temper, if you annoy him, I fear that you, Big Brother Luo, won't be able to leave this time. Ha ha. Luo Chang laughed heartily, and the group of people around him burst into laughter as well. At this moment, Luo Chang felt emboldened. He waved his hand, and 2 of his underlings immediately brought a man in his 50s to the front of the group. Brother Xia, take a look, is this your man? He Jinping? What on earth happened? How did you get captured by them? Sss-Level's face changed dramatically. Deputy Team Xia, I didn't want to betray the cave, but they beat me to a pulp. I couldn't withstand it. He Jinping was covered in blood, both arms broken, hanging limply at his sides. In that moment, Sss-Level understood that the news about Team Leader Wang and all the missing young men could no longer be hidden. Luo Chang, even without those young men, there are still 500 or 600 people in the cave. You only have 30-some subordinates, and you think you can take the cave? Sss-Level reprimanded. 500 or 600 people? Luo Chang laughed dismissively. 500 or 600 women, children, and the elderly, now without a backbone, should be in a state of panic. I fear they no longer trust you, right? Sss-Level fell silent. Luo Chang had hit the nail on the head. Ever since Team Leader Wang led that group of young men to go missing, many voices of dissent had emerged against him in the cave, and many were doubting his and Team Leader Wang's abilities. Even if you still have charisma, those women and children have been coddled too much by you and Team Leader Wang. What humanitarianism can you talk about? Precisely because of that, they are completely unaware of the dangers of the apocalypse. A group of elderly people who used to get their seats given up on the bus, a group of female students adored by men, a group of children still nursing. Ha ha. How many of them have the guts to pick up a weapon? After Luo Chang finished speaking, Xia Jinshan's face had turned pale. Brother Xia, how about this? You open the door and let us in. In the future, follow me to enjoy the good life. It's better than you desperately trying to please a bunch of useless people, only to end up being blamed. Luo Chang said loudly. Dream on. Sss-Level's eyes were red. Unless I die. He had once been a soldier, serving in the same unit as Team Leader Wang. After retiring, since they were both from the same hometown, they partnered to run a pharmaceutical business. This year, the company made money, and Sss-Level and Team Leader Wang brought several senior executives to the Dodi mountain range for team building, but unexpectedly encountered that meteor shower, and soon after, the whole world changed. That day, he and Team Leader Wang led their team into this cave, where hundreds of refugees had already gathered, many of whom were injured to varying degrees. Just then, Xia Jinshan's team had brought a lot of medical supplies, and the spirit of a soldier is to protect the people, so he and team leader Wang decided that saving lives was the priority. The meteor shower lasted for a month, and with hundreds of strangers gathered together for a long time, they naturally encountered many problems and could only elect a manager. Because of Xie Jinshan and team leader Wang's actions in saving people, they received many votes and naturally became the leaders in the cave. After the meteor shower stopped, several batches of survivors fled into the cave, and from them, they learned that in a cave 5 kilometers away lived a group of thugs from a mortgage company, led by Luo Chang, who had killed many people in their quest for supplies. After receiving the news, team leader Wang and Xie Jinshan immediately gathered all the young men to form a cave guard team, with team leader Wang as the captain and Xie Jinshan as the deputy captain. Moreover, Xie Jinshan was skilled at making weapons and accidentally discovered that someone in the cave had materials for making gunpowder. He melted iron in the cave and made the simplest single-shot pistol. Soon, Luo Chang arrived and was beaten to the point of fleeing in disarray, further increasing Xie Jinshan and team leader Wang's prestige in the cave. 5 days ago, several young men went out to search for supplies and brought back a huge dead rat. According to them, when they found the rat, it was still alive, only injured by something, and there were many signs of other rats nearby. Team leader Wang ordered the dead rat to be cooked into several large pots of soup. For the first time, everyone tasted the flavor of the pseudo-mutated beast meat, and they all scrambled for it. Unfortunately, there was too little rat meat, so everyone could only have a sip of the soup. Thus, some people encouraged the guard team to catch more rats, and the calls grew louder. Team leader Wang and Xie Jinshan saw that the children in the cave were all pale and emaciated, so they agreed. Xie Jinshan decided to stay in the cave to continue making guns, and apart from him, all the young men followed team leader Wang out. Now, Xie Jinshan thought this was a fatal mistake. At least they should have left some young men behind. Then you can just die. Luo Chang suddenly raised a homemade iron bow and shot an arrow at Xie Jinshan. Xie Jinshan quickly ducked, and the arrow struck the stone crevice in front of him. At this moment, behind Xie Jinshan, more than 100 men over 60 years old were gathered inside the walls. A group of elderly men all looked tense. These were the ones in the cave who could still barely be considered combatants. Get on the wall, everyone defend. Xie Jinshan commanded, then drew his pistol and fired a shot towards Luo Chang. The homemade pistol had an effective range of less than 50 meters, the barrel was uneven, and since Xie Jinshan hadn't practiced shooting in years, the shot naturally went wide but hit a man next to Luo Chang in the thigh. Damn it! The man screamed, falling to the ground, clutching his bleeding thigh and crying out. Scatter, retreat, quickly! Luo Chang immediately ordered, completely ignoring the injured man's fate. More than 30 people quickly dispersed within 100 meters, all carefully watching the walls, afraid that Xie Jinshan would take a surprise shot. If I had known, I would have brought that gun from Yangshan too, Luo Chang regretted. Boss, they have guns, it's going to be tough today. A younger brother said. What the hell are you afraid of? There can't be too many materials for making guns and ammunition in the cave. Most of it should have been taken out by team leader Wang. Xie Jinshan doesn't have many guns, so don't worry, Luo Chang said confidently. In fact, just as he said, team leader Wang had mobilized all the resources of the cave for the rat meat. In these few days, Xie Jinshan had only made one gun and gathered enough gunpowder for 3 shots. Xie Jinshan had just fired 1 shot, leaving him with 2 more chances. At this moment, cold sweat was dripping from his forehead as he looked back. The elderly men behind him were still standing there, and not one of them climbed the wall to help defend. What are you all doing? Xie Jinshan scolded. Team Xie, it's not that we don't want to help, but we're too old. The wall is over 2 meters high, and we can't get up there. Do you have any guns left? Let us borrow one, an elderly man with pockmarked skin said. The guns have all been taken by team leader Wang, where would I have any left? Xie Jinshan gritted his teeth and said, if you don't come up, I can't defend alone. If they rush in, everyone in the cave will suffer. Everyone remained unmoved, thinking that even if the sky fell, a tall person would hold it up. Let people of their age fight with the young ones, how dangerous. Team Xie, my legs aren't good, I really can't get up. I'll just defend here for you. Old Lu, you just turned 60, you're in the best shape, you go up. Nonsense, I just had prostate surgery 6 months ago, my body can't compare to yours. A group of people argued, anyway, if someone had to die, it should be someone else first. Their own lives were more important than anything. At this moment, Zhao Yin's mutated beast team had already arrived a kilometer away. He listened for a moment, unable to suppress a hint of sarcasm at the corners of his mouth. Zhao Yin, what did you hear? Song Xiaodao asked curiously. I heard a stupid pig raising a pack of wolves, just like someone from the past. Zhao Yin sighed. Once a person stands at a high place, it's easy to be blinded by power. What they hear every day is nothing but flattery, and it's hard to distinguish between truth and falsehood. Someone? Is he your friend? Song Xiaodao asked. Zhao Ying pondered for a moment and nodded, I suppose so. You actually made friends with that kind of fool. Song Xiaodao scoffed, humph, idiot. Zhao Ying frowned and said, he is indeed very foolish. At that moment, outside the wall, boss, they really have turned against each other. What should we do next? A little brother asked. Everything happening inside the wall was heard by Luo Chang and the others. Luo Chang smiled and shouted loudly towards the inside of the wall, listen up, people inside the wall, I have over 300 brothers coming soon, armed with guns and cannons. When the time comes, the cave will definitely not hold. Xia Jinshan will die, and you all will die too. The men will be turned into jerky, and the women will be played with before being killed. Upon hearing this, the group inside the wall instantly felt a chill, many old men trembling all over. Having lived in a peaceful society for most of their lives, and with a guard team protecting them after the apocalypse, they had never imagined they would face such a day. What? 300 more? We're done for. And cannons? How can we old folks defend against that? It's over, Xia Jinshan, it's all your fault. If it weren't for Team Wang injuring Wang Chang back then, could he be so ruthless to us? In an instant, all the old men turned their anger towards Xia Jinshan. Xia Jinshan's face turned red, and he shouted, nonsense, don't listen to him. It's all just bluster. As long as we work together, we can still defend the cave like last time. But no one was listening to him. The old men continued to spit out their words, drowning out Xia Jinshan's voice. At this moment, Luo Chang shouted again from outside the wall. People inside, listen up. I only want to kill Xia Jinshan. If anyone dares to resist with him, when the wall is breached, don't blame me, Luo Chang, for being ruthless. I'll give you a chance. Whoever can bring me Xia Jinshan's head will be rewarded with 30 pounds of food and allowed to join my team. Inside the wall, the old men began to chatter again. 30 pounds of food, join his team? Team Wang won't be coming back. Even if we can fend off this attack, what about next time? How long can we old folks last in this apocalypse? Joining Luo Chang's team, following those young people is the way to survive. Team Xia, you pushed brother Luo too hard. It's not just leaving him no room, it's leaving us no room. Zhao Yin was already 300 meters away, having heard everything. He chose not to reveal himself immediately, as if watching a good show. Human nature is like this. When faced with a crisis, many people choose to sacrifice others for their own benefit. Distorting right and wrong, being ungrateful, they can do anything and say anything. In despair, this group of old men could no longer distinguish right from wrong, only wishing to idealize the situation. Someone took advantage of Xia Jinshan's unpreparedness, picked up a stone from the ground, and suddenly smashed it down on his head from behind. Bang! Xia Jinshan felt a darkness before his eyes, staggering forward a step, touching his head, his hands covered in blood. He turned back in disbelief, looking at the old man who had hit him. You really want to kill me? He thought that by protecting these people with all his might, creating better living conditions for them, even sharing his food with them, he could earn their genuine hearts in return. He believed that a soldier's mission was to protect the homeland and the people in times of crisis, which would bring glory and earn respect. But why is it like this? Do these people have no brains? Xia Jinshan slowly fell, collapsing in the center of the crowd he had protected, his eyes wide as he looked up at the sky. At that moment, it felt as if an invisible voice shattered in his heart. That was faith. He wasn't lacking the strength to stand up, rather, his heart had died. Zhao Yin sighed, never underestimate the greed and ignorance of human nature. In his past life, wasn't he just like Xia Jinshan? At this moment, Luo Chang heard the infighting inside and showed a mocking expression, loudly scolding, why haven't you opened the main door yet? The thick wooden door was slowly pulled open by several elderly men working together. Many of the elders actively approached Luo Chang, all with flattering expressions. Welcome, Brother Luo. Brother Luo, from now on, you will be our leader. Please take care of us. Please, Brother Luo, come in. Luo Chang strode forward with a smile. Bang! He suddenly swung the homemade iron bow in his hand, instantly knocking the first elder who approached him to the ground. Ah, spit! Luo Chang spat a thick phlegm and loudly ordered, kill them all. These old fools can't even work. Keeping them around is just a waste of food. Kill! Although there were only about 30 younger brothers behind him, each one was armed, and facing a group of selfish old men was like chopping vegetables. The key was that when the elders saw Luo Chang suddenly turn hostile, they immediately scattered in a panic, many rushing into the cave, completely disorganized. Zhao Yin walked out of the forest with a cigarette in his mouth, squinting at the wall outside the cave, where it had long become a hell on earth. Old Nyo, you guard the supplies here. Song Xiaodao, monkey, old hey, Shui, Shuer. Drop the supplies and go stretch your legs. After Zhao Yin finished speaking, he spat out the cigarette but then took out his mountain knife. Pooh! He chopped off the head of Yang Shan beside him with one stroke, blood gushing out, and before the headless corpse fell, Zhao charged forward. He hadn't personally taken action in a long time. It was rare to face a group of ordinary survivors, so Zhao also needed to stretch his old arms and legs. Pooh! The blade flashed, and one of Luo Chang's younger brothers was split in half by Zhao. Blood rained up high, and before it could stain Zhao Yin's pristine ratskin armor, he darted past and charged at the next person. Immediately after, Pooh! Another head was severed. At this moment, the little monkey and 7 giant rats also rushed into the crowd, followed closely by Song Xiaodao, and in the blink of an eye, half of the crowd was slaughtered. Whether it was the group of elders or Luo Chang's men, whoever encountered the contract beasts met their end, with no power to resist. Luo Chang turned around and his face instantly turned pale. He had never seen such a large monkey, even more terrifying than the size of a gorilla. He had never seen such large rats, and that terrifying little girl. In the end, Luo Chang saw a tall young man walking towards him, dripping blood from the weapon in his hand, and he hurriedly spoke, "Big brother, wait." Pooh! Zhao swung his knife and directly chopped off Luo Chang's head. He couldn't be bothered to listen to the other party's nonsense. After all, they were all meant to be killed. He had run so far just for the thrill of this one strike, right? After killing Luo Chang, Zhao turned to look. Outside the wall, the ground was covered with steaming corpses, except for a few contract beasts and Song Xiaodao. All the dozens of elders had died at the hands of the contract beasts. Monkey, Xiaodao, go help old He carry the supplies, all of them into the cave. After Zhao gave his orders, he walked alone into the enclosed area. Suddenly, a weak voice came, Brother, wait. Zhao turned to look, and it was Xie Jinshan lying on the ground. At this moment, there was a large hole in the back of his head, blood gushing out, and a sharpened wooden stick was lodged in his waist. Leaning against the wall, one leg curled up, looking weakly at Zhao. Zhao frowned. Once, he had admired such soldiers with a spirit of sacrifice, but now it is the end of the world, and sacrificing for others is foolish. However, although Zhao does not consider himself a good person, he also does not believe he should kill indiscriminately. Just like he takes a bath whenever he has the chance and likes to keep his clothes clean for a few days, it serves as a reminder to himself that he is still a person. Even in the apocalypse, he will always be a person. Don't expect me to save you, I'm powerless, Zhao said. Hearing this, Xie Jinshan smiled bitterly. No, I'm not. I'm not asking you to save me. Zhao was taken aback. I beg you, please don't kill those people in the cave. You can go to Old Wu for anything you want, he is in charge of the supplies. You desperately protect them, yet they want you dead, and then you tell me not to kill? No one has it easy, they just want to survive. The wrong ones. The wrong ones are not them, but this damned apocalypse. Xie Jinshan slowly raised his head, looking at the dim sunlight, his lips trembling. If there hadn't been that meteor shower, how great would that be? Zhao didn't understand how this person's mind worked and said flatly, people like you should have been crushed by a meteor back then. So will you promise me? Xie Jinshan asked. Why should I promise you? Zhao couldn't be bothered to engage with him further and stepped forward. Soon, Song Xiaodao, carrying supplies with the contract beasts, caught up with Zhao and entered the cave together. Before them appeared a vast space, at least 30 to 40,000 square meters, with the highest point reaching 200 to 300 meters. Stalactites hung from above, and water dripped down, falling into a pool in the center of the cave, where fish could be faintly seen. In the entire cave hall, not a single person was in sight. Zhao looked around and immediately noticed a narrow opening deep in the cave. They escaped from there must be no exit inside, otherwise Xie Jinshan wouldn't have ended up like that. Let's go in, Zhao said. Zhao, there are fish here. Song Xiaodao pointed at the pool. Tonight we'll have fish soup, but first, let's find the people inside, Zhao replied, ordering the little monkey to lead the way. This place had been developed into a tourist area before the apocalypse, and many areas had been artificially repaired and polished, with the paths being quite smooth. However, there was trash strewn everywhere, and human feces of all shapes and sizes, both dry and wet, were visible, accompanied by urine. The air was filled with a foul stench. Oh no, what is this? It's poop, so disgusting. Song Xiaodao suddenly stepped on a fresh pile of feces, making a disgusted face. She hopped on one foot to Zhao Yin's side and grabbed the corner of his clothes. Zhao Yin, I stepped in it. Zhao Yin shook off her little hand. Go clean it off yourself. Don't dirty my leather armor. Song Xiaodao scrubbed the soles of her shoes on a rock and quickly caught up with Zhao Yin. So gross, can't they set up a few toilets? The leader didn't manage things well. It's normal, Zhao Yin said expressionlessly. In the apocalypse, many people think only about how to survive each day, no longer caring about the quality of life. The darker side of human nature is evident everywhere. The narrow opening led downward, with railings and stone steps laid out. However, there were signs of human destruction everywhere. After a while, the stone steps continued to extend downward. Will we reach the underground? Song Xiaodao asked again. Zhao Yun shook his head. He had never been here in his past life, so how would he know? Soon, the steep stone steps gradually leveled out, and the passage widened, until a hall larger than the previous one appeared. Zhao Yun finally saw the group of people. There were about 500 to 600 of them, all old, young, and women, dressed in rags and looking disheveled, all crowded in a corner deep within the cave. The cave was not lacking in water, but living in such an environment, most of these people were too lazy to even wash their faces. Even the most beautiful woman before the apocalypse was now so dirty that her features were unrecognizable. In fact, there was another reason. Women in the apocalypse couldn't be too attractive. Sometimes, being ugly was a form of protection. Everyone who saw Zhao Yun and the mutated beasts behind him displayed expressions of terror. They had never seen such a large rat, one of which was bigger than a cow. No, there was actually a cow there. It looked like a mountain of flesh. And there was that skinny monkey, wielding a claw knife taller than itself. At the front of this terrifying group stood a young man, his white leather armor stained with fresh blood. That's him. He killed team leader Xia with Luo Chang. Everyone, let's fight him. An old man with gray hair pointed at Zhao Yun. I saw with my own eyes how he killed team leader Xia. This man is a demon. Another old man shouted. Let's all go together and kill this demon, or we will all die. The old men, feeling guilty about their misdeeds, didn't believe Zhao Yun would spare them. At that moment, their only chance of survival was to incite others to stop Zhao Yun and then escape in the chaos. So, before Zhao Yun arrived, the old men had already begun their incitement. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the last old man to speak had a blood hole appear in his forehead. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if he still couldn't accept that he was dead, and then he fell straight down with a thud. In the crowd, screams from women, cries from children, and groans from elderly women erupted. Guns are always the best deterrent against humanity. None of the old men dared to step forward again. Zhao Yun lowered his handgun and shouted, "Shut the hell up. If you keep talking, I'll feed you to the rats." In an instant, the cave fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Even the crying children had their mouths covered by the adults beside them. If Xia Jinshan were here, who knows what he would think? Zhao Yun had only killed one person, and it was more effective than 100 of his words. Now, I declare that everything in this cave is my loot, including all of your lives. Before I leave, my word is the law. Anyone who dares to break my rules will meet the same fate as that man. Do you all understand? Zhao Yun's voice echoed in the cave. Everyone trembled, staring in fear at Zhao Yun, but no one dared to speak. Should they obey Zhao Yun or desperately look for a chance to escape? It was a choice, and they were all waiting for others nearby to make the first move. Shut the hell up and answer me. Do you understand? Zhao Yun asked again. Still, no one spoke. It seemed that only Zhao Yun's voice filled the cave. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and Zhao Yun fired directly. In the crowd, the skull of a bald old man was blown apart, brain matter splattering everywhere. The next moment, the crowd fell into chaos again. Ah, don't kill me, I don't want to die. Woo woo. Team Leader Wang, where is Team Leader Wang? Why hasn't he come back to protect us? Don't shoot, I beg you, my child is only 3 years old and can't be without a mother. Those near the edge desperately pushed inward, while those inside were pushed outward, gasping for air. Bang! No one expected Zhao Yun to fire again at that moment. Another old man fell. So you want to break my rules, huh? Zhao Yun cursed. The crowd finally quieted down again. They then realized that wasting that man's breath would cost lives. It turned out he really didn't need to think about killing. He acted entirely on impulse. Soon, voices began to rise from the crowd. I understand. I understand. I understand. The voices grew more numerous, and in the end, they all rushed to respond to Zhao Yun, fearing that if they were a moment too slow, they would miss the chance to please the new leader. Zhao Yun slightly raised his hand, and the crowd fell silent once more. He paced back and forth with a pistol in hand, speaking loudly. Listen up, all women over 50, come here and stand in a line. Women under 50, bring your children under 5 and stand in a separate line. Children over 5, stand in that direction. You men, go stand over there. Zhao Yun pointed the gun barrel in several directions. In the next moment, everyone immediately sprang into action, the sound of hundreds of footsteps echoing in the cave. After 4 long lines were formed, a few children under 5 remained on the spot, all crying loudly. Whose children are these? Why is no one taking them away? Zhao Yun's gaze turned to the group of young women. In fact, earlier in the cave, a batch of young women had stayed behind to take care of their children. At that moment, the woman at the front of the line whispered, "These children were rescued by Team Wang. Some parents were killed by the meteor shower, and some died of illness in the cave. They are all orphans. So no one was willing to take them. Team Xia has been taking care of them, but now Team Xia, The woman looked at Zhao Yun in fear, not daring to continue. Clearly, she still believed that Zhao Yun had killed Xia Jinshan. Zhao Yun did not explain, instead pointing to the group of older women and selecting a few who looked energetic. You. Each take one of these children away, no matter how. I don't want to hear their voices again. Several older women immediately walked over, each taking one of the orphans and covering their mouths. The basic composition of the crowd finally became clear. 4 lines. Over 300 older women, 74 older men, 49 children under 5, 37 children aged 5 to 12, and 42 young women. Zhao Yun had 2 reasons for separating them into lines. First, the target was the older men. Separating them made it easier to eliminate them. Although the older men were aged, many still had strength, and given Zhao Yun's character, it was unlikely he would leave them here to cause trouble. Additionally, Zhao Yun planned to settle in the cave, at least until he found the flying white tiger and the spatial pendant. This place was a good shelter. Therefore, he needed to maintain sufficient control over the cave. Where is Old Wu? Who is Old Wu? Zhao Yun recalled the Old Wu who managed supplies, as mentioned by Xia Jinhai. Without Old Wu needing to step forward, everyone immediately looked at a bald man standing among the older men. He was thin, wearing a tattered suit, and was one of the few in the group with a clean face. Old boss, hello, my name is Wu Xuegue. When Team Wang was here, I was put in charge of managing supplies. Wu Xuegue slightly bent over, revealing his shiny bald head. Zhao Yun nodded. Come over here. Wu Xuegue looked to be in his 40s, limping on one leg. Perhaps that was why he hadn't been taken out by Team Wang and hadn't been called by Xia Jinshan to resist Luo Chang. Just as Wu Xuegue arrived in front of Zhao Yun, he was suddenly grabbed by the collar and lifted off the ground with one hand. Old boss. Wu Xuegue was taken aback. How could the other party be so strong? Was he even human? I want all the supplies here. Do you know what to do? Zhao Yun asked. All the supplies are in the warehouse. Every entry and exit is recorded in detail. It was a rule set by Team Xia. I absolutely wouldn't dare to hide anything from the boss, nor could I. Wu Xuegue was sweating profusely, forcing a smile. I'll take you to see them right now, please let me go. Zhao Yun nodded slightly, realizing that this person, even in a crisis, remained clear-headed. No wonder he was placed in such an important position by team leader Wang and Xia Jinshan. How did you end up with a limp? Zhao Yun asked. I was a soldier before, stationed at the border town next to a San country. I was disabled during a conflict. This is a prosthetic limb. Another veteran. Zhao Yun released his grip and followed Wu Xuegue to the other side of the cave, muttering as he walked, it's still too noisy, not quiet enough. As soon as he spoke, all the contracted beasts immediately understood Zhao Yun's intent. Squeak! The little monkey was the first to rush towards the group of old men. As it stepped forward, it completed its transformation into a giant. Everyone was wide-eyed at such a magical scene. Even the group of old men stared in shock at the suddenly enlarged monkey. Following that, Lao Hei and 6 giant rats, still carrying a mountain of supplies, rushed forward, not to kill, but to subtly surround the group of old men. In the next moment, Lao Niu and Song Xiaodao also charged over. In an instant, the sounds of collisions, blades piercing flesh, screams, and bones breaking filled the air. The stench of blood quickly spread through the atmosphere. A head with white hair rolled around. Blood was everywhere. In the other 3 groups, no one dared to speak. They all trembled as they watched this scene. At this moment, the remaining old men panicked. They knew that these contracted beasts listened to Zhao Yun. Someone shouted loudly at Zhao Yun, you little brat, what do you want to do? Boss, please spare me, I won't dare again. Team Xia was harmed by Lao Wan and the others. It has nothing to do with me. Boss, you can't leave, quickly tell these beasts to stop. Wu Xuegue's limp leg felt weak. He didn't dare to look back. He could only try hard to appear more relaxed. Yet, he vaguely heard that Team Xia was harmed by Lao Wan and had nothing to do with Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun followed him calmly, sensing something, and asked quietly, are you afraid of me? And no, I don't dare. No, I'm not afraid, boss. Please don't misunderstand. Wu Xuegue's lips trembled. You're not afraid of me? Zhao Yun's voice turned cold. I am afraid, and no, I'm not afraid. Wu Xuegue waved his hands repeatedly, speaking incoherently, almost kneeling before Zhao Yun. You should say you only admire me, respect me, there's no question of fear or not. After Zhao Yun finished speaking, he stepped forward. Wu Xuegue limped along again, no longer daring to speak. The fact that he was valued by team leader Wang and Xia Jinshan indicated he had a clever mind, but at this moment, he found the man before him inscrutable. It wasn't that the other party's thoughts were too deep, but rather that they were too difficult to fathom. Soon, they arrived at an entrance blocked by 2 iron gates. Wu Shuigui stepped forward to unfasten the chains above and open the iron gates, explaining, "This is the warehouse inside the cave. It used to be a storage room for the park's cleaners. Later, team leader Wang saw that it was suitable for storing supplies, so he had me clean it up and move the supplies here. Please come in, boss." The so-called warehouse was only about 20 square meters. Inside, it was filled with junk, but still somewhat orderly, indicating that Wu Shuigui, the warehouse manager, was quite diligent. The first thing to see was a pile of scrap metal, probably 300 to 400 kilograms, next to a makeshift furnace and a dozen molds. Zhao Ying took a glance and knew that someone had once used these items to melt iron to make guns and daily necessities. In addition, there were a dozen large iron pots, hundreds of pounds of charcoal, a pile of clothing, and several bundles of bamboo poles about 5 to 6 meters long. These garbage held no value for Zhao Ying. On the day the apocalypse arrived, there were over 100,000 tourists in the scenic area, but only 1 or 2,000 escaped into the cave. Many were seriously injured, and Captain Wang ordered us to do our utmost to rescue them, but only 700 or 800 survived. We didn't waste the clothes on the dead. Xia Jinshan pointed at the pile of clothing, as if recalling something, and sighed. "Where's the food? What have you been eating for over a month?" Zhao Ying asked directly. Wu Shuigui pointed at the pile of bamboo poles. This was originally a bamboo forest planted by the scenic area next to the pond. After the apocalypse, it somehow withered and died. Captain Wang had us cut it down to fish, and since the tourists were used to bringing food, when 1 or 2,000 people rushed into the cave, they brought in quite a bit of food. Later, Captain Xia melted down these large pots, and every day we used the fish we caught to cook some bread and ham, which helped us barely survive that month. Later, when the food ran out, Captain Wang found a newly grown vine inside the cave. The leaves were edible, and we could pick 100 or 200 pounds every day. Mixed with fish meat to make soup, we managed not to let too many people starve. From Zhao Yin's perspective, Wu Shuigui's cheeks were sunken, and his eyes were vacant. Wu Shuigui licked his lips. Unfortunately, the fish in the pond can't last forever. Captain Wang only allows us to catch 30 fish a day, saying it's better to conserve. Zhao Yin breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, fearing Wu Shuigui might mention cannibalism for survival. There were indeed mutated crops here. "Take me to see that vine," Zhao Yin said. He spoke calmly, but inside he was somewhat excited. Recently, he had grown tired of eating chestnuts and rat meat, and was in need of other food varieties to improve their diet. Not only were there fish here, but also mutated vegetables he hadn't eaten in a long time. Wu Shuigui pushed aside the pile of clothing, revealing a natural crack in the stone wall. "Boss, please follow me." Zhao Yin was somewhat surprised, not expecting that mutated crop to be hidden here. He followed Wu Shuigui into the crack, which led to a vast cave hall covering nearly 1,000 square meters. This place had not been developed by the scenic area, and no light shone in, only the stalactites above occasionally glimmered with phosphorescence, resembling a starry night sky. A vine as thick as a thigh was rooted in the nearby stone wall, sprawling over 70 or 80 square meters, with round, thick, and juicy leaves. Crispy ear vegetable, E-grade mutated plant, rich in nutrients. Effects: treats stubborn diseases. Special effect: recycles and regenerates 24 hours after harvesting. Zhao Yin took a breath. It was actually an E-grade mutated crop. Evolvers generally don't get sick, but once they do, it's hard to cure. In the apocalypse, there are no medical conditions to speak of, and the efficacy of this crispy ear vegetable can sometimes be life-saving. Zhao Yin's favorite things are those that can save lives. Moreover, the special effect of this crispy ear vegetable is its ability to recycle and regenerate. No wonder Wu Shuigui said they could harvest 200 to 300 pounds every day. No wonder those elderly folks, though thin as sticks, hardly showed any signs of illness. What was most lacking in the apocalypse, aside from food, was medicine. Even if Zhao Yin couldn't use it, he could exchange it for desired supplies with other camps in the future. "From now on, without my permission, no one is allowed to come in, including you," Zhao Yin said, staring intently into Wu Shuigui's eyes. Wu Shuigui smiled. "Understood, boss. I will lock the warehouse door and give you the key." After saying this, a hint of sadness flashed in Wu Shuigui's eyes. Was this really going to be claimed for himself? How would the 400 or 500 people inside the cave survive from now on? Zhao Yin and Wu Shuigui returned to the warehouse, and Zhao Yin pointed at the 10 or so bundles of bamboo poles, saying, "Distribute these immediately. The survivors, find a few to pick the crispy ear vegetable, and the rest all go fishing, including children over 5. "All go fishing?" Wu Shuigui was taken aback. Was this to clean out all the fish in the pond? "Did you not understand?" Zhao Yin squinted his eyes. Wu Shuigui shivered and quickly bowed. "Okay, boss, I'll arrange it right away." After saying that, Wu Shuigui walked out and soon brought back a dozen strong women, who carried all the bamboo poles out of the warehouse. Zhao did not watch how they distributed the bamboo poles, but pointed at the large pots. Later, I'll have old Hay bring you some rat bones. Those who catch fish today will have bone soup to drink, and those who don't catch any fish will not. Zhao understood the principle that if you want the horse to run, you have to feed it grass. Those rat bones he looked down upon were originally just brought along to avoid waste. Rat bones have little meat but are not light, and now they had become a burden for old Hay and the others. If they encountered an accident, the contracted beasts carrying their maximum load would have little combat power. Using them here was quite good, at least it was better than wasting them. Zhao didn't care about exhausting the waters. What he wanted was to fish out all the fish in the pond during this time. Wu Shuegue was taken aback. Rat bone soup? It's the bones of those big rats, similar to beef bones, but tastes even better, Zhao said. Wu Shuegue immediately became excited. Wan's team had paid a painful price because that big rat was too delicious. Now they could have rat bone soup. Boss, I will convey your words to them. There will definitely be many people willing to work hard for you, Wu Shuegue happily said before limping out. Zhao did not expect that rat bones would attract these people so much. In fact, from his perspective, rat bones were not anything good, even less than the fish in the pond. But for the people in the cave, they hadn't had a full meal in a long time, let alone the delicious food they had been longing for. After Zhao left the warehouse, he went to the place where they had lined up earlier. Song Xiaodao and the contracted beasts had already dealt with the group of old men, leaving a few women to handle the bodies. Not far away, hundreds of people were holding bamboo poles, and many had already taken the threads off their old clothes, planning to twist them into rope. Next, they just needed to bend the wires from the pile of scrap iron into hooks, tie them with the rope, and they would have simple fishing rods. Boss, I left 10 elderly women to take care of the children under 5, 30 young women to pick the crispy ear vegetables, and all the remaining people are equipped with fishing rods, Wu Shuegue reported. You used this to fish before? Zhao frowned and asked. Please don't laugh at us, boss. This is all we have. Although the equipment is rudimentary, it's not a problem for dozens of people to fish together and catch 30 fish in a day, Wu Shuegue said. Zhao hesitated slightly and shouted, Song Xiaodao. Zhao, Song Xiaodao walked over. Give each of them a piece of jerky as bait for fishing. Anyone who dares to steal and eat it, kill them, Zhao said. Song Xiaodao agreed and went to find the little monkey to help distribute the jerky. Soon, a group of people carrying fishing rods headed towards the pond in the front hall. Zhao followed behind the crowd to observe. Before long, the not-so-large pond was surrounded by 500 or 600 people. Some people couldn't wait to cast their lines, and a few minutes later, a fish bit the hook, followed by the catch of a fish weighing over a pound. Wu Shuegue's eyes widened. Boss, what kind of meat did you give them as bait? We used to fish for half a day without a bite, and the fish here are much harder to catch than outside. Why is your meat? It's the meat of those big rats, Zhao casually replied. Wu Shuegue was stunned, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. The boss actually used rat meat to fish? That kind of rat meat was a top delicacy. Even before the apocalypse, it wouldn't have been wasted like this, right? Zhao was quite pleased at this moment. He walked directly in front of the ant who had caught the fish, removed the fish from the hook, and looked at the bait on the hook. She simply tore off a small piece of meat and threaded it onto the iron hook, not wasting anything. Zhao nodded. Tonight, you can have rat bone soup. Thank you, boss, thank you, the ant said excitedly, quickly bowing. Zhao held the fish and walked towards the passage, soon returning to the hall in front of the warehouse, casually handing the fish to Song Xiaodao. Go make fish soup. We're having an extra meal at noon today. Great. We have fish soup to drink. Song Xiaodao happily took the fish and skipped away. However, after avoiding Zhao Yin's gaze, she went to the old cow's back to take down a frying pan, and then found a few ants who were taking care of their children, coldly asking, who can make fish soup? I can too. Almost all the ants could make fish soup. Before the apocalypse, they were all retired elderly, and those who could come out to travel were mostly in good health. In their spare time at home, aside from playing mahjong and dancing in the square, they had plenty of time to study recipes. Song Xiaodao handed the pot and fish to a clean-faced ant. I'll secretly give you a piece of jerky, you help me make fish soup, and you can't let Zhao know. The ant immediately nodded in delight. Okay, boss, there are women responsible for picking the crispy ear vegetables. Let me ask you, do they also get rat bone soup at night? Wu Shuegue cautiously asked Zhao. Zhao nodded. Go tell them, those who work hard will have food. If anyone dares to hide anything, even if it's just one person, I will kill them all to feed the rats. Today, he had brutally killed that group of uncles in front of everyone, and he believed no one would dare to hide anything. At least, for the next couple of days, they wouldn't have the guts to steal. However, Zhao still used this method to have them supervise each other. Wu Shuegue trembled all over. Understood, boss. After saying that, he did not leave immediately, his face showing hesitation. Do you have something else? Zhao Yin asked. The corner of his eye caught Song Xiaodao in the distance, observing her little acts of laziness. Boss, actually there are still some things in the warehouse. I don't know if I should hand them over to you, Wu Shuegue hesitated to say. Zhao Yin turned to look at him, his gaze growing colder. Are you hiding something from me? He had been in a hurry to check the crispy ear vegetables and hadn't had time to look at the accounts. Wu Shuegue's face immediately turned red, and he knelt down with a thud. Boss, please listen to me. I absolutely did not mean to hide anything. It's just that those things are of no use, and more likely, after giving them to you, they might bring you danger. What things? Zhao Yin became interested. He stared at Wu Shuegue's dodging eyes and immediately understood that the other party was afraid he would suspect ill intentions. If the other party really wanted to hide something from him, they wouldn't take the risk of speaking out now. Wu Shuegue took out a fist-sized ragged cloth bag from his pocket and respectfully handed it to Zhao Yin. You might not believe it, boss, but inside those zombies' heads, there are two kinds of stones, one is transparent, and the other is blood red. The transparent stone is useless, but that blood red stone, as long as you break it open, something can appear out of thin air. Sometimes it's food, sometimes it's water, and it could also possibly be poison. Zhao Yin's heart sank. The blood-red stone Wu Shuegue mentioned was not the star crystal, was it? So they had already discovered the secret of the star crystal. Zhao Yin opened the ragged bag directly, and inside were 2 bottles of potions, a pink pill, and over 100 pieces of corpse crystals. Boss, this is the transparent stone. Wu Shuegue pointed at the corpse crystals and said, at first, Team Wang did some experiments, letting someone break one open, and as a result, that person turned into a zombie. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yin immediately recalled some events from his past life. Once the corpse crystal was cracked open, it would release energy, and those who had never used an evolution potion to unlock their potential simply could not withstand it. Blindly opening a corpse crystal would only cause most people to instantly turn into zombies, with only a very few retaining some consciousness, becoming monsters that were neither human nor corpse. They possessed human intelligence but had completely lost their humanity. Feeding on fresh flesh, they could also grow stronger by relying on the corpse crystal, their power immense, and their growth rate even surpassing that of ordinary zombies. Survivors later gave them a terrifying name, corpse demons. However, the number of corpse demons was extremely rare. Thus, in his past life, when Zhao Yin learned of their existence, it was already the 7th year of the apocalypse. He hadn't had the chance to learn more before he died. He activated his true sight. Evolution potion, grade E, type of primary potion, after consumption can unlock E-grade evolution genes for the evolver, gaining greater power. Zhao Yin's hands trembled. This was exactly what he needed most at the moment. In his past life, Zhao Yin had deliberately stayed at E-grade for over half a year without advancing, just to search for an E-grade evolution potion, but in the end, he could only regretfully step into D-grade. Once a survivor surpassed the level of the potion, no amount of consumption could make up for it. He thought it would take a long time to find an E-grade evolution potion, or that it would be like his past life, but unexpectedly, such a fortuitous coincidence allowed him to obtain what he had longed for. Zhao Yin forced himself to calm down and looked at the next vial of potion. Talent Ability Potion, Grade A, Type, Advanced Thunder System Potion. After consumption unlocks the hidden talent ability of the Evolver's bloodline, Thunder System A Grade. Zhao Yin suddenly felt a bit short of breath. The calm emotions he had just regained surged again. His face slowly flushed red. At this moment, even Zhao Yin's willpower felt a bit dazed. What kind of luck was this? In terms of rarity, this vial of ability potion could outshine the E-grade evolution potion by 1,000 streets. It was a truly coveted treasure. In the 7 years of his past life, Zhao Yin had only obtained the B-grade True Sight ability. Even Lin Tianfeng only acquired a second ability after becoming a contract master, and it was just a B-grade power type. This shows how rare ability potions are. They cannot be obtained just by having resources or power. It completely depends on fate. Anyone who obtained an ability potion would never sell it. Zhao Yin never expected to obtain a third ability in this life, and it was an A grade. He quickly stored the 2 vials of potion in his spatial ring before looking at the pill. Pink pill, grade B, type, intermediate auxiliary pill. After consumption will cause infatuation with the first opposite sex seen for a lifetime. Isn't this an upgraded version of the love potion? Before the apocalypse, it would definitely be a treasure adored by those who chased after love, but for Zhao Yin, it's useless. Zhao Yin thought to himself. He quickly stored it in his spatial ring, his speed almost matching that of collecting the ability potion. As for the remaining corpse crystals, they were all ungraded. From this, Zhao speculated that the cave guard team had gone out to slay zombies right after the outbreak. They relied on sheer numbers. Zhao had walked from 5 kilometers away and had not seen large groups of zombies along the way, which he assumed were all dealt with by them. Otherwise, with the strength of the cave guard team, without evolvers, it would be difficult to handle zombies above F grade, let alone obtain star crystals. At this moment, Wu Shuegue saw the items in Zhao Yin's hands suddenly disappear, and after a slight surprise, he returned to normal. There was an air of mystery about this young man, and he had grown accustomed to it. "Boss, those potions are very dangerous, you must be careful. In the past, we had another potion, and after Team Leader Wang had someone take it, that person bled from all 7 orifices and died in the blink of an eye. Since then, Team Leader Wang ordered that any new potions obtained be stored in the warehouse, and no one is allowed to use them privately." At this moment, Zhao Yin understood in his heart that the bottle was probably an evolution potion, at least above E grade. That person wasn't even an evolved being. Recklessly consuming such a high-level potion would be a miracle if they didn't die. In fact, the evolution potions produced by the star crystal were predominantly F grade. Otherwise, how could those evolved beings without the true sight I not have all perished? As Zhao Yin lamented the loss of that potion, he secretly sighed, unsure whether to say the guard team was unlucky or too lucky. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe their luck as defying the heavens, yet they possessed a treasure mountain without knowing how to use it, which ultimately benefited Zhao Yin. "What about the other things? Are there any left?" Zhao Yin asked, then added, "The items produced by the blood-red stones. The records are all here." Wu Shuegue handed a ledger to Zhao Yin and said, "Not long after the meteor shower stopped, the food in the cave began to rot and stink. Team Leader Wang organized people to go out and search for supplies, and they obtained a total of 12 blood-red stones. The food and water produced were given as prizes to the survivors, leaving only these harmful transparent stones and potions." "Did you all eat that food?" Zhao Yin asked, wide-eyed. "We did." Wu Shuegue nodded nervously, then quickly added, "They all ate it. I didn't eat a single bite." At that time, the guard team hadn't officially formed yet. Team Leader Wang distributed it all to make them work harder. It said the taste was excellent." After saying this, Wu Shuegue instinctively swallowed. Zhao Yin felt a pang of regret. These bastards actually treated extraordinary food as ordinary food. They deserve to be poisoned by the potions. That Team Leader Wang should be thankful he died outside, otherwise, Zhao Yin would have skinned him alive. "Extraordinary food?" Wu Shuegue was taken aback. Zhao Yin couldn't be bothered to explain, waving his hand. "Go check how the fishing is going. If it exceeds 100 pounds, start organizing people to smoke it into dried fish. Also, make those crispy ear vegetables into dried vegetables." After saying this, Zhao Yin turned and left. The crispy ear vegetables could indeed be made into dried vegetables. That was Zhao Yin's initial plan. During his stay, he aimed to pick and dry as much as possible, and finally dig up the roots when he left. However, Zhao Yin currently lacked farmer's spring water. In the past few days, to protect the life of the chestnut tree roots, he had used up the remaining farmer's spring water. He planned to finish his tasks and then go out tomorrow to look for the flying white tiger, while also killing zombies for corpse crystals and star crystals. As for that spatial pendant, the only information Zhao Yin knew was that it was on a corpse king. Zhao Yin found an empty space, set up an invisibility tent, instructed his contracted beasts to guard outside, and then walked directly inside. Zhao Yin, the fish soup is ready. Come see, it's all milky white, come taste your fiancé's cooking." Song Xiaodao carried a pot of fragrant fish soup, swallowing her saliva. "Where's Zhao Yin?" The little monkey pointed to an empty space. Song Xiaodao immediately understood, that was the invisibility tent, and she hurriedly felt around for the door. The little monkey grabbed her clothes and shook its head vigorously. Song Xiaodao asked, "What is Zhao Yin doing?" The little monkey chattered, gesturing, meaning it sensed its master was getting stronger. "Is he evolving again?" Song Xiaodao suddenly realized, her eyes widening. Didn't he just evolve to E grade? An hour passed. 2 hours passed. Until night fell, Zhao Yin finally emerged from the invisibility tent. Human male, ability awakener, E grade evolved being, evolution degree 100 to 0. 26, strength 62, agility 69, stamina 50, spirit 95, talent B grade shooting, life countdown 109,963 days. At this moment, Zhao Yin had unlocked E grade potential, and all his attributes had nearly doubled. His 5 senses became sharper. He could hear faint sounds 5 kilometers away, and without obstacles in the way, he could even see mosquitoes flying 5 kilometers away. Zhao Yin had already mastered the A-level lightning ability, but it couldn't be detected with the Eye of Truth. "Monkey, come here and let me test your strength," Zhao Yin said with a beaming smile. In fact, Zhao Yin had never had a combat-type ability and always acted cautiously. At this moment, he felt completely invigorated. "Master, are you really sure?" The little monkey quickly asked in thought, I'm afraid I can't control my strength. What if I hurt you? I have chestnut leaves for healing. If you win against me, I'll reward you with 5 F-level corpse crystals. Zhao Yin replied. Squeak! The little monkey was instantly excited. Now, the master's reward was no longer material goods, but recognition and love. Master, go ahead and show me your powerful strength. Zhao Yin stopped talking and threw a punch at the little monkey's shoulder, using 7/10 of his strength. Bang! The little monkey staggered back a step, wide-eyed as it looked at Zhao Yin. It remembered that the master didn't have such strength before. Activate your ability and hit me with all your might, Zhao Yin commanded. In the next moment, he threw another punch at the little monkey. Roar! Master, be careful! The little monkey instantly activated its giant transformation ability and punched back at Zhao Yin. It understood that the master's strength had changed dramatically after this evolution, and it couldn't be underestimated. Boom! The two fists, one large and one small, created a sonic boom. Just when the little monkey thought it could definitely surpass the master with its ability, suddenly, an electric arc erupted from Zhao Yin's fist. The little monkey felt a jolt throughout its body, every pore tingling, and the force of its punch was abruptly interrupted, followed by a bang. The little monkey's massive form was sent flying. At that moment, all the contracted beasts in Song Xiaodao were shocked. They looked at Zhao Yin in disbelief. Activate your dual abilities, Zhao Yin commanded the little monkey. Master, I was careless earlier and didn't dodge. Monkeys were inherently stubborn, and the recent defeat ignited the little monkey's competitive spirit. It had to maintain its position in the master's heart. Next, I will show the master my strength. Very good, Zhao Yin said. The little monkey directly activated its second ability, going berserk, its nearly 3-meter-tall form charging at Zhao Yin, stirring up a whirlwind. Zhao Yin understood that with the little monkey activating its dual abilities, its strength and speed were probably more than 2.5 times his own. He chose not to confront the little monkey head-on, and an electric arc appeared at his fingertips again. The little monkey grinned widely, seemingly laughing. Its speed far surpassed Zhao Yin's. Before the electric arc could be released, it suddenly exploded into maximum speed. In an instant, it flashed behind Zhao Yin, reaching for his collar. Master! However, before it could feel triumphant, a net of electricity suddenly appeared behind Zhao Yin. Instantly, it shot along the little monkey's arm and struck it. The little monkey's body stiffened, and then it convulsed and fell to the ground. Zhao Yin turned to look at it and calmly said, Monkey, you lost. Once the numbness faded, the little monkey lowered its head and got up from the ground. Its mood instantly deflated. Master, I disappointed you. You are strong, Zhao Yin sincerely said, and he took out 5 F-level corpse crystals and tossed them to the little monkey. This is your reward. Master, there's a reward? The little monkey immediately perked up again. Of course, you are my first contracted beast, and the position of vanguard will always be yours, Zhao Yin said. In fact, Zhao Yin just wanted to test his new combat type ability. He could defeat the little monkey mainly because he was well aware of its strength, while it was encountering lightning abilities for the first time. If it were to happen again, or if the little monkey truly fought with all its might, or if it used the Rat King's claws, the outcome might have been different. Of course, Zhao Yin would not say these things. He had to maintain his current pressure in front of his contracted beast. Zhao Yin, when will I be able to get such powerful abilities? Song Xiaodao pouted, tugging at her fingers, and said softly, I also want to be as strong as you. Do you think abilities are like cabbages? Zhao Yin asked. I'm still F rank, even the mice are stronger than me, Song Xiaodao said, feeling wronged. Zhao Yin casually replied, tomorrow I'm going to hunt zombies, you can come too. If you want abilities, go kill zombies for star crystals. If you really can unlock abilities, they will belong to you, no need to hand them over. Really? I won't go back on my word. In the apocalypse, the number of survivors who could gain abilities was less than 1 in 10,000. Countless survivors spent their entire lives without even seeing a single hair. He didn't believe that Song Xiaodao could really unlock abilities, he was just comforting her. Zhao Yin had long planned for Song Xiaodao's strength improvement. Once he gathered enough corpse crystals to help her evolve to E rank, he would let her evolve. As for abilities, he would talk about that once he became stronger himself. While waiting for Zhao Yin earlier, Song Xiaodao had been secretly eating fish soup, and now there was not a drop left in the pot. Zhao Yin, I'll go make you some fish soup again, the little girl said, then ran towards the waterhole like a thief. By the end of the day, over 1,000 pounds of fresh fish had been caught. Some aunties were killing fish by the waterhole, while others had set up a fire to dry the fish. Old Hay was patrolling the shore with 4 giant rats to prevent anyone from stealing food. There were also 2 giant rats, one supervising the picking of crispy ear vegetables and the other overseeing the drying of them. In the evening, Wu Shuigue set up more than a dozen large pots, mixing the hundreds of pounds of rat bones Zhaoyin had given him with fish scales, gills, entrails, fish oil, and other ingredients to cook. All the survivors lined up in a long queue waiting for their meal. Everyone was smiling, they hadn't eaten their fill in a long time. At this time, Zhaoyin had cooked a large pot of chestnut porridge, stir-fried a crispy ear vegetable with smoked rat meat, and roasted a large piece of rat king meat. Along with the large pot of fish soup that Song Xiaodao had cooked, and a steamed big fish, the simple square table was filled. There were also several iron pots on the ground filled with meat soup and fish soup. Then Zhaoyin called back all the contracted beasts, opened a bottle of Maotai he had been reluctant to drink, and in an instant, the aroma of wine and meat wafted out of the tent. An 11 or 12-year-old girl was drooling from the smell. "Uncle Wu, will Dad really not come back?" the little girl asked. Wu Shuegue scooped a large spoonful of bone soup and deliberately added a big piece of crispy bone to the girl's bowl, sighing, "Even if Team Leader Wang comes back, he will have to call that person boss, understand?" The girl was Team Leader Wang's biological daughter, and this was the only secret Wu Shuegue dared not tell Zhaoyin. Hearing this, her eyes dimmed. Actually, if Dad could be like the boss back then, Uncle Xia wouldn't have died. "Uncle Wu, can I meet the boss alone? I have something to say to him." "You want to find the boss?" Wu Shuegue was taken aback. What important matter could a little girl have to discuss with the boss? He quickly warned, "The boss is not like your dad, it could be dangerous. You should give up on that thought. Your dad and Uncle Xia are gone, and I have the responsibility to take care of you. Don't mention this again. Uncle Wu, I just want to say a few words. Is that really not okay?" the girl pleaded. "What kind of face do I have? Even I can't just meet the boss whenever I want," Wu Shuegue replied perfunctorily. At this moment, an auntie in line behind them urged, and the girl could only leave with her bowl. She returned to a corner of the cave, where there was a simple shelter made of a wooden frame and a few torn bed sheets, the place where the girl Wang Xiaolei had lived with her father. Meow. As the girl approached, a weak meow came from the shelter. "Xiaobai, there's food now." The girl's voice was filled with excitement. She pulled back the curtain, revealing a rough wooden bed on which lay a small white kitten, weak and emaciated, its body reduced to bones, yet its pair of azure eyes remained vigilant. Upon recognizing Wang Xiaolei, the kitten let out a soft meow and slowly crawled towards her. "Tonight, we feast well, and tomorrow morning we head to Xishan to search for the flying white tiger, killing zombies along the way to find star crystals. Mouse 1, Mouse 2, Mouse 3, Mouse 4, you will stay in the cave tomorrow to guard the supplies and intimidate the survivors. The other contracted beasts and Song Xiaodao will come with me. Now, let's eat," Zhaoyin announced. After resting for a night, the next morning dawned dimly. Zhaoyin left all the supplies behind for Mouse 1 and the others to guard, taking 5 contracted beasts and Song Xiaodao out of the cave. After the rain 4 days ago, the nearby mountains and forests had flourished again overnight, erasing all traces of previous development. In its place was a vibrant life, yet for some reason, it felt desolate and bleak. On the muddy road Zhaoyin had traversed yesterday, the weeds had grown even taller, waist deep, and Zhaoyin ordered Old Black to clear the path ahead. Old Black's massive form crushed everything in its way, turning the weeds into a green carpet. Zhaoyin stepped on it, feeling the softness beneath his feet, with the air filled with the fragrance of vegetation. It was a rare comfort, as if they were not in an apocalyptic world. The team's pace was faster than on their way here. 20 minutes later, Zhao Yin's group had traveled over 10 kilometers west when they finally spotted zombies again. Roar! 7 or 8 zombies noticed Old Black at the front of the group and charged towards it, their speed several times faster than that of the unevolved zombies. Zhao Yin activated his true sight. Male zombie, F rank, evolution level 100 to 3, strength 21, agility 14, spirit 1. 7. Female zombie, F rank, evolution level 100 to 1, strength 20, agility 15, spirit 0. 3. Male zombie, F rank. Zhao Yin's mind jolted, all the zombies were actually F rank. He remembered that 4 days ago, the small horde he encountered had less than 1/10 of them evolved to F rank. It must be because of that rain, which activated the surviving animals, and the flesh catalyzed the zombies' evolution speed. Zhao Yin murmured. At this time in his previous life, surviving had been incredibly difficult, and he hadn't noticed these changes. Old Black seemed provoked, its form flashing as it charged into the horde. The sound of crunching filled the air. In less than 3 seconds, all the zombies were down. 4 of them had been cleaved in half by Old Black's claws, while the rest had their heads severed. Throughout it all, Zhao Yin's footsteps never paused. "Get to work," he said. The remaining 2 giant rats rushed forward, quickly slicing open the zombies' heads, while the monkey and Song Xiaodao followed behind to collect the crystal shards. Zhao Yin's group continued on their way, taking less than a minute to regroup. Less than a kilometer ahead, another horde appeared, this time consisting of 40 to 50 zombies. Zhao Yun immediately spotted the tallest among them. Male zombie, E rank, evolution level 100/12, strength 51, agility 34, defense 48, spirit 9. Aside from this E rank zombie, the rest were all F rank. Charge forward and finish the fight quickly. Monkey, do you see that tall zombie? It has a star crystal. Go and bring me its head. Zhao Yun ordered directly. The attributes of that E rank zombie were higher than those of a typical evolved E rank, indicating it had definitely consumed star crystals. Roar! The little monkey immediately activated its giantization ability, quickly donning a massive rat skin armor, wielding the Rat King's claw with one arm, and began to run, each step echoing like thunder. Moo! The old cow became excited as well. Ever since the zombies were cured, aside from slaughtering that useless group of old men, it hadn't fought in a long time. Its massive form charged forward even faster than the little monkey. Seeing that his two old subordinates were so fierce, Old Black didn't want to fall behind either and rushed forward with two giant rats. In the blink of an eye, all the contracted beasts charged out, just as Song Xiaodao finished putting on his rat skin armor, which hung behind him. Zhao Yun lit a cigarette, sat down on a stone by the roadside, crossed his legs, and squinted at the battle ahead. At this moment, all the mutated beasts had already plunged into the horde of zombies. Even two pseudo-mutated giant rats were far stronger than these zombies, not to mention there were 3 real mutated beasts, making it seem like chopping vegetables. The E-level zombie, initially excited to see living beings, watched as half of its subordinates died in an instant. It roared, and all the zombies beside it immediately rushed forward to intercept the old cow at the front. Then the E-level zombie turned to flee. The E-level zombie, having devoured corpse crystals, had gained considerable intelligence. However, the next moment, it felt a gust of wind rise behind it, and in terror, it turned around to see a gleaming Rat King claw slashing towards its neck. With the speed of this E-level zombie, it was utterly unable to dodge. Thud! Its head flew off, caught by the leaping little monkey, which then held the head aloft with one arm while biting the Rat King claw, crashing through and killing 7 or 8 zombies before returning to Zhao Yun. Master, your head, it's been chopped off. My head? Zhao Yun was momentarily speechless. This monkey still couldn't speak properly. He couldn't be bothered to argue, took out a short Rat King claw, and gently sliced open the head. With a couple of pulls, an E-level corpse crystal and a star crystal rolled out of the dark brown brain matter. Zhao Yun directly crushed the star crystal, and white light flashed in his hand. Golden saddle, grade C, type extraordinary mount equipment, mount movement speed plus 80, carrying capacity plus 100, additional effect mount movement speed plus 5%. Zhao Yun had originally prepared to welcome the farmer's spring water, but when he saw the heavy saddle in his hand, he was momentarily stunned. It turned out to be a rare mount type equipment, and it was C grade. Immediately, Zhao Yun felt a surge of joy. Was it that in this life, the probability of star crystals yielding good items had increased, or was his luck just extraordinary? However, getting good items was a good thing, and there was no need to think too much about it. At this moment, the mutated beasts and Song Xiaodao had already resolved the battle, with all 47 F-level zombies turned into true corpses. In fact, the time spent extracting corpse crystals was longer than the time spent killing the zombies. Zhao Yun, the corpse crystals are all here, but I didn't find any star crystals. Song Xiaodao walked towards Zhao Yun, holding a pile of corpse crystals, and then noticed the golden object in Zhao Yun's hand. What is this? Is it for me? This is a saddle. Do you want to equip it? Zhao Yun finished his last puff of cigarette, extinguished the butt, and then stood up. Song Xiaodao quickly shook her head. I don't want to equip it. Zhao Yun's gaze fell on the group of mutated beasts, and then directly locked onto Old Black. It was the most suitable for being a mount. Old Black, come here. Zhao Yun beckoned with his finger. Old Black immediately perked up, trotting over to Zhao Yun. Master. Its eyes were filled with excitement. Every time the master called the little monkey an old cow like this, it meant a reward. Zhao Yun directly placed the saddle on Old Black's back, leaped up, and rode on. His feet rested in the stirrups, feeling more stable and comfortable than he had imagined. This mount equipment will be yours from now on, Zhao Yun said. Old Black felt very happy. Master, I feel so much lighter with this equipment. This equipment adds 100 points to your carrying capacity. Even if you carry an extra 1,000 pounds, you won't feel any more tired than usual, and it nearly doubles your movement speed. Zhao Yun patted Old Black's shoulder. Thank you, Master. From now on, Old Black will carry you, fighting in this apocalypse. Old Black exclaimed excitedly. Nearby, Old Cow and the 2 giant rats showed envious expressions. They all heard Zhao Yun's words. This equipment was tailor-made for 4-legged mutated beasts. Sensing the emotions of the 3 contracted beasts, Zhao Yun reassured them, don't worry, there will be more mount equipment in the future, and you will all have one. Zhao Yun, I want to ride Old Black too. Song Xiaodao held the corpse crystal, tilting her little head up. Zhao bent down to pull her onto the rat's back, worried she might fall, so he simply held her in his arms and said to all the mutated beasts, "Let's go, we have 10 kilometers to reach Shishan." Along the way, they encountered several waves of zombies, all of which had evolved to F-level, but they did not encounter any E-level ones. Zhao easily collected over 200 F-level corpse crystals. At this point, the total number of corpse crystals in his space ring could be converted into 4 E-level corpse crystals. Zhao Yin's destination finally arrived, revealing a massive valley ahead. Shishan was once one of the most important tourist attractions in the Dawei mountain range, with over 30 famous ancient temples on the mountain. The most renowned, Tianlong Temple, was famous nationwide, attracting countless visitors daily to burn incense and pray. The valley before him was originally a commercial hub within the scenic area, built with hundreds of hotels, resorts, large shopping malls, and various luxury stores. Now, everything was gone. The ruins were overgrown with weeds and trees, and standing outside the valley, one could occasionally see zombies wandering in the desolation. They were ragged, with dead fish eyes, and their pale skin revealed bulging veins, all F-level, moving swiftly. Zhao rode on Old Black's back, holding Song Xiaodao in his arms, closing his eyes to listen, and found that the deeper they went into the valley, the denser the sound of zombie footsteps became. There were at least tens of thousands of zombies gathered here. "Zhao, there are zombies inside." Song Xiaodao looked into the valley and whispered, "It seems like there are hundreds of them. Should we go kill them?" "Not hundreds, but tens of thousands deep in the valley," Zhao replied. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaodao immediately recalled the industrial park, her face turning pale. We should leave quickly. This is the place I'm looking for," Zhao said solemnly. In his previous life, Zhao had captured the flying white tiger here for Lin Huafeng, but at that time, the flying white tiger had already grown, slaughtering the nearby zombies. By the time Zhao arrived, it had evolved into a forest, with only one flying white tiger residing there. "Don't worry, although there are many zombies, we are no longer as weak as before." "Are you really going to kill all these zombies?" Song Xiaodao was still scared. The scene from the industrial park had left a shadow in her heart. Zhao took out an E-level corpse crystal and handed it to Song Xiaodao. "Evolve to E-level now, it will give you more strength in the upcoming battle." Song Xiaodao took the corpse crystal, not daring to say more, and directly crushed it in Zhao Yin's arms. A faint white light spread in her palm and quickly entered her body. Song Xiaodao's body trembled slightly. Evolving with a corpse crystal was different from taking the evolution potion for the first time. Soon, Song Xiaodao felt a powerful force emerging within her, making her feel light as if she had suddenly put down the hundreds of pounds she had been carrying. She felt comfortable and relaxed. After a while, Song Xiaodao opened her eyes. "Zhao, did I just evolve to E-level?" Zhao activated his true sight. Human female E-level evolver, evolution degree 100 to 0, strength 29, agility 36, stamina 23, spirit 19, life countdown, 60,102 days. "Alright, go down and prepare for battle." After Zhao finished speaking, he directly threw Song Xiaodao off the back of the rat, silently instructing, "Monkey, go lure the zombie horde out. Remember not to exceed 500 at a time. The other contracted beasts prepare for battle." Even though Zhao Yin's contracted beast group was powerful now, and his own strength had improved significantly, he still did not dare to recklessly venture deep into the valley. Even if tens of thousands of zombies stood still for the contracted beasts to kill, it would be impossible to finish them all in one go. Once their energy was exhausted, they would only become snacks for the zombies. His strategy was to lure the zombies out of the valley in waves and take them down one by one. He estimated that after obtaining the corpse crystals from the valley, both he and the contracted beasts would be able to advance to D-level. The little monkey received the order and immediately activated its giant transformation ability, rushing rapidly into the valley. Roar! The few zombies closest to the valley's edge immediately noticed the little monkey and roared as they pounced on it. The little monkey couldn't be bothered and transformed into a gust of wind, instantly dashing past several zombies, and then it ran out 200 or 300 meters, with the sounds of zombies roaring increasingly dense beside it, attracting at least 200 or 300 zombies. The little monkey turned and ran, followed by 200 or 300 zombies, including a tall E-level one. "Prepare!" Zhao took out the long-handled rat king claw, still sitting on the back of Old Black, while the two giant rats and Old Bull, along with Song Xiaodao, quickly spread out to prepare for the hunt. After the little monkey ran to Zhao Yin's side, it stopped, with nearly 300 zombies gathering behind it, roaring and charging towards them. There were still sparse zombies in the distance being attracted over. "Keep the noise down and kill them quickly," Zhao said, squeezing his legs to urge Old Black forward to meet the horde of zombies. Behind him, Song Xiaodao and the contracted beasts immediately closed in on the zombie horde. Old Black approached the first zombie in the front, and Zhao immediately swung the Rat King claw to strike, but the next moment, that zombie was already sliced in half by Old Black's claw. At this moment, Old Black had already crashed into the Horde, its sharp claws swinging, and all the nearby zombies hadn't even had a chance to approach before being slaughtered clean. Jiaoyin suddenly realized that riding on Old Black was a mistake. It only slowed down his speed in killing zombies. So, Jiaoyin leaped off the rat's back, took out the mountain-splitting knife from his spatial ring to replace the Rat King claw. With the sharpness of the mountain-splitting knife, it was more than enough to deal with these zombies, and the additional attribute of 15 points in blade speed allowed Jiaoyin to kill faster. As for the lightning ability, it required energy to use, which was completely unnecessary at this moment. At that time, a zombie approached Jiaoyin with stiff steps but at a surprisingly fast speed, and he casually swung the newly replaced mountain-splitting knife. Put! A head flew into the sky, not knowing where it went. Immediately after, without time to look, 4 or 5 zombies had already surrounded him. Jiaoyin's movement speed was 5 or 6 times that of theirs. He sidestepped and broke through the encirclement. Another zombie's head flew up. At this moment, the contracted beasts behind him had all charged into the Horde, instantly unleashing a massacre, severed limbs and black blood flying everywhere. The most terrifying was Old Bull, who had now regained its 2 horns, fiercely clamping its tail to protect its rear, and with each charge, dozens of zombies were smashed to pieces. The zombie horde fell in chunks, quickly becoming sparse. Zhao Yin's gaze fell on the tall zombie 30 meters away, and he immediately swung his knife with all his might, instantly severing 3 zombies in front of him at the waist. With a step, he rapidly dashed out, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the tall zombie. At this moment, the E-level zombie still hadn't realized what kind of opponent it was facing. As Jiaoyin swung his knife, it instinctively raised its hand to block. Crack! An arm was dismembered, and immediately, Jiaoyin kicked it to the ground and swung his knife to behead it. The difference in strength was too great. It was basically no different from killing an F-level zombie, just 2 slashes and a kick. The zombies behind him had already been mostly killed by the contracted beasts, and Jiaoyin bent down to pick up the head of an E-level zombie, carefully cutting it open in a safe place to extract an E-level corpse crystal and a star crystal from the brain matter. Jiaoyin pressed his fingers hard, and the star crystal activated. A flash of white light revealed a piece of sandwich bread. Not bad, this extraordinary food for rapid injury recovery is just what I need right now, Jiaoyin smiled, as long as it wasn't Nongfu Spring. He stored it away directly. The last zombie behind him was beheaded by Song Xiaodao with a swipe of her Mouse King claw, its head along with half a shoulder severed, the dark heart splattering onto Song Xiaodao. The little girl, clad in pure white leather armor, was now covered in black blood, her small face dirty. Song Xiaodao had no time to feel sorry and heard Jiaoyin say, "Gather all the corpse crystals within half an hour, and Little Monkey will lure the zombies again." Jiaoyin also joined the team collecting corpse crystals, and with the speed of him, Song Xiaodao, and the contracted beasts, it still took 27 minutes to finish collecting. A total of 336 F-level corpse crystals. Then, Little Monkey continued to lure the zombies, and after a few minutes, brought in over 300 zombies again. Jiaoyin focused his gaze and saw another particularly tall zombie in the dense horde. Another E-level. Thus, the slaughter repeated once more, and after a few minutes, the zombie horde was wiped out, taking another 20-some minutes to collect the corpse crystals. After gathering all the corpse crystals, Jiaoyin frowned, calculating that with the time it took Little Monkey to lure the zombies, it would take about an hour to kill one wave. This is too slow. This valley conservatively has over 30,000 zombies. How long will it take to kill them all? At least 4 or 5 days. Jiaoyin instructed Song Xiaodao, "You go to the cave and have Wu Shuegue organize a group of people to help collect the corpse crystals. They need to be quick on their feet and arrive here within 2 hours. Also, remember to bring some supplies and all the tools for opening skulls from the cave. Tell Wu Shuegue that as long as he does well, I will leave all the mouse bones to him when I leave." "Shouldn't the monkey and Old Black go since they are faster?" Song Xiaodao said, a bit stunned. "Your strength is the weakest here," Jiaoyin replied. Song Xiaodao immediately pouted and huffed, "So I should just run errands, serve tea and water, and not be worthy of killing zombies with you." She clenched her small fists and ran back, muttering, "Stinky Jiaoyin, you wait, sooner or later, I will develop a more powerful ability than you." The cave was less than 30 kilometers away, and with Song Xiaodao's speed, she could return in about 20 minutes, leaving more than an hour for organizing people to arrive at the West Mountain. Jiaoyin turned to the monkey and said, "Lure in a few more at once, keep it under 500. As long as it doesn't make too much noise, it should be fine." "Understood, master." Little Monkey went to attract the zombies again, while Jiaoyin directly squeezed the star crystal he had just obtained. Compressed biscuit. Still not Nongfu Spring, it was an energy-replenishing compressed biscuit. The previous compressed biscuits were not very useful to Jiaoyin himself. They were mostly for Little Monkey and Old Neo. Now that he had mastered lightning-type abilities, which were elemental, they consumed a lot of energy. Eating a compressed biscuit at a critical moment would definitely boost his combat power significantly. Zhao stored the compressed biscuit away, and soon after, Little Monkey returned, followed by 400 to 500 zombies. At this moment, within a few hundred meters around Zhao, the ground was littered with the bodies of zombies. He raised his bloodied mountain-splitting knife and silently commanded, "Prepare for battle." All the contracted beasts beside him immediately spread out, ready to welcome the approaching horde. Zhao gazed intently, and among this batch of zombies, there were no E-level ones, which made him feel a twinge of regret. 30 seconds later, the horde surged out of the valley, and the battle began anew. Until the battlefield was cleared, 479 F-level corpse crystals were in hand. At this moment, Old Neo and Little Monkey, who had been using their combat abilities for a long time, were quite exhausted. Especially Little Monkey, who had been responsible for luring the monsters, was panting heavily. Zhao found a clean patch of ground, set up the invisibility tent, and directly set up a large pot to cook Rat King meat for Little Monkey and Old Neo. As for Old Hay and the 2 E-level giant rats, they didn't have combat abilities, so their energy consumption wasn't too high. Zhao still gave them chestnuts. After the 5 contracted beasts were full, they all lay on the ground to rest, but Zhao didn't idle. He took out all the corpse crystals from his spatial ring. He crushed dozens of them, regardless of whether they were unranked or F-level, and began to absorb them frantically. Now, having unlocked all E-level potential, Zhao was preparing to quickly advance to D-level. Half an hour later, Zhao finished absorbing all the corpse crystals. Human Male, Ability Awakener, E-level Evolver, Evolution Degree 100/13. 26, Strength 62, Agility 69, Stamina 50, Spirit 95, Talent B-level Shooting, Life Countdown, 109,963 days. He still needed more than 8,000 F-level corpse crystals, or 83 E-level ones, to evolve to D-level. At this moment, outside the tent, a dense sound of footsteps finally came, all normal humans, about 100 or so. Zhao didn't need to guess, he knew it was Song Xiaodao leading Wushu Egui and others. "Have you all recovered your energy?" Zhao silently asked. The 5 contracted beasts indicated they had recovered well, and Zhao led them out, directly putting away the invisibility tent. Wushu Egui was leading over 100 people, with more than 30 young women and over 70 middle-aged women. Everyone's faces showed astonishment upon seeing the mountain of corpses beside Zhao. Previously, in their minds, Zhao was a killing demon, slaughtering dozens of old men at will. Now they realized he not only killed people but could also kill zombies so frantically. "Boss!" Wushu Egui, limping on one leg, became even more cautious, showing a dog-like smile as he hurried to greet Zhao. "Boss, I heard you need manpower, and I've brought some for you." Zhao Yin's gaze fell on the group of women. "Do you know why I called you here?" The few young women at the front of the line immediately nodded. "Song Xiaomei told us to dig out a kind of stone from the zombies' heads." "Boss, these women aren't afraid. They said as long as there's food, they'll do anything," Wushu Egui said. Zhao nodded slightly. It was best that they had such awareness in the apocalypse. "Food is not a problem. If you work hard for me, I will never treat anyone unfairly." After saying that, Zhao took out more than 100 chestnuts. "Old Wu, distribute these to them. The nutritional value of these chestnuts is equivalent to 10 times that of pre-apocalypse food, so rationing them will be enough for 3 days without hunger." Wushu Egui waved his hand, and all the women immediately stepped forward to receive the chestnuts. They eagerly began to eat, and soon they discovered that even raw chestnuts were delicious and fragrant, better than any fruit they had eaten before the apocalypse. However, they were just ordinary people, and after taking a couple of bites, they felt full. They initially thought Zhao was just being perfunctory, but at this moment, the look in their eyes as they gazed at Zhao was one of renewed shock. How could he have such delicious and filling food? If this apocalypse was hell, then the man before them was a miracle in hell. In fact, they didn't know that the crispy ear vegetables they usually ate were not worth less than the chestnuts. It was just that each person could only eat 1 or 2 boiled leaves a day, so they didn't feel much. 5 minutes later, everyone had received their chestnuts. Zhao instructed, "Everyone step back 300 meters, come help when needed. Song Xiaodao, you stay by their side and be responsible for killing the zombies that slip through." Next, the little monkey went to attract the zombies again. Soon, 400 to 500 zombies were chasing after it out of the valley. Zhao took a glance and surprisingly spotted 2 E-level zombies. Another 2-star crystals were about to be in hand, and Zhao ordered, "Prepare, spread out, and in 30 seconds, we will encircle and hunt." After 30 seconds, the zombies had entered a safe range. Zhao confirmed that killing here would not attract the zombies inside the valley, and he charged into the horde with his mountain-splitting knife. In an instant, the battle began anew. Farmer Spring, Grade F, Type Extraordinary Beverage, replenishes 24 hours of water consumption after consumption. Stuffed Bread, Grade F, type extraordinary food, replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption after consumption, with the added effect of healing injuries. After finishing off this wave of zombies, Zhao personally approached to find the bodies of the 2 E-level zombies and extracted 2 star crystals before directly activating them. Finally, he got Farmer Spring. The effect of the stuffed bread was replaced by chestnut tree leaves, which was not what Zhao wanted the most at the moment. After putting away the items, he rested with the contracted beasts while Song Xiaodao led the survivors in the cave to perform craniotomies to extract star crystals. 5 minutes later, 493 corpse crystals were collected. Next, let Old Black attract the zombies. Zhao stood up and instructed. After putting on the saddle, Old Black's movement speed had surpassed that of the little monkey with dual abilities. They couldn't keep exhausting the little monkey's energy. 15 minutes later, Old Black led the horde out of the valley, and Song Xiaodao immediately led the survivors to retreat while Zhao and the contracted beasts continued to harvest. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Until night fell, Zhao had killed 9 waves of zombies, obtaining 11 star crystals, 4,238 F-level corpse crystals, and 11 E-level corpse crystals. He ordered the survivors to cook on the spot, setting up several large pots to boil dried fish, leaving Mouse 5 and Mouse 6 to protect these survivors. Then Zhao released the invisibility tent and entered with Song Xiaodao and the 3 contracted beasts. Zhao, what are we having for dinner tonight? Song Xiaodao asked. Just eat a little, Zhao replied, tossing out a large piece of rat king meat and 200 pounds of chestnuts. While Song Xiaodao went to cook, Zhao took out the corpse crystals to begin absorbing them. The contracted beasts rested nearby. They were all exhausted from the day. Even Old Black, although he hadn't consumed much energy, was about to run out of stamina. Half an hour later, Song Xiaodao finished cooking the rat king meat soup, and Zhao had absorbed all the corpse crystals obtained today. Human male, ability awakener, E-level evolver, evolution degree 100/75, 26, strength 62, agility 69, stamina 50, spirit 95, talent B-level shooting, life countdown, 109,963 days. He needed 25 more E-level corpse crystals to evolve to D-level. Zhao, it's time to eat, Song Xiaodao called out. Zhao put away his true vision eye, took out the wooden table and bowls from his spatial ring, and after filling them with soup, he invited the little monkey to join him at the table. Old Cow and Old Black continued to use their bowls on the side. This was also a class structure that Zhao deliberately created. He wanted the contracted beasts to know that there were distinctions around him, creating a sense of urgency. As Zhao chewed on a piece of fatty rat king meat, he took out 11 star crystals. Song Xiaodao, who was drinking the soup, immediately brightened her eyes and asked, Zhao, can I open one? Zhao shot her a sideways glance. No, how could he let her handle such an exciting matter? After saying that, he crushed a star crystal, and a flash of white light passed, dropping an item on the table. A bottle of Farmer Spring. Damn it, another damn Farmer Spring. Zhao cursed. It seemed like a curse, and it was back again. Every time it started with this thing. Immediately, Zhao opened the second star crystal. Nongfu Spring. Zhao Yin's expression darkened. Could it be that my recent good luck has run out? Song Xiaodao pouted. Who told you not to open one for me? Zhao Yin, not believing in evil, immediately opened the third one, and a flash of white light. Another bottle of Nongfu Spring. I don't believe it. He directly opened the fourth one. Ice red tea, grade F, type extraordinary beverage, replenishes 24 hours of water consumption after consumption, with the effect of doubling physical attributes, lasting for 1 hour. Finally, a bottle of extraordinary beverage that Zhao Yin wanted, and his expression improved a bit. Keep it up. Let's get something good, Zhao Yin said. He opened the 5th star crystal. A flash of white light, Nongfu Spring. Put. Song Xiaodao laughed so hard she almost spat out her food. Who told you not to open one for me? Zhao Yin blinked and looked at Song Xiaodao. Do you really want to open one? Zhao Yin, open one for me, just one. Song Xiaodao extended a finger, her voice pinched. I've never opened a star crystal before. Zhao Yin casually tossed a star crystal to her. Here. Song Xiaodao was instantly delighted, quickly grabbing the star crystal and flashing a cute smile at Zhao Yin. Her pearly white teeth gleamed. She said, if I can get a superpower, can you give it to me? Zhao Yin nodded. Go ahead. Song Xiaodao held the star crystal, closed her eyes, prayed for a moment, and with a forceful push, crack, a flash of white light passed through her hands, and then something pushed her hands apart. A pair of pink children's oversized shoes. Zhao Yin's eyes widened in shock. He had opened so many star crystals and had never seen pants or shoes. Song Xiaodao only opened one, and she got shoes. And they seemed tailor-made for her. Is there no justice? Oversized shoes, grade D. Type extraordinary defensive equipment, sturdiness 45, movement speed 52, additional effect, never stinky feet. Seeing it wasn't a superpower potion, disappointment flashed across Song Xiaodao's face as she handed the shoes to Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin, it's your favorite color, wear it. Zhao Yin was taken aback. It seemed this girl misunderstood something. This was something he couldn't let slide without explaining. The past was all because of poverty. I needed equipment to survive. I don't have any special hobbies, understand? Since you don't like it, can I have these shoes? Song Xiaodao hugged the shoes and said in a spoiled manner. Zhao Yin tapped her on the head. If you want something in the future, don't play tricks on me. Song Xiaodao giggled and immediately took off the shoes, putting on the oversized shoes. She stood up and twirled in front of Zhao Yin, her legs snow white and straight under the mouse skin armor, giving off a prairie girl vibe. Then Song Xiaodao leaned closer to Zhao Yin, her little face full of happy smiles, asking, do I look good? Since they fit so well, I'll lend them to you. You'll pay me back with work in the future. Zhao Yin said. Currently, the one who needed to improve her strength the most in the team was Song Xiaodao, and since the shoes were opened by her, Zhao Yin naturally would support her. In fact, Zhao Yin's earlier explanation was heartfelt. He wore women's clothes before because of poverty. Now, with 9 contracted beasts and a pile of equipment, his perspective was naturally different from before. Zhao Yin, this counts as your engagement gift to me. Song Xiaodao wanted to say more, but Zhao Yin interrupted. Time to eat. Her little face stiffened for a moment, then she snorted coldly and obediently walked over to eat. I'll just take it as your engagement gift to me, stinky Zhao Yin. The little monkey finished the meat soup and ran off to nap. Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao were both eating the meat soup heartily, and he pushed the remaining 5-star crystals in front of Song Xiaodao. Let you open them all. Song Xiaodao, still sulking while eating, perked up at the words. Really? Really? Zhao Yin nodded. Song Xiaodao immediately put down her chopsticks and carefully opened a piece. A bottle of iced red tea appeared. Her expression immediately fell. Zhao Yin, no equipment and no abilities. Not bad. Zhao Yin said, equipment and abilities aren't that easy to come by. The iced red tea was one of the things Zhao Yin wanted most among the F-grade food. There were still 4-star crystals left, and Song Xiaodao cautiously opened them one by one. Nongfu Spring, beef canned, grade E, extraordinary food, restores 24 hours of energy consumption after consumption, with a permanent effect of +1 strength healing potion, grade D, heals injuries, can regenerate severed limbs for any life below grade D. Space teleportation scroll, grade B, one-time consumable, effect, random teleportation, note, creates a space gate for 1 minute after use. Aside from a bottle of Nongfu Spring, the other 3 items were all good things. The beef can could permanently increase strength attributes, belonging to a type of growth item that provides steady benefits. Theoretically, as long as more could be obtained, attributes could continue to rise without being limited by levels. Such items seemed less useful in the early years of the apocalypse, but 3 years later, many evolvers had grown stronger, and as levels became harder to increase, items that could permanently boost attributes became extremely precious. Especially for some powerful individuals who had established factions, they often paid a huge price to acquire such items. The grade D healing potion was most needed by the little monkey, which had only 1 arm left, greatly reducing its strength. The grade B space teleportation scroll, Zhao Yin had obtained several times in his past life, could save his life at critical moments. All good things. Zhao Yin looked at Song Xiaodao in surprise, wondering if this girl was the daughter of fortune. Otherwise, how could she have such incredible luck on her first opening of a star crystal? Zhao Yin, why are you looking at me like that? Are these things really that good? Song Xiaodao's little face flushed, then she picked up the healing potion and asked, does it feel the same as the potion I gave to the cow last time? This is a grade D healing potion, Zhao Yin said, casually putting everything on the table into his space ring. After thinking for a moment, he took out a can of tuna for virus prevention and a sandwich, pushing them in front of Song Xiaodao. If you ever get bitten by a zombie, eat the tuna can to save your life, and you can keep the sandwich. Is this a reward for your fiancé? Song Xiaodao happily accepted. I'm afraid if you die, no one will open star crystals for me again, Zhao Yin said. Song Xiaodao wrinkled her nose. Humph, clearly you care about me, yet you deliberately make yourself sound so bad. Zhao Yin picked up the healing potion and called out, monkey. The little monkey had already woken up, having heard Zhao Yin mention the grade D healing potion while it was sleeping. It was now looking eagerly at Zhao Yin. It hurriedly communicated telepathically, Master, the little monkey is ready to follow your orders at any time, even if it means risking its life. That's a bit too much flattery. This monkey had become increasingly intelligent as its strength grew, no longer the silly little monkey it once was. Zhao Yin tossed the healing potion over. Use what I promised you tonight. I want to see you at your peak tomorrow morning to kill zombies. The little monkey happily hugged the healing potion, jumping up and down, circling around Zhao Yin. The little monkey loves the master very much and is willing to give everything for the master, even risking its life. Get lost. Zhao Ying kicked the little monkey away and continued to eat his meat soup. Tonight, he would let everyone and the beasts rest. Tomorrow, he planned to advance to Grade D and collect more star crystals. In the deep of night, a dark red moon appeared in the sky, looking more than 10 times larger than before the apocalypse, like a blood-colored eye gazing down upon the earth. At this moment, 5 kilometers east of the invisible tent, on a low hill, under the moonlight, 3 figures stood beneath a large tree, hiding their forms in the shadows. Boss, that person is just 5 kilometers to the west, killing zombies with that group of monsters all day long, at least 1,000 of them. Old Qin pointed in the direction where Zhao Ying was. In the darkness, the woman's eyes shone like stars, and a beautiful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Hong Xiaotian said, "Boss, what exactly do you owe him?" Old Qin almost lost his life for this fishing net. "Are you really going to give it to him? Wasn't it all allocated already?" The woman finally spoke, her voice as hoarse as ever. "You took the evolution potion, Old Qin took the sandwich. This fishing net should be mine. The fishing net can trap zombies. With it, boss, you will have more safety. In this apocalypse, why bother?" "Alright, Xiao Hong, I know my limits," the woman calmly interrupted. Hong Xiaotian and Old Qin fell silent. Their lives were saved by the woman. Among the 3, the woman was the strongest. It was she who led them to kill zombies and grow stronger, revealing the secrets of the star crystals to them. Both regarded the woman as their closest person, intending to protect her for a lifetime. "You two stay here, I'll be back soon," the woman said softly, stepping forward, recalling the experiences of the past month. The night before the zombie outbreak, after leaving the old zoo site, she found a few star crystals, intending to return and give them to that man, but he had already left. She didn't know where he was. At that time, she was in despair. It was that man who saved her life. In this lonely apocalypse, she had wanted to follow him for life, but unfortunately, he didn't think much of her. Remembering that man's obsession with star crystals, she began to observe the blood-red stones, and accidentally smashed one, which opened into a copper lamp. So she activated all the remaining star crystals. She got a bottle of Nongfu Spring, a sandwich, a pack of instant noodles, and a bottle of F-grade evolution potion. At that time, the woman had nothing. The evolution potion allowed her to complete her first evolution. She still remembered almost starving to death, but fortunately, after consuming all the extraordinary food, she managed to survive. Just like that, she lived on. She became one of the first survivors to emerge from the shelter after the apocalypse. However, later on, the woman never encountered star crystals again. Associating their appearance with the zombies, she began to kill zombies in attempts to find them. Perhaps it was heaven's favor. A few days later, she discovered that, as she had guessed, the star crystals had all been devoured by the zombies. Zombies that had consumed star crystals were exceptionally powerful. She gradually realized that Nongfu Spring could keep her from thirsting all day. The sandwich healed all her injuries. The instant noodles kept her warm at night. From then on, she fully understood that star crystals were humanity's last hope. In fact, she did not possess the space or time abilities that Zhao Ying imagined. The woman merely tried using the copper lamp and found that as long as she used her own blood and flesh as lamp oil, she could stabilize a space within 100 meters. The more she sacrificed, the longer the stabilization lasted. After that, she began to use the power of the copper lamp to selectively kill powerful zombies for star crystals. Later, she opened a piece of clothing that could conceal her presence. The woman knew that in the entire Guangzhou city, the most zombies were in that industrial park, so she took advantage of the concealment of that clothing to lurk inside. She didn't dare to sacrifice too much blood at once, fearing her body couldn't handle it, so every other day she would use the copper lamp to kill a few powerful zombies. Eventually, she encountered a father and son hiding in a sewer. The zombies did not know how to open the manhole cover, and the iron manhole cover was not something unevolved zombies could break, so they survived. The woman remembered her deceased child and planned to save them, even taking off her cloak that concealed her presence for the man to wear, wrapping the child in the fabric against her chest, so that both father and son could hide their scents. However, when the man learned of the copper lamp's function, he unexpectedly stabbed the woman in the back. Injured, she fled alone, leaving the father and son trapped in the industrial park. That day, she had already used the copper lamp 3 times. Continuing would risk excessive blood loss and fainting, so she could only hide on the outskirts of the industrial park to recover. Later, Zhao Ying arrived at the industrial park, drawn by the man who had stirred the horde of corpses. The violent commotion startled the woman hiding in the ruins. She happened to see Zhao Yin's disheveled figure and the 2 father and son being torn apart along with the cloak that concealed their presence. By the time the woman arrived using the power of the copper lamp, Zhao Yin had already escaped, leaving only the little monkey trapped. She knew that monkey must be connected to him. Thus, the woman sacrificed one of her fingers to assist the little monkey in escaping. Later, she followed the blood trail left by the little monkey and found the underground tunnel. At that time, Zhao Yin was already there. Filled with guilt, the woman wrote an apology, leaving behind the only vial she had besides food, an unknown potion. Later, she discovered that the zombies were becoming increasingly powerful, and entering the Horde to find higher-level zombies was no longer a simple task. She saved Old Qin, and the two teamed up. The woman was responsible for immobilizing the zombies while Old Qin quickly killed them, significantly reducing her need to use the copper lamp. 4 days ago, they accidentally encountered Hong Xiaotian, who had nearly been killed by Old He. Thus, their team gained another member. However, the zombies were becoming harder to kill, even when the woman produced a second vial of evolution potion, allowing Old Qin to become an F-level evolver. He nearly lost his life yesterday. Even when the zombie was immobilized, it was still difficult for Old Qin to break through its defenses with a kitchen knife. Each strike only managed to cut through a bit of the zombie's skin until the lamp oil ran out, leaving Old Qin severely injured. Once again, the woman had to cut off one of her fingers to save his life. Inside that zombie's body, a star crystal had produced a fishing net. That night during the rat tide, she witnessed Zhao Yin release an invisibility tent, knowing it was a treasure produced by a star crystal. At that moment, outside Zhao Yin's invisibility tent, a group of survivors gathered, making the woman aware that Zhao Yin was right there. His hearing was exceptionally acute. The woman tightly gripped the copper lamp, her left hand, now with only 3 fingers, clenched tightly, as drops of blood flowed into the lamp. A faint light enveloped the woman, as if she were walking in another space. Now, the woman had gained a deeper understanding of the copper lamp. As long as she dripped her blood slowly, the lamp would emit a light shield, hiding her in another space. This would allow her to last much longer. Soon, she approached the valley entrance and saw the survivors scattered in a circle resting, leaving a large open space in the middle. That should be the invisibility tent. The woman revealed herself and took out a palm-sized octagonal small fishing net. It looked like a child's toy. Inside the tent, Zhao Yin suddenly opened his eyes. In fact, he had heard human footsteps 4 kilometers away earlier, but they suddenly disappeared shortly after, raising his alertness. At that moment, in his hearing, outside the tent, among 147 breaths, suddenly there was one more. Zhao Yin quickly exited the invisibility tent, a mountain-cutting knife appearing in his hand, and without even looking, he rushed toward the source of the breath, striking down fiercely. Ah! A sharp female scream shattered the night silence. The woman did not expect to be discovered by Zhao Yin like this, and in her panic, she couldn't even use the copper lamp in time. Zhao Yin's reaction was so quick that she couldn't even respond. Her legs went weak, and she fell to the ground. Zhao Yin's knife hovered in the air as he stared at the vaguely familiar face before him. Is it you, Granary? Zhao Yin never expected that she had actually survived. This woman, whom he had almost forgotten, had appeared once again. Don't kill me, I mean no harm. The woman quickly explained, raising the fishing net in her hand. I came to bring you this. Zhao Yin's heart sank. Even without activating his true sight, he was incredibly familiar with what lay before him. Wasn't it the beast-catching net that had appeared in his previous life? Beast-catching net, grade B, extraordinary auxiliary equipment, toughness 280, effect, capture and trap, additional effects, size change, disguise. Zhao Yin squinted at her. Why give it to me? He sensed a significant change in this woman. She seemed to have adapted to the apocalypse. To repay your kindness. The woman calmed down, patted her backside, and stood up. I don't want to owe you anything. Kindness? Zhao Yin frowned. He hadn't heard that word in a long time. In the apocalypse, there were only farmers and snakes, only ungratefulness. What he hated most now was when others tried to draw close to him for no reason. He snatched the beast-catching net from her hand. Your kindness is repaid. You can leave now. Oh, the woman responded. She knew this guy was hard to get along with, so she had approached him invisibly twice. Yet she was still discovered, as ruthless as ever. She knew that only by letting Zhao Yin see her leave would he feel at ease, so she turned and walked away without hesitation. Zhao Yin stared at her back and activated his true sight. Human female, F-class evolver, evolution degree 100 to 0, strength 14, agility 18, stamina 13, spirit 9, life countdown, 145 days. Zhao Yin's pupils constricted. This woman had already become an evolver, but why did she only have 145 days left to live? Wait! Zhao Yin called out. The woman immediately turned back, revealing a happy smile. Do you believe me now? Are you injured? Zhao Yin asked. The woman instinctively hid her left hand, which only had 3 fingers left, behind her back, shaking her head with a smile. No, I'm fine. I've always been fine. Zhao Yin had already seen the 2 missing fingers and glanced down at the beast-catching net in his hand, instantly forming a guess. That bottle of healing potion last time was also given to me by you? The father and son in the industrial park were saved by me, but they almost got you killed. The potion was my compensation to you, but I only learned from you that it was a healing potion." The woman stared at Zhao, her eyes never leaving him for a moment. "You survived by relying on the food produced by the star crystals?" Zhao asked again. The woman nodded. Yes. Zhao already had the answer in his heart. Her evolution degree was still F-class 0%, indicating that she didn't even know how to use corpse crystals and couldn't possibly have obtained so many star crystals unless, in his previous life, there were those who could produce a kind of evil artifact. As long as they sacrificed their life force, they could gain some powerful strength. Those who possessed such artifacts were like being cursed, and in the end, none had a good outcome. Yet in the apocalypse, they knew there was no good ending, yet they still flocked to it, unable to stop, each one looking mad. The flesh and blood you sacrificed to that thing was, in fact, your life force, Zhao reminded her. Life force? The woman's expression changed. Then she relaxed. So what if she sacrificed her life force? Without that copper lamp, she would have died countless times already. She said, "Thank you. Saving you was not my intention, it was just a matter of course. The food I gave you, you also compensated me with star crystals, so you don't owe me anything." Zhao raised the beast-catching net in his hand. "The beast-catching net is very useful to me. I'll give you another piece of advice. Quickly raise your evolution level, at least, it will help you live a little longer." Although Zhao did not adhere to principles, he had his own rules. This woman had brought him benefits so far, so he didn't mind letting her live a bit longer. "Do you know about corpse crystals?" The woman reached into her bra and pulled out a piece of corpse crystal. She still preferred to hide things there. She spread it in her palm for Zhao to see. "Is this it?" This item was not produced from star crystals but generated from zombie bodies, so the woman had been cautious and had not dared to try it, but she had kept all the corpse crystals she obtained. Zhao Yin's eyes flickered slightly, looking at the woman in surprise. That piece of corpse crystal was actually E-grade. He nodded. "This is a corpse crystal. When crushed, energy will spill out, and only evolutionaries can absorb it. After enhancing your strength, your vitality will also increase." The woman's eyes lit up at his words. Although she didn't know she was reducing her vitality, she had already felt that something was wrong with her body. "Thank you. Can I come to find you again in the future?" As she spoke, she smiled brightly. "Next time, I won't give you information for free. Of course, if you have star crystals or corpse crystals, I can tell you what you want to know." Zhao hesitated slightly and said, "Then how should I find you?" She asked. "Let's see how fate plays out." In the apocalypse, everyone was homeless, with no means of communication. Many separations were permanent. After saying that, Zhao Yin's expression turned cold. "You can leave now." The smile on the woman's face slowly faded as she nodded. "Oh." She turned slowly, then suddenly looked back and said, "By the way, my name is Tang Tang. Can you tell me your name?" "Zhao Yin." Zhao Yin frowned as he replied, "That's a cool name." Tang Tang smiled, turned, and walked away, her figure gradually disappearing into the night. Zhao Yin withdrew his gaze and turned back to the tent. He lay on the soft quilt, examining the beast-catching net in his hand, and suddenly noticed a drop of her blood on it. Disgusted, he wiped it away with his finger and then stored it in his space. The next morning, before dawn, Wu Shuegue had already started cooking breakfast outside the tent. Zhao got up, stretched, and turned to see Song Xiaodao had already prepared meat and chestnut porridge. After breakfast, all the contracted beasts returned to their peak state. Zhao exited the invisibility tent and gazed into the valley. In the dim light, the zombies were much more active than during the day, shadowy and endless. "We need to find that flying white tiger quickly. Having one more powerful contracted beast will definitely speed up the zombie killing process. If we can form a contracted beast army." Zhao didn't think further. There was still a long way to go. "Everyone get ready, and follow the same order as yesterday. The monkey and old Hay will take turns luring the zombies, while the other contracted beasts stand by. Song Xiaodao is responsible for killing any zombies that slip through and protecting the survivors who help dig for corpse crystals." Zhao commanded loudly. Next, they repeated yesterday's scene, luring zombies, killing, collecting corpse crystals, luring zombies, and killing again. By the end of the day, having fought from morning until dark, Zhao had obtained 22 star crystals, 9,107 F-grade corpse crystals, and 22 E-grade corpse crystals. During the evening rest, Zhao took out the corpse crystals to absorb. When there were still 8,681 F-grade corpse crystals left in his space ring, Zhao Yin's body trembled, and then a familiar powerful energy surged within him. His already fit muscles expanded a bit more, and his vision and hearing increased again, reaching a range of 10 kilometers. Once everything calmed down, Zhao Yin felt light all over, with an unprecedented clarity in his mind, feeling incredibly comfortable. Human male, awakened with supernatural abilities, D-level evolver, evolution degree 100 to 0, strength 93, agility 101, stamina 82, spirit 125, talent B-level shooting, life countdown, 159,963 days. His demeanor changed again, and he looked more energetic. Without any accidents, Zhao could live for another 430 years. Zhao retracted his true vision eye and clenched his fist. His current strength could match that of an ordinary D-level mutated beast. Because he had developed the peak potential of E-level, all his attributes far surpassed those of an average D-level survivor. Zhao felt that with the increase in energy, his lightning-type supernatural ability could also last longer. Zhao, have you evolved again? Song Xiaodao sensed Zhao Yin's change and asked. Zhao nodded, I've reached D-level, but the remaining corpse crystals aren't enough for a contract beast to evolve. I'll let the monkey evolve to D-level tomorrow. I want to evolve quickly too, so I can fight alongside you. Song Xiaodao pouted. Zhao Yin was in a good mood tonight, so he patiently explained, if human evolvers can't obtain the same level evolution potion to develop their potential, hastily evolving will make it hard to recover. The monkey is different. Mutated beasts can always use high-level mutated beast meat to enhance. Don't you want to become a stronger evolver? Song Xiaodao quickly shook her head. Let the little monkey evolve first. I'll wait for you to produce the E-level evolution potion. Zhao Ying took out 22 star crystals and pushed them all in front of Song Xiaodao. Open them. If you get an E-level evolution potion or supernatural ability, it's all yours. Song Xiaodao immediately beamed, her eyes squinting into crescent moons. You said it, no cheating. Zhao Yin's eyes remained fixed on Song Xiaodao as she crushed the first star crystal. The white light faded, revealing another compressed biscuit, which could replenish energy. Not bad, a good start, Zhao Yin said. He sat on the carpet, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and squinted at Song Xiaodao opening the star crystals. The second star crystal yielded a bottle of Nongfu spring water. Zhao Yin, it seems my luck isn't that great either, Song Xiaodao said, disappointed. Zhao Yin smiled, it's okay. The chance of getting Nongfu spring from the star crystals is the highest. Keep going. The third star crystal also produced Nongfu spring. The fourth was still Nongfu spring. Zhao Yin's expression finally changed, his smile froze. Just as Song Xiaodao was about to open the fifth one, Zhao Yin hurriedly said, wait, let me do it. He quickly snatched the star crystal from her hand. Zhao Yin, let me open one more. I'm sure I can get a supernatural ability. Song Xiaodao said, not willing to give up. Stupid hand, what are you opening for? Zhao Yin directly crushed the star crystal in his hand. The white light faded, and a sandwich appeared in his hand. Immediately after, Zhao Yin opened another bottle of Nongfu spring. Out of 6 star crystals, 4 had yielded Nongfu spring, and his face turned ashen. Song Xiaodao didn't dare to provoke his bad luck and cautiously said, how about we open them tomorrow? We need to open them all tonight. If something that can enhance strength comes out, we can kill zombies faster tomorrow. Luck is something you can't fully believe in or completely dismiss. As Zhao Yin spoke, he crushed the star crystal in his hand. The white light flashed, and with a thud, something fell onto the table. Zhuge crossbow, grade C, type extraordinary ranged weapon, fires 100 arrows in 10 seconds, with the effect, automatic reloading. Note, power depends on the arrows used. The higher the grade of arrows below sea level, the greater the power. Zhao Yin's words were instantly swallowed back. Whatever he said seemed to come true. A long-desired extraordinary ranged weapon that could fire continuously, and even the special effect was so impressive, automatic reloading. With this crossbow paired with his shooting talent, he could easily take down 100 E-level zombies within 10 seconds. As for the arrows, there are 132 inside Zhao Yin's spatial ring. If he replaces the arrowheads with those made from the Rat King's claws, they would definitely match D-grade arrows. However, he currently lacks the tools to cut the Rat King's claws. Nevertheless, there are still the claws of the 6 E-grade giant rats in the spatial ring, which can be cut with the Rat King's claws. Making over 100 E-grade arrowheads is absolutely no problem. Immediately, Zhao Yin opened all the remaining star crystals. He got 4 bottles of Nongfu spring, 2 bottles of iced red tea, 2 packs of instant noodles, 1 can of tuna, 3 pieces of sandwich bread, and 1 piece of compressed biscuits. Additionally, there was a yellow peach and a piece of mount equipment. An unprecedented harvest, all 22 star crystals were opened. Yellow peach, grade E, type extraordinary food, restores energy consumption for 24 hours after consumption. Additional effect, permanent +1 agility mount helmet, grade D, type extraordinary mount equipment, mount movement speed 50, impact force 45. Additional attribute, mental power 20. Zhao Yin picked up the mount helmet, which was a beautiful silver-white color, made of extraordinary metal, covered in hollow patterns, with a 3-foot-long horn in the center, fierce and terrifying. Zhao Yin had always wanted to get some equipment for the old cow, but there weren't many that would fit it. This mount helmet not only increased mental power and impact force but also added the 50 points of movement speed that the old cow needed most. Its method of attack was to charge after building up speed. Other contracted beasts didn't need movement speed as much as the old cow did. It was practically tailor-made for it. Zhao Yin immediately called the old cow over. "Old cow, I once said I would make you one of the most powerful mutated beasts after the apocalypse, do you remember?" "Master," the old cow dares not forget for a moment. The old cow knelt on its front legs, responding with a simple heart. Zhao Yin patted its head. "Very good, as long as you work hard for me, I will never treat you poorly." The old cow was instantly moved to tears, thinking, willing to serve the master until death. Zhao Yin personally placed the mount helmet on the old cow, praising it. "Very handsome, very impressive." Upon hearing this, the old cow's heart leaped with joy, but it wasn't good at expressing itself, only looking at Zhao Yin with teary eyes. At that moment, in the old cow's gaze, there was only endless admiration and gratitude for its master. Zhao Yin patted the old cow's head. "Tomorrow morning, show your strength and let everyone and every beast see it well." "Yes, master." The old cow slowly got up and walked aside to rest. Zhao Yin arranged the mount helmet and immediately set to work on making arrows. Currently, his strength was still quite weak. He had to work hard to ensure his safety in the apocalypse. Zhao Yin took out the sharp claws left by the 6 giant rats and began to cut them with a rat king's claw, according to the proportions for arrowheads. He did not sleep that night. Until dawn, he finally finished making 100 arrows. After everyone had breakfast, Zhao Yin called all the people and beasts together, preparing to start the battle. With the Zhuge crossbow and 100 arrows, the monkey's strength had also returned to its peak, and the old cow had gained new equipment. Therefore, Zhao Yin was ready to increase the speed of killing zombies. He directly commanded, "Monkey, for the first wave of zombies today, try to lure 700. "Yes, master." The little monkey immediately turned and ran towards the valley. 20 minutes later, the little monkey came out, bouncing with excitement, followed by a massive horde of zombies. Zhao Yin's gaze swept over, estimating about 700 or 800. The little monkey was still very reliable in its work, and surprisingly, there were 3 E-grade zombies among them. 3 E-grade zombies meant 3 more star crystals were about to be in hand. He was in a great mood and immediately took out the Zhuge crossbow, aiming at the horde. As they entered range, Zhao Yin pulled the trigger continuously. Suddenly, whoosh, 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 arrows sliced through the air like shooting stars, plunging into the mass of corpses. Thanks to the talent for shooting, each arrow precisely pierced a zombie's head. In the blink of an eye, 100 arrows were fired, and a large number of zombies fell. "Old Bull," Zhao Yin commanded loudly. "Moo!" Old Bull let out a low roar, its terrifying figure turning into an afterimage as it rushed eagerly into the horde of corpses. Boom! 40 to 50 zombies were directly smashed apart and Old Bull charged into the center of the zombie crowd. When its momentum was spent, it activated its armored ability. Immediately after, it shook violently, unleashing its immense power, sending the dozen or so zombies that had gotten too close flying away. In the next moment, Old Bull accelerated again, and with the enhancement of the mount helmet, it was like a tiger gaining wings. In an instant, as Old Bull's figure flashed by, severed limbs and dismembered arms flew everywhere. All the contracted beasts widened their eyes in disbelief. With just one more piece of equipment, Old Bull's strength had increased so dramatically. Zhao Yin was also taken aback, hoping for more mount equipment in the future. "Monkey," Zhao Yin commanded again. The little monkey immediately turned around, letting out a low roar as it charged back into the horde. Its body swelled, activating both its giant and berserk abilities, one hand gripping a rat king claw, its form turning into a whirlwind, like a meat grinder. Seeing the zombie horde completely scattered, Zhao Yin shouted, "All contracted beasts, kill!" Old Black and the 2 giant rats also rushed into the horde. At this point, the horde had already been decimated by the monkey and Old Bull, leaving less than 300 zombies. Without Zhao Yin needing to lift a finger, they were quickly wiped out with the addition of Old Black and the 2 giant rats. Zhao Yin felt invigorated. They had killed faster than he had anticipated. Song Xiaodao and his team quickly arrived, directing a group of antis. "Hurry, pull out the arrows first. If we don't collect the corpse crystals in 20 minutes, we won't eat lunch." Upon hearing there would be no food, the antis sped up. One by one, the arrows were pulled out, along with 3 star crystals and corpse crystals, and soon everything was collected. It was handed over to Zhao Yin by Song Xiaodao. After Zhao Yin stored the corpse crystals and star crystals, he began to load and assemble a crossbow. As soon as the arrows approached the crossbow body, they automatically loaded themselves. A series of clicking sounds echoed, and soon all were returned to the arrow chamber. This was the automatic loading effect. Theoretically, as long as Zhao Yin had enough arrows, he could keep firing continuously. However, making arrows was a technical task that required a skilled carpenter, and Zhaoying didn't know how to craft them, so he could only try to explore it slowly later. Alternatively, he could find a professional survivor directly. For the next wave, lure 1,000 zombies at once. After loading the arrows, Zhaoying issued the command without hesitation. Understood, Master, Old Black replied in its heart. It was time for it to lure the monsters. Moments later, the second wave of zombies was brought by Old Black. About 1,000, including 2 E-rank. Roar! 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 Zhaoying had never faced such a large group of zombies head-on, and he couldn't help but become serious, aiming at the horde and pulling the trigger. The same routine played out again. First, a wave of arrows was fired, taking down 100 zombies, and then the contracted beasts charged. But this time, due to the sheer number of zombies, Zhaoying personally charged in with the Rat King Claw. All the contracted beasts were incredibly invigorated to see their master join the fray. Soon, the morning passed. They had taken down 7,529 F-rank zombies and a whopping 19 E-rank. After ensuring everyone and the beasts were well fed and hydrated, Zhaoying waved his hand and took out 10,000 F-rank corpse crystals. Zhaoying looked at the little monkey. Monkey, these corpse crystals are enough for you to advance to D-rank. I want to increase the speed of killing zombies. The little monkey didn't expect that after the master had enough corpse crystals, the first thing he thought of was itself. It looked excitedly at the pile of corpse crystals in front of it. Master, the little monkey will definitely do its best to kill the zombies for you, even if it means. Stop! Zhaoying quickly interrupted. Hurry up and level up. At this moment, Old Black and the 2 giant rats looked enviously at Old Cow and the little monkey. One had received equipment rewarded by the master, and the other had directly obtained corpse crystals for leveling up. Don't rush, one at a time, it will be your turn soon. Zhaoying keenly noticed the fluctuations in the emotions of the contracted beasts and immediately reassured them. Thank you, Master. The 3 rats responded in unison. At this time, the little monkey had already started absorbing the corpse crystals. When there were still more than 100 left, its body suddenly trembled. Immediately after, the little monkey felt the overwhelming power within it could no longer be suppressed. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying aura rose from the little monkey, sweeping upwards. All the contracted beasts and Song Xiaodao felt something and looked shocked. Roar! At this moment, the monkey grew to nearly 3 meters tall in the blink of an eye, its muscles bulging, its eyes gradually turning golden, and the fangs in its mouth becoming sharper and more pointed. Even the little monkey's size was now a fist larger than when it was at E-rank. Zhaoying, seeing this, did not feel surprised. In his previous life, this monkey had already grown to B-rank before its death, and its size back then was even larger. Roar! Following that, the little monkey activated its second ability, Frenzy. Its fur grew again, turning dark golden, and its height increased by half a meter, reaching around 4 meters, not much smaller than Old Cow. However, it wasn't over yet. The little monkey let out a painful roar. The next moment, it suddenly spewed out a mouthful of scorching flames. The table that Zhaoying had painstakingly crafted was instantly reduced to ashes, nearly singed by a few sparks. Even the pots and bowls on it melted. Third ability? Zhaoying almost forgot that the little monkey had a fire ability. Could it only unleash the power of the third ability when it reached D-rank? Just as Zhao Yin's thoughts arose, he immediately felt a wave of scorching heat rushing towards him. After he put away the remaining corpse crystals of the little monkey, he pulled Song Xiaodao back and shouted loudly, "Stop! Do you want to burn down the house?" The little monkey finally came to its senses and quickly retracted its fire ability. When it saw the things it had burned, the whole monkey was stunned, anxiously explaining, "I'm sorry, Master. The energy in my body was too strong earlier, and I couldn't control it. Can I work to compensate?" Zhaoying breathed a sigh of relief, his expression returning to calm. The self-control of mutated beasts was ultimately not as good as that of humans. The little monkey's evolution speed was too fast earlier, and it had simultaneously activated its third ability, leading to a momentary lapse. He looked around. Fortunately, the defense of the invisibility tent was as high as 430 points, and it couldn't be ignited. Otherwise, Zhaoying wouldn't know where to cry. He activated his true sight. Growth stage macaque, D-rank mutated beast, strength 83, agility 87, stamina 72, defense 72, spirit 38, bloodline talent, gigantism, frenzy, fire control. Zhaoying, how did the little monkey become so strong? Song Xiaodao, still in shock, patted her chest. Do you remember that golden silk fruit? Zhaoying asked. Of course I remember. Could it be? Song Xiaodao instantly understood. How could she forget that golden silk fruit? At that time, she and Zhaoying had gone to the industrial park and almost died. The golden silk fruit can grant a mutated beast an additional ability. This is the monkey's third ability, Zhaoying said. At this moment, the little monkey couldn't help but raise a paw, trying to unleash its third ability again. Boom! A flame erupted from its monkey paw, engulfing its entire palm in a blazing fire. The terrifying temperature spread in all directions, yet it felt no discomfort at all. The monkey's face was filled with joy. However, it didn't last long before its form rapidly shrank, transforming into a frail little monkey covered in gray fur, and the flames vanished. Master, it seems I can't use my third ability again. The little monkey urgently communicated to Zhao. You consumed too much energy when you breathed fire earlier. Elemental abilities have the biggest drawback of consuming energy too quickly. Before evolving to A level, it's best not to use fire carelessly, Zhao said. Even he himself didn't dare to use his wide-range lightning abilities easily now. In the past 2 days of killing ordinary zombies, Zhao hadn't used even a small-range lightning ability, worried about unexpected situations. However, when you encounter a real opponent, you can try to attach the flames to your weapon. That way, it will last longer. The little monkey waited until it had recovered some energy and immediately picked up the Rat King's claw to try. A thin layer of flame adhered to the Rat King's claw, and indeed, the energy consumption slowed down significantly, roughly on par with the consumption when it activated its berserk ability. Alright, eat some Rat King meat to recover your energy quickly. We're about to fight, Zhao said, tossing a piece of Rat King meat to the little monkey. The little monkey grabbed it and began to tear into the raw meat. After resting for another half hour, all the contracted beasts had regained their energy. Even the antis outside the tent, after eating chestnut porridge, became lively again. Zhao instructed them to continue luring the zombies. In the evening, Lao He went to lure the 6th wave of zombies, and it took a full hour to bring out over 1,000 zombies from the valley. After Zhao and the contracted beasts finished off the zombies, he found Lao He and asked, "Why did it take so long? What exactly happened?" "Master, all the zombies in the valley have been killed. I searched for a long time before I found enough zombies," Lao He replied telepathically. "Is that all?" This morning, Zhao had noticed that the deeper into the valley, the more densely packed the zombies were. Over the past 2 days, Zhao had already taken down more than 30,000 zombies, but conservatively estimating, there should still be at least 5,000 in the valley. "Impossible, did you miss something?" Zhao asked. Lao He shook his head. "Master, I didn't pay too much attention, I just found enough zombies and came back." Zhao frowned. Unless he had misheard in the morning, there couldn't possibly be that few zombies. But he was already a D-level evolver, and the chance of making a mistake was almost zero. There was another possibility. Perhaps, there is a zombie king that has summoned all the zombies away. Zombie king? Song Xiaodao's face instantly turned pale upon hearing this. She would never forget the zombie king they encountered last time in the southern suburbs of Guangzhou. For ordinary evolvers, the zombie king was an invincible existence, utterly unbeatable. That time, everyone almost died there, including old Niu, who had already reached E-level. "Zhao, let's go. If the zombie king discovers us, we won't be able to escape." Song Xiaodao tugged at Zhao Yin's sleeve. However, a look of excitement appeared on Zhao Yin's face. He had always been thinking about the zombie king in the Dawei Mountains. The star crystal in his body could open that SS-level life space pendant. This time, he had originally come to find the flying white tiger, but unexpectedly encountered the zombie king first. "I'm not afraid." Zhao raised his hand and ruffled Song Xiaodao's head, revealing a smile. "Now that I have combat abilities, and the little monkey has also advanced to D-level, today's star crystal is enough for old Niu to advance to D-level 2. A D-level 3 combat ability mutated beast, a D-level dual ability combat mutated beast, plus me as a combat ability user, is enough to crush any zombie king of the same level, even if it has royal level potential. If worst comes to worst, there's still Lao He. It can help us escape." Before arriving at Shishan, Zhao did not have such confidence, but now he is full of it. After the little monkey's promotion, there are still 6,110 F-grade corpse crystals left in the spatial ring. In the afternoon, after killing 6 waves of zombies, he obtained 7,452 F-grade corpse crystals and 11 E-grade ones. Immediately, Zhao took out 10,000 F-grade corpse crystals and gave them to old Niu, instructing it to start leveling up right away, while he kept the remaining 3,562 F-grade corpse crystals and 11 E-grade ones. Then Zhao walked into the invisibility tent and took out the 30 star crystals he had obtained throughout the day. He continuously crushed them, and bursts of white light flashed. 6 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 4 pieces of sandwich bread, 3 pieces of compressed biscuits, 3 bottles of iced black tea, 2 yellow peaches, 3 cans of beef, 1 can of tuna, 3 pieces of instant noodles, military jacket, F-grade, butterfly knife, F-grade, healing potion, D-grade, effect, heals injuries, any life form below D-grade, instantly regrows severed limbs upon consumption, healing potion, C-grade, effect, heals injuries, any life form below C-grade, instantly regrows severed limbs and restores peak condition upon consumption, energy ring, B-grade, type, extraordinary auxiliary equipment, spirit 25, special effect, can store spiritual power, can be retrieved at any time during battle, maximum limit of 200 points of spiritual power, can be reused. He obtained 25 pieces of food supplies, 3 pieces of equipment, and 2 bottles of healing potions. For Zhao now, the 2 pieces of F-grade equipment are just trash, but the 2 bottles of healing potions and the energy ring are exactly what he needs most. Currently, Zhao has only 95 points of spiritual power. If he fills the ring to its limit, it would be equivalent to gaining an additional 200 points of spiritual power. In the future, the time he can use his lightning abilities will be more than 3 times that of usual. Zhao directly put the energy ring on his hand and began to store spiritual power inside. Once his spiritual power was exhausted, he immediately ate the compressed biscuits to replenish it and continued to store more into the ring. Until the 200 points of spiritual power were fully stored, he finally walked out of the invisibility tent. No one noticed the extra ring on his hand. At this moment, Old Nyo had absorbed all the corpse crystals, and Zhao activated his true sight. Adult water buffalo, D-grade mutated beast, strength 100, agility 75, stamina 80, defense 130, spirit 30, bloodline talent, immense strength, iron armor, all contracted beasts and song shout-out. Follow me into the valley to kill zombies. Zhao directly commanded, Wushuegui, lead all survivors to stand by here. No one is allowed to leave until I return, even if it means death. Boss, we will definitely guard this place and not go anywhere. Wushuegui said seriously, whoever dares to escape, I will be the first to kill him. For 3 days, Wushuegui has witnessed the power of Zhao and his contracted beasts. In fact, he has his own calculations in mind. There is no way for the hundreds of people in the cave to survive in the apocalypse, and if he can gain the protection of Zhao, there is hope for the future. Therefore, Wushuegui is sincerely working for Zhao. Zhao took out a handgun, along with 30 bullets, and handed it to Wushuegui. Take this, it's completely fine for dealing with F-grade zombies, and it's also good for killing people. Wushuegui took the handgun and found it was many times better than the homemade one by Xie Jinshan. It was a genuine revolver produced by a military factory, and he was instantly overjoyed. Thank you, boss. Zhao led the contracted beasts into the valley, facing the setting sun, with a strong mountain wind blowing from the valley mouth, ruffling the gray fur of the monkey in the lead. Song Xiaodao's hair was blown into a mess, and at a height of 1.5 meters, she closely followed behind Zhao, using his tall figure to shield her from the wind. It has been a week since the heavy rain, and all the vegetation in the world has surpassed that of before the apocalypse. Many trees in the valley have grown as thick as barrels and are 20 to 30 meters tall. Although it is not a mutated plant, in some ways it can be considered as such. The ruins in the valley have completely disappeared. The reinforced concrete has been decomposed by vegetation, turning into sand, stones, and rust, ultimately washed underground by the heavy rain. The world has been continuously rebooting, moving towards another kind of civilization. Perhaps the creator's original intention was to create a zombie civilization, but the human survivors are unwilling to accept it, fighting against fate. As they ventured deeper into the valley, Zhao indeed found that, just as Old Black had said, there were no zombies in sight. Zhao became increasingly certain that there was a zombie king here. Earlier, Old Black was able to lead away the last wave of zombies, which should mean the zombie king had not yet summoned them. However, Zhao found it puzzling. Since the zombie king had discovered him, why did it not take the initiative to attack? Could it be that its intelligence had already sensed the danger? As Zhao pondered, he gradually approached the deepest part of the valley. The traces that would be difficult for an ordinary person to notice were easy for him to discern. Soon, Zhao discovered broken grass roots, snapped branches, and shallow footprints on the rocks, all pointing towards the southwest direction where the zombies had gone. Head southwest, Zhao commanded. An hour later, as night fell, Zhao led the team to the entrance of a cave. At that moment, several zombies were rushing into the cave, seemingly oblivious to Zhao Yin's team even after noticing them. The zombie king is right here. Zhao Yin paused, closing his eyes to listen. He faintly heard the sound of footsteps inside the cave, dense and numerous. At least 4,000 to 5,000 zombies were inside. Judging by the frequency of the echoes, this cave extended deep into the mountain, with a narrow passage of 2 to 3 kilometers, leading to a sizable hall at the end. Zhao Yin felt a surge of joy. Earlier he had been calculating that if the zombie king summoned all the zombies to swarm him, he would have to risk killing the zombie king and then quickly retreat with the team. Now, it was clear that this zombie king did not understand military strategy, gathering all the zombies into a bottle-like cave, which was simply a path to self-destruction. Each contracted beast gets a bottle of iced red tea and a sandwich. Zhao Yin took out 5 bottles of iced red tea and 5 sandwiches to distribute to all the contracted beasts. The little monkey's ratskin armor had pockets, so it stored them directly, while the old cow and the 3 mice hid theirs in their mouths, ready to bite open the packaging and eat when the time came. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, no contracted beast is allowed to waste extraordinary food. Zhao Yin warned sternly. Zhao Yin, what about mine? Song Xiaodao asked. You stay by my side, take down any lone zombies, and if you encounter the Zombie King, keep your distance. Zhao Yin replied. With Song Xiaodao's strength, facing the Zombie King alone would be like delivering food. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaodao revealed a sweet smile, tugging at Zhao Yin's sleeve. You have to protect your fiancé well. Look, Zhao Yin still treated her as a fiancé, completely different from the treatment of those contracted beasts. Zhao Yin swatted Song Xiaodao's hand away, too lazy to deal with her, and checked his spatial ring, where there were still 3 compressed biscuits. He kept one for himself and handed the other 2 to the little monkey and the old cow. Save your energy during the battle, try to make this biscuit last. The little monkey and the old cow nodded in agreement, promising not to waste any extraordinary food. With everything arranged, Zhao Yin commanded, Old cow, you lead the charge inside this time, monkey follow closely, old black take the left flank, and I will handle the right flank. Mice 5 and 6 will take down any zombies that slip through. Push forward, and aim to finish the battle within 2 hours. Moo! The old cow let out an excited low roar. Its master had actually made it the vanguard this time, and it suddenly felt like a salted fish turning over. Immediately, the old cow activated its armored ability, its scales shimmering in a black-gold hue, covering its entire body. It tightened its tail and charged into the cave. Suddenly, a violent crash echoed, and the roars of zombies surged. The little monkey knew that in this situation, the old bull with its armored abilities was more suited to be the vanguard. With a low growl, it charged in, wielding 2 Rat King claws, one long and one short. Charge! Zhao Yin also took out a Rat King claw and rushed in with Song Xiaodao and the remaining contracted beasts. The cave was pitch black. At this moment, the old bull had already ventured over 100 meters into the cave, smashing through most of the zombies in its path. The little monkey followed closely behind, strangling the few zombies that remained. Lao He and the 2 giant rats quickly dealt with the rest, and Zhao Yin followed closely behind with Song Xiaodao. In fact, Zhao Yin's earlier arrangements had been too cautious. Without the zombies being able to form a blockade, even if there were several times more zombies, they would still be no match for the little monkey and the old bull. Everything was easier than expected. Even when encountering E-level zombies, none could withstand a single blow from the old bull and the little monkey. After half an hour, Zhao Yin had advanced 2 kilometers, and suddenly, the zombies ahead vanished. The old bull and the little monkey stopped, looking back at Zhao Yin with lingering excitement. Master, is that it? Have we killed them all? The little monkey asked in thought. The old bull, rarely lively, inquired in a deep voice, Master, are there any more zombies? After I advanced to D-level, it feels too easy to kill them, and this helmet is just fantastic. Zhao Yin listened carefully and found that within a kilometer ahead, there were no zombies, only about 1,000 more in the hall at the end of the passage. The Zombie King should be there as well. Lao He, go in and see where the Zombie King is. Find its location, and if you discover the Zombie King, come back immediately. Do not engage it directly. Zhao Yin instructed directly. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Zhao Yin wanted to understand the situation inside first. Lao He responded in thought and quickly dashed toward the end of the passage. After Lao He left, Zhao Yin swung his knife and decapitated a dead zombie, using its head as a stool to sit down. He took out a cigarette, bit it between his teeth, and with a snap, lit a lighter. Hiss! Zhao Yin took a deep breath. In the darkness, the flickering light illuminated the contours of his face, with beads of sweat rolling down, his eyes dark and profound. Zhao Yin, are we going to cut watermelons? Song Xiaodao asked. She had entered with Zhao Yin and hadn't killed a single zombie, so she recalled her old profession. Zhao Yin shook his head. No need, let's take down the Zombie King and let Wu Shuigui and the others come in to collect. The battle wasn't over yet, they needed to conserve energy as much as possible. In his previous life, Zhao Yin only had 1 B-level non-combat ability, which allowed him to survive for 7 years in the apocalypse, related to his caution. How many powerful ability users had capsized due to carelessness? Zhao Yin had seen countless such cases. Soon, the ground suddenly cracked open, and Lao Hei's figure quickly emerged from within. Immediately, the large hole rippled like water and vanished in the blink of an eye. This was Zhao Yin's first time witnessing Earth escape abilities, stirring a wave of emotions within him. Fortunately, Lao He had a bond with the White Rat King, otherwise, if it had escaped, with this ability, it could launch surprise attacks at any time, and Zhao Yin didn't know what the consequences would be. So, did you find the Zombie King? Zhao Yin asked. Master, I saw a large zombie. If there really is a Zombie King in the cave, I think that must be it, Lao He communicated in thought. It could only judge based on size and couldn't discern detailed information. All contracted beasts were now in sync with Zhao Yin's thoughts, familiar with his measurements. Lao He continued in thought, the hall is about 5,000 square meters, with 1,429 zombies inside. There are 16 E-level zombies, and that large zombie is alone in a chamber, as if guarding something. As soon as I got close, it noticed me, so I could only return to report to the master. Guarding something? Zhao Yun was lost in thought. No wonder he had killed so many zombies in the past 3 days, yet the Zombie King had not appeared. Even if it sensed a crisis, it chose to hide here instead of taking the initiative to attack. Zhao Yun asked again, how big is it exactly? About the same size as the monkey after it unlocked its first ability. Old Black's voice was grave. Facing that Zombie King, Old Black felt a sense of crisis. Zhao Yun frowned in contemplation. If the little monkey had merely unlocked its ability to grow larger, it could now reach nearly 3 meters tall. Generally, a normal zombie standing 3 meters tall would at least be a C level, but a Zombie King could grow to 3 meters even at D level. A D level Zombie King? Zhao Yun breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at the 3 contract beasts, also D level. With their current abilities, they could easily crush a Zombie King of the same level in battle. However, Zhao Yun still took out an item. Beast Capture Net, Grade B, Extraordinary Auxiliary Equipment, Toughness 280, Effect, Capture and Trap, Additional Effects, Size Change, Disguise. The star crystal inside the Zombie King's body, which carried an SS-level spatial pendant, had been something Zhao Yun coveted in his past life. He would not allow any slip-ups. If he could take down the Zombie King more easily, he also didn't want his contract beasts to get hurt. The remaining chestnut tree leaves were already few, and healing potions and stuffed bread could not be wasted easily. Zhao Yun stuffed the beast capture net into his rat skin armor and stood up from the zombie's head. Zhao Yun said solemnly, into the hall, kill the Zombie King, and take the treasure. Boom! All the contract beasts jolted with energy, quickly surrounding Zhao Yun and Song Xiaodao in the center. Old Bull cleared the way in front, while the little monkey and Old Black flanked him on either side, with Rat 5 and Rat 6 following behind. The 2 men and 5 beasts rushed swiftly toward the hall. The remaining kilometer of the passage was free of zombie interference, and they crossed it in just a few minutes. At this moment, all the zombies in the hall had gathered, and a massive zombie standing 3 meters tall loomed in the center of the horde. Judging by its appearance, it had once been a young man under 30, however, the muscles on its face had distorted its features, and its skin had taken on a sky-blue hue, with veins crawling all over its face. Its dead fish-like eyes fixed coldly and cruelly on the entrance of the hall, filled with bloodlust, yet also with intelligence. Its clothes had long since torn apart, hanging off it like rags, indistinguishable from being bare. As soon as Zhao Yun stepped into the hall, a deafening roar of the undead echoed in his ears. Roar! 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 The Zombie King let out a low growl that shook the cavernous hall, causing debris and dirt to fall from above, and immediately, over 1,000 zombies began to roar, rushing toward Zhao Yun and his group. At the same time, Zhao Yun activated his true sight. Male Zombie, D-Level, Evolution Degree 100/99, Strength 220, Agility 140, Defense 195, Spirit 15, Awakened Ability, Stone Skin. It was just a bit short of evolving to C-level, with attributes and level ratios even more outrageous than the last Zombie King Zhao Yun had killed. The key point was that this Zombie King had already awakened its ability. The last Zombie King had only been on the verge of awakening, revealing its rapid capabilities at the brink of death, but unfortunately, it had not fully awakened before Zhao Yun took it down. Kill, go straight for the Zombie King. Zhao Yun transmitted his thoughts. Roar! The little monkey, which had maintained its giant form, quickly entered a frenzy, and flames spread from its hands, rapidly enveloping the 2 Rat King claws it held, as it transformed into a whirlwind and charged into the horde. Old Bull, who had been at the front of the group, was a bit slower but also activated his dual abilities, crashing forward with a thunderous sound. Although Old Black did not possess combat abilities, after equipping the golden saddle, its speed had already caught up with the little monkey that was once E rank. Coupled with the unique Mouse King's claws, its strength was certainly not comparable to ordinary mutated beasts. As it charged into the horde of corpses, in an instant, more than a dozen zombies were sliced into severed limbs. Zhao Yun closely followed behind the 3 contracted beasts, rapidly firing his Zhuge crossbow. After taking down over 100 zombies, he immediately switched to the Mouse King's claws, harvesting wildly. Song Xiaodao and the 2 giant rats could only follow behind Zhao Yun, ensuring that the few zombies that slipped past them would not ambush Zhao Yun from behind. Soon, the little monkey, with a clear target, had already dashed into the center of the zombie horde. When it was less than 10 meters away from the Zombie King, it suddenly accelerated and struck. The Zombie King seemed to have not anticipated such a strong enemy. Pieces of stone skin rapidly emerged on its body, quickly covering it entirely. Crack! The little monkey's speed was far too great for it. A Mouse King's claw struck the Zombie King's neck, but it only broke through 1 layer of stone armor, penetrating half an inch into the flesh before being forcibly stuck. The Zombie King's form was also knocked askew by the tremendous impact. It reached out to punch the little monkey, but before its fist could land, a massive creature even larger than itself crashed into it. With a thunderous boom, the Zombie King was directly knocked away, crashing into the stone wall 50 meters away. Unfortunately, the Zombie King's stone armor ability was not broken by Old Black's helmet, and it quickly got back up, the wound on its neck from the little monkey's strike bursting with flames, the smell of burning rotten flesh spreading. The Zombie King raised its hand to extinguish the flames, its face filled with rage, and it charged rapidly towards the little monkey. At that moment, Zhao had already arrived. With a wave of his hand, a thunderous sound erupted. A bolt of lightning struck the Zombie King on the head. The entire cave hall was illuminated as if it were daytime. The Zombie King immediately trembled violently, its steps faltering, and its muscles spasmed and twisted from the electric shock. Roar! Ugh! The Zombie King, furious, glared fiercely at Zhao, but its speed of advance was still sluggish. Boom! Zhao raised his hand again, and the lightning elements in the air gathered wildly, striking the Zombie King on the forehead once more. The Zombie King fell to the ground, convulsing violently. At this moment, the little monkey arrived, and a Mouse King's claw struck the Zombie King's head again, slicing off another piece of stone skin. As the black blood flowed, it was burned by the terrifying flames. Roar, roar! The Zombie King finally sensed the life and death crisis. In the moment its body regained mobility, another layer of stone armor emerged, quickly enveloping the previous layer. If the earlier stone armor was like a layer of stone clothing, this new layer was a stone shell, looking fierce and thick. When the little monkey struck with its second blow, there was a clang, and sparks flew, yet it did not inflict any damage at all. At that moment, Zhao Yin's true vision revealed the changes in the Zombie King. Male zombie, C rank, evolution degree 100 to 0, strength 220, agility 140, defense 395, spirit 15, awakened ability, stone armor. It had actually broken through to C rank at this moment. Zhao Yin instantly understood, the Zombie King's evolution degree had already reached 99%, having accumulated enough, and finally broke through in the moment of life and death. However, perhaps due to the circumstances of the breakthrough, its strength and agility had not increased, while its defense had grown to a terrifying level. Nearly 400 in defense. Even the stone skin ability had evolved into stone armor. Why would you choose to be a turtle? Zhao Yin suddenly found it amusing. If the Zombie King had broken through normally, Zhao Yin might have had to make his contracted beasts fight to the death with iced tea, and might even have to pay some price in the end. But it had actually pushed its defense to the extreme to save its own life. At that moment, the little monkey struck the Zombie King's head for the third time, sending sparks flying. Immediately after, the Zombie King, still sitting there, punched the little monkey in the abdomen. Bang! The little monkey was knocked back several steps, but then raised the Rat King's claw and charged forward again, simultaneously transmitting in thought, "Master, I can't cut through." "Don't be afraid, monkey, get out of the way." Zhao Yin communicated mentally. The little monkey quickly retracted the Rat King's claw and retreated. The Zombie King had not yet gotten back up when, boom, another bolt of lightning struck its head. The Zombie King's stone armor was not an insulator. No matter how strong the defense, it was ineffective against lightning abilities. The Zombie King began to convulse, every muscle in its body spasming and twisting from the 3 bolts of lightning. Zhao Yin thought, "Old bull, knock it down." The poised old bull immediately charged forward, bang, and the Zombie King was directly knocked to the ground, sliding several meters before crashing into the stone wall behind it. The next moment, boom, boom, Zhao Yin unleashed 2 more bolts of lightning. While the Zombie King was convulsing and unable to move, Zhao Yin took out the prepared beast-catching net. He communicated with the net using his mental power, raised his hand, and threw it out. The net locked onto the Zombie King, transforming in midair into a large net that instantly enveloped the Zombie King's massive body, then quickly contracted. Roar, roar, roar. The Zombie King let out a reluctant roar, but the net, with a toughness of 280, was not something it could break. Zhao Yin suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. The lightning was the strongest lightning ability he could release at his current level, and having just unleashed 5 consecutive bolts, his mental power was nearly depleted. While absorbing mental power from the energy ring, he commanded, "All contracted beasts, kill all the zombies." At this moment, Song Xiaodao and the 2 giant rats were still guarding behind Zhao Yin, preventing the horde of corpses from approaching him and the 3 contracted beasts at the front. The horde had completely gathered, and Song Xiaodao and the 2 giant rats were covered in black blood. As the little monkey, Old Bull, and Old Black turned back to attack the horde, they quickly cleared a large area, and Song Xiaodao and the 2 rats finally felt some relief. Then, Song Xiaodao walked towards Zhao Yin. "Zhao Yin, I ate my canned tuna. Did you get bitten by a zombie?" Zhao Yin asked. Song Xiaodao lifted the rat skin armor on her arm, revealing 2 deep bite marks on her wrist, with bright red blood flowing out. It was an E-level zombie. I killed it, but I got bitten. However, after eating the canned tuna, I feel fine. If it weren't for the canned tuna that resisted the virus, she would have already turned into a zombie. Jiaoyin looked at Song Xiaodao, her small face was pale, and her chest was heaving violently, indicating she was definitely exhausted. Rest beside me, let the monkeys handle the upcoming battles. With less than 1,000 zombies left, it was quite easy for the few contracted beasts to deal with them. Suddenly, Song Xiaodao took out a star crystal and said, Jiaoyin, the E-zombie I just killed accidentally dropped this star crystal when I broke its head. Oh, Jiaoyin reached out to catch it. Song Xiaodao continued, this is the first E-level zombie I killed. If it opens up an ability, can it be mine? The night before, Jiaoyin had said that as long as it was a zombie she killed herself, any abilities that emerged would belong to her. Jiaoyin did not believe that a star crystal could open up an ability, especially since Song Xiaodao had nearly lost her life for this crystal. Naturally, he would not go back on his word and nodded, go ahead, but anything other than the ability must be handed over to me for safekeeping. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Although Jiaoyin had already considered Song Xiaodao one of his own, his rules could not be broken, otherwise, he would still follow the same path as in his past life. Sometimes, people's hearts can change, just like Zhao Yin's once good brother Lin Tianfeng and his adopted son Zhang Dongliang, who had initially shared life and death with Jiaoyin, especially Zhang Dongliang, who had nearly died several times for Jiaoyin, but in the end, what happened? In the face of immense interests, how many people, even loving couples, best friends, or biological parents, ultimately turn against each other? Therefore, in this life, Jiaoyin will not allow those around her to feel that they have a share in her possessions or the right to fight for them. She must respect herself deeply, ensuring that they live well, so that no rebellious thoughts arise. If they want something, they can only please Jiaoyin. Scheming and betrayal, or relying on favoritism, will ultimately lead to nothing. On the contrary, once actions are taken, they will pay a painful price. Although Song Xiaodao is still young, she must start brainwashing her from an early age. This is the mindset that Jiaoyin realized only after sacrificing her life in her previous life. Song Xiaodao immediately crushed the star crystal in her hand, and then a flash of white light appeared. A potion bottle appeared in her hand, transparent like crystal, with more than half a bottle of light blue liquid emitting a silvery glow, casting a dreamlike radiance on her small face. Jiaoyin, who had been indifferent, suddenly widened her eyes at this moment. Jiaoyin, what is this? Is it a healing potion? Song Xiaodao asked with a frown. She had never seen an ability potion and didn't even know that the thing that activated the ability gene was a potion. Jiaoyin immediately activated his true sight. Ability potion, grade S, type, advanced wind system potion, after consumption, activates the hidden talent ability of the evolver's bloodline, wind system S grade. Jiaoyin was at a loss for a long time, wondering what kind of luck this was. He had never heard of an S-grade ability potion appearing here in his previous life. Jiaoyin, say something. What is this? Song Xiaodao asked anxiously. Ability potion, wind system. Jiaoyin tried to keep his voice calm, and it's S-grade. Song Xiaodao's small face instantly flushed with excitement. Really? You're not lying to me? She couldn't believe that she had really unlocked an ability. Jiaoyin calmed his mind. If this potion were in someone else's hands, he would undoubtedly kill for it. But since it was something promised to Song Xiaodao, even if it were an SSS grade ability, he would give it to her. I'll keep it for you first. We'll use it when we get back to the hidden tent, Jiaoyin said, taking the ability potion and storing it in his space ring. The first time developing the hidden ability within the genes, except for SSS grade, other abilities require a painful process. The time needed is also relatively long. Only the top-tier SSS grade ability is an exception. Clearly, the current situation is not suitable for Song Xiaodao to absorb it immediately. Jiaoyin, you should use it instead. I don't want it. Song Xiaodao bit her lower lip, as if making a certain determination. Don't want it? Jiaoyin was taken aback and asked, haven't you always wanted to become an ability user? You saved my life. I've been eating and drinking for free by your side for so long, never bringing you any benefits. This potion is S grade, and you need it too. Song Xiaodao smiled. Jiaoyin, it's a gift for you, consider it my meal fee. Jiaoyin looked at the tender little face in front of him, and an indescribable feeling surged in his heart. Finally, this little girl, along with the Song Xiaodao from his previous life, began to overlap in his mind. Jiaoyin shook his head. I have an SSS grade ability. Anything less than SSS grade is unworthy of me. How could an SSS grade ability be so easily obtained? There are not many in the entire world. Every powerful person who obtains one will not easily reveal any information about their abilities. At that moment, a huge roar echoed through the hall. Roar! The ground beneath their feet and the stone walls above their heads trembled slightly. The paralysis on the Zombie King had disappeared, and it was struggling desperately. However, Zhao only glanced back and did not pay it any more attention. With the toughness of the beast-catching net, it could not break free no matter what. The battle against the horde of zombies was nearing its end. After the last zombie was smashed to pieces by the old bull, the contracted beasts returned to Zhao Yin's side. Song Xiaodao wanted to say something more, but Zhao Yin interrupted. Song Xiaodao, ride on Old Black and notify Wu Shuegue to bring people in immediately to collect the corpse crystals. Monkey, Old Bull, Rat 5, Rat 6, come with me to kill the Zombie King. At this point, the Zombie King had become a living target, but killing it was still not easy. First, they had to exhaust its energy. Only by making the Zombie King lose its stone armor ability could the Rat King's claws slowly start to inflict damage. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Xiaodao climbed onto the golden saddle on Old Black's back and rushed towards the cave entrance, while Zhao Yin led the 4 contracted beasts towards the Zombie King. Everyone attack! Quickly exhaust its energy, Zhao Yin commanded. The 4 contracted beasts immediately began their assault. With the battle over, Old Bull and the little monkey no longer conserved their energy, putting all their strength into each strike, while the 2 giant rats' sharp claws left sparks on the Zombie King's body. Zhao Yin also took out the Rat King's claws and stepped forward to slash at it. Howl! Roar! The Zombie King let out a fearful wail. It possessed intelligence comparable to that of a human and seemed to be begging for mercy. Don't stop! Keep going until it's dead, Zhao Yin ordered loudly. What he wanted was the star crystal inside the Zombie King. Its pleas for mercy were useless. Not to mention that Zhao Yin couldn't contract a zombie. Even if it were a contracted beast, he would still kill it for that SS-level treasure. At this moment, the Zombie King could only desperately activate its stone armor ability to avoid death, but its energy was rapidly depleting. As time passed, the menacing stone armor gradually thinned until it finally disappeared. Put! The little monkey struck the wound on the Zombie King's neck, instantly widening it by a few millimeters, with a trace of black blood staining the Rat King's claws. Zhao Yin's heart jolted. He understood that the Zombie King's ability could finally no longer be sustained. All contracted beasts retreat. Monkey, keep aiming for the wound and keep slashing. Zhao Yin retracted the Rat King's claws and took a step back. Old Bull and the 2 giant rats no longer advanced, leaving only the little monkey to wield the Rat King's claws. Bang! Bang! With each slash, as the wound widened, a torrent of fresh blood flowed. After another half hour of hacking, finally, the Zombie King let out a miserable howl, and with a crack, its head rolled out of the beast-catching net. But its head was still not dead. Its large mouth opened and closed, seemingly trying to bite. If one were to consider the Zombie King's abnormal defense, activating the stone armor ability had already reached A level, and even after the armor disappeared, it was still equivalent to the defense of an ordinary B-level zombie. When it evolved to C level, it sacrificed power and agility to stack its defense to a terrifying degree, which was quite impressive. Zhao Yin picked up the Zombie King's head, tugged at its hair, and slapped it twice, saying, "What's the point of being so hard?" At the same time, he felt relieved. This Zombie King was finally no longer a threat. Next, Zhao Yin put away the beast-catching net and led the contracted beasts out of the cave. He left the cleanup of the battlefield to the survivors. The head of this Zombie King was the hardest. The little monkey had no idea how long it would take to extract the star crystal. The cave was filled with the stench of corpses, and Zhao Yin did not want to stay there any longer. Suddenly, he paused, recalling earlier when Old Black had sensed that the Zombie King was alone in a certain chamber. Was it guarding some treasure? Zhao Yin's heart stirred. He turned back to look and soon spotted an entrance not far from where they had just slain the Zombie King. It appeared to be artificially excavated, with the entrance shaped like an upright oval, winding in a way that obscured what lay inside. Let's go in and take a look. Zhao Yin turned and walked towards the entrance. The contracted beasts hurriedly followed. At that moment, the Zombie King's head in Zhao Yin's hand suddenly contorted, its mouth biting down hard. Crack, 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 its teeth clashed violently, as if unwilling to let Zhao Yin approach. This cave has been occupied by me, including all the treasures in you. They are all my personal belongings. Zhao Yin raised his hand and slapped the Zombie King's face twice. Soon, he entered the cave. It was tidier than he had imagined, as if the Zombie King had been deliberately maintaining cleanliness. A zombie, surprisingly, cared about hygiene? Zhao Yin, puzzled, passed through a winding passage of more than 10 meters and entered a chamber, and then he was slightly taken aback. There were no treasures as he had imagined. The chamber was only about 20 square meters, with a wooden bed placed at the back. 2 corpses, one large and one small, sat on the edge of the bed, their faces dried up. They were not zombies, but real corpses. It seemed they had been specially treated and had not decayed. He could vaguely recognize that they were a mother and daughter. He could only estimate the little girl's age to be around 5 or 6 years old, while the older female corpse had dried up to the point where her age was unrecognizable. They definitely did not die after the apocalypse. Otherwise, they would have long since turned into zombies. Judging by the dryness of their skin, they had been dead for at least 7 or 8 months. In an instant, Zhao understood something. He looked down at the head of the zombie king in his hand. Its dead fish-like eyes were filled with pleading. Some images appeared in Zhao Yin's mind. About half a year before the apocalypse, a mother and daughter had died in an accident. The woman's husband, the little girl's father, who was also the zombie king in his hand, was heartbroken and unwilling to let his wife and daughter go. He stubbornly turned them into mummies, keeping them by his side, thinking that this way would mean companionship, eternity, and that he would never lose them. To avoid the eyes of the world, he found this cave to hide the bodies of his wife and daughter. On the night when the meteor shower fell, he happened to be out and died in the meteor shower. A month later, he returned, devoured a few star crystals, and regained consciousness. However, the zombie king's obsession did not dissipate, and he retained some memories from his life. So he returned to this cave and stayed here. Apart from his wife and daughter, he completely disregarded the lives and deaths of his subordinates outside. It was only when Zhao Yun had almost slaughtered all the corpses in the valley that the zombie king felt a sense of crisis and summoned all the remaining zombies. Even the special ability that the zombie king evolved was a defensive stone armor, born from his greatest obsession, to protect that lingering thought of his life and death. Zhao Yun sighed inwardly. His heart was as calm as water, yet a ripple arose. Monkey, go bring the headless corpse of the zombie king and burn it together with these 2 corpses, Zhao Yun instructed. The little monkey immediately walked out of the chamber, carrying the zombie king's body back in. At that moment, no one noticed the hint of relief and gratitude that rose in the eyes of the head, which slowly closed, never to open again. Flames appeared in the little monkey's hands, igniting the 3 corpses in an instant, the blazing fire illuminating the faces of 1 person and 4 beasts. The contracted beasts did not understand why Zhao Yun was doing this, and he did not explain. Zhao Yun rarely did good deeds, especially in the apocalypse. Only when it did not affect his interests and was unrelated to his safety was there even a slight possibility. However, the 2 female corpses quickly turned to ash, while the zombie king's body only had its skin charred black. The flames ignited by the little monkey's ability extinguished, unable to incinerate it. Zombie king, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that your damn defense is too strong, Zhao Yun said to the head in his hand. At that moment, Lao Hei, with Song Xiaodao sitting on his back, rushed in from outside the chamber. Zhao Yun, Wu Shuigui and the others are here, collecting corpse crystals and star crystals, Song Xiaodao said happily to Zhao Yun. Keep an eye on them, don't let the survivors touch the star crystals, you go collect them yourself, Zhao Yun instructed. Song Xiaodao immediately pouted, I just got back and you want me to leave again? Then next time you can be the vanguard, let the monkey do these things, Zhao Yun said. Song Xiaodao was startled and quickly said, how can I compete with the little monkey for credit? After saying this, she jumped off Old Black's back and quickly left the cave chamber. Zhao Yun directly flipped over and mounted Old Black. Let's go, leave this place. As they exited the cave chamber and left the cave hall, they saw a blaze of fire at the end of the passage. Wu Shuigui and the others couldn't see in the dark, so everyone held lit sticks, which slowed down the speed of collecting the corpse crystals significantly, but there was no other way. Song Xiaodao was not far away, squatting with her little butt, using the Rat King's claw to slice open the head of an E-level zombie. Zhao Yun left the cave, found a flat spot, and threw out the invisibility tent. His gaze fell on Old Cow, Old Black, and the 2 giant rats. You didn't use the extraordinary food earlier, right? Take it all out. The contracted beasts, upon receiving the command, spat out the extraordinary food they had been given earlier, still dripping with saliva. Zhao Yun was mainly worried that they would be tempted to sneak a bite, so he was too lazy to pick it up and instructed the little monkey, keep it all with you, and distribute it to them during the next battle. Ji. Master, the little monkey will never steal a bite, the little monkey assured in its heart. This was the master's trust, it was love, so it absolutely could not let the master down. It wiped all the food clean and stuffed it into the large pocket of its ratskin armor. Monkey, come in with me. Zhao Yun carried the zombie king's head and walked into the invisibility tent. After the little monkey followed in, without needing Zhao Yun's instruction, it immediately took the head from his hands and began chopping it on the ground. Zhao Yun stood by smoking a cigarette while setting up a hanging pot to cook the rat king's meat. The little monkey chopped away, each strike distorting the zombie king's face. Bang, bang, bang. Until dawn, the head still hadn't been chopped open, but the little monkey's energy was nearly exhausted several times, so Zhao Yun let it eat some rat king meat to replenish. Eating a large amount of rat king meat actually increased the little monkey's attributes by a few points. Finally, as the morning light rose outside, the little monkey struck down with a rat king's claw, and a crack sounded. Jiaoyin sprang up like lightning, and before the brain matter could spill out, he kicked the head out of the tent like kicking a ball. The little monkey, panting, held the Rat King's claw and stared blankly. Master, don't dirty the invisibility tent. After Jiaoyin finished speaking, he quickly chased outside. The head flew out about 70 or 80 meters, and in the middle, a crack had been made, with a large amount of black brain matter spilling everywhere. Jiaoyin bent down to pick it up, took out a Rat King's claw, and scraped out all the corpse crystals and star crystals along with the brain matter from the crack. He searched carefully and found 4 pieces, an open-door star crystal and 1 sea-level corpse crystal. Finally got it. Jiaoyin, more serious than ever, took out a pack of tissues from his spatial ring and wiped all the star crystals and corpse crystals clean before returning alone to the invisibility tent. Just as he was about to open the star crystal, Song Xiaodao suddenly walked in from outside. Song Xiaodao dumped the rat-skin backpack onto the ground, and with a clatter, a small mountain of corpse crystals of various sizes, mixed with blood-red star crystals, piled up. Jiaoyin, I've collected all the corpse crystals and star crystals. In total, there are 5,682 F-level corpse crystals, 34 E-level corpse crystals, and 34 star crystals, all here. There were still 3,562 F-level corpse crystals and 11 E-level corpse crystals left in the spatial ring, totaling 9,244 F-level corpse crystals and 45 E-level ones. After Jiaoyin calculated, he said, "Call rats 6 over." Song Xiaodao immediately understood Zhao Yin's intention and turned to walk out. Soon, a giant rat covered in black blood followed Song Xiaodao into the tent. After Jiaoyin picked out 34 star crystals from the mountain, he stored away 44 F-level corpse crystals and took out 8 from the E-level corpse crystals to add to the mountain. With enough energy to evolve from E-level to D-level, Jiaoyin collected all the remaining corpse crystals. Jiaoyin then looked at the giant rat and said, "Shu Lu, do you know why I called for you?" Shu Lu's eyes flickered, secretly glancing several times at the pile of corpse crystals. In the past 2 days, Jiaoyin had evolved both the monkey and the cow to D-level, and the 2 E-level giant rats were envious to the extreme. Is the master going to let me evolve? Shu Lu eagerly thought to himself. Jiaoyin initially wanted to keep it a secret, but he didn't expect this fool to be so uncooperative. No wonder he could only be cannon fodder. Shu Lu, you are very clever. You are the one I have the highest hopes for among the pseudo-mutant beasts. Zhao Yin's expression remained neutral as he revealed a kind smile. In fact, the 6 giant rats all looked quite similar. Zhao Yin had always treated them as mere tools and was too lazy to even talk to them. What was there to be hopeful about? In my heart, pseudo-mutant beasts are never inferior to mutant beasts. Since heaven has created your kind, there must be a reason for it. You shouldn't belittle yourself. Zhao Yin's face showed authority. You guessed it right. Today I will let you become the first D-level pseudo-mutant beast under my command. Shu Lu trembled with excitement. So, the master thinks so highly of him. Shu Lu began to reflect. Had he been too slack in serving the master before? Master! Zhao Yin waved his hand. No need to say anything. Absorb this pile of corpse crystals. I hope that in the future, you can continue to work hard and become the best giant rat. Shu Lu was willing to serve the master until death. Shu Lu's front paws crawled on the ground. Although contract beasts are 100% loyal, they all have their own thoughts and sometimes slack off. They need motivation. After wasting a bit of breath, Zhao Yin no longer looked at Shu Lu and took out a bottle of S-level ability potion. This treasure felt exceptionally heavy even in Zhao Yin's hands. You should also use the ability potion. Zhao Yin finally looked at Song Xiaodao. Zhao Yin, such a powerful ability, you should use it yourself. I just need you to protect me. Song Xiaodao said. Zhao Yin smiled, his eyelids slowly drooping, as the memory of Song Xiaodao's death in his past life lingered in his mind once more. He rarely showed true emotions. After dying from betrayal in his past life, any feelings were a luxury to Zhao Yin. Song Xiaodao, you are the only person by my side. I just hope you will never betray me, okay? Song Xiaodao was puzzled as to why Zhao Yin suddenly said such words. A sudden, inexplicable pain surged in her heart. At that moment, Zhao Yin no longer seemed like the cold-hearted guy. He resembled an ordinary young man who had just graduated from university before the apocalypse. This heartache, Song Xiaodao did not know the reason for its existence. Tears glimmered in her eyes as she said earnestly, Zhao Yin, I will never betray you, not even in death. Go activate your abilities and live a little longer. Zhao Yin slowly raised his gaze, his eyes now clear. He stepped out from emotions that should not belong to him. If the zombies ultimately conquer the entire world and all survivors must die, I hope you can accompany me to the end, Zhao Yin said. Song Xiaodao bit her lip, stepped forward to grab the ability potion, and looked at Zhao Yin, saying, in a few years, I will marry you, whether you want me or not. After saying that, the girl walked to the corner of the tent, no longer hesitating, and directly opened the ability potion, tilting her head to drink it down. Immediately, Song Xiaodao's face turned red, her small brows furrowed, and beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down her forehead. Moans escaped her lips, clearly enduring the pain brought on by the genetic changes within her body. Jiaoyin had also experienced this pain. He withdrew his gaze and took out all the corpse crystals. First, he opened all 34 star crystals inside the E-level zombie. 7 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 6 pieces of sandwich bread, 5 packs of compressed biscuits, 5 bottles of iced black tea, 3 yellow peaches, 4 cans of beef, 1 can of tuna, 1 pack of instant noodles, military jacket, rank F, mountain knife, rank D. Aside from the extraordinary food and drinks, the military jacket was already the second extra item. Jiaoyin had a rat skin armor and rat king claws, making weapons and clothing below rank C basically useless. Apart from the damaged one, this was the second intact mountain knife. Jiaoyin felt a bit disappointed, but such things couldn't be forced. He looked at the remaining 4 Corpse King star crystals, then grabbed one, applying slight pressure with his fingers. Crack! A flash of white light appeared. A black glove materialized in his hand, so light it felt like a whisper. Swift Wind Gloves, rank C, type extraordinary auxiliary weapon, durability 85, effect, attack speed plus 98, a rare C-rank auxiliary weapon that increases attack speed. After putting it on, whether barehanded or wielding the Rat King claws, his speed increased by nearly 100 points. Jiaoyin directly wore the gloves on his right hand, the one he usually held the knife with, and then focused on cracking the second Corpse King star crystal. After the white light faded, a red arrow appeared in his hand. Explosive arrow, rank B, type extraordinary weapon, attack 520, effect, causes explosion upon hitting the target, indiscriminate attack within a 50-meter radius. Note, single-use weapon, disappears after explosion. This explosive arrow was definitely Zhao Yin's most powerful weapon at the moment, but unfortunately, it was a one-time use. However, at a critical moment, the single explosive arrow might turn the tide of battle. No wonder it was a star crystal from the Corpse King. 2 good items had come out already. Jiaoyin quickly cracked open the 3rd star crystal. As the white light rose, he prayed in his heart, I must get a space pendant, I just need a space pendant. With only these 2 star crystals left, he feared the information he had received in his past life was wrong. Soon, the white light faded, and a gray hat appeared in his hand. The fluffy material resembled dog skin, complete with dog ears, dog eyes, dog nose, and dog teeth. Even a thumb-sized dog tail was attached to the back of the hat. Solar Dog Head Hat, rank C, type extraordinary defensive equipment, durability 120, spirit 50, effect, releases an extraordinary energy shield that can withstand one attack below 800 points. Note, each time the shield is released, it requires 72 hours of sun exposure to recharge. Jiaoyin stared at the hat, his gaze somewhat blank. Another special piece of equipment, with a powerful effect that could rival B-rank rare gear. But this design is really bizarre. Who the hell designed this? I've seen bear head hats and tiger head hats, but who would wear a dog head? Jiaoyin complained while putting the dog head hat on his head. The main reason was that the attached effect was too appealing. It was something that could save his life. He then proceeded to crack open the last Corpse King star crystal. A dazzling white light flashed, and he felt a chill in his palm. It was a pendant. Hanging from a chain made of an unknown metal that resembled purple gold was a miniaturized woman's hand. Lifelike, with snow-white delicate skin, long fingers, and even translucent nails. If it weren't for the fact that this hand was only the size of a broad bean, one would definitely think it was real. Jiaoyin wasn't a hand fetishist, but seeing this hand made his heart skip a beat. In the palm was a spherical bead, presenting a gray color. World Bead Chain, rank SS, type unknown, effect, creates its own space, infinite growth. Note, requires blood to recognize the owner, currently level 0, can absorb any extraordinary energy to upgrade. Finally, it was in his hands. Jiaoyin held the World Bead Chain, unable to regain his senses for a long time. In his past life, countless people flocked to the treasure that had caused the deaths of many, all for this pendant, even attracting SSS-level powerhouses to compete for it from miles away. He never expected it to come into his hands so easily. Originally, he had only come to search for the flying white tiger, and Jiaoyin wasn't even sure if he would truly see that Corpse King in this lifetime. Yet everything went so smoothly, as if it were destined. However, upon careful thought, Jiaoyin realized that it seemed quite natural. With the 3 mutated beasts he currently possessed, any one of them could dominate a region, not to mention that Jiaoyin himself wielded lightning-based combat abilities and had equipment far beyond that of ordinary people. If he couldn't obtain this treasure, how many others in this world could? Jiaoyin took out a claw from the Rat King and cut his finger, letting the crimson blood drip onto the gray bead. In the next moment, the World Bead Chain quickly melted into a warm yellow light, which then entered Zhao Yin's palm. Following that, a phantom of the World Bead Chain appeared around his neck, slowly solidifying into a tangible form. At that moment, a connection formed in Zhao Yin's mind. allowing him to clearly perceive everything about the world bead chain. It was similar to the bond he shared with his contracted beasts, except that the world bead chain had no consciousness. It was ultimately just a lifeless object. With a thought, Zhao Yun's figure instantly vanished from his original spot, reappearing in an unfamiliar space. He then found himself slightly dazed, realizing that this space was pitifully small, with only a square meter of solid ground beneath his feet, surrounded by a gray mist. Zhao Yun raised his hand to touch it, discovering that he seemed to encounter an invisible barrier. Within the gray mist, occasional glimmers of light flickered, providing dim illumination to the space, while the solid ground beneath him was made of black soil. An SSS-level treasure, and this is all the space it has? He could hardly believe it. Soon, information about the world bead chain flashed through Zhao Yun's mind, and he instantly understood, is it only at level 0 for now? Theoretically, as long as there is enough extraordinary energy, this space could even transform into a world. What exactly is extraordinary energy? Zhao Yun wondered. In his past life, he had never encountered a life space, so he was unfamiliar with it. The first things that came to mind were the corpse crystals and star crystals. At that moment, Zhao Yun had no star crystals in hand, and even if he did, he couldn't use them to upgrade the space. With a thought, an F-level corpse crystal appeared in his hand. Zhao Yun touched his neck, only to find it empty where the world bead chain was supposed to be. The world bead chain had transformed into this space. It would disappear as soon as he entered and would materialize again once he exited. A realization dawned on Zhao Yun. Suddenly, he had a feeling that throwing the corpse crystal into the gray mist would be like replenishing energy for the space. So, Zhao Yun raised his hand and tossed the corpse crystal into the mist. In the blink of an eye, the corpse crystal was decomposed, and the next moment, Zhao Yun felt a tremor beneath his feet. The space expanded slightly, a change only the master of the space could perceive. Zhao Yun estimated it had grown by about 1 centimeter. Is it a lack of energy? He quickly took out 10 F-level corpse crystals, tossing them into the mist like they were worthless. The 10 corpse crystals spun and fell into the gray mist, instantly decomposing and disappearing. The space trembled again, this time maintaining the vibration for nearly a second before settling down. The space had increased by 10 centimeters. Yet, in Zhao Yun's perception, the world bead chain was still only at level 0. The energy is still insufficient. After the Rat 6 was promoted to D level, Zhao Yun had only 37 F-level corpse crystals, 44 E-level corpse crystals, and 1 C-level corpse crystal left. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and took out all the E-level and F-level corpse crystals at once, tossing them out as if they were free. All the corpse crystals were instantly absorbed by the space, followed by another tremor. This time, the intensity of the tremor was greater than before, lasting for more than 7 minutes, and the space expanded to about 45 meters in diameter before it finally stopped. Zhao Yun stood in the center of the space, and for the first time, he felt a sense of spaciousness. He sensed the level of the world's connected pearls, and it was still only level 0. Looking up at the ceiling, it was also about 45 meters high. The entire space was cylindrical, with the barrier slowly fluctuating within a meter, shrouded in gray mist, causing the space to sometimes expand and sometimes contract, appearing very unstable. However, it had a dreamlike quality. Zhao Yun had no time to appreciate it. Thinking about the consumption of corpse crystals needed to upgrade the space made him feel a pang of pain. In the future, planning to plant mutated crops in this space to sustain the contract beast army, how many corpse crystals would it take? Can't I use something else instead? Zhao Yun thought of extraordinary equipment and food, drinks. Strictly speaking, they should all contain extraordinary energy. As for extraordinary food and drinks, he couldn't even muster the thought of trying. It was better to use corpse crystals directly. But extraordinary equipment. He currently had surplus equipment, 2 military jackets, 2 butterfly knives, 2 wolf fawn clubs, and 1 heavy armor. He also had 3 mountain cutting knives, 1 with a chip and 2 intact. Aside from needing to keep 1 mountain cutting knife as a backup, all the remaining equipment could be used for experimentation. Zhao Yun took out 1 butterfly knife and threw it directly into the gray mist. Sure enough, as he had guessed, it was decomposed and absorbed in an instant. The space expanded by another meter. Zhao Yun finally felt a bit better. In the future, useless equipment could be used to upgrade the space. He threw in the other butterfly knife and 2 military jackets, and the space diameter grew to 49 meters. Following that, Zhao Yun continued his experiments. He tossed the chipped mountain cutting knife and the wolf fawn club into the gray mist. After being decomposed, the space trembled for a while before it stopped. 2 D-grade pieces of equipment directly caused the space diameter to grow by 200 meters, reaching 249 meters. Zhao Yun suddenly thought, since damaged equipment could be decomposed and absorbed, what about destroyed equipment? So, he took out the 4 pieces of equipment he had previously destroyed, an E-grade women's suit, 2 F-grade military jackets, and the D-grade heavy armor that the little monkey had used at the beginning. He took them all out and threw them into the gray mist. In the blink of an eye, they were decomposed again, and the space trembled before growing by another 112 meters. Indeed, the energy within damaged equipment had not been lost. Just like intact equipment, they could all be absorbed by the space. Zhao was delighted and threw in the surplus mountain-cutting knife, along with the heavy armor and wolf fang club he had obtained the day before. 3D-grade pieces of equipment caused the space diameter to grow by 300 meters, bringing it to 661 meters. Zhao calculated that the energy contained in an F-grade piece of equipment was equivalent to 1 E-grade corpse crystal, which could make the space grow by 1 meter. The energy within an E-grade piece of equipment was equivalent to 10 E-grade corpse crystals, allowing the space to grow by 10 meters. A D-grade piece of equipment was equivalent to 100 E-grade corpse crystals, roughly equal to the capacity contained in 1 D-grade corpse crystal, which could increase the space by 100 meters. At this point, Zhao had no more equipment to discard. He only had the C-grade corpse crystal left from the Zombie King. If he hadn't miscalculated, this C-grade corpse crystal could make the space diameter grow by a staggering 10,000 meters. But in the end, Zhao still couldn't bear to throw it away. Although he needed to obtain a D-grade evolution potion before he would consider upgrading his level, the contract beasts had no such concerns. The little monkey had already unlocked its third extraordinary ability. If it advanced to C-grade, its power would reach a terrifying level. The cost-performance ratio would definitely be higher. Moreover, the 661-meter diameter space was more than enough for him to store things and plant the chestnut tree and crispy ear vegetable. The idea of large-scale cultivation of extraordinary corn would have to wait. Zhao Yin's thoughts shifted, and he left the life space. Song Xiaodao was still sitting in the corner, biting her lip and forcing herself to endure the pain. She was already drenched in sweat, having long since removed her sheepskin armor, and wore only a thin dress that clung tightly to her frail frame, the outline of a young girl faintly visible. Zhao Yin did not linger, stepping directly out of the invisibility tent. At this moment, the sun was high in the sky. He had unknowingly spent 2 hours activating the star crystal and entering the life space. Wu Xuegue and the others had finished breakfast and were resting a few hundred meters away. 5 contracted beasts were gathered outside the tent, on alert for Zhao Yin. Mouse 6 had completed its evolution. Mouse, rank D, strength 72, agility 78, stamina 51, spirit 11, mutated due to zombie virus infection. Zhao Yin glanced at it and then shifted his focus to the 3 mutated beasts. Monkey, Old Bull, Old Black. Zhao Yin called out. The 3 contracted beasts immediately stood up and quickly approached him. Master, Master, Master. Zhao Yin took a C-grade corpse crystal from his space ring and said, "This corpse crystal can only allow one of you to advance to C-grade, but you are all my most valued contracted beasts." After much thought, it wouldn't be fair to give it to just one. The 3 contracted beasts wore serious expressions, staring intently at the corpse crystal. The mutated beasts had little desire beyond eating. They yearned for powerful strength, and this corpse crystal was a tremendous temptation for them. Zhao Yin continued, "How about this? To be fair, you can have a duel. Whoever wins in the end gets it." Old Bull and Old Black were instantly dumbfounded. Who didn't know that the monkey had 3 abilities that complemented each other, and with the equipment Zhao Yin had given it, it was practically a fighting machine among mutated beasts. Fighting the little monkey was just waiting to get beaten up, right? "Master, I withdraw. I can't beat the little monkey," Old Bull's deep voice transmitted. Old Black also sent a message, "Master, let the little monkey evolve first. Its strength is the strongest, and I am willing to give it to him." After the process was completed, Zhao Yin directly tossed the C-grade corpse crystal to the little monkey. "Go evolve immediately. You won't be a little monkey anymore." In his previous life, when Zhao Yin encountered the little monkey, it was already C-grade, able to maintain its giant form without activating its abilities. So, it would no longer be a little monkey but a giant monkey. The little monkey crushed the corpse crystal, and a vast, extraordinary energy burst forth, dazzling and brilliant, instantly blooming in its palm, and the next moment, it rapidly entered its body. Roar! It could hardly suppress its ability to grow larger, its form visibly expanding, from a small monkey that was knee-high to a massive mutated beast nearly 3 meters tall in the blink of an eye. But that wasn't the end. As it rapidly absorbed the extraordinary energy, its nearly 3-meter height continued to swell. 3 meters. 3 meters 1. 3 meters 2. 3 meters 5. 4 meters. 4 meters 5. Zhao Yin's mind was shaken. He could only look up at the monkey's height. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, he was still shocked. He had seen such giant beasts before, far too many. But at the beginning of the apocalypse, Zhao Yin had absolutely never seen anything like this. He didn't know if there were any mutated beasts stronger than the little monkey in this world now, but he could be certain that even if there were, they would be very few. At this moment, Mouse 5 and Mouse 6, the pseudo-mutated beasts, were cowering on the ground, their paws clutching their heads, trembling all over, as if they had no courage to face the monkey at all. Even Old Black and Old Bull instinctively retreated dozens of meters away, watching the monkey from a distance like it was a plague, their eyes filled with terror. In the classification of mutated beasts, C grade and below was a clear dividing line. The bloodline pressure from the mutated beasts made them feel a sense of heart palpitations. If it weren't for the monkey that shared life and death with them, they would have run as far away as possible. Eventually, the little monkey grew to nearly 5 meters and finally stopped. However, the energy within it continued to surge violently, and in the next moment, it roared. The little monkey couldn't help but activate its second ability, Frenzy. Its body swelled again, 5 meters 1, 5 meters 2. Finally, it reached a height of 6 meters, with hands as large as manhole covers, legs like 2 massive tree trunks, and its golden fur shining ever more brightly, each strand half a foot long, cascading down to cover its entire body. The Rat King claw given to it by Xiaoyin looked like a small toothpick in its hand, and the rat skin armor rolled up on its back appeared somewhat comical. Xiaoyin was momentarily stunned, suddenly realizing he had made a big mistake. He had wasted that precious Rat King skin. He hadn't expected the little monkey to evolve so quickly. The painstakingly crafted rat skin armor would be obsolete in just a few days. Even if it could be resized to fit, a lot of scraps would still be wasted, and those were all valuable resources. In fact, the little monkey's current defense had already far surpassed that of the rat skin armor. Even if it could wear it, it would serve no purpose. The Rat King claw was no longer suitable for the little monkey to use. The biggest drawback of the weapons Xiaoyin made from materials was that they couldn't be resized at will. At this moment, the little monkey had finally completed its evolution, and Xiaoyin activated his true sight. Adult Sky Monkey, C-Class Mutated Beast, Strength 164, Agility 175, Stamina 130, Defense 147, Spirit 78, Bloodline Talent, Gigantism, Frenzy, Fire Control, Terrifying Attributes. If the current monkey were an opponent, it could easily annihilate Zhao Yin's entire team. Master, Master! The little monkey shouted excitedly. It felt the evolution was complete and happily wanted to find Xiaoyin to flatter him, instinctively shrinking its body as it usually did before. Its body did indeed shrink quite a bit, but soon, the monkey was stunned. It found that when its body shrank to 2 meters tall, no matter what, it could no longer shrink down. The little monkey was dumbfounded, confused. It wanted to hug its master's thigh. How would it do that in the future? Would it have to lie down? Yes, lie down. If it lay down, it could hug its master's thigh. So, the 2-meter-tall giant suddenly bent down and lay on the ground, sticking its bright red bottom up, its fan-like big hands grabbing Zhao Yin's legs. Master, the little monkey has now been promoted to C-Class, all thanks to your grace. In the future, I can be the first vanguard under your feet, fighting for you, stabbing for you. Zhao Yin wanted to kick it away, but found that his legs, which were being held, couldn't move at all. He helplessly said, "Alright, don't just randomly hug my legs in the future." After saying that, he gestured for the little monkey to let go. The little monkey quickly released its grip, communicating in thought, "Master, no matter when, I am always your most beloved little monkey." In the past, when the little monkey flattered him, Xiaoyin found it cute, but now, looking at that big face, he suddenly felt goosebumps all over. He didn't want to cool his contracted beast's heart, so he endured the discomfort and took out the spare mountain-cutting knife. "Monkey, the Rat King claw and rat skin armor are no longer suitable for you. Take this mountain-cutting knife." The extraordinary equipment produced by the star crystal could change size with the wielder's body, making it more suitable for the little monkey. The little monkey took the mountain-cutting knife and was about to continue flattering, but Xiaoyin waved his hand. "Alright, return the rat skin armor and Rat King claw to me. Old Neo, old hey, you two should also rest a bit. In 3 hours, come with me to find the flying white tiger." After saying that, Xiaoyin looked at Rat 5 and Rat 6. "You two, your next task is to escort the survivors back." Next, Xiaoyin called Wu Xuegue to inform them that they could return to the cave. "Boss, I'll have them leave with the 2 mouse lords right away, but, can you let me stay?" Wu Xuegue said cautiously. "I used to be a veteran, and I've fought zombies with Team Wang. I can help." Xiaoyin instinctively glanced at his limp leg and said, "You won't need to kill zombies anymore. I'm going back to the cave soon, so that's it." After saying that, Xiaoyin ignored him and turned to walk towards the invisible tent. Xiaoyin understood Wu Xuegue's thoughts all too well. He just wanted to cling to this big leg of his. Most survivors in the apocalypse had such thoughts. Human hearts are the hardest to fathom. In this life, Xiaoyin had no intention of establishing any base, so he certainly wouldn't take this cripple along. Moreover, the zombies Wu Shuigui mentioned were the low-tier ones from before. Now, any zombie is classified as F-level. Ordinary people couldn't easily kill them. Wu Shuigui stood there, staring at Zhao Yin's back, the smile on his face gradually turning bitter. He had already sensed that Zhao Yin had no intention of staying to protect the cave. Team Wang, Team Xia, it's all old Wu's fault. I encountered such a strong person but couldn't keep him. Wu Shuigui murmured bitterly. I won't give up. There are 500 or 600 people in the cave, they are all lives, and there are so many children among them. You are no longer here, but I will definitely protect them well. Even if the boss really leaves in the end, I would rather die in the cave. Wu Shuigui clenched his fists tightly. After a long while, he turned and walked towards the group of ants who were chatting and laughing. In recent days, they had all eaten well, and their spirits had improved. Song Xiaodao had already fallen into a coma in extreme pain. Her little face was pale, her brows furrowed, and beads of sweat the size of beans still seeped from her forehead. Zhao Ying walked over and held her in his arms, instantly soaking his mouse skin armor with her sweat. He placed her on the prepared blanket, took out a piece of compressed biscuit, and fed it to her with some Nongfu spring water. This would replenish her energy and alleviate her pain to some extent. After finishing a piece of compressed biscuit, her little brows finally relaxed, and she fell into a deep sleep. Zhao Ying breathed a sigh of relief, looking down at the biscuit wrapper and the empty Nongfu spring bottle, which were now turning into light spots and slowly disappearing into the air. Zhao Yin's mind also cleared up, and then he was slightly taken aback. I clearly know that she would be fine without wasting extraordinary food. Why did I do this? Was he feeling sorry for her? Zhao Ying rubbed his face. How could that be? Zhao Ying, had long severed all emotions with the claw of the flying white tiger in his past life, and his heart was as hard as stone. In the apocalypse, only those with a heart of iron and ruthless people could live longer. This had been his steadfast belief since his rebirth. Zhao Ying silently warned himself that this was a foolish mistake and that he must never make it again. He lit a cigarette, sat down, and waited slowly, his indifferent gaze fixed on Song Xiaodao's little face. The little girl, with her evolution, still had skin as delicate as a baby's, soft and tender, but after this period of sun and rain, she looked a bit tanned. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently, like beautiful butterflies flapping their wings. Brother, don't go, don't leave me. In her sleep, she whimpered, murmuring her deepest obsession. After all this time, Song Xiaodao had seemed carefree, and Zhao Ying had always thought she had forgotten that past. At this moment, when her will was at its weakest, she spoke her heart's voice. But Zhao Ying had no regrets. If he had intervened to save Song Xiaojin back then, he and the little monkey might have lost their lives too. He decided not to think too much about it and transferred all the items in the space ring, except for food and chestnut leaves, one by one into the life space. Then he started a fire to cook. 3 hours later, Song Xiaodao slowly woke up. Zhao Ying opened his true sight. Human female, ability awakened, E-level evolver, evolution degree 100 to 0, strength 29, agility 36, stamina 23, spirit 19, life countdown, 60,102 days. Just an additional piece of information about an ability awakened, but the true sight could not discern what specific ability it was. It proved that her ability awakening was successful. Zhao Ying, have I awakened my ability? After a brief moment of confusion, Song Xiaodao scrambled up from the blanket. Zhao Ying nodded, go try your ability, then come back for dinner. At this moment, the meat soup and chestnut porridge were already cooked, steaming with heat. He knew that if this girl didn't try her ability, she probably wouldn't be able to eat. Song Xiaodao immediately rushed outside, instinctively using her wind ability, and then, bang! Ouch! Song Xiaodao crashed headfirst into the invisible tent, lying sprawled out on the ground, clutching her head and rubbing it vigorously. Don't break my tent, Zhao Ying hurriedly warned. Aren't you supposed to care about your fiancé? Song Xiaodao stood up, dusting off her bottom, glaring at Zhao Ying in anger. A head injury will heal, but a broken tent is gone, Zhao Ying said. Song Xiaodao shouted, the tent is an A-level extraordinary treasure, how could I break it? If you don't go try your ability, I'll call the monkeys in for dinner, Zhao Ying said. Song Xiaodao chuckled and turned to leave the tent. Zhao Ying stroked the stubble on his chin. This girl was getting bold enough to argue with him, which was not a good sign. He secretly resolved to find an opportunity to teach her a lesson. As Song Xiaodao left, she didn't close the tent door, intentionally letting Zhao Ying see her figure inside. Little monkey, can you help me try my ability? Why are you using your giant ability for no reason? Song Xiaodao looked at the giant monkey in confusion. The little monkey was dozing off, and upon hearing this, it instantly became unhappy. Who awakened their ability? Your whole family awakened their ability. It rolled its eyes at Song Xiaodao, then grabbed her collar and tossed her towards the old bull, disdainfully glancing at the disheveled Song Xiaodao before closing its eyes to nap again. Song Xiaodao felt that the little monkey had just acted casually, and she definitely couldn't compete with it. After feeling scared, she didn't dare to ask the little monkey to try her ability again, and then turned her gaze to the old bull. "No, can you help me try my ability?" The old bull slowly stood up, its eyes filled with disdain as it nodded, signaling her to come at it. Song Xiaodao suddenly felt uncomfortable. She remembered the first time she met the old bull, it had shown her that same look. Did both of them look down on her? She took out the Mouse King's claw, and a gust of wind instantly wrapped around her body. Then she charged towards the old bull at high speed. At that moment, Zhao inside the tent narrowed his eyes. The speed boost from the wind ability brought Song Xiaodao almost to the level of the White Mouse King, who had the speed ability back then, but Song Xiaodao was still only E level, so it didn't seem that fast. In that moment, a layer of scales quickly covered the old bull's entire body. It flicked its tail, allowing the Mouse King's claw to strike against it, creating a shower of sparks. Bang! The old bull didn't even move, but Song Xiaodao felt her arm go numb from the impact. The gap in strength was too great. She took a few steps back and found the old bull looking at her mockingly, while the little monkey and the old black also showed disdain in their eyes. "Humph, you all underestimate me." The little girl was somewhat embarrassed and angry. No, I'll show you how powerful I am." Suddenly, she raised her hand, and 3 wind blades were released from her palm, slicing through the air with a howling wind as they slashed towards the old bull. Bang! 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 The calm old cow suddenly widened its eyes, realizing it was too late to dodge as 3 wind blades struck its body, leaving 3 deep scratches on its scales. Its massive body shook slightly. At that moment, the little monkey and old black, who were watching the commotion, also changed their expressions, looking somewhat stunned. Inside the tent, Zhao smiled. The old cow had been too careless. The old cow's weakness was its speed. The advantage of wind abilities was their quickness and versatility. Unlike the rapid abilities of the former White Mouse King, which were faster, wind abilities had various attack methods. Song Xiaodao immediately became excited. "Stinky cow, I used to treat you so well, and now you're laughing at me." Waves of wind blades swept toward the old cow, which hurriedly tried to evade. Although the wind blades couldn't truly harm it, they still hurt when they struck. The key was that it was too embarrassing for the cow, especially with its master watching. The old cow finally seized an opportunity and charged at Song Xiaodao, but a wind blade came straight at it. Aiming directly for its eyes, the old cow could only pull back to avoid it, and the next moment, when it tried to pursue, Song Xiaodao had already dodged in another direction. The old cow finally got serious, using all the speed boosts from its helmet, and managed to surpass Song Xiaodao in speed, then swung its tail. Bang! The tail slammed directly into a wind wall, and when the remaining force was exhausted, the wind wall shattered, while Song Xiaodao had already dodged away to create distance. "Stop, cow, I'm not fighting anymore," Song Xiaodao suddenly shouted loudly. The old cow halted, looking at her in confusion. At that moment, Song Xiaodao was panting, sitting down on the ground. "So tired, cow, you're too strong." Even though she couldn't fully utilize her S-class abilities yet, she had exhausted her energy in such a short time. Having just grasped her abilities, she had no idea how to conserve energy and had unleashed her strongest attack all at once. Only then did Song Xiaodao understand why Zhao didn't easily use lightning abilities. The stronger the ability, the faster the consumption. "Alright, everyone come in for dinner," Zhao called from inside the tent. "We have things to do later." The 3 contracted beasts immediately rushed toward the tent. Their happiest moments were receiving rewards from their master, and besides that, it was mealtime. Song Xiaodao took a few breaths, then weakly got up and walked into the hidden tent. "Zhao, I still can't beat the cow. When you reach D-class, it's still uncertain who will win," Zhao said. The old cow is a mutated beast, with innate attributes far superior to those of evolved beings. Having dual combat abilities is even rarer. You've performed very well. Of course, if you were the old cow's enemy, you would have died many times just now. You should thank it for showing mercy. When it was time to encourage the child, Zhao didn't hold back on his words. Song Xiaodao perked up again. "Zhao, do I qualify to be your fiancé now?" "Eat." The monkey's appetite has grown again. "If you don't eat now, there won't be any left," Zhao said. Song Xiaodao immediately forgot about being a fiancé and grabbed a bowl to join the food army. After eating and drinking to her fill, Zhao stored the hidden tent and all living supplies into the life space. At this time, Wu Shuigui and the 2 giant beasts had already returned to the cave. Zhao Yin's gaze fell on the north of the valley. There was a cliff there. In her previous life, Zhao Yin had discovered the flying white tiger in a cave halfway up that cliff. It was about 10 kilometers to the north of the valley, and along the way, there were ruins from collapsed buildings, which had later decomposed into uneven piles of sand and stone. The little monkey held a 2-meter-long Huawei mountain cutting knife in one hand, swinging it to clear the weeds and bushes. Zhao led Song Xiaodao and the 2 contracted beasts behind her, moving swiftly as if walking on flat ground. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the base of the cliff to the north of the valley. Zhao looked up at the cliff face, which was about 70 meters high, where there was an irregularly shaped hole, approximately 5 or 6 meters in diameter. Everything was no different from his previous life. With the ability of that flying white tiger, as long as it doesn't voluntarily come down to the ground, the previous zombie king wouldn't be able to do anything to it. Zhao thought to himself, it lives in this cave, and the zombie king below has become its best bodyguard. It can leave the mountaintop to hunt at any time without being restricted. In his previous life, when Zhao arrived, the zombie king was already gone, for reasons unknown, and at that time, he didn't understand why the flying white tiger chose to reside here. Now he finally understood. Originally, the flying white tiger was treating the zombie king as its bodyguard. Song Xiaodao, you take this beast-catching net. Old Hey, you take Song Xiaodao to the mountaintop using Earth Escape. Once the flying white tiger appears, you two capture it with all your might. Zhao handed the beast-catching net to Song Xiaodao. The little girl excitedly took it and climbed onto Old Hey's back, saying, Old Hey, hurry and take me to Earth Escape. I want to see what it's like underground. The soil beneath Old Hey's feet immediately rippled, revealing a dark hole, and he slowly sank down with Song Xiaodao. Only then did Zhao say to Old Niu, you stay here. The chance of the flying white tiger escaping from the ground is low, but we can't let our guard down. If it appears, knock it out for me. Understood, master. Now Old Niu was considered a worldly cow and immediately understood that the master wanted to block all escape routes for the flying white tiger. Monkey, come with me. We'll flank it from the left and right. If it resists, don't hold back. Give it a beating first. After Zhao finished speaking, he took out 2 rat king claws, using them as climbing hooks to quickly ascend. The little monkey's sharp claws easily dug into the rock crevices, keeping pace with his master, and soon, the man and beast arrived at the cave entrance. Strange, where have all the zombies gone? At this moment, a group of people appeared at the entrance of the valley, both men and women, all young adults, about 50 or 60 in total. Everyone was equipped with gear, some holding large nets made of nylon rope, others wielding steel pipes welded with shovel heads as big knives, and some, like Zhao back then, carried pig-killing knives made with rebar handles. The leader was a tall young man holding a katana, without a sheath, the blade faintly shimmering with silver light, clearly wielding an E-class extraordinary weapon. Beside him stood 2 young men, both broad-shouldered and strong, clearly those who had trained physically for a long time before the apocalypse and hadn't gone hungry much after. Both of them also held extraordinary weapons. One had a butterfly knife, and the other carried an F-class baseball bat. Bao, what should we do? The zombies at the valley entrance are all gone. Do we need to go deeper into the valley to lure them out? The young man with the butterfly knife, who had a cleft lip, spoke with a slight lisp. The leader, Bao, frowned and remained silent, staring into the valley, seemingly hesitant. Just then, the young man with the baseball bat suddenly trembled and pointed to a spot behind them. Bao, look, there, over there. What did you see? Bao couldn't help but turn around, and his eyes widened. Everyone looked over, and in an instant, they all turned to stone. At that moment, the entire world was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. There, a mountain of dead zombies was piled up, countless in number, at least tens of thousands. How did so many zombies die? They were killed by someone. Look, they are stacked very neatly. Impossible, who could kill so many zombies? Even that group led by Detu couldn't do it. Just a week ago, we were here to lure out the zombies for slaughter. In just a week, unless it was an army, or that group of mutated rats. When someone mentioned that group of mutated beasts, everyone fell silent, their faces turning pale. In fact, Bao and the others had previously lured the zombies out of the valley to kill them, just like Zhao. However, they only lured a few at a time, killing dozens in a day. A week ago, the zombies suddenly became stronger, resulting in a few deaths in the camp, and they hadn't returned since. 2 days ago, they received a batch of nylon ropes and wove several large nets, which reminded them of the zombies in this valley, so they came fully armed today. They never expected to see this scene. Bao shook his head. It shouldn't be the mutated rats. I heard that after Captain Wang disappeared in that cave, the group of mutated rats also vanished. Even if they appeared, they should be attacking nearby humans, so why would they come here to kill zombies? Let's go, everyone follow me to take a look. With that, Bao was the first to lead the way, and everyone immediately followed him. Soon, they arrived in front of the mountain of corpses, and Bao Ji's expression grew serious. These are humans. Although many of the zombies' bodies are shattered, most of their heads bear signs of being cut by a blade. What a pity, so many corpse crystals. Among all these zombies, there should be some that can produce star crystals, but they've all been taken, said the young man with a. In this apocalypse, is there really someone who can kill tens of thousands of zombies in just a few days? Bao Gu murmured gravely, if there is, how powerful must they be? Bao Gu, why don't we leave quickly? If we run into them, we won't stand a chance, said the young man with a. Bao Gu nodded, Rabbit, you take everyone back to the camp and tell Sister Lee what happened here. Bao Gu, what about you? The young man with a asked. I'll go in with Ma Zi to take a look. Bao Gu then said to Ma Zi, the two of us will go in and see what's in the valley. Now that there are no zombies guarding it, we might find some supplies. Okay, Bao Gu. Although Ma Zi was also frightened, he didn't dare to disobey the order, as Sister Lee had publicly announced that Bao Gu was now an evolver. The power of an evolver made Ma Zi fearful just thinking about it. Even though he deeply despised Bao Gu, he still tried to flatter him as much as possible on ordinary days. Zhao Yin made thorough preparations, even taking out a bottle of iced red tea. He would not allow any mistakes. After all this effort, wasn't it all for the flying white tiger? He and the little monkey concealed all their auras and slowly approached the cave entrance, then suddenly pounced inside. A dark, damp smell hit them, and before them was a narrow cave less than 20 meters deep, with only bare rock. There was no sign of the flying white tiger anywhere. Master, it's not here. The little monkey communicated telepathically. The ground was covered in thick dust, with no traces of any living creatures having existed here. Zhao Yin was momentarily lost in thought. At first, his ideas had been too idealistic. His subconscious had assumed that the flying white tiger was the native of this place, but now it seemed that when he encountered it in his past life, it must have wandered here later. It wasn't that Zhao Yin hadn't considered this possibility, but he was unwilling to think too much about it. In his past life, the flying white tiger was a royal contract beast in Lin Tianfeng's hands, creating countless legends for the team, and in the end, Zhao Yin had died at the claws of the flying white tiger. Zhao Yin wanted it too much. Another part of the reason was Lin Tianfeng's hatred. Even though Lin Tianfeng was dead, that hatred could not be completely dissolved. This hatred had long formed a kind of obsession in Zhao Yin's heart. Even knowing that the flying white tiger was here, even if there was only a 1% chance of finding it, Zhao Yin would still come. Zhao Yin stood there. Was it because his obsession was too deep? He went to great lengths for that powerful contract beast. At this moment, it seemed like a joke. He obtained the flying white tiger in his past life years later, not something Zhao Yin could accept now. Master, how about I go look around nearby? The little monkey cautiously transmitted his thoughts, seeing that his master was in a low mood. Zhao Yin was silent for a while, then said in a deep voice, let's go back. He quickly pulled himself out of his emotions and turned to leave. The little monkey hurriedly followed. Once Zhao Yin left the cave, he called out to Old Hay at the mountaintop, come back. Chirp! Old Hay responded from the top of the mountain. Zhao Yin ignored it and took out the Mouse King's claw to climb the rock wall, returning to the valley. By this time, Old Hay had already brought back Song Xiaodao using Earth Escape. Song Xiaodao asked, Zhao Yin, why aren't you catching it anymore? Did you suddenly not like that flying white tiger? That white tiger is too ugly, not worthy of our team, Zhao Yin said self-deprecatingly. Song Xiaodao believed him. You're so handsome, and I'm so cute, plus the little monkey and old Nyo, we're all good-looking. How can we let an ugly tiger lower our standards? In her heart, Zhao Yin's every decision was right, and his reasoning made perfect sense. Zhao Yin looked at the child's serious face and smiled, his gloomy mood lifting. Zhao Yin, will eventually form a contract beast army. Having one more or one less doesn't matter, Zhao Yin said with a smile. Right, that ugly tiger just doesn't have that fortune, Song Xiaodao said seriously. Let's go back. Zhao Yin put away his smile, climbed onto Old Hay's back, and lifted Song Xiaodao up, letting her sit in front of him. Back to the cave. Tonight we set off for Xinqing. There's a ground dragon dog there. Its potential is no less than that of the flying white tiger. Is it a dog? As soon as Song Xiaodao heard the name, she guessed what it was. It's a king among dogs, with the ability to create clones. Zhao Yin held Song Xiaodao, emphasizing, it's definitely a native of Xinqing. Song Xiaodao lazily lay in Zhao Yin's arms. Then can it turn into many dogs? When we're hungry, we can just kill one to eat meat, and then let it continue to clone itself. Wow! So much dog meat to eat. Ha ha! Zhao Yin burst into laughter. The laughter echoed in the valley, carrying far and lingering for a long time. Song Xiaodao's words, innocent yet tinged with a hint of bloodiness from the apocalypse, though impractical, resonated with his taste. Song Xiaodao turned to look back. The evening sunlight spilled on the young man's profile, and his smile held a touch of sunshine. It was the first time she had seen him smile like that. Zhao Yin, before the apocalypse, there must have been many girls who liked you, right? There were many, but they only liked me for the lavish life I brought them, and my wallet. Brother Bao, there's nothing left here, even the ruins have been decomposed by vegetation. Let's go back, Ma Zi said to Brother Bao. Wait a bit longer, let's go further inside and take a look. Brother Bao continued walking. He was an evolved one, moving swiftly through the weeds and bushes, while poor Ma Zi behind him was panting heavily. Brother Bao, can you walk a bit slower? Ma Zi said, isn't it all the same inside? Can there really be any supplies left? Even if there are, those people must have moved long ago. What do you know? Brother Bao scolded, this place is safer than others. If we delay here for a bit, Sisterly will feel that we went out to search for supplies and worked hard. Ma Zi suddenly understood, they had gone out today without achieving anything, and there would definitely be some dissatisfaction in the camp. Brother Bao thinks ahead, no wonder Sisterly wants you to become an evolved one. In the apocalypse, to live longer, you need not only strength but also to understand people's hearts. Ma Zi, you still have a lot to learn. I could never learn everything from Brother Bao in this lifetime, Ma Zi said. Bao Gu smiled, stopped in his tracks, and pulled out a small piece of jerky made from some unknown meat from his pocket, tearing off a corner and handing it to Ma Zi. Here, eat this. Don't say I neglected you by bringing you out with me. After saying that, Bao Gu took a bite himself. Thank you, Bao Gu. Thank you, Bao Gu. Ma Zi exclaimed joyfully, bowing deeply in gratitude. Most ordinary people in the camp had been eating rotten food they found days ago, which had been steamed and boiled to kill off some germs, leaving them unable to taste anything but the overwhelming moldy stench. Many weak individuals had died after just a few meals. As Bao Ji's trusted aide, Ma Zi had better food, which was less harmful, being only slightly spoiled. Only an evolved person like Bao Gu could afford to eat jerky. Bao Gu, what kind of meat is this? It tastes so good. Ma Zi chewed on the tiny strands of meat, reluctant to swallow. Wild chicken meat, a wild chicken bigger than a dog, personally killed by Sisterly. Is there really such a big wild chicken? After the apocalypse, strange things are not rare. Didn't Sisterly tell you? She once saw a group of even more terrifying rats from a distance, bigger than calves. They are all true mutated beasts. Just then, Ma Zi suddenly looked in a certain direction. Bao Gu, is it that big rat? Bao Gu turned to look and saw a rat larger than a car, carrying two people, one big and one small, followed by an even more terrifying water buffalo and monkey, leisurely walking in the dusk. Zhao had already noticed the two survivors and had no intention of paying them any mind. Hey, wait! Suddenly, someone shouted. Zhao turned back, glancing at Bao Gu and Ma Zi, and immediately noticed that both were holding extraordinary weapons made from star crystals. He discreetly activated his true sight. Baseball bat, grade F, attack type extraordinary equipment, durability 16, attack 14, katana, grade E, attack type extraordinary equipment, durability 29, attack 31, additional effect, blade speed plus 9. Next, his gaze fell on the two, discovering that one of them was actually an evolved person. Human male, grade F evolved, current evolution level 100/0. 02, strength 16, agility 15, stamina 12, spirit 13, life countdown 19,908 days. Did you call me for something? Zhao asked. Brother, the rat you're riding in those two beasts are mutated beasts, right? Bao Gu, seeing Zhao respond, boldly stepped closer. He instinctively thought the little monkey was an orangutan. Upon hearing each other referred to in such a way, the little monkey and the old cow immediately began to breathe heavily. Zhao transmitted a thought, calm down, let's see what they want. This was the first evolved person Zhao had seen since the apocalypse. Zhao looked down at the two from a high vantage point. You know about mutated beasts? To be honest, we have a strong person in our camp who can identify extraordinary treasures from the apocalypse. Many surviving animals have started to mutate, and if they can grow this big, what else could they be but mutated beasts? Bao Gu said with a smile. Is that so? Then she must be quite impressive, Zhao replied. No wonder they not only had an evolved person but also extraordinary weapons. It turned out someone had awakened a sensing ability similar to true sight. In his past life, Zhao had also been such an ability user. Although his combat power was not great, in the early days of the apocalypse, he was definitely a strong asset for team development. Bao Gu continued, but brother, mutated beasts are not easy to deal with. Ordinary people die upon encountering them. You can make these mutated beasts submit. You must have been a beast tamer before the apocalypse, right? Were they your pets before the end? Sort of, Zhao replied dismissively. Another Ma Zi asked, did you see a group of people here killing zombies earlier? Where did they go? A group of people killing zombies? Zhao was slightly taken aback. He quickly understood, they must have seen the mountain of corpses at the valley entrance. There are at least over 3,000 people, having wiped out all the zombies in an entire valley. Ma Zi's voice trembled despite his efforts to conceal it. In his opinion, it was impossible to kill tens of thousands of zombies in just a few days without a few thousand people involved. I haven't seen them, Zhaoyin said. To be able to kill tens of thousands of zombies is definitely a terrifying force. Brother, you're wandering alone with a child in this apocalypse, unaware of the malice in people's hearts. If they see you with so many mutated beasts, they will surely kill you to seize them, Ma Zi said. In the minds of everyone in their camp, aside from that swarm of rats, other mutated beasts were not frightening. It only took one or two evolved individuals to lead a hunt. For example, half a month ago, Sister Lee led Bao Go and others to kill some wild chickens, which were just slightly larger and stronger. Those mutated beasts were resources, fresh meat. Fortunately, I didn't encounter that group of people. Thank you for the warning, Zhaoyin said. In his arms, Song Xiaodao's lips curled up as she desperately held back her laughter. At this moment, Bao Ge and Ma Zi had already confirmed that the young man before them was just a novice in the apocalypse. The two looked at the three contracted beasts with greedy eyes. Hee. Bao Ge chuckled, trying to mask his impatience. Brother, you're lucky to have met us. Come back to our camp. There are many companions there, all good people. Sister Lee will protect you. After killing these three mutated beasts, they would have at least a few tons of meat, enough for many meals. Just thinking about it made them swallow hard. Zhaoyin also smiled. After I go, will you and your companions help me take care of these three mutated beasts? You're a smart man, brother. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. You just need to hand over two of the mutated beasts, and Sister Lee will definitely keep one for you. Who knows, in the future, Sister Lee might even reward you for your contributions and let you become an evolved one, Bao Ge said earnestly. Ma Zi quickly added, do you know what an evolved one is? Before the apocalypse, it was like a godly existence, people like you can't even imagine. Oh, Zhaoyin nodded, lowering his gaze to hide the rising killing intent in his eyes, and said indifferently, what if I don't go? With the conversation reaching this point, Bao Ge decided to stop hiding and his expression darkened. Then don't blame me for being rude. I advise you not to refuse a toast and instead drink a penalty drink, Ma Zi said. Although the three mutated beasts were intimidating, there were only three of them. Ma Zi had an extraordinary weapon, and Bao Ge was confident as an evolved one, wielding an E-class extraordinary weapon. As long as they subdued Zhaoyin, the three mutated beasts wouldn't dare to resist. I love penalty drinks the most. Zhaoyin slowly lifted his eyelids, calmly looking at the two. If it's not necessary, I usually don't like to kill people, but unfortunately, in this apocalypse, many people like to seek death. What did you say? Bao Ge and Ma Zi's expressions changed simultaneously as they realized that the novice in the apocalypse before them suddenly exuded a different aura. Those calm eyes sent chills down their spines, making them feel as if they were naked in the cold. Monkey. Zhaoyin intended to call for the monkey but suddenly paused. Why would he need his top general to deal with such trash? Xiaodao, it's up to you. After Zhaoyin finished speaking, he directly grabbed Song Xiaodao by the collar and casually tossed her down. Caught off guard by the sudden throw, Song Xiaodao landed awkwardly on her bottom, got up, patted her rear, and pouted, Stinky Zhaoyin, can't you be a little gentler? I'm your fiancé. Bao Ge and Ma Zi were both stunned. They were letting a little girl handle them? This damn guy is out of his mind, Bao Ge cursed. Bao Ge, this kid has already started developing, and she's taken care of herself much better than those women in the camp. Maybe this kid hasn't even been eaten yet, Ma Zi said, his malicious gaze unabashed. Bao Ji's eyes lit up as he looked at Song Xiaodao's smooth, straight legs beneath her ratskin armor, licking his lips. I like them young. You go catch that girl, I'll handle the men. Ma Zi immediately strode towards Song Xiaodao. Little sister, you followed the wrong person. Our Bao Ge will definitely take good care of you. Before he could finish, poof, a flash of black light, and Ma Zi's expression froze, standing there motionless. Ma Zi, what the hell are you doing? I told you to catch someone. Bao Ge shouted from behind, but before he could finish, he suddenly saw Ma Zi's head roll away, blood gushing from his neck, and then he fell straight down. Bright red blood steamed as it soaked a large patch of wild grass, and an ugly head rolled to Bao Ji's feet. It was then that he saw clearly, standing where Ma Zi had blocked his view, was that little lowly. She held a rat king's claw in her hand, blood dripping slowly from the blade. Don't worry, I kill quickly. One slice and the head comes off, it doesn't hurt at all, Song Xiaodao said seriously to Bao Ge. Why you? Don't come any closer. At that moment, Bao Ge couldn't help but retreat in terror. All the previous arrogance from the evolvers vanished. He looked at the little lowly in front of him, realizing she was also an evolver, and stronger than him. Then, Song Xiaodao's figure flashed, so fast that Bao Ge couldn't even look down on her. In an instant, she was right in front of him. She looked up at Bao Gu and said, "When I kill you later, remember not to resist, or it will hurt, and you can't blame me. Get the hell away from me." Bao Gu swung his katana with all his might, slashing down at Song Xiaodao. The next moment, her chubby little hand lifted, pinching the blade between her thumb and index finger. Ding! The katana was gently held in her hand, and she stuck out her tongue at Bao Gu, making a face. "Tisk! I told you not to resist." Poof! Her right hand with the Rat King's claw swung across. Bao Gu looked down in terror, seeing his belly sliced open, intestines slowly spilling out with thick blood. Ah! Bao Gu let out a heart-wrenching scream, his knees buckling as he knelt on the ground. "Please, don't kill me, I beg you." He wasn't begging Song Xiaodao, but Zhaoyin, who was still sitting on the Rat King, Lao Hei. At that moment, Bao Gu finally understood who the young man in front of him was. This was a being so powerful that he couldn't even dare to imagine. "Our camp has plenty of jerky, and many women. As long as you spare my life, I'm willing to take you to the camp." "Jerky?" Zhaoyin immediately raised his hand, signaling Song Xiaodao not to kill yet, and asked in a deep voice, "How much?" "It's mutated beast meat, a wild chicken bigger than a dog. We put in a lot of effort to kill it, and now there's still more than half left. Sisterly ordered it to be made into jerky." Bao Gu continued, "Besides that, there are supplies left over from before the apocalypse. Although they don't taste very good, you definitely need to feed these mutated beasts. It's no problem to give them to eat." Zhaoyin immediately understood that the wild chicken was just a pseudo-mutated beast, one of the weakest types. There was only one, and half of it had already been eaten. How much meat could possibly be left? Bao Gu had no idea that Zhao Yin's rat meat jerky was far superior to the chicken jerky they treasured. Moreover, the contract beast beside Zhaoyin usually ate rat king meat and mutated crops, so why would it need the rotten food from before the apocalypse? How many evolvers are left in the camp, and how many extraordinary equipment, extraordinary food, drinks, and medicines produced by the star crystals are still remaining? Zhaoyin squinted and asked. Bao Ji's face showed a look of surprise. From Zhao Yin's tone, it seemed he understood the wonders of the post-apocalyptic world even better than Sisterly. He had previously been blind to the fact that he had treated the other party as a novice in the apocalypse. "In addition to me, there are Sisterly and her two sisters, and a man named Zhou Lu, a total of 4 evolvers. Among them, both of Sisterly's sisters have special abilities beyond being evolvers. As for weapons and supplies, I don't know how much is left. They are all kept in Sisterly's hands." She had mentioned a woman named Sisterly several times, who must be the leader of the camp. A woman could quickly establish power in the apocalypse. Aside from luck, she must have certain means, and it was normal for her not to let her subordinates know the exact amount of supplies. "What special abilities do they have?" Zhao Yin asked. "Sisterly can recognize the wonders produced by the star crystals, and Hua Jie is skilled in shooting. She can use any ranged weapon very well." Bao Gu clutched his insides in pain, trying to stop the blood from flowing out, his tone urgent, hoping Zhaoyin would let him treat his wounds soon. In just a short moment, he had lost too much blood, and his face had turned pale. If it weren't for the fact that evolvers had a physique different from ordinary people, Bao Gu would have collapsed long ago. "Xiaodao, stitch him up, don't let him die," Zhao Yin ordered. "Why do I have to do everything?" Song Xiaodao complained. "I can't do it." She had never even sewn clothes, let alone stitched a wound. "You're the one who hurt him. If you don't stitch him up, should I do it?" Zhaoyin said with justification. "Hurry up, just do it casually. As long as he doesn't die, it's fine." Bao Gu was immediately frightened and shouted, "Little sister, wait, I can do it myself." He fished out a metal needle from his pocket, made from ground rebar, roughly crafted but carefully coated with a layer of animal fat. This was a common method for most people in the apocalypse to preserve ordinary ironware. By applying the oil from mutated beasts, the iron would not corrode from the unknown energies in the air. The thread for stitching was made from the intestines of wild chickens. Bao Gu bit down on the katana, trembling as he stuffed his insides back into his abdomen, the veins on his forehead bulging like worms, and directly began to stitch himself up with the needle and thread. Song Xiaodao watched with her brows furrowed, her eyes filled with compassion, seeming to find it more brutal than killing. "Zhao Yin, after we use up our sandwich bread and chestnut leaves, if I get hurt again, will I have to stitch myself up like this? Are you scared?" Zhao Yin asked. "I'm afraid of pain," Song Xiaodao said seriously. "What will you do if that happens?" Her timid nature had been cultivated into a deformity by Zhao Yin after the apocalypse. Zhao Yin said, "After the healing medicines are used up, I won't let you get hurt. When you do get hurt, there will definitely be healing medicines." The previous situation of material shortages would never happen again. With the life space, he only needed to return to the cave and plant the chestnut trees. There would be as many chestnut leaves as needed. At this moment, Bao Gu finished stitching, struggling to get up from the ground, pointing outside the valley and saying, "Go out from here, and 30 kilometers to the west is the camp. Monkey, Take him with you, Zhao Yun instructed. The little monkey immediately stepped forward, grabbing Bao Ge by the collar and hoisting him onto his shoulder. Song Xiaodao skillfully picked up Bao Ji's katana and the baseball bat, walking over to hand them to Zhao Yun. These are extraordinary equipment. Zhao Yun directly stored them in his space ring. The group, along with the beast, headed out of the valley. At this moment, the sun was setting, and the shadows on the ground stretched long and far. In his past life, Zhao Yun thought that after falling out with Lin Tianfeng, as long as he retreated, he would be safe. Later, he realized that the other party had no regard for old ties and aimed to eradicate him completely. In this life, Zhao Yun would never allow such things to happen again. Once enmity was formed, it had to be resolved. The values and morals from before the apocalypse had long been buried in the dust. The leader of the camp would not question right or wrong, and if there was a chance, he would definitely seek him out. It was better for Zhao Yun to take the initiative to find him. With the speed of the 3 contracted beasts, they arrived outside a small valley half an hour later. This is our camp, Bao Ge said, weakly pointing at the valley, having lost quite a bit of blood during the bumpy ride. Zhao Yun raised his eyes to look. This was a village from before the apocalypse. Wooden railings blocked the entrance to the valley, and through the gaps, one could see makeshift stone houses built among the ruins, with smoke rising and the stench of rotting food being cooked wafting out. A few young men on watch inside the railings quickly spotted Zhao Yun and his group. Is that a mutated beast? How can there be such a large mutated beast? Where did the mutated beast come from? No, someone is riding on it. Is that Bao Ge? He's covered in blood. This is bad. Something's happened. The young men instantly fell into chaos. Someone took out a bone whistle and blew it. Who? In the next moment, the entire camp shook, and 100 or 200 young men and women rushed towards the railings, armed with various weapons. Zhao Yun remained on Old Black, walking forward at a steady pace. Don't attack, for the love of God, let Sisterly come out. Bao Ge, still slung over the little monkey's shoulder, shouted in pain. Bao Ge, did you betray Sisterly? Why did you bring outsiders to the camp? A tall young man shouted. A dozen people held homemade bows and arrows, aiming at the approaching Zhao Yun and his group. Someone shouted loudly, "Stop! If you take another step forward, I'll kill you." Zhao Yun frowned and silently signaled the 3 contracted beasts to stop. The little monkey slapped Bao Ji's backside, and with a loud bang, a large amount of blood spilled from Bao Ji's freshly stitched wound. In pain, he screamed, "Let Sisterly come out to talk. Please don't attack. Otherwise, I will die, and you all will die." However, the leading young man wouldn't listen at all. Usually, Sisterly was the absolute authority in the camp. Even though Bao Ge was an evolved being, he had to follow the rules. Bao Ge has betrayed us. Brothers, kill him. Take down those 3 mutated beasts and feast on their flesh. The leading young man ordered loudly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dozen archers immediately began shooting arrows. Zhao Yun, holding Song Xiaodao, raised a hand and caught one of the flying arrows. Zhao Yun, it's an arrow. Zhao Yun examined it closely. The arrowhead was made of iron, the shaft of wood. The tail feathers were made from wild chicken feathers, and the craftsmanship was surprisingly fine. Especially the arrow shaft, made from high-quality birch wood, was straight and smooth, coated with a layer of pseudo-mutated beast oil for preservation. The overall quality was even better than the arrows Zhao Yun had received at the shooting range. Just as Zhao Yun was inspecting the arrow, a scream rang out. Ah, damn it, Zhou Lao Qi, you really dare to shoot. Bao Ge cursed as an arrow struck his shoulder. Traitor, still daring to curse, shoot him dead. Zhou Lao Qi commanded. All the archers aimed at the little monkey and Bao Ge, and another rain of arrows fell. The little monkey completely ignored Bao Ji's life or death, still tightly holding onto his clothes, letting the arrows rain down on him. Bao Ge hadn't even had time to continue cursing before he was instantly shot into a porcupine. An F-grade evolved being's physique could not withstand such an arrow attack. The arrows that landed on the little monkey, however, didn't even scratch a hair, bouncing off and falling to the ground. Monkey, intimidate them. Zhao Yun transmitted his thoughts, waving his hand to catch several arrows that had been shot at him, and smoothly stored them in his life space. He was certain that there was definitely a craftsman making bows and arrows here. Suddenly, Zhao Yun became worried that the craftsman might be mistakenly killed by the monkey, and then transmitted, "Don't rush to kill." The little monkey bared its teeth and directly threw out the corpse of Bao Ge. Like a cannonball, it smashed straight towards the wooden railing. Boom! The body was shattered into countless pieces of rotten flesh, and a large section of the wooden railing collapsed. The group of people behind were injured by the broken wood, falling to the ground and crying out for their parents, while the rest of the people were all frightened and retreated. Even the archers stopped their hands. At that moment, everyone looked at the monkey in terror. How can there be such a terrifying mutated beast? The arrows can't even hurt it. What immense strength! Is this really the mutated beast we know? Compared to this monkey, the mutated beasts that Sisterly and the others had killed before were simply a joke. Stop! At this moment, a loud shout came. Immediately after, a short and chubby young man hurried over, putting on his pants as he walked. His upper body was bare and covered in strawberry marks. Clearly, he had just been engaged in some pleasurable activities. In Zhao Yin's true vision eye, his information immediately appeared. Human male, F-level evolver, evolution degree 100 to 0. 42, strength 16, agility 15, stamina 13, spirit 14, life countdown, 29,070 days. Brother, you finally came. When Zhou Laoqi saw his older brother Zhou Lu come out, he immediately calmed down a lot, pointing at the rotten flesh left by Bao Gu. Brother, Bao Gu betrayed us, brought this person and several mutated beasts to attack the camp. Bao Gu is dead. Zhang Bao is dead? Zhou Lu looked at the pile of rotten flesh, somewhat lost in thought. He and Zhang Bao were both evolvers in the camp, definitely considered strong in this apocalypse. He had never thought that an evolver could die so easily. It was that gorilla, too terrifying. Bao Gu was thrown over in one hit and ended up like this. Zhou Laoqi continued, deliberately not mentioning that Zhang Bao had been shot dead by his people earlier. Zhou Lu was lost in thought. To be able to smash an evolver into mush with one blow was unimaginable. What kind of strength was that? He then looked up towards Zhao Yin and was violently shaken. 3 huge mutated beasts. The wild chicken mutated beast he had seen last time was already outrageous enough, but in front of these 3 mutated beasts, it was simply a chick. How many meals would that be? This was his first thought, but soon, Zhou Lu woke up. This idea was too dangerous. Brother, if I offended you earlier, I apologize on behalf of Sisterly. The camp is simple, so we won't invite you in. If you have any needs, just let me know. Zhou Lu tried to make himself appear more humble, slightly bending his waist. Your people want to kill me and eat the flesh of my subordinate mutated beasts. Zhao Yin finally spoke. Lao He immediately stepped forward, slowly approaching the wooden railing, followed closely by Lao Niu and the little monkey. As the 3 massive creatures approached, Zhou Lu felt his heart racing, and his legs went weak. The others were even worse, all pale-faced, some directly scared to the point of wetting themselves. Brother, what should we do? Zhou Laoqi trembled and asked. Zhou Lu was like a wooden sculpture at this moment, looking at Zhao Yin and his group in terror, not knowing what to do. Zhao Yin's voice continued to ring out. I came to your camp to seek an explanation, but encountered your attack. Do you think Zhao Yin can be bullied? Lao He directly walked into the wooden railing, coming before the crowd. Zhao Yin sat high there, holding Song Xiaodao in his arms, his indifferent gaze sweeping over everyone. Do you still think my mutated beasts can be casually eaten? The 3 contract beasts were filled with a murderous intent, having seen the greedy gazes of these humans earlier. A group of little trash actually wanted to eat their flesh? The angriest was not the usually hot-tempered little monkey, but the old cow. Before the apocalypse, it was just a humble cow, having witnessed its companions die under the butcher's knife, turned into beef products. Now it had become a mutated beast, yet there were still people who wanted to eat its meat. Moo! The old cow let out a low roar, the sound waves spreading, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Many people immediately screamed in agony, blood flowing from their ears. The old cow looked at Zhou Lu and the others with blood-red eyes, the killing intent within making Zhou Lu, an evolved being, feel weak all over. A terror from the depths of the soul swept through him, and with a thud, Zhou Lu's legs buckled, kneeling down. Brother, we really didn't mean to offend. Brother? Zhao Yin sneered, Amir didn't mean to. Can brush me off? Zhou Lu gritted his teeth, hesitation flashing in his eyes, and then suddenly erupted, snatching the kitchen knife from Zhou Laoqi's hand. Thud! He didn't strike at Zhao Yin but directly slashed at Zhou Laoqi's neck. The kitchen knife embedded itself in the neck, wedged between the bones. Brother! Zhou Laoqi's eyes widened, desperately gripping Zhou Lu's hand that held the knife, struggling to say, You killed your own brother? After the apocalypse, the 2 brothers relied on each other for survival. Once, you swore to me, to protect each other, to live and die together, never to betray. Tears streamed down Zhou Laoqi's face. Because the 2 brothers were of one heart, they had achieved many merits under Sisterly, and the evolution potion rewarded by Sisterly was originally meant for Zhou Laoqi. He had given it to his brother instead. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Zhou Lu acted so ruthlessly. Second brother, one person dying is better than both dying together. Zhou Lu said coldly, now I am an evolved being, and there are many good lives to live. I can only say sorry to you, second brother. With that, Zhou Lu grabbed Zhou Laoqi's messy hair, yanked the kitchen knife, and crack, the head was severed. Blood sprayed onto Zhou Lu's face, and for some reason, a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Now, Zhou Laoqi had become his burden, and Zhao Yin had given him an excuse to break free, finally overcoming his psychological barrier. He held Zhou Laoqi's head and knelt before Zhao Yin. "This waste attacked you, I killed him." Zhao Yin's expression grew colder. He hadn't expected Zhou Lu to be so decisive. "Not enough." Zhao Yin shook his head. "Not enough?" Zhou Lu immediately dropped Zhou Laoqi's head, his gaze falling on the survivors beside him. "How many more do you want me to kill? Just give me a number." A group of survivors, upon hearing this, some turned and fled into the valley, some knelt on the ground begging for mercy, and some cursed loudly. "Damn it, Zhou Lu, do you still have humanity?" "Sixth brother, we are classmates. We came to the camp together. Please don't kill me." "Sixth brother, considering that I let you sleep with my mom and sister, let me go." This is the essence of humanity. This is human nature. This is also what Zhao Yin saw through in his past life but could not escape in this life during the apocalypse. Seeing this scene, all that remained in his heart was numbness. Amidst the chaos of everyone in the camp, Zhao Yin shouted, "Who is Sisterly? Why hasn't she come out yet?" Sisterly went to a large cave 40 kilometers away. "She won't be back today," Zhou Lu answered honestly. "Cave?" Zhao Yin's heart sank. That cave not only has clean water sources but also plenty of live fish. However, there have always been 2 retired soldiers leading 700 to 800 people occupying it. In fact, not just Sisterly, all the nearby forces are envious. Those 2 veterans can make guns, and they built a stone wall outside the cave. Even if an evolved being wants to attack, it will come at a great cost. Sisterly is also worried about being taken advantage of, so we've waited until now. Just this morning, Brother Big Head from Beishan sent word that all the able-bodied men in the cave were wiped out by a group of mutated rats. Now, the cave has been occupied by an outsider who is an evolved being. Oh, by the way, Brother Big Head is the strongest evolved being among the nearby survivor camps, having evolved to E-level, and he has several powerful pieces of equipment. Led by Brother Big Head, including Sisterly and her sister from our camp, along with several other nearby camps, a total of more than 20 evolved beings went. How can the best cave resources in the Daudi Mountains be taken by an outsider? At this point, Zhou Lu paused. He suddenly noticed Zhao Yin's face growing darker. Zhao Yin's jerky, rat skins, rat bones, as well as those fish and crispy ear vegetables, were still in the cave. With so many evolved beings gone, Zhao Yin wondered if those 6 pseudo-mutated beasts could hold them off. After all, without anyone to command them, the intelligence of the pseudo-mutated beasts was too low. Zhao Yin jumped off Old Black's back and grabbed Zhou Lu. "I ask you, where did so many evolved beings come from?" After the meteor shower stopped, Sisterly was the first to discover the secret of the star crystal. It was she who spread the news, intending to help more people survive while collecting rewards for identifying items. Zhou Lu tried to remain calm as he spoke. She didn't expect that Brother Big Head would end up developing better than our camp. The other camps, after identifying common strange items, also turned against Sisterly. Only that cave has always been coveted, and no one told them the secret of the star crystal. "What a stupid woman!" Zhao Yin cursed, then asked, "Where are your supplies, and who is that craftsman?" "The supplies from the star crystal are all carried by Sisterly, and she doesn't let anyone get close. As for the craftsman you mentioned, we have stonemasons and blacksmiths in our camp, the one who makes bows and arrows," Zhao Yin said. "Oh, that's Dandan, Sisterly's biological sister, who went to the cave with her." Compared to the extraordinary supplies in Sisterly's hands, Zhao Yin was more concerned about that craftsman. If he had enough arrow shafts, he could easily turn hundreds of grey rat claws into arrows, and with the Zhuge crossbow, killing zombies would be easier than cutting chives. But in the end, both the supplies and the craftsman went to their own cave. Zhao Yin came back with some information but nothing else. "Brother, I've made it clear. There are still women in this camp, old and young. If you fancy any of them, feel free to take them." Zhou Lu tried to force a pleasing smile, but it looked worse than crying. Crack! Zhao Yin directly snapped Zhou Lu's neck. In fact, the moment Zhou Lu killed Zhou Laoqi, he had already harbored murderous intent. This person reminded him of Lin Tianfeng. Zhao Yin was preoccupied with the supplies and contract beasts in the cave, tossed Zhou Lu's corpse aside, and ordered, "Go and wipe out this camp. Bring me any supplies you find. Kill anyone who resists, and if someone tries to escape, ignore them." As soon as he finished speaking, Song Xiaodao immediately jumped off Old Black's back and charged out with the 3 contract beasts. A series of rumbling sounds erupted as the makeshift stone houses could not withstand the attacks of the contract beasts, and in the blink of an eye, they were reduced to rubble. None of the survivors dared to resist, all scattering in every direction. Soon, the camp's storage room was collapsed by Old Neo, and the supplies were exposed. Zhao Yin walked over and saw a pile of tattered clothes, rotten and foul-smelling food, animal bones, firewood, and a small pile of nylon rope fishing nets. Completely impoverished, Zhao Yin still collected that pile of nylon rope fishing nets, thinking they might be useful in the future. Immediately, Song Xiaodao walked back quickly, holding 2 butterfly knives in his hands and carrying a large bundle of arrows on his back. Jiaolin, 1 butterfly knife was found in the stone house on Saturday, and the other is in the hands of another survivor. All the arrows in this camp are here. Jiaolin directly collected them. There was nothing left to scrape here. He flipped over and climbed onto Old Black's back, lifting Song Shaodao up. Back to the cave, full speed. At this moment, outside the cave, hundreds of survivors had gathered. The 27 leaders at the front were all evolved beings, both men and women, standing in the center of the group. Throughout the entire Dotty mountain range, there were hundreds of peaks, with 16 survivor gathering places. Excluding the destroyed Luochang and the Great Cave, the remaining 14 camps had people coming. Brothers and sisters, after the apocalypse, we have all struggled to survive under the hands of zombies. We should be huddling together for warmth, but these people in the Great Cave monopolize the best shelter in the Dotty mountain range, the cleanest water source, and the most delicious fish and meat. Considering we are all human, you have been tolerating them. Many people from our camps have starved to death, yet we haven't attacked them. However, just a few days ago, Captain Wang and that group of young men died. An outsider came and occupied our shared resources. What do you all think we should do? A middle-aged man, only 1.50 meters tall, with a large head and a fierce expression, spoke passionately to everyone. The Great Cave is the resource of the entire Dotty mountain range. Why should we give it to an outsider? Charge in, kill that outsider, and we will share the resources among our camps. Big Head, you take the lead on this matter. Our camp is willing to follow your command. Immediately, several people spoke up, like the supporting roles in a certain cloud society before the apocalypse. In fact, everyone knew that the few camps speaking were usually on good terms with Big Head, seizing the opportunity to vie for command. The entire Dotty mountain range would eventually unify, and today's command might be the future leadership of the Dotty mountain range. Attacking the Great Cave was just a prelude. Big Head was warming up for the future election of the leader of the Dotty mountain range. Soon, someone raised an objection. It was Sisterly who informed us of the secret of the star crystal, and it was she who taught us how to use the evolution potion in Corpse Crystal. She is the benefactor of all the camps. Shouldn't the command be given to her? The speaker was the leader of the third most powerful camp in the entire Dotty mountain range, a tall and thin young man. Behind him stood 4 evolved beings, all from his camp. Among the 14 camp leaders, only Sisterly and the tall, thin young man could truly compete with Big Head for command. Yet, at this moment, he actively recommended Sisterly to contend. Sisterly appeared to be around 25 or 26. Even in the apocalypse, her skin was snow white, and she wore a clean dress, her chest full. Her hair was style high, with a slim waist and curvy hips, her legs straight. She was not seen carrying any weapons, just wearing an inconspicuous gray ring on her left hand. Behind Sisterly stood a girl with a stern expression, around 17 or 18 years old, wearing a men's military jacket that covered her thighs, revealing a pair of legs even longer than Sisterly's. Compared to Sisterly, Dandan lacked a bit of charm but had more purity. If it were before the apocalypse, she would definitely be a campus beauty. At this moment, many evolved beings, intentionally or unintentionally, focused their attention on the two sisters. Sisterly smiled gently, her soft voice slowly rising. Everyone, my sister and I are just 2 little women. How could we command? I actually think that Big Head and Brother Gaofeng are both suitable. Just as others thought it was because Gaofeng supported Sisterly that she was returning the favor, Gaofeng's expression suddenly changed. He actively instigated a rivalry between Sisterly and Big Head, actually hoping to benefit from their conflict. Unexpectedly, this woman saw right through him. Sisterly straightened her proud chest, her 2 snowy peaks swaying slightly, and with her bright eyes glimmering, she covered her mouth and smiled charmingly, saying, "The best destination for a woman has never been to become a leader, but to find a truly worthy man to marry. My sister and I have already discussed it. Whoever becomes the leader of Dawei Mountain in the future, we will marry him." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted. Did I hear that right? Sisterly wants to share a husband with her sister? Both sisters are top beauties with extraordinary strength. How many people have sought one of them and failed? Who could have such good fortune? Only a hero like Big Head could be worthy of both sisters. But Gaofeng has better looks. I think he is more suitable, though unfortunately, his strength is not as good as Big Head's. Gaofeng stared intently at Sister Li's smiling eyes, his face already pale with anger. Who didn't know that throughout the entire Dawei mountain range, countless men were drooling over these 2 sisters, and Big Head had long regarded them as his possessions. Even if Gaofeng said he didn't want to compete, could anyone believe him? Could Big Head believe him? Sure enough, Big Head immediately seemed invigorated, striding directly toward Gaofeng and slapping him on the shoulder. The force was so great that Gaofeng's body shook. Big Head squinted his eyes, hiding his murderous intent. Gaofeng, do you want to compete with your brother for command today? Big Head, you think too much. Even if I had that intention, I wouldn't have the guts. Gao Feng forced a smile, trying to appease him. He still needed a few F-grade corpse crystals to advance to E-grade, and at this moment, he was definitely not Big Head's match. Ha ha, at least you know your place. Seeing him back down, Big Head didn't want to turn hostile at this moment. He turned to the crowd. Since that's the case, I won't decline. Thank you all for your support. I will temporarily take on the role of commander. Someone immediately stepped forward to congratulate him. Sisterly still wore a smile on her face, suddenly leaning close to Gao Feng and whispering in his ear, "Coward." Gao Feng clenched his fists, realizing that after today, that reckless man Big Head would definitely not let him off the hook. In fact, this woman's scheme had already succeeded. After he and Big Head fought, the two sisters would undoubtedly take action. Sisterly was ultimately the first to discover the secret of the star crystal and had the ability to identify its strange properties. Her background was definitely the richest among those present. In fact, Gao Feng had always suspected that her true strength was above Big Head's. Gao Feng could only hope that the upcoming speculations would come true, then. At this moment, Sisterly withdrew her attention from Gao Feng, her expression indifferent as she looked at the excited Big Head, a flash of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. Big Head remained oblivious, and after the congratulatory voices faded, he shouted loudly, "Everyone, time is of the essence. With your assistance, taking down the Great Cave is just a matter of waving my hand. Now, in my capacity as commander, I order all evolvers to retreat, and all ordinary survivors to go up and tear down that wall." As soon as he finished speaking, Big Head's eyes revealed a murderous glint, and with a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Kill! Destroy the cave! Plunder!" All the evolvers immediately retreated 30 meters, including Sisterly, her sister, and Gao Feng, while a group of survivors charged toward the stone wall, shouting. In the surrounding camps, 200 to 300 young men arrived, all fully equipped. In their view, there was only one evolver inside the cave, and the others were no match for them. However, the next moment, the wooden door actually opened on its own, and a giant rat the size of a calf emerged. Following that, a second, a third. After 5 similarly sized giant rats came out, an even larger one, as big as an ox, poked its head out from behind the door. Squeak! The rat let out a sharp scream, the sound waves rolling forth, and at close range, several survivors had their eardrums shattered, collapsing to the ground, rolling in agony while covering their ears. At this moment, everyone, including Big Head, had a drastic change in expression. Big Head, didn't you say there was only one evolver? How could there be so many mutated beasts? How would I know? Big Head was also confused. Clearly, the information he received was incorrect. Last night, he had someone investigate and captured a lone old lady who was gathering firewood, who informed him that after Team Wang disappeared, a person with the surname Zhao took over here. Big Head was so pleased that he killed the old lady on the spot. At this time, Mouse 6 slowly walked out from inside the door. Upon seeing the weapons in the hands of that group of people, a bloodthirsty glint flashed in his crimson eyes. Squeak! With a high-pitched mouse cry, all the giant rats instantly charged towards the crowd, and thus, the slaughter began. The weapons of ordinary people struck the giant rats, at most knocking off a few hairs, not even injuring their skin or flesh, while every swipe of the giant rat's claws tore apart a person. In a moment, 200 to 300 ordinary survivors were slaughtered nearly in half. The remaining people could not form any fighting strength and all scattered in a panic. Run! It's that terrifying horde of rats. Big Head, help! My intestines are spilling out, someone save me. The scene was like hell on earth. The speed of the giant rats was too fast, weaving through the crowd, killing 2 or 3 people in almost a second. This group of ordinary survivors found even escaping to be a luxury. At this moment, Big Head finally remembered to give the order. Quick, everyone go save the people, all of you go up and kill those damned rats. However, more than 20 evolvers were all trembling. They had never seen such terrifying mutated beasts. Seeing this, Big Head shouted, "Who the hell is afraid of dying? I will hold each of you accountable later. If these ordinary people all die, the major camps will be nothing but a name, and can you still remain high and mighty?" As soon as he finished speaking, Big Head unsheathed a mountain-cutting knife from his waist and was the first to charge forward. Immediately, more than 10 evolvers followed him. The giant rats were indeed terrifying, but Big Head was E-rank and had a D-rank extraordinary weapon in hand. Since Big Head took the lead, what were they afraid of? Only Sisterly and her sister remained in place. "Sis, should we go too?" Dandan asked, tightly gripping her bow and arrow. "Go where? Hurry and run with me, those rats are all E-rank." Sister Lee's face had long turned pale. The reason she didn't remind Big Head was partly because she hoped that the domineering and disgusting man would die under the claws of the giant rats, and also because they needed someone to hold off the giant rats to buy time for the 2 sisters to escape. "What? E-rank?" Dandan's face also turned pale instantly. Sisterly didn't tell her sister that the largest giant rat had already reached D rank. Otherwise, she worried her sister would go weak in the knees. The two sisters turned and fled frantically, but Dandan couldn't help but look back. At this moment, the incredibly brave Big Head had already been pierced through the chest by Mouse 6, his claws lifting him high before slicing him in half. Blood rained down, and this reckless man who tried to create a myth through his dominance and bravery in the apocalypse met his end. The remaining 5 giant rats abandoned the pursuit of the ordinary survivors and all turned to attack this group of evolvers. Under their claws, the fighting strength formed by the evolvers could hardly withstand for a moment, and soon began to collapse and flee. Squeak, with a command from Mouse 6, all the giant rats chased after the fleeing evolvers. Sis, where's Gaofeng? Why haven't I seen him? Dandan noticed something and couldn't help but ask. He escaped long ago. Do you really think he would listen to Big Head's orders? Sister Lee replied. At this moment, the two sisters suddenly felt a chill behind them and turned to see a giant rat charging towards them. Not good. Sister Lee's face turned ugly. She grabbed her sister's hand and ran for their lives. After the giant rats chased the evolvers far away from the cave, 5 figures emerged from a nearby small grove. It was Gaofeng and the 4 evolvers in the camp. Beasts are just beasts, brainless. Gaofeng laughed. The most brainless is that big-headed fool, who dared to open the cave without understanding the situation, creating an opportunity for us. Brother Feng is indeed visionary. He sent people to keep an eye on the cave long ago. When Wu Shuegue and the others returned today, they were escorted by Mouse 6 and Mouse 5, and were seen by those Gaofeng had previously arranged to spy outside the cave. At that time, Gaofeng received news that there were mutated beasts here and guessed it might be a mouse swarm. He didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. Everything was completed as he had anticipated. Big-headed brother is dead, and not many other camp leaders will survive. Those 2 bitches, Lily and Dandan, will sooner or later attach themselves to you, Brother Feng. By then, the entire Dawei mountain range will be under your control. Gaofeng was not overwhelmed by joy. He gazed intently at the cave. Hurry in, take all the supplies before the giant rats return. After saying that, he drew the butterfly knife from his waist and led his subordinates swiftly toward the stone wall. Wu Shuegue led over 500 survivors waiting behind the stone wall. When they saw that group being defeated by the mouse swarm, smiles appeared on everyone's faces. But before they could cheer, they saw Gaofeng and his group. Wu Shuegue's smile froze, and he shouted loudly, "Close the door, quickly close the door." However, it was too late. Gaofeng's figure flashed and he was inside the door. With a swing of his butterfly knife, a woman preparing to close the door had her throat cut. Her wrinkled face twisted in agony, her eyes wide open as she turned to look at Wu Shuegue, seemingly wanting to reach out for help. Before she could raise her hand, she lost strength and fell limply to the ground. Panic-stricken screams erupted from the crowd. Anger flashed across Wu Shuegue's face, but it was quickly replaced by a fawning smile. He bent his knees and knelt, knocking his head on the ground. "Brother, please don't kill. There are only old, young, women, and children here. No one can pose a threat to you. I beg you, I beg you." Slap. Gaofeng slapped Wu Shuegue's face. "Did I tell you to speak?" The immense strength of the evolver knocked Wu Shuegue to the ground, his cheek swelling instantly. Ignoring the pain, he continued to crawl and knock his head. "Brother, as long as you don't kill anymore, anything can be discussed." Faced with Wu Shuegue's humility, Gaofeng suddenly felt no desire to kill. "I only want supplies. I don't want to kill." Gaofeng reprimanded. "Where are the supplies in the cave?" Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and immediately, an older woman flattered, "Boss, I know where they are. There are several thousand pounds of jerky, over 10,000 pounds of dried fish, and crispy ear vegetables." Gaofeng was stunned, and the 4 evolvers behind him also gaped. They didn't expect there to be so many supplies in the cave. They couldn't carry it all. "Everyone go move it for me, move it to my camp. Whoever moves the most, I will reserve a spot for her in the camp. Those who don't move will be killed," Gaofeng loudly ordered, pointing at the hundreds of survivors. A group of about 100 older women immediately turned and walked toward the cave. Zhao Yin's supplies were in the back hall of the cave, usually guarded by those giant rats. "Everyone stop." Wu Shuegue suddenly panicked. "If we lose those supplies, the boss won't let us go. Everyone stop." Bang! Gaofeng kicked him to the ground. "If you're afraid of the boss, are you not afraid of me?" Wu Shuegue rolled over, struggling to stand up, suddenly pulling out a handgun from behind and aiming it at Gaofeng. "The boss's strength is beyond your imagination. Even if you bring the supplies back to the camp, it will only be your disaster. I advise you to leave immediately. This matter can still be negotiated." His earlier humility was just to save more people. Now, his firmness was because Wu Shuegue understood that without those supplies, no one here would have a way out. A pistol can at most kill one evolved being, and he would never have another chance. Wu Shuegue only hoped that these few people would be cautious. Do you know the valley in Shishan? Tens of thousands of zombies, and the boss can kill them all. How many people do you have in your camp? Can your strongest match those powerful zombies? Wu Shuegue trembled as he scolded. Everyone was momentarily stunned. At this moment, Wu Shuegue was completely different from the person he had been earlier. Gaofeng's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and then he burst into laughter. I've seen boastful people, but I've never seen anyone who can brag like you. He suddenly leaned his head toward Wu Shuegue's gun barrel. Go ahead, shoot. Do you have the guts? Kill me, and then my subordinates will wipe out everyone here. Wu Shuegue's hand trembled, and for a moment, he lacked the courage to pull the trigger. In the next moment, his hand was empty, the pistol was snatched away. Bang! Gao Feng shot Wu Shuegue directly in the chest, the bullet passing through, a large spurt of blood erupting. Don't hurt Uncle Wu. At that moment, an 11 or 12-year-old girl rushed out, shielding Wu Shuegue with her body. Please, don't hurt Uncle Wu. Wang Xiaolei pressed her hands tightly against Wu Shuegue's wound, trying to stop the bleeding, her face streaked with tears. Now, Uncle Wu was her last relative and support. Get the hell away from me! Gao Feng was enraged by the girl's actions, swinging the gun but down toward her head, but in the next moment, a white shadow flashed, and Gao Feng felt a sharp pain in his hand. A large chunk of flesh was torn from his hand, and the pistol fell to the ground. A frail little kitten, skin and bones, with its fur bristling, stood on Wang Xiaolei's shoulder, baring its teeth and glaring fiercely at Gao Feng. Gao Feng clutched his blood-soaked hand in disbelief, staring at the cat. He was an evolved being, just one step away from evolving to E-level. How could he be hurt by a little cat? But this little cat didn't look like a mutated beast at all. Catch that cat! Gao Feng ordered loudly. Don't kill it. For evolved beings immediately surrounded the little white cat, 8 hands reaching for it, but in the next moment, the white cat's figure flashed, instantly pouncing on one evolved being's face, darting past and leaving a trail of blood droplets. Ah, my eyes. Brother Feng, save me. At this moment, everyone finally saw that the evolved being's eyes had shattered, black-red liquid flowing out, flesh and blood a mess. The fluffy fur behind the little white cat slowly retracted a pair of palm-sized meat wings, having landed on Wang Xiaolei's shoulder as if it had never moved. It continued to bare its teeth, trying to look fierce, but it was hard to avoid looking cute. Wang Xiaolei was already scared silly, sitting on the ground in a daze. She knew that Little White was different from other animals, but she had never imagined it would be this powerful. The remaining 3 retreated in terror, no longer daring to grab the white cat with their bare hands. The evolved being who had lost his eyes stumbled around, howling in agony, and grabbed a woman, directly breaking her neck. Brother Feng, Lao Ji's eyes are blind, it's hard to catch him. If we delay, the giant rats will come back. What about the supplies? Someone asked Gao Feng. Gao Feng gritted his teeth. Despite being envious of the white cat's abilities, the current situation clearly made it impossible for him to get the cat. Kill it for me. Little White, you hurry and go. Don't worry about me. Wang Xiaolei cried as she picked up the little white cat from her shoulder and threw it toward the cave entrance. Meow. The little white cat spun in the air and instantly landed back on Wang Xiaolei's shoulder, not even looking at its owner, continuing to bare its teeth at Gao Feng and the others. Meow meow. Its cries grew louder, clearly a bit panicked, but it was unwilling to leave. Gao Feng and the 3 evolved beings took out their weapons, no longer as careless as before. Everyone's expression was tense as they spread out to form a surrounding stance, approaching Wang Xiaolei and the little white cat. When the first evolved person got within 5 meters, the little white cat suddenly darted forward, just like last time, pouncing at his face. The man was already prepared and swung the iron rod in his hand down fiercely. Bang! The little white cat was instantly knocked away, its small body rolling on the ground, blood flowing from its mouth and nose. After all, it was too small, not even having evolved to F level, and had been eating meager food with Wang Xiaolei for a long time, lacking proper nutrition. The earlier injury to the evolved person had been entirely unexpected. Now, with Gao Feng and the others giving their all, the situation was completely different. They were all evolved individuals with real combat experience. The man raised the iron rod and continued to pursue, while Wang Xiaolei suddenly threw herself over the little white cat, shouting, "Don't kill the little white! You can't kill the little white!" The little girl stared with watery eyes. Apart from her courage, she had nothing else. Wu Shuegue, still clinging to life, saw this scene and struggled to speak. Xiaolei, don't! He found it hard to say even one more word. You can't kill the little white. Wang Xiaolei stubbornly glared at the evolved person. Just like her little white cat, she was willing to risk her life to protect each other. Get away! The evolved person swung the iron rod, aiming a fierce blow at Wang Xiaolei's head. Terrified, Wang Xiaolei closed her eyes. There was nothing else she could do. Bang! The iron rod struck something, but Wang Xiaolei felt no pain. When she opened her eyes, she saw the little white cat tumbling through the air, crashing against the stone wall nearby. Then, with a thud, that small body made hardly any sound. As it fell to the ground, blood gushed from its mouth and nose, and its pair of azure eyes still gazed longingly at Wang Xiaolei. Little white, little white. Woo woo. Wang Xiaolei quickly crawled over and held the little white cat in her arms. It felt soft all over, as if it had no bones, its spine twisted in an abnormal way. Seeing this, Gao Feng called for the evolved person to stop. Without extraordinary medicine, this little white cat was doomed. Hurry, everyone go move the supplies. The giant rat is coming back soon, quick. 3 evolved individuals immediately drove the survivors inside to move supplies, and soon, hundreds of people surged into the back hall. The evolved person with blind eyes had calmed down and pleaded towards Gao Feng. Brother Feng, I remember you still have a healing bread. Can you heal my wounds? Gao Feng glanced at his 3 subordinates walking away, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes as he approached the blind evolved person. Brother, I would be willing to give you the healing bread, but it can't heal your eyes. Brother Feng, just let me live. Maybe in the future, I can find some treasure for regrowing severed limbs. Ji Jia, swear to serve you for life. Ji Jia trembled as he spoke. If you die, even if you serve me, in this damn apocalypse, how much food does it take to keep another useless person alive? Gao Feng shook his head. Poof. The butterfly knife pierced Ji Jia's heart. Brother, go well. I didn't want this either. It's this apocalypse forcing me. Ji Jia wanted to curse, but Gao Feng raised his hand, cutting off his jaw along with his teeth. And then the blade flashed again, severing his head. As blood gushed out, Gao Feng stepped back. Soon, the 3 evolved individuals drove the crowd of survivors out, all of them carrying supplies. Zhao Yin's accumulated supplies were all gone, spread thin among over 500 people. The 3 evolved individuals saw the dead Ji Jia, and their expressions changed. Then, they all tacitly fell silent. Brother Feng, we've taken everything we could carry. There's still a plant's leaf inside that can be eaten, but it's not easy to transplant. Gao Feng saw over 10,000 pounds of dried fish and meat. A smile appeared on his face, just some wild vegetables, not much nutrition, bringing these is enough, let's go. All the survivors quickly left the cave under the urging of several evolved ones. In the entire cave hall, only Wang Xiaolei's cries remained, holding the little white cat in her arms, while Wu Shuigui beside her was bleeding profusely from his upper body. The world fell silent, leaving only desolation. When Zhao Yin was 5 kilometers away from the big cave, he suddenly ordered Lao He to stop. Zhao Yin, what happened? Song Xiaodao asked. Came back late, someone took my supplies. Zhao Yin's face darkened, he heard the footsteps of hundreds of people coming from another direction, vaguely discussing the dried meat and fish. Without thinking much, in this resource-scarce apocalypse, it must be his supplies. Turn around, 3 kilometers north, Zhao Yin commanded. At this moment, many survivors, seeing that Gao Feng had successfully seized Zhao Yin's supplies, began to stir. Brother Gao Feng, thank you for appearing, you've given us a way to survive. A young woman in tattered clothes, exposing half of her white bun, flattered. A way to survive? Gao Feng was taken aback. Brother Gao Feng, you don't know, none of the previous leaders of the big cave were good people. Whether it was Team Wang or Xie Jinshan, they never treated us like humans. Right, an older woman immediately echoed. Every time we got something good, they took it first, never letting us eat our fill. The most despicable one is Wu Shuigui, he's a traitor. As soon as that Zhao Yin came, he immediately handed over all the supplies. Zhao Yin is a beast, wanting to take away all the food, cutting off our way to survive. They all deserve to die. The voices grew louder, some truly hated those leaders, while others were trying to show loyalty to Gao Feng. Most of them had never thought about what they had done for the cave, only knowing that the distribution methods of a few leaders were unfair. Brother Gao Feng, from now on, we will join your camp. Yes, joining Brother Gao Feng's camp, we can live better. Gao Feng maintained a faint smile, watching a group of wrinkled older women fantasizing as if he had truly agreed. These old folks still haven't figured out what the apocalypse is. One evolved one sneered in a low voice. What use are they to the camp? If it weren't for the temporary need to have them move things, Brother Gao Feng would have already taken them all out. Another evolved one whispered. These words were all heard by Zhao Ying 2 kilometers away. His face showed no expression, but he suddenly recalled the scene of Xie Jinshan begging him to spare these survivors before he died. He remembered Wu Shuigui, the obsequious figure. That old cripple had once been a disabled soldier, sacrificing his dignity for the lives of hundreds in the cave during the apocalypse. Was he not here for these survivors to die? Zhao Yin, they are carrying our supplies. Song Xiaodao pointed at the crowd ahead. At this moment, with Lao He moving at full speed, Zhao Yin was less than 500 meters away from Gao Feng and the others. With Song Xiaodao's eyesight, she could already see the familiar older women and the ratskin bundles they were carrying. That dried meat was painstakingly smoked by Nyo and me. How dare they steal our things? Song Xiaodao's brows furrowed, her small face filled with anger. Zhao Yun instantly spotted the figures of Gao Feng and the other 3 evolved ones in the center of the group. Human male, F-level evolved, evolution degree 100/94. 76, strength 17, agility 16, stamina 15, spirit 17, life countdown 19,953 days, human male, F-level evolver, evolution degree 100/1. 01, strength 15, agility 16, stamina 14, spirit 16, talent B-level shooting, life countdown 18,953 days, human male. All 4 are F-level evolvers. Zhao Yun couldn't tell whether this camp was lucky or unlucky, as it had surprisingly produced 4 bottles of F-level evolution potions in such a short time. However, their weapons were still F-level, and not a single extraordinary piece of clothing had been produced. It should be noted that Zhao Yun had opened so many star crystals and had produced quite a bit, yet he had only obtained 2 bottles of F-level evolution potions. But luck is something that is hard to define. The 4 F-level evolvers seemed like mere chickens and dogs in Zhao Yun's eyes, yet they dared to come and snatch his things. Zhao Yun, I want to kill them, Song Xiaodao said. Zhao Yun thought of something, shook his head, then jumped down from Old Black's back, turning to Song Xiaodao and the 3 contracted beasts, saying, You wait here, I'll go take a look. Zhao Yun, not killing? Song Xiaodao's eyes widened, feeling as if Zhao Yun had changed his character. When did he become so merciful? I, Zhao Yun, may lack principles, but I have my own rules. Zhao Yun continued, all traitors must die, but this group of survivors has worked for me for a few days. They may not have made contributions, but they have endured hardships. If someone was merely coerced, I will spare their lives. After saying this, Zhao Yun put away all the weapons on him, took off his ratskin armor, and changed into a set of tattered ordinary clothes. He only left on the dog head hat that could save his life at any moment. At this moment, he looked like a defeated deserter, slowly approaching the team at the peak. It's the boss. How did he become like this? What boss? That kid with the surname Zhao must have been killed by zombies and lost all his mutated beasts. Serves him right. Even if he wasn't so miserable, Brother Gaofeng would still kill him. The few big aunties at the front of the team immediately recognized Zhao Yun. Everyone was first startled, and then, seeing his disheveled appearance, they all began to mock him. Previously in the cave, they had only seen Zhao Yun command mutated beasts to kill, but had never seen him take action himself. So in their eyes, even if Zhao Yun was an evolver, Gaofeng and the other 3 evolvers could easily crush him. A gust of wind blew, lifting the tattered cloth strips on Zhao Yun's pants, revealing his pale thighs. He lowered his head, seemingly completely unaware of the approaching crowd. Brother Gaofeng, that person is Zhao Yun. The voice finally reached the center of the team, as a young woman pointed at the disheveled youth ahead. Gaofeng squinted his eyes, gazing intently, and then laughed. I thought a strong person who could control so many mutated beasts would have 3 heads and 6 arms. Turns out it's just this thing. The other 3 evolvers, who had previously shown some apprehension upon hearing Zhao Yun's name, also clearly saw Zhao Yun's miserable appearance at this moment. They all burst into laughter, and the nearby survivors laughed along. I wonder what kind of adventure this kid had to be able to command those mutated beasts. Now he's the only one left, and just his luck to run into us. What a damn misfortune. Ha, he once had so many mutated beasts, yet not a single extraordinary piece of equipment came out. He must be a useless fool. He might not even be an evolver. He didn't even notice us from this close. At this moment, Zhao Yun finally looked up, then paused his steps, calmly gazing at the approaching crowd. What are you doing? Why have you brought my supplies here? Zhao Yun asked. What your supplies? These supplies now belong to Brother Gaofeng. Zhao Yun, you dare to come back? A big ant said with a face full of resentment, completely changing from her usual humble demeanor. Zhao Yun, you're at death's door, do you know that? You've been acting high and mighty in the cave for so long. I never thought you'd end up like this. Ha, the darker side of human nature always relishes seeing those on high fall from grace. In the apocalypse, whoever has the strength can seize more resources, and to Zhao Yun, this is only natural. Anyone would do the same. He didn't kill these people, although he took the tender ear vegetables and fish. He compensated them with rat bones. Zhao Yun wasn't a good person, but he didn't think of himself as particularly evil either. What about Wu Shuegue? Did he betray me too? Zhao Yun asked. Wu Shuegue? He died a long time ago, killed by Brother Gaofeng. That bastard colluded with you. He should have died long ago, an older woman said gleefully. A chill rose in Zhao Yun's eyes. The only person he acknowledged in the entire cave was Wu Shuegue. Although he was a foolish, old cripple, such people were too rare, scarcer than pandas before the apocalypse. If there was hope for this world, it could do without Zhao Yun, but it absolutely couldn't do without someone like Wu Shuegue. At that moment, Gaofeng led 3 evolved beings, swaggering over, and the survivors automatically made way for him. Hey, kid, your name is Zhaoyin, right? All these supplies now belong to me, Gaofeng said, stopping not far from Zhaoyin. Since you ran into me, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Kneel down and bow to me 3 times, and I'll let you join the camp. In his eyes, Zhaoyin was useless, but his ability to tame those mutated beasts was worth exploring. Zhaoyin turned his gaze calmly to Gaofeng. I'll give you a chance too. Kneel down, bow 3 times, and cut off one of your arms, and I'll give you a minute to escape. What did you say? Gaofeng was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha, kid, I think you've gone mad from being scared by zombies. Zhao Yin's gaze suddenly sharpened, sweeping over all the survivors. You all still have a chance. Now, who wants to come back to the cave with me? Step behind me. I'll give you 10 seconds to decide. 10, 9, 8. Zhao Yin counted down loudly. Not a single survivor moved, still standing in place, mocking Zhao Yin. Kid, you're just bluffing here. One of the evolved beings said impatiently, stepping forward and swinging a slap at Zhao Yin's face. Bang! In the next moment, everyone saw Zhao Yin's figure sway, and the evolved being's head instantly shattered. Brain matter mixed with white skull fragments flew everywhere, splattering Gaofeng and the others with bright red blood. Everyone was stunned, completely unprepared for the death of an evolved being. Gaofeng and the remaining 2 evolved beings broke out in a cold sweat in an instant. They hadn't even seen how Zhao Yin made his move, it was too fast. At that moment, they finally understood that Zhao Yin was at least an E-level evolved being, and possibly D-level. Don't! Big brother, I was blind. Gaofeng shouted loudly while retreating, then turned to flee with the other 2 evolved beings. Zhao Yin didn't pursue, he continued counting, 3, 2, 1. At this moment, a group of survivors finally reacted, and an older woman immediately shouted, Boss, don't be angry. I'm old and slow to react. I'll stand behind you now. They all forced me. The big cave is my home. I'm not going anywhere. Boss, I'm willing to go back to the cave with you. Almost in an instant, hundreds of people surged toward Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin bit his lip and softly said, it's too late. For Zhao Yin, killing was simpler than bringing them back. Monkey, old black, old Nyo, come out and kill. The calm words fell, and the earth trembled a few times. Immediately after, a gigantic monkey, as tall as a 2-story building, charged wildly, wielding a massive machete, covering several meters with each step. Following closely behind was Old Black, carrying Song Xiaodao, and right after them was Old Neo. The 3 enormous mutated beasts stirred up a fierce wind, creating swirling gusts behind them, and in the blink of an eye, they crashed into the crowd, the monkey's blade slicing through the bodies of over a dozen people. In this massacre, Old Neil was the most ferocious, sending dozens of people flying in its wake. Although Old Black was slightly slower, Song Xiaodao on its back unleashed a flurry of wind blades, clearing a 30-meter radius of life. The sounds of screams, cries, and pleas for mercy converged into a hellish cacophony. Zhao Yin's gaze fell on the fleeing figures of the 3 from Gaofeng, too lazy to pursue them. He took out a sniper rifle that hadn't been used in a long time and found it still had 3 bullets left. Zhao Yin aimed and fired. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out, and the 3 from Gaofeng all had their heads blown off. Zhao Yin put away the sniper rifle and turned to look. Hundreds of people had already been slaughtered by the 3 contracted beasts and Song Xiaodao. The ground was covered in steaming blood and severed limbs. Song Xiaodao, the little monkey, and Old Black were busy collecting the skins of the groundhogs, some blood staining the pelts, but fortunately, the supplies inside remained clean. Zhao Yin followed behind them, gathering all the piled-up packages. Half an hour later, the battlefield was cleaned up. The little monkey retrieved all the weapons from the 4 revolvers, and surprisingly found a sandwich in Gaofeng's possession. An unexpected gain. After collecting it, Zhao Yin mounted Old Black and hurried towards the cave. When they were still 2 kilometers away from the cave, a cloud of dust suddenly appeared ahead, as 6 giant rats rushed towards them at high speed. They had just returned to the cave and discovered that their supplies had been stolen, so they followed the traces along the way. Upon seeing Zhao Yin, the leading rat, Rat 6, immediately stopped, crouching low to the ground. The other 5 giant rats also showed signs of fear, curling up behind Rat 6 like children caught doing something wrong, all hugging their heads with their paws, not daring to look at Zhao Yin. Master, Rat 6 is useless. The supplies are gone. Among those evolvers attacking the cave, 2 women were lost by Rat 3. Women? Zhao Yin immediately thought of Sister Li and her sister, his face darkening as he scolded. No dinner for anyone tonight. He had no time to waste on where those 2 women had escaped to. As long as they weren't fools, they should have fled far away and wouldn't appear nearby again. At this moment, Old Black, carrying Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao, did not stop its steps, walking directly past the 6 giant rats, but its gaze towards them was filled with indifference. Once Zhao Yin had walked far away, the 6 giant rats sluggishly followed behind. Upon returning outside the cave, Zhao saw a ground covered in corpses. Rat 6 approached, digging into the earth under the wall, quickly unearthing a pile of extraordinary equipment. 17 pieces of weaponry, including 11 F grade, 2 E grade, and 1 D grade, along with 2 F grade clothing items. Master, these are all the equipment from that group of evolvers. I've brought them all back, Rat 6 communicated cautiously. Zhao tossed all the equipment from Gaofeng and the others, along with a few items obtained earlier from Sister Li's camp, into the gray mist of the lifespace. The diameter of the lifespace increased by another 140 meters, reaching 801 meters. Following that, he dismounted from Old Black's back and strode into the cave, hearing the sound of a girl crying from afar. Zhao was surprised. Are there still survivors left? Soon, he saw Wang Xiaolei. She had already removed her top, wrapping something in her arms, crying so hard she could barely catch her breath. Beside him, Wu Shuegue looked as fragile as a wisp of smoke, his eyes wide open, holding on with sheer willpower, just refusing to die. The old cripple hasn't died yet? Zhao Yin was somewhat surprised. Boss, please save Xiaobai, save Uncle Wu. Wu Wu. Wang Xiaolei, upon seeing Zhao Yin, immediately picked up the little white cat and came to him, pouting and crying even harder. Zhao Yin was taken aback. Did she see him as a savior? He pushed her away in disgust, took out a few chestnut leaves, crushed them, and stuffed them into Wu Shuegue's mouth. After all, they had known each other for a while, and the other had worked hard for him. In the apocalypse, losing someone like Wu Shuegue meant one less person. Zhao Yin didn't care whether unrelated people lived or died, nor could he be as selflessly devoted as Wu Shuegue. To him, that was just foolishness. Yet deep down, he inexplicably didn't want the old cripple to die. He didn't care whether the old man could swallow it or not and turned to prepare to go into the back room. Boss, please save Xiaobai, it hasn't taken its medicine yet. Wu Wu, please, boss. Wang Xiaolei's dirty little hand tugged at Zhao Yin's clothes. Zhao Yin struggled but found her grip too tight. Her small hand was turning pale. Aren't you afraid of dying? Zhao Yin asked. Boss, Uncle Wu said you're not a bad person. Xiaobai is going to die, and I don't know who else to ask for help, Wang Xiaolei said, her eyes red from crying, but she calmed down and spoke earnestly. At that moment, Zhao Yin finally noticed what she was holding, something the size of a palm. At first, he thought Xiaobai was a child, but now he saw a tuft of snow-white fur sticking out. Zhao Yin's heart sank. With the sharpness of a contract master, he activated his true sight. Growing white cat, mutated beast, strength 9, agility 23, stamina 6, spirit 12, bloodline talent, extreme speed. Zhao Yin was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this the flying white tiger? In his previous life, the flying white tiger was a white cat that had evolved, and its initial ability was extreme speed. Although the title under true sight was different, Zhao Yin didn't believe that the Dati mountain range had two identical mutated beasts. He quickly took the bundle from Wang Xiaolei's arms and carefully opened it. At that moment, Zhao Yin's movements were as gentle as a groom unwrapping his bride's clothes on their wedding night. A bloodied little white cat appeared before him, its two fleshy wings drooping against its fur. But at that moment, the little white cat had no breath, its heartbeat had stopped. Its pupils were slowly dilating. The last traces of life were gradually fading away. In the next moment, Zhao Yin swiftly took out a piece of filled bread, stuffed it into his mouth to chew, and then pried open the little white cat's mouth. Puff! He generously took out a bottle of Nongfu Spring, opened it, and poured it into the little white cat's mouth. After feeding it a piece of filled bread, the little white cat's belly swelled round, and slowly, a heartbeat returned, followed by weak breaths. Watching it slowly revive in his arms, Zhao Yin wanted to laugh out loud. The flying white tiger's extreme speed ability was stronger than the rapid ability of the white mouse king back then. Not only on land did it reach the limits of speed that the body could support, but the medium for the rapid ability was those fleshy wings, granting it the ability to fly at extreme speeds. This wasn't even the reason Zhao Yin valued the flying white tiger. As long as I can find a golden silk fruit in the future, I can develop a phantasm ability. Any living being other than zombies, as long as their mental strength was weaker than that of the flying white tiger, could be easily controlled by it, with the duration of control depending on the opponent's mental strength. In his previous life, when Zhao Yin and Lin Tianfeng were establishing their base, many forces wanted to swallow them up. Lin Tianfeng directly sent out the flying white tiger. With just a glance, all the evolvers with mental strength weaker than it began to fight each other, effortlessly achieving results. Zhao Yin was still immersed in joy when the little white cat slowly opened its eyes in his arms. Seeing that it was Zhao Yin holding it, it immediately bared its teeth and growled threateningly. Then it noticed Wang Xiaolei beside her, and in a flash, it darted into her arms, burying its little head against her chest, trembling all over. As a top-tier D-level evolver, Zhao Yin felt terrifying to it, even making it unable to muster the courage to fight back. Little rascal, it was Zhao Yin who saved your life. how can you be so ungrateful? Song Xiaodao behind them glared discontentedly. Wang Xiaolei, holding the recovering little white cat, was overwhelmed with joy and tears, apologizing to Zhao Yin in a choked voice. I'm sorry, boss, little white is timid, please don't be angry. Humph, its life was saved by Zhao Yin, without him, it would have been dead long ago. Song Xiaodao said, hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at Wang Xiaolei. She felt like Zhao Yin's sandwich had been fed to a dog. No, the other party was a cat to begin with. Zhao Yin's face also showed displeasure, feeling as if his girlfriend had fallen into someone else's arms. Perhaps this cat was born with a mesmerizing ability. For some reason, Zhao Yin was unwilling to be rough with it. He glared at Wang Xiaolei, give it to me. Before he could finish, Wang Xiaolei lifted the little white cat, looking seriously at Zhao Yin. Boss, actually, when you first came to the cave, I wanted to give little white to you. Zhao Yin paused, asking, why would you do that? It eats my food every day. I don't want to keep it anymore. If you don't want it, I'll kill it and eat it. Wang Xiaolei said softly. Meow. The little white cat immediately trembled, clearly understanding the human words. However, as Wang Xiaolei spoke, her eyes were slowly turning red. It was precisely because she cared for the little white cat that she wanted it to have a better life. At her age, she already understood that in the apocalypse, the little white cat could only live better by following someone strong. Wang Xiaolei's roundabout way of stating her purpose was to avoid making Zhao Yin take the initiative to speak, bearing the blame of taking someone else's beloved. This cunning was also for her own sake and for Wu Shuegue. Only if Zhao Yin felt comfortable could they possibly survive. Zhao Yin understood her intentions, and his gaze towards Wang Xiaolei finally became earnest. I will give you a batch of food. From now on, it will have nothing to do with you. After saying this, he reached out his left hand and grabbed the fur at the back of the little white cat's neck. Meow meow. The little white cat struggled desperately, trying to burrow back into Wang Xiaolei's arms. Zhao Yin directly lifted it, pressing his right hand on its head, activating the contract soul. After a while, Zhao Yin sensed the little white cat's aura in his mind. It immediately stayed in Zhao Yin's arms, licking his fingers as if trying to please him. Master, little white is hungry. In the shared thought, it sounded like a little girl. Zhao Yin couldn't help but smile. Among the contract beasts, the little monkey was mischievous, the old cow was dull, and the old black always had a rat-like demeanor. But this little white cat exuded a soft cuteness. Zhao Yin had never liked animals before, but at this moment, it felt as if the ice and snow in his heart were melting, unable to overlap the image of the celestial white tiger from his past life with the little white cat. As Zhao Yin raised his hand, the little white cat spread its fleshy wings and flew into the air, circling before landing on Zhao Yin's head, its chubby front paws hugging his dog hat. Meow. Master, this is so much fun, little white wants to play more, it exclaimed joyfully. Wang Xiaolei beside them flashed a look of disappointment. She didn't understand how Zhao Yin had tamed little white, but she realized that it had completely forgotten her, its former owner. She wanted to call out, but remembering Zhao Yin's earlier words, she couldn't help but shed tears. Zhao Yin was in a great mood as he led Song Xiaodao and a group of contract beasts toward the back hall of the cave. He had previously checked the packages taken away by Gao Feng and others. They were all filled with meat, but the most important crispy ear vegetable had not been touched. Those people didn't know the value of crispy ear vegetables, and Zhao Yin was worried they would be wasted. In the place where supplies were previously stored, a massive tree root lay crookedly, having gone several days without being watered by Nongfu Spring, its life force diminished by more than half. In another 2 days, the chestnut tree root would wither away. The clothes, bedding, pots, and bowls that the old cow had carried were scattered everywhere, with footprints all over the garments and bedding, and several porcelain bowls shattered. Amidst the chaos, a pile of crispy ear vegetables, weighing about 200 to 300 pounds, was wrapped in a large bag made of tattered cloth, the bags open and gaping, with some scattered on the ground. Zhao Yin breathed a sigh of relief. The crispy ear vegetables he had picked over the past few days amounted to over 1,000 pounds, yet this was all he could dry. No one had touched them. In the eyes of Gao Feng and the others, the meat was the most important. Uncle Wu, you finally woke up. Wu Shuegue sat up. The wounds on his body had stopped bleeding and scabbed over. The few leaves Zhao Yin had stuffed into his mouth could only heal him to this extent. His life was saved, but his complexion remained pale. Wang Xiaolei suddenly threw herself into his arms, crying pitifully. Don't cry, Xiaolei has grown up, she understands now. You did the right thing, Uncle Wu heard everything. Wu Shuegue gently stroked the girl's small head, his eyes filled with pity. In fact, he had never truly lost consciousness, he had seen everything regarding the little white cat. Don't be sad, the little white cat will have a better life with the boss. Uncle Wu will find a way to make sure the boss takes you with him when he leaves, Wu Shuegue said. Xiaolei isn't going anywhere, just waiting here with Uncle Wu for daddy. Wang Xiaolei shook her head, her snot and tears smearing on Wu Shuegue's clothes. Team Wang won't be coming back. Wu Shuegue knew that for a 12-year-old girl, those words were too cruel. But this was the apocalypse, and with the girl's temperament, Wu Shuegue believed she would be able to accept reality. He changed the subject, speaking sternly, "I'm old and lame, and now I've been injured. I can't take you along as a burden. Listen to Uncle Wu, come with me to see the boss." Wang Xiaolei cried even harder, clinging tightly to Wu Shuegue. "Be good, later I'll tell you what to do. Don't ask and don't say anything." Zhao stored the crispy ear vegetables in his space ring and then released the invisible tent. It was already deep into the night. He planned to rest for the night and tomorrow clean out the fish from the pond in the front hall, turning them into dried fish before leaving the cave. At that moment, a sound of footsteps approached. Wu Shuegue, with a face full of gratitude, entered the back hall with Wang Xiaolei following behind. "Boss, it was you who saved my life. Please accept my bow." As he spoke, Wu Shuegue bent his knees and knelt down, knocking his head on the ground several times. Before the apocalypse, some said that once a person knelt for too long, they would never be able to stand up again. In his life, aside from kneeling at his parents' graves after their passing, he had only recently knelt before Zhao Yin and Gao Feng. He didn't know when his stiff knees had become so easily bendable, but this time, he felt no sense of humiliation in his heart. Bang! 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 The great kindness of the boss, Wu Shuegue, can never repay in this lifetime. I can only bow my head a few times for you. Zhao Yin looked at his weak face and remembered that he had only fed Wu Shuegue a few leaves for convenience earlier, so he took out a few more. "Do you want some chestnut leaves?" Wu Shuegue now understood the value of these leaves. After taking them, he hesitated for a moment, but quickly raised them decisively. "Boss, my injuries will be fine after a few days of rest. How can I continue to waste your extraordinary medicine?" Zhao Yin said, "I will leave here tomorrow. I promised that girl I would leave a batch of supplies for you, so you should keep the leaves." Just a few leaves were enough to treat ordinary people's injuries, but for evolvers, each treatment required several pounds, and the contracted beasts needed even more. Wu Shuegue no longer declined and seriously put the leaves into his pocket. "Boss, you are usually very busy. Miss Xiaodao not only has to take care of your meals and daily needs but also look after Monkey Grandpa and Cow Grandpa. You must need extra hands for washing and cooking, right?" After finishing, Wu Shuegue pulled Wang Xiaolei in front of him. "Her name is Wang Xiaolei. Her family has been military for 3 generations. Her great-grandfather died in World War II. Her grandfather died in that counteroffensive battle, and now her father. The Wang family is full of loyal heroes, and she is the only remaining sprout. Boss, keep her by your side to wash and cook. Just give her some leftover food." At this moment, Zhao Yin realized that Wang Xiaolei was the daughter of team leader Wang, the only descendant of a martyr. Zhao Yin frowned and thought, now that the world has ended, everything has turned to dust, he wouldn't treat her differently because of her identity. However, he indeed needed manpower, not for washing and cooking, but to help him collect corpse crystals. Every time he killed zombies, collecting corpse crystals was a troublesome task. Zhao Yin thought seriously for a moment and said, "I can take you with me when I leave tomorrow, but if we encounter danger, I won't care about your lives. On the contrary, I don't keep useless people around me. If you follow me, you must be obedient and work hard. You might even die at any moment. Boss, in this apocalypse, if we don't follow you, we have no way to survive. If we die, we can't blame you," Wu Shuegue immediately replied. Zhao Yin said, "Take you with me, not just Wang Xiaolei alone," which made Wu Shuegue happy. If they could survive, who would willingly choose to die? Zhao Yin continued, "In the future, if I find a faster way to collect corpse crystals, I will let you leave. Boss, if we can't prove our value by your side, we will leave on our own without you needing to tell us," Wu Shuegue said. Zhao Yin was very satisfied with his answer and nodded. "Let's cook first." He took out the cooking utensils and ingredients, handed them to Wu Shuegue, and then led Song Xiaodao and the contract beasts into the invisible tent. After a whole day of exhaustion, both humans and beasts needed rest. Outside the tent, Wu Shuegue set up several large pots, lit a fire, and soon smoke began to rise in the cave. Half an hour later, the food was brought into the invisible tent. Zhao Yin was lying on the blanket, enjoying the cat, and looked up. Judging by the color and aroma of the dishes, Wu Shuegue's cooking skills surpassed Zhao Yin's by far, and as for how much better than Song Xiaodao, that girl couldn't even cook fish soup properly. Zhao Yin felt more and more that accepting Wu Shuegue's choice was the right decision. After Wu Shuegue and Wang Xiaolei set down the food, they prepared to leave when Zhao Yin suddenly asked, "What are you eating?" In response to the boss, "There are some food scraps left in the pot, and adding some water will fill our stomachs," Wu Shuegue said with increasing respect. Zhao Yin frowned. "Wasn't that just pot washing water? Boss, the ingredients you use are all high-end. We are already eating much better than the food we had before," Wang Xiaolei also said. Song Xiaodao, serve each of them a bowl of chestnut porridge, half a bowl of dried meat stir-fried with crispy ear vegetables, and half a bowl of fish soup. Take it outside to eat, Zhao Yun instructed. Since they were working for him, their wages naturally wouldn't be less. Song Xiaodao agreed and began to serve the food. Wu Xuegui and Wang Xiaolei did not expect Zhao Yun to be so generous. In the apocalypse, food is the most precious thing. Wu Xuegui had been worried that Zhao Yun wouldn't take them in, but unexpectedly, they were now eating food they had never dared to imagine. Boss, Xiaolei and I haven't done anything yet. How can we accept this? Wu Xuegui took the bowl handed over by Song Xiaodao and suddenly felt his eyes redden. Take the food and go outside. Zhao Yun said, after eating, you two will wash all the dirty clothes outside. The bedding and clothes soiled by Gao Feng and the others were still piled outside, and Zhao Yun had originally planned to let Song Xiaodao wash them. Yes, boss. Wu Xuegui and Wang Xiaolei took the food and walked out. The next morning, Zhao Yun woke up early. As he stepped out of the invisibility tent, he saw the clean clothes and bedding drying in the well-ventilated area of the cave. Zhao Yun called Wu Xuegui over, tossed him the breakfast ingredients, and walked into the chamber where the crispy ear plants were located. Initially, Zhao Yun had planned to take the roots of the crispy ear plants, but now with the life space, his thoughts had completely changed. He first pulled all the vines down from the rock wall, then dug out the roots along with them and stored them in the life space. After leaving the main hall, he also collected the half-dead chestnut tree roots. Song Xiaodao and the contracted beasts had already left the invisibility tent and were watching Wu Xuegui cook breakfast. Zhao Yun called out, Old Black, come here. Old Black immediately rushed to Zhao Yun's side. Master. Zhao Yun raised a hand and placed it on Old Black's head. In the next moment, Old Black felt his body lighten, and the scene before him changed, bringing him to an unfamiliar space. Master, where is this? Old Black instinctively became alert, his massive body shielding Zhao Yun as his small eyes scanned the surroundings. Don't panic, this is my life space, Zhao Yun reassured him. Old Black relaxed, curiously looking around. Zhao Yun pointed to the ground beneath them. Dig a pit with a diameter of 700 meters and a depth of 300 meters. How long will it take? He planned to remove all the water from the cave's main hall. Such clean water sources were rare nowadays, and he didn't know when he would encounter another. It won't take long. How fast? A few hours? Very fast. Old Black communicated mentally. Zhao Yun frowned. Did this mouse have no sense of time? He didn't ask further, instead moving the chestnut tree roots and crispy ear plants to the edge of the space, then looked at Old Black standing in the center of the space. Hurry up, start digging. Yes, master. Old Black nodded. In the next moment, the soil beneath Old Black rippled as if it had liquefied, gradually spreading until it covered the 700-meter diameter. Then, Old Black's body sank rapidly, and the circular land of 700 meters also sank, while the soil beneath Zhao Yun's feet was pushed upward. After a dozen seconds, Old Black climbed out from the bottom of the pit. Master, the work is done. Very, very good, well done, Zhao Yun praised. He hadn't expected that using the Earth escape ability here would be so effective. If this had been before the apocalypse, those excavators would have seemed weak in comparison. He looked down. The 300-meter deep pit resembled a large bowl, creating a strong visual impact. The surrounding soil was much higher than before, and after being compressed by Old Black's ability, it was as solid as cement. Loosen the soil at the edge of the pit, Zhao Yun ordered next. Old Black's feet rippled again, quickly covering the surrounding pit edge. Soon, the top few meters of soil rolled violently before settling down. The 50-meter wide edge was as flat as farmland before the apocalypse, with soil particles fine and loose. Zhao Yun nodded in satisfaction, instructing Old Black to dig a large pit on the left to plant the crispy ear plants, and then to plant the chestnut tree roots on the far right. He then took out 48 corn cobs, each plump, with every kernel several times larger than those before the apocalypse, golden in color. Zhao Yun gently rubbed them, and the kernels fell off, with the 48 corn cobs shedding 5,436 corn seeds. Zhao Yun had Old Black create rows of ridges in the open space, then carefully planted the corn kernels. 2 hours later, he finally finished and took out all the Nongfu spring water from the space ring. A total of 22 bottles. Zhao Yun poured 10 bottles into the half-dead chestnut tree in one go. Visibly, vibrant green buds began to sprout from the roots, and within minutes, they grew into a dozen vigorous branches, over 3 meters high and as thick as an arm. Previously, Zhao Yun had always looked down on Nongfu Spring, but at this moment, he found it too little. This extraordinary drink, which could only replenish moisture, was nothing short of a miracle for the growth of mutated crops. Of the remaining 12 bottles of Nongfu Spring, Zhao Yun poured 1 bottle onto the crispier vegetable to ensure its survival. The remaining 11 bottles were dripped onto the planted corn. The lush green corn seedlings slowly emerged from the soil, creating a vibrant green edge around the large pit, making it seem like a farmland before the apocalypse. Nongfu Spring is still too little, otherwise, the corn and chestnut tree could grow rapidly, Zhaoyin sighed inwardly. It seems I still need to kill more zombies. Once the crops survived, ordinary water sources could be used for irrigation, but they wouldn't have the effect of hastening growth. The space was also not large enough. Once the corn matured, it could theoretically snowball, allowing Zhaoyin to feed the entire world. In any case, everything depended on the star crystal. After admiring his masterpiece, Zhaoyin left the life space with Old Black. Song Xiaodao, Wu Shuigui, and Wang Xiaolei, along with all the contracted beasts, looked at him in shock. Zhaoyin, where did you and Old Black just go? How did you suddenly disappear? Song Xiaodao asked in astonishment. Zhaoyin informed them about the life space, leaving everyone in a daze for a long time. Zhaoyin, can you take me into the space to have a look? Song Xiaodao stepped forward, hugging Zhao Yin's arm and shaking it. Zhaoyin knew this girl would want to see it sooner or later, otherwise, she wouldn't give up, so he held her small hand. The next moment, Zhaoyin and Song Xiaodao appeared in the space. Song Xiaodao was instantly stunned, staring at the vibrant green corn seedlings, the crisp ear vegetable that had already taken root and sprouted leaves, and the chestnut tree with a dozen branches. You really didn't lie to me. We really have a place to grow things, Song Xiaodao said softly. She understood what this meant. Even if zombies took over the entire world, and even if they were homeless, there would still always be a pure land. Zhaoyin squinted slightly, scanning the entire space, a smile appearing on his face. As long as this space is large enough, it can be completely self-sufficient. It just needs extraordinary energy to develop. Extraordinary energy? Song Xiaodao asked, puzzled. Zhaoyin nodded gently. Corpse crystals, star crystals, extraordinary equipment, food, and drinks all contain extraordinary energy. So far, I've only tested these. What about zombies, evolvers, mutated beasts, or mutated plants? Don't they also contain extraordinary energy? Song Xiaodao said. Zhaoyin was taken aback. Why hadn't he thought of this before? If zombies could also be used as energy, how much could the space grow if he killed tens of thousands of zombies in the valley? With this thought, Zhaoyin couldn't sit still for a moment and immediately walked towards the crisp ear vegetable, tearing off a vine and throwing it at the boundary wall. Bang! The vine was directly bounced back. No, the space doesn't accept mutated plants, Song Xiaodao shook her head. Zhaoyin then pulled out a corn seedling, tore off a branch from the chestnut tree, and even took a chestnut and a piece of gray rat jerky from his space ring. However, all of it was bounced back. Let's try the rat king meat. Zhaoyin took out a piece of rat king meat and threw it over. The snow-white piece of meat instantly passed through the boundary wall, causing the space to tremble slightly. It worked! Song Xiaodao exclaimed in delight, but then her expression stiffened slightly. A piece of rat king meat weighing over 10 pounds only increased the space's diameter by 0.001 meters. The white rat king is a true mutated beast, and the quality of its meat is higher, so it can be accepted by the space, but the area it increases is too small. In the end, Zhaoyin shook his head in disappointment. 1,000 pounds of genuine D-level mutated beast meat is needed to increase the space by 1 meter, while just 100 pieces of F-level corpse crystal's energy is clearly not worth it. Let's go! Zhaoyin directly took Song Xiaodao out of the life space and then strode out of the cave. The bodies of the evolved beings killed by the contracted beasts yesterday were still there. Zhaoyin directly collected one and tossed it into the space towards the boundary wall. Bang! The corpse bounced back. No, maybe the bodies of higher-level evolved beings would work, but there's no way to experiment right now. Zhaoyin threw the corpse out of the space, called for Old Black, and hurried back to the valley in Shishan. The bodies of F-level zombies wouldn't work. The bodies of E-level zombies wouldn't work either. Finally, only the broken head of the zombie king remained. After Zhaoyin threw it towards the boundary wall. Boom! The boundary wall seemed to be avoiding something disgusting, suddenly retracting, followed by a violent rebound. The zombie king's head was blasted away like a cannonball, shattering in midair, and when the skull fell, it broke a large patch of corn seedlings. The degree of repulsion was something Zhaoyin hadn't anticipated. Then, a realization dawned on him. The life space is the purest land, and the virus within the zombies is the filth, which naturally cannot be absorbed. This realization was conveyed to him by the World Pearl Chain. In fact, equipment above Sss-Level already possesses a simple consciousness. Zhaoyin no longer tested it. He raised his hand and tapped Song Xiaodao in his arms. I told you to keep quiet. Another hour of busy work resulted in nothing. I don't know either. Song Xiaodao covered his head, pouting in grievance. By the time they returned to the cave, it was already noon. Due to Zhaoyin's absence, the breakfast Wu Shuigui made in the morning had not been touched. Zhaoyin had Wu Shuigui reheat it, and both humans and beasts began to have lunch. In the afternoon, Zhaoyin had Song Xiaodao and the others, along with the contracted beasts, move all the valuable supplies from the cave to the front of the invisibility tent, storing everything next to the chestnut tree in the life space. He then went to the front hall of the cave, communicated with the World Pearl chain in his mind, and directly collected the water from the pond. Moments later, not a single drop of water remained in the pond, including over 5,000 live fish. At this time, the large pit in the life space was filled to more than half, and the big fish, startled, were splashing their tails on the water's surface. Zhao took a moment to check the supplies. There were over 5,000 pounds of jerky, 12,000 pounds of dried fish, 1,100 pounds of crispy or vegetable dried, about 400 pounds of chestnuts, and 1,300 pounds of chestnut leaves. There were over 400 rat skins, around 7,300 rat claw blades, and 1,600 pounds of rat bones, 6 giant rat skins, 108 giant rat claw blades. Rat king skin. Rat king meat still had 2,900 pounds left, 4 front claws, and 10 rear claw blades. In the space pond, there were 5,400 live fish, approximately 18,000 pounds. These were all important supplies. In addition, there were extraordinary equipment, items, extraordinary food, and drinks produced by the star crystals. The equipment wasn't particularly interesting. Zhao Yin's attention was mainly on the consumables. 13 sandwich breads, 12 iced teas, 11 compressed biscuits, 3 yellow peaches, 4 cans of beef, 3 cans of tuna, 6 instant noodles, 1 D-level healing potion, 1 C-level healing potion, 1 teleportation scroll, 1 explosive arrow, firearms and ammunition, 546 ordinary arrows, invisibility tent, red powder pill. As for the other items, Zhao Yin didn't continue to look. Meow, the little white cat suddenly jumped onto Zhao Yin's head, its chubby little paws hugging the dog hat, as it leaned down to affectionately lick Zhao Yin's face. Zhao Yin pulled it down, took out a piece of dried fish, and stuffed it into the little white cat's arms. It immediately hugged it and began to gnaw. After eating 2 hearty meals with Zhao Yin, its spirit improved a lot. Let's go! Zhao Yin held the little white cat in one hand and lifted Song Xiaodao with the other, directly leaping onto Old Black's back. A group of contract beasts quickly followed, and Wu Shuegue limped along at the back of the line with Wang Xiaolei. As they left the cave, Wang Xiaolei frequently looked back at the empty hall. Wu Shuegue's expression was also somewhat complex, as if he could see that when team leader Wang and Xia Jinshan were still around, even though everyone was struggling, this place felt like home in the apocalypse. In the end, only he and Wang Xiaolei remained, walking away in solitude, never to return. Neither Wu Shuegue nor Wang Xiaolei spoke, however, as their figures followed Zhao Yin and disappeared into the distance. A sigh seemed to echo in the air. Apocalypse. What is home? Zhao Yin lit a cigarette, holding it in his mouth, ash falling onto the hair of Song Xiaodao, who was nestled in his arms. Living is home, the land beneath our feet is home, the whole world is fucking home. Clearly, he noticed the expressions of Wu Shuegue and Wang Xiaolei, but he couldn't muster even a hint of resonance. After experiencing 7 years of the apocalypse in his previous life, Zhao Yin had grown accustomed to this way of life. Compared to the struggles of his past life, where he had to exert effort everywhere, in this life, he walked ahead of everyone. His resources had grown increasingly abundant, far surpassing what he had before. Zombies, Song Xiaodao suddenly said. Where? Zhao Yin's spirit jolted, instantly shifting from a state of emptiness to alertness. It seems to be hiding. I just saw a shadow flash in the woods over there. Song Xiaodao pointed to the trees on the right. Zhao Yin squinted. He had already heard 2 breaths and heartbeats. Survivors, monkey, go catch it for me, Zhao Yin commanded. The large figure of the little monkey quickly darted into the woods. Sister, he found us, run, a tense female voice exclaimed. Immediately, another female voice filled with fear followed, run. We can't escape, that monkey is C-class. What? C? Then, a woman's scream echoed from the woods. Soon, the little monkey emerged, holding a woman in each hand. It was indeed the sisters Li Jie who had escaped before. Last night, to evade the pursuit of Mao San, they had jumped off a cliff in a panic. Although they had shaken off Mao San, both sisters had sustained serious injuries. They dared not return to the cave and had struggled through the night to reach this place, just resting in the woods when they unexpectedly encountered Zhao Yin. At this moment, despair was evident on the sisters' faces. They had already guessed Zhao Yin's identity, but what Li Jie hadn't expected was that he was actually a D-class evolver and a superpower user. His subordinates, the Rat King, Monkey, and Bull, were far more terrifying than those 6 giant rats. Even the little girl in Zhao Yin's arms was an E-class evolver and possessed superpowers. At this moment, Li Jie regretted it immensely. If she had known Zhao Yin had such strength, she wouldn't have followed Big Head Brother even if it meant death. Brother, could you let your mutated beasts release us? We are just ordinary survivors passing through, with no intention of offending you. Li Jie stammered. She only hoped to pass through unnoticed. Unfortunately, Zhao Yin's B-class true vision was far superior to her F-class peeping ability. At this moment, Zhaoyin observed the two sisters from head to toe. Human female, F-Class Superpower Awakener, E-Class Evolver, Evolution Degree 100/5. 81, Strength 29, Agility 31, Stamina 9, Spirit 14, Innate Superpower, Peeping Eye, Life Countdown, 57,074 days, Human female, F-Class Evolver, Evolution Degree 100/79. 42, Strength 14, Agility 18, Stamina 11, Spirit 12, Innate B-Class Shooting, Life Countdown, 30,084 days. In an instant, Zhaoyin understood the identities of the two women, somewhat surprised that they were still here. Soon, Zhaoyin discovered the injuries on the two women and realized that they were not unwilling to escape, but could only flee to this place. The little monkey directly threw the two women in front of Zhaoyin, then roared at them, causing the sisters' faces to turn pale with fear. Hand it over. Zhaoyin sat on the back of the Rat King, looking down with an open palm. What do you want? Big brother, I don't understand, Sisterly said, tightly protecting her sister behind her. One of you is called Sisterly, and the other is called Dandan. You were attacking my cave last night, and you've forgotten so quickly? Zhaoyin exposed them directly. How do you know that? Sisterly was taken aback, her face turning ashen. You are an E-level evolver, with the F-level ability of the Eye of Insight. Your sister is an F-level evolver with B-level shooting talent and is skilled in making bows and arrows. Zhaoyin seemed to suddenly remember something and said lightly, by the way, Zhou Lu and Bao Gu are both dead, I killed them. If you were planning to return to the camp, there's no need, the camp is gone. Dandan exclaimed in shock, you also awakened the same ability as my sister, the Eye of Insight? Zhaoyin chuckled silently, the F-level probing ability could only reveal vague information, often requiring guesswork. His true sight was B-level, allowing him to see in much greater detail. I've already wasted quite a bit of time on you two. Next, I will give you two choices. Hand over all your extraordinary items and become my slaves. Zhao Yin's voice turned cold, or die right now. The sisters instinctively shrank back at his words. Faced with the man before them, they realized they were completely crushed from all sides, with no hope of turning the tables. Big brother, we didn't participate in the attack on the cave last night, we just followed Big Head to take a look. You also destroyed our camp, so why force us like this? Sister Li pleaded. If there hadn't been 6 giant rats defending, if I were just an ordinary E-level evolver, would you still have escaped? Zhao Yin mocked. Let me choose for you, monkey, kill them, roar. The little monkey bared its teeth and slapped at Dandan's head. Sister! Dandan instinctively grabbed Sister Li's clothes in terror. Help me, woo. After all, she was just a 17 or 18-year-old girl, scared to tears by the little monkey. Wait! Sister Li hurriedly shouted. She gritted her teeth and decisively took off the space ring on her hand. Then she extended her hands towards Zhaoyin. All the extraordinary items are in this ring. You have the Eye of Insight, you should know this is a space ring. Before she could finish, she froze, suddenly realizing that Zhaoyin had 2 rings on his hand, both extraordinary items, one of which was a space ring identical to hers. Sister Li instinctively activated her Eye of Insight to examine him. Hat, energy ring, gloves, fishnet stockings. Although the rat skin armor he wore was not extraordinary equipment, it was made from the skin of a mutated beast. Moreover, her Eye of Insight could barely see the names and grades of those items, and that necklace, she couldn't even discern its name. Sister Li understood that this situation could only have one reason. His necklace was far beyond the grade of her Eye of Insight. How many high-level zombies has he killed? It turned out that this man was even more powerful than she had imagined. At this moment, Zhao Yin's attention was entirely on the space ring. After taking it, he immediately began to inspect it. This space ring was also A-level, but its internal space was 2 cubic units larger than Zhao Yin's original ring, reaching 12 cubic units. Most of the items inside were luxury goods used by women before the apocalypse. Clothes for all seasons, brand new and all vacuum sealed, stockings, underwear, various styles of shoes, skincare products, cosmetics, perfumes, everything one could imagine. All of them were brand name items from before the apocalypse, taking up a full 5 to 6 cubic meters of space. About 60 kilograms of ordinary food, compressed biscuits, ham sausages, instant noodles, all severely spoiled. 7 to 8 pounds of pseudo-mutated beast jerky, a regular homemade bow, with 100 arrows, extraordinary equipment, a D-grade meow knife, an F-grade katana, a butterfly knife, and 2 military jackets. Extraordinary food included 6 bottles of Nongfu Spring, a piece of sandwich bread, 2 packs of instant noodles, and a can of tuna. These 2 women, after the apocalypse, could definitely be considered wealthy. Yet in this world, they still treated these luxuries as treasures to be hoarded. Zhao Yin looked at the 2 sisters, both dressed in ordinary clothes, while the 2 military jackets were tossed into the space ring. What were they thinking? If it weren't for Zhao wanting their help to make arrows, he would have already gotten rid of these 2 useless women. Zhao transferred all the luxurious items meant for women into a smaller space ring, storing the other supplies in a larger ring. Then, with a flick of his hand, he tossed the smaller ring to Song Xiaodao. "It's for you. You even gave me a space ring?" Song Xiaodao caught it, incredulously asking. "I promised you before," Zhao replied. Song Xiaodao immediately smiled, her eyes curving. "You really gave it to me, you won't take it back, right?" "Hard to say," Zhao shrugged. "Humph. I won't return the engagement ring you gave to your fiancé." Song Xiaodao happily slipped the ring onto her finger. "Wow, so many beautiful clothes, so many shoes, and stockings. Zhao, I'm going to take a bath tonight and change clothes to show you." The 2 sisters, Li Jia and her sister, flashed pained expressions but dared not say more. Zhao was too lazy to waste words with Song Xiaodao, and in an instant, he disappeared from his spot, directly throwing all the gear he had just obtained towards the boundary wall. The space diameter expanded to 905 meters, creating quite a bit of extra land. A few seconds later, Zhao reappeared in his original spot. The 2 sisters were stunned. What kind of ability was this? Soon, Li Jia came to her senses, her bright eyes sparkling as she sweetly pleaded. "Big brother, please don't treat us as slaves. My sister and I are evolved ability users. We can do a lot for you." "Slaves can do more for me," Zhao said coldly. "The only reason you survived the attack on the cave is that you still have some value. Big brother, my sister, and I can wash clothes and cook, serve tea and water. When you're tired, I even know how to give massages. If you're cold or lonely, I can warm your bed, please." Li Jia still wouldn't give up. Despite her deep scheming, a blush rose on her face when she said the last sentence, making her look even more charming. Before the apocalypse, she was the president of a billion-dollar company, with family businesses all over the world, and the men around her didn't even dare to look at her. Zhao glared, pointing at the 2 sisters and loudly said, "From today on, don't call yourselves Li Jia anymore. It makes me uncomfortable. You will be slave number 1, and your sister will be slave number 2. In his 2 lifetimes, Zhao had seen countless women, and at this moment, in his eyes, these 2 sisters were merely resources. Throughout history, many men have perished because of lust. He wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Zhao continued, "Next, I will take you into the life space, and you will be responsible for making arrows for me. If you do well, I will sell you to a good camp in the future. But if you don't do well, who knows where you'll end up. I've heard that many camps lack food, and women are called 2-legged sheep." As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of the 2 sisters turned ugly. They knew what 2-legged sheep meant. Zhao ignored them and instructed his contracted beasts, "Go chop down birch wood for me." In the apocalypse, most plants have become several times more resilient than before. The arrows made by Dandan were crafted from birch wood, capable of easily killing F-level zombies. If they were replaced with rat claws, even E-level zombies would be no problem. A few contracted beasts immediately headed towards the grove where Sister Lee had previously hidden. There were plenty of birch trees here, with trunks about 40 to 50 centimeters thick. The giant rats could easily snap them with a few swipes of their sharp claws. The little monkey gripped the Rat King's claw with both hands, and regardless of thickness, it could bring down a tree with a single strike. Boom! A large number of birch trees fell one after another, and in just over 10 minutes, the entire grove of birch trees was cleared. The felled birch wood, stripped of branches and leaves, piled up to form a mountain of wood. "That's enough," Zhao quickly called to a halt. This wood was enough for 2 female slaves to turn gray-haired. There was no need to store too many ordinary resources. After collecting all the wood and bamboo, Zhao then brought the 2 female slaves along with Wu Shuigui and Wang Xiaolei into the life space. He then tossed out all the gray rat claw blades. "How many arrows can we make with these?" Zhao asked Dandan. The girl had just turned 18 last month, and her dim eyes were filled with fear. She had been lost in thought and didn't catch Xiaoyan's words. She instinctively panicked. "WH. What? How many arrowheads can you make with this?" A hint of impatience flickered in Zhao Yin's eyes. "This thing, based on size, should be able to make 3 arrowheads. There are about 7 or 8,000 claw blades here. Aside from those that might be wasted during production, we can probably make 20,000 arrowheads," Dandan said in a fluster. Sister Lee picked up a gray rat claw blade, her face instantly showing shock. "This is the claw of a mutated rodent?" Dandan also looked over, her eyes widening as she realized that all the claw blades Zhao had thrown were from mutated rodents. The 2 sisters were momentarily stunned. They instantly recalled the horde of rats that had terrified everyone in the entire Dawei mountain range. Had he killed them all? Those giant rats from earlier were also tamed by him, right? The man's terrifying nature rose another level in their hearts. "Let's use this for cutting." Zhao took out 4 giant rat claws and handed one to each of the 4, then instructed, "Slave number 2, you are responsible for teaching them how to make arrows. I need to produce 20,000 arrows as soon as possible." The 4 responded respectfully, and only then did Zhao leave the life space. Encountering Sister Li and her sister was merely an unexpected gain. After returning to the outside world, Zhao climbed onto Old Black's back, and next, he had to continue heading towards Xincheng. Song Xiaodao lazily lay in Zhao Yin's arms, playing with the space ring. "Zhao Yin, those two are so beautiful, you won't be moved, will you?" "Moved?" Zhao Yin chuckled. In his past life during the 7 years of the apocalypse, countless women of various appearances had posed in front of him. At that time, Zhao Yin gradually became numb to the values he held before the apocalypse, eventually leading to weariness. Women like them mostly seek just a form of protection, to eat better than others, to dress warmer, filled with heartfelt words and flattery. But once disaster strikes, they will be the first to betray. They will continue to indulge under the victor, continue to express deep affection, continue with heartfelt words. Zhao Yin's voice grew lower. He had seen too much in his past life, understood too much, and the initial feelings in his heart had long since faded. In the end, he could guard against women, but he couldn't guard against his best brothers and adopted son. In truth, he was a failure. "Zhao Yin, do you think that 7 years later, I will become like them?" Song Xiaodao asked. She always remembered Zhao Yin saying that she would be his woman 7 years later. Zhao Yin shook his head. "I don't know. Today is different from the past." Zhao Yin has never believed that he is good at understanding people's hearts. Therefore, in this life, he will not establish relationships with too many people, so he appears numb and indifferent, simply out of fear. The clear sky that lasted for a few days has turned gloomy again. Soon, the apocalypse is met with a second downpour, and a fierce wind rises, whipping up Song Xiaodao's messy hair, which brushes against Zhao Yin's face, making it a bit itchy. Before long, a torrential rain falls, hitting Song Xiaodao's face and drenching Zhao Yin. "Zhao Yin, I won't change," Song Xiaodao said softly. Zhao Yin took off his dog hat and placed it on her small head, his eyes rarely showing a hint of softness. "Okay, should we stop to avoid the rain?" Song Xiaodao asked. "We need to keep moving, or should I take you into the life space?" "No, I want to stay here, with you." Song Xiaodao pulled open Zhao Yin's mouseskin armor and crawled inside. "Wow, it's so warm." Meow, the little white cat on Zhao Yin's shoulder, also planned to burrow into his collar. Zhao Yin yanked it out. "What are you afraid of getting wet for, you mutated beast?" The little white cat looked back. The monkey was enveloped in a thin layer of flames, and the rainwater evaporated before it could get close. The old cow squinted against the rain. Being a water buffalo, it was even more excited on rainy days. Old Black and 6 giant rats were completely dry, as if they were wearing raincoats. "Meow." The little white cat immediately looked aggrieved. It sat wet on Zhao Yin's shoulder, drooping its ears. 2 hours later, the rain intensified, and Zhao Yin and his group gradually left the Great Way mountain range, once again entering an uninhabited forest, heading north. Clearly not alone, the figures of a few people and beasts appeared solitary, gradually disappearing into the jungle. Who is it, in this desolate world, reminiscing about yesterday? That which has passed will never return, leaving behind sorrowful people who compose a poignant elegy. In the heavy rain, Hong Xiaotian couldn't open his eyes, stepping through the mud with difficulty, shouting at the top of his lungs. Tang Tang was no longer just wearing a bra, she had added a tattered women's sports tank top to her upper body, walking ahead with her head down. Old Sheen followed behind the two, and the 3 of them carried a huge burlap sack filled with clothes stripped from zombies and wild vegetables they had dug up. "Ah, I wish to be a little bird, flying in the sky, carefree, ah." Bang! Old Sheen kicked Hong Xiaotian in the butt. "So you think you're cultured, huh? If you attract zombies, I'll break your little bird. I told you not to kick my butt." Hong Xiaotian stumbled, turning to glare at Old Sheen. Seeing the other's gloomy expression, he quickly forced a smile. "Uncle Sheen, with this heavy rain, even if I shout my throat raw, they won't hear me, so don't worry. Stop messing around. There's something going on ahead." At this moment, Tang Tang paused her steps. Faint cries of survivors and sounds of scolding came from ahead. The 3 quickly dove into a nearby thicket, looking in the direction of the sounds, where there was a cave at the foot of a mountain. At this time, outside the cave, 3 men were beating 2 women, one of the men holding a torn burlap sack. Even though the 2 women were covered in blood from the beating, they still clung tightly to the sack. "Why are they fighting again?" Hong Xiaotian frowned and said, "How many times have we seen this today? Why are the nearby camps in such chaos?" Tang Tang remained silent, lost in thought. Old Sheen asked, "Tang Tang, should we stop them?" Tang Tang bit her lip and suddenly said, "Do you think there will ever be a piece of pure land in this world again?" Old Sheen smiled. "Even before the apocalypse, I never saw anywhere that was truly pure, let alone after the apocalypse." With that, Old Sheen sighed. Hong Xiaotian blinked. Uncle Qin is getting old and always likes to say some discouraging things. In the future, we will definitely find a pure land. Hong Xiaotian raised his head and looked at the sky. There, civilization will restart, everyone will have enough to eat, there will be no zombies, no disasters, and it will be purer than before the apocalypse. Tang Tang bit her lip and said nothing, staring at the two beaten women. She remembered the time when she was tortured by Lin Tian Feng, and that guy saved her. If anyone can create a pure land in the apocalypse, it must be him. Tang Tang said softly. Tang Tang, is that why you've been secretly tracking him? Old Qin seemed to finally understand something. Tang Tang was growing every day. She was smart, calm, and very capable. The only thing was her blind idealization of that person. Zhao Yin was strong, stronger than anyone. Old Qin never believed that the guy named Zhao Yin was worth her such dedication. Even if he saved your life, it's already been repaid. Uncle Qin, you wouldn't understand. Tang Tang said, he's not a bad person. In the darkest moment of her life, someone brought her a glimmer of hope, even if it only briefly illuminated the way ahead. Tang Tang continued, the meaning of life is not about what the world has become, but whether there is still hope ahead. I fear that kind of darkness, where there is no light, and only despair in front of me, but every time I see him, I always feel like I'm in a world before the apocalypse. Is it just a feeling, and nothing more? Is that the reason you track him? Old Qin asked. Tang Tang murmured, what else can people do in the apocalypse, and what do they need to do? Hong Xiaotian said, Sister Tang Tang, why don't we create a pure land? Create a pure land? Old Qin was taken aback and said, what kind of bad idea is this? Isn't it good for us to live well? Why seek trouble? No, how can we have that ability? Tang Tang shook her head. Didn't Sister Tang Tang say that it's not about killing zombies, but about surviving? Now that all the camps in the Doti mountain range are in chaos, it must be that their leaders have collectively encountered problems. If Sister Tang Tang can integrate these forces, she could create an unprecedented survivor gathering place. Hong Xiaotian's eyes grew brighter. At that time, we would not have lived in vain, protecting a region, earning the admiration of thousands, and when Sister Tang Tang meets Zhao Yin again, he will look at her with new eyes, creating a force, and he will look at you differently? Tang Tang completely ignored what Hong Xiaotian had said before, only caring about the last sentence. Her eyes also lit up. Of course. Hong Xiaotian nodded. By forming a survivor gathering place, you can grow faster, only then can you truly catch up to him. At that moment, Hong Xiaotian was like a preacher, speaking grandly, haven't you seen? In just over 10 days, he has gained so many contract beasts by his side, killing tens of thousands of zombies in the Xishan Valley as easily as chopping vegetables. If you don't learn to adapt, you will only be left further behind, and in the end, you won't even have the qualification to talk to him. Upon hearing this, Tang Tang trembled all over. In fact, Hong Xiaotian's words had always been her concern. Integrate the Doi mountain range and create a camp. Tang Tang clenched her small fist. With the support of a force, I can truly catch up to him. Then let's start from here. In the end, Tang Tang's voice grew louder, filled with determination. Old Qin was lost in thought beside her. Was he really swayed by that kid Hong Xiaotian? He had always thought he would follow Tang Tang, searching for supplies, killing zombies, living a difficult but free life. Old Qin had never thought about creating any force. Tang Tang, are you serious? Old Qin asked. Do you know how difficult it is to establish a camp? The hardest thing to control is people's hearts. When the time comes, it won't be as simple as you providing them shelter. Their loyalty won't come just because of that. I've already made up my mind. Tang Tang said seriously, Uncle Qin, I still have you and Xiaotian, right? But Tang Tang, Uncle Qin, get ready to save people. In front of the cave. Get the hell off me. Do you really think I won't kill? A man shouted. Please, we only have this little food left. If you take it all, my child and I will starve to death. A woman cried. You don't have the ability to kill zombies. You'll starve to death sooner or later. What's the difference between dying early or late? After the man finished speaking, he kicked the woman to the ground. But she, along with another woman, clung tightly to the burlap sack. If you hit them again, they'll die. A man showed a look of reluctance on his face. In the end, they and the two women had survived together in this camp for over 2 months, and when someone was in charge, they had cared for each other like a family. Dead is dead. Now that the leader is gone, we can only take this food and leave if we want to survive. Another man said, kill them. The man holding the sack showed a cruel expression. We still need to find a way to live. As soon as he finished speaking, the second man immediately drew a sharp knife from his waist and swung it violently at one woman's head. Stop! At that moment, Uncle Qin shouted loudly. Tang Tang and the others stepped out of the bushes, and Hong Xiaotian suddenly pulled out a handgun from behind, pointing it at the three men from a distance. Get lost. Who are you? Don't meddle in our The man holding the sack didn't finish his sentence before, bang. The response was the sound of a gunshot, and Hong Xiaotian fired a shot into the air. Get lost. The man immediately dropped the sack and fled quickly, with the other two men following suit. The blood on the two women's faces was washed away by the rain, only to flow out again, then washed away by the rain. They opened the sack directly, spilling out a few pieces of moldy bread covered in green fuzz, several severely spoiled instant noodles, and sausages. The two tore open the plastic wrapping of the bread and began to devour it hungrily. A pair of smooth, straight legs, with wheat-colored skin covered in raindrops, slowly stepped forward, wearing a pair of worn-out hiking boots, walking through the rain and mud towards the two women. Amidst the pouring rain, they slowly raised their heads and saw denim shorts and a women's tank top. The woman before them was very beautiful, somewhat resembling the pre-apocalypse star Li Ying, but much younger. She was slender yet curvy, with a gentle gaze. Why not wait to cook it before eating? That way, there would be fewer bacteria, Tang Tang asked. Zhao Yin, there are wild vegetables. The rain stopped. Song Xiaodao crawled out from Zhao Yin's arms, gently patting the rain off his ratskin armor, and suddenly, she pointed in a certain direction in surprise. Zhao Yin turned to look. It was a small patch of dandelions, about 20 or so, each the size of a basin. The green leaves were dotted with raindrops, and they hadn't bloomed yet, looking very tender. In Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao's hometown, Guangzhou City, dandelions were called yellow flower heads before blooming, and they were the locals' favorite wild vegetable. Zhao Yin was lost in thought. In his past life, during the most difficult times at the beginning of the apocalypse, he and Lin Tianfeng often survived by eating wild vegetables. In this life, his days were no longer so hard, and he had almost forgotten about it. These wild vegetables weren't mutated plants and had no special properties, but they tasted better than before the apocalypse, definitely satisfying his cravings. I haven't eaten yellow flower heads in a long time. Song Xiaodao suddenly jumped down from Old Black's back and began to dig with the Rat King's claw. Soon, more than 20 dandelions were uprooted by her. Zhao Yin, can you help me transplant them into the life space? Such a small request, of course, Zhao Yin would fulfill. He had the contract beasts wait in place and walked over after getting off Old Black's back. After collecting the dandelions, he took Song Xiaodao into the life space. You guys are too much. The boss is definitely going to be very angry. Get ready to bear his wrath. As soon as Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao appeared by the pond, they heard Wu Shuigui shouting loudly. Immediately, Zhao Yin's gaze sharpened as he noticed that the wood he had previously had the monkeys cut was missing more than half, and next to the chestnut tree, someone had built a simple wooden house. We're just taking a bath. What's there to worry about? Being his slave doesn't mean we can't even have the right to bathe, right? At this moment, Sister Li and her sister were left in only their inner pants, standing in the shallow water at the shore, with their backs to Zhao Yin, their silhouettes reflected on the water's surface. Both women's skin was as white as snow, their waists astonishing. No wonder they were born of the same mother. Their curvy backsides were of similar size. Dandan's snow-white arms waved, splashing the pond water into the sky, which then fell onto Sister Li's hair, wetly cascading down to her proud chest. This scene was filled with flamboyance and temptation. They were completely unaware of Zhao Yin's arrival. Old cripple, stinky girl, come down and swim with us. It's not like Zhao Yin will come at such a lucky time. Sister Li laughed sweetly. Wang Xiaolei was still sitting on the shore, holding a giant rat paw, diligently cutting arrowheads, as if she hadn't heard those words. Too much, too much. Wu Shuigui's face turned red, but he was helpless. He wanted to protect the boss's interests, but he was just an ordinary person, while Sister Li and her sister were both evolved beings. Wu Shuigui finally noticed Zhao Yin's arrival and saw his grim face. Old boss, you're here. He. Old cripple, you keep pretending. Do you really think that Zhao Gai can scare us? Sister Li laughed, still facing away from the shore. The two female slaves were completely unconcerned, still playing in the water. Boss, don't be angry, they're still young, just went through the apocalypse and don't know better. At this moment, Wu Shuigui was actually pleading for the two sisters. Zhao Yin said nothing and strode over to the chestnut tree, finding a nylon rope among a pile of supplies, and tied a lasso knot. With a flick of his hand, whoosh, old cripple, are you annoying? At that moment, Sister Li turned around and suddenly saw a rope flying towards her. Snap! It accurately looped around her snow-white, slender neck. Big brother! Sister Li's face instantly lost color. Zhao Yin tightened his grip, the knot constricting around Sister Li's neck, roughly pulling her towards the shore. Ah, big brother, spare me, I know I was wrong. The enchanting beauty from just moments ago was now being dragged onto the shore like a dead dog. Immediately after, Zhao Yin swiftly tied the other end of the rope into a lasso knot and threw it at Dandan, whose face finally showed fear, pulling her up onto the shore roughly as well. Snap, snap. Jiaoyin raised his big hand and slapped down several times. The sisters' cheeks swelled up high. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Big brother, we are girls, we haven't bathed for 2 days. Woo woo, Sister Li cried as she explained. Jiaoyin ignored her and instructed Wu Shuegue, go build a wooden frame and hang them up. Wu Shuegue didn't dare to plead any further and quickly called Wang Xiaolei to help build the frame. After about 10 minutes, the two sisters were bound with their hands tied and hung on a 3-meter-high wooden frame. Zhao Yin's expression finally looked a bit better. If they weren't still useful, he would have killed them just now. Being a slave means you should have the awareness of being a slave. Even if you've never seen a slave, you should have read books, right? Zhao Yin said coldly, then to Wu Shuegue, hang them for 3 days, and don't let them have anything to eat. Understood, boss. Wu Shuegue bent deeply at the waist. Wang Xiaolei's face also showed fear. The fate of the two sisters made her feel a wave of dread. Next, Zhao Yin no longer paid attention to the lives of those two sisters, taking Song Xiaodao's hand and walking toward an open space, personally digging holes to plant dandelions one by one. Song Xiaodao took out an iron basin and poured water into the soil around the roots. For her, this wild vegetable was the taste of her hometown, a longing for a home she could never return to. After planting the dandelions, Zhao Yin instructed Wu Shuegue to take good care of all the crops before leaving the life space with Song Xiaodao. Drizzle began to fall again. 2 days later, they finally left the mountains and forests, and a large expanse of farmland appeared ahead, now overgrown with weeds. The terrain had also become flat, and the view opened up. After the rain, the sky was no longer gloomy. It had returned to its pre-apocalyptic appearance, with a blue sky and white clouds. The sun shone brightly, the wind howled fiercely, and the air was fresh. It was already autumn, yet flower buds were emerging from the vegetation in the fields. Zhao Yin held Song Xiaodao, sitting on Old Black's back, looking down at the beautiful golden landscape before them. Song Xiaodao's hair danced in front of Zhao Yin's face. He squinted his eyes. The once visible village was now nowhere to be seen, and the world was filled with desolation yet brimming with vitality. Out of place, a few zombies wandered a kilometer away. Finally, there are zombies. Zhao Yin raised his hand and patted the little white one on his shoulder. The little guy had not yet evolved. In the past 2 days of walking in the mountains, they hadn't encountered a single zombie. Let's kill them! Zhao Yin squeezed his legs, and Old Black immediately dashed forward. All the mutated beasts instantly became excited. After days without killing, they were itching for action. The old cow kicked into high gear, instantly surpassing all the contracted beasts in Zhao Yin. The little monkey was momentarily stunned. With only a few zombies ahead, how could that water buffalo compete? So the little monkey activated all 3 of its abilities, wrapping itself in thick flames, and charged forward, instantly overtaking Zhao Yin and then catching up to the old cow. It turned back and bared its teeth at the old cow in a provocative manner, then plunged into the midst of 7 zombies, swinging its mountain-splitting knife. Terrifying flames spread along the blade, and then a long tongue of fire shot out. Before the zombies could react, they were ignited. Monkey, be careful of my corpse crystal, Zhao Yin shouted from behind. The first 2 zombies had already been burned to charcoal, collapsing to the ground and turning to ash, leaving nothing behind. Nest, you silly thing, Zhao Yin scolded, quickly urging Old Black forward to behead the remaining 5 zombies. The little monkey knew it had caused trouble and quickly moved forward to extinguish the flames on the heads, finding 5 F-grade corpse crystals amidst a smell of charred flesh. Master, 2 corpse crystals. Burned away, the little monkey cautiously transmitted its thoughts. Its fire ability had become increasingly terrifying with its level up. Zhao Yin didn't reprimand the little monkey for such a trivial matter. He took the corpse crystals and handed one to the little white one. Evolved to F-grade, do you know how to use it? Meow. Little white shook its small head. Bite it to crush it. Breaking it will release energy, Zhao Yin explained. Master, Little White will grow up quickly. Little White will also fight for the master. Little White's thoughts were soft and childish. Other contracted beasts were stronger than it, and the pride from its bloodline made it feel unwilling lately. Except for the little monkey, Little White didn't think it was inferior to the other mutated beasts. It also wanted to evolve quickly and never be bullied like that day again. Little White opened its mouth to catch the corpse crystal and bit down with a crunch. Instantly, energy overflowed from its mouth, uncontrollably entering its small body. Oh whoa! In an instant, the energy surged through its body, and the intense pain made it emit a sound unlike its usual meows. Zhao Yin knew that the next process would be painful, directly throwing Xiaobai into the life space. Keep moving, Zhao Yin commanded. No more bushes obstructed their path, and Lao He darted through the weeds, picking up speed. At noon, a dilapidated city appeared ahead. This was Luoshan City, adjacent to Xincheng. Unlike the previous outskirts, the buildings were low and easily decomposed by plants. Many of the tall structures in the city had not completely collapsed. Now, vines sprouted between the precarious buildings, their branches hanging down, resembling giant trees hundreds of meters tall from a distance. The once visible streets and roads were now covered in weeds, with the remnants of car rooftops peeking through. Most cars, after rusting, had been thoroughly destroyed by zombies. The sturdy metal from 3 months ago crumbled to dust at a touch. As Zhao approached Luoshan City, zombies appeared in his line of sight. Zhao jumped down from Lao Hei's back, adjusted his rat skin armor, took the dog head hat off Song Xiaoda's head and put it on himself, and drew out the Rat King's claw, his gaze sharp. Into the city! Roar! The little monkey became excited again. Since it evolved to C-grade, it hadn't had a proper battle. Roar! Wait! Zhao quickly called out to the little monkey that was charging ahead. Once we enter the city, zombies will be dense. The next battle will be fierce, so everyone conserve your energy. Monkey, listen carefully. If you use your third ability recklessly again, I'll have monkey brain for dinner tonight. The little monkey trembled, quickly retracting its flames and shrinking in size. Sending it to deal with these F-grade zombies was like using a cannon to shoot mosquitoes. In fact, with the little monkey's strength, its first ability was just for show in front of other contracted beasts. Got it, master, the little monkey replied obediently. Luoshan City and Guangzhou City were roughly the same size, both having populations of around 8 to 900,000 before the apocalypse. Excluding those who had left in other regions, the remaining population in the city was probably around 2 to 300,000. Since they were already here, Zhao planned to collect a wave of corpse crystals and star crystals. It had been several days since he last opened shop. Along the way, the zombies were sparse. Zhao led the contracted beast group, pushing through without any delays, killing them all. By the time they reached the outskirts of Luoshan City, Zhao had collected over 1,000 F-grade corpse crystals. Wait! Zhao called to the contracted beast group and quickly entered the life space. At this moment, Xiaobai had already evolved to F-grade. Zhao took out another 100 F-grade corpse crystals and handed them to it, instructing, evolve to E-grade. Meow! Xiaobai's cry had deepened significantly, its size now that of an adult white cat, and its once dry fur now shone with luster. Zhao then activated his true sight. Growing white cat, mutated beast, strength 17, agility 42, stamina 12, spirit 19, bloodline talent, speed. After reading this, Zhao turned and walked towards Wu Shuegue and Wang Xiaolei. The two were still diligently carving arrowheads, and they had already made 3 to 4,000 arrowheads, but they still didn't know how to make arrow shafts, so they could only pile them up there. Boss! The two stood up quickly upon hearing footsteps. Zhao nodded. The arrows that Dandan had made a couple of days ago numbered over 1,000. He walked over and stored them all in his spatial ring, saying to Wu Shuegue and the others, "Come with me to collect corpse crystals." "Okay, boss." Wu Shuegue and the others nodded eagerly. Spending the whole day in this gray space had initially felt novel and safe, but over time, people's moods became stifled. Zhao took out 2 chestnuts and handed them to the two, letting them replenish their energy before preparing to take them out. "El Lao, boss." At that moment, a weak voice came through. It was still sisterly speaking. She finally dared not to get close to Zhao anymore and, like Wu Shuegue, changed her form of address. Zhao turned to look and remembered the 2 women hanging there. After 2 days without seeing them, their lips were cracked, their sweat long dried up, and they still wore the underpants they had on when they were submerged that day. Beneath their snow-white skin, every muscle trembled. Zhao estimated that both had lost weight, their chests smaller by a whole circle. "What are you calling me?" Zhao asked coldly. "Boss." "No, master. Master, please let us down. I can't take it anymore." Her voice was hoarse, pleading with a hint of tears. "Who are you?" Zhao asked. "My name is Joe Lily," Sisterly instinctively replied, then quickly realized and added, "I am slave number 1, no, I am a dog in front of you, a female dog." The method Wu Shuegue used to hang them was quite clever, a technique used in the military to interrogate prisoners, with both women suspended by their hands pulled upwards. A day ago, their bodies had reached their limit. If they weren't evolvers, they would have already died. At this moment, every second felt like a year to Joe Lily. Joe Dandan beside her had long fallen into a semi-comatose state. If a few more hours passed, her willpower would completely collapse, leading to suffocation and death. This method of hanging could suffocate a person. Only then did Zhao feel satisfied, the coldness in his eyes slightly dissipating. "You want me to let you down?" He had never expected these 2 female slaves to be loyal. They were different from Wu Shuegue and Wang Xiaolei. What Zhao wanted was simply for the 2 sisters to obey and work. As for what they thought in their hearts, he didn't care, since he didn't plan to keep them around for long anyway. "Please, master, be magnanimous and spare these 2 ignorant female slaves. From now on, the female slaves will never dare again," Joe Lily said painfully. "What modesty, what dignity." At this moment, in this endless, unbearable pain, all of it vanished. Zhao commanded, "Let them down." Wu Shuigui and Wang Xiaolei stepped forward to untie the nylon ropes, and the two sisters fell to the ground with a thud from 3 meters high. Their bodies had long since stiffened, unable to move for a long time. Zhao Yin took out 2 pieces of dried fish and casually tossed them on the ground. I want to see 3,000 arrows today. After saying that, he left the life space with Wu Shuigui and Wang Xiaolei. Zhao Yin, I'm hungry, Song Xiaodao pouted. Then start a fire and cook, eat well before going into the city, Zhao Yin thought for a moment and said. After lunch, all the contracted beasts returned to their peak state, and Zhao Yin waved his hand. Into the city. In Luoshan City, the zombies did not gather in large numbers. Many were scattered, though there were clusters, with the largest group numbering about 700 or 800, and smaller groups of 200 or 300. Little Monkey was about to rush forward when Zhao Yin said, "Let me do it. You all collect the zombie crystals for me. Saving time is crucial." Little Monkey paused, a bit disappointed, and retreated behind Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin equipped the Zhuge crossbow and shouted loudly, "Zombies, come here." A group of about 500 or 600 zombies in the distance immediately noticed Zhao Yin roaring loudly. The dense sound of zombie roars erupted, all rushing madly towards him. Zhao Yin raised the crossbow, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows transformed into a rain of arrows, rapidly falling into the zombie horde, each one hitting a zombie right between the eyes. Crack, crack, crack. Zhao Yin continuously communicated with the space ring to retrieve arrows, the Zhuge crossbow making a series of automatic loading sounds. After a few dozen seconds, before the group of zombies could reach him, they all fell to the ground. The power of the Zhuge crossbow was fully displayed. "Zhao Yin, you're amazing," Song Xiaodao exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. Little Monkey quickly chimed in, "Master annihilating zombies with ease. Master is invincible. Master is unparalleled. Little Monkey is willing to." "Enough!" Zhao Yin interrupted, "Everyone hurry up and get to work." A group of people and beasts moved forward to cut the watermelons, casually pulling out Zhao Yin's arrows. Even the old cow stepped forward, stomping on the watermelons one by one, waiting for Song Xiaodao to pick them up. The cooperation between one person and one cow was quite efficient. Zhao Yin was responsible for continuing to shoot the scattered zombies that were coming in waves. 5 minutes later, Zhao Yin put away his arrows and corpse crystals, listened carefully, and headed towards the next batch of zombies. As he got closer, Zhao Yin saw a tall zombie, larger than all the surrounding zombies. Male zombie, ear rank, evolution level. Another star crystal. Zhao Yin grinned, he enjoyed the thrill of opening star crystals. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows were fired again, and a large number of zombies fell. Soon, only the rank zombie remained, an arrow stuck in its head, roaring as it charged towards Zhao Yin. The little monkey stepped forward and chopped off the zombie's head with one strike. Put! The black blood was much thicker than normal blood, slowly flowing, resembling the oil from before the apocalypse. The little monkey crushed the still open mouth of the head, instinctively trying to bite, and retrieved a corpse crystal and an ear-rank crystal from inside. "Master!" The little monkey bounced over to Zhao Yin, circling around him as usual to please him. However, even when squatting, the monkey was not much shorter than Zhao Yin, resembling a mountain of flesh. Zhao Yin took the star crystal and corpse crystal while the other contracted beasts and Song Xiaodao rushed forward to collect the arrows and corpse crystals. Zhao Yin directly opened the star crystal. Evolution potion, F-rank, primary potion, can unlock human evolution genes after consumption, becoming a new human. He opened an F-rank evolution potion. Zhao Yin's only true companion was Song Xiaodao. He no longer needed anyone else. He subconsciously glanced at Wu Shuigui and Wang Xiaolei not far away, both of whom had shown great loyalty and had done a lot for him. Especially Wang Xiaolei, the little white originally belonged to her. If she were just an outsider, Zhao Yin taking it would be just that. It was her life, and Zhao Yin would feel no guilt. But now, she was nominally Zhao Yin's attendant, which made it different. When they finished collecting all the corpse crystals and came to Zhao Yin, "Boss," Wu Shuigui and Wang Xiaolei both held the clean corpse crystals with both hands, showing great respect. Zhao Yin took the corpse crystals and casually placed the F-rank evolution potion in Wang Xiaolei's hands. "For you, boss, what is this?" Wang Xiaolei was taken aback and instinctively asked. "F-rank evolution potion, it can unlock your physical potential for the first time," Zhao Yin explained briefly and said no more. Wang Xiaolei's small hand trembled, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Boss, you want me to become an evolver? Does this mean that Uncle Wu and I can always follow you?" Zhao Yin shook his head and said, "It's just something extra, there's no place to use it. When it's time for you to leave, you still have to go." Tears glistened in Wang Xiaolei's clear eyes. By now, she and Wu Shuigui had some understanding of Zhao Yin's character. Such a precious treasure, even if he couldn't use it himself, he could easily trade it for resources with other survivors. But he gave it to her. Thud. Wang Xiaolei knelt at Zhao Yin's feet, her voice hoarse. Boss, your great kindness, Xiaolei will repay you in her next life by working like a horse or an ox. After saying that, she knocked her head 3 times on the ground. Zhao Yin said, next life is too far away, let's focus on this life. Work harder. Wu Shuigue was also trembling with excitement, completely not expecting Zhao Yin to give such an important treasure to Wang Xiaolei. Even if Zhao Yin really wanted to drive them away in the future, Wang Xiaolei now had the means to save her life. Boss, from now on, this life of Wu Shuigue belongs to you. Wu Shuigue also knelt down. Boss, from now on, Xiaolei will definitely work hard for you and won't dare to slack off even a bit. Wang Xiaolei said, nowadays, zombies have become increasingly powerful, and they are just ordinary people, always at risk of losing their lives. Zhao Yin still needs them to work, and they are the only 2 outsiders who have somewhat passed the character assessment. Therefore, having Wang Xiaolei around gives Zhao Yin an extra layer of protection, which is beneficial for him as well. Everyone get up, there's no need to kneel all the time. I don't like that, Zhao Yin said indifferently. Wang Xiaolei, wait until tonight to evolve. We can't delay the work during the day. Understood, boss. Wang Xiaolei and Wu Shuigue stood up, both showing happy smiles. As for why Zhao Yin gave the potion to Wang Xiaolei instead of Wu Shuigue, it was simply because the old cripple was disabled. To make him combat ready, he would need a D-grade healing potion for limb regeneration. Although Wang Xiaolei is young, her combat power after evolution is not much weaker than that of adults. Moreover, Wang Xiaolei is more innocent and will be easier to control in the future. Next, Zhao Yin continued to push forward. To speed up the process, he also joined the team collecting corpse crystals, and he didn't spend time opening the star crystals he obtained. He has the ability to discern sounds and locate them accurately, which allows him to find the gathering places of zombies and prevent large hordes from appearing at once. By the time night fell, Zhao Yin already had over 10,000 F-grade corpse crystals, 16 E-grade corpse crystals, and 13 star crystals. Among them, 3 E-grade zombies had evolved from ordinary zombies that had consumed fresh blood and flesh, so they did not have corpse crystals. This also proves that in just a few days, there will be a large number of E-grade zombies appearing. It is worth mentioning that the proportion of high-level zombies with star crystals in Luoshan City is not as high as that on the Western Mountain. This is related to the proportion of star crystals mixed in during the meteor shower. Which area had more star crystals falling depends entirely on luck. After dark, all the contracted beasts showed signs of fatigue, and both the old cripple and Wang Xiaolei were covered in black blood and mud. That's enough for today, retreat. Zhao Yin instructed. Safety is the priority, and he must ensure that the contracted beasts can form peak combat power at any time. Everyone and the beasts followed Zhao Yin back along the path they came. Zhao Yin did not intend to enter the life space to rest, worried that when he came out, he would be surrounded by zombies or other dangers. Although the probability of this happening is low, he is not willing to take any risks, even the slightest. Back outside Luoshan City, Zhao Yin set up a cloaking tent on a flat patch of grass. By doing this, he could detect any approaching zombies immediately. Wu Shuigue first set up a large pot, boiled several pots of water, and both humans and beasts took a bath before Zhao Yin allowed Song Xiaodao and the contracted beasts to enter the cloaking tent, leaving Wu Shuigue and Wang Xiaolei to continue cooking outside. Zhao Yin, when are we opening the star crystals? Song Xiaodao was even more anxious than Zhao Yin. Right away. Zhao Yin took out 13 star crystals and said happily, I hope we have good luck after taking a bath before opening the star crystals. Open them quickly, Song Xiaodao urged. All the contracted beasts gathered around, stretching their necks. They all knew how to use the star crystals by now. Zhao Yin held a star crystal tightly in his hand, and with a crack, healing potion, D-grade, effect, heals injuries. Any life below D-grade will immediately regenerate severed limbs upon consumption. Not bad. Zhao Yin smiled and said, a good start. Zhao Yin, let me open one too. Song Xiaodao shook Zhao Yin's arm. He extended a finger to press on a star crystal, and with a flick, it accurately landed on the small hill in front of Song Xiaodao's chest. Take it! Song Xiaodao quickly caught it, cupping it in his hands and closing his eyes to pray, mumbling for a while before daring to squeeze it open. A flash of white light revealed a bottle of Nongfu Spring. Song Xiaodao instantly made a bitter face. Zhao Yin, can you give me another one to try? Stinky hands. Zhao Yin cursed, and immediately opened all the star crystals in one breath. F-grade, 3 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 1 bottle of iced tea, 3 pieces of sandwich bread, 2 pieces of compressed biscuits. E-grade, 1 can of beef stew, compound fertilizer. C-grade, extraordinary synthetic fertilizer. Effect, promotes plant evolution. Note, choose a common plant for fertilization to complete evolution and mutation. Only 13 star crystals, and I got a D-grade item. A smile appeared on Zhao Yin's face. Tonight's luck was quite good. This bag of compound fertilizer was only palm-sized, weighing less than 50 grams, but for Zhaoyin, who possessed a life space, its value far exceeded that of equipment of the same level. Zhaoyin, what is this thing? Song Xiaodao asked, is it something delicious that makes you so happy? This is fertilizer, made by my dad. Do you want to eat it? Zhaoyin replied. How disgusting. What use is this thing? It's very useful. As soon as Zhaoyin finished speaking, he stood up and entered the life space. Since he had obtained a treasure, the best choice was to transform it into his own foundation as quickly as possible. He thought of the dandelion he had planted with Song Xiaodao, wondering what effects it would produce after mutation. The two sisters, Zhou Lily and Zhou Dandan, were working hard to craft arrows. Although they were evolvers, with strength and speed far exceeding that of ordinary people, both of them still had their hands covered in blisters. Are the arrows ready? Zhaoyin asked. Almost. Just a bit more. The two sisters were startled to see Zhaoyin. They had barely managed to make over 1,000 arrows, still half short of the 3,000 Zhaoyin had requested. Since you haven't made enough, then work through the night, Zhaoyin said indifferently. In his gaze, Zhou Lily saw no envy like that of other men, only ruthlessness and coldness. Now, both sisters were filled with extreme fear towards the man before them. I understand. Zhaoyin turned and walked towards the patch of dandelions, and only then did the sisters relax, enduring the sharp pain in their hands and speeding up their work. Sister, I really have no strength left. Wah. Zhou Dandan's tears fell as she pouted and cried softly. Zhou Lily felt a pang of guilt. Her sister was so innocent, not yet 19. In the past, all decisions were made by Zhou Lily, and it was her fault for dragging her sister into this. Don't cry, it will be enough soon. Crying won't solve the problem, Zhou Lily comforted her. But I'm so hungry, Zhou Dandan wiped her tears. They hadn't had a drop of water in 2 days, and their physical strength had reached its limit. Today, Zhaoyin let them down but didn't give them anything to eat. They could only desperately drink from the water pool to stave off hunger. He still needs us, he won't let us starve, Zhou Lily said. As long as we survive, there will be hope. Zhou Dandan wiped her tears and buried her head to continue working. Zhaoyin listened to the sister's words, his face showing no expression. He selected the most robust-looking dandelion, cleared the soil from its roots, and poured the compound fertilizer down. Then, Zhaoyin took out a bottle of Nongfu Spring to water it, accelerating the dandelion's absorption of the fertilizer. Suddenly, a green glow spread from the dandelion's roots, slowly covering upwards, spreading over the stem. The leaves. In the green light, the dandelion grew rapidly, soon reaching half a foot, 1 foot, 2 feet, 1 meter, 1.5 meters. It only stopped growing when it reached about the height of a person. At this point, each leaf was the size of a fan, thick and lush. At the very top of the stem, a flower bud had formed, with pale golden petals faintly visible. When the green light dissipated, Zhaoyin activated his true vision. Dandelion E-grade mutated plant, rich in nutrients. Effect, neutralizes B-grade and below extreme toxins. Special effect, when sowing, grows 1,000 same-level mutated plants. When the flower umbrella withers, Zhaoyin's heart skipped a beat. It had directly evolved to E-grade. In the apocalypse, some mutated beasts and plants are highly toxic, and so far, Zhaoyin has no way to deal with them. Now, with this dandelion, Zhaoyin suddenly feels a sense of anticipation, hoping to encounter a toxic-type mutated beast soon. The key point is that the dandelion's special effects are quite powerful, with the planting quantity increasing 1,000-fold. Aside from corn, it is another type of mutated crop that can reproduce on a large scale. Even without mentioning its detoxification effect, it can serve as food to fill the stomach. Zhaoyin generously took out another bottle of Nongfu Spring to water it. The dandelion did not continue to grow. All the energy converged towards the flower bud at the top, and soon, a huge golden yellow flower gradually bloomed. In the next moment, the fragrance of the flower wafted out, refreshing and soothing, spreading throughout the life space. The two sisters, Zhou Lily and Zhou Dandan, couldn't help but look over, their eyes filled with wonder. Once the energy from Nongfu Spring was exhausted, the dandelion still had not completed its seeding. Zhaoyin took out the last bottle of Nongfu Spring from his spatial ring. He had never thought that one day, the resource he needed most would be Nongfu Spring. Then, Zhaoyin watered it again, and the light golden flower continued to bloom, gradually wilting, eventually forming a huge umbrella-shaped fluffy flower ball. When the energy from Nongfu Spring was used up, the black seeds had already matured, falling off on their own without the need for wind, scattering around and disappearing into the soil. At this moment, if Zhaoyin had enough Nongfu Spring, 1,000 E-grade dandelions could be generated immediately. Unfortunately, he had none left now. He could only wait for them to grow on their own. Zhaoyin used the spatial ring to fetch water from the pond, wetting all the soil where the seeds had fallen, and looked back. The huge dandelion still had not wilted, its leaves lush and thick. With this one, it's enough to deal with the toxic crisis, but recently, we can't eat E-grade dandelion greens anymore. Zhao Yin walked over to check on the other crops. The large corn was growing well, and the chestnut trees had sprouted many tender branches and leaves. The crispy ear vegetable had not been harvested for 3 days, and now its branches and leaves were flourishing. You too, starting tomorrow, pick the crispy ear vegetable every day and make it into dried vegetables for me, Zhao Yin instructed the two sisters. Yes, master, Zhou Lily replied respectfully. Zhou Dandan just nodded, looking at Zhao Yin in fear. Zhao Yin ignored her and prepared to leave the life space. Master, wait, Zhou Lily suddenly called out boldly. Zhao Yin frowned and looked over coldly. Master, we haven't eaten anything for 3 days, and we really have no strength. If this delays our work progress, Zhou Lily said softly. In fact, in the life space, there were fish in the pond, and the crispy ear vegetables and chestnut tree leaves, as well as those dandelions. All were edible, but without Zhao Yin's permission, they didn't dare to touch them. Zhao Yin took out 2 pieces of dried fish and casually tossed them in front of them. Tomorrow morning, I want to see 3,000 arrows. Meow. At that moment, across the pond, a white cat the size of a calf transformed into a flash of lightning, rushing towards Zhao Yin. Master, Little Bai misses you, the babyish voice echoed in Zhao Yin's heart. He had noticed Little Bai hiding in the cornfield sleeping. It had already completed its evolution. However, Zhao Yin hadn't come in to take it away, and it had been sleeping soundly on the opposite bank. Meow meow. Little Bai's fur shone brightly as it affectionately rubbed against Zhao Yin's leg. Has Master forgotten Little Bai? Little Bai has been waiting for you for a long, long time. Zhao Yin activated his true sight. Growth stage white cat, E-grade mutated beast, strength 41, agility 50, stamina 43, defense 32, spirit 19, bloodline talent, speed. It had all evolved to E-grade, yet it was still in the growth stage. However, Xiao Bai's attributes were not inferior to those of an adult mutated beast. Zhao Yin patted its head. Come with me, tonight I'll help you advance to D-level, and tomorrow you'll fight alongside the monkeys. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Yin and Xiao Bai's figures disappeared from the life space. Outside, Wu Shuegue had already prepared dinner, and both humans and beasts were waiting for Zhao Yin. After dinner, Zhao Yin took out 10,000 F-level corpse crystals and piled them in front of Xiao Bai. Let's get started. Xiao Bai stepped forward and began to munch on them like cat food, crunching as a large amount of energy gathered in its mouth. Flying white tiger, D-level mutated beast, strength 79, agility 108, stamina 78, defense 72, spirit 36, bloodline talent, extreme speed. Xiao Bai finally evolved into a flying white tiger. After maturing, its size was incredibly exaggerated. It was even a bit larger than Old Black, almost rivaling Old Bull. A pair of muscular wings grew at its shoulder blades, looking imposing. Its fur remained snow white, with huge eyes that carried a cold, indifferent, and cruel gaze. A pair of sharp claws, even sharper than the Rat King's. Zhao Yin led Xiao Bai out of the invisible tent, and after a few tests, he found that after activating its abilities, its speed was only slightly slower than that of the little monkey. This was mainly because the little monkey had reached sea level. Moreover, the little monkey was not an ordinary mutated beast. Its first and second abilities could also increase its speed. The level suppression of mutated beasts became more pronounced as one progressed. Now, Xiao Bai had almost no mutated beast of the same level that could catch up to it in speed. Suddenly, a scream came from inside the invisible tent. Zhao Yin hurried back and saw Wu Shuegue frantically holding Wang Xiaolei, her face twisted in pain, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. Boss, Xiaolei just took the potion. Is there a problem? Wu Shuegue asked anxiously. Zhao Yin almost forgot that he had given Wang Xiaolei the evolution potion, so he took out 20 pounds of rat jerky and said, "This is the price every evolver has to pay. If she can endure it, it's heaven. If not, it's hell. To help her get through this, feed her this food, and tonight take her outside the tent. Don't disturb my rest." After saying that, Zhao Yin began to tidy up the bedding. "Thank you, boss," Wu Shuegue said gratefully, quickly taking the food and carrying Wang Xiaolei out. The next morning, Zhao Yin, still groggy, felt something wet on his face. When he opened his eyes, he saw a snow-white head. Xiao Bai was stretching its tongue and licking Zhao Yin's face. If Zhao Yin hadn't already been a D-level evolver with thick skin, he would have had his flesh torn by the barbs on its tongue. Even so, his face was all wet with its saliva. Meow. Xiao Bai called out in a hoarse voice, still low and muffled, sending shivers down one's spine. "Master, Xiao Bai misses you. How can there be such a clingy cat?" Zhao Yin pushed its head away and sat up. When Xiao Bai was younger, Zhao Yin found its licking cute, but now it made him feel a bit impatient. At that moment, Wang Xiaolei walked in with breakfast. Human female, F-level evolver, evolution degree 100 to 0, strength 11, agility 14, stamina 13, spirit 10, life countdown, 30122 days at this time. Wu Shuegue also entered the invisible tent with a large basin, looking at Zhao as if he were seeing a newlywed wife, his face full of eagerness. Boss, I woke up 2 hours early to cook, afraid of delaying your zombie hunting. Get me some hot water to wash my face, Zhao instructed. Okay, boss. Wu Shuegue quickly set down the vegetable basin and hurried outside. After finishing breakfast, Zhao entered the life space again. The two sisters looked extremely tired as they were picking crispy ear vegetables. Have the arrows been finished? Zhao asked. The two sisters quickly bowed, and Zhao inadvertently caught a glimpse of Zhou Lily's snow-white chest, which swayed and stirred up waves. Great is the one who is accommodating. Zhao instinctively thought of this phrase. Reporting to the master, we just finished work, and we have made a total of 3,156 arrows. We are preparing to make dried vegetables for you, boss. First, dry the vegetables. Today's task is to make another 5,000 arrows. What? 5,000? Zhou Lily immediately screamed. Do you have any objections? The 3,000 arrows from yesterday were only started in the afternoon, and today they had an extra morning, so Zhao added 2,000. Their value existed in working. Did he expect to keep these two women without them earning their keep? Zhou Lily came to her senses and quickly lowered her head, saying, I dare not. If the master says 5,000, we will definitely make 5,000, even if it kills us. We will not disappoint the master. Zhou Dandan beside her instinctively tugged at her fingers, the once youthful Chunbai now scarred. They all understood that only by completely obeying Zhao Yin could they hope to survive. In this life space, even escaping had become impossible. Zhao Yin said no more, and after collecting the arrows, he left the life space. Soon, Zhao Yin led the humans and beasts back into Luoshan City. We already have nearly 5,000 arrows. Monkey, Xiaobai, Laohong, your task today is to lure the zombie horde, keeping it under 8,000 at a time. I want to clear out the zombies in the city as soon as possible, Zhao Yin said. This method of luring monsters was very effective and the safest approach. Understood, master. The three contracted beasts responded in unison. Zhao Yin found a place with a clear view and stopped, while the three contracted beasts quickly dispersed. Moments later, roars of zombies echoed, and the large figure of the little monkey rushed towards Zhao Yin, followed by a massive horde of zombies, at least 2,000 to 3,000, looking like an army of thousands. Roar, roar, roar. At that moment, from another direction, more zombie roars came. Zhao Yin turned to look. It was Laohong, followed by about 2,000 zombies, kicking up clouds of dust. Zhao Yin immediately took out the Zhuge crossbow, tossed a rat king claw to Wang Xiaolei, and shouted, everyone in contracted beasts prepare for battle. At this time, Xiaobai still hadn't returned. If you added the zombies it lured back, 5,000 arrows wouldn't be enough, so they would need to engage in close combat. Everyone and the beasts immediately spread out, subtly surrounding Zhao Yin in the center, while Wu Shuegue quickly dove into the invisibility tent to hide. As the little monkey and Laohong approached with the horde, Zhao Yin suddenly felt something was off. Why hasn't Xiaobai come back yet? It hasn't participated in the battle at Shishan Valley. It's its first time luring zombies, it won't. Before Zhao Yin could think further, Xiaobai's figure appeared in the distance. It was bouncing around joyfully, and the horde behind it was overwhelming. Nest, Zhao Yin cursed, estimating at least 7,000 or 8,000 zombies. You fool, how could you attract so many? Oh whoa! Xiaobai ran while excitedly howling. Upon seeing its master, it suddenly accelerated, not caring whether the horde behind could keep up, and was the first to rush to Zhao Yin's side. Master, Xiaobai missed you. Stupid fool, who told you to lure so many zombies at once? Zhao Yin kicked hard. Master, wasn't it? Wasn't it to lure 8,000 zombies? Xiaobai immediately drooped its ears, expressing its grievances. What I meant was to lure a total of 8,000 at once, not for you to bring in 8,000 by yourself. Haven't you read any books? Zhao Yin kicked Xiaobai's plump backside again. It didn't dare to dodge, knowing it had done wrong, and curled up on the ground, cradling its head at Zhao Yin's feet. Get up and kill the zombies. Zhao Yin kicked its backside once more. At this moment, the little monkey and the old cow had already led the horde of corpses to Zhao Yin, and the two beasts accelerated back to Zhao Yin's side. Zhao Yin couldn't afford to continue educating the underage big cat. He raised the Zhuge crossbow, and whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of arrows piercing the air, accompanied by the sound of automatic loading, echoed continuously as a rain of arrows shot out, landing in the horde of corpses, causing a large number of zombies at the front to fall down. A few minutes later, only 7 E-level zombies remained in the two groups, each with arrows sticking out of their heads, yet they still charged towards Zhao Yin. At this moment, the 8,000 zombies attracted by Xiaobai also arrived. Zhao Yin took a deep breath and shot the remaining dozens of arrows from his spatial ring, then issued an order. No more arrows, everyone activate your abilities, monkey, be careful to control the fire element, charge forward. Slaughter. In an instant, it unfolded. Leading the charge was still the little monkey. It activated its abilities of gigantism and frenzy, its form terrifying like a great mountain, with a fearsome wingspan and the length of a mountain-splitting knife. With one slash, dozens of zombies were cut in half. Xiaobai wanted to redeem itself, closely following behind the little monkey, its form moving as fast as lightning under the rapid enhancement of its abilities. Its claws created afterimages as it swung, and with each strike, several zombies fell. Meanwhile, the old cow transformed again into a meat grinder, choosing a different direction from the little monkey, leaving a trail of corpses in its wake. Lao He was quite unwilling. It discovered that among the 4 mutated beasts, it was actually the weakest, and despite risking its life, it was still the slowest to kill. Soon, both humans and beasts charged into the horde of corpses. Boom, a bolt of lightning flashed, and Zhao Yin directly used his lightning abilities, causing dozens of zombies ahead to stiffen and fall, their skin and flesh charred. Even more terrifying was Song Xiaodao. Against these low-level zombies, her wind blades proved remarkably effective. Hundreds of wind blades formed a whirlwind, enveloping her petite body, and wherever she passed, the zombies were all shredded. Mouse 6 led 5 giant rats to charge forward madly. At this moment, it was the first time Zhao Yin's team truly showcased their strength. Previously, he had never had the opportunity and had been deliberately avoiding danger. It was Xiaobai who facilitated this all-out war. Only Wang Xiaolei lagged behind the team, covered in dust. She held the Rat King's claw, trembling with fear under the protection of Zhao Yin and the contracted beasts, searching for isolated zombies to deal with. Glancing up at the imposing Song Xiaodao, her eyes filled with envy. The number of zombies was overwhelming, seemingly endless. 20 minutes later, under Zhao Yin's widespread release of lightning abilities, he felt signs of exhaustion. He could only use the energy ring to replenish himself, taking out 5 compressed biscuits to share with Song Xiaodao and the 4 mutated beasts. Xiaobai, this is all your fault, Zhao Yin shouted angrily. If it weren't for Xiaobai, he wouldn't have had to waste these 5 compressed biscuits. Finally, after 50 minutes, the battlefield quieted down. Everyone and every beast was covered in black blood. Except for Zhao Yin, everyone was exhausted, even the little monkey was panting. Xiaobai hung its head, not daring to look into Zhao Yin's eyes, secretly glancing at Zhao Yin's toes from the corner of its eye. Slap! The monkey slapped Xiaobai on the head, baring its teeth at it with a mocking smile. The monkey had followed Zhao Yin the longest and understood its master's character best. Having wasted so much extraordinary food, should they have cat meat to drink tonight? Zhao Yin took a few breaths, still filled with anger. Song Xiaodao, hit me. Stinky Xiaobai, just wait until I beat you to death. Song Xiaodao shouted, breaking a branch nearby and swinging it hard at Xiaobai. Slap! Owa Xiaobai jumped up instantly. Master, Xiaobai knows it's wrong. Don't hit, it hurts. Oh, stop right there. Song Xiaodao chased from behind with the branch. Xiaobai jumped around, keeping the distance between itself and Song Xiaodao just right to avoid getting hit. Song Xiaodao struck it again and again, yet not even a leaf fell from the branches. A few minutes later, panting, Song Xiaodao approached Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin, I can't hit it anymore. Little Bai is still young and doesn't understand. Please let it go this once. Little Bai obediently lay on the ground. Zhao Yin glanced sideways at the two of them acting, then took out the Rat King meat and handed it to Wu Shuegue. Start a fire and cook. Let the contracted beasts recover their energy quickly. Song Xiaodao, Wang Xiaolei, you two go collect the E-level corpse crystals and star crystals first. Among the zombies just killed, there were 16 E-level zombies. Soon, they had 12 star crystals, but there were still 4 E-level zombies that did not yield any. When Zhao Yin restored his energy, he opened them all at once. Rays of white light flashed. 3 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 1 bottle of iced black tea, 1 piece of sandwich bread, 1 piece of compressed biscuit, 2 pieces of instant noodles, glutinous rice wine, grade F, type extraordinary alcoholic beverage. After drinking, strength plus 80 within 10 minutes, with the side effect of confusion for 3 hours, 1 can of E-level beef can food, 1 F-level katana, evolution potion, grade E. Type primary potion. After taking it can unlock E-level evolution genes for revolvers, gaining stronger power. The only thing that caught Zhao Yin's attention was the bottle of glutinous rice wine and the evolution potion. The effect of the glutinous rice wine was no longer significant for Zhao Yin now. Remembering the side effects he had experienced after drinking it, Zhao Yin felt a wave of fear and directly stored it along with the other extraordinary materials, leaving only the E-level evolution potion. Song Xiaodao, this is yours. Zhao Yin tossed it up. Song Xiaodao caught it and asked, what is this? E-level evolution potion. Go take it in the invisibility tent. After you collect enough corpse crystals, you can evolve to D-level, Zhao said. Song Xiaodao's little face immediately flushed red. The level she had been suppressing was waiting for the day she could obtain the E-level evolution potion. Zhao, if I evolve to D-level, will I be as powerful as you? Zhao was taken aback and said, impossible. With this evolution potion, Song Xiaodao's strength would be on par with Zhao, and her combat type ability was even S-level. Zhao would never tell her that if he didn't count his equipment and contracted beasts, he currently couldn't defeat her. Soon, Wu Shuegue prepared several large pots of rat king meat soup, and everyone and the beasts began to eat. Notably, Old Black enjoyed it the most. However, as the levels of the contracted beasts increased, the rat king meat had little effect on developing their potential, but it was good for restoring energy. After the meal, the contracted beasts all lay down, and Song Xiaodao entered the invisibility tent to open and take the E-level evolution potion. Zhao took out an E-level corpse crystal and handed it to Wang Xiaolei. You should also advance. With strength, you can kill more zombies. Wang Xiaolei's eyes turned red. She didn't expect Zhao to continue helping her increase her strength. Boss, Xiaolei will definitely be obedient in the future, listening to everything the boss says. Wu Shuegue also showed a happy smile. After a few days, Old Lane looked much better than when he was in the cave. The contracted beasts had fully restored their energy, and both Song Xiaodao and Wang Xiaolei had completed their evolution. Zhao activated his true sight and first looked at Song Xiaodao. Human female, ability awakener, E-level evolver, evolution degree 100 to 0, strength 59, agility 73, stamina 48, spirit 32, life countdown, 100,053 days. He then looked at Wang Xiaolei. Human female E-level evolver, evolution degree 100 to 0, strength 29, agility 36, stamina 23, spirit 19, life countdown, 60,102 days. Wang Xiaolei now had the ability to protect herself among all the survivors in the apocalypse, and Song Xiaodao could definitely be considered an absolute powerhouse. Everyone and every beast, go collect corpse crystals. Zhao stood up and instructed, next, continue to lead the corpse horde. On the easternmost side of Luoshan City, in a two-story old building with cracked walls and wind seeping through, a plump boy with a face smeared in black grime and snot, wearing only a tattered pair of shorts on his lower half, said, Grandpa, I'm hungry. Compared to the boy's chubby body, the old man, referred to as Grandpa, was nothing but skin and bones, hunched over and also wearing a pair of ragged shorts. Just wait a bit longer, the sweet potatoes will be ready tomorrow, the old man said, looking at his grandson with concern. He didn't tell the autistic boy that the sweet potato plant, which had sustained them for over 2 months, was about to wither due to the lack of clean water for irrigation. The old man's name was Zhang Shugua. In his youth, he had joined the military and participated in an unspeakable counteroffensive battle. Later, after a massive downsizing in the army, he transitioned to work at the Forestry Bureau in Luoshan City. This old building was assigned to Zhang Shugua by his workplace, and it had been standing for decades. Just before the apocalypse, it was scheduled for demolition, and the neighbors had all moved away. The old man's son had died long ago, and his daughter-in-law remarried, leaving just the two of them and their autistic grandson. They hadn't had the chance to move before the meteor shower struck. Unexpectedly, this house, which survived the meteor shower, allowed the grandfather and grandson to live on. Unfortunately, Zhang Shugua's wife was in the hospital at that time. After the zombie outbreak, they were the only ones left nearby, and their dilapidated house had not been attacked. The two of them survived on a sweet potato vine that produced a fist-sized sweet potato every 3 days. Grandpa, go find Grandma, the plump boy said after a while. We can't go out, there are zombies everywhere. Your grandma is long gone, Zhang Shugui replied calmly. At my age, I can't last much longer, and your chubby body will eventually feed the zombies. After 2 months of the apocalypse, Zhang Shugui had already prepared himself. They couldn't possibly survive much longer. However, as long as he was alive, he would not let his grandson, Zhang Jia, die. Grandpa, I'm hungry, the plump boy said again. Zhang Shugui got up and walked into the kitchen. Under the stove, there was a convenience bag containing discounted vegetables he had bought the night before the meteor shower. Now, only one sweet potato was left, sprouting and taking root there. 3 days ago, the leaves of the sweet potato were still lush and green, but today several leaves had wilted, and the vines were turning yellow. This sweet potato vine produced a fist-sized sweet potato every 3 days, enough to stave off hunger for a day with just one bite. It was supposed to bear fruit today, but at that moment, there was nothing beneath the stem. The old man hesitated, wondering whether to eat the sweet potato vine. If he ate it, all hope for the grandfather and grandson would be lost, but even if he didn't, the old well in the yard had run dry a week ago, and without a water source to continue watering, he could only watch helplessly as the sweet potato vine withered away. Eating it would only fill one meal, what about the next? Zhang Shuguo muttered. He was still unwilling to accept that his grandson would die after finishing this meal. Finally, a glimmer of determination flashed in Zhang Shuguo's old eyes as he turned and slowly walked out of the kitchen. Zhang Jie, Grandpa is going out to find a water source, you stay at home. Zhang Jie looked up at his grandfather, his lips moved, but he remained silent. Having spoken a few words earlier was already an extraordinary effort. An autistic person would only occasionally speak about things they cared deeply about. Zhang Shuguo sighed, found his cane, and opened the door to step outside slowly. At that moment, the midday sun shone brightly, but the world was desolate. Zhang Shuguo was nearly 90 years old. He knew that once he stepped out, he might never return. He couldn't help but look back at the house he had lived in for a lifetime. A month ago, vegetation had climbed up the walls of the house, and the cement had begun to decompose. After discovering this, Zhang Shuguo had spent a great deal of effort to clean it up. Now it was once again overgrown with vines. Zhang Shuguo sighed again. He no longer had the energy to clean it up. Just as Zhang Shuguo took a step forward, he heard footsteps behind him. It was Zhang Jie. What are you doing out here? Zhang Shuguo shouted angrily. Get back quickly. Grandpa, Zhang Jie said with just one word, looking at him in fear. Go back. Zhang Shuguo raised his cane and struck Zhang Jie with it. Are you going to listen or not? Zhang Jie stood still, allowing the cane to fall upon him. Zhang Shuguo was too old to hit hard. Instead, he became out of breath from the effort. In the end, the old man could only sigh to the heavens. Since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well take the risk. Zhang Shuguo put away his cane, took his grandson's hand, and staggered forward. He remembered there was an ancient well in the village. If there was still a water source nearby, it must be there. That area was also within the demolition zone, so there shouldn't be many zombies around. Half an hour later, the grandfather and grandson arrived at the ancient well, which had collapsed significantly at the opening. Zhang Shuguo bent down with difficulty, picked up a stone, and dropped it in. Splash! A sound of water splashing came out. There's water! Zhang Shuguo exclaimed in surprise, his old face breaking into wrinkles of joy. With water, his grandson still had hope. Just as Zhang Shuguo was happy. Roar! A zombie suddenly lunged at Zhang Jie from somewhere. Zhang Shuguo was taken aback and quickly stepped in front of Zhang Jie, too late to say anything, as the zombie bit into his neck. Zhang Shuguo's eyes widened in terror, then turned complex. In his last moments, he shouted to his autistic grandson, Zhang Jie, run. Rip! A large chunk of flesh was torn from his neck by the zombie, along with the blood vessels and fascia inside, and the zombie began to chew. Zhang Shuguo's gaze started to fade. Go! You fool, go. Crack! The zombie bit through his cervical vertebra, and the old man fell silent. Zhang Jie was stunned, watching the zombie tear into his grandfather's flesh, sharp claws ripping open the belly, pulling out the intestines. Steaming hot. Grandpa! Zhang Jie shouted loudly, then went completely mad. Ah, Grandpa! He threw himself at the zombie, pinning it down, and bit into the zombie's neck. The zombie, immersed in fresh blood and flesh, instinctively turned to bite Zhang Jie. Thus, the man and the zombie began to tear at each other, and finally, Zhang Jie found a piece of meteorite and smashed it against the zombie's head, once, twice. A few minutes later, Zhang Jie's arms were bitten to the bone, a piece of flesh torn from his face, covered in blood, and finally, crack! The zombie's head was smashed open. Dark brown brain matter spilled out. Zhang Jie remained unmoved, continuing to smash. Bang! 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 Crack! A transparent crystal fragment within the brain matter was also crushed by him. Instantly, a pure extraordinary energy overflowed, drilling into Zhang Jie's palm. He trembled violently, and then a twisted black line, like a worm, appeared on his face. Soon, 2, 3. In no time, bulging dark blue veins crawled all over Zhang Jie's face. Roar! Zhang Jie howled to the sky, emitting a sound unlike that of a human. He stopped smashing and rolled on the ground. If someone were here, they would vaguely discern from his voice that he was saying, Grandpa. 2 hours later, Zhang Jie woke up. He should have turned into a zombie, but he had survived. He opened his eyes. The afternoon sunlight was blinding. He turned over and slowly got up from the ground with his hefty body. At this moment, the injuries on Zhang Jie had long since healed under the infusion of unknown energy. He looked at the old man's corpse on the ground and moved his lips. Grandpa! A hoarse and unpleasant voice fell, and Zhang Jie's tears began to drop, one by one, like light ink splatters. A breeze blew, causing Zhang Jie's increasingly tattered pants to sway slightly, appearing desolate and forlorn. At this moment, Zhaoyin, far on the other side of Luoshan City, had just finished off a wave of zombies. He sat on a large rock, took out a cigarette and placed it in his mouth, just about to light it when suddenly, Zhaoyin felt something. He abruptly raised his head and looked towards the eastern direction of the city. Zhao, did you hear something? At that moment, Song Xiaodao had just completed his evolution and stepped out of the camouflage tent to ask. Zhao shook his head, not speaking. He seemed to have just heard someone calling Grandpa, but the distance was too far, and he couldn't hear it clearly. Perhaps there are still survivors in the city, but what does it have to do with me? Zhao thought to himself. He decided to ignore it and loudly commanded, "Rest is over. Everyone go collect the corpse crystals for me." Everyone and the beasts immediately got up and headed towards the mountain of corpses to collect the corpse crystals. At this time, there were already about 30,000 bodies piled up near Zhao. Zhao took a moment to glance at the evolved Song Xiaodao. Human female, Ability Awakener, D-Class Evolver, Evolution Level 100 to 0, Strength 89, Agility 104, Stamina 75, Spirit 61, Life Countdown, 164,962 days. Zhang Jie cried until he was exhausted and finally had the courage to approach Zhang Shuguo's body. He squatted down and tried to stuff his grandfather's entrails back into his chest cavity, wanting to restore it to its original position. But Zhang Jie found that no matter what he did, he couldn't make it look the same as before. The fresh smell of blood filled Zhang Jie's nostrils, and with a gulp, he instinctively swallowed. At that moment, he felt the smell of blood was sweeter than the sweet potatoes his grandfather had roasted, and saliva unconsciously pooled in his mouth. Zhang Jie shook his head and looked at his grandfather's face. Zhang Shuguo's eyes were still wide open, as if urging him to leave quickly. "Grandpa!" The hoarse and unpleasant voice came from Zhang Jie's mouth again as he grabbed a handful of dirt and stuffed it into his nostrils. This way, he wouldn't smell that sweet scent anymore. Sure enough, it worked. He felt no longer tempted by his grandfather's body, and a terrifying smile appeared on his face. Zhang Jie bent down and picked up Zhang Shuguo's body, turning to walk in the direction of home. In the sunlight, his plump figure looked lonely and desolate. Back at the old building, Zhang Jie kicked open the slightly ajar door and placed Zhang Shuguo on the old rocking chair that he used to love the most. "Grandpa!" Zhang Jie smiled again, as if he could see his grandfather still alive, dozing off in the recliner after dinner. However, the blood covering Zhang Shuguo's body felt a bit glaring to Zhang Jie. He found 2 buckets in the kitchen and ran wildly towards the ancient well. Soon, Zhang Jie returned home, carrying 2 buckets of water, and little by little, he wiped his grandfather's body clean. Grandpa's body was clean, but the flesh of the chest cavity was still wide open, exposing the rotten entrails inside. Zhang Jie thought for a moment and went outside to fetch a bucket of mud, mixing it with water to smear on Zhang Shuguo's body. Gradually, the wounds were sealed, and a mud sculpture began to form on the rocking chair. Grandpa was clean again, and his face regained its kind expression. Zhang Jie smiled, silently. He happily carried the remaining half bucket of water into the kitchen and poured it on the sweet potato vine. "Grandpa." He wanted to say, "Grandpa, we have water now," but his tongue was so stiff that he couldn't say it out loud. Just then, whoosh, a sound of something breaking through the air came from outside the door, and the wind it stirred made the door creak. Zhang Jie instinctively shrank back, then he crouched against the wall, peering out through the cracked wall. A huge white cat was joyfully running in circles outside the door, chased by a dense horde of corpses that were desperately pursuing it, gradually breaking into the demolition zone. Roar! 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 The sound of zombie howls merged into a chorus, overwhelming and oppressive. Zhang Jie's legs went weak, nearly causing him to collapse. His grandfather had said that zombies were terrifying, and one must avoid them at all costs. But what scared him even more was that big white cat. When Zhang Jie looked again, the big white cat had already run far away, leaving only a tail sticking up straight into the sky, swaying joyfully. The horde of zombies chased after the white cat, gradually leaving the demolition area, but a portion lost track of the group and ultimately remained behind. Zhang Jie widened his eyes, numbly watching, as if he had forgotten everything. Yet, in his eyes, that hint of fear gradually faded, slowly replaced by hatred. Roar! A hoarse, beast-like roar escaped Zhang Jie's mouth as he violently crashed through the crumbling wall, recklessly charging towards 2 zombies outside the door. The zombies sensed Zhang Jie rushing towards them but remained indifferent, as if they were seeing their own kind and simply ignored him. Zhang Jie picked up a stone from the ground and smashed one zombie's head. Put! Black brain matter splattered across Zhang Jie's face, and a brand new world seemed to slowly open before his eyes. As the sun set and night fell, Zhao collected the last wave of corpse crystals, his legs suddenly feeling weak. A whole day of intense fighting had drained his energy several times, and at this moment, all the contracted beasts were also exhausted. But the rewards were plentiful. By the end of the day, Zhao had killed nearly 70,000 zombies, with 93 of them being E rank, and he had harvested 78 star crystals. There were 69,725 F-rank corpse crystals, and after deducting the 10,000 used by Song Xiaodao, 59,725 remained. There were 93 E-rank corpse crystals. Wang Xiaolei had used 1, and with the 16 left from yesterday, there were still 109. Gather the team, Wu Shuegue, boil some water for a hot bath, Zhaoyin said. Tonight, Zhaoyin did not exit the city again. The nearby zombies had been cleared out, making it relatively safe. Zhaoyin set up a cloaking tent on the spot, fetched clean water from the lifespace, and Wu Shuegue immediately prepared dry wood, igniting it to boil a large pot. As Zhaoyin prepared to return to the cloaking tent, Wu Shuegue suddenly called out to him, "Boss, the ingredients? You haven't given me tonight's ingredients yet." Zhaoyin checked his spatial ring and suddenly realized that due to the high-intensity consumption over the past 2 days, there were only 300 to 400 pounds of rat king meat left, and just over 200 chestnuts. There was still quite a bit of crispy year vegetable dried in jerky, but the fish jerky could only temporarily satisfy hunger for the mutated beasts and evolvers, providing little energy recovery. I need to hurry and ripen the mutated corn. Only carbohydrate-based mutated crops can restore energy faster, Zhaoyin thought to himself. As for the mutated beast meat, he didn't dwell on it. Every true mutated beast was extremely rare, and if encountered, Zhaoyin would naturally consider subduing it as a contracted beast first. He took half of the remaining rat king meat and corn, along with some giant rat jerky and crispy year vegetable dried, and handed it to Wu Shuegue, saying, "Let the contracted beasts eat their fill first. There will be corn tomorrow." "Got it, boss," Wu Shuegue replied respectfully. Zhaoyin returned to the invisible tent and immediately began to open the 78 star crystals he had accumulated throughout the day. 22 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 14 sandwich breads, 8 iced teas, 11 compressed biscuits, 4 yellow peaches, 5 cans of beef, 5 instant noodles, 1 can of tuna, 3 D grade healing potions, 1 C grade healing potion, mountain axe, grade D, type extraordinary weapon, durability 52, attack 57, additional effect cleaving power plus 30, beast catching net, grade B, type extraordinary auxiliary equipment, durability 280, effect captures and confines, additional effects, size change, disguise, men's dress, pants, grade C, defensive extraordinary equipment, durability 115, agility 65, additional effect movement speed plus 100, star salt 100 grains, grade D, type extraordinary seasoning, after consumption strength plus 50 for 24 hours, note, consume 1 grain at a time. Zhaoyin, you finally got some pants, Song Xiaodao exclaimed in surprise. Hearing this, Zhaoyin suddenly felt a pang in his nose, nearly shedding tears. In this life, it had been like a curse, never having obtained pants or shoes that suited him. Song Xiaodao was also happy for him and asked, "What grade is the treasure?" "C grade," Zhaoyin replied excitedly. Song Xiaodao was taken aback and looked down at the sheepskin armor she was wearing. "When will I ever get to wear C-grade pants?" "I'll give you my old ones when I get a higher grade," Zhaoyin said generously. I don't want your used pants," Song Xiaodao said disdainfully, rolling her eyes. "Maybe tomorrow I'll get a set of high-grade skirts." Zhaoyin couldn't be bothered to respond to her fantasies and began to sort through the other items. The extraordinary food, drinks, and healing potions didn't require much thought. Zhaoyin simply stored them away. The mountain axe was the first of its kind he had opened in this life. He picked it up and found it less handy than the mountain knife, so he stored it as well. The B-grade beast-catching net was quite practical, especially for Zhaoyin. It had proven extremely effective when he killed the zombie king in West Valley last time. Moreover, the more trap-type equipment he had, the better. Now he had 2, so he stored it away. The last remaining star salt was also a rare item. In his previous life, Zhaoyin had consumed it a few times. It not only increased attributes but also enhanced the flavor, bringing out the best in mutated crops. Zhaoyin handed it directly to Song Xiaodao, saying, "Pass it to Wu Shuegue. We'll use it for breakfast before the battle tomorrow morning." "What is it? Is it tasty?" Song Xiaodao asked. "This is extraordinary salt. What do you think?" Zhaoyin countered. "Oh yeah." Song Xiaodao happily tried to make a peace sign but instinctively gave a middle finger instead. Her face turned red, and she quickly changed it to a peace sign, exclaiming, "Finally, we have extraordinary salt to eat." She had never had extraordinary salt before and hurried off to find Wu Shuegue, running and shouting, "Old cripple, let me show you something good." Zhaoyin shook his head and then entered the life space. The two sisters, Zhou Lily and her sister, were still focused on making arrows. Zhaoyin ignored them and took out all the Nongfu Spring from his space ring. Today's haul, combined with the 3 bottles from yesterday that hadn't been used, totaled 25 bottles of Nongfu Spring. Zhaoyin went directly to the cornfield to water the crops. About 2 bottles of Nongfu Spring could hasten the growth of 1 corn plant, each yielding around 50 ears of corn. One ear could produce about 5 pounds of corn kernels. After using all the Nongfu Spring, he managed to hasten the growth of 13 plants, yielding over 3,300 pounds of corn. If conserved, both humans and beasts could consume 300 pounds a day, enough to last for over 10 days. After storing all the corn ears in his space ring, he tossed some dried fish to the two sisters and then left the life space. He called over 5 giant rats, still at E grade, and distributed 50,000 F grade corpse crystals. Tonight, we will evolve to D level. I want your speed in killing zombies to increase by tomorrow. The 6 giant rats all prostrated on the ground, their eyes brimming with tears, bowing to Jiaoyin. Rat 1 is willing to serve the master to death. Rat 2 is willing to serve the master to death. Rat 3 is willing to serve the master to death. D level. That is on par with the Rat King. Aside from lacking special abilities, the strength of the giant rats is not much inferior to that of the Rat King. Alright, we'll start evolving after dinner. Jiaoyin waved his hand, took off his rat skin armor, changed into casual clothes, sat on the carpet, and took out a can of beef to eat. The next morning, Wu Shuegue and Wang Xiaolei had worked through the night to grind corn, melting a dozen grains of star salt into brine, and made 300 pounds of whole wheat hand-pulled noodles. They set up a large pot to simmer soup with rat bones, then added chopped rat jerky and crispy ear vegetable to cook together. A fragrance unlike any other wafted through the air, and Jiaoyin sniffed, awakened by the delicious smell. He kicked the little white rat that was squeezed beside the bed away, pushed down Song Xiaodao who was pressing on him, and shouted, "Time to eat!" The beasts that had just been snoring instantly sprang up. Whoosh, 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 all darted out of the invisibility tent. The little monkey ran the fastest, directly picking up a large pot to eat. Jiaoyin glanced at the 5 giant rats that had just evolved. Their attributes were basically similar to Rat 6. After washing up, Wu Shuegue brought breakfast prepared especially for him and Song Xiaodao to the table, each with a large bowl of bone and meat soup noodles. The dish was crispy ear vegetable stir-fried with jerky, Rat King meat soup, and chestnut porridge. Steaming hot, all enhanced with star salt. "It's so delicious, Jiaoyin, come eat." Song Xiaodao slurped the noodles, puffing his cheeks, almost swallowing his tongue. Jiaoyin took a sip of the noodle soup, incredibly delicious. It had been too long since he had tasted the flavor of star salt. Unconsciously, Jiaoyin recalled the days of his past life. At that time, he seemed to be well regarded, with many subordinates, yet he had never felt this true warmth of human life. Living again, with only a few people and a few beasts around him, he felt an indescribable sensation. Jiaoyin took out a bottle of Maotai from his space ring and called Wu Shuegue over. The two began to drink together. After breakfast, all the contracted beasts were full of energy, with the star salt increasing their strength attribute by 50 points. The nearby zombies have been mostly dealt with. Let's head east. There are still a few larger zombie clusters gathered there, Jiaoyin said. That night, Zhang Jia killed hundreds of zombies and inadvertently discovered that the heads of the zombies all contained the kind of transparent stones he had smashed earlier. So he began to absorb the energy from the stones. When he absorbed 100 of them, Zhang Jia found that both his strength and speed had increased significantly, and he gained a special ability. As long as it was an object he could touch, whether it was a zombie, vegetation, or concrete and steel, with just a thought, he could turn it into stone. When he retracted his ability, the objects that had turned to stone would shatter into gravel, completely destroyed. Even his own body was the same, and the stone he turned into was incredibly hard, but upon recovery, it would not be destroyed. However, this ability would leave Zhang Jia exhausted after using it a dozen times. He needed a long rest to recover. Only his own transformation into stone could be maintained for a long time. Zhang Jia hated those zombies to the core. That night he did not stop, repeatedly killing zombies, absorbing corpse crystals, killing zombies. When dawn broke, Zhang Jia was tired and finally remembered his grandfather at home. When he returned to the old building, he could hear the sounds of zombies from afar. He rushed into the house and saw that the zombie was actually his grandfather, Zhang Shugua. The old man had also turned into the zombie that Zhang Jia hated the most. "Grandpa!" Zhang Jia was in tears, calling out hoarsely, but Grandpa Zombie completely ignored him, having long lost the memories of his former life. Ever since Zhang Jia smashed the first piece of transparent stone, his mind had become even duller, but at this moment, he knew that the figure before him was no longer his grandfather. "Grandpa!" He called out repeatedly, hoping for a response. The old zombie staggered towards the door, his tattered shorts revealing half of his buttocks. Zhang Jia followed the old zombie. This was what he most wanted to do. In a world without his grandfather, his heart was filled with fear and uncertainty. As dawn broke, illuminating the dewdrops on the grass beneath his feet, Zhang Jia stepped on them with his bare feet, moving numbly. He didn't know what he could do by following the old zombie, but he also didn't know what else he could do if he didn't follow. Finally, a large horde of corpses appeared ahead. The old zombie joined them, becoming one of them. Suddenly, the horde became restless, and then a white shadow flashed in front of them. Roar! It was that big white cat again. It appeared once more, still with its tail held high, bouncing around joyfully. The big white cat let out a roar, attracting the attention of all the zombies, then turned and ran westward. Immediately, all the zombies crazily chased after it, and the old zombie was among them. Grandpa! Zhang Jia wanted to call out to his grandfather, to warn him that the big white cat was very dangerous, but the old zombie couldn't hear him at all. This morning, Zhaoyin had ordered all the contracted beasts to mobilize to lure the zombies, and the first wave had attracted a massive crowd of 20,000. The dense tide of corpses surged like a raging ocean, spreading endlessly to the horizon. If other survivors saw this scene, they would either think Zhaoyin was insane or that he was a god. Zhaoyin, so many zombies. There are 37 E-level ones, Song Xiaodao said excitedly. The little girl, clad in ratskin armor, held a rat king's claw in one hand, standing in the morning light with the wind lifting her hair, her mouth curved in a sweet smile. If it weren't for the mountain-like tide of corpses across from her, this place would be the most beautiful scenery in the apocalyptic world. At this moment, 10 contracted beasts suddenly accelerated, charging towards Zhaoyin, with the horde now less than 100 meters away. Zhaoyin set up his Zhuge crossbow, waiting for the last giant rat to retreat behind him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of arrows piercing the air resonated as arrows shot out from his spatial ring, automatically loading and then rapidly firing, turning into a rain of arrows. The zombies on the opposite side surged forward, the ones in front falling as the ones behind filled the space, their eyes only seeing the fresh flesh across from them. The Zhuge crossbow fired at full speed, unmatched by any weapon from before the apocalypse, shooting out thousands of arrows in just a few seconds. But there were still too many zombies. Some had circled around behind Zhaoyin. Without needing to be instructed, Song Xiaodao shot wind blades from a distance to take care of them all. The 10 contracted beasts rested there, waiting for their master to finish shooting arrows before the battle began. Everything was like harvesting leeks. Now, in Zhaoyin's team, they were as skilled at this kind of reaping as a production line. Today, Zhaoyin had 15,000 arrows, and after shooting them all, fewer than 5,000 zombies remained in the horde. Zhaoyin put away the Zhuge crossbow and switched to the Rat King's claw. Wu Shuegue, hide, everyone and beasts, it's time to work. As soon as he finished speaking, the contracted beasts instantly entered battle mode, rushing forward rapidly. In this level of combat, the old cow and monkey didn't even need to activate their abilities. With one charge, the horde was completely scattered, leaving fewer than 2,000 behind, and as time passed, the horde gradually thinned out. Suddenly, Zhaoyin spotted a weak old zombie at the back of the horde. There's actually a zombie that hasn't evolved. Zhaoyin couldn't help but take another look, immediately guessing that it might be a survivor who had just been infected by a zombie. Immediately, he stopped paying attention and continued to slash at the zombies around him. As the contract beasts charged wildly, Mouse 6 arrived in front of the old zombie. When it saw that it was a short old fellow, it swung a claw down, and Zhang Shugua, transformed into an old zombie, was instantly sliced in half. Grandpa! At that moment, a heart-wrenching call came, and Mouse 6 couldn't help but turn back to look. 50 meters away, there was a fat zombie. No, this zombie was different from the others. That was Mouse 6's first impression. At the same time, Zhaoyin chopped off the heads of several zombies nearby, pulled his mind together, and turned to look at the fat zombie. Upon seeing it, Zhaoyin's pupils constricted. Corpse Demon, Rank E, Evolution Degree 100/3. 48, Strength 68, Agility 62, Spirit 3, Defense 75, Spirit 3, Awakening Talent, Stone System. Its attributes were stronger than any other zombie, mutated beast, or evolver of the same rank. The combined attributes even surpassed those of a zombie king of the same level. Is this the legendary Corpse Demon? At this moment, Zhang Jia was in tears, crying out in anguish, "Woo-woo, Grandpa, Grandpa." Grandpa was dead, gone, and would never return. Even the zombie that Grandpa had turned into was now gone. Zhang Jia's world, the last support, completely collapsed under Mouse 6's claw, just like his heart at that moment, shattered and bleeding. Even though the giant rat looked formidable, an instinct told Zhang Jia that this place was dangerous, especially the man behind the giant rat. However, Zhang Jia still unleashed his powers with all his might, rapidly petrifying his entire body, recklessly charging at Mouse 6. He swung a punch at Mouse 6's head. Grandpa! Mouse 6 was also enraged. Ever since following Zhaoyin, it had never felt any threat from zombies. Was this fat zombie seeking death? It raised its claw and struck with all its might. Bang! Zhang Jia's whole body shook, and he couldn't help but take a step back, blood channels appearing on his petrified fist. Meanwhile, Mouse 6's massive form also trembled, but the terrifying scene was yet to come. its rat claw suddenly stiffened, losing sensation, and then visibly turned to rock, rapidly spreading upward. Mouse 6, come back! Jiaoyin shouted loudly, but it was too late. He quickly rushed towards Mouse 6, raising the Rat King's claw, not to slash at the corpse demon, but crack! Mouse 6's petrified rat claw was severed at the root by Jiaoyin. Screech, the intense pain made Mouse 6 scream. Jiaoyin breathed a sigh of relief. If he had been a moment later, it would have been too late. He quickly took out a bottle of D-grade healing potion, opened it, and poured it into Mouse 6's mouth. Not bothering to watch how Mouse 6 regenerated its severed limb, Jiaoyin turned to look at the corpse demon, his gaze icy. Zhang Jia met Zhao Yin's gaze and instinctively trembled all over, but thinking of his grandpa dying at Mouse 6's hands, he shouted loudly, "Grandpa!" Then, Zhang Jia stepped forward, attempting to bypass Jiaoyin and continue chasing Mouse 6. At that moment, rumble! A shadow flashed by, producing a terrifying crashing sound. The spot where Zhang Jia had been standing was left with only dust and debris flying everywhere. It was the old bull charging at Zhang Jia, knocking him 30 meters away, and then the old bull halted, causing Zhang Jia to fly out another 10 meters before he fell into the horde of corpses with a thud. The helmet on the old bull's head still shone brightly. The petrification ability had no effect on extraordinary equipment. At this time, the little monkey, Old Black, and Little White, along with the remaining 5 giant rats, all arrived, surrounding Jiaoyin in the center. The little monkey noticed that its master was unharmed, and its fierce expression softened a bit. Gripping the mountain-cutting knife, it charged towards Zhang Jia, terrifying flames burning fiercely around it. This monkey was also enraged. From a distance, the little monkey's figure looked like a rapidly moving giant fireball. In just a few steps, it reached Zhang Jia and swung its knife, aiming to slice him in two. Zhang Jia's defense, no matter how absurd, could never block the monkey's strike. "Stop!" Jiaoyin shouted urgently. "Master, don't kill?" The little monkey turned back, its confusion conveyed through thought. "Wait to kill!" Jiaoyin responded mentally, stepping towards Zhang Jia. There was something strange about this corpse demon, he had sensed it long ago. At this moment, the plump corpse demon had a terrifying blood hole in its waist, dark red plasma oozing out. It glared angrily at the old cow and Mouse 6 in the distance, slowly getting up, then roared, "Grandpa!" This time, Jiaoyin heard clearly. The corpse demon was calling Grandpa? Soon, Jiaoyin recalled that old zombie. This corpse demon had only 3 points of spirit and an IQ 1/3 that of an average person, indicating it had issues even before the apocalypse. Jiaoyin immediately understood. In the apocalypse, a pair of unfortunate grandfather and grandson relied on each other. When the grandfather died, the mentally challenged grandson became a corpse demon, harboring an obsession. It was Mouse 6 who shattered his obsession, which was why it fought desperately. Zhang Jia, ignoring the plasma flowing from his waist, charged towards the old cow. Jiaoyin raised a hand, casting a large net that instantly enveloped him, followed by a thunderous boom. A bolt of lightning struck the corpse demon Zhang Jia on the head. His body trembled and then fell straight down. The next moment, the beast-catching net rapidly shrank, binding him up. Seeing that the situation was under control, Jiaoyin waved his hand. "Everyone disperse, clean up the nearby zombies, and collect the corpse crystals, star crystals, and my arrows." At this moment, Mouse 6's front paws had already returned to normal, and everyone continued to slay the remaining zombies. Jiaoyin walked towards Zhang Jia in the beast-catching net, extending his right hand, clad in the gale gloves, and pointed at his forehead. Poof! The corpse demon Zhang Jia immediately released his petrification ability. A stream of gray-black energy fell onto the gale gloves, vibrating once before vanishing. "He really is a fool," Jiaoyin chuckled inwardly. He continued to reach out, and Zhang Jia released his ability again. Poof! Still ineffective. Next, Jiaoyin poked him a dozen times, and finally, the corpse demon Zhang Jia's energy was exhausted. Looking at Jiaoyin in terror, "Grandpa, I'm not your grandpa is dead." Jiaoyin struck back mercilessly. He removed the gloves, pressing his right hand against Zhang Jia's forehead, activating the Sss-Level ability, Contract Soul. The corpse demon was merely a legend. In his previous life, even Lin Tianfeng had never seen one. Jiaoyin didn't know if this kind of life could be contracted, so he decided to give it a try. The chains formed by the Contract Soul spread towards the corpse demon's head. After a long while, Jiaoyin's face gradually paled, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead, yet he still sensed no target for the contract. Is it not possible? Jiaoyin could only retract his hand, looking helplessly at the corpse demon. The corpse demon was only E-level, almost taking down the D-level Mouse 6. Even Jiaoyin himself, if not careful, would likely face disaster in front of this corpse demon. Low IQ, hard to develop rebellious thoughts, yet exceptionally powerful. Jiaoyin made a decision in his heart. It would be a pity to kill it. Actually, there's another way to control corpse demons. In my previous life, someone obtained an S-level item called Slavery Collar. That kind of item, although it can only control one lifeform at a time, can control mutated beasts, humans, and zombies. Surely the corpse demon would be no exception. But S-level items are too rare. After the apocalypse, Zhao hadn't seen a single S-level item, let alone a specific one. However, he still decided to wait. With Zhao Yin's current strength, even if he couldn't produce it himself, as long as he learned that other survivors had produced it, he could completely buy it. Zhao Ying flashed into the life space with the corpse demon Zhang Jie. At this moment, sisters Zhou Lily and Zhou Dandan were still making arrows, having not rested for 5 days and 6 nights, both looking dazed. Upon seeing Zhao Ying enter, both of them instinctively shivered. Master! Master! The introverted Zhou Dandan also bent down voluntarily. As time passed, their fear of Zhao Ying deepened. Zhao Ying casually tossed the corpse demon under the chestnut tree and said to the two sisters, "Don't come near, or don't blame me if you die." After saying this, his figure vanished within the realm of life. Outside, 20,000 zombies had been completely slaughtered, and everyone and the beasts were cleaning up the battlefield. Zhao Ying personally walked over, pulling out his arrows one by one. In this apocalypse, no one could imagine that someone would consider collecting corpse crystals a troublesome task. Zhao Ying muttered to himself, "Am I being too obsessed? Should I control a group of survivors for my use, like in the cave?" Soon, Zhao Ying shook his head, dispelling the dangerous thought that had just arisen. He would never create any camps again. Since ancient times, human hearts have been the hardest to fathom. He had already suffered greatly in his past life. If those survivors are foolish, that's fine, I can just kill them all. But the most frightening thing is if they seem serious about working for me, appearing loyal, making it hard to distinguish between loyalty and treachery, good and evil. In the past, ancient wise rulers and emperors were all ruthless and shrewd. How many of them ultimately met their downfall? Let alone me, Zhao Ying? It was still easier to control contract beasts. Now he had 10 contract beasts, which was already considered a squad. Next would be a platoon, a company, a battalion. The formation of a contract beast army is not far off. Once the number of contract beasts increases, everything will be fine. By 10 o'clock in the morning, the battlefield was finally cleaned up, yielding 21,469 F-grade corpse crystals, plus the 9,725 left from yesterday, totaling 31,194. E-grade corpse crystals totaled 146, and 32 star crystals were produced. The recent wave of zombies, with 15,000 arrows playing a crucial role, still left the contract beasts full of energy. Zhao Ying commanded, "Go draw another wave, eat after we finish killing." The contract beasts immediately sprang into action, dispersing in 10 directions. Zhao Ying sat in place, taking out the last can of beef to eat. He had finished the yellow peaches and beef cans over the past 2 days and took a moment to check his attributes. Human male, ability awakened, degrade evolver, evolution degree 100 to 0, strength 105, agility 109, stamina 82, spirit 125, talent B-grade shooting, life countdown, 159,963 days. All the yellow peaches had added 8 points to Zhao Yin's agility, and the beefkin had added 12 points to his strength. Now, Zhao Yin's comprehensive attributes as an evolver surpassed those of his same-level counterpart, Song Xiaodao, by 10%. Soon, the distant sound of zombie roars, accompanied by the rumbling of footsteps, drew near as 20,000 zombies chased after the 10 contract beasts, converging towards Zhao Yin from all directions. Zhao Yin stood up, raised his Zhuge crossbow, and waited for the 10 contract beasts to return at speed. After a few dozen seconds, the little monkey was the first to return, and the horde of zombies behind it was the first to approach. Without a word, Zhao Ying pulled the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A rain of arrows filled the air with the sound of breaking through, and large groups of zombies fell. The familiar routine, the familiar process. As time passed, Zhao Yin's arrows were once again exhausted. With less than 5,000 zombies remaining, Zhao Yin switched to the Rat King's claws and led the beast horde in a charge. The 20,000 zombies were once again dealt with, and it was time to clean the battlefield. However, just then, quack! A cry of an eagle echoed from the sky. Zhao Yin looked up, and it seemed as if a dark cloud had risen above, blocking out a large portion of sunlight. It was a group of creatures with enormous wings. Their wingspan was about 7 to 8 meters, the size of a calf, with mouths like sharp, curved hooks, and 2 massive claws glinting coldly in the sunlight. Vultures, Ranky, strength 35, agility 41, stamina 12, spirit 7, mutated by zombie virus infection. Vultures, Ranky, strength 34, agility 42, stamina 13, spirit 6, mutated by zombie virus infection. Vultures, rank E. There were a total of 12, all pseudo-mutated beasts, seemingly attracted by the zombies killed by Zhao Yin, circling in the air. A few real mutated beasts on the ground made them quite wary. Zhao Yin's heart raced as he contemplated sending Xiaobai up to catch one or two when the 12 vultures suddenly spiraled, creating a gust of wind, and then dove toward the pile of corpses farthest from Zhao Yin. All the vultures grabbed the E-level zombie that Zhao Yin had just killed and were about to take off. "Quick! Stop them!" Zhao Yin shouted. How could Zhao Yin let the contract beasts that came to him escape so easily? If they flew high, it would be difficult to catch them again. After all, their intelligence was nearly on par with humans, and if they scattered, Xiaobai wouldn't be able to catch many. After Zhao Yin shouted, he dashed toward the vultures. All the contract beasts reacted quickly and followed suit. At that moment, seeing Zhao Yin charging, the flock of vultures hurriedly accelerated upward, but the E-level zombies in their claws were not light, and they were ultimately a beat too slow. Zhao Yin raised his hand, and the remaining beast-catching net was thrown out, instantly ensnaring the closest vulture, which then plummeted from the sky. Immediately after, Zhao Yin raised his hand, and with a thunderous boom, he controlled the power of thunder to strike down another vulture. Just then, the little monkey arrived, its terrifying form leaping up suddenly, soaring over 20 meters high, grabbing two vultures by their claws and pulling them down with sheer weight. Xiaobai's massive flesh wings spread wide, instantly catching up to one vulture, biting down on its wing. It did not choose to descend but spiraled, wrapping its giant paw around a second vulture before finally descending. Song Xiaodao was a beat slower than Zhao Yin, only managing to release a wind blade from a distance, severing one vulture's wing, and with blood spraying, the vulture spun and fell. By the time the other contract beasts arrived, they all missed their targets, lacking long-range attacks and the ability to fly, only able to stare blankly at the 5 vultures gradually flying away. Boom! Zhao Yin's second thunder strike ultimately landed behind one vulture. The distance was no longer enough. Xiaobai, break their wings, go after the ones that flew away, hurry. Zhao Yin's forehead was sweating with anxiety. At this moment, the 5 vultures realized they had provoked the wrong person, all dropping the corpses in their claws and fleeing in 5 different directions. Xiaobai finally reacted, biting off the wings of the 2 vultures it had caught, spreading its flesh wings to chase into the sky. Roar! Caw caw caw! One vulture was quickly caught up by Xiaobai, which bit down on its wing. Crack! After Xiaobai bit off its wing, it tossed it down and turned to chase the other vulture. With its speed ability and level suppression, Xiaobai soon caught up to the second vulture, Crack, biting off its wing again. At this point, the remaining 3 vultures had already flown over 10 kilometers away. As Xiaobai turned to chase the third vulture, a dark cloud appeared on the distant horizon. It was a shadow cast by tens of thousands of vultures. Vaguely, Zhao Yin seemed to see a vulture with a wingspan exceeding 30 meters. He activated his true sight, but unfortunately, it was too far to see clearly. Vulture King, Sea-level mutated beast. Zhao Yin could only make out the blurred information. It was a Vulture King, a true mutated beast, and it had reached sea level. The vulture itself feeds on carrion, and in the apocalypse, the most abundant creatures are zombies. Relatively speaking, their evolution speed is more advantageous than any mutated beast. As that dark cloud approached, Zhao Yin saw the second Vulture King, followed closely by the third. In just a few hurried glances, he spotted 3 C-class mutated Vulture Kings. At this moment, Xiaobai was still excitedly chasing the vultures, happily unaware of the rapidly approaching dark cloud. Zhao Yin shouted loudly, "Xiaobai, come back." If it crashed into one, the flying white tiger would be gone before the second ability could even activate. Everyone and their contracted beasts, immediately collect the star crystals, hurry. As the dark cloud drew near, a suffocating sensation filled Zhao Yin's chest, and his voice trembled. After giving his orders, he dashed towards the nearest vulture. Upon getting close to one, he directly stored it in his lifespace, then ran towards the second. After collecting all 9 vultures into his lifespace, Song Xiaodao and the others also gathered the star crystals back, conveniently bringing back E-class corpse crystals. Xiaobai returned as well, and at this point, it could clearly see that the dark cloud was made up of vultures. Most were E-class pseudo-mutated beasts, with a few hundred D-class remaining. Terrifyingly, there were a full 9 C-class Vulture Kings. Xiaobai's fur bristled, and it howled to the sky, "Meow, are you looking for death?" Zhao Yin slapped Xiaobai on the head, swiftly storing it in his lifespace, then quickly gathered everyone and their contracted beasts. Just then, a gust of wind swept overhead. A C-class Vulture King swooped down rapidly. Bang! Zhao Yin didn't have time to dodge. The massive eagle claw of the Vulture King instantly enveloped his head, swiftly grabbing down, intending to crush Zhao Yin's skull in one blow. A brilliant golden light erupted, instantly enveloping Zhao Yin, and the Vulture King's claw was forcefully rebounded. Zhao Yin's body was covered in sweat, and in that moment, he felt a strong sense of life and death crisis. If it weren't for the dog-headed hat's life-saving effect, he would have already been a headless corpse. The speed of birds in the sky is not something land creatures can compare to. This Vulture King was not only C-class but also possessed speed abilities. After its claw failed, it momentarily stared blankly, then shot straight into the sky, spiraling back down towards Zhao with a rapid peck. The enormous beak was terrifying, and before Zhao could steady himself in the gale stirred by the Vulture King's wings, his heart skipped a beat. He dared not hesitate and activated his life space. In the final moment, Zhao looked up. The other 8 Vulture Kings had already dived down. One of them raised its head and sprayed a mouthful of pitch-black mist at him, while another spewed flames. Without needing to activate his true vision, Zhao knew one had poison abilities and the other had fire abilities, both belonging to elemental long-range attacks. In his last glance, Zhao vaguely saw above the dark cloud of vultures an even more terrifyingly gigantic figure, with a wingspan of 200 meters. It was resplendent, each true feather as large as a truck, its head like a house, and in its enormous pupils, there was pride and indifference, as if an ancient emperor was on a tour, imperious and unassailable. Just one look made Zhao tremble all over. In the next moment, the Vulture King with speed abilities pecked at Zhao Yin's body, and his form suddenly shattered, the Vulture King biting at thin air. It turned out to be just a shadow. All the vultures dove down, and at this moment, in the sky, only that incredibly gigantic avian creature remained, circling alone, lonely and desolate. Quack! The sound echoed for dozens of miles, and all the zombies in Luoshan City seemed to encounter their natural enemy, staring blankly at the sky. Zhao returned to his life space, still unable to calm down for a long time, his heart racing, his face flushed. In his mind, the figure of the largest vulture lingered long after, its back already soaked with cold sweat. It must be a B-level existence. Zhao shouted loudly. He was certain. What B-level? Song Xiaodao, seeing Zhao Yin's pale face, hurriedly asked. Zhao didn't speak, saying it would only frighten him. Recently, having things go smoothly, Zhao almost thought he was invincible in the apocalypse, nearly forgetting that there were some terrifying existences that thrived in this world. Just like the vulture he had just seen, with numerous subordinates and food everywhere, it could evolve at any time, flying to any place without needing to lift a finger, as countless subordinates would provide for it. Currently, most zombies are still at F level. The step it needs to grow is not dependent on corpse crystals. Ordinary mutated beasts could increase their strength by consuming mutated beast meat, just like the little monkey and the old cow, who gained a lot of attributes by eating the meat of the White Mouse King with Zhao. If they could consume it long term, breaking through realms wouldn't be difficult. It was just that Zhao didn't have that much mutated beast meat, and he had always mixed it with other foods to raise them. More often than not, Zhao used the Mouse King's meat as a supplement for energy, so its effectiveness was diminished. The flesh and blood of zombies served the same purpose for these vultures as mutated beast meat, Zhao deduced. Otherwise, he couldn't understand how such terrifying monsters could emerge in the current apocalypse. At this moment, in Luoshan City, countless vultures circled low in the sky, seemingly searching for Zhao Yin's figure, still finding nothing as night fell. The enormous vulture in the sky showed confusion, as if it couldn't comprehend how Zhao had suddenly vanished. Then, its massive form spiraled down, its giant wings flapping, creating huge gusts of wind that spread out, stirring up dust and instantly obscuring a 2-kilometer radius. The terrifying vulture landed directly on the mountain of corpses Zhao had slain, where there were around 80,000 bodies from which he had taken corpse crystals. It opened its massive beak and swallowed dozens of them. Quack! The terrifying vulture let out a sharp cry, followed by the calls of 9 Vulture Kings, as over 10,000 vultures scattered and flew to various parts of Luoshan City, capturing zombies one by one. All the vultures seemed to have been trained already, skillfully pecking through the zombies' heads to extract the corpse crystals, then flying back to drop them in front of the terrifying vulture. As time passed, a small mountain of corpse crystals gradually formed. Thousands of dark shadows came and went, like swarms of mosquitoes in the fields before the apocalypse, occasionally bringing back 1 or 2 star crystals. After the terrifying vulture had eaten over 100 corpses, it burped, spread its wings, and glided to the pile of corpse crystals, inhaling them all into its belly. Then it looked at a small pile of star crystals, pecked down, and shattered all the star crystals, followed by a dazzling white light, revealing various extraordinary materials before its eyes. The terrifying vulture swallowed all the extraordinary food, including 2 bottles of unknown potions, and then slowly closed its cold eyes. It seemed to ignore the remaining pieces of equipment. If Zhao were here, he would be astonished that this terrifying vulture actually knew how to use star crystals. In the life space, under the chestnut tree, a bonfire was lit. Except for the 2 sisters, Zhou Lily, who were still diligently making arrows in the distance, everyone and every beast sat around the bonfire. In the dim light, the fire illuminated faces, and both humans and beasts fell into silence. After the apocalypse, it was the first time Jiaoyin had been forced to the point of not daring to step outside. All the contracted beasts sensed their master's gloomy mood, and their emotions inexplicably sank. Even Little White lay listlessly in front of Jiaoyin. Only the little monkey stood behind Jiaoyin, constantly on guard against the 9 injured vultures. Jiaoyin lowered his head and glanced at the electronic watch on his wrist. It was already 8 in the evening. "Old cripple, make dinner." Jiaoyin finally spoke. Wu Shuegue responded and set up the pot to start cooking, while Wang Xiaolei also went to help. "Jiaoyin, when are we going out?" Song Xiaodao asked. Jiaoyin shook his head. "Not tonight, we'll see tomorrow." That group of vultures likely hadn't left yet. Going out would be a death sentence. Not to mention that terrifying old creature. Even the 9 vulture kings were not something Jiaoyin could handle right now, let alone the tens of thousands of pseudo-mutated beast vultures. "Master, one of the vultures is about to die," the little monkey transmitted telepathically. Jiaoyin turned to look. Aside from the one caught in the beast net, all the vultures were battered and bruised, with one covered in wounds, blood gushing out continuously, rolling its eyes, clearly on the verge of taking its last breath. Jiaoyin glanced at Song Xiaodao. "You did this, didn't you?" That kind of injury could only be caused by Song Xiaodao's wind blade. Clearly, she hadn't held back. "Yeah." Song Xiaodao nodded, admitting, "I was afraid it would run away, so I just amplified my ability a bit." "Who told it to have thin skin?" Jiaoyin sniffed. "Thin skin? Why didn't you just kill it outright?" I'll be more careful next time." Song Xiaodao knew she had been too heavy-handed. Jiaoyin had almost died outside because of these vultures, and now one was nearly killed by her own hand. One must admit their mistakes when they err. Jiaoyin didn't say much more and instructed the little monkey, "Drag it over." The little monkey approached the dying vulture, grabbed it by the neck, and brought it in front of Jiaoyin. Jiaoyin raised a hand, activating the contract spirit, and after a few seconds, he sensed a weak voice in his mind, "Master." Jiaoyin tossed a large bag of chestnut leaves to Song Xiaodao. "Feed it to him." Song Xiaodao grabbed a handful of chestnut leaves, crushed them in her hands, and stuffed them into the vulture's mouth. "No need to be so troublesome, vultures can swallow whole bones, a few leaves won't choke it," Jiaoyin said. "Oh." Song Xiaodao stopped crushing and began to feed it roughly. Jiaoyin had the little monkey drag the other vultures over one by one, repeating the process, and after the contract, he left them to Song Xiaodao for healing. The healing effect of the chestnut leaves, while not as good as the sandwich bread, was sufficient since there was no need for combat. Extraordinary food could be saved when possible. Half an hour later, all 9 vultures had regained their ability to move. Jiaoyin heard a chorus of voices in his mind. "Master, Master, from today on, you will be called Tui, you will be called Tuer, you will be called Tujio." Jiaoyin couldn't be bothered to think of names for them, but they needed some distinction, so he simply numbered them. He then tossed a few pieces of rat bones to the 9 vultures and let them fly across the water to rest. Jiaoyin recalled the 20,000 zombies he had painstakingly killed, the corpse crystals still not retrieved. More importantly, his 15,000 arrows were still outside. His heart bled. "They've probably all been destroyed by that group of vultures," Jiaoyin murmured. Wu Shuegue finished dinner and placed it in front of Jiaoyin: star salt-boiled cornmeal, rat king meat stewed with chestnuts, steamed fish. But Jiaoyin couldn't muster an appetite. He took out all the star crystals he had obtained today. It seemed that when one was down on their luck, even drinking cold water could get stuck in their teeth. Even taking a dump could lead to sitting on a stump, and hemorrhoids could grow on a little butt. He actually didn't get a single item he wanted. 28 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 7 pieces of sandwich bread, 6 bottles of iced black tea, 7 pieces of compressed biscuits, 6 packs of instant noodles, 1 can of tuna, 2 bottles of F-grade evolution potion, 1 bottle of D-grade healing potion, 1 yellow peach, 1 can of beef, 2 F-grade butterfly knives, 2 military jackets, 1 E-grade women's suit, 1 D-grade machete. Jiaoyin reached out to touch the star crystal, only to find it had already been used up. His gaze momentarily blanked. He pulled out a cigarette from his space ring, wanting to light it, but found that the lighter was out of fuel. "Master, please don't be angry." The little monkey sensed something and immediately came over, extending a finger to spark a small flame, lighting Jiaoyin's cigarette. Jiaoyin took a deep drag, his emotions slowly calming down. He rarely lost his composure like today, mainly because of that terrifying vulture, which made him feel too weak. Facing it, Jiaoyin felt a sense of helplessness. Song Xiaodao also put down her oversized bowl and came to Jiaoyin's back, gently massaging his shoulders with her soft little hands. "Jiaoyin, let me give you a massage. Let's eat," Jiaoyin said calmly. He quickly adjusted his mood, picked up his bowl, and started eating. "Tomorrow morning, I'll go out and take a look. If the vulture flock leaves, we can continue killing zombies." He still had 5,000 arrows, freshly made by the 2 sisters, Zhou Lily. Compared to having 9 vultures as contract beasts, those arrows didn't seem like much. When I catch that big vulture in the future, I'll pluck its feathers to make arrows, Zhao Yun said with a smile. All the contract beasts perked up, starting to eat. The next morning, Zhao Yun left the life space with the little monkey. The morning light fell, and the entire Luoshan city was desolate. With the arrival of a flock of vultures, many precarious buildings collapsed, and a mountain of corpses made of zombies existed 1,000 meters away from Jiaoyin. The size of the corpse mountain could easily compare to a low hill, and it seemed that all the zombies in Luoshan city were here. All the bodies had shattered heads, their white skulls resembling hollowed-out white pears, with brain matter slowly oozing out, accompanied by exposed tissue. A foul stench filled the air. Thousands of vultures perched at the waist of the mountain, occasionally tearing off a zombie's arm and swallowing it whole. Jiaoyin looked up. The terrifying vulture lay alone at the summit, eyes closed in slumber. 9 vulture kings circled it not far below. Jiaoyin activated his true sight. Sky-swallowing vulture, B-grade mutated beast, strength 326, agility 375, stamina 270, defense 405, spirit 135, bloodline talent, devour. Indeed, it was a B-grade mutated beast. Jiaoyin had never seen its devouring ability in his past life and didn't know which category it belonged to, but at this moment, he had no desire to investigate. The zombies in Luoshan city could no longer be killed. Looking at the vultures, it seemed they were preparing to settle here, unwilling to leave until they had consumed all the bodies. The place where they had slain zombies yesterday had all the bodies vanished, including Zhao Yin's arrows. Zhao Yin's expression darkened as he communicated with the little monkey, and the two slowly turned, stepping away from the corpse mountain. The sky-swallowing vulture and the 9 zombie kings were asleep. If they didn't leave now, when would they? But just as Zhao Yin and the little monkey had taken a few steps, a thunderous cry suddenly came from behind. Quack! Almost as soon as Zhao Yin took his first step, the sky-swallowing vulture opened its eyes. Upon seeing the person who had captured vultures yesterday, the sky-swallowing vulture instantly became furious, and the 9 vulture kings awakened in an instant, all flapping their wings and flying towards Zhao Yin. The vulture king with rapid abilities created a sonic boom with its wings and, in the blink of an eye, was right in front of Zhao Yin. The little monkey suddenly turned around, its form rapidly expanding as it unleashed all 3 of its abilities in an instant. It transformed into a 6-meter-tall figure, wielding a mountain-splitting blade engulfed in raging flames, and charged forward with all its might. Below the same level, the speed enhanced by the monkey's first and second abilities was already approaching that of the Vulture King, and the power combined with the terrifying flames made the Vulture King feel a life-and-death crisis. Whoosh! The Vulture King suddenly slowed down, quickly maneuvering in the air to narrowly evade the monkey's strike. Roar! The little monkey recalled its master's frustration from the previous night, its golden fur bristling, its face contorted in rage. Without waiting for the momentum of the mountain-splitting blade to dissipate, it swung upward again. The Vulture King dodged with all its might, but at that moment, a thunderous boom echoed as a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking down hard on its head. It was Zhao Yin making his move. The Vulture King froze for a moment, and in that instant, the blade sliced through its body, severing half of one wing, which was then ignited by the flames. Quack! 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 The Vulture King finally panicked, and in an instant, the remaining half of its wing was burned to ashes. It staggered to the ground, howling in agony as it rolled violently. The other 8 Vulture Kings had arrived, and upon seeing their comrade injured, madness filled their eyes. Just then, Zhao Yin noticed that the sky-swallowing vulture was slowly rising from the mountain of corpses. With just one flap of its wings, it could descend upon them. Zhao Yin quickly entered the life space and reappeared, now accompanied by a black rat king. Quick, take me and the monkey away, Zhao Yin ordered anxiously. The ground beneath Old Black's feet rippled, and an orange-yellow glow enveloped Zhao Yin and the little monkey, rapidly sinking into the earth. However, at that moment, one Vulture King suddenly opened its mouth and exhaled a blast of cold air, instantly freezing the ground within a radius of several hundred meters. Old Black's Earth Escape ability could only affect soil, sand, and other earth-based materials, while ice belonged to the water element. Zhao Yin and the 2 beasts were immediately frozen in ice. In the next moment, the little monkey erupted in flames, instantly melting the ice around it, and it brought Zhao Yin and Old Black back up from underground. At this point, Zhao Yin was covered in dirt and grime, cursing inwardly. The sky-swallowing vulture had likely guessed his life space, and it would surely lie in wait at the spatial coordinates. Escaping again would be incredibly difficult. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Zhao Yin's mind. A scroll appeared in his hand. Spatial teleportation scroll, grade B, one-time consumable, effect, random teleportation, note, creates a spatial door that lasts for 1 minute after use. Since obtaining this scroll, he had never imagined he would use it so soon. Without hesitation, Zhao Yin crushed it, and a teleportation portal appeared before him. Old Black, monkey, hurry! Zhao Yin shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, he dove into the portal, and immediately felt darkness envelop him. When he could finally see again, he realized he had no idea where he was. Before him lay a ruined city, the few remaining buildings unrecognizable, leaning precariously as if they would collapse with a gust of wind. Zhao Yin had no time to discern his surroundings when, with two thuds, the little monkey and Old Black fell behind him. Monkey! Just as Zhao Yin was about to say something, the space rippled again, and a Vulture King fell down, followed closely by a second Vulture King. After the two Vulture Kings emerged, a terrifying head also poked out, large enough to be the size of a house, with two cold eyes that seemed like deep abysses. Zhao Yin met its gaze and felt goosebumps all over. However, because the random teleportation scroll was used by Zhao Yin, the portal was generated according to human size, and the sky-swallowing vulture was too large, getting its head stuck. Because of its predicament, the other Vulture Kings did not manage to teleport over. Run! Zhao Yin grabbed the little monkey and Old Black, pulling them back quickly. In the next moment, the devouring vulture opened its mouth and activated its devouring ability. A massive suction force swirled like a vortex, pulling everything in frantically. The air where Zhao Yin and the little monkey had been standing was completely drained, and all the sand, vegetation, and even several meters of soil were sucked into the devouring vulture's mouth from a distance. At that moment, two Vulture Kings arrived, flapping their wings and taking to the sky, ready to launch an attack. Run, run, run! Zhao Yin shouted loudly. There was no time for Old Black to activate his Earth escape. Zhao Yin took off running. The energy in the dog-headed hat had been used up yesterday and wouldn't be available for 2 more days. But before they could get far, a gust of wind swept overhead, and a Vulture King swooped down. Vulture King, C-Class mutated beast, Strength 157, Agility 190, Stamina 252, Defense 148, Spirit 76, Bloodline talent, Arrow Feather. It was in the air, and dozens of feathers fell from its body like sharp swords, densely slicing towards Zhao Yin and the two beasts. Zhao Yin quickly rolled to the side, and with several puffs, his rat skin armor was cut open in several large gaps, and multiple wounds were lacerated, bright red blood flowing out through the holes in the armor. On the other side, Old Black reacted a moment too late and was directly pierced by several feathers, letting out a wail and collapsing weakly. Only the little monkey swung its mountain cutting knife, knocking away a few feathers nearby, then darted in front of Zhao Yin, grabbing the sheepskin armor on him and pulling him along as they ran. Zhao Yin ignored the intense pain coursing through him and looked back, immediately seeing Old Black's tragic state. It was sprawled on the ground, covered in feathers, and at that moment, its rat-like eyes were looking at Zhao Yin. In those eyes, Zhao Yin saw worry. Even in its dying moments, it was concerned for its master's safety. At this time, the devouring vulture had activated its second ability, and a massive suction force swept behind the little monkey. The other Vulture King in the sky was flying towards Old Black, preparing to finish it off completely. Wait, monkey! Zhao Yin suddenly shouted. At this point, they were already 500 meters away from the devouring vulture's head, and he realized that they seemed to have reached the limit of its ability range. In other words, the only current threat was the two C-Class Vulture Kings. The little monkey immediately stopped, quickly set Zhao Yin down, leaped up, and slashed towards the sky, preparing to unleash the next wave of abilities against the Arrow Feather Vulture King. The Arrow Feather Vulture King didn't dare to confront the invincible monkey of the same level head-on, instantly abandoning its ability and shooting up into the sky. At this moment, a Zhuge crossbow appeared in Zhao Yin's hand, and with a click, a fiery red arrow automatically loaded itself. Explosive arrow, Grade B, extraordinary weapon, attack 520, additional effect. Causes an explosion upon hitting the target, indiscriminately attacking a 50-meter radius. Note, single-use weapon, disappears after explosion, whoosh. The fiery red arrow shot through the air. Boom! A terrifying explosion echoed in the sky several hundred meters away, directly forming a mushroom cloud. The Vulture King flying towards Old Black was blown away, its feathers scattering like snow, quickly ignited by the high temperature generated by the explosive arrow, leaving it bare and bloodied. Like a featherless chicken, it fell to the ground and died instantly. Zhao Yin's eyes turned red, the anger in his heart erupted at that moment, and the Zhuge crossbow clicked again. Zhao Yin loaded the second explosive arrow. He looked at the devouring vulture. Damn it, if you have the guts, come and suck me. Zhao Yin, covered in blood and in a sorry state, shouted loudly. Sure enough, the devouring vulture understood human speech and immediately became furious, disregarding whether its ability range was sufficient, and opened its mouth to suck in Zhao Yin with a fierce force. Just then, Zhao Yin shot out the explosive arrow. The fiery red arrow sliced through the air, instantly entering the range of the devouring vulture's suction. Originally, Zhao Yin was still unsure if the range was sufficient, but with such a pull, the arrow accelerated towards the sky-devouring vulture. In the next moment, the vulture's pupils constricted, realizing it had fallen into Zhao Yin's trap, and hurriedly closed its mouth. However, it was already too late. The explosive arrow, accompanied by a terrifying sonic boom, struck the vulture's eye. A loud bang echoed. Amidst the flames, blood splattered everywhere. Quack, the sky-devouring vulture let out a mournful wail. One eye shot out by Zhao. Zhao waved his hand, and a beast-catching net flew out, rapidly expanding in the air, shrouding the vulture's head thanks to the still-present suction. Zhao did not intend to control the sky-devouring vulture. After all, this beast-catching net was ineffective against C-class mutated beasts. He had experience in this. In his previous life, he had his nets torn apart several times while trying to capture a C-class flying white tiger. The last time he managed to deal with the Zombie King in the West Mountain Valley was because its evolution focused entirely on defense. At this moment, Old Black was still within the range of the vulture's abilities, but it hadn't had the chance to attack Old Black yet. Zhao only wanted to temporarily bind the sky-devouring vulture and then rescue Old Black. However, the vulture suddenly opened its mouth wide and sucked the beast-catching net into its mouth, swallowing it with a gulp. Zhao was momentarily stunned, and the scene he feared most unfolded. The enraged sky-devouring vulture fixed its gaze on Old Black, then opened its mouth, emitting a terrifying suction. Old Black's near-death body was rapidly pulled towards the vulture. Damn it! Zhao cursed, but he could do nothing. Going would only mean death. Just then, a ripple suddenly spread through the space. The 1-minute existence of the portal had finally arrived. With a thud, Old Black's body fell to the ground. At that moment, the vulture's head also began to blur, forcibly being sent back. Quack, the air echoed with the vulture's unwilling cries, filled with endless rage and hatred, deafening. Zhao came to his senses and turned to see the little monkey entangled with the Arrowfeather Vulture King. Its combat power surpassed that of the Vulture King by a lot, but unfortunately, it couldn't take to the air and could only passively block the Vulture King's attacks for Zhao. At this moment, Zhao felt every muscle in his body aching intensely, a wave of dizziness washing over him. This was a sign of excessive blood loss. He took out a piece of sandwich bread and swallowed it, quickly moving towards Old Black. After pulling out the feathers embedded in its body, a large spurt of blood gushed out again. Within Old Black's massive body, that faint life force seemed as if it could extinguish at any moment. Its pupils were slowly dilating. Zhao took out a bottle of D-class healing potion and poured it directly into Old Black's mouth. In the next moment, as the healing potion spread within it, the life force was immediately stabilized, and then gradually strengthened, slowly becoming vigorous. At this time, Zhao Yin's wounds were also slowly healing. He turned around and looked at the Arrowfeather Vulture King. Next, it's my turn to perform. Zhao Yin grinned. In the next moment, he flashed into the life space, where all the contracted beasts and Song Xiaodao were anxiously waiting under the chestnut tree. Zhao Yin, where are Old Black and the little monkey? You're injured? Song Xiaodao exclaimed in shock upon seeing Zhao Yin covered in blood, his rat skin armor even torn apart. It's nothing, Zhao Yin immediately called out. Vulture 1, Vulture 2. All of you come here. Buzz! A sound of breaking air came, and 9 vultures sensed their master's fury, all taking flight, rapidly approaching from across the pond. Zhao Yin then commanded, Xiaobai, Song Xiaodao, follow me out to kill the Vulture King. At this moment, the Arrowfeather Vulture King, realizing its companions were dead or missing, and even the sky-devouring vulture had been forced to teleport back, had lost the will to fight. After a flurry of arrows forced the little monkey back, the feathers that had previously been shot at Zhao Yin all flew back, instantly embedding themselves in the wings of the Vulture King. It then prepared to take off into the sky. However, at that moment, a wave of spatial fluctuation occurred, and Zhao Yin, along with a group of beasts and Song Xiaodao, appeared in the outside world. Trying to escape? Zhao Yin sneered. Monkey, get on Xiaobai and hit it with everything you've got. Song Xiaodao, drink a bottle of iced red tea, ride on 2E, and unleash wind blades from a distance. You are allowed to use your powers to the fullest. 2 Air, take me up there. Surround the remaining vultures and don't hold back. Just prevent it from escaping. After Zhao Yin finished speaking, he also took out a bottle of iced red tea and drank it. He didn't let the little monkey drink the iced red tea because it wasn't that the little monkey was weak, its only shortcoming was that it couldn't fly. At this point, only the Vulture King remained, and Zhao Yin wanted to vent his anger. The little monkey was already bursting with frustration, flames erupting from its eyes. Upon hearing this, it immediately jumped onto Xiaobai's back. Although Xiaobai was still D-rank, its speed, enhanced by its rapid abilities, was even faster than that of the Arrow Vulture King. As the Arrow Vulture King soared into the sky, it heard the air vibrating behind it and quickly turned to look. In that instant, the pride in its eyes was replaced by fear. That terrifying monkey was actually riding on a large white cat, closing in fast. The large knife in the little monkey's hand, combined with its arm span, had an attack range of 7 to 8 meters. At this moment, it recklessly activated its third ability, and at the tip of the mountain-splitting knife, it unleashed a fire tongue that extended another 5 to 6 meters, subtly lengthening the blade. Boom! With a furious slash from the little monkey, it struck down at the back of the Arrow Vulture King. The Arrow Vulture King tried to dodge quickly, but still lost a section of its wing to the blow. Its wings, which carried its powers, were not burned by the flames, but other parts were not so fortunate. A few sparks landed on the Arrow Vulture King's abdomen, instantly burning a large black hole, exposing its innards. Roar! The little monkey, having succeeded with its strike, howled in a frenzy to vent its pent-up anger. It then crazily slashed at the Arrow Vulture King again. Quack! The Arrow Vulture King let out a mournful cry, as if calling for its companions, or perhaps begging for mercy. It no longer dared to be arrogant and quickly turned to flee. However, having already sustained serious injuries and lost a section of its wing, its speed had decreased significantly, and it was soon caught up by Xiaobai. Meow! Xiaobai, with a mischievous expression, played with it like a cat with a mouse. The little monkey slashed down again, forcing the Arrow Vulture King to descend rapidly. At that moment, it was the only way to avoid the monkey's blade. However, several vultures suddenly flew in from below. The Vulture King was instantly invigorated. Quack! It ordered the vultures to block the cat and monkey behind it. But the next moment, the Vulture King's eyes turned dead gray. It finally realized that two of the vultures had humans sitting on their backs. One of them was none other than the human who had previously harmed the sky-eating vulture. 9 vultures surrounded the Arrow Vulture King from all directions. With a thunderous boom, a bolt of lightning struck down on the Arrow Vulture King's head. Its descending body suddenly froze, and then hundreds of wind blades swept toward it. Zhaoyin and Song Xiaodao were both peak D rank evolvers, and after drinking the iced red tea, their powers were now infinitely close to C rank, with their attack abilities not being low either. As the Arrow Vulture was paralyzed by the lightning, the wind blades wrapped around its body. Puff! 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 The sound of sharp blades piercing flesh echoed, and apart from its iron wings, the Arrow Vulture King was covered in wounds, plummeting toward the ground below. With a loud crash, it hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Blood flowed from its body as it struggled to open its wings and rise, but it fell to the ground several times. The Arrowfeather Vulture King could only watch helplessly as 9 vultures slowly descended, followed closely by a monkey riding a white cat. Dozens of eyes were fixed on the Arrowfeather Vulture King. After the apocalypse, its invincibility and aloofness vanished in that moment, leaving only endless terror in its eyes. You don't accept it? Zhaoyin squinted, wearing a smug expression. The panic of fleeing earlier seemed to have transformed him completely. My 200,000 zombies were taken by you, and the 5,000 arrows I painstakingly accumulated were also made by you. 2 explosive arrows, a beast-catching net, a teleportation scroll, all high-level extraordinary items, and 2 bottles of iced red tea. Tell me, should I kill you and eat your flesh, or should we form a contract and become contract beasts? The Arrowfeather Vulture King trembled, looking at Zhaoyin in fear, clearly able to understand human language. If you don't speak, I'll take it as your acquiescence. With such great losses, you have to compensate somehow. Let's go with eating flesh. As Zhaoyin finished speaking, he drew out the Rat King's claw. The Arrowfeather Vulture King hurriedly shook its head desperately. Quack, quack, quack. Its eyes were filled with pleading. Do you want to become my mutated beast? Zhaoyin asked. The Vulture King was a true mutated beast, its intelligence already on par with humans. Under the pressure of coercion and temptation, it could only compromise driven by the instinct to survive. Quack, quack, quack. The Arrowfeather Vulture King nodded vigorously. Zhaoyin then stepped towards it, raised his hand to press down on its head, and directly activated the contract soul. A soul chain thicker than ever before slowly reached into the Arrowfeather Vulture King's head. Soon, the presence of the Arrowfeather Vulture King appeared in Zhaoyin's mind. Master! The Arrowfeather Vulture King transmitted its thoughts. Zhaoyin did not remove his hand. Suddenly his expression hardened. In the name of the contract master, I strip you of all thoughts of fear and self-preservation. From now on, fight for me and charge forward. In an instant, it felt as if something was drawn out from the Arrowfeather Vulture King's mind. Its previously timid gaze sharpened, and it solemnly transmitted its thoughts. This king is willing to serve the master until death. Slap! Zhaoyin slapped the Arrowfeather Vulture King on the head, scolding, King my ass, from now on your new name will be. Let's call it Bald Zero, ahead of Bald One and the others. What do you think, Zhaoyin? Song Xiaodao tilted his head, brainstorming for Zhaoyin. Zhaoyin frowned. He still wanted to put some thought into the name for a true mutated beast contract, and said to Song Xiaodao, it doesn't sound quite right. Then let's call it Bald Egg, how about that? Song Xiaodao said seriously, it sounds smooth, easy to remember, you won't forget it after hearing it once. Zhaoyin pondered for a moment and nodded, alright, let's go with that name, Bald Egg. Did you hear me? The Arrowfeather Vulture King felt no resistance, only tears in its eyes. Bald Egg, meet the master. Jiaoyin took out a few pounds of chestnut leaves and tossed them in front of Bald Egg. Eat, it can heal your injuries. After saying that, he walked towards Old Black, who had just woken up. As Old Black opened its eyes and looked around, it found that the devouring vulture was no longer there. Although the master was covered in blood, he seemed to be fine. Old Black let out a long sigh of relief. Master, it's Old Black's fault for being useless. I have no combat type abilities, and my earth escape ability couldn't help you, and I even caused you to waste precious healing potions on me. Old Black transmitted its guilty thoughts. Jiaoyin walked over and patted its big rat head. In fact, among the mutated beasts, Jiaoyin had the least faith in Old Black. There was no other reason, mainly, it had no combat abilities and looked ugly. But today, the look in Old Black's eyes, on the brink of death, pierced Zhao Yin's already numb heart. Humans are ultimately emotional creatures. Although Jiaoyin strives to be heartless and ungrateful, his rational mind constantly tells him that only selfish people can survive longer in the apocalypse. However, he cannot escape the inherent flaws of humanity. You're great, always my favorite contract beast. When we have more golden silk fruits in the future, I'll help you evolve into a second ability. Jiaoyin comforted. Unbeknownst to him, he sounded like a scumbag trying to sweet-talk a girl he likes. Old Black doesn't deserve such kindness from the master. Old Black was moved to tears. Alright, the mighty Black Rat King will surely stand at the pinnacle of mutated beasts in the future. You're not dead yet, are you? Jiaoyin patted Old Black's big head. When the time comes, if there's a chance, I'll get you a little white mouse as your wife, and you'll have a bunch of mutated rat kings. Jiaoyin suddenly paused, glancing instinctively at the charcoal stick beneath Old Black. He had heard that mice have a strong reproductive ability. If that were the case, wouldn't half of his contract beast army depend on it? Upon hearing about the little white mouse, Old Black immediately perked up, even more excited as it lay on the ground. Old Black thanks the master. Thanks the master. It raised its paws, repeatedly bowing to Jiaoyin. At that moment, Zhao Yin's gaze finally fell on the dead Vulture King. A true mutated beast, just like that, had died. At that time, he had no choice but to strike hard, and now it was too late to feel the pain. Jiaoyin walked over and found the smooth Vulture King, like a big roasted chicken, half-cooked and quite plump. Weighing about 700 or 800 pounds, he directly stored it in his life space. Currently, he was in need of mutated beast meat, so it was a practical use. The feathers on the Vulture King's body were all scorched. Jiaoyin picked up a piece of genuine feather remnants and found that it wasn't as hard as the feathers on the bald egg, and the tail feathers for arrows seemed too large. But Jiaoyin still collected all the remaining fragments. Finally, he walked to the spot where he had previously teleported, where a large pool of fresh blood was left by the sky-eating vulture. Jiaoyin took out his mountain axe and dug it all out, storing it in his life space as well. There was nothing left to clean up on the battlefield, and the bald egg had already regained its mobility. Jiaoyin led Song Xiaodao and all the contract beasts into the life space. He pointed at the Vulture King's corpse and instructed Wu Shuegue, "Clean it up thoroughly. We'll eat this for lunch." "Yes, boss," Wu Shuegue replied respectfully. Jiaoyin thought for a moment and took out a bottle of the F-grade evolution potion he had just opened last night. This thing had no immediate use, so it was better to let Wu Shuegue become an evolved being. At least he would have more strength while working. Jiaoyin also took out 100 F-grade corpse crystals and handed them to Wu Shuegue. "Go evolve after you finish your work, don't delay my matters." Wu Shuegue's body trembled when he saw what Jiaoyin was holding, and his eyes slowly turned red. Having followed Jiaoyin for so long, he had witnessed the powerful abilities of evolved beings, and to say he wasn't envious would be a lie. But Wu Shuegue had always known his own limitations. He had long prepared himself to live his life as an ordinary old cripple, or one day, accidentally get bitten to death by a zombie. In his youth, Wu Shuegue had also been ambitious, discussed ideals with friends, pursued the girl he liked, and even fought on the battlefield for his country. But as injuries accumulated and age increased, those past glories had long faded into the mists of time. Yet at this moment, the blood that had long cooled in Wu Shuegue's veins began to boil again. He knew that the items Jiaoyin casually produced were what countless survivors dreamed of. It would be the turning point of his fate. "Boss." Wu Shuegue's voice was hoarse as he knelt down. "After becoming an evolved being, Wu Shuegue will fight to the last drop of blood for you, boss." Jiaoyin frowned, too lazy to pay attention to this increasingly soft-kneed old cripple, and turned to walk towards the cornfield. He took out all 28 bottles of Nongfu Spring he had just obtained and poured them all out. Soon, another 14 corn seedlings were hastened to maturity, yielding over 3,000 pounds of corn. Jiaoyin instructed 2 idle female slaves to go pick the corn, then went to the edge of the life space and took out a pile of Vulture King feather fragments, directly throwing them into the boundary. Boom! The space shook violently, and everyone and every beast looked at Jiaoyin, realizing how he had expanded the life space. The pile of feather fragments was rapidly decomposed, and the diameter of the space increased by 2 meters. Not bad. Zhao felt a surge of joy. The repurposing of waste was equivalent to 2 pieces of F-grade equipment. Next, he threw in the blood of the sky-eating vulture, and the space trembled again, this time expanding by a full 5 meters, equivalent to half a piece of E-grade equipment. Zhao did not stop there. He called over the little monkey. The mountain-cutting knife in its hand was full of nicks after today's battle, and Zhao replaced it with a mountain-cutting axe of the same level. Then, he threw in the 6 extra pieces of F-grade equipment, a piece of E-grade women's suit, and the nicked mountain-cutting knife into the boundary wall. He kept only one intact mountain-cutting knife as a spare. Boom! This time, the space trembled for a long while before settling down, with the diameter increasing by another 116 meters. At this point, the diameter of the life space finally broke through 1,000 meters. Boom boom boom. The space trembled again, and Zhao was slightly taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that the space finally stopped shaking. The area of the space did not increase, but the dim light brightened significantly, and even the air here seemed much fresher. It was no longer as oppressive as before. Zhao did not know what this represented but vaguely guessed that after the life space broke through a certain area, it might undergo some subtle changes. At that moment, his legs suddenly felt weak. He remembered that he had lost too much blood today, and the iced red tea he had consumed earlier had doubled his attributes, so he hadn't felt much at the time. Now that the effect of the iced red tea had worn off, he immediately felt exhausted. Zhao returned to the chestnut tree, threw out the invisibility tent, and walked in to rest. To recover his vitality, he needed to consume a large amount of mutated crops or extraordinary food. Zhao took out a can of beef and opened it to eat. He also checked the extraordinary supplies in his space ring. 37 pieces of sandwich bread, 26 bottles of iced red tea, 27 pieces of compressed biscuits, 1 yellow peach, 19 packs of instant noodles, 5 cans of tuna, 1 bottle of F-grade evolution potion, 4 bottles of D-grade healing potion, 2 bottles of C-grade healing potion. These were all scarce consumables. As for the other supplies, Zhao did not look further. Now, I can be considered quite valuable. Zhao chuckled to himself. Song Xiaodao walked in and saw Zhao gnawing on a yellow peach. She looked at his pale face again. Zhao, are you okay? I won't die, Zhao replied. In the future, if you encounter danger again, prioritize your own safety. If you were to be gone, who would I marry in the future? Song Xiaodao recalled Zhao Yin's injuries and felt a wave of fear. I know. Zhao Yin finished the last bite of the yellow peach, remembered it was lunchtime, and asked, has Wu Shuegue stewed the Vulture King meat? It's stewed, but what? But the taste of the stew. You should see for yourself, Song Xiaodao said. Zhao Yin knew something was off and immediately followed Song Xiaodao outside, where he could smell a strong stench from afar. The contracted beasts had all retreated to the opposite bank of the pond, and he could hear them gagging from a distance. Even the 2 sisters, Zhou Lily, were covering their noses and watching from afar. Only Wu Shuegue had a grim expression, stirring the large pot vigorously with a spatula, seemingly unwilling to believe this was the food he had cooked. Before Zhao Yin even got close, he couldn't help but gag. How disgusting! Ugh, old cripple, what the hell did you put in? Boss, I just did as usual, cleaned the Vulture King and put it in the pot to cook. Who knew it would come out tasting like this? Wu Shuegue said in panic. He had wasted the boss's precious ingredients, his face full of guilt. Zhao Yin frowned. Although he had never eaten a vulture, logically, all mutated beasts should taste extremely delicious. Did you add star salt? I didn't add it at first, but after I smelled the stench, I added a bit of star salt. Who knew? Who knew that after enhancing it with star salt, the taste became even more foul? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yin pondered for a moment and quickly seemed to understand something. He called for Tu Dan. Tu Dan, how did you evolve before? Master, before the apocalypse, we were vultures in the sky burial pit. After the apocalypse, we ate all kinds of corpses, but that damn sky-swallowing vulture was different. Tu Dan communicated telepathically. Just as he suspected, Zhao Yin had guessed that they evolved by eating corpses, but he didn't expect that even after becoming mutated beasts, vulture meat would still be so foul. How many corpses did they have to eat to grow to sea level? How much corpse poison had accumulated in their bodies? After the apocalypse, what corpses did you eat? We Vulture Kings usually eat any corpses, rotten mutated beast corpses, high-level zombie corpses. Sometimes when there's nothing to eat, we also eat ordinary zombies like the others. High-level zombies? Those are particularly large zombies. I don't know the specific level. Tu Dan thought for a moment and communicated. That sky-swallowing vulture, what did it evolve from? Zhao Yin continued to ask. He had always been puzzled about the evolution method of the sky-swallowing vulture. That damn sky-swallowing vulture just occasionally ate some corpses, but most of the time, it ate corpse crystals, extraordinary food produced by star crystals, and fresh mutated beasts in human flesh. That vulture isn't picky at all. To please his master and show loyalty, Tu Dan cursed his old master vigorously in front of Zhao, using corpse crystals as food. And it actually knows how to use star crystals? Zhao Yin's pupils slightly constricted. He had never heard of any mutated beast being able to use star crystals before. No wonder the sky-swallowing vulture evolved so quickly. Extraordinary food, even I wouldn't dare to eat too much. What a damned vulture, Zhao Yin cursed. With over 10,000 subordinates to support him, he could eat a vast amount of extraordinary food and corpse crystals every day, and evolving to B-level seemed acceptable to Zhao Yin. Boss, these pots of vulture meat can't be eaten. I'll dump them and make them again, Wu Shuegue said. Wait, don't move. Zhao Yin quickly stopped him, stroking the stubble on his chin. After all, it was rare sea-level mutated beast meat. It would be a shame to waste it. It shouldn't be poisonous. Zhao Yin waved his hand, calling all his contracted beasts, smiling. Do you know what this is? This is sea-level mutated beast meat. Eating it is a great supplement. Zhao Yin held back his nausea, smiling as he continued. Monkey, you're the boss. You go first. It should, probably, maybe not be poisonous. The little monkey, being the highest level and strongest, would try it first. That wasn't too much to ask. The poor little monkey didn't dare to disobey the master's order, but before it even got close to the big pot, it immediately bent over and started gagging. Its tears came out. It smelled worse than those zombies. Master, I can't eat it, The little monkey spat out a mouthful of yellow bile. Zhao Yin frowned. This monkey had been with him since the beginning of the apocalypse, eating well and living luxuriously, and had long since developed a picky palate. Damn it, he would have to give it less good stuff in the future. This pot of sea-level mutated beast meat must not go to waste. Old bull, you usually have the best appetite. You come? Zhao Yin gave up on torturing the little monkey and pointed to Old Bull. The old cow is the most obedient and sensible. The old cow struggled to move its front hooves, summoning the courage to approach the guillotine, and finally got close to the big pot. Suddenly, a dark green bubble in the pot burst, and a more nauseating stench wafted out. The old cow didn't eat a bite but vomited a pile of food scraps into the pot. Master, I can't either. The old cow's massive belly was convulsing. Zhao Yin waved his hand impatiently, telling the old cow to scram, then smiled at the flying white tiger. Little Bai. Master, Little Bai quickly shrank back. Little Bai wants to poop. After sending a mental message, Little Bai spread its fleshy wings and swooshed away. It flew to the other side of the waterhole, in the cornfield, quickly digging a big hole with its front paws, squatting down to relieve itself. Even though nothing came out, it strained hard, pulling with all its might. Zhao Yin could only look at Old Black and Bold Egg. Soon he shook his head. These two were out of the question. Old Black had just recovered from serious injuries, and Bold Egg was already at sea level. Eating would be a waste. It didn't have the right to waste Zhao Yin's food like Little Monkey and the old cow. In the end, Zhao Yin could only order the 6 giant rats and 9 vultures to eat. The giant rats had eaten zombies before, but after just a few bites, they also vomited. Only the 9 vultures were enjoying themselves. They didn't mind eating their own kind at all. A voice of gratitude for the master echoed in Zhao Yin's mind. Beside him, Bald Egg was drooling but didn't understand why the master called everyone but him. Zhao Yin turned to Wu Shuegue and said, "Take some time to melt these pots down and remake them. Don't use them to cook for me anymore." "Understood, boss." Wu Shuegue quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, a hoarse voice came from not far away. "Master." Zhao Yin turned around and remembered there was still a corpse demon here. The corpse demon, Zhang Jia, was still bound in the animal trap, his dazed eyes fixed on the 9 vultures eating, his nose twitching as he swallowed. Zhao Yin was somewhat surprised and asked, "Do you want to eat too?" "Master, master." The corpse demon Zhang Jia immediately nodded vigorously, showing Zhao Yin a pleading look. His intelligence compared to animals after the apocalypse was an insult to those animals. He could only be said to be slightly smarter than the unevolved zombies. Zhao Yin instructed Song Xiaodao to come forward and collect the animal trap, and the corpse demon Zhang Jia instantly leaped up from the ground, rushing towards the big pots without a care. Bang! Zhao Yin kicked out, directly sending the corpse demon Zhang Jia flying. With a thud, he fell into the cornfield. "Did I tell you to eat?" Zhao Yin asked coldly. "Master." The corpse demon Zhang Jia stared at Zhao Yin in shock, his eyes filled with fear. He was extremely afraid of the man before him, instinctively not daring to provoke him. "As long as you listen to me, I'll let you eat." Zhao Yin suddenly softened his tone. The corpse demon Zhang Jia grinned, a silly smile spreading across his grotesque face as he nodded. "Master." Zhao Yin suddenly realized that the corpse demon before him was like a child. Wherever there was milk, there was a mother. In fact, he had known from the beginning that such fools were the easiest to brainwash. it was just that the corpse demon's obsession with his master was too deep. Perhaps he didn't even need to wait for the slave collar to make this corpse demon work for him. Zhao Yin instructed Wu Shuegue, go find a big bowl and serve a bowl of vulture king meat. Wu Shuegue immediately went to do it, and when he brought the foul-smelling meat soup to the corpse demon, he immediately pounced on it, scooping out a large piece of meat with his hands and swallowing it whole. Then he lifted the bowl and poured it into his mouth, hungrier than a starving ghost. Soon, a bowl of vulture king meat was finished. Only then did the corpse demon put down the bowl, its mouth smeared with the stinking soup, looking up at Zhao Yin. Master, not full? Zhao Yin stood there, his gaze as gentle as that of a real grandfather. The corpse demon immediately nodded vigorously, Master, Master. Old cripple, go get another pot. Zhao Yin ordered again. Wu Shuegue and Wang Xiaolei wrapped towels around their noses and set down a steaming pot. The corpse demon lunged again, quickly scooping up chunks of meat to shove into its mouth. Zhao Yin bent down, looking closely at the terrifying face of the corpse demon, and asked, still missing your grandfather? The corpse demon paused its actions, slowly raising its head, its gaze suddenly sharp, staring intently at Zhao Yin. The piece of meat in its mouth fell back into the pot, splattering broth onto its chest. At that moment, Zhao Yin's pupils also began to constrict. If the corpse demon dared to attack him, Zhao Yin would not hesitate to slay it on the spot. After a long while, the corpse demon remained still, just staring at Zhao Yin. Gradually, its sharp gaze softened, replaced by sadness. Only then did Zhao Yin relax slightly. The foolish corpse demon was even more docile than he had imagined. Taming a corpse demon had benefits that were certainly not less than those of a contracted beast, and he was willing to spend some time on this foolish creature. Zhao Yin took out a piece of rat king meat. Eat this, it's better than vulture meat. The corpse demon, Zhang Jia, instinctively took the rat king meat Zhao Yin offered and couldn't help but tear into it. Each piece he tore off was swallowed whole. You should know, that old man is already dead. If he were still conscious, he would definitely thank Shu Lu for freeing him. Zhao Yin said softly. The corpse demon Zhang Jia paused again, and in his sad eyes, a hint of darkness gradually emerged. That darkness was his tears. The corpse demon didn't understand much, but he understood a lot about his grandfather, more than he understood about himself. Grandpa! The corpse demon cried out, the rat king meat falling to the ground, tears streaming down his face. In the apocalypse, everyone lives hard. In fact, for an old man like him, living is worse than death. He must be around 90. Zhao Yin recalled the sight of the old zombie and said, he has lived longer than many people. Life has been very difficult after the apocalypse. Look at you, you're so fat, and he has become so thin. He lived for you, so if you don't listen to me, I will definitely kill you, and that would make him very sad. After Zhao Yin spoke, Zhang Jia was stunned again, a droplet of drool sliding from the corner of his mouth, stretching into a string. Don't worry, as long as you obey, no one will kill you. If anyone tries to kill you, I will kill them first. Zhao Yin's voice was calm, as if stating a fact. I will give you food and drink, things that others can't have, and the old man will surely be very happy if he knows. The corpse demon slowly raised his head, his face covered in snot and tears, staring blankly at him. Zhao Yin faced such an ugly and disgusting face, trying to maintain a kind smile like an old man. He slowly raised his palm and stroked the corpse demon's head. So, you will listen to me from now on, understand? Even if it means risking your life, you will have no regrets. Only then can you survive. The corpse demon nodded, Grandpa, good grandson. Zhao Yin smiled. He no longer wanted to be a father figure to others. Instead, he was willing to be the adoptive grandfather of this corpse demon, which would one day become extraordinarily powerful. Hearing Zhao Yin call him good grandson, the corpse demon Zhang Jia lifted his head. He looked at Zhao Yin with confusion. You want a grandfather, do you think I'm okay? Zhao Yin tried to appear even more benevolent. The corpse demon Zhang Jia tilted his head, thinking seriously. His grandfather had also fed and clothed him, and sometimes kicked his butt. This new grandfather seemed to be similar. Soon, a sparkle appeared in the corpse demon's dead fish-like eyes. Grandpa. He hugged Zhao Yin's leg tightly. Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandpa. Zhao Yin didn't expect this phrase to be so effective. This corpse demon was even more foolish than he had imagined. Zhao Yin suppressed his disgust and did not kick the corpse demon away, taking out a chestnut. Children need to eat more to grow strong. The corpse demon looked at the chestnut, and in that moment, it seemed to see Zhang Shuguo holding a sweet potato in his hand, the very thing that the grandfather and grandson relied on to survive in the apocalypse. Every time, Zhang Shuguo would only eat some sweet potato skin, leaving all the sweet potato flesh for his obedient grandson. Suddenly, the corpse demon began to cry. Zhao Yin had just said those words, which only his grandfather had ever said to him. Ah, Grandpa! Sometimes, to let go of one emotion, another emotion needs to fill its place. At that moment, the corpse demon's longing for Zhang Shuhua faded a little. Eat up! After a long while, the corpse demon Zhang Jie cried until he was tired, his voice becoming softer, and Zhao Ying patted his head. The corpse demon took the chestnut that was handed to him, naturally letting go of Grandpa's leg. Zhao Ying quickly stepped back, creating some distance, and looked down at his beloved C-grade pants. Thankfully, they weren't dirty. He no longer approached the corpse demon and said, "Good grandson, after you finish eating, make sure to rest well. Remember, don't damage Grandpa's things, and absolutely don't provoke those contract beasts." The corpse demon Zhang Jie sat on the ground, nibbling on the chestnut and nodding, "Grandpa." Just then, among the 9 vultures that were eating, Vulture 5 suddenly let out a sharp scream. Quack! The sound echoed throughout the life space. Startled, Song Shaodao jumped, glaring and scolding, "What are you screaming for? If you scare me again, I won't let you off." Zhao Ying turned around and saw Vulture 5's body rapidly expanding. Even its black and white feathers were swelling crazily. He immediately activated his true sight. Vulture, rank D, strength 74, agility 85, stamina 31, spirit 12, mutated by zombie virus infection. Just after checking Vulture 5's attributes, another vulture also let out a loud cry, its body starting to swell. 10 minutes later, it also evolved to rank D. Vulture, rank D, strength 73, agility 86, stamina 33, spirit 11, mutated by zombie virus infection. The entire meat of a rank C vulture king, aside from the pot that the corpse demon Zhang Jie had eaten, was now completely consumed by the 9 vultures. Following that, the remaining 7 vultures all began to evolve one by one. An hour later, the last vulture to evolve also reached rank D. Although the vulture king's meat was foul, it saved a lot of corpse crystals. Just as Zhao Ying finished checking the 9 vultures, a piercing roar came from behind him. It was the corpse demon Zhang Jie. He had finished eating the rat king's meat, a chestnut, and that pot of vulture king meat. At this moment, the veins all over the corpse demon's body bulged, as if it were about to burst through his skin, looking even more like a zombie than a zombie itself. His body fat slowly shrank, visibly forming strong and powerful muscles, and his height of 1.60 m began to surge, quickly reaching 1.80 m. His nails became sharp and pointed, measuring a full 7 to 8 centimeters, glinting coldly. The appearance of the corpse demon Zhang Jie underwent a tremendous transformation upon completing his evolution. Zhao Yin's eyelids twitched violently, a faint sense of palpitations rising in his heart. At that moment, facing this corpse demon, he actually felt pressure. Corpse demon, rank D, evolution degree 100 to 0, strength 190, agility 185, spirit 3, defense 179, spirit 3, awakened talent, stone system. At this moment, if one did not take the strength of abilities into account, the corpse demon Zhang Jie could already surpass the rank C little monkey with his rank D base attributes. Zhao Ying finally understood why, in his previous life, it was rumored that the overall strength of the corpse demon could even surpass that of the zombie king. It should be noted that the rank E zombie king could not evolve abilities, but the corpse demon could. And after reaching rank D, although the corpse demon's base attributes were slightly inferior to the zombie king's, he could not only devour fresh flesh and blood to evolve but also consume corpse crystals and even eat extraordinary food from humans. Therefore, the speed of the corpse demon's evolution was absolutely incomparable to that of the zombie king. How can a D-level zombie king fight against a corpse demon that is several levels higher? At this moment, all the contracted beasts were on high alert, staring intently at the corpse demon. Especially the little monkey, whose eyes were filled with vigilance, as if it had sensed a threat, flames over a meter long spreading across the mountain-cleaving axe. Even Song Shaodao felt something, his heart tightening. "Don't move!" Zhao Ying communicated telepathically with all the contracted beasts, already regretting that he had let the corpse demon eat the vulture king's meat so soon. The corpse demon was not yet tamed, and no one could predict what it would do next. Zhao Ying stepped forward, constantly communicating with the spatial ring, ready to take out the rat king's claws at any moment. "Good grandson," Zhao Ying tentatively called out. The corpse demon was still sitting on the ground, a bit dazed from its recent evolution, slowly lifting its head at the sound. Beneath a mess of dry, yellow hair, its face was thin and pale, with faint blue veins visible under the skin. "Grandpa!" Zhao Ying quietly breathed a sigh of relief, forcing a kind smile. "Good, Grandpa is a bit tired, you must listen to me later." The corpse demon obediently nodded, looking dazed again. Zhao Ying still felt uneasy and secretly transmitted to the little monkey, "If he goes berserk later, kill him immediately. We can't let him harm the other contracted beasts, and we can't afford any losses with the mutated crops." "Understood, master," the little monkey replied. With the little monkey's strength, even with 3 abilities activated, killing the current corpse demon wouldn't be much of a challenge. Only then did Zhao Ying enter the invisibility tent, his body still feeling weak. The human physique, even after becoming an evolver, is still not as good as those mutated beasts. Zhao Yun sighed inwardly. In the next 2 days, Zhao Yun nourished his vitality in the life space. He would not easily leave the life space until he had fully recovered. Whenever he had time, he would train the corpse demon, euphemistically calling it cultivating feelings. With 2 days of feeding, the results were significant, and the corpse demon's dependence on him deepened. That morning, Zhao Yun felt that his body had almost recovered and glanced at the remaining food. With the growing number of contracted beasts, plus one corpse demon that could eat more than the contracted beasts, the chestnuts and dried fish had long been consumed, leaving only a few 100 pounds of rat jerky. The crispy ear vegetables were picked every day and eaten up, but the more than 1,000 pounds of stored vegetable jerky had not been touched. Over 6,000 pounds of corn had dwindled to less than 4,000. Every day's consumption was a huge number, and Zhao Yun calculated that the remaining food could last at most 4 more days, even counting the crispy ear vegetable jerky and the fish in the pond. Ultimately, the most scarce resource is still bottled water. It's time to go out and kill zombies for star crystals. Zhao Yun took all the people and beasts, including the 2 female slaves and the corpse demon, out of the life space to let them bask in the sun. As soon as they arrived outside, a roaring sound reached Zhao Yun's ears, coming from a nearby waterfall. "Zhao Yun, where is this?" Song Xiaodao asked. Zhao Yun looked around. The ruined city before him was unfamiliar. Only then did he realize that the direction from which the roaring sound came was not a waterfall at all. It was clearly a massive natural fountain. A torrent of water gushed from underground, shooting straight into the sky, at least 300 meters high, cascading down and enveloping the entire ruined city in a humid mist. How can there be such a large natural fountain in the city? Zhao Yun frowned. He remembered that when he had just teleported here a few days ago, the fountain had not been gushing, and he hadn't paid attention to the nearby terrain. It was too strange. Even in his previous life during the apocalypse for 7 years, he had never heard of such drastic changes in the landscape. "Zhao Yun, look!" Song Xiaodao suddenly pointed into the distance. "There's a road over there. Could there be a survivor base nearby?" Zhao Yun followed the direction Song Xiaodao was pointing, seeing a winding road that was very well paved, leading off into the distance. In the apocalypse, it's already difficult for survivors to stay alive. Who would be repairing roads here? Is it the zombies doing it? Song Xiaodao mumbled. Zhao Yun was also quite surprised. Even the remnants of the military from before the apocalypse had no need to repair roads in this world. Zhao Yun fell into a daze and said, "First, let's find nearby survivors and ask them, then we'll know. After we find out where this place is, where do we go next?" Song Xiaodao clung to Zhao Yun's arm. Water droplets clung to her messy hair, but her little face was filled with excitement. Unlike Zhao Yun, who considered many things, for Song Xiaodao, every day since following Zhao Yun had been an adventure, a journey. She had no worries. The only thing she cared about was this guy in front of her. She left the thinking to him and just followed along. In an instant, Zhao Yun made a plan. After we find out the details, we'll continue to Xinqing and kill zombies along the way to collect star crystals. His original destination was Xinqing, and he was determined to obtain the 2 royal-level contract beasts of Lin Tianfeng from his past life. After saying this, Zhao Yun walked towards the fountain, intending to check if the water was clean and to collect some for the life space. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he instinctively stopped. Song Xiaodao, unprepared, bumped into Zhao Yun's back. "Zhao Yun, what are you doing? Why aren't you moving?" At that moment, Zhao Yun's heart tightened, and a layer of sweat formed in his palm. He stared intently at the road he had seen earlier. It was then he realized that the entire road looked as if it had been crushed by something. Many stones were shattered under a terrifying pressure, with horizontal patterns covering the entire path. Why does it look so much like the belly scales of a snake? Song Xiaodao finally noticed something. This was not a road at all. It was clearly the marks left by a large animal crawling over. "It's just a snake," Zhao Yun said. Song Xiaodao's face turned pale instantly. The road was about 5 meters wide. If it really was a snake, wouldn't its width be at least over 5 meters? How big would that be? Zhao Yun said nothing and quickly removed the golden saddle from Old Black and the riding helmet from Old Nio's head. "Zhao Yun, what are you going to do?" Song Xiaodao asked. The next moment, she felt a flash before appearing in the life space. Not just Song Xiaodao, but everyone in Beast except for Xiaobai was taken into the life space by Zhao Yun. Outside, Zhao Yun equipped Xiaobai with the 2 acceleration mounts and jumped onto its back. "Xiaobai, quickly, leave this place at your fastest speed." Xiaobai sensed its master's anxious emotions. Its fleshy wings spread out and flapped violently, its hefty body soaring into the sky in an instant. Zhao felt the fierce wind rushing past his ears and looked down. At the end of that road, 5 kilometers east of the ruined city, a colorful giant python was slowly crawling. Earth Dragon, A-class mutated beast, strength 718, agility 845, stamina 525, defense 850, spirit 125, bloodline talent, giantization, iron armor. At the same time, the Earth Dragon instantly spotted Xiaobai in the sky, immediately raising its terrifying snake head, its ice cold as ice. Hiss! Even from over 10 kilometers away, Zhao could clearly hear the terrifying sound it made. The giant python quickly turned its body, its speed suddenly exploding as it crazily chased after Zhao. The massive python, nearly a kilometer long, reached the city in the blink of an eye, then leaped high to pounce on Xiaobai. Zhao and Xiaobai appeared as tiny ants before it. Hurry! Zhao felt his hands and feet stiffen, his mind going blank, and he directly took out a bottle of iced tea to pour down Xiaobai's throat. In an instant, Xiaobai's speed surged, shooting upwards against the direction. The giant python's massive mouth lunged forward rapidly. Zhao raised his hand, fully unleashing his lightning abilities, and a gigantic bolt of thunder, as thick as a water barrel, crashed down on the python's head with a thunderous roar. The python's body instantly stiffened, its biting speed slowed for a moment, and Little White flew past. It was only stiff for an instant before it bit down again. Crack! After the python's massive mouth snapped empty, it stirred up a whirlwind, carrying a strong stench. Little White took advantage of this foul wind, moving even faster. In the next moment, the terrifying figure of the python plummeted downward. Zhao couldn't help but glance back. In those enormous snake eyes, there was a glint of bloodthirst and unwillingness. As the python fell, Little White ascended, the distance gradually widening, and a feeling of having narrowly escaped death surged in Zhao Yin's heart. Boom! The python crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, and then it leaped up again. But Little White had already soared into the clouds. With still a considerable distance to cover, another bolt of lightning struck down. After its massive body stiffened, it exhausted its strength and rapidly fell downward. Hiss! The python let out a furious roar, crashing down again. This time, it did not leap up again but crawled frantically on the ground, rapidly pursuing the direction Little White had taken. Along the way, several already crumbling buildings were directly smashed down by the python, creating a perfectly flat road identical to the one before, forming behind it. At this moment, Zhao was drenched in sweat, his heart nearly leaping into his throat. How can there be an A-level? Where did an A-level come from at this time? Zhao still couldn't believe it. Just ahead, he had encountered a B-level vulture, which was already outrageous, and now he had turned around to meet an A-level. In his previous life, he had only heard of things evolving to A-level 3 years later, but now the apocalypse had only just begun less than 3 months ago. At this moment, even Zhao, the reborn one, couldn't make sense of it. Moreover, this giant python possessed the extremely rare dual abilities. He looked back, the python was still chasing below, and the level gap between Little White and it was too great. It seemed that this was not even the python's fastest speed, it appeared to still have some strength left. No matter how many times Zhao looked, it was still A-level. Zhao finally accepted that there were still too many things in this world that he did not know. In fact, although he had lived better than most survivors in his previous life, in the grand scheme of the apocalypse, he was still just a small character. 20 minutes later, Little White suddenly transmitted a thought. Master, my energy is about to run out. Let's enter the life space to hide. No! Zhao firmly refused. Now is the best time to leave. What if it lies in wait? The food in the space is running low, and snakes are the most patient. We can't afford to wait. If the python lay in wait outside the space for 10 days or half a month, or even longer, Zhao would have to kill giant rats to eat. Zhao took out a piece of compressed biscuit, opened the packaging, and stuffed it into Little White's mouth. This snake is A-level. Its size shouldn't be this big. It must have activated its giantization ability earlier. We will outlast it. Zhao was also determined. Wasn't it just extraordinary resources? He had plenty. At that moment, Zhao changed from his previous stinginess, pouring iced tea into Little White's mouth as its speed slowed down, and when it ran out of energy, he stuffed in compressed biscuits. Until the 9th bottle of iced tea was poured down and 10 pieces of compressed biscuits were consumed, the python's massive body suddenly halted, and then it rapidly shrank. Soon, from nearly 1,000 meters in length, it shrank to 300 meters. Its cold eyes were still fixed on Little White and Zhao, filled with resentment. Zhao breathed a sigh of relief and patted Little White beneath him. It has stopped, fly slower. Master guessed correctly, the stinky snake activated its abilities before chasing us, flaunting such a large body. Xiaobai was already panting, having consumed some compressed biscuits to replenish her energy, but her stamina was quickly running out. Yet she remained very excited. After flying another 50 kilometers, Zhao had not sensed the giant python pursuing them for a long time. Suddenly, he saw large temporary stone houses in the ruins of the city below. This ruined city is a large gathering place for survivors. Zhao Yin was taken aback. He could hear countless human voices speaking. However, he couldn't quite understand the specific dialects. Nowadays, most of the survivors who could still live had left their shelters, and whenever there was an opportunity, many would choose to seek companions to huddle together for warmth. After gathering, they would establish camps, ensuring a certain level of safety. In the apocalypse, various factions thus emerged, some quickly perishing, destroyed by zombies or mutated beasts, or wiped out by other survivor camps. Among these factions, the power dynamics gradually changed due to the inequality among survivors, slowly evolving towards a slave society. It seemed that the initiation of any civilization could not escape this cycle of order. Where there are people, there is a world of its own. Where there is power, there are ambitions. It was this way in the past life, and it remains the same in this life. Zhao Yin had not heard so many human voices for a long time, and suddenly felt a bit unaccustomed. He patted Xiao Bai's head. Go down. Whoosh! Xiao Bai suddenly accelerated, diving towards the stone houses. Zhao Yin stopped her. No reckless moves. I need to gather information from them and find a deserted place to land. Xiao Bai's excited face suddenly fell, and she slowly descended outside the city. Zhao Yin firmly planted his feet on the ground and sensed again, discovering that the giant python indeed had not caught up, which relieved him. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Zhao Yin first brought Xiao Bai back to the life space. Grandpa! As soon as Zhao Yin appeared in the life space, the first to notice him was the silly corpse demon, who shouted and lunged towards him. Good grandson, don't come over. Zhao Yin was startled and quickly raised his hand to stop him. This corpse demon had a unique stench of decay. No matter how much he washed it in the past 2 days, the smell wouldn't go away. Zhao Yin glanced at the demon's tattered pants, hesitated slightly, and took out a clean tracksuit and a pair of clean old liberation shoes from his space ring. He remembered that these shoes were taken off the feet of a cook named Old Sheen. Good grandson, this is a reward from Grandpa. Go change your clothes by yourself, and don't disturb me. I have things to do, Zhao Yin said. The corpse demon grabbed the new clothes and grinned. Grandpa, Grandpa. He turned and dashed into the cornfield, surprisingly understanding the need for modesty. At that moment, Song Xiaodao and a group of mutated beasts approached. Zhao Yin, what on earth happened? Why did you suddenly send us back to the life space? Song Xiaodao asked. Zhao Yin briefly explained the situation, and everyone turned pale upon hearing about the kilometer-long giant python. A kilometer long? How big must that be? Song Xiaodao patted her chest. How did it evolve? This was also Zhao Yin's confusion, and he naturally couldn't answer her question. He continued, in any case, it's safe now. I need to find out how to get to the letter city from those survivors, and you all stay in the life space. I want to go with you. Song Xiaodao quickly grabbed Zhao Yin's clothes. Zhao Yin frowned but eventually nodded. Once we enter the city, you must not leave my side at will. I know you're worried about me. Song Xiaodao immediately smiled. Don't forget, I'm now also a D-class. Who would dare to bully me? She clenched her small fist. There's no need for that. You must not harm others recklessly, Zhao Yin said, as this was actually what he was worried about. The purpose of this trip was to gather information, not to kill. Zhao Yin only took Song Xiaodao out of the life space. After all, humans and mutated beasts are inherently opposed. Bringing them into the city would only provoke unnecessary conflict. That A-level giant python isn't too far from here, and it could suddenly attack at any moment. He needed to get the information he wanted and leave as soon as possible. This city looked smaller than Luoshan City, but many buildings had been preserved, leaning and covered in vegetation. It was filled with decay, making it hard to discern the original appearance of the structures, but one could vaguely tell that before the apocalypse, most were 2- or 3-story buildings. It seems this is a remote little town. Zhao Yin had a bad premonition. The city of Xinqing before the apocalypse was quite prosperous. There was definitely no such small town nearby. Song Xiaodao tightly grasped the hem of Zhao Yin's clothes, nibbling on a chestnut while humming a tune, looking quite cheerful. As they approached the camp, they could already see people coming and going in the distance. Zhao Yin paused slightly. The crowd looked a bit strange, with some wearing oversized tunics that reached their knees, tattered and exposing their bare legs. Some were only wrapped in cotton cloth around their lower bodies. Everyone's faces were dark, making it hard to see their features. However, a few women had relatively intact clothing, similarly oversized, which looked just like the famous attire from the country of the Sari. In an instant, Zhao Yin understood. They had been transported to 1,000 grass mud horses galloped through his mind. Zhao Yin just wanted to crush that sky-swallowing vulture into dust. The group also noticed Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao, and 2 men, exposing their buttocks and holding makeshift spears, immediately walked over. The others all looked at Zhao Yin warily, pulling out weapons from behind them. Zhao Yin halted his steps, signaling Song Xiaodao to stop, and quietly waited for the two men to approach. The two men stopped at a distance, and one of them, a middle-aged man with a beard, asked in an international language, "What brings you here?" "No, from Daxia," Zhao Yin replied in the same language. The other man glanced at Song Xiaodao, his eyes suddenly shining, and he quietly nudged the bearded man with his elbow. Only then did the bearded man look at Song Xiaodao, and his expression changed instantly. Zhao Yin observed all their actions. However, he wasn't surprised. In the apocalypse, women were a sought-after resource in many camps, especially since it was known for its promiscuity. If these people were determined to seek death, there was nothing Zhao Yin could do. He could only reluctantly pinch his nose and gather a bit more resources. "Friends from Daxia, tell us your purpose for being here, and how can we assist you?" The bearded man put on a smile. "I want to return to Daxia and need a map." Zhao Yin stated his intention directly. He only knew that the country of A was to the southwest of Daxia. Many landmarks had disappeared after the apocalypse, and since he wasn't very familiar with the world map, he could easily take a wrong turn. Therefore, to return to Daxia as quickly as possible, he needed to get a map first. "Returning to Daxia? That's a good idea." The bearded man stroked his beard at the corner of his mouth, pondering for a moment. "Friend, we have a map. It's inside the camp. Please come with us to get it." Zhao Yin nodded. "Please lead the way." The two men exchanged glances and turned to walk toward the camp. Soon, they met 3 men and 2 women waiting there. The group chattered away, and Zhao Yin couldn't understand a word. The 2 women were carrying burlap sacks that were bulging. Zhao Yin could hear breathing coming from inside, guessing it might be ordinary animals they had hunted. Even if they were pseudo-mutated beasts, these few people wouldn't be able to catch them. They weren't even evolved beings. The entire camp was surrounded by a barbed wire fence, serving as their protective wall. Zhao Yin walked out of the iron stone and looked up at a watchtower not far away, where 2 young men stood guard with rifles. They mainly guard against zombies. "The camp is very welcoming to friends from outside," the bearded man quickly explained, worried that Zhao Yin might be frightened by the firearms. Zhao Yin nodded and stepped forward to follow them. Song Xiaodao still held onto Zhao Yin's ratskin armor with one hand while munching on a chestnut with the other. In the camp, there were over 1,000 low stone houses, looking extremely crude, hastily built with stones and topped with some thatch. The ground was littered with excrement, and the dirt on the road was softened by urine. The bearded man and others walked barefoot on it, leaving deep footprints. They were used to it. "Friend, in our Asan country, it's much safer than your Great Xia. Before the apocalypse, our country was more developed, and after the apocalypse, we are doing even better," the bearded man said, turning to Zhao Yin. "Look how safe our camp is. You Great Xia people must be very envious." Zhao Yin didn't understand where his confidence came from. Before the apocalypse, this group of Asan always liked to compare themselves with Great Xia, indulging in all sorts of fantasies, and even after the apocalypse, they still couldn't change their ways. "No, I'm not envious. Look, I have pants," Zhao Yin said, pulling up his ratskin armor to reveal his sea-gray trousers. In the sunlight, the pants were straight, and the extraordinary material shimmered with a faint glow. The bearded man's eyes widened, and he looked down at his bare legs. Then greed appeared in his eyes. "You Great Xia people are so rich? Everyone in Great Xia has pants to wear." Zhao Yin shook his trousers. His patriotic feelings had long been worn away in the 7 years of the apocalypse in his previous life, but he was unwilling to hear the Asan belittle all Great Xia people. He was a Great Xia person, and his ancestors were too. At that moment, a group of children ran through the stone houses, all bare-bottomed and emaciated. Suddenly, they spotted Song Xiaodao, who was gnawing on a chestnut. All the children stared blankly at the chestnut in her hand, unable to look away. "Zhao Yin, it stinks." Song Xiaodao wrinkled her nose. The Asan camp was indeed too smelly. She could no longer eat the chestnut, and seeing that only a small bite was left, she casually tossed it away. It happened to fall into a pile of fresh excrement. The next moment, all the children rushed forward to fight over it, and a little boy closest to it jumped and landed right on top of the pile of excrement. Another slightly older child picked up a stone and smashed it down on the little boy's head, blood immediately gushing out. The bearded man turned pale, rushed over, and slapped the children down to the ground. Then he turned to Zhao Yin and smiled. "Friend, these children are of low caste, untouchables, not real Asan people. You see, I hit them, and their parents wouldn't dare to provoke me." A few adults rushed over and quickly carried their children away, no one daring to look at the bearded man. Zhao Yin coldly watched everything, gradually losing patience with the bearded man. "Where is the map?" "Oh, sorry friend, I almost forgot your business. Please follow me," the bearded man said, and then continued to walk. As they gradually entered the core area of the camp, the stone houses here were taller. Zhao Yin suddenly saw a huge statue in the center of the camp, his expression slightly stiffening. It was a 7 or 8 meter high coiled serpent carved from solid obsidian. Earth Dragon? Zhao Yin had just escaped from the mouth of that giant python. how could he not recognize it? Before he could ask, the bearded man proudly introduced, "This is the deity Naga worshipped by our camp leader. You might not believe it, friend, but after the apocalypse, we rely on the great protection of Lord Naga for our camp." After saying this, the bearded man clasped his hands together, prostrating deeply on the ground. The others also knelt down and began to worship devoutly. Zhao Yin's mind was shaken. Was that giant python a god? Such an absurd thought flashed through his mind and quickly vanished, but the python's rate of evolution was indeed strange. After the bearded man finished his prayer, Zhao Yin asked, "The giant python, oh, where is your snake god? Are you sure it is protecting you?" "Of course, the deity resides where deities should," the bearded man said mysteriously. "Do you really believe, my friend, that the Naga god is over 300 years old? It existed before the end of the world, and all the zombies near the city were devoured by the Naga god. Everyone has seen its majestic figure. It is the leader who can communicate with the Naga god. He only needs to offer some tributes each day, and the Naga god will protect us forever." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yin's mind was violently shaken. It had existed before the end of the world and was already over 300 years old? Although Zhao Yin was still reluctant to believe it, how could he explain the python's rate of evolution? Even if all the corpse crystals from the Asen country were fed to the python, it was unlikely that it could evolve to A level with the current level of zombies. Before Zhao Yin could ask anything further, the bearded man dodged behind two women and said to Zhao Yin, "Friend, I will report to the leader. After his approval, you can take the map. Please wait here for a moment." After saying this, the bearded man left with 2 bags on his back. The 2 women also left, but the remaining 4 men did not go away, subtly surrounding Zhao Yin in the center. They seemed not to understand the international language, chattering in a way Zhao Yin could not comprehend. However, Zhao Yin could vaguely guess that they were telling him not to worry and that they would send him on his way shortly. Zhao Yin was somewhat anxious, fearing that the python might attack at any moment. However, he needed to get some supplies from these international friends, and he had to find an excuse. Although he had a quick temper when dealing with others, he was not a bandit after all. At this moment, in the largest stone house of the camp, a plump man in his 50s lay on a beastskin mat, with one arm around each of 2 young women. They were slender, well-maintained, with skin as white as snow, wearing only a thin veil. The plump man was the camp leader, Capper. Seeing the bearded man walk in, he sat up and asked, "Galawa, I heard you found offerings for the Naga god again today?" With a thud, the bearded man directly threw 2 bags on the ground, shaking them to reveal 2 young girls bound and gagged. "Leader, with these 2, we are just 1 short of today's 100 offerings. All the nearby girls have been offered to the Naga god recently. I went to a faraway place and slaughtered a camp to find these 2. "What? 1 short, and you dare come back to see me?" Capper's face darkened. Galawa quickly lowered his head, not daring to meet Capper's gaze. "Leader, please calm down. Let me explain." Just outside, a man from the great Siakame Kapil discovered that, aside from the meat of mutated beasts, the flesh and blood of young girls were the best offerings. While he couldn't easily obtain mutated beast meat, there were plenty of girls available. The giant python's reward for him was to help clear out the nearby zombies and pull out undigestible star crystals for Kapil. Over the past 2 months, Kapil had been offering hundreds of girls to the giant python every day. When the girls in the camp ran out, he resorted to killing and plundering elsewhere. Almost all the girls from several surrounding cities had been offered up, and recently it had become increasingly difficult to find quality blood offerings. The mysterious power brought by the divine spirit had allowed the giant python to grow to A rank 10 days ago, and now, the daily offering of 100 girls was no longer sufficient for its continued evolution. However, it was already quite difficult for Kapil to obtain 100 girls each day. In fact, 5 days ago, there wasn't a single girl left nearby. The giant python had recently shown signs of wanting to abandon him. 3 days ago, the python went to a city 200 miles away to search for blood offerings on its own, and despite his attempts to communicate, it had not responded. In his anxiety, Kapil ordered his trusted subordinates to kill further afield. Until today, when Zhao Yin arrived, Kapil knew that the giant python could not protect him forever, and he could not provide higher quality blood offerings. He needed to find another way out. Now, he was already a D-rank evolver, and he had gathered enough equipment, except for pants and shoes. That Dasha person not only sent girls but also brought pants. "What are we waiting for? Hurry up and kill him," Kapil shouted, feeling the protection of a true god. Otherwise, how could he be missing something and have it appear? "Yes, chief." Galawa excitedly walked out, deliberately not telling Kapil that the Dasha person and the girl both wore spatial rings like his. The girl had been eating something that looked like it could satisfy hunger. She even discarded food because of its smell, which showed how much food was in their spatial rings. Kapil wanted the girls in men's pants, as for those 2 spatial rings, Galawa thought of his daughter who had been offered up and his son who was about to starve in the stone house. I have not betrayed the Naga god. I have already offered my daughter, my son cannot starve. Zhao yin lit a cigarette, letting the smell of tobacco mask the stench in the air, and stood in place with Song Xiaodao for a full 3 minutes. Finally, he heard hurried footsteps approaching. They're coming, he whispered. Zhao yin, do they want to rob our food? Now, Song Xiaodao was much smarter than before. Not just food, they also want my pants, Zhao yin replied. He deliberately flaunted his pants, as if to satisfy his excuse to borrow supplies from international friends. Zhao yin ultimately wasn't heartless enough, he hadn't sunk to that level. Unprovoked slaughter of a camp to seize supplies that he might not even want was not within Zhao Yin's principles. Soon, over 100 young men rushed out from the stone houses, quickly surrounding Zhao Yin and his companion. Zhao Yin glanced around and saw the bearded man in the center of the crowd, looking at him with a sinister expression. Friend, what does this mean? Zhao Yin asked. Even a fool would know what was happening. He was feigning ignorance. The bearded man coldly replied, Friend, hand over the ring in your hand and this girl, and I will let you leave the camp. Oh, is this a robbery? Zhao Yin squinted, a faint smile suddenly appearing on his face, seeming both disdainful and mocking. Unfortunately, the bearded man couldn't see that at all and shouted, Stop wasting words. If you don't want to hand it over, your life will be forfeit. There's a saying in Dasha that I wonder if you've heard, robbers are always robbed by others. Zhao Yin murmured softly. What are you saying? The bearded man was taken aback. Zhao Yin stopped wasting words, and suddenly vanished from his spot. A few seconds later, he reappeared in the same place. However, 20 terrifying behemoths suddenly appeared behind him. A monkey 2 to 3 meters tall, a water buffalo the size of a locomotive, a snow-white tiger, a group of mice the size of cars, a huge, fearsome vulture. At that moment, the bearded man felt his heart tighten, his blood barely flowing, and a wave of suffocation in his chest. Thud, thud. The young men beside him knelt down one after another, all desperately bowing their heads. We pay our respects to the monkey god. We pay our respects to the bull god. On Zhao Yin's left stood Song Xiaodao, and on his right stood the corpse demon, Isuan. A gentle breeze stirred his tattered ratskin armor, and as it swayed slightly, an overwhelming aura was revealed. He said indifferently, All contracted beasts, spread out and surround the camp. Anyone who dares to escape, kill them. Boom! The first to act were the arrows and 9 vultures, instantly soaring into the sky, rapidly flying in all directions around the camp, stirring up a whirlwind. Following that, all the contracted beasts sprang into action. Zhao Yin didn't let the contracted beasts kill anyone, mainly wanting to train the corpse demon. Today was a good opportunity. He needed to know just how effective this corpse demon was. Zhao Yin patted the corpse demon's head. Good grandson, kill all these young men for me. If anyone else in the camp dares to resist, kill them all cleanly. Although the corpse demon retained its past memories, it had fundamentally leaned towards being a zombie, bloodthirsty and cruel. Corpse demon Zhang Jia, though intellectually limited, was still a corpse demon. As Zhao Yin finished speaking, roar! The corpse demon Zhang Jia instantly transformed from a good little boy into a terrifying monster. Veins bulged on his face, his dead fish-like eyes grew even paler, and his fingernails suddenly elongated. He charged into the crowd, his 5 fingernails over a foot long, like 5 indestructible blades, creating afterimages as he swung wildly. In an instant, the 100 young men kneeling on the ground were slaughtered, including the bearded man among them. At that moment, several hundred young men in the camp rushed towards them with weapons, but as soon as they saw the corpse demon, they all instinctively stopped, their legs going weak. Roar! The corpse demon Zhang Jia let out a furious roar and charged at them. Zhao Yin was very satisfied with the corpse demon's performance. Using him to kill was much simpler than training Song Xiaodao and the little monkey back then. He was a natural killing machine. The 20 contracted beasts outside the camp also began their slaughter. These A3s had been brainwashed by their Naga god and were resisting fiercely. The little monkey's fire abilities ignited many stone houses, cries, wails, and pleas for mercy echoed endlessly. Accompanied by the sea of flames, the entire camp resembled a hell on earth. Zhao Yin held Song Xiaodao's hand and, in the gentle breeze, slowly stepped forward towards the largest building in the center of the camp. That should be the residence of the camp leader, the richest place in the entire camp. If there was indeed a map, it should be there. Kapil's residence was more luxurious than all the stone houses in the camp combined, with walls built of tightly fitted stones, and the roof constructed from a single sheet of steel from before the apocalypse. Outside the door, a stone staircase was specially laid, spotless, ensuring that the stench from the camp's outskirts would never reach here. Zhao Yin held Song Xiaodao's small hand, slowly ascending the steps, neither hurried nor slow. What happened? At that moment, Kapil pushed away the woman who was sprawled beneath his ample belly, his eyes wide open. Just now the master sent Galawa to kill that Dasha person, the woman whispered. Only then did Kapil realize that since the other party possessed an extraordinary pair of pants, it proved that they had at least killed zombies, not to mention that he could bring a girl here. So, that Dasha person is very likely an evolver as well. And in this camp, due to Kappa's stinginess and suspicion, no evolver has ever been cultivated. Previously, with the protection of the giant python, he didn't need an evolver, but now someone is attacking the camp. Kappa's face darkened, and with a nimbleness that shouldn't belong to a fat man, he quickly got up from the ground, pulled up the sheet wrapped around his lower body, and with a flick of his hand, a D-grade mountain axe appeared in his grasp. My lord, are you going to? A woman crawled to Kappa's feet, just about to say something. Kappa kicked her away. Get lost. Immediately after, he burst through the main door. Zhao paused, looking at the fat man rushing out. Human male, ability awakener, D-grade evolver, evolution level 100/76, strength 67, agility 62, stamina 40, spirit 35, life countdown, 79,963 days. Zhao was also taken aback, not expecting that the other party was also an ability user. Moreover, the level of the ability he possessed was quite high, at least A grade, otherwise his true sight wouldn't have been unable to discern what kind of ability it was. However, the other party's evolution level clearly had a lot of room for improvement, with no potential above E grade developed. Looking for death. When Kappa saw the miserable state of the camp, and Zhao, with a Dasha face, he immediately understood something. He swung the mountain axe and chopped down at Zhao. Boom! The next moment, a thunderbolt as thick as a barrel suddenly descended from the sky, striking Kappa on the head. Kappa instantly froze, and then smoke began to rise from him, a smell of roasted meat spreading through the air. His fatty flesh was directly charred by the terrifying thunder, and 2 seconds later, the charred human figure collapsed with a crash. Falling to the ground, it turned into a pile of ashes, gently blown away by the breeze. Zhao was momentarily stunned. Song Xiaodao was also taken aback. Zhao, is he gone? How could the camp leader be so weak? Zhao felt a bit awkward. He usually taught Song Xiaodao not to be so rude, but he himself had accidentally killed an ability user with a single strike. Damn fat pig, Zhao cursed. As soon as he realized the other party was a high-level ability user, he immediately went all out. Not knowing the strength of the other party's ability, the safest way was to strike first. How was I to know his skin was so fragile? Zhao said innocently. What should we do? I don't want to stay in this Asan country, it stinks here. Song Xiaodao pouted. Killing a fat pig doesn't mean we smashed the map. Come on, follow me inside to look. As Zhao spoke, he stepped forward to pick up the mountain axe when suddenly, a pitch-black space ring fell from the finger that had turned to ashes, rolling down the steps. It just happened to hit Song Xiaodao's big-headed shoes. A space ring! Song Xiaodao exclaimed in delight, bending down to pick it up and handing it to Zhao. Here, see if there's anything good. Zhao took it and examined it, finding it was also an A grade with a capacity of 10 square meters. Then, as Zhao saw the items inside, his breath caught. He had thought this shabby camp had little of value, but unexpectedly inside the space ring, 5 pieces of sandwich bread, 7 pieces of compressed biscuits, 2 bottles of F-grade evolution potion, 1 bottle of E-grade evolution potion, 1 bottle of D-grade evolution potion. There were a full 104 bottles of Nongfu Spring. In addition, there were 16 unopened star crystals, 14 pieces of F-grade equipment, 4 pieces of E-grade equipment. The rest were ordinary living supplies, clothes for men and women from Asan country, toiletries, 6,000 gene of moldy rice, Indian gods, little blue pills, various bizarre props. We hit the jackpot. Zhao Yin's face broke into a smile. What he needed most right now was Nongfu Spring, and he didn't expect to get so much at once. To know that 2 bottles of Nongfu Spring can ripen a corn plant, producing about 250 pounds of grain, 104 bottles of Nongfu Spring would be enough for Zhao to produce 13,000 grains. Aside from the 2 female slaves who can only eat ordinary fish, there are 20 contracted beasts, 4 people, plus a corpse demon. Saving a bit, they consume about 700 to 800 pounds of grain a day. This is enough for Zhao to sustain himself for a while. However, Zhao is puzzled. The extraordinary food in the space ring is not comparable to Nongfu Spring. Where did the other extraordinary food go? His mind jolted, and he immediately walked into the stone house. Help! As Zhao stepped into the stone house, he saw 2 pale women, draped only in a layer of pink gauze, huddled together in the corner. Both women had snow-white skin, tall and exquisite, and the presence of that thin gauze made their beautiful waistlines even more breathtaking. Jiaoyin looked at one of them and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Isn't she the famous actress BDY from Before the Apocalypse? On screen, she could sing and dance, pure and charming. He never expected her to be so open after the apocalypse. However, Jiaoyin quickly collected himself, shifting his gaze away from the two women and began rummaging through the stone house. He directly overturned a large box that might be hiding extraordinary treasures, finding it filled with gold, silver, jade, various artworks, a pile worth at least $3 million. In another box, there were the two women's belongings, clothes, cosmetics, designer bags, sanitary pads. Jiaoyin collected everything, not caring whether it was useful or not. After all, there was plenty of space in his life space. In the end, Jiaoyin did not find any extraordinary food, nor did he see a map. He looked at the famous actress and asked, "Where is the extraordinary food? And the map?" The actress, in tears, babbled a lot in panic. Jiaoyin couldn't understand a word. He grabbed her by the neck, his face darkening. "Don't play dumb with me." Only then did the actress remember to use the international language. At first, Capper didn't know that those extraordinary foods had more important uses. He treated them as ordinary food and ate them. The remaining Nongfu spring was kept because its taste was not much different from ordinary water. Later, Capper met a scouting ability user in another camp and learned the importance of extraordinary food, but unfortunately, hundreds of star crystals had already been wasted by him. Hundreds of star crystals? Where did he get them? Jiaoyin asked. There was only Capper as an evolver in the camp. With that fragile strength, it was impossible for him to kill so many zombies. Next, the actress informed Jiaoyin that Capper's ability was to serve the gods, using the flesh and blood of young girls to offer to a giant python. It was the giant python that devoured all the nearby zombies, excreting 500 star crystals for Capper. What about the map? Jiaoyin asked. There is no map. We have nothing. It's that damned Galeva who is deceiving you. Please, spare us. The actress pleaded, tears streaming down her face. The other woman suddenly knelt down. "Sir, we were all coerced by that damned Capper. Please, I beg you." Both women looked at Jiaoyin with tearful, pitiful eyes. The actress directly reached for Jiaoyin's pants. "I can do it. I can do anything. Whatever you want. Get lost." Jiaoyin cursed. Bang! He kicked the actress away, sending her crashing against the wall before sliding down. The actress coughed up a mouthful of blood, looking at Jiaoyin in pain, her eyes filled with fear. Whether before or after the apocalypse, not many men disliked her body. But the man before her was so heartless. "You want me, Jiaoyin, to drink the foot-washing water of a third-rate?" Jiaoyin, still furious, rushed up and kicked her again. The two women had delicate skin and looked like they had been pampered by Kapil. At least they felt justified, enjoying the comfortable life that Kapil had bought with blood. Jiaoyin was not a good person, but he had never liked villains. After dealing with the film crew, Jiaoyin turned to another woman. "Which city in a sand country is this, and how do you get to Deceive? Do you know? This is Sula City. I don't know how to get to Deceive," the woman replied cautiously. Slap! Jiaoyin struck the woman's face, sending her flying. He then turned to pick up the unknown beast's skin and 2 boxes of unused condoms from the ground. Only then did Jiaoyin leave the stone house with Song Xiaodao. At this moment, the slaughter in the camp had stopped. Half of the stone houses were engulfed in flames, the smell of smoke, excrement, and blood mixed together. Only a few women and children remained, not killed by the corpse demons and contract beasts. They were all herded under the giant python sculpture, and everyone looked at Jiaoyin as he approached, trembling in fear. The corpse demon Zhang Jia immediately ran towards Jiaoyin. "Grandpa, Grandpa, good grandson." Jiaoyin nodded and took out a corn cob to hand to him. The corpse demon immediately began to gnaw on it, a happy smile spreading across his face as he pointed in a certain direction. "Grandpa, there lay dozens of young corpses. You want those corpses?" Jiaoyin was taken aback. The corpse demon nodded eagerly, grinning and pointing at the space ring on Zhao Yin's hand. Looking at the corpse demon's smiling face, Jiaoyin felt a churn in his stomach. He suddenly remembered that the corpse demon's favorite food was the flesh and blood of human survivors. "I'm also human. One day when you're hungry, will you want to eat me too?" The corpse demon froze, looking at Jiaoyin, then at the corpses, his expression slowly changing, soon revealing a bloodthirsty glint. It seemed he had just realized that Jiaoyin was also human. No different from those food. Slap! Jiaoyin struck the corpse demon on the head, coldly reprimanding, "You want to eat me?" The bloodthirstiness in the corpse demon's eyes vanished instantly. He hugged his head and squatted on the ground, sobbing, shaking his head vigorously. "Woo-woo, Grandpa, Grandpa. From now on, no eating people." Jiaoyin shouted sternly, then quickly changed his tone. "I will provide you with better food, but if I find out you eat people, I will no longer be your grandpa. As for the more ruthless words, Zhao did not say them out loud. He was worried that if he truly hurt the corpse demon's feelings, it might rebel. Children should be educated slowly. He definitely couldn't let him eat people. Zhao feared that one day he would wake up to find his head gone, eaten by his good grandson. If it really came to a day when he couldn't educate him anymore, Zhao would kill him. Upon hearing this, the corpse demon's face immediately showed fear. He knelt down with a thud, banging his head on the ground. Grandpa, grandpa, grandpa. Zhao raised his hand to gently stroke the corpse demon's head, adopting a kind tone to ask, "Does it hurt?" The corpse demon immediately looked at Zhao and shook his head vigorously, his messy hair bobbing like a rattledrum. Zhao imitated the tone of the old security guard from his neighborhood, saying, "Grandpa isn't going to hit you, it's education. A tree can't grow strong without pruning, and a person can't become capable without education. Grandpa is doing this for your own good." The corpse demon nodded. These words had been said to him by Zhang Shuhua before. "Then why do you still eat people?" Zhao asked. The corpse demon shook his head vigorously. "Grandpa, grandpa." Only then was Zhao satisfied, earnestly saying, "Remember your promise to grandpa, you must not eat people anymore." After saying this, Zhao bent down to help the corpse demon up from the ground. The corpse demon grinned foolishly. "Grandpa, grandpa." At this moment, Song Xiaodao asked, "Zhao, what should we do with these people? Should I go kill them?" Zhao turned to look at the group of women and children. Earlier, his order had been to kill all the resistors, but these people had not resisted. "Let them fend for themselves," Zhao said, waving his hand, and all the contracted beasts came towards him. He led the contracted beasts out of the camp. Although he hadn't obtained the map, he had gathered quite a bit of supplies. It was these people from the A3 who had sought their own demise. Once outside the camp, Zhao thought for a moment and, except for Xiaobai, sent everyone and the beasts back to the life space. He mounted the golden saddle on Xiaobai's back and said, "Xiaobai, fly northeast. Stop when we encounter a dense horde of corpses. We'll kill zombies on the way to collect star crystals." In the apocalypse, where was it not about survival? Returning to the Great Xia was merely a lingering attachment to his homeland. Without a map, Zhao sought his way home himself. Although it would take some time, he could also kill zombies along the way to increase his strength. Xiaobai immediately became excited. He could once again carry his master through the skies. The massive flesh wings slowly spread open, then suddenly flapped, creating a gust of wind as the enormous white cat soared into the sky, heading northeast. After about 10 minutes, they left the territory of Sula City, and another ruined city appeared below. Zhao quickly spotted the survivor camp here. From the sky, the camp appeared larger than the one in Capper, with similar stone houses surrounded by defensive fortifications. In the distance, Zhao saw rocket launchers, tanks, and armed helicopters within the camp. This was actually a military camp of the A3 country. However, Zhao did not see a single person, nor even a zombie. The weapons were all damaged, as if destroyed by something. "Something's off, Xiaobai, slow down," Zhao instructed. Xiaobai immediately reduced speed and lowered altitude. Zhao finally saw clearly. The camp was filled with corpses, not left by survivors, but zombies with blown heads. Clearly, this camp had been breached by zombies, and all the survivors had turned into zombies, while the zombies that had been killed in battle remained here forever. Yet, Zhao did not sense a single moving zombie. "Let's go down and take a look," Zhao commanded. Xiaobai slowly descended towards the camp, landing in the center, and Zhao stepped down. He carefully observed the surroundings, confirming there was no threat before walking towards one of the stone houses. The stone house was clean and tidy, with military living supplies still inside, and a corner piled with military rations, canned food, self-heating rice, compressed biscuits. Zhao casually opened a can, and a foul smell hit him, causing him to immediately put it down. The military rations, though superior to ordinary food, had not escaped the corrosion of the unknown energies of the apocalypse. He became increasingly certain of his earlier guess. These soldiers had not left prepared. They hadn't even taken food, which meant they had likely perished completely. A military force of over 10,000 people, with their strength, there should have been quite a few evolvers after the apocalypse. Those rocket launchers and tanks would have no problem dealing with F-class zombies. Just how massive was the horde that could wipe out such an army? Zhao decided not to think too much about it and released all the people and beasts from the life space. "Go and move all the supplies from the camp to the open space outside." Everyone and the beasts immediately sprang into action, searching each stone house. 3 hours later, the spoiled military rations had piled up into a small mountain in front of Zhao, amounting to about 400,000 to 500,000 units. Although they were severely spoiled, in the eyes of many survivor camps, these military rations were still invaluable. Zhao collected them all. 2,000 large pots for cooking, thousands of sets of water ladles, vegetable basins, and dinner plates, all military supplies, each one of which was of much better quality than those used by Wu Shuegue. He collected them all. The quilts, sheets, straw mats, and pillows probably amount to about 10,000 sets. Items used by soldiers aren't considered very dirty, so pack them up. Let the 2 female slaves wash them slowly. After all, they have nothing else to do. There are 10,000 sets of military uniforms, 10,000 pairs of military boots, and 30,000 pairs of military socks. Although all of them were used by the Indians, Zhao didn't care at all and immediately kicked off his worn-out shoes, replacing them with military boots. Zhao said to Wu Shuegue and the others, "You can choose whatever you want from these items, no need to report to me. Thank you for your generosity, boss." Wu Shuegue and the others were overjoyed and immediately stepped forward to find their sizes. Wang Xiaolei held 2 sets of the smallest military uniforms and boots, her eyes squinting with a smile. Even the 2 female slaves showed smiles on their faces. They hadn't changed clothes for several days since Zhao confiscated their previous outfits. Zhao gathered all the items and walked toward the last pile of firearms and ammunition. There were over 3,000 rifles and handguns, along with 2 usable rocket launchers, hundreds of boxes of various bullets, grenades, and rockets, 7,000 empty ammunition boxes, countless damaged armed helicopters, tanks, and various firearms. These ordinary firearms have little lethality against E-level and above zombies. Only grenades and rockets are somewhat useful, but they can only deal with D-level and below zombies and mutated beasts. 3 days ago, ordinary zombies had already evolved to E-level. It won't be long before there will be a large number of E-level zombies in the Horde, and zombies that have consumed star crystals will all evolve to D-level. As for zombie kings, their evolution speed cannot be judged by common sense but is assessed based on the number of star crystals consumed and their potential. Even among zombie kings, there can be different levels and strengths. In a past life, someone once thought of severing the limbs of ordinary zombies and using a large number of star crystals to cultivate them into zombie kings, aiming to obtain more zombie king star crystals, but it turned out to be completely useless. Later, someone concluded that only on the night after the meteor shower stopped, zombies that had consumed multiple star crystals would become zombie kings. They can continuously consume star crystals and evolve at a faster rate. However, later ordinary zombies, when consuming star crystals, can still rapidly increase their strength but will never reach the true height of a zombie king, and the star crystals within them do not count as zombie king star crystals. Zhao dismissed these thoughts and packed away several boxes of grenades and rockets, as well as the 2 rocket launchers. As for the other weapons, Zhao didn't touch them. Even molten iron was less useful than the meteors scattered on the ground. After sweeping the military camp clean, Zhao returned to the lifespace with everyone and the beasts. At this time, a large amount of supplies had already filled more than half of the space that had just been increased the day before yesterday. "You too, clean all these supplies thoroughly," Zhao instructed the 2 female slaves. The 2 female slaves glanced at the mountain and immediately showed bitter faces. Zhou Lily slightly bent her body and weakly said, "Understood, master." At this moment, Zhao suddenly remembered that he seemed to have given Wu Shuegue a bottle of evolution potion. Human male, F-level evolver, evolution degree 100 to 0, strength 16, agility 14, stamina 16, spirit 13, life countdown, 22,953 days. "Boss, do you have any instructions?" Wu Shuegue met Zhao Yin's gaze and immediately stepped forward. At this time, Zhao Yin's spirit locked onto a bottle of D-level healing potion within the space ring, hesitating. Currently, he still had 4 bottles of D-level healing potions. Taking one out wouldn't be a problem if he gave it to Wu Shuegue. The old cripple's lame leg would immediately recover, making it more convenient for him to work. But in the end, Zhao still withdrew his mental energy, sighing inwardly. Wu Shuegue was ultimately an outsider. Zhao took out all the Nongfu spring water and asked Wu Shuegue, "Do you know how to hasten the ripening of corn?" "Understood." Wu Shuegue nodded. He had seen Zhao hasten the growth before. All he needed to do was pour the Nongfu spring water down. In fact, it wasn't necessary to water with Nongfu spring. After more than 10 days, the corn seedlings had grown quite a bit, and the entire life space was now vibrant. But Zhao needed food right now and couldn't wait that long. "I'll leave the food matter to you," Zhao said, tossing aside the Nongfu spring and walking alone towards the invisible tent. Inside the space ring he had just obtained, there were still 16 star crystals. He had been worried that the giant python might chase him to the Capper camp at any moment and hadn't had the chance to activate them. Zhao flipped his hand, took out the 16 star crystals, and opened them all at once. Rays of white light rose and faded on the wool carpet in front of him. 3 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 2 pieces of sandwich bread, 1 bottle of iced tea, 2 pieces of compressed biscuits, 1 piece of instant noodles, 1 yellow peach, 1 butterfly knife, 1 bottle of D-grade healing potion, military pants, grade F, type extraordinary defensive equipment, sturdiness 15, agility 5, big machete, grade E, type extraordinary weapon, sturdiness 23, attack 27, additional effects slashing force plus 10, wolf tooth club, grade D, type extraordinary weapon, sturdiness 54, attack 52, additional effect strength plus 20, explosive arrow, grade B, type extraordinary weapon, attack 520, additional effect causes explosion effect on target, indiscriminate attack within a 50-meter radius. Note, one-time weapon, disappears after explosion. The military pants and big machete were both items he had never opened before. Zhao Ying glanced at them. The big machete was now just trash to him. The military pants, however, were rare. Anyone who had seen the Capper camp would know that pants were the hardest extraordinary equipment to obtain. Even Zhao Ying himself had just recently gotten a pair of pants. 16-star crystals had yielded a total of 5 pieces of equipment, including the B-grade explosive arrow. Zhao Ying was very happy and couldn't help but smile. Last time, a single arrow had killed a C-grade vulture king, and even a B-grade sky vulture had been injured. The power of such arrows was evident. After putting away all the supplies, Zhao Ying took out a bottle of D-grade evolution potion. This was what he had been waiting for. He hadn't expected to obtain it in such a way. Clearly, he had a complete set of evolution potions from F-grade to D-grade, yet he had remained an ordinary evolver until death. Foolish pig, sitting on a treasure mountain without realizing it. Zhao Ying tilted his head back and gulped it down. A sweet taste spread in his mouth, quickly transforming into a fiery flow into his belly, and a tremendous energy began to boil within him. A few hours later, Zhao Ying opened his eyes. Human male, ability awakener, D-grade evolver, evolution degree 100 to 0, strength 172, agility 179, stamina 143, spirit 240, talent B-grade shooting, life countdown, 289,963 days. Zhao Ying looked at his palm. His skin had become increasingly fair and delicate. He clenched his fist and felt a tremendous power flowing through his arms. His current strength, without considering combat abilities, was even higher than that of a C-grade little monkey. Of course, the little monkey had never received enough high-level mutated beast blood to help it develop its potential. When it had just evolved to D-grade, Zhao Ying had let it advance to C-grade. There was still much potential to be developed, and Zhao Ying was a D-grade evolver who had unlocked potential with a complete set of evolution potions. If humans could obtain a complete set of evolution potions, they would actually be no worse than mutated beasts. Zhao Ying had this realization at that moment. However, there were very few evolvers who could obtain a complete set of evolution potions. In his previous life, even high-level ability users, in order to quickly enhance their strength, mostly did not wait for all the evolution potions. After all, in the apocalypse, having even a little more strength meant a little more hope for survival. When Zhao Ying walked out of the invisibility tent, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The contract beasts were all sleeping outside the tent, sprawled in various positions, their snores echoing loudly. Song Xiaodao had also changed into a set of a 3 military uniform at some point, and the 2 little girls were looking at their reflections in the water pool. On the other side of the pool, 2 female slaves were washing bedding, while Wu Shuigui was pushing an exaggeratedly large stone mill, grinding the freshly ripened corn into flour. Master! The corpse demon's adopted grandson was the first to notice Zhao Ying and immediately leaped towards him. It seemed this creature had been waiting outside the door all along. Zhao Ying quickly pointed at Wu Shuigui. Go, find the old cripple to play with. The corpse demon paused, staring blankly at Zhao Ying, as if sensing his disdain, its mood visibly dropping. Zhao Ying softened his voice. Be good, master is going to get you food. Can't play with you, it's not that I dislike you. The corpse demon's expression brightened. Master. Yes, good grandson. Go play by yourself. Zhao Ying casually dismissed him. The corpse demon then left, jumping into the water pool out of boredom, catching a live fish and biting into it, blood splattering everywhere. When Wu Shuigui and Song Xiaodao saw Zhao Ying come out, they immediately set aside everything and walked towards him. Boss, you didn't come out for lunch. Xiaodao asked me to save some for you. I'll go heat it up right now. No need to trouble yourself. Let the corpse demon eat the leftovers. I'll eat later tonight. Zhao Ying said, missing one meal won't kill you. Zhao Ying, are you going out again? Song Xiaodao hugged Zhao Ying tightly, afraid he would leave the life space at any moment. Zhao Ying gently tapped the child's head. No clinging, stay in the life space. Song Xiaodao pouted, her voice filled with grievance. I want to be with you. She clung tightly to Zhao Yin's arm. Zhao Ying felt a bit of a headache and took out a box of cosmetics from his spatial ring, a brand used by film and television people. Here, this is for you. Really for me? Song Xiaodao immediately took the cosmetics, squatting down to open and examine them on the ground. Taking advantage of her distraction, Zhao waved his hand, taking Little White and leaving the life space. Outside, he was still in the military camp, and Zhao rode Little White into the sky. Soon, they flew out of the ruined city, revealing a vast wasteland below, which should have been farmland before the apocalypse. All nearby villages had vanished without a trace. The wind howled fiercely in his ears. Zhao gazed at the desolate world before him. No matter which country, the former prosperity had disappeared, becoming dust in history. 20 minutes later, another ruined city appeared below, sparse with a few crumbling buildings scattered throughout. From above, lush green vegetation covered everything, vibrant yet accompanied by desolation. The wild wind blowing past Zhao Yin's ears seemed to transform into a mournful wail. There were no survivors gathered in the ruins. After the apocalypse, all humans in this city had perished. However, Zhao Ying did not see a single zombie. Just like the previous ruined city, the entire world was eerily silent. Where have all the zombies gone? Zhao Ying wondered. Soon, Little White soared over the city, and another wasteland appeared below, heading northeast. Within 3 hours, Zhao Ying passed through 4 ruined cities, still finding no people or zombies. What is going on? Zhao Yin's heart inexplicably raced, a sense of unease creeping in. He had no understanding of the A3 country after the apocalypse in his past life. Everything here felt strange. It seemed to belong to a different world than Daxia. Finally, after another half hour of flying, Zhao Ying finally heard the sounds of zombies roaring. As Little White drew closer, the sounds grew deafening, merging into a dense cacophony, endless and overwhelming. In the distance, Zhao Ying saw a massive horde of corpses, stretching endlessly even from high above. Not even the ant swarms before the apocalypse could compare to this group of zombies. Zhao Ying couldn't even estimate the exact number, but from what he could see, there were at least 3 to 4 million. Zhao Ying gasped in shock and quickly instructed Xiao Bai, "Slow down, steer clear of these corpses, we must not get close, and definitely cannot fly over them." Zhao Ying recalled some events from his past life, about the rise of the Zombie King in the Great Xia territory a year later. At that time, many zombie kings had evolved to B-level, gaining the ability to summon large numbers of zombies, creating terrifying zombie kingdoms. That was when humanity truly faced its hardest times. Once zombies had intelligent command units, with their vast numbers and strength, they would be far beyond what humans and mutated beasts could contend with. Has the B-level zombie king already appeared in the Asan country? Zhao Yin's expression darkened. It was not impossible. The population of Asan country had once been denser than that of Great Xia, so the evolution speed of zombies would naturally be faster. In this apocalypse of extraordinary civilization, anything was possible, just like the sky-swallowing vulture and the giant python. Thinking of the giant python, Zhao Yin immediately spotted it. A giant python a kilometer long, half of its body reared up, surrounded by an endless sea of zombies. Every scale was crawling with zombies, and from a distance, it looked like a writhing mountain of corpses. It thrashed wildly, crushing hundreds and thousands of zombies into pulp with each movement. But there were too many zombies, instantly filling the gaps. Zhao Ying suddenly recalled a saying, "Many ants can kill an elephant." He finally understood why he hadn't seen a single zombie on the way here. It turned out that a B-level zombie king had indeed appeared, summoning all the zombies to this place to kill the giant python. Soon, Zhao Ying saw a small black dot in front of the giant python. It was a small, thin zombie with boating wings growing from its back, flying in the air, level with the giant python. Every time the giant python turned to attack the zombies below, the small zombie would rush in, leaving scratches on the giant python's body with its sharp claws. And when the giant python turned to attack it, the small zombie would quickly escape using its flying speed. At this moment, the giant python was already covered in wounds, exposing its flesh and blood, while countless zombies were gnawing at it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A series of mournful cries came from the giant python's mouth. It had already lost the will to fight and wanted to leave, but the small zombie gave it no chance. Zhao Ying activated his true sight on the small zombie. Female zombie, B-level, evolution degree 100 to 0, strength 650, agility 840, defense 735, spirit 63, awakened ability, bone transformation. It was a female B-level zombie king. On her, Zhao Ying could see no traces of femininity at all. However, he could clearly see that her B-level attributes were not much worse than those of the A-level giant python. If this zombie king were to confront the giant python head-on, it was uncertain who would win, but unfortunately, the zombie king could summon minions, and the giant python was doomed this time. "Land now, quickly, we can't let that zombie king notice us," Zhao Ying hurriedly commanded. Even from over 10 kilometers away, Zhao Ying felt a terrifying pressure, his heart racing. Xiao Bai immediately descended rapidly, they were about 3 kilometers from the edge of the corpse horde. Once on the ground, Zhao Ying quickly poured a bottle of iced tea into Xiao Bai's mouth, urging it to burrow into the thick grass. However, at that moment, the zombie king in the sky suddenly turned its head and looked over. Zhao Ying felt a chill run down his spine and quickly patted Xiao Bai's head, bringing it into the life space. The next moment, the zombie king sensed Zhao Yin's disappearance, its dead fish-like eyes revealing confusion. Soon, its attention was drawn back to the giant python. A few seconds later, Zhao Yin and Xiao Bai reappeared at the original spot. Zhao Yin lowered his voice and commanded, "Quick, go around this horde of corpses. We must leave before the giant python dies." He couldn't find any way to deal with a flying zombie king. Xiao Bai silently activated his rapid ability, weaving through the grass, and 5 minutes later, they reached the other side of the horde. Zhao Yin looked back. The giant python was already exhausted. Its massive body was rapidly shrinking. Hiss, hiss. Its mournful cries sounded like it was weeping. How much high-level mutated beast meat could this yield? Zhao Yin smacked his lips, feeling quite regretful. All of it would go to the zombies. After the zombie king devoured such a large A-level mutated beast, would it also evolve to A-level? Thinking of this, Zhao Yin immediately urged Xiao Bai, "Faster, faster." Xiao Bai tightened his tail and sprinted desperately, a fearful expression appearing on the cat's face. The pressure from that zombie king was too great. It was practically its nemesis. After running another 10 kilometers, Zhao Yin confirmed that the zombie king could no longer sense them, and he instructed Xiao Bai to stop. He looked back. The giant python had been engulfed by the horde, and the zombie king in the sky had descended. At this moment, Zhao Yin's mind began to work again. He had just seen clearly that before dying, the giant python had killed hundreds of thousands of zombies. How many corpse crystals and star crystals must there be? The zombie king would devour the star crystals from the brains of its fallen subordinates but wouldn't consume the corpse crystals. It wouldn't be too much to pick up a few leftovers, right? Xiao Bai, back to the life space. Zhao Yin waved his hand, immediately bringing Xiao Bai into the life space. He wasn't planning to leave. After the horde moved on, he could collect the corpse crystals. Hundreds of thousands of zombies, many of which were E-level, and even some D-level. After this wave, perhaps it would be enough for him to evolve from D-level to C-level. "You bad Zhao Yin, you actually tricked me, you bad." Song Xiaodao's eyes were red, clearly having just cried. Zhao Yin had no mood to deal with her and sat down on the roots of a chestnut tree. He felt regretful again about the giant python's meat and the star crystals that were about to be devoured by the zombie king. With his character, which would even pluck a feather from a flying goose, how could he be content with not even getting a sip of the soup? Song Xiaodao, Lao Wu, Zhou Lily, Zhou Dandan, all of you come here. Zhao Yin waved to everyone. The few immediately walked towards Zhao Yin. Even Song Xiaodao could see that Zhao Yin had something to discuss and reluctantly approached him. "Boss, master, master." Zhao Yin recounted what had just happened and then asked, "There's strength in numbers. Let's all think of a way to get those star crystals and the giant python meat." Everyone looked at Zhao Yin as if he were crazy. Even an A-level mutated beast had been easily killed by that horde of zombies. Shouldn't he have distanced himself immediately? Anyone else would have run as far away as possible. "Boss, it's too dangerous. All of us and the beasts combined wouldn't withstand a few attacks from that zombie king." Wu Xuegue hesitated before speaking. "Zhao Yin, it's too risky." Song Xiaodao also said. Wang Xiaolei and the 2 female slaves remained silent. Wang Xiaolei was naturally timid and had never seen much of the world. Zhao Yin had no intention of expecting her to come up with any ideas. Zhou Dandan was the same. Zhao Yin didn't know her original personality, but since she became a female slave, she was practically like a half-autistic patient. "Zhou Lily, do you have any ideas?" Zhao Yin asked proactively. Zhou Lily suddenly felt a bit flattered. This guy had never looked at her properly before. But what could she do? That was a B-level zombie king, with hundreds of thousands of zombie minions. But it was not easy for Zhao Yin to speak to her seriously. Perhaps this was the only chance in her life to please him. Zhou Lily stammered, "Master, if you have any treasures that can deceive the zombie's perception, perhaps we can snatch some back before the zombie king devours the star crystals." "Nonsense!" Zhao Yin rolled his eyes. If there were such treasures, would he need her to come up with a plan? He waved his hand, dismissing everyone, lit a cigarette, and just took a puff when a figure suddenly flashed before him. The corpse demon Zhang Jie had long noticed Zhao Yin's return, but since Zhao Yin had driven him away earlier, he was now lying in a nearby cornfield, peering at Zhao Yin with dead fish-like eyes. A thought instantly flashed through Zhao Yin's mind. He remembered clearly that when he first encountered the corpse demon, those zombies had ignored him. He had heard rumors before that ordinary zombies would regard corpse demons as their kind, only advanced zombies could distinguish them. This meant that as long as the corpse demon was careful and did not approach the zombie king, it was not impossible to snatch some star crystals in advance. Zhao Yin could hardly sit still. a kind smile immediately appearing on his face. Good grandson, come here, Grandpa. The corpse demon Zhang Jia immediately became excited. Grandpa finally remembered his good grandson. He quickly leaped up from the cornfield and ran a few steps to Zhaoyin. Zhaoyin slightly raised his hand, and the corpse demon immediately leaned in, allowing him to stroke its head, eyes closed in enjoyment. Grandpa has something to entrust to you, Zhaoyin said. He then explained how to avoid the Zombie King and how to steal the star crystals. Remember, do not approach the Zombie King, safety is the priority. Whatever the other zombies do, you should mimic them, do not stand out too much. The Zombie King is much smarter than you, or else you will be easily discovered. The corpse demon nodded seriously. Grandpa. At this moment, in the heart of the corpse demon Zhang Jia, there was no fear. Grandpa's orders were a mission. Without delay, Zhaoyin immediately brought him out of the life space and handed him a spatial ring. Take this, when you get the star crystals, put them in here, and do not keep them for yourself. Grandpa. The corpse demon took the spatial ring, happily putting it on his finger. Without waiting for Zhao Yin's orders, he turned and strode toward the direction of the zombie tide. He marched boldly, facing the endless tide of zombies. At this moment, he had the momentum of a hero slaying a tyrant. Zhao Yin stared at the foolish figure, suddenly doubting whether he was sending him to his death. After all, he was a fool. Could he really escape the Zombie King's perception? Soon, Zhao Yin dismissed the thought. It was just a corpse demon. The purpose of subduing him was to use him. This was the value of the corpse demon to him. If the corpse demon were truly that useless, it would be better than a mutated beast. If it died, it would die, saving food. At this moment, the corpse demon swaggered into the horde of zombies. Just as Zhao Yin had guessed, no zombies showed any unusual behavior. Soon, the figure of the corpse demon disappeared into the vast sea of corpses. At this moment, the corpse demon mingling in the sea of corpses still clearly remembered Grandpa's words. Do not approach the Zombie King. But where was that Zombie King? After a while, the corpse demon finally saw a large open space in the middle of the sea of corpses, where all the zombies dared not approach. A gigantic python, 300 meters long and as thick as several people could embrace, lay across the center of the area. Its body continued to writhe, with many patches of snakeskin torn off, revealing the snow-white flesh underneath. A small, thin zombie sat alone on the snake's head, greedily devouring its blood. It occasionally tore off a large chunk of bloody flesh and threw it toward the nearby horde of zombies, instantly attracting a swarm of zombies fighting for the scraps. It was unclear how its belly had grown. The giant python's blood had been consumed by it for the most part, yet its belly remained flat, with ribs clearly visible. Behind it are bony wings, small and different from other zombies. This is the Zombie King that the master spoke of. Zhang Jia immediately confirmed and quickly stopped in his tracks. The master said to blend in with the horde and do the same things as the zombies. They are all fighting for those. Zhang Jia clearly saw the snow-white snake meat and couldn't help but swallow. I want to grab some too. He immediately walked towards the horde surrounding the open space. At this moment, all the zombies were crowding there because the Zombie King would throw the snake meat there as a reward for its subordinates. As a D-class corpse demon, Zhang Jia easily pushed aside the zombies in front of him and quickly stood at the forefront of the horde, quietly waiting. After more than 10 minutes, Zhao Yin saw that there was still no movement in the sea of corpses. Due to the distance and the overwhelming number of zombies, he could no longer see the figure of the corpse demon. Half an hour later, there was still no movement in the sea of corpses. An hour and a half later, Zhao Yin began to feel anxious. If the corpse demon was discovered by the Zombie King, with its strength, it would at least struggle a bit. It shouldn't be completely silent. If it hasn't been discovered, I told it to stay on the outskirts, gather enough star crystals, and come back. It should have returned by now. Zhao Yin couldn't understand and was puzzled about what the corpse demon had encountered. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Yin released 2E from the life space. The pseudo-mutated beast wasn't worth much, and its death wouldn't cause Zhao Yin too much pain. Zhao Yin commanded, fly over, look from above, and see what the damned corpse demon is doing. Remember to fly a bit higher. Yes, master. 2E obediently transmitted its thoughts. Immediately, 2E quietly flew from the grass into the sky, directly entering the clouds, and then headed towards the center of the sea of corpses. The vulture had excellent eyesight, but it still took half an hour to spot the corpse demon standing there, waiting for the Zombie King to feed it, at the edge of the open space. It was able to find it so quickly mainly because the other zombies were naked, while the corpse demon was wearing clothes. Master, I've found it. 2E immediately transmitted to Zhao Yin below. At this distance, Zhao Yin could still barely sense it. What is it doing? Is it dead? It's fine, it hasn't been discovered by the Zombie King. Zhao Yin's spirit lifted instantly, and he quickly asked, has it gathered a lot of star crystals? I didn't see it gather any star crystals. 2E's thoughts paused, and just then, the Zombie King threw another piece of meat from its hand. The the piece of pure white snake meat happened to fall near the corpse demon. Several zombies rushed forward to snatch it, and the corpse demon let out a loud roar, swinging its large hand and sending all the zombies flying. It happily picked up the snake meat, which was covered in dirt and grass, and swallowed it in a few bites. The other zombies looked at the corpse demon in fear. By this time, dozens of zombies had already died at the hands of the corpse demon, and the pressure from this kind level made them dare not approach. After finishing the snake meat, the corpse demon Zhang Jie continued to wait. Its dead fish-like eyes became dull again. "Master, the corpse demon is fighting with those zombies for food," Tui transmitted. "Fighting for food?" Zhaoyin was slightly taken aback. Next, Tui transmitted the scene it saw to Zhaoyin. Zhaoyin cursed, "Useless. I knew it was trash. I shouldn't have wasted so much food on it." At this moment, the zombie king had finished devouring all the blood from the giant python, and with a sudden swipe of its claws, it split the snake's head open, bent down, and began to eat the brain matter. Suddenly, it seemed to sense something, abruptly raising its head to look at the vulture in the sky. Its grotesque face was smeared with brain matter and blood, eerie and terrifying. In the clouds, Tui trembled violently, its body plummeting several dozen meters. "Master, something's wrong." "What happened?" "The zombie king, it saw me." I. Tui's voice trembled. Without Zhao Yin's command, he didn't dare to fly back on his own. "Don't come back, keep flying in the sky," Zhao Yin quickly commanded in his mind. What a joke! If the zombie king went after Tui, he wouldn't be able to escape at all. If he returned, it would only expose Zhao Yin's location. It was hard to imagine the feeling of being surrounded by this vast sea of corpses, lurking outside the realm of life. Compared to his own safety, a pseudo-mutated beast dying was nothing. Who cared? Poor Tui still didn't know that he had already become a discarded piece in his master's eyes, and could only muster his courage to continue flying among the clouds. At this moment, the zombie king below slowly withdrew its gaze and continued to lower its head to eat the giant python's brain. It realized it was just a pseudo-mutated beast. Did it dare to pull teeth from the tiger's mouth? "Master, the zombie king is no longer looking at me." After a while, Tui's voice echoed in Zhao Yin's mind, filled with the relief of surviving a disaster. "What did I say? If you don't move around, it won't suspect you. If you fly back, it will only prove that you have a guilty conscience." Zhao Yin educated him through thought. Master is farsighted, Tui is ashamed. Tui felt fortunate that he had just followed his master's command. "Great master, simply a genius. Continue observing from the sky, report to me immediately if anything happens." Zhao Yin issued the order. "Understood, master," Tui responded in thought. Zhao Yin still hoped for a miracle, waiting for that greedy corpse demon to remember its task. Time passed second by second. Zhao Yin lay in the grass, his powerful evolved body felt numb at this moment. His little brother was bent under him. About 2 more hours passed. It was already 9 o'clock at night. The corpse demon was still there, waiting blankly for food. Finally, the zombie king finished all the brain matter of the giant python, slowly stood upright from the skull, its dead fish-like eyes gazing down at all the corpses. A terrifying pressure spread from it. The entire sea of corpses, covering dozens of miles, suddenly fell silent at this moment. Zhao Yin sat in the grass, took out a corncob to nibble on, and suddenly felt the silence, asking in thought, "What happened again?" "Master, the zombie king is releasing pressure. It seems to be full." Tui was also affected by the pressure, his voice trembling severely. "Full, just showing off," Zhao Yin muttered. At this point, he had been waiting for so long that he felt numb. Had he known it would be like this, he shouldn't have let that bastard corpse demon go. Now, the corpse demon's life was probably not safe, and he would have to pay with a spatial ring. The zombie king slowly retracted its pressure, bent down to tear off a large piece of snake meat, raised its hand and threw it, and immediately, all the zombies became invigorated, plunging into a frenzy of snatching. This time, the zombie king didn't pause. After throwing one piece, it immediately tore off another and continued to throw. At this moment, the entire sea of corpses boiled over. The outer zombies desperately squeezed in, while the inner zombies crazily fought for the food, and the corpse demon became completely excited. "Mine, mine, all mine." It swung its large palm, directly activating its abilities, and the dozens of zombies around it were instantly petrified, then shattered into gravel. A piece of snake meat, much larger than any piece it had eaten before, was caught in its hand. At the same time, the zombie king finally noticed that unusual zombie. Its gaze fell on the corpse demon, Zhang Jie. At this moment, the corpse demon was completely unaware that the zombie king was looking at him. He was still immersed in enjoying the delicious A-grade mutated beast meat. As the energy from the A-grade mutated beast meat accumulated more and more within him, the corpse demon felt that although he had not evolved again, his strength had already increased significantly. After devouring the massive snake meat, the corpse demon was about to continue searching for the next piece when, finally, He locked eyes with the cold, evil gaze of the zombie king. The corpse demon trembled all over. At that moment, he finally woke up and remembered the task assigned by the master. The zombie king spread its bony wings and slowly descended from the snake's head, coming to stand before the corpse demon. It was small in stature, looking up at the corpse demon, seemingly lost in thought. Yet at that moment, facing the diminutive zombie king, the corpse demon felt as if he were being looked down upon by a colossal being. A terrifying pressure emanated from the zombie king, and fear gradually appeared in the corpse demon's bewildered eyes. Roar! Suddenly, the corpse demon let out a loud roar. He was furious. Apart from the master, he would never bow to anyone else. The violent power surged through his fist, and the corpse demon swung a punch towards the zombie king's face. Slap! In the next moment, the zombie king gently raised a hand, its withered palm grasping the corpse demon's fist, its frail body still as steady as a mountain. The petrification ability blossomed on the zombie king's fingers, and soon, a layer of stone skin grew over its shriveled skin, but in an instant, the petrification ability was pushed back by an inexplicable energy. The power difference was too great. The zombie king suddenly pulled the corpse demon closer, gripping its neck and slowly lifting it above its head, scanning the struggling corpse demon from top to bottom. It could clearly sense that on this zombie, 99% of the aura was that of a zombie, yet 1% belonged to a human. The zombie king had never seen such a subordinate, so even though the corpse demon had offended it, it did not kill him on the spot. The corpse demon, Zhang Jie, struggled several times, realizing it was futile, and then stopped. The same dead fish eyes stared back at the zombie king. Big eyes stared at small eyes. Finally, a metallic sound emerged from the zombie king's throat. The corpse demon inexplicably understood. It was asking what exactly he was. The corpse demon responded foolishly, "Of course, I am human, unlike you." The corpse demon didn't even notice that since that day, he could no longer speak normally, yet now he could communicate with the zombie. A hint of human-like mockery suddenly appeared on the zombie king's grotesque face. If Zhang Jie had responded that he was a zombie, it would have had some doubts, but now it was even more convinced that this creature was indeed a zombie. Just a zombie with a brain full of water, still unclear about its own situation. It wasn't the zombie king's fault for being inexperienced. The corpse demon was too rare. Since the apocalypse had only just begun, it was still unaware of the existence of the corpse demon species. Ever since the zombie king evolved to B rank, it had set its sights on that giant python, exhausting its efforts to summon all the zombies from the ruins of over a dozen cities, yet it had never encountered a single zombie king. This zombie king subordinate was something it cared about. The zombie king slowly set the corpse demon down and emitted another sound from its throat. It was asking in the language of the dead, "Do you want to live? Do you want to eat more mutated beast meat?" The corpse demon's angry gaze suddenly turned dull. Then, it responded blankly, I want to eat. That meat is so delicious, much better than the fish in the pond." The zombie king walked back, cutting off a massive chunk of snake meat weighing a ton, and tossed it in front of the corpse demon. "I am your king, fight for me from now on." The corpse demon didn't even hear what the zombie king was saying. All that remained in his eyes was that ton of pure white meat. He nodded vigorously and pounced on it, tearing into it. Faced with the temptation of A-rank mutated beast meat, he thought of nothing else. At that moment, the zombie king slowly turned its gaze and issued a command. Dig out all the star crystals from the dead zombies." Boom! All the surrounding zombies sprang into action, rushing towards the pile of corpses. The corpse demon, who was hunched over eating meat, suddenly jolted, recalling the master's instructions before leaving. If the star crystal were taken by this group of stinking zombies, the master would be angry. He dropped the meat chunk, got up, and rushed toward that direction, instantly merging into the surging horde of corpses. The zombie king was momentarily taken aback but didn't intervene. It felt that this zombie king was too dim-witted, and communication was too cumbersome. The zombie king turned and walked toward the corpse of the giant python. After a brief moment of digestion, it was hungry again. It directly tore open the giant python's neck, and the small body of the zombie king entered the python's belly, biting at the massive heart. Bang! Two zombies were fighting to dig out the star crystal. The corpse demon smashed a fist down, instantly killing both zombies, bent over, and quickly crushed the heads of the corpses, collecting the brain matter into his spatial ring. The corpse demon was uniquely gifted. Not only could it evolve at the speed of a zombie, but it could also use extraordinary equipment like a human. Immediately after, the corpse demon Zhang Jie charged toward the next corpse. The master will be angry. The master must already be angry. His heart trembled, and he realized he had wasted too much time. All along, in Zhang Jie's heart, the master was everything. the master's happiness was more important than anything else. Roar! A zombie that had evolved to D-level had just extracted a star crystal and hadn't taken a step when a slap came down, instantly shattering its head. Along with its brain matter, star crystal, and corpse crystal, as well as the star crystal it had just obtained, all were collected by the corpse demon Jiangjia in the next moment. The corpse demon's fierce face grew increasingly frantic as time passed. Master! He suddenly missed the master again. It had been several hours since he last saw him. The master, left alone in the grass, must be very hungry and cold. Filled with guilt, the corpse demon Jiangjia transformed into an afterimage, rapidly weaving through the horde of corpses. At this moment, everything around was pitch black. In the grass, Zhao, who had fallen asleep, was awakened by the distant, dense roars of the corpses. He reached into his pants to adjust his gradually numbing little brother. Tui, what's going on over there? Master, the corpse demon has been discovered by the zombie king. You just fell asleep and didn't hear my transmission, Tui replied. The corpse demon is dead? Zhao Yin was startled. The corpse demon isn't dead, the zombie king seems very interested in him. They are getting along quite well. Right now, the corpse demon is helping the zombie king collect star crystals. Tui then conveyed what he had seen to Zhao Yin telepathically. Damn it! Zhao Yin cursed angrily. I knew he was full of rebellion. The rebellious corpse demon will not die a good death. Sooner or later, Tui will take care of him for you. Tui's loyal thoughts transmitted. Master, what should we do? Should I continue flying down? Tui, being a bird, didn't find a few hours of flying tiring. But with an B-level zombie king below, Tui felt very uneasy and finally found an excuse. Zhao Yin frowned and transmitted, wait a bit longer. Since it was already confirmed that the rebellious one had betrayed him, Zhao Yin didn't know what else he was waiting for, but he was unwilling to just leave. There were too many zombies collecting star crystals. Despite the corpse demon desperately competing with them, after a few minutes, the star crystals were completely collected by the zombies. At this moment, there were 34 star crystals in the corpse demon Jiangjia's spatial ring. Upon seeing that there were no more star crystals to collect, his dead fish-like eyes went blank. Then, the corpse demon's dead fish eyes fell on the back of a zombie's head. It was an F-level zombie that had just dug out a star crystal. At this moment, all the zombies that had collected star crystals turned and walked toward the empty space. Bang! The corpse demon rushed up, smashed its head, quickly snatched the star crystal, and then charged toward the next zombie. Bang! Another zombie had its head smashed, and the corpse demon snatched the star crystal before charging at the next one. After the corpse demon killed 7 or 8 zombies, all the zombies collecting star crystals merged into the horde, making it difficult for the corpse demon to distinguish which ones were the collectors. The corpse demon glanced at the spatial ring and sensed that there were fewer than 50 star crystals inside. The recently killed zombies had collected 2 or 3 pieces, while some had only 1. At that moment, a ruthless glint flashed in the corpse demon's dead fish-like eyes. It decided to go all out. It charged directly into the horde and began a massive slaughter. At this moment, every zombie in front of the corpse demon seemed like a thief stealing its star crystals. Fueled by hatred, the corpse demon's killing intent surged, and with every strike, a zombie fell. Any zombie targeted by the corpse demon had its star crystals snatched away, and those without star crystals had their heads robbed of the crystals inside. In short, everything was taken. Gradually, the corpse demon grew bolder. It began to target the taller zombies, all of which had star crystals in their heads. They all belonged to it. Thud! The first D-level zombie was caught by the corpse demon and had its head smashed in one blow. The hierarchy among zombies was incredibly strict. Under the pressure of the corpse demon, even D-level zombies dared not resist. As time passed, the number of tall zombies killed by the corpse demon increased, and when it killed the 20th one, the horde finally became chaotic. Zombies of E-level and above already possessed considerable intelligence. Faced with the frenzied slaughter of a kindred spirit, a few began to feel fear. Roar! 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 With the roar of a D-level zombie, all the surrounding zombies seemed to be infected, following the D-level zombie in a mass escape. In an instant, the entire sea of corpses stirred into chaos. Finally, roar! A deafening roar echoed, resonating above the sea of corpses. The agitated zombies instantly fell silent, and the zombie king slowly emerged from the gap in the giant python's neck. Its dead fish-like eyes scanned the sea of corpses and quickly spotted the corpse demon. At this moment, the corpse demon, already driven mad, was still oblivious to its fate, pressing an E-level zombie to the ground and smashing its head. Then, it reached in and pulled out the star crystal from the brain matter, quickly realizing that this zombie had not evolved by devouring star crystals. It had not provided any star crystals for it, damn it. The corpse demon kicked it again. The zombie king was taken aback, its dead fish eyes widening as it stared at the wildly arrogant new zombie king. It had seen thousands of zombies but had never encountered such a bandit. What did this one zombie want with those star crystals? Amid the zombie king's confusion, the corpse demon extended its blue tongue, licking its pale lips, its gaze fixed on the zombie king. This zombie looked impressive. It must have the star crystals it desired. Thus, the corpse demon charged at the zombie king, its fist imbued with petrifying powers, slamming into the zombie king's face. Bang! It struck precisely at the zombie king's eyes, yet the zombie king remained unmoved, not even breaking its defense. The zombie king could no longer endure and let out a fierce roar at the corpse demon. Buzz! The corpse demon felt a deafening roar in its ears, the terrifying sound waves lifting its dry, yellow hair, and the skin on its face felt as if it were being cut by knives. At that moment, the corpse demon finally came to its senses. All the zombies felt the fury of the zombie king and were too frightened to move. They all waited to see how the zombie king would eliminate that crazed zombie. At that moment, the corpse demon finally remembered the words of its master, to act like other zombies and do what they did. So, the corpse demon stood still among the horde, as if nothing had happened. At this moment, the zombie king stared intently at the corpse demon. The entire world was silent. After a long while, the fury in the zombie king's eyes slowly dissipated. In the end, it still did not kill its only subordinate, the zombie king. Immediately after, the zombie king let out another low roar, issuing an order: all zombies, present the star crystals. What is the zombie king yelling about again? Jiaoyin, sitting in the grass, also heard the zombie king's roar and felt a wave of panic. He immediately communicated with 2E in his mind. Master, the rebellious one. No, it's the bandit corpse demon. He's gone mad, killing zombies in front of the zombie king to seize the star crystals, and what else? Your adopted grandson just beat up the zombie king. 2E's voice trembled. Upon hearing this, Jiaoyin was momentarily stunned, and after a while, he asked, did the zombie king kill him? No, master. The corpse demon grandson has returned, heading in your direction. Jiaoyin suddenly sprang up from the grass, gazing intently. At this moment, a solitary figure was rushing against the tide of zombies, sprinting wildly towards him. At this moment, Jiaoyin finally understood. The corpse demon was not there to snatch from the zombie king, but to snatch for his grandfather. 2E, you better get your ass back here right now. Damn it, 2E was no good bird, almost misled him. After transmitting his thoughts, Jiaoyin vanished from his spot and entered the life space. When he emerged, Xiaobai was already by his side. Jiaoyin immediately mounted Xiaobai's back. Quick, take me to save my good grandson. At this moment, hundreds of zombies entered the clearing, placing the star crystals they held in front of the zombie king. The zombie king looked down for a moment, then froze. For every dead zombie that had devoured a star crystal, it had a mental connection. It remembered clearly that there should be 495 star crystals here. But why were there over 100 missing? Which zombie failed to submit? The confidence from the zombie king made it neglect the movements of the sea of corpses after issuing the order, and it didn't pay any more attention to that zombie king with a brain full of water. The zombie king slowly raised its head, scanning the surroundings, and soon it discovered the fleeing corpse demon. At this moment, the zombie king understood everything. That audacious one, killing zombies in front of it, even daring to hit it. He was not the zombie king at all. At this moment, the corpse demon had already run out of the sea of corpses, looking still dazed, crashing through countless zombies that died in his wake. Roar! The zombie king roared in anger. The corpse demon glanced back, instantly trembling all over. In the vast sea of corpses, the small figure of the zombie king suddenly shot up into the sky, moving at a meteoric speed, rapidly chasing after him. Zhang Jie finally felt fear, mainly because if he got caught by the zombie king this time, he might never see his grandfather again. He desperately sprinted. At the same time, Jiaoyin was less than 1,000 meters away from the corpse demon, and he also saw the zombie king flying out of the sea of corpses. Previously, Jiaoyin did not know what effect the zombie king's ability bone transformation had. At this moment, he could finally see clearly. In the air, the zombie king's bone wings rapidly changed behind it, the bones becoming thinner, yet the area was rapidly increasing, transforming from a wingspan of 3 meters to 6 meters in the blink of an eye. The two bone wings gradually became transparent, as thin as cicada wings. With a massive area, they flapped violently, and within dozens of meters, all the air turned into a whirlwind, spreading in all directions. For a moment, the zombie king was imposing. Its speed doubled, rapidly approaching. At the same time, the 12 pairs of ribs of the zombie king suddenly pierced through the dry yellow skin, drilling outwards, rapidly transforming into 24 sharp blades. Agile as 20 arms, they clung closely to its sides. Jiaoyin didn't need to guess, he already knew how terrifying those 24 ribs were. In the blink of an eye, the zombie king was less than a kilometer away from the corpse demon, while Zhaoyin still had 300 meters to reach the corpse demon. At Little White's current speed, it was impossible to save the corpse demon before the zombie king did. "Quick, my dear grandson!" Zhaoyin shouted loudly. In the next moment, he flipped his hand and took out a bottle of iced red tea, pouring it directly into Little White's mouth. Little White immediately burst forth with double speed, rushing forward. At the same time, the corpse demon shouted, "Grandpa!" The moment he saw Zhaoyin, his speed increased significantly, his dead fish-like eyes filled with excitement. In the night, the grandfather and grandson, one to the south and one to the north, were two rapidly approaching figures, moving at an unprecedented speed. At this moment, the furious zombie king was less than 200 meters away from the corpse demon. Its 24 ribs suddenly detached from its body, transforming into sharp arrows that shot toward the corpse demon's back with a whistling sound. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. "Dodge!" Zhaoyin shouted loudly. The corpse demon sensed the danger and rolled on the ground like a gourd. The 24 ribs instantly pierced through the air, deeply embedding themselves into the earth, and then quickly emerged from the soil, shooting toward the corpse demon again. Boom! Zhaoyin unleashed all his power, summoning 5 bolts of lightning from the sky, not to strike the flying ribs, but to strike the corpse demon controlling them. Boom, boom, boom. This was the strongest ability Zhaoyin could currently wield. Each bolt of lightning was as thick as a barrel, illuminating the area within a kilometer as bright as day in an instant. The 5 bolts of lightning accurately struck the zombie king's head, instantly engulfing it. At that moment, the corpse demon finally reached Little White's feet. However, with 2 thuds, 2 of the zombie king's ribs pierced through the corpse demon's back and exited through its chest. As the lightning dissipated, the zombie king was enveloped in smoke, looking utterly disheveled. But its defense was too strong. In fact, it hadn't sustained much injury, just momentarily halted, which gave the corpse demon a chance to escape to Zhaoyin's side. In the next moment, Zhaoyin, along with the corpse demon and Little White beneath him, even including the 2 ribs of the zombie king, vanished from the spot. Just before Zhaoyin disappeared, he issued one last command to the bald man who had yet to return. "Hurry, come back here in a week." The world fell silent, and the zombie king slowly flapped its bony wings, stopping in the direction Zhaoyin had vanished. Its dead fish eyes were filled with confusion as it scanned the surroundings, unable to find any trace of Zhaoyin and the others. Roar! The zombie king let out an extremely furious roar. The endless sea of corpses behind it immediately sprang into action, beginning to search for Zhaoyin. With 2 thuds, Zhaoyin pulled out the zombie king's rib that was embedded in the corpse demon's chest, holding it in his hand and examining it carefully. The 2 ribs were as white as jade, flattened and elongated by the zombie king's ability, over 3 feet long, sharp at one end, with blades on both sides glinting coldly. Zhaoyin took out the mouse king's claw and gently struck the rib. Crack! He had only intended to test it, but as soon as the mouse king's claw touched the rib, it instantly broke into 2 pieces, as easily as cutting tofu. Zhaoyin was momentarily stunned. In terms of sharpness, these 2 ribs are definitely comparable to B-grade weapons, or even stronger. Grandpa! At that moment, the corpse demon, lying on the ground, was on the verge of death. After the zombie king's ribs were pulled out, a large stream of black blood oozed from the wound. If it were a survivor, whether pierced through the heart or infected by the B-grade zombie virus carried by the ribs, it would have been enough to take their life. Only then did Zhaoyin remember that he still needed to treat the corpse demon's adopted grandson, taking out a piece of sandwich bread from his spatial ring. "Here, my dear grandson, you haven't eaten extraordinary food yet, right?" The corpse demon took the bread and swallowed it in a few bites, and the wounds on its body immediately stopped bleeding and began to heal rapidly. As soon as he was able to move, he immediately crawled up from the ground, took off the space ring from his finger, and handed it to Zhaoyin. "Master." The corpse demon had a face full of flattery. Zhaoyin raised his hand to take it, sensing slightly 129 F-grade corpse crystals, 36 E-grade corpse crystals, 18 D-grade corpse crystals, and a total of 114 star crystals. It was more than Zhaoyin had expected, but he couldn't feel happy about it at all. The harvest this time was enormous, but the zombie king had suffered such a huge loss, even losing 2 ribs. With the intelligence of the zombie king, Zhaoyin found it hard to determine whether it had already guessed the secret of the life space. If it were to lie in wait, it would be a tremendous trouble. The threat of this zombie king was even greater than that of the giant python. It could fly, and Xiaobai's mobility advantage was completely gone. Zhaoyin frowned. "Zhaoyin, where's Baldy? Why hasn't he come back?" Song Xiaodao asked worriedly. "He's not dead." Zhaoyin thought of that vulture and felt angry. It was no good bird. It almost caused a misunderstanding with the corpse demon's adopted grandson. Zhaoyin called everyone in the beasts over, instructing, "From today on, we need to conserve food. We can no longer pursue the energy enhancement of mutated crops, as long as we don't starve to death, that's enough. Old cripple, from today on, let's just cook corn porridge. Each meal will have a budget of 300 pounds of corn, plus crispy ear vegetables. The mutated beasts can barely fill their stomachs. If the food runs out and the zombie king hasn't left, we'll have to eat military rations. The so-called military rations were all food that had gone bad before the apocalypse. Such inferior food, while not lethal to evolvers and mutated beasts, was almost as good as not eating at all, only providing some calories. If consumed long-term, even extraordinary attributes would decline. If it came to that, the mutated beasts would have no choice but to eat. However, the corn had been planted for over 10 days, and with the existing mutated crops being conserved, it wouldn't be long before the 20,000 corn plants would mature. By then, Zhao would be able to wear down the zombie king. Everyone and the beasts understood the seriousness of the situation and fell silent. Understood, boss, Wu Shuegue said. Zhao entered the invisibility tent and took out all the star crystals. Let's open an Sss-Level equipment. Let me go out and eliminate that zombie king and take down all its remaining 22 ribs. Zhao silently prayed. In this life, he had never been a person of great righteousness. Whether it was the zombie king or that vulture, Zhao held a grudge. He wasn't afraid of wasting time, slowly opening the star crystals one by one. 27 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 18 pieces of sandwich bread, 16 bottles of iced black tea, 10 pieces of compressed biscuits, 3 yellow peaches, 4 cans of beef, 6 pieces of instant noodles, 2 cans of tuna, 2 bottles of F-grade evolution potion, 1 E-grade evolution potion, 3 bottles of D-grade healing potion, 2 C-grade healing potions, F-grade equipment, 3 butterfly knives. For military jackets, 2 samurai swords, E-grade equipment, 2 women's suits, D-grade equipment, 1 mountain cutting knife, golden war stick, grade C, type extraordinary weapon, durability 100, attack 120, additional effect strike speed plus 40, special effect stick shadow. For fire ability users, releases 10 fire stick shadows, large area attack target, consumes a lot of energy, use with caution, beast catching net, grade B, type extraordinary auxiliary equipment, toughness 280, effect captures and confines, additional effects, size change, disguise, explosive arrow, grade B, type extraordinary weapon, attack 520, additional effect causes explosion upon hitting the target, indiscriminate attack within a 50-meter radius, note, one-time weapon, disappears after explosion. At this moment, Zhao still had 5-star crystals left in his hand. Today's luck was good. He opened quite a few potions and even got 2 pieces of B-grade equipment. The C-grade golden war staff was exactly the weapon Zhao urgently needed. The little monkey had already evolved to C-grade but had never had a suitable weapon. Coincidentally, the little monkey also possessed fire-type abilities, and this golden war staff seemed tailor-made for it. Next, Zhao opened the remaining 5-star crystals one by one. A bottle of Nongfu Spring, a bottle of iced black tea, a yellow peach, explosive arrow, grade B, type extraordinary weapon, attack 520, with the effect of causing an explosion upon hitting the target, indiscriminately attacking a radius of 50 meters. Note, one-time use, disappears after explosion. Talent ability potion, grade B, type advanced exploration potion, after consumption, unlocks the hidden talent ability of the evolver's bloodline, Eye of True Sight. After opening all the star crystals, Zhao Yin's expression froze. He did not expect that the last 5-star crystals would yield 2 rare treasures. The explosive arrow goes without saying. This was his third one. As for the Eye of True Sight ability potion, in a certain sense, it was the first ability potion Zhao Yin had obtained purely by luck in this life. Song Shodao's wind-type ability was something she had unlocked herself. The lightning-type ability was unlocked by Team Wang. The contracted soul and the Eye of True Sight he possessed were both obtained by Zhao Yin based on memories from his previous life. Only this potion was acquired through Zhao Yin's luck in this life. Unexpectedly, it was the Eye of True Sight again. It seemed as if he was destined to be an appraiser of abilities, relying on some powerful figure to survive, or perhaps to enter a large camp and open an appraisal shop. In the apocalypse, there would always be a place for him, but he could never expect to live comfortably. At that moment, Zhao Yin suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but look up, feeling an inexplicable dread. Was everything in this world truly prearranged by someone? Like a script, where the fate's conclusion was already determined before it even began? Then, did his rebirth mean he was defying that person's will? Thus, he always encountered crises that shouldn't have happened during this period. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Zhao Yin's mind. At that moment, Song Shoudao lifted the curtain and walked in, noticing Zhao Yin staring blankly at the top of the tent. Zhao Yin, what are you looking at? Zhao Yin came to his senses and turned to look at Song Shoudao. The child was about 1.50 meters tall, with a tender little face and clear eyes. Today, she had changed her hairstyle, tying her single ponytail into double ponytails, which swayed with her little head, lively and obedient. Looking at her, Zhao Yun's heart instantly calmed down, and he couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed he had been frightened by the Zombie King, otherwise, how could he have such wild thoughts? Even if someone really had arranged everything, so what? Zhao Yun had lived again. Did he really have to die and go back? What good things did you open? Song Xiaodao finally noticed the pile of extraordinary items in front of Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun put away all the items, leaving only the Eye of True Sight ability potion, and smiled. Guess? I've never seen a bottle of this color. It wouldn't be another ability potion, would it? Song Xiaodao asked. Zhao Yun replied, it is indeed an ability potion, but it's not combat type. It's rarer than ordinary combat type abilities. It's a bottle of Eye of True Sight. Song Xiaodao immediately gasped. In the apocalypse, many extraordinary treasures came with risks. Using them recklessly without knowing their information could very well cost one their life. Even treasures without risks needed to be explored slowly for their effects. If they were one-time items, one wouldn't know their effects at all. Just like Zhou Lily, who only had an F-grade Eye of Peeping, yet thrived in the Dawei mountain range, accumulating resources that surpassed everyone else. If it weren't for Zhao Yun's Eye of True Sight being of a higher grade than hers, she might have long regarded Zhou Lily as a guest of honor. It was impossible to only let her be a female slave. Zhao Yun, I remember you said that when the survivors become strong in the future, they will establish many large camps, and some places will have rare treasures for sale. Let's keep this vial of potion to exchange for treasures. Song Xiaodao said, it will definitely sell for a sky-high price. Don't you want it? Zhao Yun asked. With you by my side, isn't that enough? Song Xiaodao hugged Zhao Yun's arm. Having you help me keep an eye on things saves me so much energy. Do you think I'm foolish? Zhao Yun looked down at the child's big eyes, and in the dark pupils, his own reflection was clearly visible. Zhao Yun smiled and placed the potion in Song Xiaodao's hand. This thing can help detect the enemy's strength in advance. It's a form of self-protection. Go ahead and use it. Zhao Yun, when did you become so generous? Song Xiaodao asked in surprise. I was just thinking, if I die one day, you might be the only one to collect my body, so I should treat you a little better, Zhao Yun said with a smile. Isn't it because I'm your fiancé? Song Xiaodao pouted. Zhao Yun tapped her on the head. Take it and get lost. After saying that, he shook off the child's arm and walked out of the invisible tent. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Zhao Yun calculated that even if the Zombie King was waiting for him, it should be tired after 7 days. Now, the dog-headed hat had regained its energy, so it was time to take a risk. At 9 o'clock in the evening, it was the time Zhao Yun had agreed upon with Tui. He left the life space alone. Roar! 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 In an instant, the sounds of countless zombies' roars filled Zhao Yun's ears. After 7 days of silence in the life space, he suddenly felt a bit unaccustomed. Zhao Yun instantly sensed Tuyi's presence. The bird had not died, it was still circling above the clouds. In the next moment, Zhao Yun's vision and hearing were fully activated. Even his skin could feel the subtle movements of every breeze within hundreds of meters around him. In an instant, Zhao Yun spotted the Zombie King 300 meters away. After 7 days, it was left with only 11 pairs of ribs, yet it remained furious and enraged. The sea of corpses around was frantically wandering nearby, seemingly still searching for the corpse demon and Zhao Yun. Beside the Zombie King, there were all particularly tall zombies. There were hundreds of D-level zombies, and Zhao Yun even saw 12 C-level ones. In the distance, the giant python was left with only a massive skeleton, with not a trace of snake flesh remaining. Even the snake skin had been eaten by the zombies. Clearly, those 12 C-level zombies had evolved so quickly because they had consumed a large amount of high-level mutated beast meat. And the Zombie King had already reached A-level. Female zombie, A-level, evolution degree 100 to 0, strength 1184, agility 1560, defense 1335, spirit 85, awakening ability, bone transformation. Zhao Yun's heart raced. He had only seen such a terrifying existence 3 years into the apocalypse in his previous life. At this moment, if the Zombie King discovered him, with just one strike, Zhao Yun would be reduced to nothing but bone dust. The dog-headed hat, which Zhao Yun had always considered his trump card, could no longer withstand the Zombie King's attack. In almost 3 seconds, Zhao Yun observed everything around him. Without hesitation, he immediately communicated with the life space, disappearing from his spot before sending a message to Tui high in the sky. Get out of here, go 300 miles northeast, and wait for me. At the same time, the Zombie King also sensed Zhao Yun. Roar! The furious roar of the corpse shook the heavens and earth, echoing for dozens of miles around. It suddenly flapped its bony wings and, in an instant, appeared right in front of Zhao Yun. Whoosh! 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 22 ribs shot out, slicing through the air with a whistle, suddenly piercing towards Zhao Yun. In an instant, Zhao Yun's figure was pinned down. At this moment, the Zombie King was still not satisfied. For 7 days, every minute and every second, his anger had been rising. His figure rushed forward, and his right hand transformed into a bone knife, slicing through Zhao Yin's head. However, the Zhao Yin that was killed suddenly dissipated before his eyes. Shattered and fragmented, it ultimately vanished without a trace. It turned out to be just the shadow left by that detestable human. Roar, roar, roar. The Zombie King was furious, its 20 ribs rampaging nearby, smashing trees, weeds, and even the meteorites on the ground into powder. It transformed into dust, spreading outwards. Amidst the swirling dust, roars echoed, resonating within 100 miles. It continued for a long time. Song Xiaodao saw that Zhao Yin had just left for a few seconds and returned to the life space, asking, Zhao Yin, has the Zombie King left? Not yet. It's still here. Zhao Yin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, not wanting to say much, worried about scaring the child. If he had been a moment later, he might have died outside. The Zombie King's fury may not only be due to the corpse demon's antics but also because of the loss of those 2 ribs. Zhao Yin replayed the events in his mind. He suddenly regretted bringing those 2 ribs into the life space. But now, would returning them to the Zombie King reduce its anger? Clearly not. Humans and corpses are inherently oppositional. Zombies eat humans, and humans take corpse crystals. No matter what, the Zombie King would not let Zhao Yin go. Instinctively, Zhao Yin searched within the space ring for those 2 ribs, but he searched through both space rings and did not see any sign of the ribs. He suddenly remembered that after treating the corpse demon's injuries that day, he had gone to the invisibility tent to open the star crystal and forgot to put the ribs away. Zhao Yin went to the place where he had treated the corpse demon and found nothing on the ground. He turned to everyone and asked, who has seen the Zombie King's ribs? Everyone shook their heads, and only Wang Xiaolei quietly said, Boss, after the corpse demon healed, it seems he took the 2 ribs to play with. Where did he take them? Right across the water, to the place where he often sleeps. Wang Xiaolei pointed to the opposite bank of the pond. Zhao Yin hadn't seen the corpse demon's good grandson for 2 days. He had found it strange earlier, but because of the Zombie King's matter, it had troubled him, so he hadn't inquired. At this moment, he finally realized the problem. Zhao Yin immediately headed to the opposite bank of the pond, where Bald Egg and the 9 vultures usually roost. Master! 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 Bald Egg and the 8 vultures came out of the cornfield to greet Zhao Yin with their thoughts. Zhao Yin casually responded with his thoughts and asked, Where is the corpse demon? Follow me, Master. Bald Egg immediately led Zhao Yin to the edge of the pond, where the corpse demon was sound asleep among the cornstalks. Good grandson. Zhao Yin intended to wake him but suddenly noticed that the corpse demon was holding something in his hand that looked somewhat familiar. Zhao Yin bent down in confusion to snatch it away and immediately saw that it was none other than the Zombie King's ribs. However, at this moment, the ribs were less than 5 inches long, with bite marks on the tips, as if they had been gnawed. In an instant, Zhao Yin's eyes widened in shock. The Zombie King's ribs were eaten by the corpse demon's good grandson? Song Xiaodao, who had followed, also looked as if he had seen a ghost. The hardness of this thing is comparable to B-grade equipment. How could little Momo eat it? Zhao Yin, he won't have a stomachache, will he? Zhao Yin was momentarily lost in thought. The evidence was right before him. The marks on the remaining ribs were undeniable. They had truly been eaten by the corpse demon. At this moment, even if he wanted to return them to the Zombie King, it was already impossible. Bang! Zhao Yin kicked the corpse demon's butt. Get up! The corpse demon was instantly kicked into the air, falling into the pond, sinking down before slowly floating back up. Face down, submerged in water, not moving at all, still sleeping soundly. Zhao Yin suddenly felt something was off and immediately activated his true sight. Corpse Demon, Rank C, Evolution 100 to 7, Strength 350, Agility 345, Spirit 3, Defense 328, Spirit 3, Awakened Talent, Stone System, Bone Transformation. Zhao Yin's heart sank instantly. It has evolved to C rank already? Not only had it evolved to C rank, but it had also awakened a second ability, Bone Transformation. It had evolved by devouring 2 B rank ribs from the Zombie King, and it had even copied the Zombie King's abilities. What the hell? Zhao Yin was too shocked to speak. This is just too freakish. This kind of growth method is even more terrifying than the Zombie King. In fact, Zhao Yin hadn't invested much in the corpse demon. Since it had followed him, it had only eaten a limited amount of good things, and Zhao Yin hadn't even given it a piece of equipment. This was because Zhao Yin had always been wary of this creature, yet its current strength had still grown to a level that was not beneath that of the sky-eating vulture. At this moment, Zhao Yin's heart began to race. He didn't know if the corpse demon would also undergo psychological changes after this evolution. It wasn't that he was overly cautious, but so far, there was still no truly effective method to restrain the corpse demon. After all, it was inherently opposed to humanity, no one could predict what might happen. If the corpse demon rebelled, even the little monkey wouldn't be able to balance it out. Everyone and every beast would have to accompany it to the grave. Zhao Yin immediately jumped into the pool and personally carried the sleeping corpse demon ashore. Wu Shuegue, heat up water for my good grandson to bathe, and prepare food immediately, get the best ingredients from the space. Zhao Yin shouted loudly. In the past, he had disliked the smell of the corpse demon and had never allowed it into the stealth tent. Now, Zhao Yin directly carried the corpse demon back into the tent, treating it like his own son. The corpse demon had become stronger, and for him, this was still a good thing, so to be on the safe side, Zhao Yin decided to treat his good grandson better. After Wu Shuegue heated the water, Zhao Yin found a large military pot and soaked the corpse demon in warm water. At this moment, Zhao Yin's gaze was incredibly gentle. Even though his good grandson had not yet woken up, he had already begun to prepare. Zhao Yin found the cleanest bath ball and the best shower gel, becoming the most professional bath attendant. He meticulously scrubbed the dirt off the corpse demon's body, and even after washing its hair clean, he had the little monkey use its ability to dry it, personally styling the corpse demon's hair into a bad boy look. Even the gel that Zhao Yin had stored before the apocalypse and had never used was applied to the corpse demon. Finally, the corpse demon, Zhang Jie, slowly opened his eyes and immediately saw his grandfather's kind smile. Grandpa! The corpse demon was taken aback and tried to climb out of the pot. Zhao Yin raised his hand to hold him down, speaking in a weary tone. Don't move, little child needs to listen while bathing. Bathing? The corpse demon was stunned for a moment, then realized he was lying in warm water, and his grandfather's warm hands were seriously scrubbing his armpits. Suddenly, the corpse demon felt a pang in his nose. He couldn't remember the last time he had bathed. It seemed to be before the apocalypse, and it was his grandfather who had helped scrub his back. At this moment, the kind face before him gradually overlapped with the face in his memories, and Zhang Jie suddenly couldn't recall what his grandfather had looked like before. Grandpa! Zhao Yin stood up, took out a snow-white towel, handed it to the corpse demon, then turned away, softly saying, Wipe yourself dry, Grandpa will find you a clean set of clothes. After saying this, Zhao Yin hunched his back, trying to mimic Zhang Shuguo's previous appearance, and slowly walked out of the stealth tent. The corpse demon, Zhang Jie, stared at his grandfather's back with dead fish-like eyes, and tears suddenly rolled down his cheeks. Zhao Yin stepped outside the tent and lit a cigarette. As Song Xiaodao, waiting outside, was about to say something, Zhao Yin made a shushing gesture and nodded. Song Xiaodao immediately understood that the corpse demon was still the same corpse demon, still recognizing the master in front of him. She smiled and walked aside to help Wu Shuegue prepare lunch. After finishing his cigarette, Zhao Yin felt it was about time and instructed the first female servant to fetch a clean military uniform and shoes. Only then did he walk into the concealed tent. The corpse demon was already standing on the carpet, naked, his muscular body looking even stronger than Zhao Yin's, with pale skin and dark blue veins protruding. Master! He immediately called out excitedly. Good grandson! Zhao Yin smiled kindly, personally helping him put on his clothes and shoes. Grandson has grown up, even more handsome. A smile appeared on the corpse demon's stiff face. Wu Shuegue brought in lunch, and the grandfather and grandson sat facing each other. Zhao Yin kept serving the corpse demon dishes, but in his heart, he was secretly calculating. 7 days had passed, and there had been no harvest of corpse crystals or star crystals, while food had been consumed quite a bit. That zombie king had a narrow mind. Looking at its dead appearance today, it was still uncertain when it would leave. If it was determined to kill itself, it could wait indefinitely. There was a whole sea of corpses to sustain it, while he could not afford to wait at all. Zhao Yin frowned, looking at the corpse demon who had buried his head in the large bowl in front of him. Good grandson, the master, might be dying. Clang! The corpse demon suddenly raised his head, the bowl of rice in front of him overturned. He looked at Zhao Yin blankly, his face smeared with soup. The master went out today to find food for you, but discovered that the zombie king is still lurking outside. The food in the space is about to run out, but the master is powerless, cannot defeat it. Zhao Yin sighed, the master won't let you starve. Tomorrow I still have to go out, but I might never come back. The corpse demon's gaze instantly sharpened. Master! He shouted loudly. At that moment, the corpse demon Zhang Jie suddenly remembered an old man who had also gone to find water for him and never returned alive. The master cannot die, no one can harm his master. The corpse demon tightly grasped Zhao Yin's hand, the terrifying strength making Zhao Yin sweat on his forehead. Zhao Yin struggled to maintain a kind expression. Actually, as long as there is a strong person to delay the zombie king for a few seconds, the master can find a way to take you away. But, good grandson, you are the master's heart, how can I let you take risks? Master! Master! The corpse demon nodded anxiously. You mean to hold off the zombie king for the master? Master! The corpse demon nodded again. Zhao Yun felt a sigh of relief in his heart. The current situation no longer allowed him to hold back. The corpse demon's strength was no less than that of a sea-level zombie king. If he lent his dog-head hat to him, blocking 1 or 2 strikes from the zombie king would definitely be no problem. No, the corpse demon might not die. It only needed 1 or 2 seconds for Old Hay to activate his Earth Escape ability. By then, he could leave. Although it was very risky, if Zhao Yun's estimation went wrong, if the corpse demon died, if Old Hay died, he would die too. But dragging it out like this, the zombies outside would quickly grow stronger, while Zhao Yun's strength remained stagnant. If the zombie king lurked a little longer, for half a year or a year, by then, even if Zhao Yun didn't die, it would be very difficult to have a place in the apocalypse. After finishing dinner, Zhao Yun called for Old Hay. "Are you willing to fight for me? I am willing to die for my master." Old Hay transmitted his thoughts. Good. Zhao Yun took off the dog head hat and placed it on the corpse demon's head, taking out 3 bottles of iced red tea, which he, the corpse demon, and Old Hay all drank. Then, Zhao Yun slowly closed his eyes and remained still. He spent a full 10 minutes rehearsing all the possible situations he might encounter after going out. Then, a Zhuge crossbow appeared in Zhao Yun's hand, and 3 explosive arrows were loaded. The zombie king would never expect that I would dare to show up today. A decisive glint flashed in Zhao Yun's eyes as he directly left the lifespace with the corpse demon and Old Black. He didn't bring any other contracted beasts. Facing the zombie king, even the little monkey would just be sending itself to death. Roar! 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 Outside, the entire sea of corpses was still surging. In an instant, Zhao Yun sensed the presence of the zombie king, who was about 500 meters away, gnawing on a bloody meal it had somehow acquired, resembling a human leg. Old Black, hurry! Zhao Yun transmitted anxiously in his mind. Old Black, without needing any orders, immediately activated its earth-escaping ability at the fastest speed, causing ripples to spread across the ground beneath its rodent-like paws. At the same time, the zombie king had already keenly detected Zhao Yun and his group. With an agility of 1560, it instantly traversed the 500 meters, launching 22 rib bones at the corpse demon blocking the front. Bang! The special effect of the dog-headed hat was activated in an instant, enveloping the corpse demon in a light curtain, but it was shattered in a moment. Following that, the 22 rib bones collided with the corpse demon, but the remaining force could not penetrate the corpse demon's defense, which had doubled due to the iced red tea. In the next moment, the zombie king arrived, its palm transforming into a bone knife, slashing towards the corpse demon's head. Boom! It was Zhao Yun unleashing his full power, a thunder-type ability he had rehearsed countless times in his mind. 5 thunderbolts as thick as water barrels crashing down on the zombie king's head. The zombie king's body merely stiffened slightly, unable to even experience a moment of paralysis. The gap in strength was too great. The bone knife continued to slash at the corpse demon. Bang! The corpse demon tried to dodge but was still grazed by the bone knife. A large chunk of its white skull along with flesh, including an ear, was sliced off by the zombie king's bone knife. As blood flowed, Zhao Yun looked at the injured corpse demon, his expression still unchanged, as if everything was within his calculations. Boom! The zombie king didn't have time for a second strike when a fiery red arrow struck its face. Boom! The explosive arrow's terrifying power still couldn't break through the zombie king's defenses, but the violent shockwave forced it to take a step back, while the corpse demon was sent flying towards Zhao Yun by the impact. If Zhao Yun were to be hit by the corpse demon, he would be crushed to pieces. Even if he survived, he would be knocked out of Old Black's ability range. But all of this was still within Zhao Yun's calculations. The moment he reached out to touch the corpse demon, it was instantly pulled into the life space. In the next moment, Old Black's ability was fully activated. 1 person and 1 beast instantly sank underground. The zombie king's figure froze, momentarily stunned, as if it finally understood it had fallen into Zhao Yun's trap. The corpse demon was merely bait. That inconspicuous D-class mutated beast, which could be killed with just a breath, was the real key to their escape. If it had known earlier, the zombie king wouldn't have waited for that rat to activate its ability. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Roar! The zombie king roared in anger. The entire sea of corpses went berserk, all the zombies howling along with the zombie king, their voices shaking the ground for hundreds of miles. Boom! The zombie king couldn't enter underground, and the 22 rib bones crazily churned the earth. It didn't know what Old Black's ability effect was, whether it could take Zhao Yun away from here or just hide him underground. The 2 lost rib bones carried part of the zombie king's abilities. Without retrieving them, even if it stepped into S-class in the future, its abilities would be greatly diminished. So, it had to retrieve them no matter what. The zombie king frantically dug into the ground. Master, this is heading northeast. Are we going home now? In the apocalypse, where is there a home? It's all just a kingdom of zombies. Zhao Yun rode on Old Black's back, wrapped in a layer of orange-yellow light, looking at the endless soil rapidly retreating, as if flowing like water. His heart was filled with a sense of safety. Zhao Yin's mood instantly brightened, and his mind became active again. "Don't go any further, turn back," Zhao Yin commanded. "Master, are you sure?" Old Black trembled. By now, the zombie king had cast a shadow in Old Black's heart. Even a powerful corpse demon couldn't withstand a single blow from the zombie king. At this moment, it finally understood why the master had chosen to send the foolish corpse demon to retrieve the star crystal that day instead of itself. It was because the moment it showed its head, it would die. "Let's go back and take a look. There are still hundreds of thousands of corpse crystals and the skeleton of a giant python there." Zhao Yin patted Old Black's head. "Let's see if there's a chance. The life force of corpse demons is even more tenacious than that of zombies. They won't die easily." Soon, Old Black carried Zhao Yin back to their previous position. Zhao Yin closed his eyes and listened for a few seconds, then thought to himself, "The zombie king hasn't left. It's digging up there. It seems it won't be leaving anytime soon." "Master, should we wait?" Old Black asked mentally. "Those 2 ribs might be very important to the zombie king. Who knows when it will leave?" Zhao Yin pondered for a moment and instructed, "Take a detour, go to the giant python skeleton." At this time, the zombie king was still frantically digging. It wouldn't expect that the man and mouse would audaciously return. Right under its nose, they burrowed underground. Zhao Yin calculated silently. At this moment, the zombie king was 5 kilometers away from the giant python skeleton. After he retrieved the skeleton, even if the zombie king noticed, he would likely be able to escape. "Get the skeleton and leave, absolutely no delays," Zhao Yin communicated to Old Black. He couldn't afford to waste time here with the zombie king over a few 100,000 corpse crystals. It wasn't worth it. A few minutes later, Old Black burrowed down to the giant python skeleton, and Zhao Yin looked up. "Take me up, and bring me back underground in 1 second. "Understood, Master." Old Black's heart was filled with tension. The pressure the zombie king had put on it earlier was too great. The yellowish energy shield slowly moved upward. As it approached the surface, the ground rippled, and Zhao Yin's figure burst forth from the earth. He grabbed the giant python skeleton and instantly stored it in his life space. Then Zhao Yin's body rapidly sank. In the next moment, the yellowish light shield absorbed Zhao Yin, instantly sinking underground. Old Black silently descended deeper. "Wait!" Zhao Yin suddenly transmitted a thought. "Master, the zombie king hasn't discovered us yet. I just saw a few D-level corpses nearby. Let's collect the corpse crystals and then leave," Zhao Yin instructed. Old Black, trembling with fear, dared not disobey the master's command and could only continue to send Zhao Yin up. Soon, Zhao Yin appeared on the surface again, sensing that the furious zombie king was still digging several kilometers away, completely unaware that Zhao Yin would return. The surrounding sea of corpses, seeing the giant python skeleton mysteriously disappear, seemed indifferent. This time, without the cover of the giant python skeleton, a nearby zombie immediately spotted Zhao Yin and was about to roar when thud. Zhao Yin swiftly struck down its head with his mouse king claw. The heads of these high-level zombies had already been opened by other zombies to retrieve the star crystals, with the corpse crystals embedded in the dried brain matter that flowed out. Zhao Yin quickly collected 3D-level corpse crystals. In the next moment, taking advantage of the other zombies not noticing, his figure vanished underground. "Master, are we leaving?" Old Black asked, trembling. The master's courage was too great. Even this contracted beast was afraid. "I just saw another D-level corpse 50 meters away," Zhao Yin communicated mentally. So, he urged Old Black to head 50 meters away. Soon, the same scene played out. Zhao Yin first killed the zombie that saw him, and before the corpse even fell, he quickly snatched the corpse crystals while using the cover, then swiftly disappeared underground. Among the hundreds of thousands of zombies that had died in battle, there were 200 or 300 D-level ones. Zhao Yin continued to kill zombies and collect corpse crystals, disappearing into the ground, then reappearing to slay more zombies. 10 minutes later, Zhao Yin picked up the 97th D-grade corpse crystal, and in the distance, a furious zombie roar finally echoed. The entire sea of corpses fell into a frenzy once again. Zhao Yin turned to look back. The zombie king was spreading its bony wings, and then it soared into the sky, rapidly approaching this way. Zhao Yin turned back, gazing at the remaining corpses, hundreds of thousands of corpse crystals. There were still 100 or 200 D-grade corpse crystals that he hadn't had time to collect. He sighed inwardly and transmitted, "Old Black." Immediately, a pulling force came from beneath his feet. Before the zombie king arrived, Zhao Yin calmly sank into the earth. Roar! 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 The zombie king saw the giant python skeleton vanish, and nearly 100 D-grade corpse crystals had been collected by Zhao Yin. It trembled with rage, flapping its bony wings, shattering hundreds of nearby zombies into pieces. Roar! 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 The zombie king howled to the sky, its emotions growing more and more frenzied. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I will catch you sooner or later and peel your skin off. Master, my energy is about to run out. Old Black transmitted to Zhao on his back. The high-intensity protective shield was exhausting a lot of energy. Zhao took out a compressed biscuit and fed it to Old Black. Master, in the future, when we encounter weaker zombie tides, I will carry you like this, assassinating high-level zombies for corpse crystals and star crystals. Old Black swallowed the biscuit, suddenly realizing that working with the master was too thrilling. Zhao shook his head. Old Black's ability was useful, but it consumed too many compressed biscuits. Without a B-grade or higher zombie king stationed, there's no need for such methods. If there were a B-grade or higher zombie king, this method would be hard to replicate. Just now, if the zombie king hadn't been in a rage, it wouldn't have taken so long to notice Zhao. Old Black then realized that his thoughts were still too naive. As the energy from the compressed biscuit spread within it, its exhausted energy quickly replenished, and it accelerated northeastward into the earth. After several dozen minutes, Zhao estimated that Old Black had burrowed about 300 miles. Tui should be nearby waiting for him. Old Black, come up, Zhao instructed. The zombie king won't chase us anymore. After Old Black emerged from the ground, Zhao immediately sensed Tui's presence. Above the clouds, Tui, who had been waiting for a long time, excitedly dove down. Master, you finally came. It landed directly in front of Old Black. Zhao had intended to scold it for almost misunderstanding the corpse demon due to its misjudgment that day, but upon seeing Tui's miserable appearance, the words caught in his throat. During this time, Tui had been worried that the master would come and not find it, not daring to fly far, and could only kill zombies nearby to fill its stomach. But this was a deep mountain, and there were hardly any zombies. A few days ago, Tui hadn't eaten anything. At this moment, it had lost a significant amount of weight. Its feathers looked dirty and messy, but those eyes still shone with fervor as they looked at Zhao. Return to the life space, Zhao said. He placed a hand on Tui's head, bringing it and Old Black into the life space. At this moment, Song Xiaodao and the others were surrounding the severely injured and dying corpse demon, crushing freshly picked chestnut leaves and pouring them into the corpse demon's mouth. Zhao, you finally came back. The little demon is seriously injured, and the chestnut leaves won't have any healing effect. Song Xiaodao shouted anxiously upon seeing Zhao. The corpse demon was too severely injured. A piece of its skull had been sliced off, exposing the brain matter inside. Half of its cheek, along with one ear, had also disappeared. It lay there, unconscious. Zhao already knew that the chestnut leaves were useless. With such an injury, even a sandwich wouldn't help. To recover was akin to regrowing a severed limb. Now that the corpse demon had evolved to C-grade, with its vigorous life force, it could only use C-grade healing potions. Inside Zhao Yin's space ring, 3 bottles of C-grade healing potions had been accumulated. He immediately took out one bottle and handed it to Song Xiaodao. Use this. Song Xiaodao took it, opened it, and poured it directly into the mouth of the corpse demon. Moments later, the corpse demon's injuries gradually healed, and he regained consciousness. He opened his eyes and saw Zhao. Grandpa. Zhao smiled kindly. Good grandson, you've worked hard. It was you who saved my life. Upon hearing this, the corpse demon instantly felt happy. He had saved his grandpa's life. Everything was worth it. Next, you will rest in the life space. Do you see that snake skeleton? Eat as much as you want, and it would be best if you could evolve one. No, 2 abilities. Zhao pointed to the giant python skeleton on the opposite bank, remembering that having 2 abilities, giantization and iron armor, was crucial. Then, Zhao tossed a space ring to Wushuegui. Old cripple, go get a section of the giant python spine. Leave the part with the most marrow for the monkey, Old Cow, Little White, and Old Black. Got it, boss. Next, Zhao instructed Bald Egg, take the 9 vultures and eat the giant python's ribs first. Try to finish them before they rot. The energy contained in the ribs was not as potent as that in the spine, but Bald Egg and the 9 vultures were still very happy, as they had hardly made any contributions since following Zhao. Tui, you may not have made contributions, but you have worked hard. I reward you with a section of the spine. Go get it later. Zhao added. Tui was immediately excited. Thank you, master. It was known that even Bald Egg had no spine to eat, yet he received the master's reward. How could he not be thrilled? All the vultures looked at Tui with envy. At this moment, the corpse demon had climbed onto the giant python skeleton, directly entering the skull, and bit off a tooth, crunching it loudly. Zhao walked into the invisible tent to check the corpse crystals in the space ring. F-grade corpse crystals, 31,323, E-grade corpse crystals, 260, D-grade corpse crystals, 115. Now, Zhao had already used the D-grade evolution potion, unlocking all the potential of D-grade. There was no need to wait any longer. He could fully advance to C-grade. He directly took out 100 D-grade corpse crystals and crushed them all. A vast amount of energy surged into his arm in an instant. flooding into his body, and all his cells immediately became active, crazily absorbing. Zhao Yin's hair and beard grew rapidly, and the foul filth flowed out of his follicles with his sweat. Moments later, Zhao Yin's sturdy physique became even more robust, his skin glistening and as delicate as cream. Even his facial features became more three-dimensional. Human male, ability awakener, C-grade evolver, evolution degree 100 to 0, strength 332, agility 350, stamina 280, spirit 450, talent B-grade shooting, life countdown 499,963 days. If nothing unexpected happens, Zhao Yin could live for over 1,300 years. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a 1,000-year-old monster. His personal combat power was already second in the team, surpassing the little monkey but inferior to the corpse demon. The apocalypse was a disaster, but for ability users and evolvers, was it not also an opportunity? In the struggle for survival, transcending mortals, evolving to a higher level of life. No longer was it the 9-to-5 grind before the apocalypse, no longer were they the chives under capitalism, forever unable to raise their heads after being harvested time and again, generation after generation. The apocalypse was also a paradise for the ambitious and the strongest. After reviewing his attributes, Zhao Yin felt little turmoil in his heart. Now, I am still not strong enough. There are too many threats to my existence in the apocalypse. Among them are powerful zombie kings, terrifying corpse demons, combat-type SSS-grade ability users, sacrificers who wield forbidden objects, and uniquely gifted mutated beasts. Zhao Yin clenched his fist, feeling the immense power within him. If I want to live longer and better, I can only keep getting stronger, stronger than all other existences. If I had enough strength, that A-level giant python would already be my mount. That zombie king would have turned into my star crystal, and that damn sky-swallowing vulture. Recently, Zhao Yin had encountered too many crises. Looking back now, he realized that this world was far more terrifying than he had understood in his previous life. After all, in his past life, he was just a small character in the apocalypse. Only by reaching the peak could he see clearly. The most important thing right now is to return to the Great Xia as soon as possible and turn the information I mastered in my previous life into strength. Only the memories of my past life are my greatest advantage. Zhao Yin was keenly aware of the fastest way to wealth. He took out a butterfly knife and shaved off the beard that had just grown a foot long, took a segment of Rat King sinew, casually tied his long hair back, and put on a dog head hat to cover himself. Next, Zhao Yin stepped out of the invisibility tent. The little monkey was dozing off under the chestnut tree, bored. Zhao Yin hadn't paid attention to its attribute growth for a long time, so he activated his true sight. Adult Sky Monkey, Sea-level mutated beast, strength 234, agility 275, stamina 248, defense 237, spirit 88, bloodline talent, giantization, frenzy, fire control. The little monkey had been following Zhao Yin, consuming mutated beast meat and mutated crops. Although it didn't have high-level mutated beast meat for rapid growth, its attributes had increased significantly over time. However, it had only developed all the potential of D-level and still had a long way to go to fully develop C-level potential. Zhao Yin looked at the giant python skeleton. At this moment, Wushuegue was crouched over a section of the spine, twisting the Rat King's claw borrowed from Song Shadao, slowly disassembling it along the bone seams. Between the bone seams, there were remnants of snake meat, which Wushuegue was carefully collecting and putting into a large iron basin. Zhao Yin didn't know how much potential could be developed by consuming this skeleton. Among the contracted mutated beasts, the little monkey had the highest potential developed, while the old cow and old black were limited by their levels and couldn't consume as much as the little monkey. Their own D-level potential had not been fully developed either. Little White had only followed Zhao Yin for a short time and had hardly eaten any Rat King meat, so there was no need to mention it. The worst off was Bald Egg. Although it was sea-level, it had been following the sky-swallowing vulture eating zombies. Even if it had mutated beast meat, it was provided to the sky-swallowing vulture, and its potential had hardly been developed. Zhao Yin shook his head. He only had 5 real mutated beasts in his hands, while the rest were pseudo-mutated beasts. Even if he encountered more mutated beasts he could deal with, he would first consider how to subdue them rather than killing them for meat. I wonder when the contracted beasts will be able to enjoy the freedom of mutated beast flesh and blood. Zhao Yin had no solution to this major problem for now, so he decided not to think too much about it and called the little monkey over. Master! The little monkey squatted down in front of Zhao Yin, its massive body, eyes fixed on him, already sensing the changes in its master. At that moment, it felt a pressure facing Zhao Yin. Has Master's strength surpassed its own? In that instant, the monkey was no longer as lively as before, its spirit not quite as good. Zhao Yin raised his hand and rubbed its head. Are you unhappy? In Zhao Yin's heart, among all the contracted beasts, the one he liked the most would always be the little monkey. Not only because it had the strongest potential, but also because, in his humble beginnings, it was this monkey that had followed him closely. The two had once relied on each other for survival. "Master, the little monkey is fine, just often wants to see the master," the little monkey conveyed telepathically. It was huge in size, yet it was still not even a year old. Without the little monkey needing to say it, Jiaoyin understood that recently, due to the troubles caused by the Zombie King, he had been feeling down and hadn't communicated much with the contracted beasts. Their thoughts were influenced by the soul of the contract, and the person they felt closest to was Jiaoyin. But the biggest reason the little monkey was unhappy was that it had always been serving as a vanguard for Jiaoyin. For more than 10 days, Jiaoyin had been taking the corpse demons out to battle, along with Xiaobai and Lao He, and even Tui had gone out with Jiaoyin, while the monkey could only stay behind in the life space. "Come with me out of the life space today, let's kill a few zombies and stretch our muscles." Jiaoyin gently patted the little monkey's head, flipping his right hand to take out the golden battle staff he had received that day. "Master!" The little monkey's eyes widened instantly. Jiaoyin directly stuffed it into his hands, retracting the mountain axe, and said with a smile, "This is your new weapon. With it, the corpse demons won't be much stronger than you." The little monkey immediately perked up, letting out a monkey call that Jiaoyin hadn't heard in a long time, "Ji." It swung the golden battle staff, circling around Jiaoyin, jumping up and down in excitement. "Master, the little monkey is willing to set fire to the cannon for you." "Stop!" Jiaoyin glared, unable to imagine that scene. Even this kind of thing, this monkey would upgrade to 2.0. Jiaoyin couldn't help but admire the little monkey's increasingly refined flattery skills, worried that he might get lost like in his past life. He quickly left to find Wu Shuegue, asking him to take the snake meat scraps to make lunch. This time, Jiaoyin didn't eat the snake meat and bone marrow, leaving it all for the 5 mutated beasts. Wu Shuegue prepared a pot of bone soup with crispy ear vegetable noodles for Jiaoyin. During the meal, the two sisters, Zhou Lily and Zhou Dandan, were gnawing on fish meat in the distance, occasionally glancing over. Jiaoyin instinctively looked over. They had now changed into 3 military uniforms. Their graceful figures had lost some of their previous charm but gained a bit of heroic spirit. Zhou Lily was more graceful than her sister, with a curvy figure, long legs, and a stunning waistline that was incredibly impressive. Her face was fair, her red lips glossy, and her eyes seemed to always carry a hint of autumn waves, sparkling with a watery allure that made one unable to resist wanting to push her down. Just then, Zhao Yin's gaze met hers, and Zhou Lily immediately lowered her head, not daring to look at Jiaoyin, a mix of fear and shyness in her expression. This caused Zhao Yin's heart to race. He quickly averted his gaze, thinking, since ancient times, heroes have died under the skirts. At that moment, Song Xiaodao noticed Zhao Yin's gaze. "Jiaoyin, what are you looking at?" Jiaoyin instructed, "Tell those two to come over and eat noodles with us." Song Xiaodao walked over to relay Zhao Yin's words. Instantly, the two sisters were taken aback, almost thinking they had misheard. "That bad guy, when did he become so generous?" Zhou Dandan whispered in disbelief. "Shoo, the master's ears are sharp, don't let him hear." Zhou Lily was the first to react, quickly pulling her sister along. The two women moved their long, beautiful legs, with smiles on Zhou Lily's face, wondering if this guy had finally come to his senses. "Master, thank you for your gift, Master." The two women arrived in front of Jiaoyin, bowing and greeting, while Zhou Lily deliberately lowered her body, her half-open collar just right to fall into Zhao Yin's line of sight, snow white and deep. Jiaoyin asked, "How many sets of military uniforms, shoes, and bedding can you wash each day?" Reporting to Master, "We cleaned all the bedding a few days ago, and we've been washing the military uniforms these past 2 days. We're planning to start cleaning the shoes once the uniforms are done." Zhou Lily reported as if seeking credit, "Yesterday, we only rested for 3 hours, each washing 600 sets of military uniforms, and this morning we washed 200 sets. Today, let's aim for 1,000 sets each. It's good to eat well before working," Jiaoyin said casually. Both women were stunned. Zhou Lily's smile froze, looking at Jiaoyin in disbelief. After the meal, except for the 2 female servants, Jiaoyin took everyone and the beasts out of the life space. Everyone's vision blurred, and they appeared in the outside world. "Give you half a day to bask in the sun outside," Jiaoyin said. Most people and beasts had not seen the sun for over 10 days. Although the life space was safe, it could not compare to the outside world. The bald eagle led 9 vultures, flapping their wings, soaring into the sky, and letting out a joyful cacophony. The old cow immediately dashed into the nearby grass, munching on the tender green shoots. Poor thing, a single cow, had been persuaded by Zhao Yin's heartfelt words to eat meat. For over 10 days in the life space, it had grown tired of the bland diet. Jiaoyin mounted Little White and looked around. This was a lush mountain forest, with distant mountains undulating and towering. In the distance, the highest peak, thousands of meters high, pierced the clouds, standing like a giant between heaven and earth. The perennial snow, covering the waist of the peak and extending to the clouds, glistened under the sunlight that streamed through the gaps in the clouds. The entire giant peak resembled a majestic deity descending to the world, evoking feelings of solitude and reverence. At that moment, beside him, Wu Shuegui's face suddenly took on a complex expression as he murmured, "Kunlun." Zhao was taken aback and looked over. "Old cripple, what did you say?" "Boss, this is Kunlun. We've entered the territory of Great Xia." The complexity on Wu Shuegui's face dissipated, replaced by respect for Zhao. Upon hearing this, Zhao fell into a daze. Since ancient times, there had been countless legends about Kunlun in Great Xia. He had not expected to enter the territory of Great Xia so quickly, arriving at Kunlun Mountain in this manner. That day, when he had the bald eagle wait for him here, it was an unintentional arrangement, and it had led him back home. Zhao shouted, "Old Black, take the old cripple and Wang Xiaolei with you. The old cripple will lead the way. We're going back to Great Xia." At that moment, Zhao Yin's voice was rare with excitement. Wu Shuegui and Wang Xiaolei mounted Old Black, both riding a mutated beast for the first time in their lives, smiles spreading across their faces. Song Xiaodao jumped onto Little White's back and casually fell into Zhao Yin's arms, as if using him as a comfortable backrest. She took off her oversized shoes and used the claw of the Mouse King to trim her toenails, her small feet pale and her toes resembling peeled garlic cloves, delicate and lovely. The people and beasts charged forward, kicking up clouds of dust, like 1,000 troops galloping by. The little monkey at the front led the way, flipping forward and backward, leaping joyfully. Zhao rarely felt such enthusiasm. At that moment, everyone and every beast was happy, the little monkeys chattering echoing through the mountains and forests. Finally, after everyone and every beast had their fun, Zhao slowed Little White down. "Old cripple, are you familiar with this place?" Zhao asked. "When I was young, I was in the army, stationed at the border between Great Xia and the A3 country. I lost one of my legs." Wu Shuegui paused, instinctively reaching for his lame leg. That was the glory of his life, but also the pain of his life. Zhao could not understand Wu Shuegui's complexity and did not press further. "Boss, if we cross these few mountains, we'll reach the place our troops were stationed. There should be a flat road there, but I don't know what it has become since the apocalypse," Wu Shuegui said with a complex tone. It seemed he had not expected to return here in this way. Soon, the sounds of moaning corpses emerged ahead, with a dozen zombies wandering aimlessly in the forest. They were all dressed in military uniforms, not from A3, but belonging to Great Xia, looking quite young in life. Wu Shuegui's face instantly turned pale. The scene he least wanted to see had occurred. With the apocalypse, even the army of Great Xia had not escaped the catastrophe. Roar! The little monkey immediately perked up, brandishing the golden war club and charging forward, dispatching all the zombies with a few strikes, directly digging out the star crystals. Then the little monkey excitedly ran back, a look of offering on its face, handing several corpse crystals to Zhao. "Master." Zhao raised his hand to take them, discovering they were all E-grade corpse crystals. Nowadays, most ordinary zombies had already evolved to E-grade. "Boss, I want to." Wu Shuegui's voice was hoarse, and it was rare for him to muster the courage to make a request to Zhao, but he suddenly choked up, unable to speak. "You want to bury them?" Zhao looked at Wu Shuegui and sighed. "Go ahead, if you want cremation, ask the monkey for help. For burial, find Old Hay. If it's sky burial, let Baldy help, it's the best at that. Let's go with burial." Wu Shuegui looked at the little monkey. "Monkey master, please lend a hand." Since Zhao had already spoken, the monkey naturally dared not refuse. It didn't understand why the old cripple's eyes were filled with tears. The little monkey walked over, flames shot out from the golden war stick, igniting the bodies one by one. Soon, they all turned to ashes. Wu Shuegui climbed down from Old Hay's back and carried Wang Xiaolei down as well. Suddenly, Wu Shuegui stood up straight, in a military posture that a cripple shouldn't have, giving a standard salute. At that moment, this bald old fellow underwent some kind of transformation. What that transformation was, Zhao didn't quite understand. After a while, Wu Shuegui lowered his military posture and returned to his usual self, becoming that cautious and amiable old cripple again. He spoke to Wang Xiaolei in a serious tone. "Xiaolei, you were born into a military family. If it weren't for the apocalypse, you would definitely grow up to be a soldier, so let's salute for Team Wang." Wang Xiaolei took off the military uniform from a san and wore only the shirt that Song Xiaodao had given her, and the little girl saluted in standard military posture. Children from military families learn these things at a very young age. Zhao rarely urged them, waiting for the ceremony to finish, then instructed, "Old Hay, bury the ashes." Old Hay used his ability, and the earth immediately rolled, burying all the ashes, followed by the formation of one grave mound after another. There was no need for a tombstone, after all, no one knew the names. It was even less likely that any descendants would come to pay their respects. Zhao Yun didn't even know why he was burying people in the apocalypse, following Wu Shuegui's lead, looking like a fool. Perhaps his blood had not truly gone cold. It was just hidden by the brutality of the apocalypse. Perhaps it was simply because the soldiers here had once protected the Great Xia with their lives, and he, Zhao Yun, was also a part of Great Xia. On the way afterward, Zhao Yun encountered several waves of zombies, sometimes just a few, sometimes hundreds. Some were soldiers of Great Xia. Zhao Yun chose to dig the corpse crystals and bury them, allowing the departed souls to rest in peace. Others were zombies of Asan soldiers who had invaded Great Xia. Zhao Yun took the corpse crystals and left. Before the apocalypse, the environment here was harsh, and even the border herdsmen rarely came here. Only these soldiers, undaunted by difficulties and dangers, protected their homeland behind them. When Zhao Yun encountered the 12th wave of zombies, suddenly, he heard a series of rapid gunfire from 3,000 meters ahead. Doo-doo. The Gatling gun's barrel spun wildly, sparks flying, as rows of bullets rapidly flew into the zombie horde. In less than a minute, 1,000 rounds were fired. A middle-aged soldier, wearing tattered military attire with the rank of colonel on his shoulder, dropped the Gatling gun and drew a battle knife from his waist. Charge! More than 30 soldiers behind him drew their battle knives in unison, following the colonel into the horde, blades flashing, black blood splattering. Soon, the horde was slaughtered to nothing. The middle-aged soldier panted heavily and shouted, "Retreat! Zhao Tuan, you wasted so many bullets, are you not taking the corpse crystals?" A soldier with the rank of major asked. "The gunfire will attract nearby zombies, we won't take them, hurry and retreat," Zhao Tuan ordered. Everyone immediately sprang into action, their feet bound with tattered cotton, making no sound as they walked. The lieutenant colonel muttered softly, "Zombies are getting harder to kill. 1,000 rounds of ammunition can only injure this small group of corpses. In the end, we still have to let the soldiers charge in to solve it, and we can't even retrieve the corpse crystals." Zhao Tuan fell silent, burying his head and moving forward. Behind them, more than 20 corpses were all wearing the uniforms of the A3 army. A minute later, Zhao Tuan, who was leading the way, suddenly paused and looked towards a nearby thicket, where rustling sounds were coming from. All the soldiers' expressions changed. Even Zhao Tuan's face turned pale. More than 50 A3 soldiers, wielding extraordinary weapons, slowly emerged from the woods. In an instant, they surrounded Zhao Tuan and the other soldiers from the Great Xia army, blocking all escape routes. "Ha ha!" Amidst a burst of triumphant laughter, a tall soldier stepped forward. "Zhao Dihai, didn't expect us to be waiting for you here." He had a thick beard and carried a battle axe on his shoulder. All the A3 soldiers' eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Emotion, now that the apocalypse has arrived, with no home or country left, and resources running out," Zhao Dihai said quietly, "why must we force each other?" Before the apocalypse, both sides' military forces had some restraint, but after the apocalypse, that restraint vanished, and the A3 side initiated the war first. After the meteor shower stopped, Zhao Dihai hesitated, unwilling to let his surviving comrades kill the zombies that had once been their brothers in arms. Meanwhile, the A3 side acted without hesitation, attacking their fellow zombie comrades that very night, quickly obtaining a large number of star crystals. They cultivated hundreds of evolvers and acquired plenty of extraordinary equipment and food. The disparity in strength was vast. The Great Xia military camp was breached, and only Zhao Dihai led 50 evolvers to escape. For more than 2 months, facing the A3 military's extermination and the zombies' hunting, only 33 of them remained alive. Even if they could barely preserve their strength, it was still because Zhao Dihai was willing to lower himself and actively join a camp with combat-type superpowered individuals. Under the protection of that combat-type superpowered individual, the A3 military did not further invade the Great Xia for extermination. Today, Zhao Dihai was sent out by the camp leader to kill zombies, but unexpectedly, he was targeted by the A3. "Captain Zhao Dihai, now you only have this sharp tongue left." Emo-shan was not in a hurry to kill Zhao Dihai and the others. Before the apocalypse, the Great Xia army's individual combat power was formidable, and their equipment and supplies were not something the A3 could compare to. Every time a conflict arose, it was the A3 that suffered losses. But now, the situation had completely reversed. This was the last batch of soldiers from the Great Xia in Kunlun, and he wanted Zhao Dihai and the others to slowly die in fear. "How about this, Zhao Dihai? I'll give you a chance. Kill me, and my subordinates will let you leave. What do you say?" Emo-shan said mockingly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dihai's face showed hesitation. He was only an E-level evolver, and the battle knife in his hand was F-level, while Emo-shan had already evolved to D-level. The level of the battle axe he wielded was unknown, but it was definitely not just F-level. Although he did not have a probing-type superpower, after a long time of experimentation and exploration, Zhao Dihai could vaguely guess the common classifications of extraordinary levels. Soon, a determination appeared in Zhao Dihai's eyes as he nodded. "Alright, I'll fight you. Captain Zhao, Captain Zhao, Captain Zhao, Captain Zhao." Lieutenant Colonel Lu Shun grabbed Zhao Dihai, and the 31 comrades behind him all wore angry expressions. Lu Shun shook his head. "Captain Zhao, don't fall for their trick. The A3 just wants to humiliate the great Xia as much as possible before killing us." Zhao Dihai lowered his voice. "Do you remember that grenade?" "Grenade?" Lu Shun was taken aback. He vaguely recalled that during a zombie extermination operation, they had killed a large zombie and obtained a star crystal, which had led to the discovery of an extraordinary grenade. Zhao Dihai had always been reluctant to use it, but later, after joining another camp, he paid a huge price to consult a reconnaissance-type ability user. He learned that it was a D-class disposable equipment. The explosion radius of the grenade was 30 meters, capable of killing any evolver below D-class. "Zhao Tuan, you're too close to a San. After using the grenade, you will also." Lu Shun lowered his voice, unable to continue. "This is your only way out." Zhao Dihai whispered, "I will blow a hole later. You lead the brothers out." "Lao Lu, you have always suggested looking for other military districts, and I didn't agree. From now on, no one will restrain you." Tears welled up in Lu Shun's eyes as he slowly released his grip on Zhao Dihai's military uniform. Yes, this was the only way out for the comrades. If it were Lu Shun himself, he would make the same choice as Zhao Dihai. What right did he have to stop Zhao Dihai? "You people from Daxia, are you all so cowardly? Zhao Dihai, do you dare to fight or not?" Mo Shan said impatiently. He swung his battle axe forcefully, the shadow of the axe flashing, producing a sound that cut through the air. Zhao Dihai slowly turned around, his gaze falling on the faces of his comrades, filled with reluctance and complexity. "Comrades, it was my Zhao Dihai who led poorly at the beginning, failing to kill the zombies in time, resulting in the camp being breached by a San. Zhao Dihai, am sorry to everyone, sorry to the country." "Zhao Tuan." Tears glistened in the eyes of all the soldiers, faintly guessing Zhao Dihai's decision. "Comrades, in the future, follow Lu Shun, find the main forces of other military districts, and rebuild our homeland together. Please do not forget those comrades who died far from home." After saying this, Zhao Dihai turned around, drew his combat knife from his waist, and strode directly towards Mo Shan. Behind him, the calls of his comrades echoed, but Zhao Dihai did not look back. At that moment, Zhao Dihai's face, lined with crow's feet, was no longer filled with reluctance and complexity but with an unwavering determination. He suddenly accelerated, swinging his knife towards Mo Shan. "Ha ha!" Mo Shan laughed heartily, his gaze as if looking at a clown, slightly raising his hand to swing the battle axe. Bang! The back of the axe collided with the combat knife, and Zhao Dihai's tall figure was instantly sent flying, crashing to the ground and rolling in the mud. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. He wiped it away and suddenly leaped up from the ground, charging at Mo Shan again. Bang! Unsurprisingly, he was once again sent flying by Mo Shan's strike. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! In a Sans camp, all the soldiers burst into laughter. It was as if they were watching a monkey show. After being knocked down several times, Zhao Dihai's speed finally slowed, and his steps became unsteady. His battle uniform was already torn and soaked in blood. "Zhao Dihai, the commander of Daxia, is this all the strength you have?" Mo Shan mocked. Zhao Dihai remained silent, suddenly turning around and slashing at Mo Shan from another direction. Bang! Mo Shan, not yet satisfied, struck him again with the axe, and this time, Zhao Dihai fell into a Sans camp, caught by two Asan soldiers. "Ha, get up, and play with our Captain Mo some more." One Asan kicked Zhao Dihai in the butt. Zhao Dihai stumbled and fell to the ground, unable to get back up. "Get up, Zhao Dihai, I know you still have strength left. An E-class evolver can't be so easily defeated." Mo Shan stepped towards Zhao Dihai, placing a foot on his chest. "You Daxia people, are even your revolvers this weak?" At that moment, Zhao Dihai quietly let go of his hand in his pocket, pulling out a grenade. Click! A disposable D-class extraordinary grenade. He directly pulled the pin and, in one motion, hugged Mo Shan's leg. At that moment, hatred flickered in Zhao Dihai's eyes. "Mo Shan, how many of my comrades, how many brothers have you killed? Today, let's die together." However, in the next moment, Mo Shan suddenly lifted his foot, and with a violent force, he instantly shook off Zhao Dihai's hand, causing the hand grenade to fly out. At the same time, the air rapidly condensed into ice, quickly enveloping the hand grenade, which then transformed into a thick layer of ice several meters deep. Boom! The hand grenade exploded within the ice layer. Although the ice ability couldn't stop the explosion, it confined the blast's power to a radius of 10 meters. In that vast area, everything was destroyed, including a dozen soldiers from the A3 army, all turned into a mist of blood. But Demoshan was unharmed, his foot heavily stomping on Zhao Dihai's chest, producing the sound of breaking bones. Is this all the power you have? By the way, I forgot to mention, 10 days ago I got a bottle of declass ability potion, ice type. Zhao Dihai's face turned pale, his lips trembled, struggling to pull up a bitter smile. He regretted even more that he hadn't ordered the immediate execution of the zombies. This is the apocalypse. This is the extraordinary. This is the terrifying power of the ability users. His last trump card, in front of the ability user, was nothing but a joke. At this moment, all the warriors of the Great Xiao behind him had bloodshot eyes, tears in their eyes, some rushing forward recklessly, but were stopped by Lu Shun. Just then, a rumble came from afar. Dust and smoke billowed, accompanied by shadows swaying in the flying dust. Squeak! Squeak! It was a monkey, excitedly shouting, "Master, Master, there's a group of humans fighting ahead." At this moment, everyone turned to look. A huge figure ran out from the flying dust, standing 3 meters tall, covered in golden fur, holding a large golden stick that shone brightly. At this moment, whether it was the A3 or the Great Xia army, everyone stared wide-eyed in terror. They had never seen such a terrifying mutated beast. However, this was just the beginning. Following closely behind, 2 more colossal creatures emerged from the dust, a snow-white giant tiger and a black rat the size of a car. The 2 giant beasts rushed out side by side, each carrying a human figure, one large and one small, on their backs. And it wasn't over yet. Right behind the 2 beasts, a water buffalo the size of a train head appeared. A series of astonishingly large rats followed behind. At the end of the line, surprisingly, there was a hideous-looking zombie. At this moment, the arrogance on Mo Shan's face vanished, and his heart trembled. He felt the terrifying pressure coming from the opposite side. At this moment, both sides' soldiers felt as if they were facing a great enemy. They watched as the giant beast slowed down, slowly approaching. At this moment, Zhao Dihai, with a bitter smile, slowly closed his eyes, no longer harboring any thoughts of survival. He didn't even look at the people on the giant beasts. Subconsciously, he knew they had come from the A3 country. No need to say more. They must be from A3. Wu Xuegui's gaze quickly swept over and soon spotted a group of Great Xia soldiers, as well as Zhao Dihai under Mo Shan's foot. Old Zhao? Wu Xuegui trembled all over. Zhao Yin frowned and shot a cold glance over. Wu Xuegui immediately reacted, quickly turning around with a smile. "Boss, I wasn't talking about you. How could I disrespect you? It's just that person is my old comrade in arms. He also has the surname Zhao." Zhao Yin's expression softened a bit, asking, "Rescue him? Please, boss, lend a hand." Wu Xuegui's face was filled with pleading. At this time, Mo Shan was far away, chattering to Zhao Yin, asking where Zhao Yin was from in the A3 country, how he ended up with these mutated beasts, and if he was interested in joining him to kill some Great Xia soldiers for fun. The intention to befriend was obvious, but unfortunately, Zhao Yin couldn't understand the A3 language. "Good grandson, do you see that group of people in A3 military uniforms? Make sure to kill them cleanly," Zhao Yin instructed indifferently. Upon hearing this, the corpse demon suddenly raised its head, its dead fish-like eyes looking towards the crowd on the opposite side. At this moment, all the soldiers of the A3 were standing on end, unable to suppress their trembling. It's the Zombie King," someone exclaimed. Mo Shan's expression also changed drastically as he vaguely understood something. In that instant, the zombie demon's dazed expression turned ferocious, its 10 fingernails crazily elongated, growing to nearly 2 feet in the blink of an eye. Then, its figure transformed into an afterimage and suddenly charged out. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of sharp blades piercing flesh echoed continuously. The zombie demon rushed through the A3 camp without any pause, and heads began to roll from necks behind it, one after another. Blood gushed forth from the necks of the headless bodies. After the zombie demon finished its slaughter, the last A3 soldier, aside from Mo Yen, fell to the ground with a thud, the first body it had killed. In the next moment, the zombie demon stopped in front of Mo Shan, its grotesque face less than an inch from Mo Shan's nose. It seemed curious about how Mo Shan's beard had grown. So ugly, it thought, "I look much better than that. Get away." Mo Shan stumbled backward, suddenly swinging a giant axe toward the zombie demon. The zombie demon raised a hand and snatched the giant axe away, its gaze still curiously fixed on Mo Shan, as its right hand slowly lifted the axe and swung it down violently. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed as Mo Shan's head was cleaved in half at an angle. At that moment, all the soldiers of the Great Xiao widened their eyes and gaped in horror at the figure of the zombie. No one felt they had survived a disaster. They all felt a chill deep in their bones. To what level must this monster evolve to possess such power? At that moment, the zombie demon stared at the brain matter on the ground, swallowed hard, and recalled the elder's prohibition against eating humans, reluctantly turning to leave. "Elder!" it shouted, its voice shaking the mountains and forests. Then all the Great Xia soldiers saw the previously invincible zombie immediately change to a fawning expression, bending its body as it approached the white tiger, presenting the giant axe it had just snatched to a young man. The young man smiled benevolently, and after receiving the axe, affectionately ruffled the zombie's head. Everyone was stunned, their minds buzzing. Earlier, they had been puzzled about how zombies and mutated beasts could coexist with humans, but now it seemed clear that these giant beasts and zombies were likely all subordinates of that human youth. At that moment, all eyes turned to Zhao Yin, some filled with reverence, some with fear, and others with longing. Zhao Yin completely disregarded the gazes of others and activated his true sight. January Axe, Grade C, Extraordinary Weapon, Durability 99, Attack 125, Additional Effect, Cutting Speed plus 35. Zhao Yin did not expect to find such a treasure, a C-grade weapon. Although it was far inferior to the C-grade Golden War Club, this axe was already far superior to the Rat King's Claw that Zhao Yin usually used. Now, the Rat King's Claw could finally retire honorably. Zhao Yin stored it away and turned his gaze to the bodies on the ground, sweeping his true sight over them. He discovered that all these A3 soldiers were actually using extraordinary weapons. There were 4 D-grade weapons scattered among the bodies, 9 E-grade weapons in clothing, and the rest were F-grade. A total of 63 pieces of equipment. Anyone with hands, go pick up the equipment. Zhao Yin suddenly raised his voice and shouted. Song Xiaodao, Wang Xiaolei, Little Monkey, the Zombie Demon, and Wu Shuigui immediately rushed forward, each faster than the last. Song Xiaodao was the most cunning, rushing first to Mo Shan's body, quickly stripping off his military uniform. Sure enough, he was wearing equipment underneath, an extraordinary silk inner garment and a mithril chainmail. Zhao Yin, 2 pieces of D-grade defensive equipment. Song Xiaodao shouted loudly. She stripped Mo Shan bare, his dark buttocks exposed to the air, looking desolate and helpless. Meanwhile, a certain unscrupulous, morally deficient, and highly capable little lowly squinted her eyes in laughter. She also activated her true sight, conveniently helping Zhao Yin with the identification. Soon, all the equipment was piled in front of Zhao Yin. There was nothing much to see among the other gear, but he picked up 2 pieces of defensive equipment from Mo Shan. Silk Inner Armor, Grade D, Type Extraordinary Defensive Equipment, Sturdiness 45, Additional Effect, Charm plus 20. This thing had terrible attributes, yet it added charm. In his previous life of 7 years, Zhao Yin still did not know what charm was for. However, he really lacked an inner armor, so he didn't put it on directly but stored it in his space ring. He planned to disinfect it before wearing it. Although extraordinary equipment couldn't carry any viruses, it had been worn by a certain someone, making it hard to get past that psychological barrier. Mithril Chainmail, Grade D, Type Extraordinary Defensive Equipment, Sturdiness 65, Agility 40, Additional Effect, Warm in winter, cool in summer. This was quite a good piece of D-grade equipment. Extraordinary inner armor was rare, and Zhao Yin collected it along with the other gear. Looking again at the pile of corpses, these people had quite a fortune. Then he glanced at the soldiers from the Great Xia, all wearing F-grade equipment, not even a single E-grade piece. No wonder they were being hunted down. Wu Shuigui, seeing that his boss had finished his tasks, hesitated to ask, "Boss, can I have a few more minutes?" Zhao Yin knew he wanted to visit an old comrade, so he took out 50 chestnut leaves and handed them over. Take this. When meeting a comrade, it's always good to bring a gift. Nowadays, Zhao Yin's wealth was increasing, and he was more generous to his subordinates than before. Wu Shuigui was so excited that he almost bowed to Zhao Yin, but Zhao Yin waved his hand. "Old cripple, it's fine to lose face at home, but don't embarrass me outside." Wu Shuigui's eyes were red as he nodded, turning to limp over to Zhao Dihai. Zhao Dihai weakly opened his eyes and saw a face that was both strange and somewhat familiar. "Old Zhao, you've aged." Wu Shuigui's eyes were filled with tears, his lips trembling, yet he was trying hard to force a smile. "Xiao Gui, is that you?" Zhao Dihai finally recognized Wu Shuigui, then bitterness washed over him as he murmured, "So, when a person is about to die, they see the one they most want to see. Old Zhao, you're confused. You're not dead, you're alive and well." Wu Shuigui bent down, half kneeling on the ground with his lame leg, crushing the chestnut leaves in his hand, twisting the water bottle to pour for Zhao Dihai. Not far away, Lu Shun guessed something and stopped the soldiers from moving forward, lowering his voice. "Don't move, they are friends, not foes." The corpse demon hadn't harmed them before, and this limping bald man directly called out the surname of Zhao's regiment. If he couldn't guess anything more, Lu Shun might as well find a woman and drown himself beneath her legs. In the sunlight, Wu Shuigui's hair was completely white, while Zhao Dihai's dark face was also lined with wrinkles. Zhao Dihai quickly regained his senses, grasping Wu Shuigui's hand tightly. "It really is you, Xiao Gui. How did you end up here?" I thought. After the apocalypse, the country was gone, and most old friends had withered away. It's a long story, hard to explain." Wu Shuigui shook his head, letting out a sigh. The two men were somewhat lost in thought, not expecting that after their parting years ago, their reunion would be in such a scene today. Zhao Dihai turned to look at the corpses of Mo Shan and the others. These were all done by the boss, Wu Shuegue said with a smile. I came to see you and then left. Now, I'm the boss's cook. The boss? He's the boss of me and Shaolei. Without his protection, the two of us, one small and one crippled, wouldn't have survived to this day. In Wu Shuegue's complex gaze, there was endless gratitude. Zhao Dihai immediately turned over and got up, ready to go to Zhao Yin to express his gratitude. At that moment, a series of zombie roars echoed from all directions. The recent battle had attracted nearby zombies, densely packed, with 2,000 to 3,000 zombies appearing in sight, quickly surrounding them. There were probably only 100 or 200 F-level zombies, while most had already evolved to E-level, and there were even 3 larger D-level zombies. At this moment, all the soldiers of the Great Xia changed their expressions drastically. Zhao Dihai, disregarding his slowly recovering injuries, shouted, Xiaogue, go to your boss, hurry. In his view, Wu Shuegue's boss had so many mutated beasts, since he could kill Mo Shan and others, taking Wu Shuegue to break through should not be a big problem. All warriors, follow me to kill. Zhao Dihai picked up the battle knife from the ground and shouted loudly. With his command, all the soldiers wore expressions of defiance against death, raising their weapons and charging towards the surrounding horde of zombies. Zhao Dihai looked back and saw Wu Shuegue still standing there. Xiaogue, why aren't you leaving? Wu Shuegue was taken aback. Just a few thousand zombies, old Zhao, is it really necessary to be this nervous? Having followed Zhao Yin for a long time, he had seen Zhao Yin kill thousands of zombies each time, and in Wu Shuegue's subconscious, this was just a small dish. Why be so anxious? However, Zhao Dihai had already rushed into the horde and did not hear Wu Shuegue's words. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to feel. At this moment, Zhao Yin and all his contracted beasts were invigorated. Looking at the 3D level zombies in the horde, everyone and every beast's eyes shone with excitement. Kill! Zhao Yin commanded. All the contracted beasts could no longer hold back, especially the little monkey, which let out a low roar, activating its first ability, growing larger. Roar! Its height instantly surged to over 7 meters, and the golden battle staff in its hand rapidly grew as well, its golden fur dancing wildly as it charged into the horde. Suddenly, 10 staff shadows, as thick as a bowl and nearly 10 meters long, spewed forth terrifying flames, igniting the surrounding dry grass in an instant, sweeping through the horde of zombies. In a moment, within a radius of several dozen meters, hundreds of zombies were instantly shattered, many turned into mush. At this time, Zhao Dihai and a group of soldiers were already engaged in a bitter struggle. After all, there were only about 30 of them, all equipped with F-level weapons, and their evolution levels were not high. In just a few seconds, one soldier was bitten by a zombie. Zhao Dihai's eyes were bloodshot, wanting to rush in to rescue, but his figure was quickly surrounded by the horde. The next moment, a massive black creature suddenly charged past Zhao Dihai. Boom! It was a water buffalo, directly crashing through the horde, leaving a trail of severed limbs and blood. Zhao Dihai gaped, incredulous at everything before him. He clearly knew that with the zombies evolving again, it was difficult for him to deal with even 1 or 2 with his own combat power. But in front of that buffalo, killing zombies was easier than cutting chives. Soon, several wind blades flew in, poof poof poof. In an instant, more than half of the dozens of zombies surrounding Zhao Dihai and the others were shredded, and everyone felt the pressure lift, turning to look. It was a little girl, with twin ponytails, a dress, and big clunky shoes. If this were before the apocalypse, such a little girl might have just entered middle school, but now, several gusts of wind lifted her figure, moving at an astonishing speed, her 2 delicate white hands quickly pointing, sending wind blades sweeping in all directions. With each strike, several zombies fell. At this moment, all the soldiers of the Great Xia were stunned, even forgetting the fight. In fact, they couldn't even join in at this time because 7 giant rats charged into the horde, the largest one looking 3 times the size of the other giant rats, its target directly aimed at those 3D-level zombies. It darted directly into the ground, avoiding all the encircling zombies, and then appeared in front of a D-class zombie, suddenly pinning it under its claws and biting off its neck in one swift motion. But that wasn't the end. Quack quack, suddenly, a black rain began to fall from the sky. No, it wasn't raindrops, but feathers, more terrifying than arrows. They covered an area of several hundred meters, and all the zombies had their heads severed. Following that, a fearsome vulture swooped down, leading a group of smaller vultures. In less than a minute, nearly 3,000 zombies were slaughtered, their bodies strewn across the ground. The thick stench of decay, mingled with blood, wafted through the mountains and forests. The world fell silent. When Zhao Dihai and all the soldiers regained their senses, everyone, including Wu Shuegue, had already skillfully begun to collect the crystal cores from the corpses. Meanwhile, the young man remained calmly seated on the white tiger, with that terrifying zombie standing beside him. Throughout it all, the young man casually smoked a cigarette, as if the 3,000 zombies posed no threat to him at all. At that moment, Zhao Dihai and the others were shocked, trembling all over. If Zhao Dihai hadn't understood Zhao Yin's identity, he would have thought he was a god. Otherwise, how could he command such a terrifying group of mutated beasts? And why was even a young girl under his command such a formidable combat-type ability user? How could the zombies behave so obediently in front of him, like grandchildren? Zhao Dihai, who had initially intended to express his gratitude, found himself unable to move at that moment. He now understood that in this apocalyptic world, such powerful beings often held life and death in their hands. A single wrong word could not only cost him his life but also put his subordinate soldiers in danger against any of the mutated beasts in Zhao Yin's possession. Thus, Zhao Dihai cautiously rehearsed his words in his mind, only forcing a smile when he felt he wouldn't offend the other party. "Thank you, boss. Your comrade is about to turn into a zombie." Zhao Yin interrupted Zhao Dihai, his fingers holding the cigarette pointing at the soldier bitten by the zombie, speaking indifferently. "In consideration of the old cripple cooking for me, if you are willing to work for me for a month, I will save his life." Right now, Zhao Yin's biggest headache wasn't killing zombies, but how to collect crystal cores. Since ancient times, heroes have not only died in the arms of women but also at the hands of their own. Zhao Yin didn't want to live every day in fear of treachery, but these former warriors of the Great Xia could be temporarily useful. They had undergone military ideological education, at least stronger than ordinary people. If they were just to collect crystal cores for him temporarily, it shouldn't pose a big problem. At this moment, the soldier who had been bitten by the zombie had already fallen into a coma, his skin turning black. It wouldn't be long before he became a zombie. After the apocalypse, Zhao Dihai and the others had witnessed countless comrades leave in such a cruel manner. Is there still hope for someone bitten by a zombie? While Zhao Dihai was in a daze, Wu Shuague approached from behind and patted his shoulder. "Old Zhao, what are you hesitating for?" Zhao Dihai, having been promoted to regiment leader at the age of 40, was certainly no fool. He had long since set aside the airs of a high-ranking officer. "Don't say a month of work. I'll do it for however long it takes. Please, boss, save my brother." Zhao Dihai saluted. Zhao Ying nodded, casually tossing a can of tuna over. "You have 15 seconds to feed it to him." Zhao Dihai didn't expect the other party to calculate the time until the zombie virus outbreak so precisely. He dared not delay for a moment and immediately opened the can of tuna. Lu Shan and several soldiers helped the bitten soldier sit up, and they forcefully fed him the tuna. Soon, amidst everyone's anticipation, the injured soldier's skin gradually turned pale as the virus receded, and he opened his eyes. Zhao Dihai and the others all showed expressions of joy. After the apocalypse, they had countless times entrusted their backs to each other, struggled to survive together, buried comrades together, and cooked moldy military rations together. They fought against the Asans, battled zombies, and endured oppression from that ability user together. They had lost their homeland, their faith had collapsed, and after the apocalypse, there were no more family members, no more close friends. Now, the only thing left was to stand shoulder to shoulder, having walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, with just over 30 brothers remaining. Although they had all long been prepared for death, losing even one brother was the greatest blow. Everyone's eyes were red. "Zhao Tuan, Lu Shensu, where are the zombies?" The soldier, upon waking, immediately turned over and got up. "Liuzi." Zhao Dihai laughed heartily, punching Liuzi on the shoulder. "You brat didn't die, go thank the boss." Everyone burst into laughter, caught up in the joyful atmosphere. Liuzi looked around, seemingly searching for the boss Zhao Dihai mentioned. Zhao Yin frowned and looked at Wu Shuegue, who understood and immediately pulled Zhao Dihai. "Hurry up and get to work. Why are you all talking so much?" Only then did Zhao Dihai realize, instructing everyone to help collect the corpse crystals. "You little brats, listen up. Don't miss a single corpse crystal. Anyone who moves slowly will go back and pull down their pants to be punished." With the addition of over 30 evolved ones, the collection of corpse crystals sped up significantly. A few minutes later, Song Xiaodao came to Zhao Yin, handing him the collected corpse crystals and 3 star crystals. Zhao Yin stored them all in his spatial ring, as usual, ordering everyone to pile up the zombies dressed in the Great Xia military uniforms, and Little Monkey set them ablaze. After cremation, Old Hay would bury them. All the soldiers, witnessing this, quietly looked at Zhao Yin with a new light in their eyes. "Old Zhao, do you know where the densest zombie hordes are around here?" Zhao Yin suddenly asked Zhao Dihai. "For you, boss, there are no large zombie hordes here anymore." Zhao Dihai replied. "None." Zhao Yin was taken aback. He had planned to collect another batch of corpse crystals and star crystals. After the apocalypse, the Asans were the first to clear out the zombie hordes. "It was my mistake, I fell behind." Zhao Dihai explained with shame. After the Asan's evolved ones grew stronger, they came over here, and the large zombie hordes were dispersed and annihilated by them. Only small groups are left wandering in this forest. So, the zombies that had turned into Asans nearby were not wandering over but were the Asans who had died in the zombie slaughter. In a sense, the Great Xia soldiers who had turned into zombies were still guarding their homeland. Zhao Yun frowned. The military's combat quality was inherently superior to that of ordinary people. They also had excellent weapons. Before the zombies evolved, it wasn't difficult for them to kill. If they seized the opportunity and worked together, the speed at which they could snowball was terrifying. Zhao Yun shot a sarcastic glance at Zhao Dihai. How did he become a captain after missing the best opportunity? He pointed at the bodies of Mo Shan and the others. These few weaklings could kill so many zombies? And with so many star crystals, how many resources could they produce with such little strength? These people are just a part of it. The Asan's army has thousands of survivors, at least over 200 evolved ones, and many commanders have evolved to D rank, Zhao Dihai said. Zhao Yun's spirit suddenly jolted, as if he saw a large number of extraordinary resources. He asked in a deep voice, "Where is the Asan's camp currently located?" After the apocalypse, the Great Xia soldiers have been besieged by the Asans, unable to spare hands to scout their exact location. Zhao Dihai suddenly paused, anger flashing in his eyes. But someone knows that the camp we are relying on has an ability user stationed there. Recently, they exchanged supplies with Asan several times. He must know. Ability user? 60 kilometers to the east, there is a gathering place for 30 to 40,000 survivors, and he is the leader there. Lead the way, Zhao Yun directly commanded. The group quickly set off, crossing several mountain peaks. Soon, they emerged from the forest, and the view gradually opened up. The sunlight here was bright, the sky a deep blue, making one feel clear-minded, quiet, and peaceful. In sight were rolling hills forming a vast prairie, stretching endlessly. However, there were no herders to be seen, nor the cattle and sheep from before the apocalypse. The wild grass had grown over a foot high, surpassing a person's knees. A fierce wind blew, stirring up waves of grass, resembling a green ocean, with one wave crashing over another. Zhao Yun rode on Xiaobai's back, holding Song Xiaodao in his arms, only hearing the wind's wail in his ears, accompanied by the rustling of grass leaves and the sound of collisions. Suddenly, Zhao Yun found it hard to distinguish whether this was after the apocalypse or before. Everything felt as if he had not yet awakened from a dream. Yet, there was a slight flaw. In the distance, a few zombies wandered aimlessly. They did not look like soldiers turned into zombies but rather resembled tourists from before the apocalypse. Judging by their attire, 3 young girls. However, at this moment, the 3 zombies had long since lost their clothes, revealing their shriveled bodies. Roar! The 3 zombies spotted Zhao Yun's group and immediately charged over frantically. Without needing Zhao Yun's command, Song Xiaodao released 3 wind blades from a distance, and 3 heads rolled away. Good grandson, go fetch grandma's heads back, Song Xiaodao instructed the corpse demon. The corpse demon, dazed, immediately rushed over, happily retrieving the 3 heads and presenting them to Song Xiaodao with both hands. Thick, black blood oozed through his fingers. Song Xiaodao frowned. "I told you to bring back the corpse crystals. What do I need the heads for?" The corpse demon was taken aback. She clearly just said to pick up the heads. Yet, it obediently cracked open the heads and extracted 3 E-level corpse crystals, handing them to Song Xiaodao. "Grandma doesn't want them. Give them to your grandpa." Song Xiaodao laughed, quite pleased. Zhao Yun tapped the little lowly's head and whispered, "Don't bully your good grandson." After collecting the corpse crystals, the humans and beasts stepped through the wild grass, heading east. Along the way, they encountered scattered zombies, but there was no delay as the corpse demon retrieved the corpse crystals. By evening, a tall stone wall appeared in the distance. "Boss, ahead is the camp I mentioned," Zhao Dihai said as he approached Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun slightly raised his hand, and everyone in the beast stopped. "How many evolved beings are inside? And what is the strength of the ability user?" Zhao Yun asked. "There are more than 20 evolved beings inside, and the strongest one, I heard, is the ability user's brother-in-law, whose strength has already reached D level." Zhao Dihai continued, "The ability user is called Fangde. We have never seen him make a move, but we know he is very strong. Even Asan doesn't dare to provoke him." Zhao Yun pondered for a moment, recalling that in his previous life, he had never heard of a strong person named Fangde. This could only mean that this person was definitely not among the top ability users he knew. As long as he wasn't an SSS-level combat ability user, Zhao Yun had nothing to worry about. "All contracted beasts, return to my space." "Good grandson, you go back too." Zhao Yun dismounted from Xiaobai and directly issued the order. After all, most of the people in the camp were ordinary. Bringing in such a group of monsters could cause unnecessary panic. These were all survivors of the Great Xia. If not necessary, Zhao Yun did not wish to create more killing. He only wanted to ask Fangde for Asan's address, As long as the other party was sensible, he did not wish to meddle further. Only Song Xiaodao and Wu Shuigue remained beside Zhao Yin, while Wang Xiaolei and all the contracted beasts were taken into his life space. Zhao Dihai and the others were left in a daze, watching as Zhao Yin raised his hand and touched each of the mutated beasts, all of which mysteriously vanished. Zhao Yin did not explain, and they did not dare to ask further. Lead the way, Zhao Yin commanded in a deep voice after finishing everything. Okay, boss. Zhao Dihai and Lu Shun immediately took the lead. Soon, they arrived outside a gate made of alloy, with several watchtowers built into the stone walls, where a few evolvers were standing. One of them immediately aimed his bow and arrow at Zhao Dihai and the others. Zhao Yin looked up and saw that the person was holding an E-grade extraordinary bow, but the arrows were made of ordinary steel. His pupils instinctively contracted. He did not expect that the ability user named Fong De had such a background. It was worth noting that Zhao Yin had never produced such a bow himself, and his heart skipped a beat as he couldn't help but glance at the bow a few more times. Captain Zhao, how many corpse crystals did you bring back this time? The leader said 300 E-grade corpse crystals. Have you gathered enough? The evolver holding the bow said loudly, deliberately emphasizing the words captain, with a tone of mockery. Zhao Dihai replied, Brother Zhang Ming, we encountered Asan on the way back and almost didn't make it. Now that we're back, we have urgent matters to see the leader. Ha ha. The people on the watchtower burst into laughter, and Zhang Ming interrupted Zhao Dihai loudly. Captain Zhao, you dare come back without any corpse crystals? How did you guarantee our boss Fong back then? The camp provides us with protection, and the corpse crystals and star crystals we obtain are all handed over to Boss Fong. It's not that we broke our promise, we really have matters to discuss with Boss Fong. Zhao Dihai said, Brother Zhang Ming, let us in, and I will definitely reward you handsomely in the future. Reward handsomely? Zhang Ming scoffed, with you? You can't even gather 300 corpse crystals, and you talk about rewards? Zhao Yin frowned slightly. Zhao Dihai had not mentioned their situation in this camp to him before. Zhao Yin raised his hand and threw 3D-grade corpse crystals to Zhao Dihai. Let them open the door, boss. Zhao Dihai caught the corpse crystals. How can we let you spend for us? I need to see Fong Di as soon as possible, Zhao Yin said. It was better to avoid trouble. Zhao Yin was worried that Asan and the others would discover the deaths of Mo Shan and the others and that something unexpected might happen. As for the 3D-grade corpse crystals, just take them. Whatever they consume, I will make them spit out 10 times. Zhao Yin's eyes narrowed, already revealing a murderous intent. Zhao Dihai no longer said anything, sighed, and directly threw the 3 corpse crystals to Zhang Ming. Open the door. Zhang Ming caught the corpse crystals and took a look, momentarily stunned. Although 3D-grade corpse crystals were equivalent in value to 300 E-grade corpse crystals, they were not the same concept at all. If they were to kill 300 E-grade zombies one by one, Zhao Dihai's team could manage it, but to say they could kill D-grade zombies, Zhang Ming did not believe it. Where did you get the D-grade corpse crystals? Zhang Ming asked. The corpse crystals have been given to you. As for where they came from, I can't explain that to you. Zhao Dihai was also stirred with a hint of anger, raising his voice. Open the door. Not enough, Zhang Ming suddenly said, his eyes filled with greed. If you want to go in and see Boss Fong, these 3 corpse crystals are not enough. How many more do you want? Zhao Dihai's face darkened. These 3 corpse crystals are part of Boss Fong's task. My brothers and I spend all day here providing protection for you, and we have to exert effort to open and close the door for you. Don't you think you should show some appreciation? Zhang Ming's tone shifted to a more amiable one. Give me 1 more D-grade corpse crystal, and also tell me where you got them, and I will let you in. Before he could finish, there was a loud rumble. A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, directly hitting Zhang Ming on the head. His hair was instantly scorched by the terrifying current, and half of his head was burned. As the smell of roasted meat spread, Zhang Ming fell from the watchtower with a thud. At that moment, the 3 remaining people on the watchtower trembled all over, looking in terror at Zhao Yin, who stood behind Zhao Dihai. They had previously paid no attention to that seemingly ordinary survivor. Now, everyone's face turned pale, and with a thud, one person's legs went weak, unable to stand, and fell directly from the watchtower. He landed heavily on the ground, not daring to cry out in pain. Boss, you wait a moment, I'll go get Boss Fong right away, someone shouted loudly. No need. At this point, Zhao Yin's patience had long been exhausted, and he said in a low voice, I'll go in myself. Song Xiaodao, kill. As soon as he finished speaking, several wind blades shot out, instantly sweeping across the watchtower, thud thud thud. Along with the person who had fallen, all 3 evolved beings were split in 2. The wind blades flashed past various parts of their bodies, and when the wind blades dissipated, their bodies split open like exploding blood bags, crimson plasma gushing out violently. At the same time, Zhao Yin stepped forward, boom. With one punch, the door shattered. The alloy door, which could withstand any D-level threat and even C-level threats might require some effort to break, had its chain snapped and flew out. It smashed into the nearby watchtower, rumbling and splintering wood everywhere. Zhao Yin, accompanied by Song Xiaodao, strode through the broken door, with Wu Xuegue hurriedly following behind. Only then did Zhao Dihai and the others come to their senses. Lu Shun blurted out, "So strong." Not just strong, Zhao Dihai turned around and ordered, "From now on, show him more respect, and never defy him." He had already confirmed that Zhao Yin was a god of death. Although he had his own rules, anyone who dared to touch his tiger whiskers was definitely courting death. In this apocalypse, there were many like him, but few could act as freely as Zhao Yin. "Old Zhao, what are you waiting for?" Wu Xuegue urged, looking back. "Coming." Zhao Dihai picked up Zhao Yin's 3 corpse crystals and the weapons from the 4 evolved beings, catching up to Zhao Yin and respectfully handing them over. "Boss, these are your corpse crystals and spoils of war." Zhao Yin waved his hand to collect them, calmly saying, "Lead the way. If you work well for me in the future, I'm not a person who kills indiscriminately." Zhao Dihai was startled, realizing that Zhao Yin had actually heard their conversation. "Understood, boss." Zhao Yin claimed he wasn't a person who killed indiscriminately, but Zhao Dihai didn't dare to underestimate him at all. He wouldn't kill for no reason, but that didn't mean he wouldn't kill if he was displeased. Of course, what Zhao Dihai didn't know was that Zhao Yin's ruthlessness was only directed at those weaker than him. But when faced with crises beyond his ability to handle, he often ran faster than a rabbit. He had run countless times in his past life and had not run less in this life. When being bullied by the strong, one must bow their head, otherwise, it's just asking for a long life. But if he gained power, he would naturally show his authority. This camp wasn't very large, yet it housed 30 to 40,000 people. A group of people watched Zhao Yin and the others approach from a distance, all alert and expressionless. Among this group were young and strong, as well as women, children, and the elderly, even worse off than beggars before the apocalypse. The men were as thin as sticks, the women's faces were waxy yellow, and none of them wore a complete piece of clothing. Their hair was like a bird's nest, dirty and smelly. Along the way, they passed crooked stone houses and wooden houses, all seemingly hastily built by outsiders, most of which didn't even have doors, just a tattered cloth hanging loosely. There were also quite a few tents commonly used by the local residents, all in tatters. "Zhao Yin, what is this for?" "To ward off evil." Song Xiaodao suddenly pointed at a tent with a feather stuck outside the door. It looked like it had been pulled from a tattered-down jacket, dyed in colorful petals. Song Xiaodao had seen quite a few of these decorations along the way and was very curious. Zhao Yin cleared his throat, suddenly unsure how to give the child an answer, while Wu Xuegue beside him blushed. "Why aren't you speaking?" Seeing Zhao Yin not respond, Song Xiaodao reached out and poked him in the waist. "You'll know later," Zhao Yin replied vaguely. "What's there to not say?" Before Song Xiaodao could finish her sentence, her eyes widened in shock. She saw a wooden house, similarly adorned with feathers, with no door curtain installed, where a man was pressing down on a woman, panting heavily. The woman had a numb expression, as if she heard footsteps and turned to look, just in time to meet Song Xiaodao's gaze. She gave Song Xiaodao a numb smile. Song Xiaodao was stunned. She knew what those two were doing, but it was the first time she had seen it. Zhao Yin quickly covered her eyes and dragged her away. Then, a slap landed on her head. "Now do you know what they are doing?" Song Xiaodao covered her head but laughed. "Zhao Yin, I get it now. That feather is to tell others that the people inside are married, they are a couple, right? When I grow up, I want to." "Enough." Zhao Yin covered the child's mouth, not allowing her to continue, and said, "They are not a couple." After the apocalypse, most camps had such decorations, like the red light districts before the end of the world, or the brothels of ancient times. "Ah." Song Xiaodao was taken aback. She immediately thought of Wang Quan from back then. If Zhao Yin hadn't arrived in time, she would have. Then, Song Xiaodao got angry. "That's too much. I'm going to kill that bad guy." Zhao Yin pulled her back. "Don't meddle. They are willing participants. If you go, you would just ruin their business." "Willing participants?" Song Xiaodao was stunned again. At that moment, Wu Xuegue sighed. After the apocalypse, men have become bolder and stronger, capable of going out to find supplies, but most women are timid. If they aren't good-looking, no evolved person would take them in. To survive, they can only sell themselves. This is the tragedy of this world. The former team Wang and Xia Jinshan wanted to change this. Unfortunately, they were not capable enough and underestimated the evil of human nature, ultimately failing. "Pah!" Song Xiaodao spat. "So disgusting." People are different. From Song Xiaodao's perspective, she would rather be bitten to death by a zombie than do such a thing. A group of people continued walking forward, and suddenly Song Xiaodao saw several children, thin as skeletons, the oldest about 7 or 8 years old, the youngest only 2 or 3, kneeling on the ground, bowing to a man, begging for food. "Uncle Wang, please have pity on me. I haven't eaten for 5 days. Woo woo. Uncle Wang, I'm hungry. Woo woo." Get the hell away from me! The man cursed loudly. He had a tang knife hanging from his waist, not an evolved person, but his tattered camouflage uniform was stained with black blood, clearly left by zombies. He looked like he was living better than most people in the camp, with a muscular build and a healthy complexion. In fact, ordinary people could form teams and, when encountering a lone zombie, could kill it using tools. The man was one of such people. Uncle Wang, it's me, Xiaofang. When my dad was alive, he was your friend. Have you forgotten? Or do you not like Xiaofang anymore? A 6 or 7-year-old girl suddenly hugged the man's leg. She pressed her little face against his leg, refusing to let go. Xiaofang is so hungry, so hungry. Hearing this, the man's face finally showed a hint of hesitation. He looked around, then pulled out a small bag from his pocket. Inside were 2 pieces of steamed bread with green mold growing about an inch long. The man took one out and broke off a quarter, placing it in the little girl's hand. Take it, I exchanged the corpse crystal I fought for with my life for food at the camp. Don't come looking for me next time, you all will starve to death sooner or later. The man in front of him was clearly the type who was tough on the outside but kind-hearted. After saying this, he kicked the little girl aside and was about to leave. At that moment, the remaining children rushed at him like mad, and the bun in the little girl's hand was instantly snatched away by a bigger boy, surrounding the man. Uncle Wang, give me a piece. Uncle Wang, since you gave it to her, why can't you give it to me? I want it too. Clearly, they all knew this man and understood that he wouldn't kill them even when angry, so they weren't afraid. The man slapped a few of the children, leaving their faces swollen, yet they still wouldn't let go, their faces still filled with a desire to live. In the end, the man's heart softened again. He sighed and took out the bag, dividing the remaining 3/4 of the bun among all the children. The 2 buns he had exchanged his life for were now reduced to 1. He carefully placed it in his arms and was just about to step forward. Puff! A rusty, rotten dagger, its tip sharpened, suddenly stabbed into the man's waist from behind. When it was pulled out, bright red blood sprayed onto the face of a 7 or 8-year-old boy behind him. The man turned around, incredulous, and looked at him. Dog egg, did you stab me? Puff! The boy stabbed again, this time into the man's lower abdomen. Only then did the man react, lifting his foot and kicking the boy away with a bang. He staggered back, clutching his stomach wound. In the apocalypse, an ordinary person suffering such a severe injury was no different from death. Dog egg, I fed you for 2 months. Now with the zombies evolving, I can't even feed myself. Do you even know? The man still couldn't believe that the child he had cared for 2 months was trying to kill him. You little bastard, when you see others, you don't even dare to breathe, yet you dare to come kill me? The little boy said nothing, sitting on the ground with a cold, indifferent gaze fixed on the man. Finally, the man could no longer hold on, bent over, and fell to the ground, curling up in pain. Immediately, the other children rushed forward and snatched the remaining bun from his arms. One child even took the tang knife from the man's waist, and soon all the children scattered. Only the girl named Xiaofang cried as she threw herself onto the man. Uncle Wang, if you die, what will I eat? This scene was witnessed by Zhao Yin and his group. All 30 warriors turned red in the face, and Zhao Dihai clenched his fists, slowly withdrawing his gaze from the man and the little girl. In the end, he let out a gentle sigh. Zhao Yin's expression remained indifferent. In the apocalypse, this scene played out every day, happening at any corner, at any time. The strong survive, the weak die. This is the rule of the apocalypse. But he didn't think the man was foolish. Everyone has their own choices, just don't regret it when bearing the consequences. In his past life, wasn't Zhao Yin also such a person? But in this life, he was not. Zhao Yin, do you want to save him? Song Xiaodao asked softly. Just give him a few leaves. A few chestnut leaves could save this man. There are so many people in the world, how many leaves do I have to save? Zhao Yin said coldly. After saying this, he strode forward without looking back. Song Xiaodao said nothing more, closely following Zhao Yin, while Zhao Dihai continued to lead the way ahead. Only Wu Xuegue limped forward, trembling all over. The apocalypse. The apocalypse. A series of sighs. After the group delved deeper into the camp, Zhao Dihai finally stopped, pointing to a nearby open area. Boss, that's where Feng De lives. In the entire camp, only that area was clean and tidy. 7 or 8 containers from before the apocalypse looked old but were not in disrepair, neatly arranged in the center of an open space. Go call him out to see me, Zhao commanded in a grim voice. Zhao Dihai stepped into the open area, and his footsteps immediately startled the people inside the containers. 5 evolved beings strode out from one side of a gray container. Who let you in? Don't you know this is Boss Feng's territory? The young man at the front shouted loudly. He looked very young, in his early 20s, bare-chested, with 2 lean arms covered in tattoos from before the apocalypse. In the distance, Zhao Yin activated his true sight. Human male, D-class evolved being, evolution level 100/2. 57, Strength 65, Agility 62, Stamina 50, Spirit 38, Life Countdown, 89,963 days, Human Male, E-Class Evolved Being, Evolution Level 100 to 0. 16, Strength 30, Agility 32, Stamina 25, Spirit 22, Life Countdown, 49,952 days, Human Male, E-Class Evolved Being. Human Male, F-Class Evolved Being, Evolution Level 100 to 0, Strength 14, Agility 16, Stamina 12, Spirit 11, Life Countdown, 27,854 days, 1 D-Class Evolved Being, 2 E-Class Evolved Beings, and 2 F-Class Evolved Beings. There were no supernatural beings among them. Clearly, Boss Fong was not among them. Palgo, I have something important to discuss with Boss Fong. Please inform him, Zhao Dihai said, rummaging through his pocket to take out an E-Class Corpse Crystal, which they had obtained before encountering Zhao Yin. What important matter could you possibly have? Piao Gu mocked. After taking the corpse crystal, his expression softened, and he asked, weren't you supposed to collect 300? Why are you back so soon? Didn't Zhang Ming and the others stop you? Zhang Ming had already been killed by Zhao Yin, but Zhao Dihai dared not say so. After all, he was just working for Zhao Yin. If something went wrong, it was uncertain whether Zhao Yin would help him. Zhao Dihai kept his wits about him and said, we didn't see Zhang Ming when we came in. He might have gone off to find some woman to sleep with. But Pao Ge, I really do have something very important to discuss with Boss Fong. How dare Zhang Ming slack off while on duty? Pao Ge was puzzled and instructed an E-Class Evolved Being, go check ahead. If those bastards are really slacking off, break their third leg. The Evolved Being nodded and immediately turned to leave, casting a glance at Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao, his eyes filled with arrogance. Zhang Ming then turned and walked into a central container, quickly emerging again. Boss Fong wants you to go in. Zhao Dihai's face showed hesitation. He remembered Zhao Yin's order was for Fong De to come out to see him. He then gritted his teeth, summoned his courage, and said loudly, it's better for Boss Fong to come out himself. What did you say? Zhang Ming was taken aback, then immediately shouted in a sharp voice, Zhao Dihai, are you crazy? You want Boss Fong to meet you? Not to meet me, but to meet my boss. Zhao Dihai replied, your boss? Pao Ge then focused his gaze and immediately noticed several unfamiliar faces among the group of soldiers. I said, where did you get such courage today? Turns out you found a backer. Pao Ge sneered, just some small fry, and you expect Boss Fong to personally welcome you? Zhao Dihai, have you lost your mind? Pao Ge, I've already delivered the message, and it's for Boss Fong's good, Zhao Dihai said, turning to leave. He had completed Zhao Yin's order. As for whether Fong De would come out, it was no longer his concern. Zhao Yin's strength was something Zhao Dihai understood well. He and Song Xiaodao were both combat-type supernatural beings, and there was even a zombie that could kill supernatural beings in an instant. Moreover, those giant beasts, each one stronger than the last. So far, Zhao Yin is the most terrifying existence Zhao Dihai has ever encountered. If Fong De really wants to seek death, then let him die. What an idiot! Brother Piao shouted at Zhao Dihai's back, then turned around nonchalantly, leading the other survivors toward the container. He had no intention of delivering a message to Zhao Dihai. Boss, I've conveyed your words. Zhao Dihai returned to Zhao Yin's side. Zhao Yin had already heard their conversation and nodded calmly. Understood. With that, he stepped into the open area. Song Xiaodao immediately took out the Mouse King's claw and followed, her small face tense. Zhao Yin, is it time to kill? Wu Shuegue also quickly pulled out a kitchen knife from behind. How can we be so violent? We need to reason things out. After all, we're on someone else's turf. Going to meet Boss Fong, Zhao Yin said. Oh. Song Xiaodao pouted and put away the Mouse King's claw. Zhao Yin glanced at Wu Shuegue. Old cripple, when did you become so violent? Boss. Wu Shuegue's face turned red instantly. Ever since he followed Zhao Yin, he had figured out his boss's character. Every time before a kill, the boss always looked particularly calm. So, seeing Zhao Yin's expression, Wu Shuegue instinctively pulled out the kitchen knife. Everything they ate and drank was earned through Zhao Yin's kills, and now that he was also an evolver, he wanted to do something for his boss. Boss, I was wrong. Next time I'll be more composed, Wu Shuegue said, putting away the knife. Zhao Yin suddenly changed his tone. Of course, if others don't give us face, we have to show our blades. No, our axes. As he spoke, Zhao Yin flipped his wrist, and a C-grade Yuan Yu axe appeared in his hand. At that moment, Brother Piao and the others, who had not yet entered the container, heard footsteps behind them and slowly turned around. Zhao Dihai, you have some nerve, daring to bring outsiders to Boss Fong's place? Several evolvers drew their extraordinary weapons and strode toward Zhao Yin's group. Brother Piao pointed his mountain-cutting knife at the frontmost Zhao Yin. You better get the hell out of here. Put. The axe flashed. Zhao Yin swung down, and Brother Piao froze in place. Immediately, a line of blood appeared on his forehead, and as crimson droplets spilled out, his entire body split in half. Brain matter and entrails spilled everywhere. Not even a scream escaped his lips. Song Xiaodao and the others were stunned. Who's being violent here? Zhao glanced at the Yuan Yu axe, which had not a drop of blood on it. As expected, C-grade extraordinary weapons are really useful. He slowly raised his head to look at the remaining 3 evolvers. The 3 were already trembling like chaff. Brother Piao was a D-grade evolver. In their long-held beliefs, combat-type ability users were absent, and a D-grade evolver was equivalent to invincibility among all survivors. Yet he was cleaved to death by the opponent with 1 axe. Boss Feng, help! Finally, someone reacted and turned to flee toward the container. The remaining 2 F-grade evolvers were so scared they couldn't even run, rolling, and crawling while shouting loudly, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" At the same time, the door of the central container opened. A man in his 30s, slightly plump, walked out, pulling up his pants as he walked. Behind him followed 1 man and 7 women, all disheveled. Some women were even not wearing pants, walking out directly, swaying their hips as if strutting on a dazzling stage. Zhao Yun was not surprised by this. After the apocalypse, most people like Feng De would choose such a decadent lifestyle. Perhaps before the apocalypse, he was just a small character in some corner, but after the apocalypse, he transformed into a local emperor, living in drunken stupor and indulgence. The only thing that caught Zhao Yun's attention was that one of the men was actually an Indian. Boss Feng, your brother-in-law, Cao Gu has been killed." The E-level evolver crawled on the ground at Feng Da's feet, crying out loudly. Feng De had already seen the disgusting corpse. In his eyes, anger flashed briefly as he fixed his gaze on Zhao Yun. Then, his eyes narrowed. Zhao Yun stood there, still holding a half-burned cigarette in his mouth. In his hand, he gripped a weapon that glowed with a flowing light. Even his gloves, hat, and pants were anything but simple. Judging by the brightness of the glowing light, they were likely all D-level or above, possibly all C-level equipment. Just based on Zhao Yun's outfit, in that moment, Feng Da's anger vanished instantly, and he became alert. The Yuan Yu axe, how could it be in his hands? At that moment, the Indian behind him suddenly spoke. Any weapon above C-level was rare, and it was unlikely for 2 identical items to appear in the same area at the same time. "Vicus, do you recognize that weapon?" Feng Da asked. "My good brother Emoshan uses a weapon like that. He went today to hunt down the remnants of the Great Xia army." Vicus paused, coldly glancing at Zhao Dihai and the others in military uniforms. They are likely in grave danger. The deal between the Indian and Feng De included having Feng De send Zhao Dihai and the others out of the camp to provide their location, then having Emoshan lead the troops to exterminate them. As a result, Zhao Dihai and the others returned safely, with someone carrying Emoshan's weapon. At this moment, Zhao Yun also activated his true sight. Human male, Ability Awakener, D-Level Evolver, Evolution Degree 100/54, Strength 162, Agility 169, Stamina 150, Spirit 98, Life Countdown, 189,568 days, Human Male, D-Level Evolver, Evolution Degree 100/0, Strength 172, Agility 174, Stamina 180, Spirit 45, Life Countdown, 187,959 days. Apart from Feng De and the Indian, the few women were ordinary people. Feng De and the Indian had unlocked all their potential before reaching D-level with evolution potions. Moreover, Feng De was an ability user, and the true sight could not probe the level of his abilities, indicating at least B-level or above. The Indian army was already considered powerful among all the forces in the apocalypse, and Feng De, relying solely on himself, could trade equally with them, which was certainly not simple. "You killed Emoshan?" Vicus stepped forward, bypassing Feng De, his eyes blood-red as he stared at Zhao Yun. The next moment, Zhao Yun stepped forward, raising his hand to grip Vicus's neck. He slammed him to the ground, and with 2 chopping sounds, he severed both legs. As blood gushed forth, Zhao Yun looked up and spat out the cigarette. "But, Song Xiaodao, kill everyone here." Zhao Yun came here to inquire about the location of the Indian army camp. Since an Indian officer had appeared here, all the steps were saved. At that moment, everyone except Song Xiaodao was stunned. Even Wu Shuegui's eyes widened. No one expected Zhao Yun to act so decisively. Without saying a word, he immediately started killing. Song Xiaodao raised her hand, and 2 wind blades flew out, followed by 3 screams. The 3 closest evolvers were all shredded, and then her slender figure, light as a breeze, rushed swiftly towards Feng De. At this moment, Feng De finally reacted, a mix of shock and anger flooding him. He never expected that a seemingly innocent little girl would also be a powerful ability user. Feng De immediately activated his poison-based ability, enveloped in a cloud of black mist. The 7 women behind him let out screams as their bodies rapidly dissolved in the toxic fog, but Feng De paid no mind, controlling the black mist to sweep towards Song Xiaodao. Song Xiaodao had never fought against a superpowered individual before and had never seen a poison-based ability, so she screamed in fright. She turned and ran towards Jiaoyin. Jiaoyin, this guy has powers too. What are you afraid of? You're an S-class superpowered individual, why would you be scared of him? Jiaoyin replied, exasperated. From the intensity of Feng Da's powers, Jiaoyin quickly deduced that it was an A-class poison ability, which had the greatest advantage of wide-range attacks, and as long as the opponent was injured, they would either die or be severely crippled. No wonder the A3 army dared not provoke Feng Da easily. However, Song Xiaodao's wind ability was just the counter to poison, and besides, her power was stronger than his. Kill him for me, or I'll make sure you don't eat for 3 days, Jiaoyin ordered loudly. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaodao quickly stopped. At that moment, the toxic mist controlled by Feng Da had reached behind her, and her instinct kicked in, unleashing her powers. Countless wind blades formed a whirlwind the size of a house, suddenly sweeping back in the opposite direction. In the next moment, the sky-darkening toxic mist collided with the massive whirlwind, instantly being blown back, and then all the wind blades struck Feng Da. Puff, 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 puff. Jiaoyin turned his gaze away, mourning for 3 seconds for the guy named Feng Da. The fierce wind blew past, and Feng Da disappeared, even his bones reduced to powder by the countless wind blades, swept away by the raging wind. Jiaoyin, holding the legless Vicus, commanded, "Old cripple, go in and search for supplies." Wu Shuegue quickly led Zhao Dihai and others towards several containers. Soon, a large batch of extraordinary supplies was found. 9 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 36 pieces of sandwich bread, 27 bottles of iced tea, 25 pieces of compressed biscuits, 14 packs of instant noodles, 2 bottles of D-Class healing potion, 1 bottle of C-Class healing potion, 6 pieces of F-Class equipment, 7 pieces of E-Class equipment, 1 D-Class mountain cutting knife, 1 piece of heavy armor. Not a single piece of equipment above D-Class. Feng Da had not opened a spatial ring. These supplies had just been placed in the central container. When Feng Da came out earlier, he hadn't even worn a piece of equipment, too anxious. Jiaoyin looked at the mountain of supplies before him, his spirits lifted, and collected everything. At this point, his extraordinary food and potions had reached a rather terrifying number. 92 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 80 pieces of sandwich bread, 43 bottles of iced tea, 52 pieces of compressed biscuits, 1 yellow peach, 1 can of beef, 34 packs of instant noodles, 4 cans of tuna, 3 bottles of F-Class Evolution Potion, 1 bottle of E-Class Evolution Potion, 5 bottles of D-Class Healing Potion, 3 bottles of C-Class Healing Potion. Jiaoyin really hadn't planned to rob anyone, but this traitor named Feng Da deserved it. He directly threw the mountain-cutting knife to Wu Shuegue. "Old cripple, this is for you. Use it as a kitchen knife for cooking, don't take it out to kill." Wu Shuegue instinctively caught it, stunned for a moment, then burst into joy. "Thank you, boss, thank you, boss." He finally had an extraordinary weapon, and it was D-Class. It's important to know that while Jiaoyin usually treated D-Class as materials for upgrading, in the eyes of other evolutionaries, D-Class was definitely a weapon they dreamed of. Just like Feng Da, as a powerful superpowered individual, he only had this one. Nearby, Zhao Dihai and others stared at the mountain-cutting knife in Wu Shuegue's hands, all showing expressions of envy. At that moment, 7 evolutionaries were quickly walking in from outside the camp. All of them were F-Class, their clothes tattered, just like the ordinary people in the camp. When they saw the several corpses on the ground, they all froze. "Zhao Tuan, what happened? Where's Feng Da? Who are these people?" One of the young men, emboldened, stepped forward and asked. Jiaoyin frowned and looked at Zhao Dihai. Zhao Dihai immediately said, "Boss, only the dead spirits and a few like Zhang Ming were Feng Da's trusted subordinates. The other revolved ones are just like us, constantly being oppressed by them." Jiaoyin nodded, instructing Song Xiaodao to collect the equipment from the deceased, then turned and walked out of the camp. Zhao Dihai patted the young man's shoulder. "Brother, this camp will be yours from now on. The ordinary food in the warehouse is not worth the boss's attention." Upon hearing this, the young man suddenly turned around, looking at Zhao Yin's departing figure. He understood that it was Zhao Dihai's words that had saved their lives. Jiaoyin left the camp and slapped Vicus on the forehead. "Do you want to die or live?" "I want to live, I want to live." Vicus was already terrified by the earlier scene. The bloodiness of his past as a soldier had long since vanished in the decay of life after the apocalypse. Jiaoyin nodded in satisfaction and asked, "Where is your military camp?" "Go west, over the big mountain ahead, about 50 kilometers from here, there is a natural cave." Vicus looked more obedient than a grandson. Jiaoyin released Xiaobai and Bald Egg, then, except for Song Xiaodao, gathered everyone into the life space. Bald Egg lifted Vicus with one claw and soared into the sky, while Jiaoyin, holding Song Xiaodao, sat on Xiaobai's back and slowly ascended. "Wow, this is so fun." In the sky, the girl's silver bell-like laughter echoed in all directions, lingering for a long time. Song Xiaodao happily shouted, Zhaoyin, you said that when I become stronger, can my wind ability really take me flying? Zhaoyin, why did you only bring me? Why not bring Wang Xiaolei? Zhaoyin, if I had a pair of wings, you can't ride Xiaobai anymore, you can only ride me. I'll let you ride. Ew, why aren't you talking? 50 kilometers away, inside a natural cave. Here, the remaining 3,000 troops of Asan were stationed at the Kunlun border, and at this moment, there were 217 evolved ones and 3 ability users. The 3 ability users were Colonel Chao Han, who mastered the C-level reconnaissance ability Eye of Discrimination, Colonel Single, who mastered the B-level combat ability Stone Armor, and Major General Roy, who mastered the B-level combat ability Frenzy. Inside the cave, there was a hot spring, with a constant temperature of about 40 degrees Celsius, perfect for soaking. At this moment, all 3 ability users were naked, soaking in the pool. If only there was a woman. I haven't enjoyed a woman's taste for too long, Single said. Roy yawned and said, when Vicus comes back, he'll bring back the female slaves traded from Mr. Fong De. That should keep us entertained for a long time. This time, we can't let it end like the last few times, where we barely had a few days of fun before they died, especially you, Xiaohan, you need to change those bad habits, Single said. Xiaohan pouted and shrugged. It's those women who can't handle it, even the evolved ones can't. You're talking nonsense, those women are resources, each one traded for military rations. Single scolded, damn it, the brothers below haven't even tasted it yet, and you've killed them all. Roy interrupted their argument, Mo Shan should have already killed Zhao Dihai. Without those big summer pigs bothering us, we can develop our power in peace. Sooner or later, all the women in the Great Xiao will be ours. The other two smiled. And that pig Fong De, we will kill him sooner or later. Single said. Roy, are you really going to give Fong De the D-level defensive equipment you promised him? Xiao Han asked. Roy frowned. Fong De's ability was too strange, and its lethality was too astonishing. Even if he teamed up with Single and Mozhan, they might not be able to defeat the opponent. As for the other evolved beings, encountering Fong De's poisonous mist was no different from seeking death. The zombies have evolved again. In a few days, when I advance to sea level, I'll go kill Fong De. Roy's eyes revealed a fierce glint. Just then, a soldier from the evolutionaries rushed over in a panic. General, it's bad, it's bad. Vicus is dead. Roy and the others were startled. Johan quickly jumped out of the pool and grabbed the soldier by the collar. Vicus is a D-level evolved being. Does Fong De have the guts to kill him? No, it wasn't Fong De. The brother on lookout outside just came in and said he saw Vicus fall from the sky. Fall from the sky? Johan instinctively looked up at the top of the cave. At that moment, Zhaoyin sensed thousands of life forces within the cave and ordered Bald Egg to release Vicus. Bald Egg indeed released him, but it seemed to have forgotten to send him back to the ground, causing him to crash and shatter his skull. Bald Egg, this is not good. Zhaoyin admonished, you should have killed him first, so he wouldn't be scared or hurt when he fell. Master, I'll be more careful next time. Bald Egg honestly responded. Zhaoyin, when are we going down? Song Xiaodao asked. Zhaoyin patted Little White's head. Let's go. Meow Little White called out and immediately dove down. At that moment, the sound of footsteps thundered within the cave. Soon, thousands of soldiers from the A3 army lined up in neat rows and rushed out of the cave, all with murderous intent on their faces, led by more than 200 evolved beings. Who killed Vicus? Get out here! At the forefront was a bearded D-level evolved being, who shouted in an international language. Immediately after, everyone saw a large white cat with wings on its back, carrying 2 human figures, descending from the sky. It landed steadily in front of the cave, and the white cat, with its cold vertical pupils, glanced at everyone with disdain and contempt. The bearded evolved being was stunned, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his anger, freezing him in place. A mutated beast? With such a large size, is it E-level, or D-level? How could someone be with a mutated beast? All the A3 soldiers showed expressions of terror. A month ago, they had encountered an E-level mutated wolf, and the entire army had joined forces to hunt it down, including Roy, who had already evolved to D-level at that time. But the result was that over 1,000 soldiers died, several evolved beings were killed, and even Roy was seriously injured, barely managing to slay that mutated wolf. Everyone remembered it vividly, and they were deeply afraid of such beings. No one is allowed to make a move. At that moment, Roy walked out of the cave. Seeing Little White and Bald Egg, he was also startled. But Roy was an ability user, and before the apocalypse, he was a major in the A3 army, so he quickly calmed down. Friend, why did you kill my brother? Roy asked. Do I need a reason? Zhaoyin retorted, his tone calm, not even bothering to look at Roy. He slowly turned the space ring on his finger, taking out the Yuan Yu axe and a cloth, gently wiping it, the sunlight reflecting a chilling light. Yuan Yu axe? Someone in the army immediately recognized that extraordinary weapon. Isn't that the one belonging to the ability user Moshan? Roy's eyes widened. Moshan also fell victim to your poison? Yes. Zhao Yun nodded, then raised his head to scan all the A3 soldiers, suddenly asking, "Are you all here to play? If you're all here, I won't wait." Roy momentarily didn't understand what he meant by that. "Friend, I have no grievances with you. You killed my people, and I can choose not to pursue it. Why come here? Do you really want to go down with me? Is it fish die, net break?" Zhao Yun's gaze flickered and suddenly turned cold. "Who do you think you are?" At that moment, Xiao Han and Single also stepped out. When Xiao Han's eyes fell on Zhao Yun, Song Xiaodao, and the two giant beasts, he began to tremble violently. "What's going on?" Single asked. See. Xiao Han's face turned pale, his lips stammering, unable to articulate clearly. "What see? Are you out of your mind?" Sss-Level. Xiao Han finally managed to speak clearly, his mind calming down a bit as he trembled and said, "That vulture is Sss-Level, the white tiger is D-level. They are both true mutated beasts. Those two Dasha people are also ability users. The man is Sss-Level, the little girl is D-level, and their abilities, I don't know the levels." Upon hearing this, Single's face also turned pale. Roy, who was in front, heard these words and froze in place. "Friend." "No, esteemed sir, we have no grievances or enmities. Please state your demands. I am the person in charge of this military camp," called Roy. Roy bent his body, trying to maintain respect. "As long as the camp has it, feel free to take it." This time, it was Zhao Yun who was taken aback, not expecting this group of Indians to be so spineless. He felt increasingly disdainful of Zhao Dihai, who had been forced into such a situation by such a group of weaklings. In the next moment, Zhao Yun vanished from beside Xiao Bai and reappeared, bringing everyone and every beast out except for the two female slaves. Zhao Dihai and the others, upon seeing the Indian army before them, all had red eyes. Roy, Single, Xiao Han. Zhao Dihai pronounced the names of the three, each word containing overwhelming hatred. Zhao Yun was unwilling to delay even a moment. At this point, all the Indians had come out. He coldly uttered a single word, "Kill." The next moment, roar, roar, roar. All the contracted beasts became excited, the ones flying in the sky, the ones running on the ground, terrifying figures like giant monkeys with flames, rats the size of locomotives, and old cows as big as hills. In an instant, the swarm of contracted beasts charged into the Indian army. Immediately, screams rose and fell. "Everyone, follow me to kill, avenge our fallen comrades." Zhao Dihai shouted loudly, leading all the soldiers into the crowd. Blood stained the ground, severed limbs flew about. This was an unfair massacre. The three at the back of the crowd, Roy and the others, were completely stunned, finally understanding why Zhao Yun had come. It turned out to be the remnants of the Daxia army calling for help. They never expected that the Daxia army, which they had forced into a dead end, would actually have a day of counterattack. If they had felt fear when facing Zhao Yun before, now they had all fallen into despair. At that moment, behind the fiery monkey charging at the front, a zombie with a scumbag hairstyle suddenly appeared. It charged directly at Roy and the others, swatting away several evolvers in its path with its claws. In an instant, it reached Roy, throwing a punch at his cheek. Roy quickly activated his speed ability to dodge, but the zombie's speed was too fast. Bang! Roy's head was smashed, brain matter and blood splattering all over the zombie's face. The zombie instinctively stuck out its tongue, licking the brain matter from its lips, but quickly remembered something and turned to look at its master. Spit! The zombie spat it out, raising its terrifying face, its dead fish-like eyes staring at Single and Xiao Han. At this moment, Single and Xiao Han finally snapped out of their shock. "Run!" Xiao Han shouted loudly, turning to flee. Single was a beat slower and was instantly caught up by the zombie, which punched him in the back. Single, having been through many battles, immediately activated his stone armor ability. A thick layer of stone skin appeared on his back, rapidly spreading to cover him. Bang! The corpse demon's fist struck him, failing to break through the stone armor, but the immense inertia sent Single's body flying. As expected, my ability is the most useful. Single was feeling relieved when suddenly, his expression changed drastically. Although the stone armor ability had not been breached by the corpse demon, his back suddenly went numb, and while he was still airborne, his entire body began to petrify. This was not his stone armor ability, rather, it was a rapid numbness spreading from his bones to his flesh. In an instant, Single lost consciousness. After his body hit the ground, it turned into a pile of gravel. In fact, after the corpse demon struck with its fist, it did not look back at Single, instead chasing after the fleeing Johann. With a single slap, poof, half of his head shattered, the remaining half sinking into his chest, looking like a turtle from a distance. "Zhao Yun, your grandson is too violent, he needs more education," Song Xiaodao said, gnawing on a cooked corn cob, addressing Zhao Yun behind her. "He does need education, but he's older than you, don't call him grandson anymore, Zhao Yin reprimanded. Humph, I'm your fiancé, he's your grandson, so shouldn't you call me grandma? Song Xiaodao snorted coldly. She was particularly sensitive about this matter, daring to defy Zhao Yin every time. Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao were still riding on the chubby, furry back of Xiao Bai, showing no intention of joining the battle. After more than 10 minutes, the cave entrance fell silent. San's troops were completely wiped out, and the contracted beasts had not suffered a single hair's worth of damage. Zhao Dihai and a group of soldiers were exhausted, having fought desperately against the mutated beasts for San's soldiers, many of them sustaining varying degrees of injuries. At this moment, everyone had bloodshot eyes, tears in them. Line up! Zhao Dihai suddenly shouted, and Lu Shan immediately led all the soldiers to form a neat line, standing in formation facing the direction of the former Great Xia military camp. Attention! Zhao Dihai's voice was hoarse as he shouted with all his might. Boom! More than 30 people adjusted their military posture, resting one hand on their battle knives, standing tall, some with trembling lips. Their dark faces, stained with San's blood, shone with an unprecedented radiance. Zhao Dihai shouted loudly, "Everyone, bid farewell to the former Great Xia, to the faith we once held. Salute!" Boom! As all the Great Xia soldiers saluted in unison, some tears fell. The home and country they once protected with blood and life, the faith they once held with their souls, the glory they once took pride in, at this moment, they were about to let go. When the apocalypse came, they should have let go. Yet, they were unwilling to see their comrades die just like that, unwilling to see their homeland shatter so easily, unwilling to watch the city built by their ancestors with blood and bones collapse so simply. But, it was still time to let go. Wu Shuegue stared at the last batch of soldiers from Great Xia at the Kunlun border, smiling with tears in his eyes. He was both laughing and crying. Zhao Dihai shouted loudly, "Left, turn." Boom! All the soldiers faced Zhao Yin, and Zhao Dihai shouted again, "Take off your uniforms." This time, everyone's movements were slow. They were all reluctant. Including Zhao Dihai and Lu Shan, they slowly removed their tattered, blood-stained military uniforms, then carefully folded them neatly and laid them on the ground. In the next moment, Zhao Dihai bent down, kneeling on one knee in front of Zhao Yin. Lu Shan and all the soldiers knelt down as well. "Boss, from now on, there will be no more Great Xia soldiers here, only your workers. We just discussed it in the life space. From now on, we will work for you, boss. As long as you don't abandon us, we are willing to die for you." Zhao Dihai said loudly, "We are willing to die for you." All the warriors said in unison, their voices resonating through the mountains and forests. Although Zhao Yin was cold-blooded, he avenged the tens of thousands of fallen comrades. He fulfilled the wishes of the last guardians of Kunlun. Now Zhao Dihai understood that the education he received before the apocalypse was not suitable for this world. If his brothers still had a chance to survive, the best way was to follow someone like Zhao Yin. Only by being treated as one of his own could the brothers live better. Unfortunately, Zhao Yin did not think so. He coldly glanced at the old cripple. "Your idea?" At this moment, Zhao Dihai's decision had completely changed from its previous meaning. It was no longer just a transaction, it was a matter of life and death. Zhao Yin was unwilling to form any emotional ties with anyone, but the last batch of warriors from Kunlun gradually awakened something he had long hidden in his heart. For instance, even though Roy had already given in, Zhao Yin still chose to eliminate them all. Wasn't that also a way to vent his anger? He feared no threats from any survivors, only the burden of attachments. In this life, Zhao Yin was fully aware that apart from the three women, Song Xiaodao, he needed no one else. He was the master of contracts, and having a group of mutated beasts was enough. "Boss, I advised old Zhao, but he..." Sigh. Wu Shuegue sighed and spoke loudly to Zhao Dihai. "I've said it before, the boss won't take you in. Even when I and Xiaolei are no longer needed by the boss in the future, we will be asked to leave." Upon hearing this, Zhao Dihai and all the warriors of Daxia turned ashen. No one knew how much courage this decision required. They did not expect Zhao Yin to refuse so decisively. Zhao Yin frowned and said, "If you continue to work for me a month from now, I will pay you as I do old cripple. When I no longer need you, I will let you go." In the end, he found a compromise. This was also what Zhao Yin wanted to see, which is why he made this decision. A month later, he would still need help collecting corpse crystals. In the future, when he no longer needed them, Zhao Yin's strength would surely rise to another level, and at that time, he wouldn't mind giving them a way out. "Old Zhao, hurry up and thank the boss," Wu Shuegue quickly said. Zhao Dihai was taken aback, then realized and hurriedly led the group of warriors to express their gratitude. With Zhao Yin's promise, as long as he needed them, they would not be driven away. Didn't they see Wu Shuegue and Wang Xiaolei? Although the boss did not acknowledge them as his own, he provided them with equipment and evolution potions. He had turned the two, one crippled and one small, into evolved beings. Zhao Yin waved his hand. "It's time to work. clean the battlefield and gather my supplies. After saying this, Zhao Yun dismounted from Xiaobai, and Song Xiaodao quickly went to the bodies of Roy and the other 3 ability users to retrieve their 3 space rings. While everyone in the beasts cleaned the battlefield, Zhao Yun took Song Xiaodao into the cave. It was very clean here. Unlike other camps, there were no weapons or equipment from before the apocalypse, only neatly folded bedding and military uniforms. Everyone had died outside, leaving no women exposed or dirty children behind. After collecting thousands of sets of military uniforms, bedding, pots, bowls, and toiletries, Zhao Yun discovered over 10 tons of military rations in a makeshift warehouse. It was basically similar to what he had found in the last military camp. Zhao Yun collected everything without hesitation, regardless of whether it would be useful in the future. Finally, he took Song Xiaodao to the deepest part of the cave, where several separate military tents were set up, clearly the living quarters of the military high command. The military supplies inside were much more advanced, with various small blue pills, miracle oils, toilet paper, and interesting underwear, everything one could imagine. These Indians know how to live better than the Japanese. But why are there no women in the military camp? Soon, Zhao Yun found the answer. Inside a military tent, he discovered several large barrels of formalin, filled with the bodies of women whose heads had been smashed in. Their bodies had already turned pale and swollen from being soaked, and the signs of past abuse were still visible. At that moment, Wu Shuegue walked over, saw the barrels, his expression froze for a moment, then returned to normal. Boss, the battlefield has been cleaned up. We collected a total of 178 F-grade equipment, 25 E-grade equipment, 6 D-grade equipment, 1,400 F-grade corpse crystals, 32 E-grade corpse crystals, and a total of 2,728 sets of ordinary firearms, military bayonets, and daggers. No need to report ordinary items. You and Wang Xiaolei pick a few pieces of E-grade or lower equipment to replace, and let Zhao Dihai and the others replenish their gear. Remember to tell them that the replaced equipment must be turned in, Zhao Yun instructed directly. Increasing their strength was equivalent to increasing his own. Zhao Yun was quite clear about this, and besides, there was no difference in the area added to the life space between damaged equipment and intact equipment. Zhao Yun pointed at the barrels. Tell Zhao Dihai and the others to come in later to deal with this, and burn down this military tent as well. Understood, boss. Wu Shuegue bowed deeply with a beaming face and then turned to leave. All the contracted beasts and corpse demons finished cleaning the battlefield and entered the cave. The contracted beasts saw their master busy and did not approach to disturb him, only the corpse demon was clueless. Grandpa! It ran excitedly towards Zhao Yun. Grandpa! Grandpa! Good grandson, Grandpa has things to do, go play over there. Zhao Yun waved his hand. The corpse demon looked a bit unhappy but still walked aside. Suddenly, it saw a large hot spring pool nearby, jumped in with a splash, and dove underwater. After a while, the corpse demon popped its head up, feeling even more frustrated. Why was the water hot and there were no fish? After Zhao Yun packed up the military tents, he began to check the space rings. One of the 3 space rings turned out to be S-grade, with a size of 300 cubic units, 30 times that of a typical A-grade ring. Zhao Yun, is this S-grade equipment? Song Xiaodao also saw the attributes clearly. Just this one piece of equipment makes this trip worthwhile, Zhao Yun said, his spirits lifted. In his previous life, for 7 years until his death, he only possessed a 20 cubic A-grade space ring. Now, Zhao Yun only needed the space ring to store precious items and perishable food. This one ring was already sufficient. He immediately began to check the supplies inside the 3 space rings. 458 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 279 pieces of sandwich bread, 285 bottles of iced tea, 276 pieces of compressed biscuits, 44 packs of instant noodles, 32 bottles of D-grade healing potions, 3 bottles of C-grade healing potions. As for treasures like canned beef and yellow peaches that could permanently increase attributes, as well as consumables like evolution potions, they were likely all used up by the Indians. Zhao Yun's heart raced suddenly. He had thought this group of Indians was wealthy, but he hadn't expected them to be this wealthy. So far, this was the largest batch of extraordinary supplies Zhao Yun had seen in this life. Besides these, there was also a large pile of equipment and other items. 374 F-grade equipment, 25 E-grade equipment, 13 D-grade equipment, Swift Wind Gun, Grade C, Type Extraordinary Weapon, Durability 102, Attack 145, Additional Effect Assassination Speed plus 70, Special Effect Penetration, consumes 200 mental power to release a gun aura that can break through any defense below 1,500 points, use with caution if mental power is below 200. This equipment was simply a perfect match for Zhao Yun's Swift Wind Gloves. He was an SSS grade mental type ability user, and his current mental power had long exceeded 200 points. It felt as if it was tailor-made for him. Zhao Yun directly threw the Yuan Yu axe to Song Xiaodao, then began to check other equipment. Men's suit jacket, grade C, defense type extraordinary equipment, durability 148, attack 75, additional effect defense plus 70. This suit jacket matched Zhao Yun's pants. Zhao Yun suddenly felt a surge of excitement. He finally had a complete set of extraordinary equipment to wear. He didn't change immediately but continued to examine the items in his spatial ring. Explosive arrow, grade B, type extraordinary weapon, attack 520, additional effect causes explosion upon hitting the target, indiscriminate attack within a 50-meter radius. Note, one-time use weapon, disappears after explosion. Pink pill, grade B, type intermediate auxiliary pill, consuming it will cause infatuation with the first opposite sex seen for a lifetime. Beast catching net, grade B, type extraordinary auxiliary equipment, durability 280, effect captures and confines, additional effect, size alteration, camouflage. Now Zhao Yun had 3 explosive arrows, and after one was devoured by the sky-devouring vulture, he had acquired a second beast-catching net. As for the pink pill, if he hadn't seen it again, Zhao Yun might have forgotten about it. He had opened one last time and had kept it in his space. This thing could only be auctioned off in the future. Given its rarity, he believed some apocalypse dog would be willing to pay a huge price for it. Besides these extraordinary pieces of equipment, there were also over 100 bottles of high-end liquor and a dozen packs of cigarettes in the 3 spatial rings. Zhao Yun's cigarettes were almost finished. He had planned to quit smoking, but unexpectedly had gained more spoils, so he had no choice but to continue smoking. However, Zhao Yun didn't know whether these Indian officers had been smoking the Great Xiao's cigarettes before the apocalypse or if they were spoils from after. After checking all the items, Zhao Yun put all 3 spatial rings on his fingers. At this moment, except for his thumb, there was a ring on each finger of his left hand. Adding the one from Song Xiaodao and the one he had given to Wu Shuegue earlier, Zhao Yun now had 6 spatial rings. Dressing a bit like a tycoon wasn't too much, right? Zhao Yun led Song Xiaodao out of the cave. At this time, Wu Shuegue and the others had finished selecting their equipment and were all staying behind to guard the spoils from the battlefield. Boss! 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 Everyone greeted him, and at this moment, including Zhao Dihai and Lu Shan, all the soldiers were wearing F-grade military jackets, with butterfly knives at their waists, still choosing a uniform style. However, they still wore their old camouflage pants and military boots instead of extraordinary pants and shoes. Wu Shuegue and Wang Xiaolei had also changed into military jackets. Wu Shuegue stored the mountain axe in his spatial ring, while Wang Xiaolei carried a mountain knife. Zhao Yun nodded to everyone and waved his hand to collect all the extraordinary equipment and corpse crystals on the ground. As for the ordinary weapons, he did not collect them. To Zhao Yun, they were no different from scrap metal, not even as valuable as the meteorites found everywhere. Let's all go into the cave, rest here for a day, and set off for the Tibetan area early tomorrow morning, Zhao Yun said. After speaking, he took Song Xiaodao's small hand and disappeared from everyone's sight. In a flash, Zhao Yun appeared in the life space. He took out all the equipment he had recently accumulated, 627 pieces of F-grade equipment, 95 pieces of E-grade equipment, and 24 pieces of D-grade equipment. Zhao Yun kept 2 D-grade mountain knives, 2 D-grade heavy armors, and 1 E-grade longbow, discarding the excess equipment into the spatial barrier. Boom! The space shook violently, as if it had never cheered so joyfully before. At the same time, the surrounding barrier slowly retreated, and the diameter and height of the space gradually increased. This time, it took several minutes to calm down. The diameter of the life space increased from the original 1,028 meters to 4,595 meters. As large patches of open land appeared, the cornfield and pond at the very center of the space seemed to occupy only a small point, giving a sense of vastness to the view. Zhao Yun, do you think our space will grow to be as big as the Earth in the future? Song Xiaodao suddenly said, her imagination running wild. Zhao Yun nodded. Theoretically, as long as there is enough energy, it can be bigger than the Earth. Wow, that's huge! Song Xiaodao exclaimed in surprise. We won't be able to visit all the places in our lifetime, so when the time comes, let's move all the survivors in here. You can be the local emperor, and I'll be the local empress. We can consider ourselves saviors. Saviors? Zhao Yun shook his head and said, to grow the space that big, how much equipment would we need? That's true. So, we need to work hard to kill zombies. Song Xiaodao fluttered her long eyelashes, looking at Zhao Yun's face. Sooner or later, your space will grow. Even if it really can grow that big, it will only house 4 people, you, me, Ningyu, and Jiang Xin'er. As for the others, they are just passers-by. After Zhao Yun finished speaking, he was unwilling to say more. He walked towards his cornfield, while Song Xiaodao continued to chatter behind him. The recently ripened corn seedlings, compared to the total of more than 20,000, could only be considered a drop in the bucket. The corn had been planted for almost a month. Now, each one had grown to over 10 meters tall, like trees that had been planted for several years before the apocalypse. The branches were lush, and clusters of cornflowers bloomed at the tips, emitting a strange fragrance that wafted throughout the entire lifespace. It won't be long before they bear corn. He glanced at the extraordinary supplies in the space. 550 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 359 pieces of sandwich bread, 328 bottles of iced tea, 336 pieces of compressed biscuits, 1 can of yellow peach, 1 can of beef, 78 pieces of instant noodles, 4 cans of tuna, 3 bottles of F-grade evolution potion, 1 bottle of E-grade evolution potion, 37 bottles of D-grade healing potion, 6 bottles of C-grade healing potion. A smile appeared on Zhao Yin's face. Each glance brought him joy. It was like a penniless wretch suddenly striking it rich one day, constantly checking his bank balance, the sight of that long string of zeros hitting him visually. Zhao Yin took out a bottle of Nongfu Spring and slowly poured it at the base of a corn tree. Instantly, the corn tree grew rapidly, shooting up several meters in the blink of an eye, while the cornflowers on the branches quickly withered, giving way to ears of corn. Soon after, the branches stopped growing, but the corn ears continued to swell and grow plump. When the bottle of Nongfu Spring was emptied, the corn was ripe. Compared to before, he had saved half the Nongfu Spring this time, mainly because the corn ears absorbed more energy. Zhao Yin hesitated slightly, then took out another bottle of Nongfu Spring to water another corn plant. Before long, he had consumed 50 bottles of Nongfu Spring, ripening 50 corn plants. These corns could yield about 12,500 pounds of mutated grain, enough to sustain until all the corn matured. After finishing this, he no longer cared, leaving the tasks of harvesting corn and making cornmeal to the group of workers. A boss should have the awareness of a boss. If he wants to do something, he does it. If he doesn't want to, he lets others do it. Who dares to disagree? Fire them. Next, Zhao Yin went to the chestnut tree. The growth cycle of trees was much longer than that of crops. A month had passed, and the branches and leaves did not seem to have changed much. Zhao Yin had long finished eating the chestnuts. When he had been eating chestnuts all day, he found it tiresome, but after a few days without them, he missed that sweet taste. He directly poured bottle after bottle of Nongfu Spring down, and the chestnut tree began to grow rapidly. Several branches visibly thickened, quickly growing to 20 meters, 30 meters, 40 meters, until the entire tree reached 70 meters high. It is worth mentioning that the chestnut tree was brutally cut down by Zhao Yin, leaving only a root. The tender shoots that sprouted were not deliberately tended by Zhao Yin, and later, he used Nongfu Spring to hasten their growth. In the end, the more than 10 tender shoots all grew into trunks, some thick, some thin, some tall, some short, and from a distance, they looked like several trees standing closely together. Therefore, when Zhao Yin poured the 120th bottle of Nongfu Spring, the original tree root rapidly shrank, while the 13 newly split roots quickly absorbed it. The chestnut tree still did not bloom or bear fruit, but it transformed from a single chestnut tree into a vast chestnut forest. Damn! Zhao Yin stopped in shock. He never expected such a result. So, he now had a chestnut forest? That's great. We'll have chestnuts to eat in the future. Song Xiaodao jumped up happily. It took Zhao Yin a while to regain his senses. He had previously felt that this chestnut tree was not very useful. At most it could improve the meals for himself and Song Xiaodao, but it was completely insufficient for the contract beasts. Now, it was a vast chestnut forest. The newly grown chestnut trees, perhaps because they were all hastened by extraordinary water, were at least several times larger than the original chestnut tree, with the largest reaching 70 or 80 meters high, their crowns blocking out the sun. Zhao Yin left the lifespace, brought in Old Black, and directly issued an order: spread these trees apart and plant them around the pond. Yes, master, Old Black responded, and immediately ripples rose beneath his feet. A few seconds later, his figure sank into the ground, and Zhao Yin saw a circle of orange-yellow ripples emerge from underground, lifting one of the chestnut trees and instantly moving it in another direction. The soil on the ground showed no signs of being disturbed, and a chestnut tree was planted on the opposite bank. Following that, Old Black moved each tree one by one, quickly relocating all 12 chestnut trees, leaving only the largest one in place. Not far away, 2 female slaves were still washing clothes. Today Zhao Yin had brought in several thousand sets, enough for them to wash for a few more days. They glanced at Zhao Yin and Old Black. By now, they were no longer surprised and quickly returned their gaze, continuing their mechanical work. Over here, Zhao Yin took out Nongfu Spring again and poured it vigorously onto the largest chestnut tree. Another 50 bottles of Nongfu Spring were poured down, and finally, it bloomed and bore fruit, with fist-sized spiky balls hanging above. Zhao Yin counted, there were about 5,000 spiky balls, each capable of producing at least 30 pounds of chestnuts, enough to yield 150,000 pounds. The previous 120 bottles of Nongfu Spring had split the chestnut tree, and it was these last 50 bottles that made it bloom and bear fruit. Zhao Yin calculated in his mind, Compared to corn, the yield of the chestnut tree was significantly higher with the same amount of nongfu spring. Truly a rare mutated crop. The chestnut tree was the only mutated plant Zhao had seen that possessed two types of crops, and today he discovered that it even had the ability to split. He couldn't help but wonder what other abilities he might discover in the future. Xiaodao, pick 2 spiky balls and taste the new chestnuts, Zhao said with a smile. Song Xiaodao raised her hand, and 2 wind blades shot out, snapping off the 2 huge spiky balls with a crack. Zhao directly caught them. The chestnut spikes were now difficult to pierce his skin. There were still 340 bottles of nongfu spring left. Zhao did not plan to continue hastening the chestnuts. Now, the area of the life space had increased several times, allowing for a large-scale planting of corn. The sooner it was planted, the sooner it would mature. Next, Zhao brought everyone and all the beasts into the life space. Everyone looked at the vastly enlarged space, their faces filled with shock. Especially Zhao Dihai and the others. Their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. But no one asked anything. Zhao took out all the remaining nongfu spring and handed it to Wu Shuegue. Over there, I have 50 corn plants that I ripened. Pick them all, leave some for seeds, and fill the life space. For each corn seedling, 3 drops of nongfu spring guarantee the survival rate. If there's any left, no need to bring it back, just ripen it into corn. After saying this, Zhao turned his gaze to everyone in the beasts. Old Black, you are still in charge of plowing the land. Zhao Dihai, you all go and sow the seeds. All the vultures and giant rats, responsible for covering the soil after sowing. Monkeys and Xiaobai, you climb that chestnut tree and pick all the chestnut balls. After peeling, hand them over to Old Lame for safekeeping. Old Cow. Never mind, Old Cow, you go take a nap. After arranging everything, everyone and the beasts immediately sprang into action, leaving only Old Cow standing there in a daze. At that moment, Old Cow clenched his buttocks and silently vowed that even if he couldn't evolve hands like a monkey, he would eventually evolve claws. He would definitely be able to. Zhao suddenly realized that he seemed to have forgotten something. Scanning around, he discovered that the corpse demon's adopted grandson was missing. He had left the life space with Song Xiaodao and entered the cave. From a distance, a thunderous snoring could be heard. Following the sound, Zhao soon found a hot spring pool. Flowing spring water gushed from the cracks in the rocks, passed through a pool of several hundred square meters, and seeped out from tiny cracks on the other side, not knowing where it flowed to. Countless rolling bubbles made the entire pool of water appear milky white, and the steam rising from the surface made one unable to resist the desire to jump in for a bath. The corpse demon's adopted grandson was floating on the water's surface in a wooden position, already fast asleep. Zhao looked at the lower half of the vertical part of the wooden character and suddenly felt a bit ashamed. Oh dear. At that moment, Song Xiaodao came over, let out a sharp scream, and quickly covered her eyes with both hands. Zhao, little Mo is being a pervert. Zhao also found it quite dazzling. What was the need for something that big? Was he supposed to find a female corpse demon for him? Zhao directly threw out a beast-catching net, pulled the corpse demon ashore, picked up his discarded clothes, and tossed them into the life space with a flick of his hand. Poor corpse demon Zhang Jia, who was sleeping soundly, fell directly into the cold water pool, instantly jolting awake, looking around in confusion. Upon realizing he had been thrown into the life space by his master, he showed no dissatisfaction. Master. He called out hoarsely, but unfortunately, Zhao was not there, so the corpse demon closed his eyes and continued to sleep. The 2 female slaves by the shore were washing clothes and were not surprised by the corpse demon's behavior. Dandan scooped up a handful of dirt and threw it hard. It just happened to hit the vertical part of the wooden character. Sister, I hit it again today. Let me try. Lily also scooped up a piece of dirt and threw it. Unfortunately, she didn't have her sister's shooting talent and missed by 2 inches. The sleeping corpse demon remained motionless, still quietly floating. With each breath, the snoring was like thunder. Zhao was completely immersed in the hot spring, feeling warmth seeping into his body through his skin, feeling lazy and more relaxed than ever. Beside him, Song Xiaodao was helping Zhao wash the newly acquired D-grade silk underwear in mithril chainmail. Zhao, are you really going to wear this? Song Xiaodao asked with a face full of disdain. Extraordinary equipment, non-toxic and sterile, just wash off the smell and it can be worn, Zhao replied lazily. In his past life, he didn't know how many times he had worn equipment stripped from dead bodies. In the apocalypse, only someone like Song Xiaodao, who had followed Zhao without suffering, would care about these things. After cleaning the 2 pieces of equipment, Song Xiaodao lifted them out of the water, and the droplets quickly fell off. She raised her hand and tossed them to Zhao. Just as they landed on his face, here you go. Zhao raised his hand and took it down, glaring and saying, can't you just bring it over? I'll wash your face for you. Song Xiaodao laughed mischievously. Zhao didn't bother with the increasingly audacious girl and directly put on 2 pieces of equipment, then closed his eyes to rest. It had been too long since he had relaxed like this. At this time, if only there were a plate of fruit. Zhao suddenly remembered that there was a yellow peach in the ring. The recent raids on several camps had yielded no E-grade food, and anything that could permanently increase attributes had already been eaten. He took out the yellow peach and bit into it, the sweetness mingling with a hint of coolness. Indeed, the best companion for soaking in a hot spring is fruit. Zhao, I want to take a bath too, Song Xiaodao suddenly said. If you want to soak, come down, Zhao replied. Song Xiaodao walked around the corner of the cave, hesitated a bit, then changed into a small bikini, covering her chest as she returned. Splash! She jumped into the hot spring and quickly swam over to Zhao. Zhao, do you think this outfit suits me? Zhao glanced at her, unable to recall where the spoils had come from, but it fit her perfectly. Not bad. Zhao nodded. Song Xiaodao floated her upper body above the water. What about here? Now, with Song Xiaodao's body evolving, her figure was maturing, and her curves had finally changed significantly. Also not bad. Zhao nodded. Song Xiaodao immediately said happily, I'm growing up fast. Then she dove into the water, swimming towards the opposite shore. The next morning, Zhao woke up in the invisible tent, pushed aside the sleeping Song Xiaodao, and removed a snow-white cat paw that was resting on his stomach. He then kicked away the corpse demon that was curled up around his leg. Only then did Zhao get up easily. Zhao Dihai and the others were with Wu Shuegue, packing the breakfast they had prepared. Zhao took a glance and then surveyed the entire space. After a night, except for the living area near the pond, all the other places were filled with corn. Last time, Zhao had planted them too densely, causing the cornstalks to crowd together as they grew, resulting in a yield that shouldn't have been so low. This time, Wu Shuegue learned from the lesson and planted them much more sparsely. Even so, they had planted a total of 180,000 corn seedlings. If they all matured, Zhao would be able to harvest 45 million pounds of mutated food. Based on Zhao current consumption, that would last for hundreds of years. And this was just one harvest of corn. In the life space, Zhao could plant 5 seasons of corn in a year. Moreover, he could continue to expand the life space in the future, planting even more as the area grew. From now on, Zhao would no longer have to worry about food. Old cripple, starting tomorrow, make me corn cakes and corn flour buns. Everyone in the beasts can eat corn freely, no need to save anymore. Zhao shouted loudly. Roar, 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 roar. All the contracted beasts cheered. Recently, Wu Shuegue had been feeding them thin soup noodles to save food, and they were never full. With Zhao Yin's approval, Wu Shuegue and Zhao Dihai immediately started making dry rations. At breakfast, all the contracted beasts ate until their bellies bulged. Zhao Dihai held a large white bun, unable to hold back his tears. At that moment, all the warriors had red eyes. After the apocalypse, they had often gone hungry, many not even able to eat junk food, surviving on tree bark and guanine soil. Many did not die at the hands of the enemy but starved to death while fleeing. Zhao slurped the soup noodles and said loudly, Old cripple, prepare the pressing equipment early, and wait for the first batch of corn to fully mature to extract corn oil from the germ. He remembered having once tasted oil pressed from mutated soybeans in his past life, and the flavor still lingered in his memory. The homemade press isn't difficult to make. If you don't know how, I'll give you a blueprint. Zhao, how come you can do everything? Song Xiaodao looked at Zhao with admiration. Zhao didn't respond. After a few years in the apocalypse, these were all basic survival skills. In his previous life, Zhao witnessed the development of his camp, where there were talents with various skills, and he had learned quite a bit. Wu Shuegue nodded. Boss, both old Zhao and I can make the press. We learned it in the army. If we really have surplus grain, we can even brew wine. Brew wine. Zhao was taken aback and said, start brewing it for me tomorrow. After breakfast, Zhao only took Xiaobai and left the life space. His destination was still Xinqing, even though it was far away. But with Xiaobai's flying speed, it wouldn't take long to get there. The Great Xia territory was not like the Asan country. Zhao was familiar with the terrain and wouldn't lose his way. Xiaobai flew directly into the clouds. The high-altitude winds were fierce, rushing into the collar of Zhao Yin's suit, creating a large bulge on his back. His long hair, he didn't know when, had come loose and danced wildly in the wind. Now a sea-level evolver, the wind still stung his eyes, making him feel like he was about to cry. Slow down, no rush. Zhao patted Xiaobai's head. Unable to speak, he could only communicate through thought. Xiaobai, with its tough skin and thick flesh, didn't care about the strong winds and flew joyfully, having long forgotten that its master couldn't bear it. Meowit quickly slowed down, and Zhao could finally squint his eyes. Above the clouds, the sunlight became increasingly blinding. The sun climbed to its zenith, casting the shadows of Zhao and Xiaobai onto the clouds. The entire world seemed to turn white. The clear blue sky and bright sun described this very moment. Based on the terrain, they should have reached above Shilin. Zhao Ying suddenly remembered that when he met Ningyu in his previous life, her accent still carried the Qinghai dialect. Now that he thought about it, she must have been from Qinghai. The scene from the end of his previous life reappeared in his mind. Ingu, in this apocalypse, where can we go after we leave? This was the last time Zhao Ying heard her voice. He had never noticed before how pleasant her voice was. The last time he saw her, her head rolled in front of him, and in that moment, Zhao Ying looked at her for the first time. He felt the sensation of a broken heart. As Zhao Ying fell into his memories, he suddenly recalled Xiaobai's thoughts. Master, something is following us from behind. Zhao Ying jolted awake, looking back to see an endless expanse of clouds, like an infinite ocean, but he saw nothing. Are you sure? Zhao Ying felt a sense of alertness and immediately inquired through thought. I've been paying attention for a long time. That thing is extremely fast. It just disappeared again, Master. It has appeared again. Xiaobai's thoughts trembled. Its sixth sense told it that the thing was extremely dangerous, more dangerous than anything it had ever encountered. Zhao Ying turned around suddenly, and a tiny black dot appeared in his line of sight. If it weren't for Xiaobai's keen senses at high altitude, he might not have noticed it at all. Zhao Ying opened his vision fully and could only vaguely see the outline, which looked like a fish. How is that possible? How could a fish fly in the sky? In his previous life, for 7 years, Zhao Ying had never heard of such a thing. Before he could see clearly, the black dot suddenly grew rapidly. No, it was rapidly chasing after Xiaobai. It had been at least 100 kilometers away from Xiaobai, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of them. Zhao Yin's pupils suddenly constricted to the extreme. At that moment, he felt a chill run down his spine. That was no black. It was clearly a massive object, like a mountain. And it was not a fish, but some kind of technological product shaped like a whale. The overall color was pitch black, with flowing light swirling and surging on the surface. At that moment, Zhao Ying recognized that it was extraordinary energy, concentrated to the extreme, transforming into flowing light, far denser than the sea-grade equipment he wore. Ah, it's the core of space. Just then, a voice echoed in Zhao Yin's mind. To be more precise, it wasn't a voice, but more like a brainwave. The language was unlike any Zhao Ying had ever heard, yet inexplicably, he understood it. Everything happened in an instant. Before Zhao Yin's thoughts could even turn, a massive object stopped in front of Xiaobai, and the time around them seemed to slow down. A door opened in the abdomen of the giant object. 2 women stepped out from within. Their skin was pale, their foreheads lined with veins, and they had dead fish eyes. One of the women reached out to grab the pendant around Zhao Yin's neck, her mouth uttering brainwaves like a spell. The key to the shattered space core, you are not worthy to possess. In that moment, Zhao Yin felt an unprecedented threat of death. The pressure from these 2 women felt like a mountain, reminiscent of the despair he faced in his past life when confronting the flying white tiger. Just then, the dog-headed hat on his head suddenly released a protective shield, enveloping him and Xiaobai. When the woman's fingers touched the shield, they were momentarily blocked. Crack! The shield was instantly shattered. A terrifying unknown energy spread, and the life-saving dog-headed hat above Zhao Yin's head shattered into pieces. In that instant, time around Zhao Yin returned to normal, and he and Xiaobai vanished from their spot. In the air, the dog-headed hat turned to dust, scattering among the clouds with the fierce wind. The woman's cold snort echoed. The space core, such a treasure, how can you be worthy of it? Sooner or later, it will be mine. This was the last scene Zhao Yin saw with his true vision before returning to the life space. What he should have seen was the information about that woman. He and Xiaobai stood under the chestnut tree, 1 person and 1 beast, with their minds still blank. There was no joy of having escaped death, nor the fear from before. Only the few question marks continued to float before him. If it weren't for the true vision seeing it for real, Zhao Yin would never believe such a situation could occur, yet even if his level reached SSS, he should at least see some information. Could it be that her level surpassed SSS? Nowadays, with the levels of mutated beasts and zombies worldwide, could they evolve to that height even if all were consumed by her? Is there really a level above SSS? Everything was beyond Zhao Yin's imagination. Master! At that moment, the joyful voice of the corpse demon came. Zhao Yin instinctively turned around, and the corpse demon leaped out of the pool, hugging his leg tightly, happily saying, Master. Zhao Yin looked down at the half-kneeling corpse demon at his feet, his mind shaking violently. At that moment, he finally remembered what species those 2 women were. Corpse demons. Their appearance was undoubtedly that of 2 corpse demons. However, their levels were far higher than Zhang Jie's, appearing more agile, with subtle expressions on their faces. Regarding the origins of the 2 women, Zhao Yin vaguely speculated that they might not belong to this world but rather came from the starry sky. Just like the meteor shower and the arrival of unknown energy, they too came from the starry sky. Perhaps they had descended alongside the meteor shower. Zhao Yin was startled by his own speculation. wondering how many of these corpse demons existed and whether this disaster for humanity was caused by them. What could their purpose be? Master! Master! The corpse demon, feeling neglected after Zhaoyin remained silent for a while, looked up at him. Bang! Zhaoyin lifted his foot and kicked the corpse demon back into the pool. Then he turned and walked toward the invisible tent. Zhaoyin! Song Xiaodao happily approached. Why treat little Momo like that? Did he make you angry? Zhaoyin remained silent, walking directly into the tent and sitting down heavily, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. Just now, seeing the face of the corpse demon Zhang Jie, he suddenly felt a wave of fear. Amidst the swirling smoke, Zhaoyin recalled some questions he had never thought of before. He pondered a lot. Could the corpse demon Zhang Jie turn into two women? How could humans evolve into corpse demons in the starry sky? Is this apocalyptic disaster because they want to cultivate their kind? Or is evolving into a corpse demon the true theme of this evolution? Then, what about human evolvers, mutated beasts, zombies? What do these forms of evolution count as? Are they the products of failed evolution? Zhaoyin couldn't make sense of it and couldn't help but think, unable to stop. These thoughts surged in his mind like a flood. In my past life for 7 years, why had I never heard of corpse demons in the sky? Were they hiding, or were they following some kind of rule that prevented them from appearing? Or perhaps they treat the whole world as a farm, waiting to harvest once it has been fattened? Zhaoyin sat there motionless. The cigarette at his fingertips was about to burn out, the unextinguished flame singeing his fingers, yet Zhaoyin remained oblivious. If creating corpse demons is what they desire, then is the evolution of other species merely providing nutrients for the corpse demons? Including all mutated beasts, mutated plants, human evolvers, ability users, zombies, star crystals. Star crystals? A sharp pain shot through his finger, and Zhaoyin quickly tossed away the cigarette but, licking his cracked lips, his face relaxing a bit. Although corpse demons can consume extraordinary food and use extraordinary equipment, they do not need evolution potions, and ability potions are completely ineffective for them. Only humans can use them, and these two types of potions are the most important things in star crystals. If this disaster truly has a life behind the scenes pushing it, then there must be an existence on the side of humanity. Although there were still too many things he couldn't understand, Zhaoyin was already satisfied. At least, it wasn't the worst. He got up and walked out of the invisible tent, where Wu Shuigui and Wang Xiaolei had set up a large pot outside, steaming buns. The fire beneath the stove blazed fiercely, the rising blue smoke dispersing into the air, quickly absorbed by the boundary, as if this space had its own purification system. Those two corpse demons were attracted by his life space. He remembered that at the time, they mentioned the Sss-Level space pendant was just the key to this space. What level was this life space itself? Zhaoyin shook his head. In his past life for 7 years, he had heard of many life spaces, but he didn't know if other life spaces could be like his. Under the chestnut tree, there were quite a few tables and benches piled up, along with a dozen wooden beds. These were just made by Zhao Dihai and others, who were still busy. Some were bringing over leftover wood from making arrows, while others were using extraordinary weapons to cut the wood into shape, finally assembled into wooden beds by Zhao Dihai and Lu Shan. Zhaoyin, are you in a bad mood? A small voice came from behind Zhaoyin, belonging to Song Xiaodao. Turning around, he saw the girl carefully holding a new wooden stool, looking at him cautiously. Zhaoyin raised his hand and rubbed her little head. I'm just a bit tired and want to rest for a while. How could Song Xiaodao not know that with Zhao Yin's character as the Liver Emperor, it was impossible for him to rest for no reason, especially since he had just rested last night? But she wisely did not continue to ask. Song Xiaodao set down the wooden stool and tugged at Zhao Yin's shirt. You sit down. Zhao Yin complied, bending down to sit, and asked, do you have something to say? Song Xiaodao became increasingly certain that something must have happened to her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so distracted. She took out a butterfly knife from her spatial ring, the one she used for cutting watermelons before. Let me trim your hair a bit, the wind has messed it up. Without his doghead hat, Zhao Yin's hair was a tangled mess, and his clothes were already soaked with sweat. The butterfly knife was as sharp as a razor, cutting through hair effortlessly. A few minutes later, Song Xiaodao softly said, all done. She took out a mirror and handed it to Zhao Yin. In the mirror, Zhao Yin's short hair was neatly trimmed, though it couldn't compare to the cuts from Teacher Tony before the apocalypse. It didn't look bad either. Zhao Yin asked in surprise, Song Xiaodao, when did you learn to cut hair? I just learned last night, From now on, your hair is my responsibility. Seeing Zhao Yin satisfied made Song Xiaodao very happy. The girl instinctively looked up at a few soldiers in the distance. Their previously short hair now looked like it had been chewed by a dog. Even Wu Shuigui, who was steaming buns while wiping sweat, had a bald head that shone like a light bulb. In a moment, Zhao Yin understood, and after a brief silence, he asked, you practiced on them to prepare for cutting my hair? I didn't mean to, I thought I could make them look better. Song Xiaodao argued weakly, but it was easy to tell she felt guilty. You did well. Zhao Yin smiled. I've been annoyed by that old cripple for a long time. He barely has any hair on his head, yet he takes care of it every day, thinking that if he covers his bald spot, others won't notice he's bald? He. Song Xiaodao covered her mouth, laughing so hard she bent over. After laughing enough, her small hand gently pinched Zhao Yin's shoulder. I have another idea, but you need to agree first. Go ahead, Zhao Yin replied. So, will you agree or not? Song Xiaodao shook Zhao Yin's shoulder, acting cute. Zhao Yin was completely unfazed by her antics and said coldly, forget it, you might as well not say it. Zhao Yin, I just want to get some feathers to make you a down quilt, how about that? Those bald vultures can't be touched, we still need them to deal with zombies. No way? Then, how about Little White? Song Xiaodao pouted, Little White's fur is white and clean. Cutting off half would be enough to let Uncle Zhao make you a lazy sofa. Meow. Little White's ears perked up, instantly bristling with fur, watching Song Xiaodao warily. It looked ready to fight if she dared to make a move. After a standoff with Song Xiaodao, it ultimately lost and lowered its head to lick the white fur on its paws, looking incredibly precious, as if saying goodbye. Just kidding, humph. Stinky Little White. Song Xiaodao snorted. Zhao Yin couldn't be bothered with this wasteful girl. He closed his eyes and enjoyed her small hand gently squeezing his shoulder. At that moment, he didn't want to think about anything else. The next day, everyone saw that Zhao Yin still hadn't left the life space. He and the corpse demon jumped into a pond, caught a few live fish, scaled them himself, and then roasted them over a fire. After roasting, Zhao Yin didn't eat any. He gave them all to the corpse demon. As the corpse demon ate, it shouted, Master! Master! Everyone understood that Zhao Yin must have encountered another crisis that was hard to deal with, and their hearts felt heavy. On the third day, Zhao Yin still hadn't left. He personally built a large bathtub and had Wu Shuegue boil several large pots of hot water to pour in. Then, Zhao Yin lay down in it. He called over 2 female slaves to massage his legs and arms. Time passed day by day. Finally, it was the 15th day. That morning, Zhao Yin personally made a pot of giant python bone marrow soup, adding chestnuts, cornmeal, and star salt. It could be said that this was the best mutated food Zhao Yin could currently offer. Everyone thought Zhao Yin was going to eat alone, but who knew he went to the other side of the pond and found the place where the vultures roost in the cornfield. Then, he brought the weakest vulture, Tu Wu, to the chestnut tree. Tu Wu, this is food you've never had before, so go ahead and eat. Zhao Yin patted Tu Wu's head. Tu Wu was instantly flattered and confused, not understanding why its master was suddenly so kind. But faced with the temptation of food, it couldn't help but start eating voraciously. After Tu Wu finished a pot of food, Zhao Yin finally spoke. Tu Wu, later I will send you away from this space. You don't have to do anything, just fly around nearby. I will come find you later. I am willing to serve my master until death. Tu Wu responded in its heart. Zhao Yin raised his hand and pressed down on Tu Wu's head, and in the next moment, Tu Wu disappeared from the spot. It's been 15 days, we can't keep waiting. At this moment, a massive creature quietly hovered above the clouds, with 2 female corpse demons standing by the door. If we get the core of the life space, we will no longer have to wander. Let's wait a little longer, humans usually have no patience, said one of the female corpse demons. I feel this human is different. What if he has patience? The other corpse demon continued, in the life space, he can be self-sufficient. If he already has mutated crop seeds, he can keep dragging this out with us. The other female corpse demon frowned upon hearing this. Just then, a vulture with a wingspan of several meters suddenly appeared out of thin air, landing right in front of the frowning female corpse demon. She was already out of patience and waved her hand irritably. Don't kill. The first speaking female corpse demon tried to stop it, but it was too late. A tiny wind blade, as small as a sewing needle, instantly pierced into Tu Wu's head. Tu Wu was stunned, not even having the chance to see the outside world clearly before its entire body exploded into a mist of blood. The blood rain scattered with the wind, leaving not a single feather behind. After killing Tu Wu, the attacking female corpse demon finally realized, feeling a wave of regret, that little bastard was testing us. Damn it, it's over. He won't come out again for a while, sighed the first speaking female corpse demon. Let's go, we can't wait any longer, it is about to chase us. The 2 female corpse demons slowly turned around, and the portal quickly closed. Immediately, the massive creature vanished from the spot, reappearing hundreds of miles away. Zhao Yin still stood under the chestnut tree, his hand maintaining the gesture of sending Tu Wu away. In his mind, the trace of Tu Wu's presence was slowly dissipating. At that moment, Zhao Yin's eyes gradually turned blood red, and his body trembled faintly. In his previous life, Lin Tianfeng had been like this, and he had never cared. Jiaoyin always thought that when a contracted beast died, he, as the master, would not be affected. But at this moment, a deep sadness spread in his heart. At this moment, he felt a visceral pain, as if it were the day his parents passed away. This was the first time Jiaoyin felt the presence of his contracted beast dissipating in his mind, and his entire soul felt empty. Sadness. It grew stronger, so intense that he wanted to rush out without caring about anything. It turned out that nothing could be obtained without paying a price, and the SSS-level abilities were no exception. Tears welled up in Zhao Yin's eyes. Tu Wu was dead, and he had killed it with his own hands. He couldn't wait much longer. Once the zombies and mutated beasts outside grew stronger, it would become difficult to fight for a place. He had already waited 15 days, which was long enough. Those 2 female corpse demons should have left. Moreover, he had no feelings for Tu Wu, just a captured enemy vulture. So he took the risk and sent Tu Wu out. Thus, Tu Wu went and died. Jiaoyin looked up, trying hard to calm himself, but the sorrow from his soul made his heart ache. So, once you sign a contract with it, you have the responsibility to protect it. So, since the contract was signed, they are no longer mere beasts, but your blood relatives. At that moment, Jiaoyin felt a pain that made him wish for death. The soul of the contract was rebounding in another way, and his whole body trembled violently. Jiaoyin understood that the soul of the contract did not have a uniform backlash against the main contractor. It varied from person to person. The sorrow forced upon him by the soul of the contract engulfed him completely. So, I, Jiaoyin, have lived again, yet I am still so useless. Jiaoyin clenched his fists and slowly lowered his head, tears falling from his eyelashes. He could no longer remember the last time he cried. His heart was clear, wanting to sweep away all negative emotions, but he simply could not do it. It was not until 2 hours later that the intense sorrow gradually faded, finally disappearing, as if nothing had ever happened. Yet Jiaoyin had already cried until he was a mess. He slowly raised his head, his blood-red eyes scanning all the people and beasts around him. They all felt Zhao Yin's sorrow and were cautiously watching him. Zhao Yin's gaze swept over Song Shoto's face, Wu Shuegui's face, Wang Xiaolei's face. The little monkey, the old cow, the little white, the old black, the bald egg. Bald Wu is dead. In the end, Jiaoyin said softly. After the words fell, he turned and walked into the invisible tent. He closed the curtain, not allowing anyone or any beast to enter. The next morning, everyone discovered that on the opposite bank of the water pool, where the vulture flock roost, there was an additional half-meter-high wooden statue resembling Bald Wu. On the 5th day, Wu Shuegue got up before dawn and suddenly found a bottle of D-grade healing potion next to his pillow. He trembled as he held it in his hand, looking towards the invisible tent, understanding it was given by the boss. In the night, the old cripple knelt down excitedly, bowing heavily. On the 8th day, the only bottle of E-grade evolution potion in Zhao Yin's hand appeared next to Wang Xiaolei's pillow, along with a small pile of E-grade corpse crystals. The E-grade evolution potion was enough for Wang Xiaolei to unlock all her potential before reaching E-grade, and that small pile of corpse crystals was just enough for her to evolve to D-grade. In the blink of an eye, another half-month passed. During this half-month, Jiaoyin had not sent any contract beasts to test. Now, the giant python skeleton had been completely consumed, and the corpse demons and all contract beasts had significantly increased their attributes. Corpse demon, grade C, evolution 100/35, strength 398, agility 386, spirit 3, defense 405, spirit 3, awakening talent, stone system, bone transformation, adult sky monkey, C-grade mutated beast, strength 345, agility 375, stamina 284, defense 357, spirit 120, bloodline talent, giantization, Frenzy, Fire Control, Vulture King, C-grade mutated beast, strength 317, agility 320, stamina 252, defense 348, spirit 95, bloodline talent, Arrow Feather, adult water buffalo, D-grade mutated beast, strength 210, agility 140, stamina 180, defense 230, spirit 63, bloodline talent, great strength, iron armor, Flying White Tiger, D-grade mutated beast, strength 179, agility 208, stamina 148, defense 152, spirit 68, bloodline talent, extreme speed, Mouse King, D-grade mutated beast, strength 164, agility 179, stamina 90, defense 162, spirit 32, bloodline talent, Earth Escape, Mouse, grade D, strength 88, agility 95, stamina 51, spirit 12, mutated due to zombie virus infection, Vulture, grade D, strength 85, agility 98, stamina 50, spirit 11, mutated due to zombie virus infection. The one that grew the most was Bald Egg. Its level is not low. It was previously at the bottom of the hierarchy, only because its potential had never been developed. It is worth mentioning that the first batch of corn planted has completely matured, and nearly 5 million pounds of mutated grain have been harvested. Jiaoyin has no granary, so it is just piled on the ground, forming a massive mountain of grain. Boss, mutated crops, although easier to preserve than food before the apocalypse, do not exist in a vacuum. Even if the Marquis uses his abilities to dry all the corn, it can only be stored for a year at most. Wu Shuegue frowned in worry as he looked at the mountain of grain. Have you started brewing? Jiaoyin asked. We've already used 20,000 pounds of grain, and it's currently fermenting. Additionally, we've set aside 10,000 pounds of corn to cultivate sprouts for oil extraction. There's just too much grain. In the past 2 days, Wu Shuegue had not dared to look up because he would immediately see those 180,000 corn seedlings. Have them make the bedding into cloth bags, and let Old Hay and the monkey build an underground granary to keep it dry. It should be able to store longer, Jiaoyin said. Okay, boss. Wu Shuegue turned and walked out of the hidden tent. He immediately notified the 2 female slaves in Zhao Dihai, instructing them to take the clean sheets and duvet covers, dismantle them, and sew them into cloth bags by hand. On the other side, after receiving the order, the monkey and Old Hay chose a vacant lot and directly burrowed underground. After a dozen minutes, a massive cellar, 300 meters deep and covering 2,000 to 3,000 square meters, was completed. The monkey activated its fire ability, unleashing a raging flame to start roasting the floor, walls, and ceiling. 2 hours later, the little monkey, exhausted, had burned the entire cellar into a thick layer of 2 to 3 meters of brick wall. Wu Shuegue then invited Song Xiaodao. A gust of wind blew through, clearing the dust in the warehouse. Thus, the granary was completely built. Marquis, I need to trouble you to dry all the grain. The boss's grain can definitely be stored for over 5 years now. Wu Shuegue looked at the little monkey with eager eyes. The little monkey, slowly regaining its energy, bared its teeth at him and made a scary face. But in the end, it still went to help dry the corn. After all, it was the one who could eat the most. After all, it was the only one with fire abilities. Jiaoyin did not participate in these trivial matters. The wine he got from Asan had long been consumed over the past half-month. A smile often appeared on his face, as if he had truly forgotten about the death of Bald 5. That afternoon, Jiaoyin called Bald 6 alone again. He personally cooked the best food, even deliberately adding 2 packs of extraordinary instant noodles to the pot to boil together. After Bald 6 finished eating, Jiaoyin said solemnly, "If I send you out, you might very well die, just like Bald 5. Bald 6, are you willing?" "I am willing." Bald 6 looked up at Jiaoyin. The expression on the eagle's face was unreadable, its eyes dark and spirited. "I am willing to serve my master, even unto death." A silly voice echoed in Zhao Yin's heart. Jiaoyin smiled, fully aware of the cost of such an action. Yet he could not allow himself to hesitate. Jiaoyin slowly closed his eyes. At that moment, no one knew what he was thinking. After a while, he slowly raised his hand, stroking Bald 6's head gently, and in the next moment, Bald 6 vanished from the spot. Jiaoyin remained seated, unmoving. His hand still held the position of stroking Bald 6. After a long time, although he could not sense Bald 6's exact location, he could still feel its life force. The contracted beast was utterly loyal to him. If there were any accidents, even if it were to take its own life, it would surely warn its master. An hour passed, and Jiaoyin did not move. 2 hours later, he still sat there. 3 hours later, his hands slowly lowered. Jiaoyin stood up, summoned Little White, and in the next moment, vanished from the spot. Outside, the red sun was setting in the west. The entire sea of clouds turned red, casting a layer of pink over Xiaobai's fur. Xiaobai carried Jiaoyin, gently flapping its fleshy wings, suspended in the wind, waiting. Quack! Tulu let out an excited sound, quickly flying in front of Jiaoyin. "Master, I'm back." Jiaoyin smiled, but the smile did not reach his eyes. The current safety was bought with the lives of contract beasts. He raised his hand to summon Tulu into the life space, commanding Xiaobai to descend quickly. For a month, Jiaoyin had occasionally replayed the events of that day. In his previous life of 7 years, he had never heard of the female corpse demon. There were only 2 possibilities. First, they were rare, and those who encountered them all died. Second, they did not dare or could not appear freely on the surface, threatened by some existence or restricted by some rules. Jiaoyin leaned more towards the second possibility, so he decided that, unless necessary, he would never easily fly up into the clouds again. Shilin City, once an ancient Qing territory, with the South Mountain to the south and the North Mountain to the north, located at the confluence of tributaries of the Huang River, had existed for thousands of years in the history of the Great Xia, leaving behind a rich legacy. But now, the riverbed was dry, the roads were destroyed, and the city had turned into a wasteland. From a high vantage point, it looked desolate. The buildings that had not been completely destroyed were no longer visible. In the life space over the past month, the outside world had undergone tremendous changes, with vegetation becoming increasingly lush. In the ruined city, weeds had grown taller than a person. Vines that were once as thin as a finger had grown to the thickness of an arm, and towering trees were everywhere, covering everything. This was the apocalypse Zhao was familiar with, primitive, desolate, yet full of life. Xiaobai landed on a relatively flat patch of overgrown grass, and Zhao rolled off. With a wave of his hand, figures began to appear. Now, Zhao Yin's mastery of the life space had become increasingly adept. Song Xiaodao and the corpse demons, along with Wang Xiaolei, who had evolved to D-level, and all the contract beasts, were summoned by Zhao Yin. As for Wu Xuegue, Zhao Dihai, and the others, as well as the female slaves, they remained in the life space making cloth bags. Master! 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 Voices echoed in Zhao Yin's mind, but Tu Wu was notably absent. Zhao Yin remained silent, walking forward without a word. After a few steps, roar! A roar of a corpse reached his ears. A zombie much larger than an F-level zombie suddenly sprang out from the weeds ahead. Zhao Yin activated his true vision. Male zombie, E-level, evolution 145, strength 53, agility 38, spirit 2, 8, bang! A giant rat came forward, raised its claw, and smashed the zombie's head, digging out the corpse crystal and approaching Zhao Yin. Master. Zhao Yin raised his hand to take it, striding forward. Now, due to the height of the weeds, the zombies naturally concealed themselves, and Zhao Yin was surrounded by the rustling sounds of the wind blowing through the grass. With the passage of time, most of the zombies in the city had scattered, no longer as densely packed as before. Zhao Yin knew that when the B-level zombie king appeared, the scattered zombies would gather again, forming an even more terrifying sea of corpses. That would be the true horror of the apocalypse, with humanity ultimately forced to the edge of the world, left with only a struggle for survival. But for many survivors, the scattering of zombies was a blessing. The danger had significantly decreased. This was also the peak period for human evolvers. Along the way, the sparse zombies did not hinder Zhao Yin and the contract beasts' progress at all. There were no ordinary F-level zombies left, they had all evolved to E-level or above. After more than 10 minutes, Zhao Yin collected over 300 E-level corpse crystals and finally arrived at the center of the city he had estimated in advance. He stopped, pointing at a high-rise building covered in vines that had not completely collapsed. Monkey, climb up and activate your abilities to attract all the nearby zombies. Now the plan to quickly return to Xinqiang can only be shattered. Zhao Yin's new plan is to walk on land, killing his way back to Xinqiang, capture any mutated beasts he encounters, and wipe out any zombies. As for the corpse demons, not a single one will be spared. In his memory, there exists not only the dog emperor that can be tamed, but also many opportunities. However, too many unexpected events had delayed him until now. The little monkey activated its giantization ability, reaching nearly 10 meters in height, and quickly climbed up to the rooftop through the cracked wall seams. Roar! In the next moment, the little monkey let out a roar that shook the ground for miles, suddenly raising the golden war stick in its hand. As the little monkey's body changed, the golden war stick also transformed, becoming as thick as a bowl and 12 to 13 meters long, covered in flames. Boom! 10 massive stick shadows appeared out of thin air and slammed down, causing the entire building to collapse instantly, the tremendous noise shaking the whole of Shilin City. Roar, roar, roar! Countless zombie roars echoed from all directions. At this moment, within Shilin City, tens of thousands of zombies were still gathered, originally scattered in various corners, now all crazily converging towards the center of the city. In the next moment, the nearby weeds shook violently, quickly flattened by the horde, and thousands of zombies appeared densely in sight near the city center. Almost all of them were E-level or above. Compared to the previous F-level zombies, their skin was darker and more shriveled, and their speed had doubled. Running at the front were 2 D-level zombies. Zhao Yin gripped the gale gun tightly and charged into the horde, arcs of electricity dancing across the gale gun, instantly piercing the heads of the 2 D-level zombies. Following that, Zhao Yin swept the gun horizontally, shattering a large number of zombies. Master is so fierce. The little monkey's eyes widened. It felt that since coming out of the life space, the master seemed to have changed in some way. By the time all the contracted beasts reacted, Zhao Yin had already killed over 100 zombies. Charge! Song Xiaodao snapped back to reality, letting out a sharp scream as he swung the Yuanyue axe into the horde, slicing through most of the nearby zombies with wind blades, and any that slipped through were dealt with by a single axe. Wang Xiaolei closely followed behind Song Xiaodao, looking like a little sidekick, wielding her weapon to create whooshing sounds, with each strike bringing down several zombies. This time, the number of attracted zombies was too great. All the people and beasts were engulfed in the horde, and instead of killing fewer, they were killing more. Boom! Zhao Yin had already charged hundreds of meters away, surrounded by the most zombies. Relying on the power of the evolved beings, he couldn't kill them all, so he activated his lightning ability. Rows of lightning flashed, forming a thunderstorm, and soon, within a radius of 300 meters around him, all the zombies were cleared out. In the next moment, he charged further away. The area just cleared by the thunderstorm was quickly filled again by the horde. Roar, roar, roar. Countless grotesque faces revealed a thirst for fresh flesh and blood, rushing forward one after another, only to fall down again. All the contracted beasts had been left far behind by Zhao. At this moment, the little monkey, who had been watching Zhao, realized that the master was using all his strength, and his speed in killing zombies had surpassed its own. The little monkey suddenly noticed that even the bald one was killing zombies faster than itself. Its true feathers transformed into countless arrows, slaughtering zombies in large numbers. Should it activate the fire ability? The competitive little monkey hesitated at this moment. Its master was always the strongest in the team, the eternal vanguard, the perpetual fighting machine. Now, even that corpse demon had to follow behind the monkey lord. But the fire ability would burn the corpse crystals, and the master had forbidden it from activating. At this moment, in Zhao Yin's team, among all the D levels, the one killing zombies the fastest was still Old Neo. With its potential increasing, its power became even more astonishing. Its method of attack remained the same, clenching its buttocks and charging straight ahead. Facing zombies of a lower level than itself, Old Neo was faster than even Song Xiaodao. If Old Neo were to be promoted to C-level in the future, it would undoubtedly be the fastest among all contract beasts when it came to killing low-level zombies. The slowest, as always, was Old Hay. Poor Black Rat King, now at the bottom of the pecking order. It was already considering whether to follow its master's advice and find a female rat to have a litter of rat pups. Old Hay couldn't believe it. Even with its whole family together, they still couldn't compete with that monkey or that bird. Half an hour later, all the zombies in the city had gathered, and countless zombies had fallen, yet they still seemed endless. At present, Zhao didn't have many arrows to deal with E-level zombies and could no longer experience the same exhilarating feeling as before. Although the overall strength of the team had increased, so had the strength of the zombies, leading to greater consumption in killing them. Zhao released his abilities on a large scale, having already exhausted his energy, and could only draw from the energy stored in his energy ring as he turned back to fight. Returning to the beast horde, Zhao took out some compressed biscuits and distributed them to a few mutated beasts and Song Xiaodao. Then Zhao took out a bottle of iced red tea and gulped it down. A more violent thunderstorm descended, densely striking down, turning patches of zombies blackened by electricity, followed by their collapse. This was a massacre. For the next 2 hours, Zhao Yin's energy was depleted for the 4th time, and he had long been using compression to replenish it. This was still a result of his mental strength far surpassing that of ordinary ability users. Song Xiaodao and the 5 true mutated beasts had each consumed 9 pieces of compressed biscuits. Only the uniquely gifted corpse demon Zhang Jia had energy that seemed endless. The bone wings behind the corpse demon had retracted into its body at some point, and its 10 fingernails had grown to 3 feet long, dark in color, flashing with a terrifying black light. Like 10 sharp blades, they crazily slaughtered through the zombie horde, like a perpetual motion machine. The only flaw of the corpse demon was that it could not attract zombies. Even if zombies passed by it, they completely ignored it. Thus, the zombie horde around the corpse demon could not become dense, and it could only follow behind other contract beasts, killing at a speed slightly better than Old Neo, but not as fast as the little monkey. 2.5 hours later, night fell. All contract beasts and Song Xiaodao had used their 10th piece of compressed biscuits, and Zhao Yin's energy was once again exhausted. The zombie horde finally thinned out. Zhao Yin shouted loudly, "All mutated beasts, stop using your abilities, engage in hand-to-hand combat." There was no need to waste extraordinary food anymore. Zhao Yin calculated that in this battle, he had consumed 3 bottles of iced red tea and 62 pieces of compressed biscuits. Next, clearing the remaining zombies became easy. Zhao Yin ordered everyone and the beasts to gather towards the central position, and the sparse zombie horde began to converge back towards them. Zhao Yin swung the gale gun, using his immense strength to smash down, brutally killing a large area. 20 minutes later, all the zombies were cleared. The entire world fell silent, and everyone and every beast were panting with exhaustion. Only the corpse demon's obedient grandson remained energetic, calling out, "Grandpa, Grandpa." It seemed he was quite excited about the killing. Zhao Yin raised his hand, summoning everyone from the life space. Time to work. At this moment, in the southern outskirts of Shilin City, in a half-collapsed underground supermarket. After the apocalypse, this place had formed a small gathering of survivors. Originally, over 100 people had gathered, including retired elderly, students, housewives, corporate executives, elite police, migrant workers, and government officials. But in the past 4 months, some had died at the hands of zombies. Some had gone out and never returned. Moreover, due to food shortages, lack of medicine, and the poor health of the elderly and children, one by one, they had died. By now, only 18 people remained in the small gathering. The empty shelves were pushed to the sides against the wall. At this moment, a dozen people were gathered around a campfire, with a large pot set above it. The water was boiling, bubbling away, cooking some unknown food. "It's ready to eat," a young man with glasses shouted loudly. As his voice fell, everyone swallowed hard and quickly grabbed the bowls that had been prepared nearby. It looked like a scramble was about to ensue. "What do you all think you're doing?" At that moment, a clear voice rang out. Everyone froze, turning to look at the frail girl sitting quietly in the corner. The 19-year-old girl, despite her face being covered in dirt and grime, could not hide her delicate, fair skin. She had an oval face, long eyelashes, almond-shaped eyes, and her lips were slightly chapped. Her name was Ningyu. Her father, Ning Yaozu, was the former owner of this supermarket. All the survivors had been taken in by the father-daughter duo, and the first to speak, the young man with glasses, had been rescued by Ning Yaozu from the hands of zombies. "Ningyu, your dad, and the others haven't come back for 3 days. Either they've found food and kept it to themselves, or they're dead and won't return," the young man with glasses said. "Zhang Bo, what nonsense are you talking?" Ningyu's face instantly turned frosty. "Don't forget who saved you back then. We're all hungry. Are we supposed to wait forever?" Zhang Bo glared. "These wild vegetables have been cooked 2 or 3 times already. If we don't eat soon, all the nutrients will evaporate. This is the last batch of food, all brought back by my dad and the others." Tears of grievance welled up in Ningyu's eyes. They've been out for 3 days. If they haven't found food, they'll come back exhausted and starving. If there's no food to replenish. "Ningyu, for your dad's sake, do we all have to starve?" Another girl interrupted Ningyu. Immediately, everyone became agitated. "Ningyu, it was Boss Ning who saved us, that's true, and we are all grateful, but you can't waste food for a dead person, can you?" Another girl said. "Ningyu, you're being too selfish. Ningyu, the supermarket may belong to your family, but now it's the end of the world. The resources of the entire world are shared by everyone. Do you really think we have to listen to you?" "Ningyu." The crowd grew more and more outrageous. Ningyu tried to speak several times, but her voice was drowned out by the others. Her eyes, filled with tears of grievance, glared at everyone. There were no evolved beings in the supermarket. Those who had survived to this point were mostly young adults. Apart from the 4 who had gone out with Ning Yaozu to search for supplies, among the 13 left, 9 were female students from a nearby university, including Ningyu. Among the 4 young men, Zhang Bo and another named Wei Gang were also students, while the other 2 were Yu Yuanqing, the grandson of a chairman from a well-known company before the apocalypse, and Yifeng, who had long hair and used to be a resident singer at a bar. In short, the 4 men looked utterly powerless. Perhaps this was the reason why Ning Yaozu and the others did not take them along to search for supplies. Zhang Bo directly picked up a ladle and scooped a bowl of overcooked wild vegetables from the pot, and immediately, everyone scrambled for it. Ningyu couldn't stop them at all and could only grab a bowl to fight back. Slap! A girl suddenly slapped Ningyu across the face, mocking, "Aren't you saving it for your dad? Why are you eating too? So you're just a scheming bitch." Ningyu, unable to hold back her anger, slapped back, smack. "Do you really think I'm easy to bully?" The girl who was hit covered her face and shouted, "Sisters," when her dad was still around. Ningyu acted all high and mighty. Now she really thinks she's a princess. Teach her a lesson. It seems several girls had already conspired, and they immediately rushed forward. Someone grabbed her hair and pressed her face down to the ground, while a group of people surrounded her, punching and kicking. Ningyu was just an ordinary girl. How could she withstand such bullying? Soon, her head and face were covered in blood, and she collapsed to the ground, dazed and half-conscious. Several men watched as if it were a joke. "All right, you've taught her a lesson. If you hit her again, she'll die," said a rich second generation named Yu Yuanqing. "Yu Shao, are you feeling sorry for her?" A girl turned around and asked. They had teamed up to deal with Ningyu, partly because she was the owner of this place. After the apocalypse, Ning Yaozu treated his daughter much better than he did them. On the other hand, it was also because Ningyu was more beautiful than any of them. Every time the boys in the supermarket saw Ningyu, their eyes held a strange glint. The girls were jealous and wished she would disappear sooner. "We don't even know if Ning Yaozu is dead or alive. If he comes back and finds out you killed his precious daughter, even if he's a good person, you all will be in trouble." Ning Yaozu was not just the boss here. Among the 4 people he took out to search for supplies, 2 were police officers from before the apocalypse, and the other 2 were veterans. All 4 were very grateful for Ning Yaozu's kindness, and with his calm personality and thoroughness in handling matters, they had always regarded him as their leader. Upon hearing this, all the girls stopped their hands. "Humph, let's wait another day. If Ning Yaozu doesn't come back, then we'll kill you," said the girl who had acted first. "Time to eat," Zhang Bo, having watched the commotion, shouted. Everyone picked up their bowls and began to eat, like starving ghosts, gulping down soup and wild vegetables in a few bites. Zhang Bo finished first and reached for the pot again. Just then, the wooden board blocking the supermarket door was suddenly removed, and two blood-soaked people walked in. "Ah, zombies!" A girl screamed in fright, and panic spread instantly. Everyone dropped their bowls and desperately fled deeper into the supermarket. "Wait, don't be afraid, it's us." At that moment, one of the bloodied figures called out with a familiar voice. "Is it Ning Yaozu?" Everyone stopped in their tracks, and Yu Yuanqing bravely stepped forward, discovering it was indeed Ning Yaozu, and the other person was Officer Yang Chen, who had gone out with him. One of Ning Yaozu's arms was broken, wrapped in a rag, and blood continued to drip from it, while Yang Chen, who he was supporting, had a large hole in his abdomen, with his intestines exposed. Behind Ning Yaozu, he still carried a large bag, bulging with contents. "Uncle Ning, where are the others? How did you get hurt like this?" Yu Yuanqing asked. "We found some food and encountered other survivors who tried to rob us. Xiao Lei and Xiao Huang are dead, only the two of us made it back." Ning Yaozu, pale as paper from blood loss, was holding on only by sheer will. "Quick, help me, get some needle and thread to stitch up Xiao Yang's wound." However, no one moved. In the apocalypse, injuries like this were basically a death sentence. Ning Yaozu was taken aback, thinking they were scared by his appearance. "Kids, don't be afraid, Uncle Ning brought you food." With a thud, Ning Yaozu dropped the bag from his back, and immediately, several boxes of moldy instant noodles rolled out. Everyone's eyes widened, and then they finally moved. But not to help, instead, they rushed to grab the food from the bag. "You kids!" Sigh. Ning Yaozu sighed. "Don't be too anxious, saving Xiaoyang's life is the priority." The food was instantly snatched clean, and Yu Yuanqing, holding a box of instant noodles, had a much better attitude. "Uncle Ning, I'll go find you some needle and thread right now." "What's the point of looking for needles and thread? Officer Yang is beyond saving. Even if he survives for a while, it's just wasting food." Zhang Bo grabbed Yu Yuanqing. "Xiao Zhang, what are you saying?" Ning Yaozu was taken aback, looking at Zhang Bo in disbelief. This was the child he had saved with his own hands, who had always shown him utmost respect. He never expected Zhang Bo could say such a thing. "I'm saying, Uncle Ning, you saved my life, but you and Officer Yang are useless even if you don't die. You can survive, but Officer Yang doesn't need to," Zhang Bo said directly. The girls nearby quickly nodded in agreement. "He won't last a few days, it's just wasting food. Even if he's bandaged, so what? Without medicine, he'll die sooner or later." "Uncle Ning, it's not that I don't want to help you, but they all disagree," Yu Yuanqing added. Ning Yaozu's eyes blazed with anger, as if he finally understood something. "Xiao Yu, where are you? Hurry and bring some needles and thread." He intended to seek help from his own daughter, scanning the area, only to find Ning Yu collapsed in a corner. Her face was covered in blood, and her life was uncertain. You beasts!" Ning Yaozu cursed furiously. "Ning Yaozu, you're crippled now, and you can no longer provide us with food. Try cursing again." Zhang Bo suddenly glared fiercely. Ning Yaozu did not lose his composure. He fell silent, set Yang Chen down, and struggled toward a nearby shelf, intending to find needles and thread. Yang Chen's zombie couldn't wait. Thud! A rusty fruit knife suddenly plunged into Ning Yaozu's lower back, pulling out a spray of bright red blood. Zhang Bo's eyes turned bloodshot as he shouted, "Everyone, let's take him down. If we don't, once his injuries heal, he won't spare us." As soon as he finished speaking, He Feng rushed forward, picked up a chair, and smashed it down on Ning Yaozu's head. Instantly, Ning Yaozu collapsed to the ground. "Everyone gets a share, those who don't act aren't one of us," He Feng shouted. To personally kill a benefactor, after all, left a lingering guilt. Only by killing together could that guilt be alleviated. Wei Gang also charged forward, grabbing a kitchen knife from the side, and thrust it in. Half of the knife sank directly into Ning Yaozu's shoulder. "What are you all pretending to be good people for? Come on, let's give Uncle Ning a quick end." After Yu Yuanqing finished speaking, she stepped forward, pulled out the kitchen knife, and swung it down with force. Half of the knife embedded itself in Ning Yaozu's neck. All the girls rushed forward, grabbing various tools, attacking Ning Yaozu with all their might. Bang! 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 Warm blood splattered on the faces of these young people, each one looking like a released demon. Ning Yu witnessed all of this. She had just woken up when Yu Yuanqing swung the knife. Ning Yu desperately covered her mouth to stifle any sound, seizing the moment while everyone was lost in madness to run toward the supermarket exit. She understood that her father was beyond saving, and the next to die would surely be her. Crash! In her panic, Ningyu accidentally bumped into a steel plate blocking the door, the noise immediately alerting those inside. That little bitch is trying to run. A girl shouted loudly. Chase her! Let's go kill her! Zhang Bo shouted. Everyone, stimulated by the blood, fell into a frenzied state. After the apocalypse, they had been suppressed for too long. At this moment, it all erupted. After the battlefield was cleared, Zhao Ying collected a total of 64,852 E-grade corpse crystals, 194 D-grade corpse crystals, and 127 corpse crystals. The remaining corpse crystals included 31,323 F-grade, 3,260 E-grade, and 18 D-grade. Now, F-grade corpse crystals had become rare items, and Zhao Ying planned to keep them all. Who knows, they might have other uses in the future. E-grade and D-grade corpse crystals were already enough to promote the 8 contracted beasts to C-grade. He immediately divided the corpse crystals into 8 piles, collecting the remaining 6,452 E-grade corpse crystals. Then, Zhao Ying called out to the nearby resting beast herd. Old Nyo, Old Hey, Little Bai, Tu Lu, Tu Yi, Shu Lu, Shu Yi, Shu Er, you 8 come over. The 8 contracted beasts immediately scampered over. They all knew their master was going to help them level up, their eyes filled with excitement. Zhao Ying pointed at the 8 piles of corpse crystals and said, each beast choose 1 pile, and level up to C-grade right here. Anyone who dares to take the corpse crystals back to the life space to level up and ruin my cornfield, I will break its 5th leg. Understood, Master. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Voices of gratitude echoed in Zhao Yin's heart. Master, Old Nyo was willing to. Old Nyo wanted to flatter like little monkey but suddenly remembered that rainy night, the claw of the White Mouse King. Old Nyo shivered all over. That was a pain it could never erase. This vow was too toxic and Old Nyo quickly changed its mind. Old Nyo was willing to kill more zombies for the master. Zhao Ying nodded and looked at the remaining mutated beasts that had not received corpse crystals. At this moment, they all looked enviously at the 8 contracted beasts absorbing the corpse crystals, their eyes wide with longing. Zhao Ying comforted them, saying, the order of your promotions is based on the merits you've established for me in the past. Shu Lu, Shu Yi, and Shu Er have been with me longer than the vultures and have worked the hardest. Tu Yi and Tu Lu have risked their lives for me, so they will level up first. As long as you work harder than them in the future, the next time we slay zombies, it will definitely be your turn. Thank you, Master. Tu Chi loves to work. Master, Shu-san still wants to work. Master. Another wave of voices resonated in Zhao Yin's mind. He no longer paid attention to these contracted beasts and instructed Wu Shuegue, cook, there aren't many zombies left in Shilin City, and both humans and beasts are tired. We'll rest here tonight. Wu Shuegue immediately took out cooking utensils and food from his spatial ring, and Zhao Dihai and others came forward to help. A group of workers got busy. Now, the giant python skeleton had been consumed, and the ingredients had become extremely monotonous. The staple foods were only cornmeal and chestnuts, paired with crispy ear vegetables and dandelions, with no meat left at all. Zhao Ying set up a table and chairs, waiting for the 8 contracted beasts to level up while opening all the star crystals. 38 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 18 pieces of sandwich bread, 18 bottles of iced tea, 25 pieces of compressed biscuits, 5 yellow peaches, 4 cans of beef, 6 pieces of instant noodles, 4 cans of tuna, 1 bottle of F-grade evolution potion, 1 bottle of D-grade healing potion, 2 butterfly knives, 1 military jacket, 1 E-grade watermelon knife, 1 D-grade mountain axe, 100 pieces of star salt, grade D, extraordinary seasoning, increases strength by plus 50 for 24 hours after consumption. Note, consume 1 piece at a time. Black iron mount armor, grade C, extraordinary mount equipment, mount speed 110, impact force 120, additional attribute, mental power 30. After opening all the star crystals, a surprise emerged. A piece of C-grade mount armor. If Old Nyo, who was leveling up to C-grade, equipped it, combined with the speed boost from the mount helmet, then Old Nyo would be the fastest among all the contracted beasts, except for the monkey and Little Bai. Old Nyo's defense and strength were astonishing, and its biggest shortcoming was speed. Zhao Ying suddenly couldn't imagine how terrifying its power would be after leveling up to C-grade and compensating for that shortcoming. Zhao Ying directly tossed the star salt to Wu Shuegue. The temporary increase of 50 strength was still quite significant for the current group of contracted beasts. Excluding the black iron mount helmet, Zhao Ying collected all the extraordinary supplies. He looked at the extraordinary food and potions in the spatial ring. 38 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 377 pieces of sandwich bread, 350 bottles of iced black tea, 303 pieces of compressed biscuits, 5 yellow peaches, 6 cans of beef, 84 pieces of instant noodles, 8 cans of tuna, 4 bottles of F-grade evolution potions, 37 bottles of D-grade healing potions, 6 bottles of C-grade healing potions. After this battle, the number of compressed biscuits had decreased by more than 30, while other supplies had increased. Even without mentioning a rare C-grade mount equipment, promoting to C-grade with 8 contracted beasts was already a huge gain. Half an hour later, all 8 contracted beasts had completed their evolution. Zhao activated his true sight. Adult water buffalo, C-grade mutated beast, strength 420, agility 270, stamina 350, defense 430, spirit 105, bloodline talent, great strength, iron armor. Flying white tiger, C-grade mutated beast, strength 305, agility 410, stamina 318, defense 350, spirit 125, bloodline talent, extreme speed, rat king, C-grade mutated beast, strength 310, agility 335, stamina 245, defense 328, spirit 74, bloodline talent, earth escape, mouse, C-grade, strength 167, agility 195, stamina 72, spirit 18, mutated due to zombie virus infection, vulture, C-grade, strength 159, agility 196, stamina 78, spirit 20, mutated due to zombie virus infection, mouse, vulture. The attributes of several pseudo-mutated beasts were basically similar, as their potential had not been developed much, and their attributes were far inferior to those of the mutated beasts. Zhao was destined to choose to cultivate the true mutated beasts first. Master. One by one, the contracted beasts stood up from the ground, excitedly expressing their thoughts. All the contracted beasts had grown larger again, except for the old buffalo, whose size had not changed much, but its muscles looked even stronger. Zhao observed carefully and was immediately shocked. The old buffalo had evolved 4 large toes on each of its front hooves, which stomped on the ground like fans. 2 small horns had also grown on its forehead. A water buffalo with 4 horns and 4 toes? Mutated beasts could evolve without changing species form, but such evolution began on the day they first mutated into a mutated beast. Just like Xiaobai, although it was a cat, it evolved a pair of fleshy wings. But this water buffalo was already an adult and had reached C-grade. How could it have changed its form? Master. The old buffalo shyly walked in front of Zhao. I know, I look very ugly now. Old buffalo, you are not ugly at all. You will always be my favorite buffalo, Zhao said seriously. This was a good thing, indicating that the old buffalo had more possibilities in the future, and Zhao naturally wouldn't care about whether a buffalo was ugly or not. Zhao gently asked, "Tell me, how did you evolve into this? They all have hands and claws. When I was evolving, I really wanted a pair of claws, but I don't know how I ended up evolving like this." The old buffalo's simple thoughts resonated. Zhao was lost in thought. Could it really be like this? Could intention truly influence the evolution form? Zhao suddenly remembered the zombie king he had killed in Shishan. The other party had also evolved into a perverse defense due to deep obsession. And the old buffalo, with its pure thoughts and clear intentions, had ultimately reached this step. In 2 lifetimes, Zhao had speculated countless times about the secrets of the extraordinary in evolution, yet he had never grasped any useful information. Everything seemed to be the normal operation of nature. Naturally, everyone knew about the extraordinary, but no one knew where the extraordinary originated or what caused it. The height of extraordinary civilization had surpassed technology so much that no one knew where to start. At this moment, it seemed as if a great door had opened to Zhao, and he vaguely felt a glimpse of the true corner of extraordinary secrets. Evolution is not absolute, it can change depending on the individual. Yet, as he delved deeper, Zhao still could not catch a glimpse. Zhao stopped overthinking and called all the contracted beasts, informing them of the old cow's situation and his speculations. Then he said loudly, "From now on, anyone who evolves can learn from the old cow and try to make up for their shortcomings." All the contracted beasts looked at the old cow with curiosity, and then they all became excited. The little monkey thought to himself, "Master, I want to evolve a pair of wings, so I won't be afraid of the Air Force anymore." Lofty aspirations, just as I expected from my favorite monkey. Zhao nodded. "Master, Little White wants to turn back into that little kitten and sleep in your arms every day." "Useless thing," Zhao scolded. "Master, Old Black wants to grow bigger and longer, and then find a wife to have a bunch of mouse cubs." That idea is not bad. I can only help you achieve it." "Master, Bald Egg also wants to grow bigger." "No, Bald Egg just wants to be like that damn sky-swallowing vulture." Master. All the contracted beasts expressed their thoughts. Zhao finally educated them. Whether you can succeed like the old cow depends on how much you desire it and how firm your beliefs are. Do you all understand? Master, Old Black understands. The belief is absolutely firm. Old Black was the most fervent, the first to express his stance, and soon all the contracted beasts nodded cautiously, their eyes filled with dreams. Zhao no longer mentioned this matter, took out the dark iron mount armor, and called out, "Old cow," as the first beast to change form, "This is my reward for you. Song Xiaodao, you will personally put the armor on the old cow." The old cow was immediately excited. At this moment, it felt the master's importance. For a long time, it had behaved conventionally, its combat power not the strongest, and it had never been chosen as a mount. Even the least noticeable old black had once been a mount for the master, having the closest contact. The old cow felt marginalized. Song Xiaodao took the armor and gently put it on the old cow. The pitch-black armor shone like obsidian. In the night, a faint purple glow surrounded it, covering the old cow's entire body, leaving only its head and 4 hooves exposed. Its figure was like a mountain, with 4 horns on its head and large feet shaped like fans, firmly planted on the ground, making it look nothing like a cow, but rather like an ancient and ferocious beast. At this moment, the old cow felt the envious gazes of its companions and the master's gentle eyes, and tears welled up in its eyes. "Master, the old cow is willing to stab the knife for you, without hesitation." Finally, it uttered this vow. There was no way around it. The master had given too much. Zhao nodded and encouraged them again, and at that moment, Wu Shuigue and the others finally finished cooking. Everyone and the beasts were both tired and hungry, and they immediately began to eat. After a meal, Zhao put everyone and the beasts into the life space, allowing them all to rest. As for Zhao himself, he left the life space. Along the way, Zhao searched through his memories of his past life, recalling what news had circulated near Shilin City. Was there any opportunity to increase his strength? In the era of disaster, the heartfelt words of survivors were few. After 7 years of accumulation, Zhao had many verifiable pieces of information, but even more that could not be confirmed. He worked hard to connect the memories of his past life, sifting through the sea of memories. Unknowingly, Zhao walked out of the urban area of Xining and stepped into the southern suburbs. Roar! A roar of a corpse startled him from his memories. The previous corpse lore had not spread here, and in his ears, there were sparse sounds. Within a 2-kilometer radius, nearly 100 zombies wandered around. The suburbs were not as densely populated with zombies as the city. Attracting them here would only waste more time. Zhao was too lazy to waste energy on such a small creature, so he simply stepped forward through the grass. Ahead, the grass rustled, and a zombie pig, hearing Zhao Yin's footsteps, was drawn to him. Zombie pig, E rank, evolution level 100/19, strength 62, agility 53, spirit 0. 8. Zhao hadn't seen an animal turn into a zombie for a long time, which was related to his recent travels. The E-rank zombie pig had attributes much stronger than those of human zombies. It leaped out of the grass, roaring as it lunged at Zhao. Boom! Zhao threw a punch forward, and the zombie pig's head instantly shattered, its body flying backward and collapsing into the grass, motionless. Zhao approached the zombie pig and retrieved an E-rank corpse crystal from its broken head. The corpse crystals of animal zombies were no different from those of human zombies. Zhao didn't linger and directly stored it in his space ring, continuing on his way. Soon, he encountered a few more zombies, all of which he dispatched with a single punch. Suddenly, a woman's sobbing reached Zhao Yin's ears. The sound was faint, as if the woman was trying hard to suppress it, but her emotions were breaking through uncontrollably. Later I learned that some fates are cultivated in past lives, a blessing in this life, Ningyu. Ningyu glanced back. In the distance, 3 zombies were less than 300 meters away from her. Although she had often run for exercise before the apocalypse and was faster than the average person, she still couldn't match the speed of the zombies. It was these zombies that had scared off Zhang Bo and the others who were chasing her. At this moment, Ningyu felt her speed slowing down, her legs heavy as if filled with lead. With each step, her leg muscles felt like they were about to burst. "Daddy, Xiao Yu will definitely hold on. I will." Ningyu recalled her father in her mind, the countless mornings and evenings before the apocalypse when her mother was still alive, and her parents doted on her like a precious gem. After the apocalypse, her mother died, leaving only her and her father to rely on each other. With her father around, she had never suffered too much. "Xiao Yu, as long as you're not dead, there's still hope." This was something her father, Ning Yaozu, often said. At this moment, it echoed in Ning Yu's heart, supporting her faith and giving her more strength. Thud! Suddenly, something tripped her. Ning Yu stumbled forward, and her already tattered skirt was torn by a branch with a ripping sound. At that moment, she had no strength left to get up. Ning Yu struggled to look back. The 3 zombies were already close. They wore only tattered rags that swayed in the wind, swiftly weaving through the grass. Their bodies were emaciated and withered, their faces covered in dead, yellow skin, with large black necrotic patches, their dead fish eyes devoid of any emotion, as if only the desire to feed remained. The speed of E-rank zombies was much faster than that of ordinary people, and they quickly reached Ningyu. She stared in despair at those terrifying faces, her frail body trembling, crying, her face streaked with tears. Don't bite me, go away. Daddy, help. One zombie reached out its long-nailed hand, clawing toward her neck. Boom! Suddenly, a blinding light exploded before Ningyu, accompanied by a deafening roar. Her ears buzzed, and her eyes went briefly blind, but Ningyu felt no pain. A wave of joy surged in her heart. Was she saved? But what had saved her? Soon, Ningyu grew tense again, the buzzing in her ears gradually faded, and she heard footsteps, followed by the sound of something being sliced. A few seconds later, Ningyu's vision cleared, though it was still a bit blurry. Crack, crack. The sound of cutting still echoed in her ears as she saw 3 zombies, all charred black. A man in a suit stood with his back to her. He held a knife, slowly cutting open the heads of the 3 zombies, reaching inside their skulls to scoop out all the brain matter. Then, he carefully searched through the 3 piles of brain matter, looking for a crystal that Ningyu had never seen before. His white fingers were stained with the disgusting substance, and he casually tore off a blade of grass to wipe them. Then, Zhaoyin slowly turned around and walked towards Ningyu. You, don't come over. Ningyu felt a chill run down her spine. Instinctively, she shrank back, her long, beautiful legs completely free from the tattered hem of her skirt, shining brilliantly white in the night. I saved you, Zhaoyin said with a frown. He stopped in his tracks. In this apocalypse, few people still feared the dead. Clearly, Ningyu was still living in some kind of protection, remaining as pure as a snow lotus. Upon hearing this, Ningyu finally came to her senses. Thank you for saving my life. Zhaoyin wondered how she had survived before his arrival in her past life. Was her current crisis caused by the butterfly effect of his coming? He took out a raw chestnut and raised it to her. Eat. Ningyu instinctively took it, and upon seeing the food in her hand, her expression changed. Even without eating, she could already smell its sweet aroma. Was there really such sweet food in the apocalypse? She hadn't eaten for 3 days and didn't mind that his hands had just touched those disgusting things. She brought it to her mouth and started to nibble. Zhaoyin watched quietly, not expecting to meet Ningyu in this way. Now, unlike when he first met Song Xiaodao, he was fully capable of supporting a woman. Until Ningyu stopped, Zhaoyin softly said, My name is Zhaoyin. Oh, I'm Ningyu, she hurriedly replied in a fluster. Zhao Yin's gaze remained fixed on her. I know. Ningyu was taken aback, not understanding the meaning of his words, but suddenly felt that the man before her didn't seem so terrifying after all. At least he was much better than Zhang Bo and the others. For some reason, after eating half of the fist-sized chestnut, she felt she couldn't eat anymore. Her body was quickly regaining strength. Ningyu patted her backside, stood up from the ground, and softly said, Brother Zhao, thank you for saving my life. If there's a chance in the future, I will repay you. After saying this, Ningyu slightly bowed to Zhaoyin. Then, she turned and took a step forward. You're just leaving like that? Zhaoyin frowned and asked. Brother Zhao, this is the apocalypse. In your eyes, a weak girl like me is just a burden, right? Ningyu turned back and smiled. After experiencing the chase by zombies, she was now fully aware that it would be difficult for her to survive in the apocalypse with her abilities. Her only wish at this moment was to give Ning Yaozu a proper burial. She wanted to go back and see if Zhang Bo and the others had been caught by the zombies. If Zhang Bo and the others were dead, she would have to collect Ning Yaozu's body. Brother Zhao, you should know I have no ability to repay you, so why pretend to be nice to you? After saying this, Ningyu turned again and continued walking forward. 300 meters ahead of you, there's a zombie. Zhao Yin's voice came from behind her again. Ningyu quickly stopped in her tracks. Roar! The zombie had been attracted by Zhao Yin's thunderous voice. Upon spotting Ningyu, it immediately lunged at her frantically. Zhao! Brother Zhao! Help! Ningyu screamed, instinctively turning to run. In her extreme fright, she panicked and suddenly leaped into Zhao Yin's arms. With her slender and soft arms, she hugged Zhao Yin tightly. Brother Zhao, save me. Don't be afraid. Zhao Yin patted Ningyu's back, feeling the soft body in his arms trembling. He raised his hand. Boom! A bolt of lightning flashed. It struck precisely on the zombie's head, instantly charring the entire creature. Ningyu didn't see how Zhao Yin made his move. She heard the thunder and turned to look, her eyes widening in shock. Smoke was still rising from the zombie's head, lying there motionless, just like the 3 zombies before. Brother Zhao, how did you do that? Ningyu asked, dazed. This is called supernatural ability, Zhao Yin explained in a low voice. He stepped toward the zombie, took out a butterfly knife, and once again, in front of Ningyu, sliced open the zombie's skull, then scooped out the brain matter to retrieve the corpse crystal. The crystal fell into Zhao Yin's hand and instantly vanished. Ningyu bit her lip, curiously watching everything he did. This was all new to her. It felt like a dream. Supernatural ability? She murmured softly. The term supernatural ability was something Ningyu could understand, but it was just too incredible. She remained lost in thought for a while. Yes, supernatural ability. In this apocalypse, zombies are evolving, plants and animals are evolving, and of course, human survivors can evolve too, Zhao Yin said. Evolve? Ningyu looked into Zhao Yin's eyes. In his deep gaze, she sensed a weariness that didn't belong to someone his age. Some zombies produce treasures called star crystals in their skulls. Opening them can yield extraordinary food, equipment, or various potions and supernatural abilities, Zhao Yin patiently explained. There are evolution potions that, when taken, unlock the body's potential, turning one into an evolved being with enhanced physical abilities. Some mutated beasts can grow without evolution potions or supernatural potions. Zombies can also absorb unknown energy to evolve, and devouring star crystals or flesh can accelerate the evolution process. This apocalypse is both tragic and miraculous. It has entered a realm of extraordinary civilization, and I only understand the tip of the iceberg. Zhao Yin didn't explain in too much detail. A sentence or two couldn't cover it all. Upon hearing this, Ningyu's bright eyes flickered, deep in thought. Just then, Zhao Yin suddenly heard footsteps, not belonging to zombies, but to humans. Ningyu, do you have companions? Zhao Yin asked. I don't have any companions. Halfway through her sentence, Ningyu immediately became anxious. Although she hadn't heard any noise, she knew Zhao Yin had the ability to detect zombies in advance, and he must have sensed the approach of humans. It was nighttime, and survivors had a hard time spotting zombies in time. Very few chose to go out at this hour. So, it was very likely that Zhang Bo and the others were still alive. Brother Zhao, I have to go. Is it your enemies? Zhao Yin's eyes turned cold. He guessed something from Ningyu's expression and asked, do you need my help? Brother Zhao, you are very strong, not even afraid of zombies, but there are many of them. Ningyu trembled as she spoke. She had no understanding of the power dynamics. She only knew Zhao Yin was strong but didn't know how strong exactly. At that moment, Ningyu didn't want to drag Zhao Yin into her troubles. After saying that, she turned and quickly ran forward, not knowing the direction Zhang Bo and the others were coming from, and unfortunately, she headed right toward them. Zhao Yin didn't remind her and followed at a distance. A few minutes later, several figures suddenly appeared ahead of Ningyu. When she noticed them, they also spotted her. Ningyu is over there. The little bitch hasn't been eaten by zombies. A girl's voice rang out in the night. Due to the cover of the grass, the two sides were less than 100 meters apart when they encountered each other. That bitch almost got us killed. We can't let her go. Ningyu, don't run. You caused the deaths of Li Ling and the others. It's all your fault. Several people rushed over, forming a siege, quickly charging toward Ningyu. At this moment, Ningyu's only escape route was the path behind her, but there was Zhao Yin there. Ningyu hesitated. She didn't want to implicate her savior. It was this hesitation that completely sealed off all her escape routes. You have already killed my dad. What else do you want? Ningyu said, her face pale. What do we want? You don't know? Zhang Bo sneered. Ningyu fell silent. Before she could escape, she already had the answer in her heart. At this point, there were only 7 of them left. 2 of the men were Zhang Bo and Yu Yuanqing, and the other 5 were female college students. Everyone's clothes were tattered and disheveled, with branches having torn them, and some blood seeping from their skin. The price they paid to escape from the zombies was not small. Ningyu, keep running. At this moment, Zhang Bo's eyes were filled with madness. Why aren't you running? Ningyu stood there, silent, her eyes filled only with despair. She did not beg for mercy from them, knowing that doing so would only make her death more undignified. For you, we were chased by zombies, Wei Gang and the others are dead. Ningyu, do you know? You caused their deaths. A girl shouted. They had managed to escape from the zombies not because they were strong, but because those zombies were busy eating flesh. It was Zhang Bo who had lured Yu Yuanqing and the others away to divert the zombies, allowing them to escape. But now, they blamed all the sins on Ningyu. If you hadn't run, how could we have chased you? How could they have died? Ningyu, if it weren't for you and your dad back then, they might not have died. But because of you, they are dead. You have to pay with your life. How should we kill you? Yu Yuanqing stared at Ningyu's chest, licking his cracked lips, his gaze filled with something unusual. This third-generation rich kid from before the apocalypse had blood on his hands tonight, and the demon in his heart was completely unleashed, no longer pretending to be virtuous. You stopped us from killing this bitch earlier because you were lusting after her body. Don't think I don't know. A girl said, her eyes also filled with something unusual. Zhang Bo, Yu Xiao, enjoy yourselves. I want to see if this white lotus can still pretend like before under you. He, I want to see too. Another girl said. Ningyu never expected that in just one night, they would become so crazy. Everyone stepped forward, the encirclement quickly closing in, and Yu Yuanqing reached out to grab Ningyu's arm. Bang! Suddenly, a shadow flew in, cutting through the air, striking Yu Yuanqing's forehead. It was a branch that had just been broken off, piercing through Yu Yuanqing's forehead and coming out the back of his head, the tip splattered with blood and brain matter, and as it sprayed, Yu Yuanqing's body flew back and fell heavily. He was dead on the ground. Ningyu, you haven't repaid your life-saving grace yet. Where do you want to go? A tall figure stepped through the night, walking slowly. Crack, crack. The roots of the grass he stepped on made crisp sounds, like heavy hammers striking the hearts of Zhang Bo and the others. Ningyu turned around and was surprised to see it was Zhaoyin again. Zhao, brother Zhao? She didn't expect Zhaoyin to follow her. She had no acquaintance with him, yet he had saved her life several times. Ningyu's nose tinged with bitterness, and she felt an inexplicable urge to cry. After her father Ning Yaozu's death, all that remained in this world was loneliness and desolation. She never expected to meet such a man in her despair. Who are you? Everyone trembled at the sight of the branch sticking out of Yu Yuanqing's forehead. Zhang Bo, with a fierce facade, shouted loudly, "Don't meddle in other people's business. Be careful not to get burned." Get burned? Zhaoyin looked at the group of frail college students before him and chuckled lightly. You think you are worthy? In the next moment, Zhao Yin's figure flickered and appeared in front of Zhang Bo, delivering a direct punch. Put! Zhang Bo's head instantly shattered, his stark white bones splattering with warm blood onto the faces of the several girls beneath him. Ah! One girl screamed loudly. Immediately, everyone scattered, turning to flee in different directions, wishing their parents had given them an extra pair of legs. They were all in despair. They had seen murder, but never had they witnessed such brutality. This man was not human, he was more terrifying than those zombies. Want to leave? Zhaoyin said calmly, tonight is a good time for the dead. He moved slowly, a Zhuge crossbow appearing in his hand. There weren't many arrows left, but it was enough to kill a few people. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The remaining 5 girls hadn't run far before they were all pierced through the head by arrows, not even able to scream. From the moment Zhaoyin appeared until he finished killing them all, less than a minute had passed. Ningyu stared blankly at Zhaoyin, as if she finally understood that he was far stronger than she had imagined. Zhaoyin walked over, pulling out the arrows one by one and placing them back into his spatial ring. Ningyu, aren't you leaving? At that moment, Zhao Yin's gaze remained gentle, but it was precisely this gentleness that made Ningyu feel the same way she did when she first saw him. Her hands and feet turned cold. What kind of person could remain so calm after killing? Zhao, brother Zhao, if you really want me to repay you. Ningyu hesitated and said, can you let me go back first to bury my father? Zhaoyin readily agreed, yes. Thank you, brother Zhao. Ningyu said gratefully. The two walked one after the other through the deep night of the apocalypse, stepping on the grass. The sound of rustling came from beneath their feet, and at that moment, Ningyu's cheeks slowly turned red. She understood what Zhaoyin meant by repayment. The only thing about her that he could value was her body. If it had been earlier, Ningyu would rather die than do something so filthy. But now, Zhaoyin was not only her savior but also avenged her father. She bit her lip, trying to comfort herself internally. Actually, he's quite handsome, even if he is a bit perverted. Ningyu, how can you think of your benefactor like that? He's just a pervert. Ningyu truly couldn't comfort herself. Her feelings for Zhaoyin were very complicated. She felt fear mixed with gratitude, resistance mixed with a hint of admiration. Ningyu simply chose not to think about it anymore. The morning light spilled over the southern outskirts of Shilin City, dispersing the haze surrounding the distant mountains, and the eerie, terrifying world seemed to gain a touch of warmth. In front of a solitary grave, Ningyu, with swollen eyes from crying, knelt there. She gazed at the tombstone she had carved herself, the characters crooked and uneven. Ningyu, it's time to leave. Zhaoyin sat on a large meteorite, extinguishing the cigarette but with his fingers. Last night, he had only helped Ningyu kill the zombie that had become her father, and everything else was done by Ningyu alone. She hadn't asked Zhaoyin for help, so he hadn't intervened. Ningyu had been kneeling there for 3 hours, remaining silent. Upon hearing Zhao Yin's voice, she slowly stood up, her expression already calm. In an instant, it was as if she had stepped out of her sorrow. Brother Zhao, where are we going? She asked softly. I'm taking you to a good place, Zhaoyin said, holding her small hand. In the next moment, Ningyu felt a flash before her eyes and found herself under a chestnut tree in the space of life. She was instantly stunned by the scene before her. All around were towering trees over 10 meters high. No, they were crops that looked like cornstalks, just enormous and frightening, densely packed together, countless in number. Before her was a pond, with fish flicking their tails on the surface. Surrounding the pond were a dozen or so terrifying giant trees, each as tall as a 20-story building. Not far away lay a water buffalo the size of a small hill, a giant monkey, 7 enormous rats, and a snow-white tiger with wings. There were also dozens of human figures setting up a large pot to cook, the fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Two women were washing clothes by the pond, pouring the dirty water onto the cornfield. A girl lay sprawled on a wooden bed under a chestnut tree, sleeping soundly. Another girl fanned her with corn leaves. Everything was a scene that could only appear in a fairy tale, yet it was real, right before Ningyu's eyes. At this moment, her feelings were beyond that of a country bumpkin entering the city. It was more like a mortal stepping into a magical world. Brother Zhao. Ningyu nervously tugged at Zhao Yin's sleeve. I don't like being called brother by others, just call me Zhaoyin from now on, Zhao Yin said. Zhaoyin, where is this? Ningyu feared that the nearby giant beasts would suddenly wake up, swallow Zhaoyin in one bite, and then her in another. This is my territory, Zhaoyin said, and after he finished speaking, he clapped his hands, instantly waking all the sleeping contract beasts and Song Xiaodao. Buzz! Across the pond, a group of terrifying vultures suddenly spread their wings, flew out of the cornfield, and landed under the chestnut tree in an instant. Master! A loud roar shook the entire space, followed by a corpse demon that looked no different from a zombie rushing in. The giant monkey opened its eyes. The water buffalo the size of a small hill turned its head. Even the sleeping Song Xiaodao rolled over, and then she saw the unfamiliar girl beside Zhaoyin rubbing her eyes vigorously. At that moment, all eyes were on Ningyu. Ningyu felt immense pressure and tightly clutched Zhao Yin's arm. Zhaoyin, they have awakened. Don't be afraid, they are all my partners. After Zhaoyin finished speaking, he shouted loudly to the beast group, stand straight, line up. In Ningyu's eyes, all the terrifying giant beasts, in the next moment, surprisingly transformed into well-behaved babies, lining up neatly. Even Zhao Dihai and the others, who were preparing breakfast, quickly formed a line, standing in perfect military posture. In an instant, the group of men who had seemed ordinary before now exuded an astonishing aura. Ningyu was shocked, finally understanding that these terrifying giant beasts and the disciplined soldiers were all Zhao Yin's subordinates. What kind of identity did the man she chose to follow have? Boss, 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 master. A chorus of greetings and heartfelt voices came, but one voice was discordant. Zhaoyin, is this your newly captured female slave? Song Xiaodao looked at Ningyu with a scrutinizing gaze. Female slave? Newly captured? Ningyu was stunned, as if she suddenly understood something. She turned to look back at the two girls washing clothes, still working there. Their hair was disheveled, their faces weary, working tirelessly like machines. Meanwhile, dozens of nylon ropes were tied to the cornstalks, drying countless freshly washed clothes. At that moment, Ningyu felt as if she understood everything, but she didn't feel like she had been abducted. Instead, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Is it just being a female slave? It was Zhaoyin who saved her life, avenged her, and working for him was only right. It was much better than what she had previously imagined. This is Ningyu, from now on, she will be my partner. Song Xiaodao, take her to find a place to wash up and change into clean clothes. Wu Xuegue, get her something delicious to eat. After Zhaoyin finished speaking, he walked towards the invisible tent, waiting for a meal. Now that he had found Ningyu, his mood had improved significantly, but he didn't have much time to linger on her. After encountering the female corpse demon, Zhaoyin was eager to quickly enhance his strength. Last night, he remembered that hundreds of kilometers away from Shilin, in Nanzhou, during the second year of the apocalypse, a powerful mutated beast had appeared. It was a lion, but he couldn't recall the specific abilities it had. He only remembered that year, an S-class ability user had appeared in Nanzhou, capturing that lion with a slave collar. Later, the ability user led the lion to the central plains, where it clashed with Lin Tianfeng. At that time, Zhaoyin was not present. He had gone to a secret place to collect mutated crops for the camp. That reckless Lin Tianfeng directly engaged in battle with the S-class combat ability user. At that time, Lin Tianfeng's contracted beasts had not yet been cultivated, while the opposing ability user not only possessed combat abilities but also had the lion's assistance. As a result, all the hard-earned resources were lost, and when Zhaoyin returned, he had to flee with Lin Tianfeng. Zhaoyin clearly remembered that Lin Tianfeng already had 3 mutated beasts at that time. 2 of them had been killed by that lion. After finishing breakfast, Zhaoyin called for Xiao Bai, preparing to leave the life space. Zhaoyin, you don't want me again? Song Xiaodao tugged at the corner of Zhao Yin's clothes. She pouted, looking aggrieved, resembling a neglected little wife. Last night, Zhaoyin had wanted Song Xiaodao to rest, so he hadn't brought her along. Since the apocalypse, wherever Zhaoyin went, he would take this little clingy one with him. Now, without her, not only was Song Xiaodao unaccustomed, but Zhaoyin himself also felt a bit out of place. Let's go together. Zhaoyin placed a hand on the child's head, and in the next moment, the 2 of them and a beast appeared in the outside world. Zhaoyin did not notice that after Ningyu saw him disappear, a hint of panic suddenly flashed in her eyes. In this desolate and unfamiliar world, that man seemed to be her only reliance now. With him around, she felt scared. When he left, she felt lost and uneasy. Are you the new female slave? At that moment, a magnetic female voice rang in her ears. Ningyu turned around to see a woman in an Asan military uniform looking at her by the water pool. It was then that Ningyu noticed that the two female slaves were extremely beautiful, especially Zhou Lily, whose figure was even more stunning than her sister's, exuding a mature aura amidst her youth, gentle yet alluring. No wonder Zhaoyin would save me, that pervert has a penchant for collecting beautiful female slaves? In an instant, Ningyu seemed to understand something. Zhou Lily frowned slightly. Why aren't you speaking? When Zhaoyin was not around, the two female slaves were hesitant to talk. Now that he was gone, even Zhou Dandan became lively. I heard your name is Ningyu. Don't be afraid. Let me tell you secretly, actually being a female slave here is different from before. Every day, you get good food and drink, and you just need to obey the boss's words. It's much safer than outside. Zhou Dandan looked at Ningyu with sympathetic eyes, trying to comfort this new colleague. Obey? Ningyu was taken aback again. Yes, obey. This is the first rule of survival in the boss's hands. Zhou Dandan said very seriously, as long as you follow whatever the boss commands, anything, you comply with him, he is actually quite easy to talk to. Actively comply with him? Ningyu's eyes widened. Zhou Dandan seemed to be about the same age as her, and Ningyu couldn't imagine how the other person could speak so naturally about such things. But you must never defy him. Zhou Lily felt this deeply, recalling something, and said, if one day he wants to strip your clothes, do not resist at all, otherwise, he will hang you up until you are willing to act like a dog. Zhou Lily recalled the time when Zhaoyin confiscated the clothes of her and her sister, and because they bathed in the pond, Zhaoyin hung them up for 3 days. The events that followed were hard for Zhou Lily to speak of. She and her sister had simply compromised. Zhaoyin was unaware, as he overlooked Song Xiaodao's words at the time, and everyone thought Ningyu was a captured slave. They further instilled the idea that he was a perverted demon. Zhaoyin, where did you capture that slave girl from? Song Xiaodao asked, pulling a piece of corpse crystal from a zombie's head. Bang! Zhaoyin shot the zombie beside him. Slave girl? He finally realized that everyone had misunderstood something, but he didn't care much. A simple explanation would suffice. Her name is Ningyu, and she is not a slave girl, Zhaoyin said seriously. Not a slave girl? Song Xiaodao finally remembered something, recalling that Zhaoyin had mentioned this name more than once. Isn't she one of the two fiancés you mentioned? She, like you, was one of the women I had relations with in the past, Zhaoyin said. Relations? Song Xiaodao's face turned red. Why did that sound so disgusting? Stinky Zhaoyin, can't you say it more politely? Then how should I say it? You could say she is one of your girlfriends, or one of your lovers. Even if you want to be crude, you could say she is one of the girls you've been with. The girl spoke astonishingly. Zhaoyin glanced sideways. Isn't it the same? In the apocalypse, civilization had regressed, and the marriage system only existed in human memory. In his previous life of 7 years, Zhaoyin had long since developed a habit in that distorted society. Now, Song Xiaodao was also influenced by it. It seems like it is the same. Song Xiaodao patted her lips, stinky mouth. After taking out the corpse crystal, Zhaoyin mounted on Xiaobai, grabbing Song Xiaodao by the collar and pulling her in front of him. Xiaobai continued to walk steadily. Zhaoyin's destination was South Continent, and he did not stop along the way. On the journey, when encountering lone zombies, there was no need to summon other contracted beasts. Song Xiaodao could take them all down with just 2 wind blades. Only when they stumbled upon small groups of zombies would Zhaoyin take action himself, which didn't delay them for more than a few seconds. 5 hours later, they finally entered the territory of South Continent. At this point, Zhaoyin had accumulated 1,245 E-grade corpse crystals, 4 D-grade corpse crystals, and 2-star crystals. He directly activated the 2-star crystals. Golden Saddle, Grade C, Type Extraordinary Mount Equipment, Mount Movement Speed plus 80, Load Capacity plus 100, Additional Effect Mount Movement Speed plus 5%, Ice Red Tea. Zhaoyin had not prepared for anything decent to come out of the 2-star crystals, but unexpectedly, he directly obtained a rare C-grade mount equipment. The golden saddle on Xiaobai was taken from Old Hay, which had greatly reduced the strength of that Black Rat King, and now it finally had a replacement. Zhaoyin summoned Old Hay and handed over the newly acquired golden saddle. Old Hay, this golden saddle is new. As your master, I appreciate your hard work in helping me escape, so I've decided to let you try it out, but I will not take it back. Old Hay was immediately moved to tears, feeling that he had gained the master's attention again. Master, Old Hay is willing to serve you to the death. As soon as he finished his heartfelt words, Zhaoyin sent him back to the lifespace without a second's delay. Although Zhaoyin only knew that the lion was in South Continent and did not have a specific address, most of the lions in the territory before the apocalypse existed in zoos. South Continent had a wildlife park. After his rebirth, Zhaoyin had hoarded several detailed maps of various regions within the territory, and since putting them into his space ring, he had not used them. Now, he took them out. The iconic buildings after the apocalypse had disappeared, and he could only vaguely identify the landscape. After spending a few minutes studying, Zhao confirmed the location of the wildlife park, which was in an area once called Anlintown on the map. He oriented himself and drove Xiaobai towards it. After a dozen minutes, several low hills appeared before Zhao, nearly flattened by meteorites. Beneath Xiaobai's feet was a stretch of asphalt road from before the apocalypse, now reduced to remnants of asphalt that could still be faintly discerned. In the distance, the corroded remains of a sightseeing vehicle lay scattered among the wild grass, with towering trees occasionally visible at the foot of the low hills. Here, there was a profound silence. Zhao saw no people and heard no footsteps of zombies. Zhao, do you think that lion is still here? Asked Song Xiaodao. I don't know. Zhao shook his head and patted Xiaobai's shoulder. Let's go in and take a look. The South Continent Wildlife Park wasn't particularly large, and Zhao Yin's perception could cover it all. However, if there were mutated beasts deliberately hiding their presence or lurking deep in caves, he would need to get closer to sense them. Crack, crack. Xiaobai's 4 furry cat paws stepped on the grass and vines, carrying 2 figures, one large and one small. Song Xiaodao lazily leaned against Zhao, swaying as they walked. Along the way, Zhao saw many zombies of both people and animals, including rock goats, monkeys, elk, even large hippos and lions, all of which had been killed long ago, their corpse crystals taken. In front of many zombie bodies, the blood had dried into clumps, and there were signs of their innards having been gnawed on. After circling the entire wildlife park, Zhao found nothing. It had wasted quite a bit of time. Zhao, do we need to keep searching? I'm hungry, Song Xiaodao said, rubbing her little belly. Zhao was very patient. Lions only appeared in the second year of the apocalypse, and he was mostly relying on luck by coming here. If you're hungry, just eat a chestnut. Zhao had no intention of stopping to rest. Food was plentiful now, and Song Xiaodao's spatial ring stored quite a bit of cooked corn, chestnuts, and steamed buns. She pouted in dissatisfaction, took out a corn cob, and began to munch on it. After leaving the wildlife park, Zhao waved to summon all his contracted beasts. Master, master, master. All the contracted beasts understood that their master had another task. Zhao instructed, spread out and search for me. Conduct a thorough search within a 30-mile radius. If you find a mutated lion, capture it if you can. If not, come back and report, and I'll take you to gang up on it. All the contracted beasts immediately dispersed to act. They lacked Zhao Yin's powerful perception, so if that lion was hiding, it would be hard for them to find it. But Zhao Yin had no other options. This was the best method available. Just as Bald Egg and the 8 vultures were flapping their wings, preparing to take off, Zhao Yin quickly called out to them, Bald Egg, from now on, don't fly too high, and definitely don't get close to the clouds. Bald Egg and the other birds were taken aback, sensing the seriousness in their master's tone. They all nodded. Understood, master. Yes, master, master, understood. Buzz. All the vultures soared high into the sky. Zhao Yin lifted Song Xiaodao and jumped down from Xiaobai's back, taking this fastest lazy cat along to work. With the speed of 19 contracted beasts, it would take about 3 to 4 hours to search all the places within 30 miles. Zhao Yin directly set up an invisibility tent on the spot, then thought of Ningyu and released her as well. Master. As soon as Ningyu appeared, she crossed her hands in front of her and slightly lowered her head. She completely assumed the posture of a female servant and said, Master, you called me. What service do you need? Zhao Yin was momentarily taken aback. What was going on? Who had trained her like this? What did you say? Zhao Yin asked incredulously, Master, how may I serve you? Ningyu spoke, taking a timid step back, still resisting. For an ordinary girl who had not experienced the brutality of the apocalypse, such a sudden transformation was hard to accept, even with her strong adaptability. Zhao Yin cleared his throat and asked, Who taught you these things? No one taught me. Don't the other female slaves call you that? Ningyu asked timidly. After hearing about Zhao Yin's atrocities from the Zhou sisters, her fear of this perverted man deepened. It was then that Zhao Yin realized something. Come with me. In the next moment, Zhao Yin brought Song Xiaodao and Ningyu into the life space. At that time, the 2 female slaves were still washing clothes by the pond. Zhao Dihai and the others had already built wooden beds and tables, and were packing corn kernels into cloth bags, while some were carrying them into the granary. Wu Shuigue and Wang Xiaolei were grinding corn. Everyone was busy. Zhao Yin clapped his hands, the sound immediately attracting everyone's attention, and he shouted, Come over here. Everyone immediately stopped their work and walked over quickly. Boss, master. Seeing this, Ningyu was so frightened that she didn't dare to breathe, not knowing what she had done wrong. Suddenly, Zhao Yin held her hand. Ningyu instinctively tried to struggle, but then heard Zhao say to everyone, I didn't make it clear before, Ningyu is not a female slave, she is my person. Except for Song Xiaodao, everyone was stunned by his words. His person? In this life space, even Wu Shuegue and Wang Xiaolei were Zhao Yin's workers. Only Song Xiaodao was an exception. Just by her usual unruly behavior in the life space, she knew that once Zhao Yin regarded her as his own, life would be enviable. Zhou Lili and Zhou Dandan both gaped, looking at Ningyu in disbelief. They were so envious they wanted to cry. Zhou Lili's lips even bled at that moment. I've done so much for him, and my looks are not worse than Ningyu's. Why wasn't I treated as his person? Zhou Lili knew best how difficult Zhao Yin was to deal with. What means did Ningyu use? What is she better at than me? At that moment, Ningyu was also completely bewildered. She had no idea what Zhao Yin's words represented or what kind of envy they sparked in Zhou Lili and the others. After Zhao Yin finished announcing, he was unwilling to waste any more time. He took Ningyu and Song Xiaodao with him, and as he left, he cast a cold glance at Zhou Lili from the corner of his eye. Zhou Lili immediately felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, her whole body stiffening. It wasn't until a few minutes after Zhao Yin disappeared that she slowly came to her senses. Did that guy notice my slight jealousy towards Ningyu? It seems I need to be more careful in the future. Sister, when will we be treated as his people? Zhou Dandan asked softly. Zhou Lili fell silent, her bitten lips stinging, a metallic sweetness in her mouth. At that moment, the one who was also tense was Ningyu. She felt the warmth from Zhao Yin's hand, her face turning red, not daring to move. From childhood to now, apart from Lin Yaozu, no other man had held her hand for such a long time. She instinctively wanted to escape but didn't dare to, so she could only stand there stiffly. Finally, Zhao Yin released her hand, took out a chair, and sat down beside her. Ningyu, Zhao Yin called softly. Ah! Ningyu was startled. Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin's tone was serious as he slowly said, I now give you two choices. First, like Song Xiaodao, I will make you an evolver, and from now on, you will fight for me until death. This choice will make you stronger. Even if, in the future, I die, you will have the ability to survive on your own. Of course, the risks of battle are great. In this apocalypse, there are zombie kings, mutated beasts, corpse demons. Not just you, but also me and Song Xiaodao. We could face death at any moment. If you encounter danger beyond my ability to rescue you, I will be the first to give up on you. The second choice is that I will let you stay in the life space, where you will always have endless food and clothes. As long as I am alive, you will be safe for that day. After Zhao Yin finished speaking, he looked at Ningyu, quietly waiting for her response. Ningyu was silent for a while, then cautiously asked, Am I really not a female slave? No, Zhao Yin replied. Then, can I choose the first option? Compared to staying in the life space and waiting to die, Ningyu was more willing to take the risk. If she became strong enough, she could become Zhao Yin's helper, and at that time, this guy shouldn't bully her anymore. Good, Zhao Yin said decisively, taking out a bottle of F-grade evolution potion and an E-grade corpse crystal. First, take this potion. If you successfully evolve, then crush this corpse crystal. Ningyu took it, understanding that even spoiled food was incredibly precious in the apocalypse. Yet Zhao Yin handed her such a valuable item. Ningyu didn't feel that her looks were enough to make someone like Zhao Yin give so much. The sisters Zhou Lili were examples. Their looks were no worse than hers, and they had followed Zhao Yin first, yet they were still female slaves. Zhao Yin, why are you so good to me? Because I owe you. You owe me? Ningyu was even more confused. Zhao Yin didn't explain, calmly saying, before taking the potion, remember to let the old cripple steam a pot of buns for you. If you can't hold on, you might die. Ningyu immediately trembled and blurted out, Zhao Yin, will it be very painful? She had always been afraid of injections, of taking medicine, of pain, of the dark. Zhao Yin nodded, since you've made your choice, when I see you again, I hope to see an evolved person. With that, he sent Ningyu back to the life space. Song Xiaodao, with her arms crossed, glared at Zhao Yin angrily, Stinky Zhao Yin, you weren't this good to me back then. Zhao Yin felt a headache, clearly sensing the child's jealousy, and explained, at that time, the family was poor. What could I do? I don't care. Stinky Zhao Yin, you must compensate me. Don't you have a lot of food in your space ring? I don't want food. Song Xiaodao's eyes suddenly turned red, tears welling up. Stinky Zhao Yin, are you going to stop liking me in the future? When have I ever liked a little brat? Song Xiaodao was speechless. He was still the Zhao Yin she knew, ruthless and cold. Soon, she broke into laughter again. This Stinky Zhao Yin was pretty good. At least she didn't have to worry about being taken away by some little demon one day. Seeing that crazy girl laughing foolishly again, Zhao Yin took out 2 cans of beef and asked, do you want to eat? Is this a compensation? Not at all. Zhao Yin said, it's just to let you smell the flavor. Stinky Zhao Yin, are you teasing me? Song Xiaodao said, hands on her hips in anger. Yes, I'm teasing you, Zhao Yin replied. Song Xiaodao suddenly changed her tone. Just let me have a small bite, let me taste it. From now on, no more nonsense. Zhao Yin handed her a box of canned food, and Song Xiaodao immediately opened it and started eating, seemingly forgetting what had just happened. Zhao Yin suddenly suspected that she just wanted to trick him into giving her some food. When night fell, Xiaobai returned. The area it was responsible for had been completely searched. Master, I just checked the area, and there are no traces of lions, not even a single zombie, Little White reported telepathically. Soon, the little monkey returned as well. Master, I didn't see any lions, not even a single zombie. Zhao Yin asked, did you see any corpses of zombies? Zhao Yin suddenly remembered that since entering South Prefecture City, he hadn't encountered a single zombie on the way. At the time, he thought it was just a coincidence that the nearby zombies had scattered, a matter of luck. But now, it seemed things were not as they appeared. Master, I didn't see any corpses. The little monkey shook his head. Following that, Old Bull, Old Black, and 6 giant rats returned one after another, with only Rat 6 bringing back some news. Master, I didn't see any zombies, but I found a human survivor camp, right by the river outside the city. Zhao Yin wasn't concerned about the survivors' whereabouts and asked, you didn't see any killed zombies? No, Rat 6 shook his head. At this moment, Zhao Yin finally confirmed his suspicions. Even if the zombies were killed and eaten by a pack of mutated beasts, they shouldn't be consumed so completely. Unless there is a zombie king nearby. Zombie king? Song Xiaodao exclaimed in surprise. All the contracted beasts instinctively recalled the zombie king they encountered in Asan's territory. It could directly summon a sea of corpses and even evolve to A grade in the end. Everyone, don't worry too much, Zhao Yin said with a frown. This zombie king is not necessarily something we can't deal with. The zombie king in Asan's territory grew its power rapidly. At first, it was only because it had the ability to fly, allowing it to better catch mutated beasts. Later, it happened to encounter that A-grade giant python raised by a divine ability user. Not all zombie kings have such luck. Since we can't find that lion, let's go see the zombie king. At this moment, Zhao Yin made his decision. This was an extraordinary apocalypse. Everything exceeded the understanding of humanity before the end times, and nothing was impossible. In the apocalypse, anyone could die at any moment. But when it's time to fight, one must fight. Otherwise, they would only fall behind and die faster. As long as the zombie king hasn't reached B grade, the number of corpses it can summon is limited. If we can kill it, we can take the zombie king's star crystal and conveniently harvest the corpses in Lanzhou. Even if we can't deal with it, with the current strength of the team, self-preservation shouldn't be a big problem. Hearing this, Song Xiaodao and all the contracted beasts felt calm in their hearts. Zhao Yin was the backbone of this team. His emotions directly influenced everyone and the beasts. At that moment, a shadow fell from the sky. It was Bald Egg returning. Master! A horde of zombies! A huge horde of zombies! Bald Egg's panicked voice echoed, it's the zombie king. It summoned all the corpses. Where? Zhao Yin immediately asked. Just 40 miles outside the western suburbs. I didn't find that lion, so I thought I would search a bit more for you, Master, and found that all the corpses nearby are there. Bald Egg communicated. Zhao Yin was preparing to send the contracted beasts to find the whereabouts of the zombie king when Bald Egg had already located it. After the other vultures returned, Zhao Yin gathered them all into the life space and rode Little White towards the western suburbs. At this moment, 40 miles west of the western suburbs of South Prefecture, a low earthen mound was packed with corpses, with the horde densely covering several kilometers around the mound. Roar, roar, roar. Occasionally, a zombie, having not fed for too long, would go mad with hunger and roar. Their numbers were vast, and even if the proportion of roaring zombies was small, it still created a terrifying echo in the night. Brotherin, that lion is really cunning. Every time it just kills a few zombies and runs away, the horde can't block it at all, and the old zombies can't catch up. We've been waiting here for a month. When will we finally get a chance? Lian lay prone in the dense grass, 500 meters away from the horde, his body smeared with a black substance, zombie blood and brain matter he had managed to obtain from the corpses after the lion killed the zombies a few days ago. Beside him, 7 men were also lying low. They were all F-level evolved beings, while only Lian had reached E-level. In his hand, he tightly gripped a copper ring that looked utterly unremarkable. But Lian knew this was an incredibly precious S-level item called the slave collar. Before Lian killed that scout-type ability user, the other party had told him that whether it was a human, a zombie, or even a mutated beast, as long as the slave collar was successfully used, they would become his servant. However, there was a condition for using the slave collar. It could only be used when the target's mental state was extremely weakened. If there was strong mental resistance, it would fail. Lian had been eyeing that lion for a long time. Its strength was astonishing, making it the ideal target for the slave collar. But with Lian's strength, barring any accidents, it would be impossible to succeed in his lifetime. A month ago, all the zombies in the city suddenly began to migrate, gathering at this low mountain, and the lion, which had been feeding on zombie crystals, could only follow. Lian felt the opportunity had come, so he brought his few little brothers to lie in wait here. A month had passed in this wait, and he was waiting for a chance, waiting for that lion to be injured by the zombies here. Given the lion's cunning, it shouldn't die immediately. As long as it escaped the horde with injuries, he would have his chance. Although this idea seemed very naive to ordinary people, if any part of the process went awry, his grand dream would turn into a fantasy, and he might even lose his life. But Lian still chose to do it. Opportunities are for those who are prepared. Lian lowered his voice and said to his little brothers behind him, "Since heaven has allowed me to obtain such a precious slave collar, I must be a person of great fortune, and I will surely wait for that opportunity. This lion may be my only chance in this life. If I miss it, I can only be drowned by the tide of the apocalypse, and living is worse than dying. Since I am destined to die anyway, why not take a gamble?" In his eyes, there was a coldness and boundless patience. Lian did not know that if Zhao Yun had not arrived, he would indeed have waited for that slim chance in the end. However, he would still need to wait a whole year. "Brother Ren, it's coming." A low voice sounded beside him. Everyone immediately perked up, hearing a violent rustling of grass leaves. The lion is back. The lion always appeared at night. Although they could only hear the sound, Lian and the others were certain it was the lion. No one doubted it. They had been lying in wait here for a month, and no survivors dared to approach, nor were there any other mutated beasts nearby. However, soon everyone's eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? Under the dim moonlight, the grass 1,000 meters away was violently rolling, and soon, a massive creature emerged. It was a gigantic monkey, covered in golden fur, with a fierce expression, holding a thick stick in its hand. Not a lion? What the hell is this? A mutated monkey? Are there other mutated beasts in Lanzhou? Everyone's hearts trembled, but greed flickered in Lian's eyes as he instinctively tightened his grip on the slave collar. The monkey looked stronger than the lion, if it could be enslaved. Just as Lian thought this, he immediately dismissed the idea, for he saw another colossal creature appear behind the monkey, one that looked even more terrifying than the monkey. It was a beast about the size of a cow, the only difference being that it had 4 horns, and where cow hooves would be, there were 4 large toes. But that wasn't all. A buzzing sound came from the sky as a group of enormous vultures flapped their wings and landed in the clearing in front of the monkey, followed by a series of terrifying figures emerging. Lian and the others felt a roar in their minds, their thoughts going blank. Then, a gigantic white tiger stepped out, with 2 human figures riding on its back. The man was dressed in a clean suit with neatly trimmed short hair, while the girl had fair skin and wore a fitted short dress. The two looked at the mountain of corpses with relaxed expressions, completely unlike people who belonged to the same apocalypse. As Zhao Yun approached the mountain of corpses, he instinctively sensed the area to eliminate any potential surprises while killing zombies. Soon, Zhao Yun discovered 8 breathing sounds coming from the grass 1,000 meters away. "Xiao Bai, go over there," Zhao Yun communicated silently. Xiao Bai immediately turned and obeyed his master's command, stepping toward the grass 1,000 meters away. They are coming," a younger brother stammered. "What are you panicking about? It's over 1,000 meters away, the zombies can't possibly detect us. They're just wandering around," Lian said, sweating as he tried to reassure them. Everyone immediately relaxed, and GE makes sense. At that moment, Lian looked at Zhao Yun's figure, feeling intensely jealous. Why had he waited for a month without being able to enslave even a single mutated beast, while this person could be with so many mutated beasts? Lian had just noticed that all the mutated beasts showed immense respect toward the man. How could he possibly have so many enslavement collars? Even if he did, could he really subdue so many mutated beasts? It must be some kind of cheat. Xiao Bai stopped 300 meters from the grass. "Come out," Zhao Yun called out in a deep voice. The voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough to avoid alarming the zombies while still being heard by Lian and the others. "NGE, he found us," one younger brother said, fear evident in his voice. "Shut the hell up, he's just testing us," Lian scolded in a low voice. Unbeknownst to them, every word they said was heard by Zhao Yun. "Song Xiaodao, kill them all," Zhao Yun ordered. He had no patience to waste time here and gave a direct command. Song Xiaodao straightened up from Zhao Yun's arms, raised a hand, and unleashed his powers. Several wind blades rapidly formed in the air, slicing through it and directly embedding themselves in the grass. Crack, crack. Soon, large patches of grass were cut down. Don't attack, we're coming out." Lian and the others were horrified. Their souls nearly left their bodies, completely unprepared for the fact that the other side had a supernatural being. The wind blades flew just above their heads. Fortunately, they were all lying down, and Song Xiaodao couldn't see their exact positions, allowing most of them to survive. But there was still one younger brother who, just by looking up, had a wind blade pass through his head, the upper half of his skull falling off without him even having time to scream. Everyone scrambled away from the grass, terrified, standing in place. In Zhao Yin's perception, the 8 breathing sounds had turned into 7. Xiao Bai moved forward, walking toward the 7 people. Zhao Yin's gaze fixed on them, scrutinizing from head to toe. Soon, Zhao Yin noticed what Lian was holding, and his eyebrows jumped. Enslavement collar, grade S, extraordinary one-time auxiliary equipment. Special effect, enslave living beings, pseudo-living beings. Note, the master contract holder recognizes the master by blood, to be used after the lifeform or pseudo-lifeform has weakened mentally. In an instant, Zhao Yin understood everything and re-evaluated the guy holding the enslavement collar. Lian looked to be in his early 30s, although he was an E-level evolver, he was nothing but skin and bones. If he wasn't mistaken, this person was the S-level ability user from his previous life who had caused Zhao Yin and Lin Tianfeng to lose everything. In his past life, he had forced Zhao Yin to flee with Lin Tianfeng, not even daring to look back, and had never seen his face. That time was a hurdle in Zhao Yin's heart that he couldn't get over in 2 lifetimes. But evidently, Lian had not yet obtained S-level abilities. Zhao Yin vaguely guessed why he was here. That lion must have come here, just as Zhao Yin was about to instruct Song Xiaodao to kill again. At that moment, Lian seemed to sense Zhao Yin's murderous intent and plopped down to his knees. "Big brother, please don't kill me. I am willing to offer a great treasure." After saying this, Lian crawled on his knees to the feet of Xiao Bai. He respectfully raised the enslavement collar. Zhao Yin had been searching for an enslavement collar for his corpse demon adopted son. He didn't expect Lian to hand it over so readily. He activated his true sight and examined it carefully, finding no issues before taking it into his hands. "For me?" Zhao Yin asked. "Big brother, Lian is willing to serve you from now on, please take me in." Lian bowed deeply. Zhao Yin put away the enslavement collar, and suddenly a long spear appeared in his hand, thrusting down from above. Thud! The spear tip pierced through the back of Lian's head, and when pulled out, it exploded his entire head. Not far away, Lian's few underlings were terrified and immediately fled in all directions. Song Xiaodao. Zhao Yin put away the gale spear and coldly commanded. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaodao immediately waved his hand, and 7 wind blades rapidly condensed in the air. With a whoosh, they chased after the 7 people. Soon after, the sounds of blades entering flesh echoed. Everyone fell to the ground in different positions, and then their heads rolled away. At this moment, the screams had attracted hundreds of zombies from the outskirts of the corpse mountain, rapidly approaching. Without needing Zhao Yin's command, the contract beasts pounced. In just a few minutes, everything was cleared. The world fell silent once more. The moonlight was dim, spilling over the blood-soaked ground, and in the distance, countless zombies still wandered. "Zhao Yin, why did you kill them?" Song Xiaodao asked in confusion. Clearly, there was no enmity. In Song Xiaodao's eyes, it was the first time Zhao Yin had met the other party, and that person named Lian seemed very sensible. "Cut the grass and remove the roots." Zhao Yin only replied with 4 words. Even without mentioning the hurdle in Zhao Yin's heart, Lian was someone who could wait for a year in such an environment for a goal, showing how steadfast his character was. Lian could also immediately offer his most valued treasure upon sensing Zhao Yin's killing intent, demonstrating how decisive he was. If not for this incident, he would not only have successfully enslaved that lion but would have quickly obtained S-level combat abilities, showing how fortunate he was. Steadfast, decisive, fortunate. Such a person. Zhao Yin took away his enslavement collar. Once Lian gained power, how could he let it go easily? If not eliminated, it would be a future threat. Thus, Lian, before Zhao Yin had the chance to shine in this life, was killed. Zhao Yin did not have his patience but was even more decisive. Zhao Yin directly summoned his corpse demon adopted son, who was sleeping in the space. Upon seeing Zhao Yin, the corpse demon immediately rushed over and hugged Zhao Yin's leg. "Master! Master!" Zhao Yin took out the enslavement collar, used the claw of the Rat King to cut his finger, and let a drop of blood fall onto the collar. The next moment, the blood was absorbed, and at the same time, a connection with the enslavement collar appeared in Zhao Yin's mind. "Good grandson, I have a precious reward for you." Zhao Yin revealed a kind smile. The corpse demon immediately became excited, glancing at the enslavement collar in Zhao Yin's hand, raising its head, and looking at Zhao Yin with deadfish eyes, shouting without a hint of doubt, "Master!" It reached out to take the collar, but Zhao Yin said, "Come, let me put it on you myself." The corpse demon quickly withdrew its hand, following Zhao Yin's gaze, stretching its neck out for Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin directly placed the collar around its neck. The spirit of the corpse demon Zhang Jia was already weak, so there was no need for any further action. The enslavement collar instantly transformed into specks of white light, drilling into the corpse demon's neck and disappearing. In Zhao Yin's heart, the connection with the enslavement collar deepened. At that moment, Zhao Yin looked at the corpse demon, his adopted grandson, and felt completely at ease. No matter how far he grew in the future, Zhao Yin only needed a thought to kill him. The corpse demon seemed to sense the restrictions of the enslavement collar, paused for a moment, and soon its expression returned to normal, seemingly unconcerned. Master. Zhao Yin took out an ear of corn and handed it to him. Eat. The corpse demon took it and immediately lowered its head to eat, as if it had forgotten everything. At this moment, Zhao Yin's gaze fell upon the mountain of corpses, estimating that around 80 to 90,000 zombies were gathered here. It was difficult to discern the exact location of the zombie king. Given the density of the zombies here, it was also hard to lure them in batches for killing as usual. If a mistake were made, it could alert the zombie king, and then they would face an army of zombies commanded by the king. Unlike last time in Shilin City, when all the zombies were scattered and gradually gathered in the city center. Even so, Zhao Yin had consumed dozens of compressed biscuits. Here, it was uncertain how many would be needed, especially considering the combat power of the zombie king itself, which could very likely lead to casualties for Zhao Yin. Xiaobai, take me up to the mountain to have a look. After giving the order, Zhao Yin seriously warned, don't fly too high, keep the altitude within 50 meters from the ground. Understood, Master, Xiaobai responded. Ever since that day when it encountered two female corpse demons in the sky, Xiaobai had not dared to fly high again. It spread its flesh wings, more cautious than Zhao Yin, always keeping the altitude within 30 meters from the ground, slowly approaching the mountain of corpses. Roar! At the foot of the mountain, a zombie sensed the strong wind above and slowly looked up, immediately letting out a zombie roar upon seeing Xiaobai. Following that, all the zombies on the mountain roared in unison, the sound deafening. Unfortunately, they could not ascend to the sky and could only watch from the ground. Zhao Yin looked down, searching for the figure of the zombie king. After more than 10 minutes, in the center of the mountain, a terrifying figure nearly 6 meters tall, completely naked, appeared in Zhao Yin's line of sight. Roar! The giant zombie had already noticed Zhao Yin, but like the other zombies, it could not ascend and could only intimidate from below. Zhao Yin immediately activated his true sight. Male zombie, C-Class, Evolution Degree 100 to 28, Strength 420, Agility 340, Defense 535, Spirit 32, Awakened Ability, Giant Strength. Zhao Yin felt reassured. This was the most ordinary existence among the zombie kings. Now, with the C-Class potential of the little monkey developed, it could easily kill it in a one-on-one fight. However, the horde of corpses below was a problem. Crack! Song Xiaodao threw a wind blade down, striking the zombie king on the forehead, sparking a shower of sparks, but not even a hair was harmed. Song Xiaodao immediately became unhappy. Zhao Yin, when will I evolve to C-Class? There is no evolution potion to unlock your D-Class genetic potential yet. The corpse crystal is fine, but if I let you advance to C-Class now, you will never be able to make up for the D-Class potential later, Zhao Yin replied. Then I'll wait a bit longer, Song Xiaodao said. I'll take revenge for you. As Zhao Yin finished speaking, boom! A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the zombie king on the head, momentarily paralyzing its body, and scorching a patch of skin on top. Wow, you're amazing! Song Xiaodao clapped her small hands happily. Zhao Yin raised his hand again, and 5 more bolts of lightning fell, one after another, all striking the zombie king's head. Half of its skull was burned, and it thrashed about below, helpless in its fury. With the zombie king's furious roar, all the zombies began to howl. Zhao Yin said, too slow. At this rate, we might not kill it before dawn. Let's go back. He was worried that lingering in the sky for too long would attract the attention of that kind of existence. Xiao Bai immediately flew back, quickly returning to their original spot. Good grandson, go up there, there's a zombie king on the mountaintop. Go take it down. Zhao Yin pointed to the mountaintop and issued the command. The corpse demon immediately perked up, its bloodthirsty nature making it excited at the sound of battle. Grandpa! The corpse demon shouted, energized like it had been injected with adrenaline, and turned to charge toward the mountain, its momentum like a rainbow. What a fierce good grandson! Song Xiaodao admired the corpse demon's figure. At this moment, all the zombies regarded the corpse demon as one of their own, ignoring it completely, and in the blink of an eye, the corpse demon's figure vanished into the horde. Zhao Yin, worried about the corpse demon encountering an accident, called out, Bald Egg, come with me for support. Among the contracted beasts, only Bald Egg could fly, and its ability was also a ranged attack. Xiaobai took off again with Zhao Yin, and Bald Egg closely followed. Soon, they saw the corpse demon had already charged up the mountain. At this moment, a corpse demon and a zombie king had already engaged in battle. Zhao Yin's earlier provocation had completely enraged the zombie king, and it soon spotted a foolish young zombie daring to step into its territory, swatting at it with a paw. Little did it know that zombie had struck first, landing a punch on the zombie king's forehead, bursting one of its eyeballs. The zombie king went mad. Who dared to bully it? If it didn't take down this zombie, how could it rule in the future? It directly activated its immense power ability, its muscles bulging like stone, and before the corpse demon could retract its fist, it exploded forward, smashing the corpse demon away. The force of this punch was far beyond the corpse demon's defense, breaking 2 of its ribs. The corpse demon tumbled on the ground, then flipped up, spitting out the black blood from its mouth, its eyes still gleaming with bloodlust. Then, its 10 fingernails rapidly grew, soon reaching 3 feet long, and then quickly folded, wrapping around its fists. In an instant, the folding completed, forming bone gauntlets the size of a sandpot, with the tips of the 10 nails pressing against the front of its fists, looking like 10 sharp blades. The corpse demon's thought was simple: you have strength, but my fists are hard, and they come with blades. Bang! The corpse demon and the zombie king exchanged another punch, and the corpse demon was once again sent flying. But this time, its fists left 5 gruesome wounds on the zombie king's chest, flesh rolling back, black blood gushing out, exposing its heart. Ugh! After the corpse demon flipped up, it laughed. This time it only broke 1 rib, and the zombie king was hurt even worse. Again! The corpse demon dashed out again, this time activating its first ability, petrification, rapidly turning its whole body to stone, including the hardness of its fists increasing rapidly. Boom! The 2 corpses exchanged another punch. The corpse demon was still sent flying, but this time, it was uninjured, while the zombie king not only had 5 deep wounds visible to the bone on its shoulder, but a layer of pale yellow light clung to the wounds, rapidly spreading inward. As the light dissipated, a large chunk of flesh turned to gravel and flowed down from its body. The zombie king's fierce face suddenly showed fear, realizing that the zombie before it possessed dual abilities. If it weren't for its strong defenses, that punch just now would have petrified its entire body. Even so, how many punches can its body withstand from this zombie? Roar! The zombie king turned to flee, simultaneously summoning its subordinates without hesitation. However, the nearby horde of corpses all looked at the corpse demon in fear. In their eyes, it was also a zombie king, and stronger than the original. Not a single zombie moved. The corpse demon got up and took off in pursuit. Thus, the 2 zombies, one fleeing and one chasing, began to run wildly on the mountaintop, with the zombies in their path either having their heads smashed by the zombie king's slap or their skulls sliced open by the corpse demon's blade. The corpse demon was slightly more agile than the zombie king, and when it occasionally caught up, it threw a punch, instantly causing a large chunk of flesh to flow down like gravel. Roar! The zombie king screamed in agony, roaring in anger. Roar, roar, roar! The corpse demon was excited, vigorously chasing and hitting. When Zhaoying flew in on Little White, he saw the zombie king had already begun its escape, its bare backside shining under the moonlight. The bloodthirsty face of the corpse demon's grandson was evident as he landed a punch on the zombie king's rear, where flesh turned to gravel, creating a bloody hole. Grandson is so fierce! Song Xiaodao exclaimed in shock. Zhaoying nodded, very fierce. The zombie king didn't dare look back, accelerating forward in a mad dash, while the corpse demon chased after it again. Suddenly, he sensed Zhaoying approaching from the sky and happily shouted, "Grandpa! Grandpa! Grandson, smash it!" Song Xiaodao shouted joyfully. The corpse demon happily responded, "Grandpa!" After the corpse demon shifted its gaze from Grandpa, the bloodthirstiness on its face deepened, and its fighting spirit reached a peak. Behind it, a pair of bony wings gradually sprouted, transforming into a 6-meter wingspan in the blink of an eye. With a flap, it soared into the air, doubling its speed and instantly catching up to the zombie king. Boom! The corpse demon punched the zombie king on the head, a large patch of scalp petrifying and revealing the white skull beneath. The zombie king was also provoked into a ferocious rage, turning around and punching the corpse demon away. With this punch, the zombie king unleashed its powers to the extreme, causing cracks to appear on the corpse demon's previously petrified chest. Crack! Tiny fissures opened on its body, but the corpse demon did not stop. It chased after again and delivered another punch. The zombie king dodged rapidly but still got hit on the shoulder, where there was already no flesh left, the fist landing directly on the shoulder blade. With a thud, one of the zombie king's massive arms fell to the ground. It didn't even dare look back and continued to run wildly forward. Boom! At that moment, Little White had reached directly above the mountaintop, and Zhaoying made his move. 5 bolts of lightning descended from the sky, striking the zombie king's head, charring its skull, while the zombie king's body was momentarily paralyzed. The bald egg spread its wings, and hundreds of arrow feathers shot out rapidly, instantly turning the zombie king into a porcupine along the wounds made by the corpse demon. The corpse demon also arrived, delivering a punch that completely shattered the Zombie King's head. Under the combined force of one person and two beasts, even the mighty Zombie King was no match. The Zombie King's skull and brain were petrified, and 6 Zombie King star crystals, along with a C-grade corpse crystal, rolled to the ground. "Grandson, pick up the star crystals and corpse crystals for Grandpa," Zhao Yin's voice came from the sky. The corpse demon withdrew its powers, having just fully unleashed its dual abilities, leaving it somewhat exhausted and gasping for breath. The dead fish-eyed zombie looked at Zhao Yin, "Grandpa." Then it obediently bent down to pick up the Zombie King star crystals and corpse crystals. "Let's go back first. No flying in the sky," Zhao Yin warned again. At this moment, with the Zombie King gone, the entire corpse mountain was thrown into chaos, with all the zombies rampaging wildly. After all, the corpse demon was not a true zombie king. Those zombies feared it but would not obey its commands. Xiaobai flew back to the original spot, where all the contract beasts were still waiting. Soon, the corpse demon would arrive as well. "Grandpa." The corpse demon obediently held out the star crystal and corpse crystal, presenting them to Zhao Yin with both hands. Zhao Yin took them, intending to reward him immediately, but found that apart from chestnuts and corn cobs, there wasn't even a decent piece of mutated beast meat left. He took out a piece of filled bread. "Good grandson, eat this." Although the corpse demon's injuries were not serious and could be healed with chestnut leaves, he still brought out extraordinary food. "Grandpa," the corpse demon exclaimed happily, as usual, devouring everything upon seeing food. "Zhao Yin, what should we do next?" asked Song Xiaodao. "First, let's activate the Corpse King star crystals," Zhao Yin said with a smile. "Without the Zombie King, this mountain of corpses is just food." With that, Zhao Yin directly activated all 6 Corpse King star crystals at once. Golden Battle Armor, Grade B, Defensive Extraordinary Equipment, Sturdiness 215, Agility 55, Additional Effect Movement Speed plus 100 Strength Pill, Grade A, Extraordinary Pill, Effect, increases strength by 1000 for 10 seconds after use. Green Veil Dress, Grade C, Defensive Extraordinary Equipment, Sturdiness 100, Agility 90, Additional Effect Movement Speed plus 80 Space Teleportation Scroll, Grade B, One-Time Consumable, Effect, Random Teleportation, Note, creates a spacegate that lasts for 1 minute after use. Piercing Arrow, Grade A, Extraordinary Weapon, Attack 1200, Additional Effect, doubles attack power when hitting a target within 300 meters. Note, one-time weapon, disappears after exploding talent ability potion. Grade S, high-level Ice-type potion, after consumption, unlocks hidden talent abilities of the Evolver's bloodline. Ice-type S-level. The 6 Corpse King star crystals yielded 6 high-level rare items. In his previous life, Zhao Yin had opened more star crystals in these few months than in the entire 7 years. Now, his fluctuations were not as intense, but these Corpse King star crystals still made his heart skip a beat. First, let's talk about the strength pill. It was somewhat similar to the glutinous rice wine in his space ring, but the enhancement it provided was incomparable, and it had no side effects. At a critical moment, even if he encountered that A-level zombie king from the Asen country again, as long as Zhao Yin could withstand its attacks, he would have the confidence to take it down with a single shot. Even more impressive was the piercing arrow. Shooting from a distance of 300 meters could double the attack based on 1200 points. There was no need for Zhao Yin to take the hit. He could easily take down an A-level with a single arrow, and even threaten some S-level zombie kings with inferior attributes. The space teleportation scroll was unnecessary to mention. Zhao Yin had used it to save his life last time. The golden battle armor was grade B, 1 level higher than the suit Zhao Yin was wearing, but he decided to equip it to the little monkey. His first vanguard had been bare since the mouse skin armor was no longer suitable for him. The green veil dress, of course, was for Song Xiaodao. The attributes of the clothes on the child were too poor and no longer matched her strength. After distributing the 2 pieces of equipment, Zhao Yin picked up the last ability potion. Thinking back, in his previous life, the fortunate Lian might have obtained some violent equipment, possibly sacrificing lives to do so, ultimately killing this zombie king and obtaining this bottle of S-level evolution potion. Zhao Yin hesitated. This potion was a level higher than his lightning type ability and would still be powerful after he evolved to S-level, but he already had a long-range combat ability, and he didn't know when he would evolve to S-level. Zhao Yin thought of Ningyu. Using it on her now would be a better way to enhance combat power. However, he was still concerned. Having just found Ningyu, she had no emotional attachment to this team. If he gave her too much at once, would she become arrogant? Even Song Xiaodao, back then, had developed her wind-type ability on her own. Zhao Yin, give it to Sister Ningyue. Once she becomes stronger, she can kill zombies for you, said Song Xiaodao at that moment. She also activated her true sight, seeing the properties of the ability potion clearly. Wait a bit longer, Zhao Yin replied. he put away the ability potion. Ningyua's current temperament still needed to be tempered. Only by experiencing the cruelty of the apocalypse would she understand how to cherish such a treasure. If he gave it to her now, even Song Xiaodao would feel uncomfortable about it. Who would work hard for him in the future? In his past life, Zhao Ying did not understand how to manage people's hearts, which ultimately led to his downfall. At this moment, the corpse demon's injuries had fully healed and it was sitting at Zhao Yin's feet with its head lowered. Zhao Ying patted its head and said, "Good grandson, go into the mountains and scatter the zombie horde for me. I plan to lure some zombies out." The corpse demon immediately stood up, its calm deadfish eyes revealing a bloodthirsty glint. "Master." It charged towards the mountain of corpses like it had been injected with adrenaline. "Baldy, once the corpse demon scatters the horde, you lead the vulture group to pull the zombies on the southern side of the corpse mountain away," Zhao Yin instructed. "Xiaobai, you're the fastest. Go east and try to lead the horde as far away as possible. Old Black, ordinary zombies can't surround you, so go west and pull the zombies there to the west. Monkey, after the horde is dispersed, you draw them from the front, keeping the number to within 10,000 at a time. No rush, kill them slowly." After giving his orders, all the summoned beasts began to move. At this point, the corpse demon had already charged into the densest part of the zombie horde on the corpse mountain, creating chaos with a frenzy of killing, causing the entire mountain of corpses to be thrown into disarray. The zombies dared not touch its tiger whiskers and could only flee down the mountain in panic, the area covered by the horde rapidly expanding. Zhao Yin led the remaining people and beasts to retreat. Soon, Baldy reached the southern side of the corpse mountain, attracting the fleeing zombies to continue rushing south. Xiao Bai had already arrived at the eastern side of the corpse mountain, darting around in the horde, immediately attracting the attention of about 20,000 zombies. Following that, Xiao Bai raised its big white tail and ran east, with the horde mindlessly following closely behind, moving quickly to the east. At this moment, Old Black also reached the far west. After a series of operations, the dense horde was scattered. "Monkey, it's your turn," Zhao Ying commanded silently. "Roar!" The little monkey, clad in golden battle armor and wielding a golden battle staff, suddenly crashed into the horde. With a swing of its staff, 10 massive shadows struck down, instantly killing 20 to 30 zombies. Immediately, all the nearby zombies were attracted to it, rushing towards Zhao Ying and the others. "Everyone and beasts, conserve your energy as much as possible, no wasting extraordinary food today." As Zhao Ying spoke, a gale gun appeared in his hand. Without waiting for the little monkey to come, he transformed into an afterimage. When it came to stamina, Zhao Ying was number 1. Seeing this, the little monkey immediately turned back to kill, while Song Xiaodao, Old Bull, and several giant rats also charged towards the horde. The slaughter unfolded in an instant. Currently, when it came to killing zombies, Old Bull was definitely number 1. After its strength increased, it also had equipment to enhance its shortcomings. At this moment, it was like a bulldozer, completely rampaging through, dismembering many zombies in its path. Before long, all the summoned beasts that had gone to lure the zombies returned, immediately joining the battle. Half an hour later, the first wave of the horde was completely annihilated. Zhao Ying waved his hand to release everyone from the lifespace, except for Ningyue. Even the 2 female slaves were released. "All of you go collect zombie crystals. Song Xiaodao, you will collect the star crystals." When everyone was summoned by Zhao Ying, they already knew what they needed to do and immediately sprang into action. Soon, they gathered 9,724 E-grade zombie crystals, 45 D-grade zombie crystals, and 37 star crystals. Zhao Ying did not take a break and directly sent the little monkey to attract the next wave of zombies. Nowadays, for this group of contract beasts, 10,000 zombies pose no pressure at all. In fact, their limits are far beyond that. The number of 10,000 is deliberately maintained by Zhao Ying, who moves at a decent speed while conserving a lot of energy. Wang Xiaolei has also been left behind by Zhao Ying to fight. Her evolved strength has already reached D level, allowing her to fully participate in this level of slaughter. Another half an hour passed, and the second wave was dealt with. Continuing to collect corpse crystals and star crystals, soon, 9,487 E-level and 41 D-level corpse crystals, along with 32 star crystals, were delivered to Zhao Ying by Song Xiaodao. The proportion of zombies with star crystals on this mountain of corpses exceeded Zhao Yin's expectations. Continue. There was still no rest, but Zhao Ying distributed compressed biscuits to everyone and the beasts in advance, instructing them to use them only when their energy was exhausted. The third wave of zombies arrived, and the slaughter began anew. The dim yellow moon gradually disappeared from the eastern sky, and before dawn, darkness fell. Zhao Ying finally allowed everyone and the beasts to stop and rest. Not because they were exhausted, but because they were all hungry. Zhao Ying and Song Xiaodao had only eaten breakfast the previous morning. At this time, the mountain of corpses was already littered with bodies, turning into a true mountain of death. The zombies to the west, north, and south had been cleared, leaving only nearly 20,000 zombies remaining to the east. Quack, just as Zhao finished eating and drinking, the bald one, who had been sent out to keep an eye on the zombie horde, suddenly returned, transmitting a thought, Master, there's a lion stealing our zombies. A lion? Zhao Yin's expression tightened. He had previously guessed from Lian that the lion might occasionally come here, but he didn't know when it would return. He had almost given up hope, but unexpectedly, it had appeared. You didn't scare it away, did you? Zhao Yin quickly asked through thought. The bald one shook his head. That lion is very strong. It wanted to eat me when it saw me. Luckily, I flew high enough. Song Xiaodao and all contract beasts, come with me to catch the lion. The rest stay behind. Remember, you can beat it up when you see it, but don't kill it. Zhao Yin suddenly stood up from his chair and commanded loudly. After speaking, he jumped onto the back of Xiaobai and, following the bald one flying in the air, rushed eastward. Soon, amidst the countless footsteps of zombies, Zhao Yin discerned the roar of a living creature, instantly locking onto it with his keen hearing, 3,000 meters to the east. That lion was quite cunning. It seemed to sense the danger and was running wildly in the opposite direction of the zombie horde. Xiaobai, full speed, Zhao Yin ordered. Xiaobai immediately activated its abilities, its form turning into an afterimage as it raced ahead, leaving the group of contract beasts far behind. A minute later, Zhao Yin saw the massive creature that had already run 5 kilometers away from the zombie horde. It was a male lion, about the size of a small car, with a mane nearly a meter long, shining golden in the wind as it ran. Its 4 large paws were robust, filled with explosive power, yet at this moment, the lion's eyes were filled with fear and hesitation, desperately fleeing, a stark contrast to its majestic appearance. Zhao Yin was speechless. Why did he feel that the lion's gaze seemed familiar? It was as if the monkey and Song Xiaodao had looked like this when they first followed him. Why were they so afraid of death? I, Zhao Yin, a warrior in 2 lives. Why am I only attracting these cowardly creatures? Zhao Yin thought to himself. He then activated his true vision. Adult male lion, D-level mutated beast, strength 85, agility 130, stamina 80, defense 95, spirit 30, bloodline talent, gravity field. Zhao Yin's pupils constricted. In his previous life, he had heard Lin Tianfeng mention that this lion was very strong, and at the time, he thought Lin Tianfeng was just making excuses for his own failure. Now he realized that Lin Tianfeng had not lied to him. It turned out to be a rare field-type ability. Domain-type abilities are most adept at group battles. No wonder Lin Tianfeng, despite having so many contracted beasts, still got beaten to the point of losing his way. In this life, Zhao Yin has yet to encounter a domain-type ability until now. This is the first one. Little White's form reached its peak speed, and in its mad dash, it left a trail of afterimages behind, catching up to the lion in the blink of an eye, its massive form blocking the lion's path. At that moment, the lion saw the suddenly appeared giant beast ahead, along with the cold human youth. Its eyes widened in fear, but it had no time to stop and could only crash into Little White. Bang! With a swipe of its large paw, Little White sent the lion flying. The disparity in strength was too great, like swatting a mosquito. Poor lion, the king of beasts with extraordinary abilities, had not encountered a good developmental environment after the apocalypse, nor had it met a master like Zhao Yin. Now it was only at D rank, with its potential yet to be developed. It tumbled awkwardly on the ground, rolling for 50 meters before it barely managed to stop. Its once majestic mane was now covered in dirt and grass. Roar! The lion roared angrily at Little White, trying to intimidate it with its presence. Hurry up, don't hurt it too badly. Zhao Yin patted Little White's head. In the next moment, Little White flickered and vanished from its spot, and by the time the lion caught sight of it again, it was already right in front of it. Gravity! The lion unleashed its ability with all its might. Just as Little White was about to swipe its paw, it suddenly stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Zhao Yin also felt a sudden heaviness in his body, as if the blood within him was flowing backward. Taking advantage of the unexpected ability, the lion turned and fled in another direction, tucking its tail and desperately running. Little White, being C rank, quickly regained its normal state and activated its ability to chase after it. However, in the gravity domain, even it was slowed down considerably. Zhao Yin had no intention of truly harming the lion, so he didn't use his ability to strike. Instead, a beast-catching net appeared in his hand, and as Little White approached the lion, Zhao Yin flicked his wrist. The net rapidly expanded in the air, instantly enveloping the lion's body, and then it rolled out with the net. Roar! The lion roared in anger, struggling violently, when suddenly, a cold gleaming spear was pointed at its forehead. Zhao Yin held the spear, looking down at it from above. Do you want to live or die? At that moment, Song Xiaodao and the other contracted beasts finally caught up, all ready to join in the beating, not expecting their master had already subdued the lion. All the contracted beasts curiously looked at the lion. Zhao Yin, this lion has so much meat. can I cut a piece off before the contract and taste it? Song Xiaodao said, I haven't eaten mutated beast meat in a long time. The lion immediately trembled all over, curling up in the beast-catching net, warily watching its surroundings. In the sky and on the ground, there were 5 real mutated beasts, each one higher in rank than itself. Even those pseudo-mutated beasts posed a lethal threat, definitely above D rank. From now on, fight for me. Zhao Ying put away the gale spear and jumped down from Little White's back. I'll provide you with a growing environment. The lion nodded frantically. In the world of beasts, failure equated to death, and it never expected to have a chance to survive. Zhao Ying didn't waste words with it and directly approached to activate the contract spirit. The earlier beating was merely to make the lion more obedient. The contract spirit entered the lion's mind, and without any resistance, the contract was successfully signed. The next moment, Zhao Ying heard the lion's inner voice. Master. After signing the contract, its inner voice was filled with respect. Zhao Ying put away the beast-catching net and proceeded, as usual, to start the naming ceremony. He felt he had a great talent for this. Looking at the names he had previously acquired, such as Little White, Old Black, Old Cow, Bald Egg, and Bald One and the others, all the names of the beasts rhyme, are easy to remember, and sound great. Zhao Ying frowned in thought for a moment, while the lion also looked up respectfully at him. It was eagerly anticipating its new name. Suddenly, Zhao Ying noticed the mane on its neck, and inspiration struck. From now on, you shall be called Big Fur. The lion was taken aback, looking at him in disbelief. In its eyes, its incredibly handsome and powerful master had completely surprised it by giving it such a name. It's Simba, King of Beasts. Even if it couldn't use its original name, at least it shouldn't be called Big Fur like a dog. Big Fur, that's a nice name. Zhao Ying had captured his 6th true mutated beast and was in a good mood, seemingly quite satisfied with his own abilities. He turned around and scanned Song Xiaodao and all the contracted beasts. What do you think of this name I gave? All the contracted beasts immediately nodded. Bald Egg, Master, the name Big Fur, although it absolutely reflects only 1/10,000th of your level, has already surpassed countless people. Little White, Master, this name really suits its temperament. How is your talent for naming so strong? Old Cow, sounds good, sounds good. Little Monkey, Master is exceptionally talented. The name Big Fur is excellent, reflecting your care and expectations for Big Fur. First of all, the big signifies your hope that Big Fur will grow bigger and stronger in the future. And then there's the fur. The fur. The monkey suddenly found itself at a loss for words, rambling on. Master must be hoping for its fur to be lush. Song Xiaodao looked at Zhao Ying with admiration. Zhao Ying, it turns out you're not only powerful but also so cultured. At that moment, Zhao Ying suddenly felt as if he had returned to his past life, surrounded by treacherous ministers. However, Song Xiaodao and the contracted beasts were all trustworthy. What did it matter if he was briefly lost? Let's celebrate Big Fur's name by clearing out all the zombies. Zhao Ying mounted Little White, lifted Song Xiaodao, and placed her in front of him, leading the beast horde back. This time, Zhao Ying did not plan to attract monsters again. Upon returning to the previously set up invisible tent, Wu Shuegue had already put away the cooking utensils, and everyone was sitting around chatting and waiting. Seeing Zhao Ying approach with the contracted beast horde, everyone immediately stood up. Zhao Ying directly commanded, later, all of you will follow me to kill zombies. Everyone was taken aback. Among them, only Wang Xiaolei was D-level, while Zhao Dihai and Zhou Lili were E-level. Wu Shuegue, Zhou Dandan, and over 30 warriors were still F-level. It should be known that the lowest level of zombies is E-level. Wouldn't they be walking to their deaths? The next moment, everyone saw Zhao Ying take out over 30 E-level corpse crystals and hand them to Song Xiaodao. Distribute these to all the F-levels. Only then did everyone understand that Zhao Ying was actually letting them level up. When they received the corpse crystals, their faces flushed with excitement. It should be noted that killing an E-level zombie, while not a big deal for Zhao Ying, often required teamwork and even risking death for ordinary evolvers to achieve. Boss. Wu Shuegue deeply bowed to Zhao Ying, about to say something, but Zhao Ying waved his hand. Level up as quickly as possible, I give you 15 minutes. Aside from the first time using evolution potions or ability potions, leveling up doesn't take much time. 15 minutes later, everyone had completed their level ups. At this point, there were no longer any F levels in the team. Zhao Ying packed up the invisible tent and led everyone and the beasts toward the remaining horde of zombies. Except for Song Xiaodao, all of you will follow this lion closely. If anyone runs off, then if you die, you die. Arriving in front of the corpse horde, Zhao Ying commanded again. Only then did everyone notice that there was another lion among the beast group. It turned out that Zhao Yin's strength had increased significantly. They had long suspected that Zhao Yin's ability to control mutated beasts might be a terrifying supernatural power, but what level of supernatural ability was required to cheat like this? Only Zhou Lili, who didn't care about Zhao Yin's strength, thought that she would never be able to defeat him anyway. She stared at the endless sea of corpses, her face showing tension. In the past, she wouldn't even dare to think about facing a battle of this level. Even having been promoted to E-level, it would be difficult to survive in such a massive horde of corpses. At this moment, Zhou Lily's heart was pounding wildly, unable to understand why Zhao Yun wanted to send them to their deaths. Kill! Zhao Yun commanded. Sir! The corpse demon was the first to charge out, followed closely by the little monkey and the old bull. At this moment, a gale gun appeared in Zhao Yun's hand, and with Song Xiaodao riding on Little White, they directly crashed into the horde of corpses. The gunfire erupted in an instant, accompanied by thunder, and with Song Xiaodao's wind blades, severed limbs and broken arms flew everywhere, black blood splattering. In the blink of an eye, the three of them charged deep into the horde. Behind them, the corpse demon and the monkey followed closely. Sir! The corpse demon Zhang Jia shouted excitedly. As Bald Egg led 8 vultures into the air, the lion finally moved. It turned back to arrogantly glance at everyone, then accelerated and crashed into the horde. Wu Shuegue and Zhao Dihai and the others, recalling Zhao Yun's words, could only brace themselves and charge forward. Sister, what should we do? Zhou Dandan nervously grabbed Zhou Lily's arm. Charging means death, not charging also means death. Zhou Lily looked at the boiling tide of corpses, her blood racing, and finally gritted her teeth. Let's go. Compared to the massive tide of corpses, she was more afraid of Zhao Yun. He was very bad, very perverse, but definitely not mindless. Now that Zhao Yun still needed them, he shouldn't let them die for no reason. The two sisters no longer hesitated and rushed into the horde behind Zhao Dihai and the others. However, the next moment, they noticed something unusual. The lion seemed to intentionally slow its pace, as if waiting for them. Within a radius of 300 meters around the lion, all the zombies moved slowly, as if each one was burdened with 1,000 pounds, struggling to approach the crowd. A zombie had already gotten close to the front running Wu Shuegue, reaching out to grab him, its movements slow as if it hadn't evolved yet. Put! Wu Shuegue swung his knife and decapitated the zombie. At that moment, everyone was jolted awake, instantly understanding Zhao Yun's intention. Zhou Lily's face lit up with joy. So that's how it is. Earlier, she had peered into the lion's information, but the level of her peering eye was too low. She only knew it was a true mutated beast and couldn't discern the lion's specific supernatural ability. This lion's supernatural ability can make the surrounding zombies feel heavy. Zhou Lily said happily, it can control supernatural powers, so it won't affect us. At this time, Zhao Dihai and the others had also approached the horde, all unleashing their slaughter. Ever since the zombies evolved, this group of warriors had been utterly powerless, but now, everyone felt as if they had returned to before the zombies evolved. Killing was too easy, everyone's blood was boiling, desperately swinging their knives, and swinging their knives again. Piles of zombies were chopped down. At this moment, the 30 or so of them working together killed as many zombies as the lion did. Zhao Dihai looked back, and the two sisters Zhou Lily were still standing there. Didn't the boss tell you to watch the show? Zhao Dihai shouted. General Zhao, we don't have weapons. Zhou Lily spread her hands, showing them to be empty. With this group of warriors killing in front, they felt safer following behind. After all, Zhao Yun wouldn't come back to look. Even if Zhao Yun really wanted to pursue it, they could easily claim they had no weapons. Zhao Dihai pulled out the butterfly knife from his waist, and then immediately took Lu Shun's butterfly knife from his waist as well, tossing it over. Catch it, hurry up and kill. Zhou Lily raised her hand to catch it, her face full of reluctance, and the two sisters could only start killing along with the others. An hour later, the dawn appeared in the east, and the black and white world regained its colors. The battlefield gradually quieted down. Put! Zhao Yun shot down the last D-level zombie, his neatly cropped hair now a bit disheveled, his body covered in the filthy blood of zombies. Zhao Yun put away the gale gun and turned back to shout, clean up the battlefield. He then left Song Xiaodao to collect star crystals and returned alone to the life space. Ningyu squatted by the pond, hugging her knees, staring at the fish swimming in the water, her eyes filled with confusion. She still couldn't believe that she had become an evolver. Even less could she believe that in this desolate and lonely apocalypse, suddenly there was such a person, who was evil, domineering, and very powerful. Yet, he was so good to her. Ningyu felt as if she were in a grand dream, suddenly afraid, not knowing when this dream would abruptly wake her up. She returned to the night her father died, a scene of desolation, the world left with only herself. Looking at the dreamlike life space before her, Ningyu suddenly didn't know where she was, or where her heart was. Ningyu couldn't understand why Zhao Yun was so good to her. He was definitely not a soft-hearted person, everything was inexplicable. Now that she thought about it, everything Zhao Yun did seemed cold and domineering, yet he had never harmed her in the slightest, but instead gave her what many survivors could only dream of for a lifetime. Ningyu! Suddenly, a deep voice came from behind, carrying a hint of fatigue from a sleepless night. Ningyu shivered all over, suddenly turning around, and the familiar figure stood under the chestnut tree. She couldn't help but blush. "Jiaoyin, when did you come back?" Jiaoyin was covered in black blood and brain matter, a strong stench wafting over, making Ningyu wrinkle her nose. "I just got back to see if you've evolved," Jiaoyin said. He activated his true sight. Human female, E-level evolver, evolution degree 100 to 0, strength 31, agility 36, stamina 23, spirit 28, life countdown, 52,969 days. Ningyu bit her lip, hesitated slightly, and walked over gently. "Your clothes are dirty, take them off and I'll help you wash them." "No need." Jiaoyin shuddered, and the bloodstains on his body slid off his sea-level gear, leaving not a trace. Ningyu's hand, which was about to unbutton his shirt, paused in the air, awkwardly lowering it. "How about I give you a bath?" "Ah, not like that. I mean, I'll help you boil a bucket of hot water." Ningyu became more and more flustered, feeling that she should do something to repay Jiaoyin for all the free meals. But at that moment, she realized she couldn't do anything. "Since you've already evolved, come with me to kill zombies today." After Jiaoyin finished speaking, he thought for a moment, took out a space ring, put some food and a spare machete inside, and handed it to Ningyu. "You take this." "For me?" Ningyu's eyes widened. A ring like this had a different meaning in the eyes of most girls. Jiaoyin directly stuffed it into her hand, holding Ningyu's small hand, and the next moment, they disappeared from the life space. As soon as Ningyu came out, she immediately began to gag. At that moment, the mountains were covered with corpses, all the zombies had their heads smashed, and the strong smell of blood, mixed with the stench of decay, flooded into her nostrils. Ningyu had vomited all her bile, and after a long while, she finally lifted her head. Then she saw Song Xiaodao and more than 30 others, along with Zhao Yin's 20 contract beasts, all cleaning up the battlefield. That cute-looking Song Xiaodao was wielding a butterfly knife, slicing open the zombies' heads as if cutting watermelons, directly reaching in to pull out a crystal of flesh. Here, no one was afraid, and no one found this disgusting. Even the two sisters, Zhou Lily and her sister, were happily cutting watermelons. At that moment, Ningyu stopped vomiting. It was as if she finally understood something. It turned out that it wasn't Jiaoyin who was perverted, but that the world had changed. It turned out that the strange one wasn't Jiaoyin, but herself. She hadn't adapted to the apocalypse yet. Ningyu looked down at the space ring in her palm, slowly putting it on her finger, and soon discovered its function. Inside, besides some food, there was also a knife. It turned out she had overthought it. Jiaoyin gave her the ring just to make it convenient for her to kill zombies, not what she had previously imagined. Looking back, Jiaoyin had already walked to the side, kicking a dead zombie away, and set up an invisibility tent on the spot. Then Jiaoyin loudly commanded, "Old cripple, bring my bathwater in." Ningyu was dumbfounded, staring blankly at that back. When she learned he was a pervert, she was afraid of what he might do to her, but now he was doing nothing. Instead, Ningyu felt inexplicably a bit lost. As the eastern sun rose, Song Xiaodao entered the invisibility tent with all the flesh crystals and star crystals. At this moment, a large wooden tub was placed inside the tent, the hot water had cooled, and Jiaoyin, with his hands resting on the edge of the tub, had closed his eyes and fallen asleep. After days and nights without rest, even if he was an evolved being, he should be tired. Song Xiaodao suddenly realized that the guy she thought would never get tired also had times of exhaustion. She slowly turned around, crouching down, and quietly walked outside. "Bring it here." Suddenly, Zhao Yin's voice came from behind. Song Xiaodao was startled, turned around, and found that Jiaoyin had woken up at some point, looking at her with clear eyes. "Stinky Jiaoyin, you didn't tell me you were awake." Jiaoyin stood up directly from the tub. "Ah, Stinky Jiaoyin, you're being a pervert again," Song Xiaodao screamed. She quickly covered her eyes but peeked through her fingers, staring hard at Jiaoyin, whose body was muscular, broad-shouldered and slim-waisted, tall and upright. Jiaoyin quickly dried off, put on all his clothes, and then barefoot walked towards Song Xiaodao, snatching the space ring from her hand and transferring all the star crystals and flesh crystals out. "Let's go eat something. I'll send you back to the life space later," Jiaoyin instructed. "I don't want to go to the life space. I want to be with you." Song Xiaodao hugged Zhao Yin's arm, shaking it and acting cute. "Jiaoyin, are you going to open the star crystals? Can I open them with you?" Jiaoyin felt overwhelmed. Why did it seem like this girl was getting more clingy? He sat down on a chair and began counting the flesh crystals and star crystals. After a night of fighting, they had obtained a total of 91,243 E-grade flesh crystals, 541 D-grade flesh crystals, 1 C-grade flesh crystal, 417 star crystals, 6 Flesh King star crystals, but they had already been opened by Jiaoyin. Jiaoyin took out all the star crystals and piled them into a small mountain on the table in front of him. The star crystals were bright red, reflecting Song Xiaodao's face, which turned crimson. Since the apocalypse began, there had been few such visual shocks. At that moment, Zhao Yun recalled the scene when he was chased and beaten by the White Mouse King because he didn't have extraordinary food, feeling as if it were a lifetime ago. Zhao Yun, hurry up and open them. Song Xiaodao was fidgeting beside him. Zhao Yun picked up a star crystal, then suddenly put it down and said, go call Ningyu over too. Okay. Song Xiaodao couldn't wait to run outside. She bounced along, her two ponytails swaying back and forth, illuminated by the fiery red morning sun streaming in through the door. Each strand of hair seemed to be adorned with a layer of flame. Dressed in a green gauze gown, it accentuated her slender waist. The current Song Xiaodao looked nothing like a person from the apocalypse. Instead, she resembled a middle school student from before the end of the world. Zhao Yun felt in high spirits as she watched the child's silhouette, a smile creeping onto her face. She remembered when she first met Song Xiaodao, her face covered in dirt, her clothes tattered, often crying. Now, look at how she had grown. In this apocalypse, only I, Zhao Yun, can raise a child to be chubby and fair. Zhao Yun felt a sense of accomplishment. Soon, Song Xiaodao pulled Ningyu in. When Ningyu saw Zhao Yun, her face instantly flushed, her eyes downcast, not daring to meet Zhao Yun's gaze. She felt as if she were the one being perverse. Zhao Yun, are you looking for me? Ningyu asked softly. Zhao Yun nodded, pointing to the two chairs across from her. Sit. Song Xiaodao pulled Ningyu over. Hey, hurry up and open the star crystals, stop dawdling, okay? Zhao Yun lit a cigarette, sitting there, and said, today, each of you can open 10 star crystals. If you can get any abilities or useful equipment, I won't take them back. Really? Song Xiaodao's spirit immediately lifted. Zhao Yun shot her a glare. Do I look like I'm lying? No. Song Xiaodao quickly squinted and smiled, flattering her. You only look handsome, just handsome. 2 words, handsome. 3 words. So handsome it could kill. After saying that, she immediately stepped forward and grabbed a star crystal to open it. Out came a bottle of Nongfu spring water. Song Xiaodao's little face instantly stiffened, looking just like a little gambler, and she skeptically opened the second one, revealing a piece of sandwich bread. Following that, she hugged the remaining 8 star crystals, closed her eyes in prayer, and then opened them all. 2 bottles of Nongfu spring, 1 piece of sandwich bread, 2 bottles of iced tea, 1 can of beef, 1 butterfly knife, 1 E-grade katana. Her little face immediately fell. Although she had obtained 2 pieces of equipment, for the current Song Xiaodao, it was hardly better than trash. She looked at Zhao Yun with grievance. Zhao Yun, I'm done opening. In fact, Song Xiaodao's luck was already quite good. Out of 10 star crystals, she had opened 2 pieces of equipment. Zhao Yun waved her hand, collecting all the equipment and extraordinary materials into her space ring. Ningyu, it's your turn. Oh. Ningyu stepped forward, gazing at the mountain of star crystals, unable to hide her shock on her face. Earlier, in the life space, the 2 female slaves had mentioned star crystals to her, knowing their preciousness, which was nothing like Zhao Yun had initially described so casually. Each star crystal had to be extracted from powerful zombies, a hope for human survivors to stay alive. She stared at the pile of star crystals, her expression somewhat dazed. Wasn't it said that every star crystal was precious? Is this whole pile star crystals? She asked in disbelief. Yes, Song Xiaodao answered for Zhao Yun. You can often get this many? Not often, only once did we get more than this time. But Zhao Yun opened them in several batches, so it didn't look like this much. Upon hearing this, Ningyu's heart raced. Zhao Yun's strength had once again refreshed her understanding. She no longer hesitated, nor did she dawdle like Song Xiaodao, directly taking out 10 star crystals and cracking them open one by one. Instantly, bursts of white light flashed across the table. 3 bottles of Nongfu spring, 2 pieces of sandwich bread, 1 bottle of iced tea, 2 pieces of compressed biscuits, 1 D-grade mountain cutting knife, talent pill, grade B. Enhances 1 talent. After Ningyu finished opening, she calmly looked at the items appearing on the table, unable to distinguish between good and bad. Zhao Yun, how are these things? Zhao Yun and Song Xiaodao both stared intently at the talent pills on the table, unable to regain their composure for a long time. Zhao Yun had opened so many star crystals, yet he had only ever produced such a pill at the very beginning of the apocalypse. His shooting talent came from that. In terms of rarity, talent pills could definitely rival ability potions. From a certain perspective, the amplification of human talent is also a form of the extraordinary, and its value is not less than that of ability potions. For example, in Zhao Yun's previous life, he had mentioned a scientist in a certain military district who, due to the amplification of a talent pill, was able to directly improve extraordinary equipment, providing terrifying combat power for that military district. There were even those who, before the apocalypse, engaged in pharmaceutical research, and after amplifying their talents, used mutated plants to create medicines that were not much inferior to those produced from star crystals. Furthermore, Zhao Yun's shooting talent was basically on par with B-class combat abilities. With powerful extraordinary ranged weapons and arrows, he could even take down stronger beings in an instant. Zhao Yin, are these things not good? Ningyu asked uncertainly when Zhao Yin remained silent for a long time. Very good. Zhao Yin nodded and said, it exceeds my expectations by far. This is a B-class talent pill, extremely rare. Ningyu didn't want Zhao Yin to feel that she was useless, and upon hearing this, she immediately felt relieved. She softly asked, what is a talent pill? Sister Ningyu, this pill can enhance one of your talents. I haven't enhanced anything for so long, even Zhao Yin has only enhanced his shooting talent. The team's strength has increased so quickly, thanks to his talent. Song Xiaodao shouted excitedly, straining her voice. Hearing this, Ningyu held the talent pill in front of Zhao Yin with both hands. Zhao Yin, my strength is too weak, I don't deserve this talent pill, or… Zhao Yin directly interrupted Ningyu, saying, I said that if you can open something useful, it's yours. He wouldn't go back on his word to Ningyu and Song Xiaodao. For certain people, he would fight for what was rightfully theirs, even if it meant killing for treasure. But Ningyu and Song Xiaodao were the ones he intended to keep by his side for life. In fact, the earlier promise was also Zhao Yin deliberately giving them a chance to grow. Zhao Yin, this pill is too precious. Ningyu bit her lip. She had always wondered how she could repay Zhao Yin for saving her life. Now, finally having something that mattered to him, why wouldn't he appreciate it? Ningyu, I won't interfere with your things anymore. After Zhao Yin finished speaking, he began to open the star crystal. Song Xiaodao also ignored Ningyu, running over to hug Zhao Yin's arm and shaking it vigorously. Zhao Yin, let me open 10 more. Look, Ningyu has opened something good. No way. I'll open 5 more. Is 5 not enough? Zhao Yin felt a headache coming on and tossed her a star crystal. 1. Song Xiaodao took it, held it close, closed her eyes to pray, and then squeezed it open. Another compressed biscuit appeared. Her little face fell again, and she stood aside, motionless, as if her soul had been lost. Zhao Yin turned to look at Song Xiaodao. The little girl was staring at the ground, digging with the tip of her shoe, tears rolling in her big eyes. Go ahead and open it, but whatever you get, I will distribute. Zhao Yin said helplessly, Ningyu, you come and open one too. Song Xiaodao immediately broke into a smile, as if the earlier unhappiness had never existed, and grabbed a star crystal to open. Ningyu was also infected by this atmosphere and walked over. It took a full 5 minutes for the 3 of them to finish opening the star crystals. The supplies piled up like a mountain, overflowing on the table, with many stacked on the floor. 113 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 75 pieces of sandwich bread, 77 bottles of iced black tea, 80 pieces of compressed biscuits, 12 yellow peaches, 14 cans of beef, 8 packs of instant noodles, 4 cans of tuna, 4 bottles of F-grade evolution potions, 2 bottles of E-grade evolution potions, 6 bottles of D-grade healing potions, 2 bottles of C-grade healing potions, 7 pieces of F-grade equipment, 4 pieces of E-grade equipment, mount helmet, grade D, type extraordinary mount equipment, mount movement speed 50, charge power 45, additional attribute, mental power 20, mountain cleaver, grade D, star salt 100 grains, grade D, type extraordinary seasoning, after consumption, strength plus 50 for 24 hours, note, consume 1 grain at a time, star salt 100 grains, grade, Yuan Yuax, grade C, type extraordinary weapon, durability 99, attack 125, additional effect cutting speed plus 35, blood slaughter sword, grade C, type extraordinary weapon, durability 98, attack 115, additional effect assassination speed plus 45, special effect blood slaughter. After slaying 1,000 living or pseudo-living beings, release a blood slaughter sword aura, destroying the mental defensive life forms below 200 points. Explosive arrow, grade B, type extraordinary weapon, attack 520, additional effect causes explosion upon hitting the target, indiscriminate attack covering a radius of 50 meters. Note, single-use weapon, disappears after explosion. Explosive arrow, grade B. Zhao Yin sorted through all the supplies obtained from 417 star crystals, aside from Ningyu's talent pill. He also obtained 2 B-grade explosive arrows. Now, Zhao Yin already had a total of 7. In addition, he also noted 2 C-grade equipment, including the blood slaughter sword, 1 piece with rare mental attack capabilities. Compared to the Gale gun Zhao Yin used, it was hard to say which was better. It could only be said that they performed differently against different opponents. However, Zhao Yin still preferred the Gale gun. Its long shape, high attack, and the way it was used were very dynamic, and with his mental power reaching 450 points, plus the mental power from the energy ring, he could unleash the penetrating skill 3 times in a row if he spared no effort. Even when facing the zombie king from the Asen country, he could tear through its defenses. 3 shots would be enough to take its life. But the premise was that Zhao Yin had to hit it and not be hit in return. This blood slaughter sword is a rare item among C-grade equipment, Song Xiaodao. I'll let you use it for now. Zhao Yin directly handed the blood slaughter sword to Song Xiaodao. Song Xiaodao had already seen the attributes of the Blood Slaughter Sword and was preparing to ask for it. She immediately hugged the Blood Slaughter Sword and deeply bowed to Zhao Yin. "Thank you for your generous gift, boss." "Don't learn from that old cripple," Zhao Yin admonished. He directly confiscated the Yuan Yu axe from Song Xiaodao and handed it to Ningyu. "This Yuan Yu axe, although not as good as the Blood Slaughter Sword, is more than enough for your current strength." Following that, Zhao Yin took out a bottle of E-grade evolution potion and a D-grade corpse crystal, handing them both to Ningyu. The E-grade potion can unlock your E-grade genetic potential. After taking it, you can advance to D-grade. Ningyu's eyes turned red. She remembered asking Zhao Yin before why he was so good to her. Zhao Yin only said it was because he owed her, but Ningyu didn't think so. Ever since she met this guy, he had been unconditionally giving to her. She couldn't recall when he had ever owed her anything. "Zhao Yin, why are you so good to me?" Ningyu asked this question again. Zhao Yin looked at her in silence. Song Xiaodao chimed in, "Because you are his fiancé." No matter how absurd the things she heard from Zhao Yin, now, Song Xiaodao was willing to believe it. But Ningyu was not a child. In fact, Song Xiaodao's words were too vague for her to fully understand their meaning. Zhao Yin fell silent, gathering all the supplies, leaving only the mount's helmet, which he picked up and stepped out of the concealed tent. At this moment, everyone and the beasts were resting outside. Zhao Yin handed the helmet to Xiao Bai, who was now his mount. After returning the previous helmet to Old Niu, Xiao Bai was left with only a golden saddle. Immediately after, Zhao Yin took out 90,000 E-grade corpse crystals and distributed them to the 9 pseudo-mutated beasts that had not yet evolved to C-grade. "I promised you before that when there are corpse crystals, I would ensure all of you evolve to C-grade," Zhao Yin said. "Now, I have fulfilled my promise. I hope you all can work harder for me in the future. Willing to serve the master to the death. Willing to serve the master to the death. Willing to serve the master." Voices of fervor echoed in Zhao Yin's heart. Zhao Yin waved his hand. "Start evolving." At this moment, among all of Zhao Yin's contracted beasts, only the lion, Damao, had not yet received the E-grade corpse crystals and was staring eagerly at Zhao Yin. Seeing his master look over, he immediately thought, "Master, Damao is also willing to serve you to the death. You performed very well in the previous battle, Damao." Zhao Yin took out 100 D-grade corpse crystals and tossed them in front of the lion. "In the future, when you have mutated beast meat, your strength will be as strong as the other mutated beasts." Zhao Yin was quite fond of this lion, not for any other reason, but because he and his master shared one thing in common: they were both handsome. With this lion around, that group of workers could also exert combat power, speeding up the pace of killing zombies. "Master, Damao is also willing to stab for you." "Shut up," Zhao Yin scolded. He didn't even know why that phrase was contagious. After Damao went to evolve, Zhao Yin called everyone together and handed the newly acquired E-grade healing potion to Wu Shuegue. He also gave him 2 corpse crystals, 1 E-grade and 1 D-grade. "Old cripple, after evolving to E-grade, even if you leave me in the future, you can still survive in the apocalypse with Wang Xiaolei," Zhao Yin said. "Boss." Wu Shuegue's eyes turned red, instinctively wanting to kneel, but suddenly remembering Zhao Yin's earlier words, he stood up straight. "As long as the boss does not abandon me, Wu Shuegue is willing to fight to the death for you for a lifetime." Among all the workers and slaves, Zhao Yin took Xiao Bai from Wang Xiaolei, feeling a bit guilty, so he let her evolve to D-grade first. An old cripple was the most trustworthy among everyone, so Zhao Yin allowed him to evolve to D-grade as well. Zhao Yin ignored Wu Shuegue further and began organizing the equipment. Aside from a spare C-grade Yuan Yu axe, he distributed all the excess D-grade and E-grade equipment to Zhao Dihai and other warriors. It would be better to enhance combat power first. They could reclaim it when expanding space in the future. Zhou Lily noticed that Zhao Yin seemed to have forgotten about her and her sister, so she cautiously spoke up. "Master, what about us?" Zhao Yin's face immediately turned cold. "From today onwards, you two are not allowed to eat mutated crops anymore. From now on, just eat the spoiled military rations." "Old cripple, you will be responsible for supervising this." "Okay, boss." Wu Shuegue immediately nodded in agreement. Zhou Lily's face turned pale. She didn't even dare to ask why, fearing that after asking, they would have nothing to eat. In fact, they already understood in their hearts that their performance tonight had likely caught Zhao Yin's attention. Zhou Lily felt a pang of regret, while Zhou Dandan's eyes turned red. Soon, Old Cripple and all the contracted beasts completed their evolution. Zhao Yin activated his true sight and looked over one by one. All the vultures and giant rats had basic attributes similar to the previous batch that had evolved, and Zhao Yin just glanced at them. He looked at Old Cripple. Human male, D-level evolver, evolution degree 100 to 0, strength 95, agility 92, stamina 85, spirit 48, life countdown, 139,960 days. Zhao Yin then looked at Damao. Adult male lion, C-level mutated beast, Strength 175, Agility 190, Stamina 150, Defense 195, Spirit 58, Bloodline Talent, Gravity Field. Demao was among the sea-level mutated beasts, with attributes that were utterly trash. Zhao Yin was too lazy to waste more words on it and sorted the remaining corpse crystals and evolution potions. There were 7,695 E-level corpse crystals left, 440 D-level corpse crystals, and 1 C-level corpse crystal. There were 8 bottles of F-level evolution potions with no place to use them, and not a single bottle of E-level or above. At this moment, Ningyu also completed her evolution and randomly enhanced a talent. Human female, D-level evolver, evolution degree 100 to 0, strength 88, agility 110, stamina 75, spirit 65, talent B-level massage, life countdown, 148,763 days, massage? Zhao Yin was surprised. Is there such a talent? He had never heard anyone mention it in his previous life. Ningyu blushed under Zhao Yin's gaze. Zhao Yin, did I waste the talent pill? Zhao Yin cleared his throat. Should he let Ningyu open a massage parlor in the apocalypse? Very good. This talent is really quite nice, Zhao Yin said, suppressing his conscience. Really? Ningyu believed him, a smile appearing on her face. I feel like I suddenly understand the structure of every bone and muscle in the human body. As long as you need the sensation, I can help you reach the peak of feeling without any tools. Everyone was stunned. Is this really massage? It feels more like a super driver talent? Zhao Yin. Ningyu wanted to say more, but Zhao Yin quickly stepped forward and covered her mouth. Alright, I get it. Ningyu instinctively tried to take Zhao Yin's hand away, placing her hand on his. Her fingertips touched Zhao Yin's skin, and instantly, it felt like a current coursed through her, a tingling sensation spreading from Zhao Yin's hand throughout his body. His firm willpower began to crumble immediately, the extreme comfort making Zhao Yin feel like he wanted to lie down right away. Zhao Yin quickly released Ningyu, stepping back and watching her warily. Ningyu was completely unaware of what she had done and continued with what she wanted to say. Zhao Yin, let me give you a massage, it can relieve your fatigue. No need, Zhao Yin said, quickly changing his mind. Maybe another day. Ningyu looked at Zhao Yin with a hint of grievance, wanting to prove her worth in front of him. Zhao Yin turned back to glare at Zhao Dihai and the others, who all had strange expressions. Everyone returned to the life space to rest. Zhao Yin commanded. Yes, boss. Everyone obediently lined up to walk towards Zhao Yin, who sent them back to the life space one by one. Finally, all of Zhao Yin's contracted beasts were sent back to rest, leaving only Xiao Bai, Lao He, Song Xiaodao, and Ningyu. After a night of battle, Zhao Yin had not allowed the contracted beasts to consume extraordinary food in large quantities, and everyone was already very tired. Lao He, take Ningyu, we can move faster. Zhao Yin climbed onto Xiao Bai's back, and Song Xiaodao immediately followed, lazily lying in Zhao Yin's arms again. It seemed that Zhao Yin's arms were her private territory, requiring no discussion. Ningyu received Zhao Yin's order and bowed to Lao He. Brother Mouse, thank you. Lao He lowered its body, allowing Ningyu to sit on its golden saddle, and the cat and mouse, carrying the three of them, headed towards Nanzhou City again. Passing through Nanzhou City and heading east, the number of zombies in the wild had increased, all scattered from the densely populated areas of cities, tourist spots, and highways before the apocalypse. In major cities, apart from the summoning of zombie kings, it has become increasingly difficult to encounter hordes of hundreds of thousands of zombies. Zhao Yin understood that now was the best time for ordinary survivors to seek survival. It wouldn't be long before a B-level zombie king appeared, at which point a more terrifying sea of corpses would form. By then, only large, developed factions would have a chance to continue living. As for small human settlements, they would either be swept away by the zombie king's tide and turned into blood food or would have to unite into larger forces. The current season, compared to the pre-apocalypse, had already entered autumn. It had been 2 months since it last rained, and the wild grass that had flourished after the heavy rain during the apocalypse was showing signs of withering. Many branches and leaves had begun to wilt, forming dead leaves half a foot long at the tips. Some shrubs and trees were also starting to turn yellow, with many dead leaves scattered on the ground. Xiao Bai and Lao He stepped on them, occasionally making crackling sounds. Roar! An E-level zombie suddenly lunged out from the bushes, crazily pouncing towards Lao He. Zhao Yin immediately transmitted a message to Lao He to retreat and said to Ningyu, Ningyu, this zombie is yours to kill. Ningyu's face turned pale in an instant. Although she had mentally prepared herself, she didn't expect it to come so quickly. Lao He casually dodged, playing with the zombie, while Ningyu, trembling on his back, took out the Yuan Yu axe, closed her eyes, and swung down with all her might at the right moment. After all, as a D-level evolver, her speed was much faster than that of the zombie. Thud! The axe struck directly on the zombie's head, and black brain matter splattered everywhere. Ah! Ningyu screamed, as a drop of blood splattered onto her face. She immediately dropped the Yuan Yu axe and frantically wiped it off. Zhao Ying calmly watched her without offering any comfort. Just like with Song Xiaodao back then, this was a process she had to go through to grow. Once Ningyu calmed down, Zhao Ying pointed at the Yuan Yu axe on the ground. You shouldn't have dropped it. Ningyu felt the coldness in Zhao Yin's voice and quickly regained her composure, jumping off Lao Hei's back to pick up the Yuan Yu axe. I'm sorry, Zhao Yin. Next time, I won't do it again. Killing the first zombie is to help you get familiar with the process. If it weren't for Lao Hei just now, you would have already been bitten by the zombie. Zhao Yin said. Next, Lao Hei will return to the life space, and the rest will be completed by you alone. Ningyu nodded, understood. She realized that she had indeed panicked just now. Since she had chosen this path, she needed to walk it with determination. In the apocalypse, countless girls like her had no choice. It was Zhao Yin who had given her all of this. Ningyu's gaze gradually became resolute. However, Zhao Yin's next words made her expression change again. Dig out the zombie crystal. Ningyu stared blankly at Zhao Yin, momentarily unable to react. Zhao Yin asked, do you need my help? No, I don't need it. Ningyu forced down her nausea and approached the zombie's body. Upon seeing the stark white skull and the dark brain matter mixed with dark red vascular tissue, she immediately turned around and vomited. Zhao Ying did not urge her, quietly waiting for her to adjust her mindset. At this moment, Song Xiaodao, sitting in Zhao Yin's arms, took out a chestnut and started nibbling. Ningyu, it's not scary at all. Just think of it as playing with mud when you were a child. After all, zombies won't get up to bite you. Tears streamed down Ningyu's face. After a while, she forcibly suppressed the urge to vomit, reached into the brain matter, and pulled out a zombie crystal, tightly pursing her lips before standing up to walk towards Zhao Yin. Zhao. Before she could finish her sentence, she bent over and vomited again. Zhao Yin took out a stack of clean towels and then tossed a bucket of pure water filled with pond water. Next time you give it to me, remember to clean it up to avoid dirtying the space ring. Ningyu looked up, her hair disheveled, appearing somewhat pitiful. She silently took the towel and wiped the corpse crystal clean until it was crystal clear. Zhao Yin, is this okay? Ningyu, are you alright? Do you want to take a break before moving on? Song Xiaodao chomped on chestnuts, his tone laced with schadenfreude. Who says I can't do it? Ningyu puffed out her proud chest. Zhao Yin, let's go. With that, she put away the towel and bucket, grabbed the Yuan Yu axe, and stepped forward. Zhao Yin sent Xiao Hei back to the life space and urged Xiao Bai to follow. Before long, 2 more zombies appeared ahead. Ningyu, already poised for action, gripped the axe with both hands. As the 2 zombies lunged at her, she swung the axe and decapitated one of them. Just then, the second zombie was already upon her, and she swung the axe again. Crack! This swing severed the second zombie's arm, but the zombie, as if unfazed, opened its putrid mouth wide and lunged for her neck. Ah! Help me! Whoosh! A blade of wind flew in, precisely severing the zombie's head, black, foul blood splattering all over Ningyu. Ha ha ha! Song Xiaodao laughed heartily. Ningyu turned back, her face pale, looking at Song Xiaodao, who was still chewing on chestnuts, puffing out her cheeks. It's fine, I was even worse than you back then. Ningyu bent down to dig out 2 pieces of corpse crystal, cleaned them, and handed them to Zhao Yin. Next time remember, to kill zombies, aim for the head. Killing the zombie is secondary, self-preservation is primary. Only when you encounter D-class zombies or above should you be extra cautious. By the way, you can judge the level of ordinary zombies by their size. Zhao Yin said. Ningyu nodded. Thank you, Zhao Yin. With that, she turned and walked forward. The girl, once full of vitality, now had disheveled hair and was covered in filthy blood, but there was a newfound calmness in her eyes. Also, the mocking of that little girl made Ningyu hold her breath. Soon, 3 more zombies appeared. Ningyu gripped the Yuan Yu axe and proactively approached, dispatching the first one with a single swing, then sidestepping the attack of the second zombie, and slashing at the third. Thud! The zombie's head was severed by Ningyu's strike. She turned and swung the axe at the one that had passed by. The axe struck true. Thud! Half of the zombie's head fell off, and it collapsed to the ground, killing 3 zombies in one go. People are always pushed to their limits. Ningyu was originally a D-class evolver. Her agility, speed, and strength were several times that of an E-class zombie. This was her true level. No flashy moves were needed. In real combat, strength and speed were key. Ningyu stared blankly at her handiwork, recalling how just a few days ago, she had been cornered by Zhang Bo and others. It felt like a lifetime ago. Ningyu, well done. A smile finally appeared on Zhao Yin's face. Ningyu met his dark eyes and smiled back. Thank you. After digging out 3 corpse crystals, cleaning them, and handing them to Jiaoyin, she turned to walk forward again. As the sun set, the autumn evening sky was particularly red. A cool breeze tousled the girl's hair, making it even more disheveled. Ningyu's figure weaved among a dozen E-class zombies, each swing of her axe resulting in a severed head. Moments later, all the zombies lay fallen. Ningyu bent down to dig out the corpse crystals, cleaned them, and returned to hand them to Jiaoyin. That's enough for today. You should join the next big battle, Ningyu, Jiaoyin said as he took the corpse crystals. Ningyu's temperament was stronger than that of the former Song Xiaodao, not just because she was a few years older but also due to her innate character. At this moment, in front of the pile of corpses, there was a large river, its water clear and flowing gently eastward. Go wash up, Ningyu, Jiaoyin said. Okay. Ningyu nodded and walked to the riverbank, diving straight in. Splash! Water splashed up as her slender figure swiftly moved beneath the surface like a swimming fish, the rushing current carrying away all the dirt. Jiaoyin did not expect that Ningyu was actually a swimming champion. In the water, the dress that Song Xiaodao had given to Ningyu appeared semi-transparent. The setting sun filtered through the water, casting a glow on her, revealing her snow-like skin and an astonishing waistline. She radiated youthful vitality. Hey, Jiaoyin, what are you looking at? Song Xiaodao pouted, puffing out her increasingly full chest. Jiaoyin cleared his throat and lightly tapped Song Xiaodao on the head. You're so nosy. Then, you keep looking, humph. Song Xiaodao huffed. She looked down at her chest, frowning with worry. Suddenly, Jiaoyin heard a fish splashing its tail in the water. He raised his hand, and the beast-catching net was cast out, instantly pulling up a nearly 3-meter-long fish weighing hundreds of pounds. What a big fish! Song Xiaodao exclaimed excitedly. In the life space, there were also quite a few fish in the pond, but they were monotonous, mostly some smallmouths and carps. This fish was covered in golden scales and had a plump body, clearly a giant black fish. The flesh of the black fish is firm and boneless, perfect for roasting. Jiaoyin, let's roast the fish, Song Xiaodao suggested, her appetite stirred. Jiaoyin nodded. You go clean and gut the fish. Song Xiaodao immediately jumped off Little White, lifting the several hundred-pound fish with both hands and walking to the riverbank. She avoided the area where Ningyu was swimming, and after placing the fish down, she took out the bloodthirsty sword she had just obtained. The little girl sliced through the fish, and bright red blood flowed down the current. Meanwhile, Jiaoyin took out a pile of wood, lit a bonfire, and set up tables and benches, pondering that it was time to urge Wu Shuigue to hurry up and brew the corn wine. By now, the alcohol stored before the apocalypse and the one scavenged had long been consumed. Ningyu returned, her wet dress clinging to her body. The girl's beautiful curves were alluring, and she blushed, covering her chest with her hands. Jiaoyin, do you have any clothes? Ningyu asked softly. Jiaoyin turned to look, his gaze sharpening. Although he had seen Ningyu's body in his previous life, he was still taken aback. She was very thin, but she had everything she should have. The wet neckline was almost revealing, and her hands couldn't cover it all. The sheer dress clung to her snow-white skin, creating a striking visual impact. The outline of her waist was faintly visible. Jiaoyin averted his gaze, clearing his throat. We'll talk about it next time we have spoils. The previous ones are all with Song Xiaodao. Soon, Song Xiaodao returned with the fish. Ningyu spoke to her, and without hesitation, Song Xiaodao took out all her collected clothes for Ningyu to choose from. Many of the sizes from the two sisters, Zhou Lily and her sister, were not suitable for Song Xiaodao but fit Ningyu perfectly. After Ningyu made her selection, she looked at Jiaoyin, waiting for him to voluntarily release the invisibility tent so she could change clothes. But Jiaoyin seemed completely oblivious. He held the gale gun, skewered the big fish, and placed it over the coals to roast, sprinkling a layer of star salt on top. Seeing this, Ningyu didn't dare to speak up and could only walk to the nearby grass, biting her lip. At that moment, Jiaoyin turned around casually, sitting on the bench with his back to Ningyu. Song Xiaodao glanced at him sideways and, seeing this, a satisfied smile appeared on her lips. However, the next moment, a mirror suddenly appeared in Zhao Yin's hand. He said softly, "It's time to shave again." Many people don't understand, admiring flowers in the mirror has its own charm. Stinky Jiaoyin. Song Xiaodao glared at him. Jiaoyin glared back. What are you doing? Song Xiaodao shrank back. Nothing, you really need to check your beard. Moments later, Ningyu returned, sitting down silently and quietly watching the campfire, occasionally stealing glances at Jiaoyin from the corner of her eye. Her face remained flushed, as if she were pondering something. Song Xiaodao was grilling fish, and the outer layer of the fish was already cooked. She cut off a piece of fish and stuffed it into Zhao Yin's mouth. Stinky Jiaoyin, is it good? Jiaoyin naturally ate it and replied, not bad. Then Song Xiaodao leaned closer to him, her eyes squinting with a smile. I grilled it. Ningyu stared at Song Xiaodao, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes. Although Jiaoyin treated her well, it was nothing like the natural way he treated Song Xiaodao. The fish skin was grilled to a golden brown, and Song Xiaodao cut several large pieces of fish, plating them on the table, and the three of them sat around and began to eat. At some unknown time, 3 miles away from Zhao Yin and the others, a massive black shadow at the bottom of the river was slowly swimming toward their direction. It approached gradually. A fish weighing 300 to 400 pounds. After the three of them had eaten dozens of pounds, they could no longer eat. Zhao Yin was just about to give the fish meat to the contracted beasts. Suddenly, he stood up abruptly, raising his hand to summon all the contracted beasts, including the obedient grandson of the corpse demon. Zhao Yin, what happened? Song Xiaodao and Ning Yu were both startled. Everyone and beasts, prepare for battle, Zhao Yin said in a low voice. In his hearing, at the bottom of the river, a sound of rushing water came, as if a huge oar was stirring the water. It was getting closer, already within 200 meters. Dimly, Zhao Yin could see the enormous black shadow at the bottom of the water. It was massive, larger than the combined size of the little monkey and the old cow. At this moment, all the contracted beasts sensed their master's tension and held their breath. Splash! Suddenly, a huge splash erupted on the river's surface, followed by a black mountain slowly rising from beneath the water. At the same time, a wave of oppressive force descended upon them. In that moment, everyone and every beast around Zhao Yin felt an immense pressure. It was a gigantic turtle shell, with diamond-shaped plates, each with a diameter of 4 to 5 meters, forming a massive turtle shell spanning hundreds of square meters. As the giant turtle approached the riverbank, its entire body finally revealed itself to everyone and the beasts. In the setting sun, it resembled a monster from the classic of mountains and seas, shimmering with a faint golden light, and it was estimated to weigh at least over 100 tons. At that moment, Zhao Yin immediately activated his true vision. Black Rock River Turtle, B-Class Mutated Beast, Strength 505, Agility 110, Stamina 318, Defense 1350, Spirit 15, Bloodline Talent, Golden Shell, a B-Class Mutated Beast. Its defensive attributes were definitely not weak even among A-Class Mutated Beasts. Its special ability was also clearly defensive. However, this giant turtle's agility was only a little over 100, even inferior to ordinary pseudo-mutated beasts. Zhao Yin's expression relaxed. Everyone and beasts, retreat. Let our grand turtle come ashore. Everyone and the beasts immediately retreated. The giant turtle, initially observing, showed a proud look in its green pupils as Zhao Yin and his group all withdrew. After the apocalypse, it felt inexplicably stronger. Former natural enemies could only take a detour upon seeing it. With its intelligence awakened, the giant turtle's confidence had long since soared. Within 100 miles of this great river, the Black Rock River Turtle, was the absolute overlord. Countless small fish and shrimp had met their demise in its mouth, and even a large vulture it had once encountered could do nothing against it. At this moment, seeing the small humans and beasts all making way for it, the Black Rock River Turtle slowly moved its feet, as if an emperor was ascending to the throne, gradually crawling up the riverbank. Its only target, the leftover fish that Zhao Yin and the others had eaten. The fish meat seasoned with star salt had an unprecedented sweetness. The Black Rock River Turtle gulped it down in one bite, then hesitated, remembering that human flesh was also delicious. It raised its green, glistening eyes, greedily looking at Zhao Yin and the others. Just then, a large net suddenly enveloped it, followed by a second, and a third. The giant turtle was instantly enraged, struggling desperately, unleashing its utmost speed, trying to return to the water. But it was too far from the shore, and with several large nets surrounding it, it couldn't get back for a while. Everyone and beasts attacked together. The giant turtle's defense is very strong. You just need to exhaust its energy, Zhao Yin commanded loudly. Everyone and the beasts immediately surged forward, launching a frenzied attack. Slash! At that moment, the giant turtle finally tore through the first layer of the beast-catching net. Suddenly, it felt a heaviness all over. Its already 100-ton body became difficult to even rise. Looking up, it saw a lion unleashing its special ability. Immediately after, a rain of arrows came, densely shooting towards its eyes, and the giant turtle could only close its eyes. At that moment, a large stick smashed down on its shell, and the searing flames instantly turned that part of the shell red, causing the giant turtle to scream in pain. Then, a shadow flashed before its eyes, and the giant turtle felt its massive body being struck by a tremendous force, rolling over. The distance it had painstakingly moved towards the riverbank was forcibly pulled away again. A bolt of lightning flashed, and as the giant turtle was paralyzed, hundreds of wind blades swept in, striking sparks off its shell. The most terrifying was a zombie. It bit into the giant turtle's body, actually leaving a tooth mark. At that moment, the Black Rock River Turtle was furious. It had always been the one to eat humans, but it never expected a zombie would want to eat it. The Black Rock Giant Turtle desperately unleashed its special ability, its entire shell bursting forth with dazzling golden light, enduring the attacks of a group of sea-level mutated beasts. After a long while, it was surprisingly unscathed. Jiaoyin, this B-level turtle's defense is so strong, Song Xiaodao said in shock while attacking. Jiaoyin was also trying to unleash his lightning ability. Don't worry, as long as it exhausts its energy, with the penetrating power of the Gale Gun, we can kill it. Monkey, increase the fire ability, quickly exhaust its energy. Old Bull, don't let it get close to the river. The turtle will become more agile in the water. Baldy, don't let it open its eyes. Big Hair, keep the gravity suppression going. Zhao Yin's series of commands made all the contracted beasts immediately increase their ability intensity. Even Ningyu and the pseudo-mutated beasts were attacking frantically, gradually depleting the giant turtle's energy. Song Xiaodao worriedly said, Zhao Yin, what if the turtle gets killed by them? If it dies, then it dies. We need high-level mutated beast meat. Zhao Yin said seriously, at B-level, its agility is only a little over 100 points. Even if it grows to SSS level, its speed won't improve much. What use is this old slowpoke? Besides taking hits, it has little other use. If Zhao Yin weren't in need of mutated beast meat, he might have spared it, but now he desperately needed it. Better to sacrifice it for the happiness of all contracted beasts. Roar! Little White desperately waved its claws. Eat meat! Eat meat! The little monkey was engulfed in flames, the fire covering the golden war stick like a solid mass, crashing down suddenly. Boom! Eat meat! Eat meat! In fact, the contracted beasts following Zhao Yin also had a tragic side. Their master was destined to lack mutated beast meat, and their mouths had grown tired of bird food. At this moment, all the contracted beasts sensed their master's intent and went wild. Finally, there was meat to eat. Boom boom boom! The frenzied attacks shook the earth and mountains, and the glow of abilities on the giant turtle finally began to fade. Nearby, hundreds of zombies were attracted by the commotion, and Song Xiaodao threw a series of wind blades, decapitating them all. B-grade mutant beast meat must be very delicious. She swallowed. Let's try it tonight, Zhao Yin said. Finally, the supernatural blow on the Black Rock River turtle dissipated completely with the last strike from the little monkey. Zhao Yin raised the Gale Gun, directly consuming 200 points of energy, and stabbed it into the turtle's head. The scales on its head were instantly broken, blood gushing out. Breaking through the defense and killing are two different things. At this moment, the giant turtle let out a roar, still full of vitality. However, waiting for it was Zhao Yin's second shot. Put! This shot pierced directly into the skull, creating a large hole. The giant turtle was still not dead, its tenacity only added to its suffering, and Zhao Yin's third shot came. Put! The Gale Gun plunged deep into the giant turtle's head. Zhao Yin twisted it hard, and the giant turtle's eyes widened, then its whole body stiffened. At this moment, Zhao Yin pulled out the Gale Gun and quickly took out a large barrel, placing it under the giant turtle's head to collect the flowing blood. Zhao Yin himself did not expect that while he was just trying to catch a fish, a mutant beast would come to deliver meat. A B-grade mutant beast was killed without any danger. The most crucial part was that this giant turtle was enormous, weighing over 100 tons, enough for all the contracted beasts to eat for a while. Master! The corpse demon stepped forward, pointing at the slain giant turtle. Zhao Yin immediately understood. He wanted to eat too. In the past, Zhao Yin did not dare to let the corpse demon evolve too quickly, mainly worried that one day it would rebel. Now, with the enslavement collar, everything was different. Everyone gets a share. Wait until I dismantle the giant turtle, and I'll leave all the brains for you to supplement your own, Zhao Yin said with a smile. Master! Master! The corpse demon happily called out. Zhao Yin summoned Wu Xuegue and others, taking out dozens of large wooden barrels to collect every drop of turtle blood. After storing everything in the spatial ring, Zhao Yin then picked up the Gale Gun and walked towards the giant turtle's corpse. The turtle's skin was extremely hard to break, even though its defense was mainly on the shell, and unknown energy dissipated after death. Zhao Yin still found it very difficult to barely create a hole the size of a grain of rice. It took a full 3 hours to gradually cut through the turtle's skin until he finally reached the neck area. Then Zhao Yin completely dove into the turtle shell. At this point, breaking from the inside became much easier. Zhao Yin was busy all night, and no one in the team could replace him. Song Xiaodao and the others lacked the strength, the corpse demon was too smelly, and the little monkey was too large. Until dawn, when Zhao Yin emerged from the turtle shell covered in blood, all the turtle meat and internal organs, as well as any bones that could be removed, had been decomposed and stored in the S-grade spatial ring. Before him lay only a massive turtle shell and the giant turtle's enormous head. There was little meat on the head, but the brain inside was a good thing. Zhao Yin stored it in the life space, tossing it into the cornfield where the corpse demon liked to rest. The remaining giant turtle shell had a defense level comparable to A-grade defensive equipment. The problem was that Zhao Yin could not cut it up now and could only temporarily store it in the life space. After everything from last night, Zhao Yun led everyone and the beasts back to the life space. Old cripple, let's make this tonight. Except for the 2 female slaves, everyone else is allowed to eat together. He took out the giant turtle's heart. It was the size of a small car, weighing 1 or 2 tons. Roar, roar, quack, quack, squeak. All the contracted beasts were invigorated. Zhao Dihai and the others also showed smiles on their faces. Although Zhao Yun only allowed them to eat this one meal, they had never eaten mutant beast meat before. In the distance, the 2 sisters, Zhou Lily and Zhou Lily, showed disappointed expressions. They suddenly regretted not working harder last night. Now, it was clear that both of them had been marginalized by their master. Zhou Dandan looked longingly in that direction, not daring to speak, only able to write in the dirt with her finger. Sister, I also want to eat mutated beast meat. Zhou Lily looked at her sister's eager expression, feeling a pang of heartache, and wrote, I'm sorry, Dandan, it's all my fault for misjudging Zhao Yun's hearing. Zhou Dandan, sister, don't speak ill of the master anymore. Look at Wang Xiaolei, she obediently listens to the master, and now she's a D-level evolver with such good equipment. Zhou Lily, don't worry, Dandan, next time Zhao Yun takes us out to kill zombies, we just need to act a bit braver. Your sister is a supernatural being, my value to him is higher than Wang Xiaolei's. Zhou Dandan, sister, can you stop saying such things? We don't even know if the master will give us another chance in the future. Zhou Lily fell silent. During dinner, the 2 sisters cooked a few boxes of rotten canned food, while across from them, everyone and the beasts were enjoying themselves, the aroma of the star-salted turtle wafting enticingly. The 2 sisters desperately sniffed the air. At that moment, they felt as if they were in a different world from Zhao Yun and the others. That night, only the corpse demon didn't come for dinner. Zhao Yun guessed he was busy gnawing on a turtle's head and couldn't be bothered. By the way, old cripple, how's the corn wine brewing going? After dinner, Zhao Yun asked Wu Shuigue, who had come to clear the dishes. Boss, it was already fermented a few days ago. These past 2 days, old Zhao and the others have been making the equipment for distilling wine, and we can start distilling tomorrow, Wu Shuigue said with a smile on his face. Zhao Yun nodded, took out a spatial ring containing the giant turtle's entrails, and handed it to Wu Shuigue. Starting tomorrow, we'll eat the entrails first, budgeting a ton a day. Except for Song Xiaodao and Ningyu, the others don't need to eat. Let's make soup for the contract beasts and save the star salt. Understood, boss. Wu Shuigue took the ring and turned to leave. Soon, Zhao Yun's bathwater was brought in by Wang Xiaolei. With only Zhao Yun left behind the invisibility tent, he took off his clothes and stepped into the large wooden tub, the 70-degree water temperature engulfing him up to his chest, slowly washing away his fatigue. Just then, the curtain suddenly flickered, and Ningyu quickly walked in. Zhao Yun looked at her and calmly said, I'm taking a bath. I know, Ningyu replied softly, her voice trembling slightly. She held a bath towel in her hand, her small face flushed, but she did not avoid Zhao Yun's gaze, gently walking towards him. Zhao Yun was taken aback. Ever since he found Ningyu, he had felt her resistance towards him. He knew that in her eyes, he was just a stranger. Seeing this now, he was somewhat at a loss. Zhao Yun, let me scrub your back. Ningyu walked behind Zhao Yun, her cool little hands gently resting on his shoulders, her 10 fingers delicate and boneless. Without waiting for Zhao Yun to agree, her fingertips slid down, lightly tracing along Zhao Yun's spine. A tingling sensation like electric currents slowly spread throughout Zhao Yun's body, an indescribable feeling engulfing him entirely. Zhao Yun fell silent, the words he intended to refuse vanished from his mouth, and he closed his eyes in enjoyment. Suddenly, Ningyu took off her dress, revealing that she wore nothing underneath, and stepped into the tub, sitting opposite Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun, actually, there are many kinds of massages, do you want to try? She asked softly. Zhao Yun stared into the girl's eyes, her gaze was clear and calm, as if she had already thought this through before coming here tonight. Zhao Yun nodded, Ningyu no longer looked at Zhao Yun, slowly lowering her head, her whole body sinking beneath the water. 1,000,000 words omitted here. In the morning, Zhao Yun woke from his slumber, and Ningyu had already left. He propped himself up on his arms and suddenly saw that beneath him lay a white bath towel, dotted with bright red stains, quite eye-catching. Zhao Yun frowned, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. Amidst the swirling smoke, he felt the pent-up dry fire from recent days dissipate into nothingness that night, his body carrying a sense of release, though also a hint of fatigue. After a while, Zhao Yun got up, put on his clothes, and stepped out of the concealed tent. Ningyu was by the water pool, scrubbing shoes with 2 female servants. When she saw Zhao Yun emerge from the tent, she flashed him a bright smile and casually lowered her head. Recently, Wu Shuigue had melted down several large pots, and nearby, Zhao Dihai and others were using equipment to distill corn liquor. Wu Shuigue and Wang Xiaolei had already prepared the meals, just waiting for Zhao Yun to wake up. All the contracted beasts had woken up early, lining up in front of the concealed tent. Master! Master! Voices of longing came through. Zhao Ying nodded, scanning the area, and noticed that Song Xiaodao and the corpse demon were absent. Zhao Ying asked Wang Xiaolei, "Have you seen Song Xiaodao?" Sister Xiaodao said to tell the boss that she has moved to a new home and asked the boss not to look for her anymore. Wang Xiaolei pointed to a wooden house built by Zhao Dihai and the others not far away. Zhao Ying was momentarily lost in thought, suddenly understanding. Last night, he hadn't let that girl sleep in the concealed tent, and she was sulking. You can't spoil a girl like that. Otherwise, she'll get too full of herself and might even ride on my head in the future, Zhao Ying said. He decided to walk to the opposite side of the water pool, heading to the place where he had stored the turtle's head last night. Then Zhao Ying lost his composure, his eyes widening in disbelief. The enormous turtle head had vanished, leaving behind less than a ton of blood and flesh, while the corpse demon, Zhang Jia, lay stiffly on the ground. His belly was swollen, not moving at all, devoid of any life signs. The corpse demon, a separate species existing between humans and zombies. Zhao Ying had previously been unsure whether they belonged to the realm of living beings or were merely pseudolives, but after seeing two female corpse demons in the clouds, he confirmed that they were lifeforms transcending zombies. At this moment, the previously faint heartbeat from the corpse demon Zhang Jia had also disappeared, completely resembling a dead zombie. However, as long as a zombie's head remains intact, even if its body is completely chopped to pieces, it will gradually restore itself over time, eroded by unknown energies. Therefore, Zhao Ying could be certain that the corpse demon Zhang Jia was not dead. At least he wouldn't have been overstuffed to death. Zhao Ying walked over and softly called out, "Grandson." The corpse demon remained motionless, showing no response. Zhao Ying kicked him in the waist. "Get up." Still, there was no effect. Zhao Ying activated his true sight. Corpse demon, rank C, evolution 100/99, strength 458, agility 486, spirit 3, defense 505, spirit 3, awakened talents, stone system, bone transformation, golden armor. Zhao Yin's expression froze. At that moment, even he felt a twinge of jealousy. This was too damn perverse. Eating a giant turtle's head without gaining any intelligence, the evolution level shot up significantly, almost reaching rank B. The corpse demon's overall attributes had also grown considerably, and even, he had gained another supernatural ability. The golden armor ability from the giant turtle had been effortlessly acquired by the corpse demon Zhang Jia. Zhao Ying was momentarily lost in thought. He confirmed that the corpse demon Zhang Jia was undergoing a transformation, entering a state of dormancy. At that moment, Zhao Yin's heart raced. When the corpse demon woke up, he should have evolved to rank B, and his attributes would continue to soar. By then, with the combination of the petrification and golden armor abilities, how high would his defense reach? His bone transformation ability allowed for flight, ranged attacks, and close combat. Invincible at the same rank? Fighting beyond his level? Zhao Ying picked up the corpse demon Zhang Jia and strode toward the concealed tent. Zhao Dihai saw the corpse demon that Zhao Ying was holding from a distance and asked in surprise, "Boss, why is the corpse demon's belly?" Zhao Ying immediately scolded, "This is my dear grandson. No one is allowed to look at him differently, or else don't blame me for being ruthless." Zhao Ying had decided that from now on, this would be his own grandson. Anyone who dared to look down on his grandson would have to face his wrath. Of course, when the grandfather was bullied, the grandson would have to protect him fiercely. "I'm sorry, boss." Zhao Dihai quickly bent down to apologize. At that moment, everyone knew that the corpse demon Zhang Jia had gained a higher status in the lifespace. Zhao Ying carried the corpse demon back to the Yin God tent, just as Wang Xiaolei brought in the food. Zhao Ying directly ordered, "Wang Xiaolei, from now on, you will take care of his diet and daily needs. Wherever he goes, you will follow him. Don't worry, I won't shortchange you on what you deserve." "Yes, boss," Wang Xiaolei obediently replied. She understood that everything she and Uncle Wu had was given by the boss. Little Bai was now living a much better life with the boss than she had imagined. Wang Xiaolei was filled with gratitude towards Zhao Ying and had already decided in her heart that as long as Zhao Ying did not abandon her, she would follow him forever, even if it meant doing anything for him. Later, prepare a few sets of clean clothes for him. His clothes haven't been changed or washed in a long time. Go find Song Xiaodao and ask for a few bottles of perfume to get rid of the smell. Also, from now on, he can eat whatever he wants. Zhao Ying suddenly paused, remembering that the turtle's head had been completely devoured by this creature overnight. Other mutated beasts still needed to grow. Zhao Ying changed his tone, "Except for mutated beast meat, he can eat anything else." "Understood, boss." Zhao Ying recalled something, frowned, and continued, "But whatever you give him, you must always add that it's from me." "Yes, boss. It's all your grace, boss." Zhao Ying nodded, transferring items from a space ring into an S-class space ring, then handed the empty ring to Wang Xiaolei. "From now on, put more food in the space ring," he has a big appetite. Okay, boss. It seemed that the corpse demon wouldn't wake up anytime soon, so Zhaoyin asked Wang Xiaolei to call Ningyu. Ningyu gently walked into the hidden tent. Zhaoyin, did you call for me? She was as respectful as ever, but there was a hint of something unusual in her lowered gaze. Zhaoyin didn't mention what happened last night and pointed to the chair across from him. Sit down and eat. Just as Ningyu sat down, a figure flashed outside the door, and Song Xiaodao quickly ran in, plopping down next to Zhaoyin and grabbing chopsticks to eat. Song Xiaodao's eyes were red, as if she had just been crying. Zhaoyin asked knowingly, Song Xiaodao, did you sleep well last night? Song Xiaodao threw down her chopsticks, suddenly pouting and crying. Wah, stinky Zhaoyin, you actually locked me outside, making me sleep in a stinky wooden house. Wah, the child cried uncontrollably. Zhaoyin neither comforted nor scolded her, casually instructing, Ningyu, come with me to leave the life space later. Song Xiaodao immediately stopped crying, her eyes filled with tears as she asked, Stinky Zhaoyin, are you going out again? Keep crying, Zhaoyin said in a low voice. Song Xiaodao wiped her tears and hugged Zhaoyin's arm with both hands. No, you have to take me with you, or else I'll cry every day, every night, and annoy your ears until you can't take it anymore, and I won't let you and Ningyu bathe together. Upon hearing this, Ningyu's eyes widened in shock, her face turning red as she nearly buried her head in the large bowl in front of her. Zhaoyin knew that Song Xiaodao was always wandering around, and nothing in the life space could escape her notice. What else did you see? Nothing. I didn't see anything. Song Xiaodao buried his head down and took big bites of a roasted chestnut. After breakfast, Zhaoyin glanced at the corpse demon, which still showed no signs of revival. He stepped out of the invisibility tent, directly taking Xiaobai, Song Xiaodao, and Ningyu, leaving the life space. The morning light outside rose, dispersing the mist that had risen every night due to the overly lush vegetation after the apocalypse. After a night, the wild grass by the river had gained more dead leaves, and the air already carried a hint of chill. Zhaoyin mounted Xiaobai, pulling Ningyu and Song Xiaodao up with him. The golden saddle was originally designed for one rider, and with 3 people, it felt quite cramped. Song Xiaodao, being small, naturally sat at the front, while this time, Ningyu nestled against Zhaoyin. Zhaoyin raised his hand and naturally wrapped it around Ningyu's slender waist, instantly filled with her warm fragrance. Zhaoyin, where are we going? Song Xiaodao asked. Following this river eastward, let's see if we can encounter any mutated fish beasts and gather some mutated beast meat, Zhaoyin replied. 300 miles east, there's a place called Ansheng, where there's a zombie king. If we can find it, I plan to take it down. How do you know there's a zombie king there? Have you seen it before? Ningyu asked in surprise. I heard about it, Zhaoyin said. In his previous life, that zombie king was quite famous. It wasn't because it was particularly strong, but because it was killed in the second year of the apocalypse, dropping an SS-level ability. Moreover, it was an SS-level speed-type ability. Xiaobai galloped along the riverbank, heading east. Zhaoyin's hearing was fully open, constantly paying attention to the movements underwater. Along the way, he encountered scattered E-level zombies but did not stop to kill them unless he came across D-level zombies or small groups, in which case Ningyu would step forward. Time passed, and after Xiaobai had traveled 100 miles, Zhaoyin still had not discovered any mutated beasts underwater. Instead, he had slain over 1,000 zombies, obtaining 1,021 E-level corpse crystals, 12 D-level corpse crystals, and 5 star crystals. Opening the star crystals yielded 2 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 1 piece of sandwich bread, 1 bottle of iced tea, and 1 butterfly knife. These items no longer stirred much emotion in Zhaoyin. Zhaoyin, the nearest city, is still 20 kilometers away. The area used to be marshland, with no roads or villages. Why are there still zombies? Ningyu asked softly in Zhaoyin's ear. The girl's tone was warm, carrying the unique fragrance of youth. Clearly, Ningyu had some understanding of the local terrain. Zombies in the city don't gather around a zombie king, so they can easily wander off. Since the zombies revived 3 months ago, they naturally couldn't stay in one place, moving to all corners of the world. Zhaoyin continued, as long as no one kills them, they can exist in any environment until a B-level zombie king appears, and the zombie tide begins to gather, launching an attack on human survivor bases. At that time, humans can only hold on to perilous places, and the space for survival gradually disappears. Zhaoyin did not continue further. These were experiences he had gone through. By the 7th year of the apocalypse, there was hardly any space left for human survival. At that time, only SSS-level ability users could contend with such a massive sea of corpses. The evolution of the zombie king to B-level marked a watershed in the apocalypse. If the current apocalypse was already cruel enough compared to the pre-apocalypse, then the emergence of large numbers of B-level zombie kings would be even more brutal. Is there really no pure land left in this world? Ningyu said, her tone carrying a hint of melancholy. Zhaoyin, if it weren't for you, I might have been eaten by zombies long ago. If I hadn't gone to Xining, you wouldn't have been eaten by zombies. You would have been captured by others and sold to large gathering places, treated as a commodity until 6 years later when the last owner bought you. And then? Ningyu asked. Then, you died for him, Zhao said in a low voice. Ningyu frowned, unable to imagine what it felt like to be a female slave for 6 years. She wanted to say something more, but Zhao suddenly raised his hand to stop her and then closed his eyes to listen. Ahead, 2 kilometers away, he had just heard the sound of a massive creature slicing through the water. Even if it wasn't a mutated beast, it had to be a large underwater creature. Xiaobai, 2 kilometers ahead. Zhao opened his eyes and instructed in a low voice. Xiaobai immediately spread its 4 claws and darted forward at full speed. Soon, they arrived at the location Zhao had specified. The river here suddenly widened, and the current became increasingly turbulent, with no visible anomalies on the water's surface. But in Zhao Yin's ears, the sound of splashing underwater grew clearer. Zhao Yin, have you found the mutated beast? Ningyu finally asked softly. Zhao Yin replied, I haven't seen anything. I can't be sure what it is. Song Xiaodao said anxiously, Zhao Yin, why don't I go down and catch it? No, if you go down, you won't catch it. You might just end up feeding it, Zhao Yin said. After saying this, he took out a bottle of iced red tea from his spatial ring and drank it down. In the next moment, a surge of immense energy rose within Zhao Yin, doubling all his attributes. Xiaobai, fly forward 300 meters, Zhao Yin commanded. Xiaobai immediately spread its wings and flew towards the river's surface. The next moment, boom, boom, 10 thunderbolts, as thick as water barrels, instantly gathered in the air, forming a massive net that fell into the river. The water was instantly blown apart, creating a mist that filled the air, and even after the thunder disappeared, arcs of electricity still crackled within the mist. Within a radius of several hundred meters, fish quickly floated to the surface, the smallest only a few centimeters long, the largest 3 to 4 meters. Zhao Yin said nothing, raised his hand, and unleashed 10 more thunderbolts. Such intense use of his powers left him feeling drained after just 2 strikes. Just as he was about to use his energy ring, suddenly, a fish the size of a small fishing boat, with a snow-white belly, surfaced. Xingyu, rank D, strength 98, agility 105, stamina 85, defense 150, spirit 8, mutated due to zombie virus infection, a D-rank pseudo-mutated beast. Compared to other pseudo-mutated beasts of the same rank, its attributes were simply extraordinary. But unless it had a defense as formidable as that of a giant turtle, it couldn't withstand Zhao Yin's thunder. Upon seeing the attributes of the Xingyu, Zhao Yin felt a bit disappointed. The mutated beast in the water was temporarily of little use to him. Compared to forming a contract, he preferred to kill it for its meat, allowing his contracted beasts to grow quickly. But this fish was just a pseudo-mutated beast. Fish meat was of no use to his contracted beasts at all. Zhao Yin, should we kill it for meat? Song Xiaodao asked. The meat of a pseudo-mutated beast was quite delicious. We currently have enough food, it might be useful to keep it. After Zhao Yin spoke, he waved his hand to cast a trapping net, allowing Xiaobai to drag the Xingyu back to the riverbank. Then he pressed down on the Xingyu's head and activated his Sss-Level ability, Contract Spirit. Soon, a voice echoed in his heart. Master, from now on, you will be called Yue. Zhao Yin named it immediately, flowing smoothly in one breath. Yue, I have met my master. The large Xingyu flipped over, exposing its back. At this moment, it emerged fully from the water, measuring 12 to 13 meters in length, its scales a glossy dark blue. I'll take you to a place. Zhao Yin pressed down on the Xingyu's head again. In the next moment, he sent the Xingyu into the life space, plunging it into the water pool. After doing all this, Zhao Yin no longer paid attention to Yue. He summoned Bald Egg and 8 vultures, instructing, go and scoop up all the fish I've electrocuted. The vultures immediately flew to the river's surface, grabbing the belly-up fish and tossing them onto the riverbank one by one. These were all ordinary fish, which Zhao Yin had just electrocuted. In total, they harvested over 5,000 pounds. Zhao Yin directly summoned Wu Shuigui, instructing him to gather everything into the spatial ring and bring it back to the life space to make dried fish. As Zhao Yin and the others' evolution levels increased, these ordinary foods had become insufficient to satisfy high-level evolvers, as they contained too little energy. However, there was no problem feeding it to the 2 female slaves. Next, Zhao Yin mounted Xiaobai and continued along the river. Along the way, they encountered no mutated beasts or pseudo-mutated beasts. By dusk, Zhao Yin took out a map and discovered that Anqing was not far from their location. He ordered Xiaobai to change direction and head north. Anqing, once flourishing before the apocalypse, bustling with carriages and horses, now lay in ruins like other cities, desolate and barren. Zhao Yin and the 2 others rode Xiaobai through the ruined city. Zhao Yin, there isn't a single zombie here. Song Xiaodao exclaimed. Without needing a reminder, Zhao Yun had already noticed, confirming that the rumors from his past life were true. There is a zombie king near Ancheng. As soon as Zhao Yun finished speaking, he raised his hand to summon all his contracted beasts, directly commanding, search for the zombie king within a 50-mile radius. All the contracted beasts immediately sprang into action. After sending the contracted beasts to search for the zombie king, Zhao Yun urged Xiao Bai onward, leaving only himself, Song Xiaodao, and Ning Yue to wait. During this time, Zhao Yun returned to the lifespace to check on the corpse demon, which still showed no signs of awakening. However, Zhao Dihai and the others had already distilled several large barrels of corn wine. Zhao Yun used the empty wine bottles left from before to fill dozens of bottles into the spatial ring, then asked Wu Shuegue for a large piece of pre-roasted turtle meat stored in the spatial ring before leaving the lifespace. As he set out the tables and chairs, tossing out the corn wine and turtle meat, Song Xiaodao's mouth watered. Even Ning Yue smiled. Zhao Yun, is this the corn wine we brewed ourselves? Song Xiaodao asked, her eyes wide. Zhao Yun nodded. I haven't tasted it yet, so I don't know how it is. He wasn't doubting the mutated crops, just the brewing skills of Zhao Dihai and the others. Song Xiaodao immediately picked up a bottle, twisted off the cap, and took a big gulp. Ah! The greedy child exclaimed, it's delicious. Only then did Zhao Yun open a bottle, taking a small sip. The taste was spicy yet carried an indescribable richness, far stronger than any wine he had tasted before. Just as Zhao Yun was about to say something, Song Xiaodao collapsed. It's delicious. The child lay on the ground, still clutching the wine bottle to her mouth. Zhao Yun hurried over and snatched the bottle from her. No more drinking. Since becoming an evolver, apart from that one bottle of extraordinary glutinous rice wine, he had found it hard to feel the effects of alcohol. But just from that small sip, he felt a slight buzz. This indicated that the alcohol concentration in this corn wine was high. Most evolvers wouldn't be able to handle too much, let alone a little novice like Song Xiaodao. Give it back to me, stinky Zhao Yun. Song Xiaodao clung to Zhao Yun's leg, her face flushed red, pressing her cheek against his leg. I want a drink, you bad guy, give it back to me. She was just a little drunkard. Zhao Yun swore he would never let her touch corn wine again, kicking Song Xiaodao away. Wake up, if you keep messing around, there won't be any turtle meat to eat. Hearing about the turtle meat, Song Xiaodao finally sobered up a bit. She got up from the ground, her tongue heavy. I'm not drunk, stinky Zhao Yun. Are you concerned about me? I just don't want to lose your fighting power after we find the zombie king, Zhao Yun said coldly. Ning Yue had already cut the roasted turtle meat and arranged it on a plate. Notably, the food stored in Wu Shuegui's spatial ring still maintained the temperature it had when stored, still steaming hot. Zhao Yun sat down on a chair and took out 2 wine glasses. Ning Yue, would you like to have some too? Ning Yue nodded. Okay, Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun poured a small half cup for Ning Yue, about 1 or 2 ounces, then poured half a pound for herself and turned to look at Song Xiaodao. She, being perceptive, did not ask for more and was focused on eating turtle meat. However, as the effects of the alcohol kicked in, the tips of the little girl's fingers turned red. Zhao Yun couldn't be bothered to pay her any more attention. After all, Song Xiaodao was a D-level evolver and wouldn't run into any problems. Inge, I toast to you. Ning Yu raised her glass, lifting it gently with both hands, her bright eyes smiling at him. Zhao Yun was momentarily lost in thought. The title she had just used was the same as what they had called her in their past lives. Zhao Yun raised her glass, her gaze softening for a moment. She clinked glasses with Ning Yu, the sound of their toast ringing out. They each took a sip and then picked up some turtle meat. With the mutated crop wine and high-grade mutated beast meat, Zhao Yun's appetite was wide open. Unknowingly, half a pound of wine went down, and Ning Yu finished her drink, her cheeks flushed, and in her clear bright eyes, there was an emotion that Zhao Yun couldn't quite discern. Inge, let me give you a massage. Ning Yu suddenly stood up and came to Zhao Yun's back. Zhao Yun was also feeling quite tipsy. Taking advantage of the alcohol, she threw out an invisibility tent and pulled Ning Yu inside with her. It wasn't that King Zhou didn't attend court, but because Daji was too enchanting. In the desolate world, within the luxuriously solitary tent, soon came the soft muffled moans of a woman. After finishing her meal and dozing off, Song Xiaodao suddenly opened her eyes, tiptoeing like a cat, avoiding Zhao Yun's perception, gradually moving away. At this moment, 5 kilometers away from Zhao Yun, Song Xiaodao was wrapped in a layer of wind, swiftly running through the grass, heading north. Any wild grass and bushes that blocked her path were cut down by the wind blades before she arrived, leaving a trail of flattened vegetation behind her. Brother, don't go, brother, Song Xiaodao cried, tears streaming down her face. The little girl was desperately pushing her speed to the limit. Even as her energy waned, she didn't stop, leaving in city and entering the northern suburbs. In her ears, it seemed she heard someone calling her name. Xiaodao, 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 Xiaodao. It's me, Xiao Jian. The voice was unfamiliar, hoarse yet metallic in quality. Brother, where are you? Didn't you die? Tears fell heavily from Song Xiaodao's eyes as she ran forward like a madwoman. An hour later, Zhao Yin emerged from the invisibility tent and found that Song Xiaodao was missing. He closed his eyes to listen. There was no trace of her nearby. Where did she go? Ning Yu's face turned pale instantly. In the apocalypse, danger lurked everywhere, especially with a zombie king nearby. Although Song Xiaodao was an ability user, she was only 13 years old. Is she a pig? Zhao Yin's face also showed anxiety as he cursed loudly. Since meeting Song Xiaodao, she had never left his side. Even if she had just gotten drunk, she wouldn't have wandered off. For months, Zhao Yin had been training her. She understood the dangers of the apocalypse better than most. For a long time, she had put Zhao Yin at ease. Zhao Yin firmly believed that for no reason, Song Xiaodao would never run off, let alone out of his perception range. Earlier, when he left her outside, if she encountered danger, Zhao Yin would definitely be able to come out immediately. How far could she have gone in the time it took him to take a bubble? Zhao Yin couldn't afford to wait for the mutated beasts to return any longer. He raised his hand to bring Ningyu into the life space and set off northward in pursuit. The traces left by Song Xiaodao were not missed by Zhao Yin's eyes, and soon, 5 kilometers away, he saw the wild grass and bushes cut down by the wind blades, leading northward. Earlier, was she deliberately avoiding my perception? At that moment, Zhao Yin seemed to understand something, his expression darkening. Song Xiaodao doesn't want me to know what she encountered. In front of Zhao Yin, everything about Song Xiaodao was under his control, and at this moment, Zhao Yin felt a sense of losing control over a child. If it were someone else, Zhao Yin would undoubtedly turn and leave without hesitation, letting her die. You actually dared to hide something from me. Just wait until I catch you, I'll make sure to smack your backside. Zhao Yin's face was cold. At this point, there was no need to deliberately discern the direction Song Xiaodao had taken. Zhao Yin unleashed his full speed, rushing forward rapidly along the broken grass and bushes left behind. As night fell, Zhao Yin passed through Anqing and entered the northern suburbs. The broken grass path before him still led straight north, seemingly endless. The anger in Zhao Yin's heart grew stronger, as if he could already envision catching Song Xiaodao and beating her backside until it was raw. Nowadays, there were very few things that could provoke such intense anger in Zhao Yin. He generously took out a bottle of iced red tea and gulped it down. Immediately after, his speed doubled. Brother! When Song Xiaodao was utterly exhausted, she finally reached the foot of a low hill. Under the dim moonlight, the surroundings were desolate. There were no people or zombies, only the sound of the night wind rustling the grass. Song Xiaodao's drunkenness completely faded, and the voice in her ear disappeared. Her small face turned pale in an instant. What's happening to me? How could she be running around aimlessly behind Zhao Yin? If Zhao Yin found out, he would surely be very angry, right? Then, Song Xiaodao felt a chill run down her spine as she recalled that voice, which was completely different from her brother's clear tone. Why had she followed that voice? Was she really drunk? The little girl turned around and ran back, instinctively activating her powers, but she found herself feeling weak all over, her energy already spent. She could only rely on her physical strength to run wildly, but she hadn't taken a few steps. Xiaodao, where are you going? Suddenly, that voice rang out in her ear again. Song Xiaodao turned around sharply and saw a figure standing halfway up the low hill, dressed in tattered clothes that were unrecognizable as either a school uniform or casual wear. Facing away from her, the back view thin and frail. At that moment, tears streamed down Song Xiaodao's red eyes once more. How could she not recognize her brother's silhouette? Brother! Song Xiaodao shouted, turning and rushing towards that person like a madwoman. Brother! Big brother! Song Xiaojian! She called out loudly, crying and laughing, desperately running. Even though she was exhausted, she forced out a gust of wind that propelled her up the hill. Finally, Song Xiaodao reached behind him and hugged his waist tightly. Brother, Song Xiaojian, didn't you die? Woo woo. The figure trembled, standing there, and no one could see his expression. I'm not dead. Brother. Song Xiaodao finally calmed down a bit, and suddenly, she caught a familiar scent in her nostrils, something like the stench of a zombie, but slightly different. Then, Song Xiaodao widened her eyes, recalling that this scent was the same as that on her obedient grandson, wasn't it? Xiaodao, your brother has something he wants to tell you, he said hoarsely, trying to make his voice sound gentler, but it still made one feel uncomfortable all over. Who are you really? Song Xiaodao suddenly pushed him away, retreating in terror. I am Song Xiaojian, Xiaodao. He slowly turned around, revealing a terrifying face, pale skin, deep-set eye sockets, and even the corners of his eyes were filled with bulging veins. At that moment, Song Xiaodao remembered to activate her true sight. Corpse Demon, Rank C, Evolution 100/15, Strength 388, Agility 386, Spirit 150, Defense 405, Awakened Talent, Alien Blood, Bewitching. Song Xiaodao turned and ran, the excitement in her eyes turning into sheer terror as she shouted loudly, "Zhaoyin! Zhaoyin, help!" The corpse demon flashed in the blink of an eye, caught up to Song Xiaodao, blocking her path. "Xiaodao!" The voice was laced with bitterness. He raised his hand and grabbed Song Xiaodao's wrist, pulling her in front of him. "I am Song Xiaojian." Song Xiaodao struggled desperately. "You are a corpse demon, Zhaoyin. Zhaoyin, where are you? Woo woo." "Song Xiaodao, listen to me. Brother has the ability to take care of you now. No one can bully you anymore. You will never go hungry again. You will never be scared again. You will never be left all alone." Song Xiaojian's face was twisted, but in his dead fish eyes, there was a deep affection. At that moment, he shed black tears. "Song Xiaodao, I promised Mom and Dad, whether I am a corpse demon or a human, I will take good care of you. I will always be your brother." The strength in Song Xiaodao's hands slowly diminished as she looked up at him. Faintly, from the contours of his face, she could still see the shadow of Song Xiaojian. It was just that the gentle and clear gaze from before had now turned pale, and anyone who looked at it would feel fear. "You really are Song Xiaojian?" Song Xiaodao asked, trembling. She was just young and easily influenced by her surroundings. Everything that had happened before was too sudden. It was only then that Song Xiaodao realized, if it weren't for Song Xiaojian, there would be no need for him to say so much to her. "Brother, didn't you die?" Song Xiaodao suddenly threw herself into her brother's arms. "Brother, I thought you were dead. Thought I would never see you again. Woo woo." Song Xiaojian gently held his sister, lowering his head, wanting to smile at her, but the muscles on his face pulled, making his smile look like a ghost. His voice was hoarse and low, recounting the experiences after their separation. The story goes back more than 3 months. The boy had drawn the horde of corpses away for his sister, running desperately forward, wanting to pull the horde as far away as possible in the little time he had left. This way, his sister could live more safely. When he had gone days without food and was already low on strength, just as he was about to collapse, a person and a monkey suddenly appeared ahead. Song Xiaojian remembered that guy. He was strong. He had once hidden in a supermarket with Song Xiaodao and seen that guy kill through a crack in the wall. Song Xiaojian wanted to ask him for help, to fight for a glimmer of hope. But before the man even saw the horde, he turned and ran, fleeing with the monkey faster than a rabbit. The last thing Song Xiaojian saw was that the man ran to the corner of the ruins, and a zombie suddenly lunged at him. The man turned back and struck, shattering the zombie's head. That strike was instinctive, and he didn't even pay attention. Immediately after, the man and the monkey quickly disappeared into the ruins, vanishing from sight. Song Xiaojian cursed inwardly, realizing he had no ability to chase after them. Even if he did catch up, what could he do? He could only continue running with the horde, and at some point, another wave of corpses suddenly appeared ahead. In a panic, Song Xiaojian ran back. He could only circle around the ruins, and behind him, the horde grew larger. The space to move became smaller and smaller, until he exhausted his strength and was knocked down by a zombie. Just then, his arm pressed against a transparent crystal. Later, Song Xiaojian remembered that the unranked corpse crystal was from the zombie that Zhaoyin had killed. Zhaoyin had not picked it up to avoid the horde. By a twist of fate, Song Xiaojian became a corpse demon. When he woke up, he found that the zombies no longer attacked him. The corpse demon Song Xiaojian returned to the shooting range. Except for the clothes and residual blood of Wanquan, his sister Song Xiaodao had already disappeared. In the apocalypse, amidst the vast sea of corpses and devastation, he did not know where to search. He could only wander aimlessly around the world, like a true zombie. Later, Song Xiaojian saw zombies and killed zombies, saw humans and killed humans, killing zombies for corpse crystals and star crystals, and killing humans to eat their flesh. He grew rapidly while searching for his sister, Song Xiaodao. Today, he finally found her. But there were too many mutated beasts around Zhaoyin, each one powerful, and a few even posed a deadly threat to him. So he chose to use his seductive abilities to lure Song Xiaodao here. "Xiaodao, from now on, whatever you want, brother will give you the best in the world." The corpse demon Song Xiaojian whispered, "Brother will find a way to turn you into a corpse demon too, then we will be kindred spirits again, okay?" He gently stroked Song Xiaodao's head with his long, pitch-black nails that grew over a dozen inches. Song Xiaodao suddenly looked up, fear in her eyes. "Brother, I don't want to become a corpse demon." She still wanted to grow up and then marry that stinky Zhaoyin. If she became a corpse demon, she thought, that stinky Zhaoyin would definitely not like her. What's wrong? Isn't being a corpse demon good? Song Xiaojian's expression darkened immediately, his dead fish eyes staring at Song Xiaodao. "Even you are looking down on brother?" At the beginning of the apocalypse, Song Xiaojian still maintained a childlike heart. He even thought about using his identity as a corpse demon to protect more people. But everyone who saw him shouted to kill him, and even if someone expressed goodwill, it was just to extract the corpse crystal from his head. Song Xiaojian did not tell Song Xiaodao that since their separation, he had experienced too much, and over time, that kind heart had long since extinguished. Corpse demons should not exist in the world of humans, or rather, humans do not deserve to coexist with corpse demons. I am the corpse demon Song Xiaojian, no longer that weak boy. Song Xiaodao trembled all over, her hands and feet suddenly cold, quickly leaving Miss Song's embrace. Brother. She stepped back in fear. Only then did the corpse demon Song Xiaojian realize that he had inadvertently revealed his true nature as a corpse demon, scaring his sister. He quickly softened his tone. Xiaodao, don't be afraid. Actually, being a corpse demon, aside from looking a bit scary, there's nothing bad about it. What zombies can do, corpse demons can do too. What humans can have, corpse demons can have as well. Our race has already surpassed those mortals. Mortals? Tears welled up in Song Xiaodao's eyes. Brother, I am also the mortal you speak of, and our parents were too, weren't they? Song Xiaojian was taken aback, seemingly not expecting that after all his hardships, finally finding his sister Song Xiaodao would lead to such a scene. Xiaodao, I haven't forgotten the past. Haven't I always been looking for you? Song Xiaojian said cautiously, in this apocalypse, humans will eventually be exterminated by zombies. Only corpse demons can endure. I just want you to have a better life. Xiaodao, if you don't want to become a corpse demon, brother will always protect you. Come with me. As he spoke, Song Xiaojian reached out his hand to Song Xiaodao. Tears fell again from Song Xiaodao's eyes as she pleaded, Brother, will you come with me? I will ask Zhaoyin to take you in. There, no one will treat you as a corpse demon, and we can be like before, okay, brother? Let a human take me in? After a moment of shock, Song Xiaojian seemed to have heard a joke. Xiaodao, you still don't know what a corpse demon is. What is he, to be worthy? Brother, you mustn't say that about Zhaoyin. Song Xiaodao puffed out her small chest, seemingly no longer afraid of Song Xiaojian, and said loudly, it was Zhaoyin who saved my life. Everything I have now is because of him. Even without him, I would have killed Wang Quan myself back then. I could have made you live better than now. Xiaodao, there's no need to be so grateful to him. Song Xiaojian said, Brother, how have you become like this? Song Xiaodao shouted. Song Xiaojian's appearance had changed, and she could accept that, even if his race had transformed, he was still her brother. However, at this moment, Song Xiaojian felt strange to Song Xiaodao. It filled her with a fear that came from her very soul. Suddenly, Song Xiaodao remembered what Zhaoyin had said. The corpse demon. Evil, malicious, bloodthirsty. Although retaining memories from their past lives, they were no longer human. They fed on humans and on zombies. This apocalypse might have been brought about by the corpse demons. Brother, I'm scared. Woo-woo. Song Xiaodao cried even harder. She didn't wish for her brother to become like this, but the bloodthirsty monster before her was her dearly beloved family. Song Xiaodao simply knew that she wanted her brother back, but the price required at this moment was something she could not bear. She also didn't want to leave Zhaoyin, leave the little monkey, leave Xiaobai, leave Wang Xiaolei. Brother, come back. Xiaodao misses you. Xiaodao wants her brother. Xiaodao doesn't want to become a corpse demon. Woo-woo. Song Xiaojian's dead fish eyes looked at Song Xiaodao, and gradually, a hint of impatience appeared in his gaze as he shouted, Song Xiaodao, you've changed. Brother, I haven't changed, and I don't want you to change. Please stay. Song Xiaodao pleaded. It must be that bastard who led you astray. I'll definitely kill him when I get the chance. Song Xiaojian stepped forward, instantly appearing beside Song Xiaodao, holding her small hand. Xiaodao, come with me, I will never let you go again. With that, Song Xiaojian forcibly dragged Song Xiaodao away. Song Xiaodao struggled desperately. Brother, where are you taking me? Brother will find a way to make you a corpse demon. That way, we siblings will never be separated again. No, I don't want to become a monster. The corpse demon is not a monster. The corpse demon is the highest existence in this world. As Song Xiaojian finished speaking, he suddenly paused, turned around sharply, and looked back in the direction from which Song Xiaodao had come. In the night, a figure, stepping through the dim yellow moonlight, was rushing towards them. Boom! From afar, 5 thunderbolts as thick as water buckets struck Song Xiaojian, instantly causing him to tremble violently. His messy hair turned to ashes in an instant, revealing a black and bald head, and the skin on his face was scorched. After recovering from her numbness, Song Xiaodao quickly dodged Zhao Yin's second wave of thunder, and immediately after, a long spear gleaming with cold light stabbed straight towards his brow, already right in front of him. Song Xiaojian was taken aback and quickly rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the spear. At this moment, Zhao Yin had already arrived in front of Song Xiaodao, shielding her behind him. Zhao Yin, woo-woo. Seeing Zhao Yin, Song Xiaodao instantly felt wronged and hugged him from behind, crying. Although the thunder Zhao Yin had unleashed had struck Song Xiaojin, Song Xiaodao, standing nearby, was also affected. Her 2 ponytails frizzed into an explosive hairstyle, and her little face was covered in soot. Zhao Yin tossed her a sandwich and activated his true sight. Immediately after, his pupils constricted. The corpse demon before him was actually also C-rank and possessed 2 types of supernatural abilities. Taking advantage of the corpse demon's disarray, Zhao Yin raised his spear again and rushed towards the corpse demon. Zhao Yin, don't kill him, he's my brother. Song Xiaodao clung to Zhao Yin's leg. Your brother? Zhao Yin's expression tightened, and he looked again. The outline of the corpse demon's face was unmistakably that of the boy from before. In this world, aside from the little daily life, the most detestable thing was the brother-in-law. The ancients truly did not deceive me. At this moment, Song Xiaojian quickly distanced himself from Zhao Yin and swiftly took out a sandwich from his spatial ring, swallowing it down. He then opened a bottle of iced red tea, gulped it down, and coldly stared at Song Xiaodao. Come to your brother. No. Song Xiaodao shook his head. Brother, you should leave quickly. Once Zhao Yin's contracted beast arrives, you won't be able to escape. Brother, I've grown up and can take care of myself. Song Xiaojian felt as if the sky had fallen. The belief he had held onto for so long seemed like a joke at that moment. Since ancient times, it has been said that girls are outgoing, but how old could she be? Song Xiaodao, do you want me to kill him before you can come with me? Song Xiaojian shouted loudly. Come and try. Zhao Yin narrowed his eyes. He slowly raised the spear in his hand, pointing it at Song Xiaojian. Song Xiaodao is mine. Out of respect for her, I'll give you 10 seconds to escape. Now, Zhao Yin was also at C rank. Although he hadn't developed the potential for C rank evolution potions, all potential below D rank had been fully developed. His attributes were slightly inferior to Song Xiaojian's, but his equipment was definitely not something Song Xiaojian could compare to. Moreover, Zhao Yin had already communicated with the nearby Bald Egg, and Bald Egg would arrive soon. This was Zhao Yin's confidence. What a big mouth. Without that group of mutated beasts backing you, how dare you, a mere human, speak so shamelessly? Song Xiaojian roared in anger. Song Xiaodao cared too much about Zhao Yin, and since the low-grade corpse crystal that Song Xiaojian had obtained was because of Zhao Yin, he didn't strike immediately upon seeing Zhao Yin. In a fit of rage, Song Xiaojian activated his seductive ability. His dead fish eyes looked at Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao, a faint dark red glow appearing in his eyes. The next moment, Song Xiaodao's gaze became dazed. Zhao Yin also felt a heaviness in his head, but soon regained clarity. At this moment, Song Xiaojian's face twisted into a sinister, cold smile as he charged at him. Human brat, you're asking for death. However, Zhao Yin, who should have been bewitched, suddenly swung his gale spear as Song Xiaojian approached. Bang! The spear struck directly on Song Xiaojian's bald head, sending him flying, black blood bursting forth in the air. Mental ability? Zhao Yin's eyes were indifferent. His contracted soul was also a mental ability, and it was SSS rank. Although it wasn't an active attack type, Song Xiaojian was now showing off in front of a master, like a clown brandishing a big knife in front of Guangong. Boom! As soon as Song Xiaojian landed, 5 bolts of lightning struck down upon him, instantly tearing his skin and flesh, a large stream of black blood flowing out. Zhao Yin did not stop. Since he had made a move, he intended to eliminate him completely. What if he was a big brother? The next moment, the black blood flowing from Song Xiaojian's face, along with the blood droplets that had previously burst forth, suddenly transformed rapidly in the air, then turned into a mist of blood wrapping around Zhao Yin. Zizizi. In an instant, the C-rank suit Zhao Yin was wearing began to emit white smoke from being engulfed, and he quickly stepped back. Boom! Another 10 bolts of lightning fell, dispersing the blood mist completely. Song Xiaojian was already terrified and took the opportunity to escape, transforming into a swift shadow, fleeing into the distance. He never expected a human could be so formidable. Since becoming a corpse demon, apart from the zombie king, he had never dared to provoke anyone and had never encountered a rival. Now he found that even without a group of contracted beasts, all his abilities seemed to be countered by Zhao Yin. Song Xiaojian was unwilling and unconvinced. Since becoming a corpse demon, it was the first time he felt so embarrassed. You wait for me, I will definitely kill you when I get back. Zhao Yin's eyes burned with killing intent as he quickly pursued. Zhao Yin, don't kill my brother, please. Song Xiaodao cried out loudly from behind. But Zhao Yin seemed to have not heard at all, his speed reaching its peak. In his rules, once he chose to strike and kill, there was no reason to give up. Those who could escape often brought endless troubles. One person and one corpse demon raced rapidly across the wasteland, their figures turning into 2 afterimages, and in the blink of an eye, they were several miles away. Left behind was Song Xiaodao, squatting there and crying. Woo! Stinky Zhao Yin, stinky Song Xiaojian. Woo! The speed of the corpse demon was no slower than Zhao Yin's. Feeling his energy about to be exhausted, Zhao Yin's wind spear suddenly vanished, replaced by a Zhuge crossbow. A bursting arrow shot out from the spatial ring with a crack, automatically loaded, aimed at the back of Song Xiaojian's heart, and Zhao Yin pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The bursting arrow sliced through the silence, shooting forward at high speed, reaching Song Xiaojian's back in the blink of an eye. The corpse demon Song Xiaojian seemed to have been prepared, producing a shield in his hand and throwing it back with force. Boom! The bursting arrow created a mushroom cloud behind him, instantly shattering the C-grade shield that Song Xiaojian cherished. A terrifying shockwave accompanied by flames propelled Song Xiaojian forward. In midair, Song Xiaojian's clothes were burned to ashes by the flames, leaving him bare, and as he spat out black blood, he used this momentum to accelerate even faster. At the same time, the black blood he spewed from his injuries transformed into a blood mist, wrapping around Zhao Yin from behind. As Zhao Yin unleashed thunder to disperse the blood mist, the distance between him and Song Xiaojian grew even wider. Unbeknownst to Zhao Yin, Song Xiaojian stuffed a pill into his mouth, significantly increasing his speed again. Then, gritting his teeth, Song Xiaojian felt that this was still not safe enough, took out a scroll, and crushed it. A spatial teleportation portal appeared in front of Song Xiaojian, and the moment he stepped in, he turned back and glared at Zhao Yin with resentment. "If you have the guts, come after me." With that, his figure vanished into the portal. Zhao Yin stared at the portal that had yet to dissipate, pausing in front of it, standing in silence. In the end, he chose not to step in. Zhao Yin would not forget the fate of the bald eggs back then. The contract beast Horde was still in city. Zhao Yin could not leave alone. The intelligence of the corpse demon was no less than that of humans, and its growth rate surpassed most zombie kings. Zhao Yin speculated that if it weren't for Song Xiaojian being delayed in searching for Song Xiaodao, he might have already grown to another level. Zhao Yin did not know what level Song Xiaojian would reach by the next time they met. "My dear grandson, the corpse demon is about to grow to B grade. With me providing resources for him, how can you compare?" Song Xiaojian. Soon, Zhao Yin relaxed. He had never seen a corpse demon in his past life, nor had he killed one in this life. "Next time I see my brother-in-law, I want to see if there's a corpse crystal in the head of the corpse demon." A fierce glint flashed in Zhao Yin's eyes. As for what Song Xiaodao would think, Zhao Yin did not consider it and did not need to care. When the bald egg arrived, everything had settled. Zhao Yin climbed onto the bald egg's back, instructing it to fly low while recovering his energy. Song Xiaodao was still squatting on the ground, hugging her knees, her eyes already red and swollen from crying. When she saw Zhao Yin get off the bald egg, she quickly stood up and walked over to hug his arm. "Zhao Yin, my brother. Did you kill my brother?" Zhao Yin looked down at her. The child's tearful eyes were filled with fear, as if waiting for the verdict of fate. "Song Xiaodao, do you still remember what I told you back then?" Zhao Yin asked calmly. "Of course I remember. From now on my life is yours, only yours." "Zhao Yin, I didn't want to betray you, but I still don't want my brother to die." Song Xiaodao choked out. "What if I said I killed Song Xiaojian, what would you do?" Zhao Yin said, staring into Song Xiaodao's eyes. "Woo!" Song Xiaodao immediately pouted and began to cry, her throat visible to Zhao Yin. "Stinky Zhao Yin, can't you spare his life for me? Woo! You're bad. You're a big bad guy. I don't like you anymore. Woo." The little girl cried heartbreakingly. Zhao Yin just wanted to give Song Xiaodao a little wake-up call. At that moment, he suddenly became distracted, seeing Song Xiaodao take out the blood slaughter sword and swing it, cutting through a sturdy white birch tree. As the great tree fell, she swung her sword and chopped off a section, then began to hack away. "Woo woo, woo woo," the little girl cried as she chopped. "Song Xiaodao, what are you doing?" Zhao Yin asked sharply. "Stinky Zhao Yin, woo woo. I want to set up a tombstone for Song Xiaojian." Song Xiaodao didn't even look up. Zhao Yin scolded, "Did I say he was dead? Ha!" Song Xiaodao stopped her actions, raised her head, her swollen eyes looking at Zhao Yin. "Song Xiaojian isn't dead? He's not dead, he's doing well," Zhao Yin said. Song Xiaodao immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but then Zhao Yin added, "However, before he left, he said he would come back to kill me." How could he do that? "Zhao Yin, if Song Xiaojian comes back, are you really going to kill him? Am I supposed to clean my neck and wait for him to chop it off?" "No, I mean, not that. Damn Song Xiaojian." Song Xiaodao cursed anxiously, suddenly unsure of what to do. Zhao Yin walked over, bent down to pick up the tombstone that Song Xiaodao had chopped off, and placed it in her arms, saying coldly, "If you want to keep crying, I can send you back to the life space. I can give you a piece of land to build a grave for him in advance, and you can cry in advance, but you won't have to participate in killing the zombie king today." Song Xiaodao held the tombstone, her eyes wide. Zhao Yin frowned, raised a hand to press down on the child's head, and directly sent her back to the life space. He was never good at comforting women, and with a 13-year-old girl who cried easily, he was even worse. If Song Xiaojian dared to come back, Zhao Yin would definitely kill him. If Song Xiaodao dared to rebel over this, then she could just stay locked up in the life space forever. With the noise gone, Xiaoyin rode the bald egg, flying low all the way back to An City. At this time, the contracted beasts had all returned. Master, 40 miles east of An City, there is a valley where tens of thousands of zombies are gathered. I didn't dare to get close, so I don't know if there is a zombie king. Old Black immediately reported to Xiaoyin. Master, 45 miles southeast of An City, there is a large river with over 50,000 zombies gathered. Without your command, I didn't dare to approach. Little White also reported. The other contracted beasts reported in turn, with no significant findings, except that in the directions of due east and southeast, the zombies around An City had not been summoned by a zombie king, and there were scattered zombies wandering about. Xiaoyin was suddenly taken aback. There are 2 zombie kings near An City? Nowadays, without a zombie king summoning, zombies couldn't gather in large numbers. So, it was very likely that the zombie tides discovered by Little White and Old Black had a zombie king overseeing them. Moreover, from the scattered zombies around, Xiaoyin judged that the zombie king had not evolved to B-level, otherwise, it wouldn't have summoned zombies from such a short distance. As long as it hadn't reached B-level, Xiaoyin felt safe. Old Black, lead the way, all contracted beasts, to the valley 40 miles due east. Xiaoyin ordered directly, mounting Little White. Roar! Roar roar roar! All the contracted beasts were invigorated, with Old Black being the first to dash out, Little White closely following with Xiaoyin, a mighty herd of beasts moving forward. As they passed through the eastern suburbs, Xiaoyin suddenly heard voices and looked closely. 2 kilometers away, a camp with tens of thousands of people stood on the wasteland. Since the nearby zombie hordes had been summoned away by the zombie king, someone had established a camp in this safe zone. Xiaoyin even saw that large areas of weeds had been cleared near the camp, and quite a bit of farmland had been cultivated, growing various wild vegetables. He even saw a type of grass seed that was not a mutated crop but could be used as food for ordinary survivors. Xiaoyin concluded that the owner of this camp was definitely an ambitious and strategic person after the apocalypse. However, Xiaoyin had no interest in going there and did not want to waste time on it. 40 miles of road, the contracted beast group rushed forward with all their might and soon arrived. Master, it's right ahead. The Old Black, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped, raised his paw, and pointed ahead. In the night, the valley was pitch black. The shadow of the mountain obscured the moonlight, making it only possible to vaguely see a dense mass of corpses, surging like an ant swarm in the darkness. Baldy, find that zombie king and report back to me with its location. Xiaoyin ordered. Clap, clap. Baldy immediately flapped its wings and quickly flew towards the valley in the moonlight, turning into a small black dot in the blink of an eye. Soon after, roars echoed through the valley, the sound of zombies howling. Baldy dared not fly too high, as it could easily be spotted by the horde, which all crazily stared at the living creature in the sky, anxiously circling below. The valley wasn't large, and soon a massive zombie roar erupted. The zombie king had been disturbed. Baldy quickly followed the sound of the roar and locked onto its position. It was a creature taller than all the other zombies, standing at the front of a valley in the northeast corner, bald and bare, with muscles bulging all over, its dead fish eyes coldly staring at Baldy. A sea-level zombie king couldn't exert too much pressure on Baldy. It mockingly croaked once and turned to fly back. Who isn't a sea-level? Who isn't a king? Once Baldy the Great King unlocks all the potential of sea-level, taking on a zombie king of the same rank will definitely not be a problem. Although it couldn't win now, there was still the master. Fighting in a group wasn't shameful. After flying back, Baldy reported everything it had seen to Xiaoyin. Based on its size, it's definitely a sea-level zombie king. It didn't attack after seeing Baldy, which means it isn't an elemental or psychic ability. Xiaoyin felt reassured, closing his eyes to listen. At this moment, the horde in the valley was still roaring densely. Soon, Xiaoyin estimated the number of zombies to be between 40,000 and 50,000. The cave from the valley entrance to the northeast was only about 2 or 3 miles. Xiaoyin opened his eyes, entered the life space, and found that the corpse demon's obedient grandson still showed no signs of awakening. He gathered everyone except the 2 female slaves and Song Xiaodao, directly bringing them all out of the life space. Xiaoyin, I want to go too. Song Xiaodao shouted loudly before Zhao Yin's figure disappeared. Xiaoyin ignored her, ultimately vanishing from her sight. He didn't care how the child would cry in the life space. His stance towards Song Xiaojin and Song Xiaodao had already changed. Therefore, until the matter with Song Xiaojin was resolved, Xiaoyin had no intention of letting her out again. Who knew if the child would suddenly stab him in the back for her brother? Every time he thought of this possibility, Xiaoyin felt a chill down his spine. Xiaoyin took out 20 bottles of iced red tea, distributing them to all the contracted beasts, and then took out 12 compressed biscuits, giving them to the monkey, Old Cow, Old Black, Little White, Bald, and Big Fur. These few mutated beasts needed to use their abilities, so each beast receives 2 biscuits. The plan for this operation is that the monkey will take the lead, targeting the zombie king in the northeast corner. Old Cow will be responsible for the left wing, Baldy for the right wing, and you 3 will tear through the horde. Other contracted beasts must not scatter, follow behind the monkey, with Old Black holding the center. In case of any accidents, everyone and the beasts will immediately gather towards Old Black, and use Earth Escape to lead everyone to retreat. Everyone, including Ningyu, will still follow behind Big Fur, responsible for covering the rear of the beast group. Little White, you take me flying at low altitude. After Zhao Yin's commands, everyone and the beasts immediately responded. With a zombie king in the valley, attracting monsters became impossible, so Zhao Yin planned to resolve everything at once. For his current strength, it was just a matter of spending a bit more extraordinary resources. After the orders were conveyed, Zhao Yin mounted Little White and slowly ascended into the air. Kill! Roar! The little monkey gulped down the iced red tea, and immediately activated its first ability, Gigantification. Its body rapidly swelled, and in the blink of an eye, it grew to a towering height of 15 meters, like a mountain or a demon. Beneath its golden armor, its exposed fur danced like golden threads in the wind, exuding an increasingly astonishing aura. Next, it activated its second ability, Frenzy. Its golden fur bristled, its pitch-black eyes gradually turned golden, and its height surged again by several meters, reaching a terrifying 20 meters. In the next moment, the little monkey activated its third ability, Fire. Dark red flames, laced with hints of blue, rapidly spread from its feet upwards, soon engulfing its entire body, until it reached the 20-meter-long golden warstaff in its hand. At that moment, the little monkey had completely reached its peak state. Its figure loomed like a mountain, with demonic flames raging, a terrifying momentum sweeping through. The little monkey strode forward, shaking the ground with each step, covering 30 meters in a single stride, its massive size making its speed appear even more astonishing. At this moment, Zhao Yin realized that a few tons of B-grade mutated beast meat were not consumed in vain. The little monkey's potential had recently made a tremendous leap. Zhao Yin activated his true sight to take a look. Adult Sky Monkey, C-grade mutated beast, Strength 445, Agility 475, Stamina 384, Defense 457, Spirit 180, Bloodline Talent, Gigantification, Frenzy, Fire Control. This did not even account for the double effect of the iced red tea that true sight could not detect. The little monkey had now fully developed its potential to the peak of C-grade. Perhaps even ordinary B-grade mutated beasts could not match its terrifying attributes. At this moment, all the contracted beasts had drunk the iced red tea, doubling all their attributes. The old bull charged out right behind the little monkey, and the bald eagle on the right flapped its wings. In an instant, all the people and beasts rushed into the valley, a fierce wind swirling, and the flames raised the surrounding air temperature to scorching levels. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, the zombies in the valley sensed the presence of living beings, and their uneasy roars intensified. With an excited roar from the zombie king deep within, all the zombies began to surge forward in an orderly fashion, crazily pouncing towards the little monkey at the front. Boom! The monkey instantly crashed into the horde of corpses, its 20-meter-long golden warstaff erupting with 10 terrifying staff shadows, instantly sweeping the surrounding horde into a mass of flesh and limbs. Following that, the little monkey's form did not pause at all, charging directly northeast. Now, it was able to control its third ability more comprehensively, as the flames incinerated the zombie remains to ash, perfectly avoiding every piece of zombie crystal. Zhao Yin's heart sank as he realized he had finally found a faster way to collect zombie crystals. In the future, with the little monkey's third ability, he would only need to pick up zombie crystals and star crystals, without the need to laboriously cut open zombie skulls. At this moment, the old bull also charged into the horde, as always, rampaging through, the bulldozer among battle bulls. That was it. In terms of group attack speed, aside from Demao, the bald eagle was definitely a fierce warrior, unleashing a rain of arrows that quickly slaughtered through the horde. Facing zombies of lower levels, it was like a meat grinder. The beast horde rapidly advanced, and despite Zhao Yin sparing no expense on iced red tea and compressed biscuits, even with the zombie king directing, tens of thousands of zombies could not stop the beast horde's advance. After more than 10 minutes, over 10,000 zombies had been cleared away, and the little monkey finally approached the zombie king in the northeast corner. At this moment, Zhao Yin, flying at low altitude, activated his true sight. Male zombie, C-grade, evolution level 100/15, strength 420, agility 380, defense 465, spirit 35, awakened ability, Iron Fist, an ordinary zombie king. Its ability was nothing remarkable, just a standard attack type ability. It saw the beast horde quickly closing in, fear evident on its face. At this point, even if it wanted to flee, it was already impossible. Roar! The zombie king let out a furious roar, its large hands suddenly enlarging and rapidly turning metallic, transforming in the blink of an eye into two fists the size of small refrigerators, wildly smashing towards the little monkey. Bang! The little monkey's base attributes were not much inferior to the Zombie King's, and with the doubling effect of the iced red tea, it was completely beyond the Zombie King's capability. With a single strike, it sent the Zombie King flying, crashing into the rock wall beside the cave, its body deeply embedded within. At the same time, the Zombie King's hands were being burned by the flames, but those iron fists seemed unafraid of the fiery abilities, quickly pushing the flames back. At that moment, the old bull also arrived, charging directly into the Zombie King's belly. With a thud, the spikes on the old bull's helmet sank deep into the Zombie King's abdomen, and with a shake of its head, it lifted the Zombie King out of the rock, spinning through the air like a rag doll before crashing to the ground in a heap. Zhao hadn't even had the chance to make a move when all the contracted beasts surged forward. Even Ningyu rushed up to chop at it with a few axes, though she couldn't even break through the Zombie King's defenses. Zhao also didn't expect that, facing a C-class Zombie King, the contracted beasts could chop it down as easily as cutting vegetables. It felt almost unreal. Have I really become this strong? Zhao finally realized something. It wasn't that Zhao was slow to react, but the crises he had faced earlier had been increasingly stronger, as if heaven was deliberately trying to eliminate him, this reincarnated being. Looking back now, the Guangzhou Industrial Park and the Zombie King, the White Mouse King, had all become insignificant in his eyes. Even the sky-swallowing vulture, as long as it dared to come, even with thousands of vultures protecting it, Zhao was confident he could easily annihilate it. Once the corpse demon's obedient grandson woke up, even that bone-transforming Zombie King from the A3 country, Zhao was confident that when they met again, he would never be so helpless, except for the memory of those two female corpse demons. Zhao Yin's recently inflated confidence became alert once more. Soon, the Zombie King was beaten to a pulp by the contracted beasts, and after the little monkey set it ablaze, 5 Zombie King star crystals and 1 C-class corpse crystal were exposed to the air. Boom! Zhao Yin could only unleash the prepared abilities towards the nearby horde of corpses, then ordered Xiao Bai to slowly descend. Ningyu, go collect the Zombie King star crystals and corpse crystals, Zhao Yin instructed. After the Zombie King's death, the horde fell into chaos, their assault on the contracted beasts weakening, allowing Demao to easily hold off Zhao Bihai and the others. Zhao Yin took the star crystals and corpse crystals that Ningyu handed over and commanded everyone in the beasts, eliminate all the corpses. Roar! Roar roar roar! All the contracted beasts, still energized by the iced red tea, excitedly turned back to attack. Zhao Yin sat upright on Xiao Bai, opening the Zombie King star crystals one by one.